Dear family, prepare to be astonished. The naval hero Garp has been relentlessly crushing pirates in the East Sea, unbeknownst to many that this madman Garp is none other than myself. I was merely an average worker who hit the jackpot of 400 million in the lottery, only to find myself transmigrated as a fisherman, endowed with a mischievous system, and equipped with an array of divine items. Now, I'm set to make waves in Windmill Village. Let me tell you, a significant event has recently transpired in the East Sea. The naval hero Garp has gone berserk, mercilessly pounding pirates, showing no mercy even to the small fry just venturing out to sea. The brothers in the naval branch's cafeteria chatter about this daily, remarking on Garp's ferocity, claiming that his iron fist of love is capable of knocking the very essence out of people. I found myself eating more than usual, just listening to their tales. Little do they know, the one wreaking havoc in the East Sea, prompting nobles to lodge complaints daily, is indeed me. This tale must be recounted from the beginning, as it is utterly absurd. Just a moment ago, Yi Fifan, a proud 996 worker, had just won 440 million in the lottery and was preparing to embrace a life of leisure. I had even drafted my resignation letter, proclaiming, "The world is vast, I shall no longer serve." Suddenly, a chime echoed in my mind, announcing a bug in the world that could not be fixed, and I was to be teleported away. Who can comprehend such an occurrence? I hadn't even seen what the money looked like before everything went dark. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself lying on a beach, the sea breeze causing me considerable discomfort. No, not discomfort, rather a headache. Upon glancing around, I realized something was amiss with orange hair. I resembled Nami. Hastily, I checked my trousers, relieved to find everything intact. Just as I was grappling with this bewildering reality, another chime resonated, welcoming me to the world of One Piece and announcing the completion of the mischievous system's loading. I was flabbergasted. My 440 million just like that gone? Swapped for a pitiful system, and a mischievous one at that. If only I had been granted a laid-back system. Yet here I was, thrust into another world to continue working, and in the hellish realm of One Piece no less. I felt an overwhelming urge to punch myself. At that moment, a small demon girl, no larger than a fist, suddenly appeared before me. She was rather adorable, with red eyes and black hair, sporting horns and wings. When she spoke, I nearly lost my composure. "Greetings, host. I am your system spirit, Alice." Well, the name was rather whimsical, reminiscent of Monkey D. Luffy, embodying a sense of carefree spontaneity. I hurriedly inquired about my current situation. She informed me that my new identity was Trick, an orphan fisherman who had recently lost his parents and suffered a shipwreck, situated in the East Sea's Oikote Kingdom, in the year 1519 of the sea calendar before Luffy had even set sail. The system was quite straightforward. Cause trouble. The greater the chaos, the more mischievous points I would earn, allowing me to draw from a gacha with every 10 points. Upon hearing this, I knew I had to secure a starter pack, or else my frail self would surely be obliterated by some unwitting mountain bandit. Alice generously bestowed upon me a 10-draw set. Lo and behold, I laid out the 10 capsules on the beach, and, as I examined each one, I nearly burst into laughter. First, there is the disguise fruit. This extraordinary item represents the pinnacle of an actor's self-cultivation. I can transform into anyone as long as they believe it, even acquiring their abilities. When my own strength falls short, my acting skills come to the forefront, truly a divine technique tailored for me. Next, we have the spatial pocket. This portable space, encompassing 100,000 cubic units, can adhere to any part of my body, though it is incapable of containing living creatures. A mischievous idea flashed through my mind. During drinking games, I could discreetly place this pocket in my mouth, allowing me to drink endlessly. The consumed liquor could even be poured out for sale, emphasizing a theme of recycling. Moreover, there are the main character encyclopedia of pirates, which conveniently provides me with reference material, the fruit nullification ring, which enables swimming in the sea and serves as a nemesis to ability users, the eye of appraisal, which reveals the properties of objects, the memory projector, which can read others' memories, and the anywhere door, akin to that of Doraemon, albeit with more limitations. Most absurdly, I even drew a 2-star Dragon Ball. I immediately envisioned gathering all 7 to wish for a return home to claim that 440 million. However, Alice struck my head with a blow, reprimanding me for disrupting the formation. When I attempted to touch her, my hand passed through her as if she were an illusion. Yet her hits felt all too real. How unfair. The final 2 items include Chinese Cooking Master, which instantly elevates me to a top-tier chef, ensuring that if my current path falters, I can still delve into the culinary arts. The other is the Dao Power Gasapon, which granted me an additional 100 Dao power, equivalent to the strength of 10 naval soldiers. With my acquisitions complete, I was compelled to experiment. Without hesitation, I seized the disguised fruit, resembling a durian, and took a bite. I was mistaken. I had previously deemed durians unpalatable, but I had wronged them. This was a biochemical weapon. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of power, I pinched my nose and consumed the entirety. Next, I activated the spatial pocket, imbuing it upon myself. I attempted to inhale some seawater, then sprayed it forward. Whoosh! A veritable human fire hydrant. In encounters with ability users, I could douse them with water, employing the water escape. Great water dragon bullet technique. I even moved the pocket to the soles of my feet, hoping to glide over the water, but alas, my balance faltered, launching me skyward before I splashed into the sea. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and donned the nullification ring. Otherwise, this newly empowered user would have become the first to drown in history. Upon swimming back to shore, a clever idea struck me. I positioned the pocket in my rear, and lo and behold, it worked splendidly, albeit at the expense of my trousers. The remaining items were also imbued one by one. Upon utilizing the Tao Power Gasopon, I felt an invigorating surge throughout my body. I threw a punch in a nearby coconut tree, resulting in a resounding thud as a coconut fell directly on my forehead, causing tears to spring to my eyes. Sipping the coconut juice, I began to strategize for the future. Physical training was not an option. I was far too busy for that. My path lay in utilizing the disguised fruit to masquerade as a formidable figure, engaging in mischief to earn points while simultaneously experiencing the combat techniques of the powerful to enhance my own strength. I in the EC, who stands out as the most formidable and deeply revered. Undoubtedly, it is the naval hero, Garp. I have made up my mind to disguise myself as Garp and bestow a touch of grandfatherly love upon the future pirate king, Luffy. In my explorations, I also delved into the illustrated guide and discovered that the kingdom of Oikit is where Belmare found Nami and Nojiko. Upon catching a glimpse of my striking resemblance to Nami, a sudden realization struck me. Could it be that I'm truly Nami's long-lost brother? I fervently hope we aren't caught in a cliché narrative of lovers turned siblings. Thus, a year has elapsed. Throughout this time, I have donned Garp's visage and roamed the East Sea, engaging in acts of chivalry. I have also honed my mastery of the Marine Six Styles to a considerable degree, though my control over strength remains a challenge, often resulting in unintended collisions with walls when attempting Soru or inadvertently demolishing houses with a Rankyaku. As for the infamous rumor of me causing unfortunate incidents, let's not dwell on that. I feel as if my hands have been scrubbed 1,000 times and still bear the stain. For my mischievous exploits, I have accrued some amusing rewards, the most impressive being an item called the Supreme Slipper, which, though merely a pair of slippers, never wears out and can leave a lasting mark on one's face. I pondered if this item was meant for stamping Luffy's face, a way to declare my paternal claim over him in the future. In any case, my mischief has been attributed solely to the genuine Garp. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku has been incessantly calling Garp, exclaiming, "Damn you, Garp. If you continue to wreak havoc, your salary will be entirely deducted." Meanwhile, Garp, blissfully unaware, munches on donuts, probably oblivious to the trouble he has unwittingly inherited. I sensed that the moment had come to venture to Windmill Village and deliver a minor shock to the Emperor, red-haired Shanks. But how to get there? As I lacked the skills for navigation, I resorted to my usual method of exploiting the Navy. Disguised as Garp, I floated to the naval base and commanded them to dispatch a warship to ferry me, this Marine, to Windmill Village for a secret mission. After nearly a month aboard the warship, I gazed at the seagulls above, and another audacious idea struck me. I summoned one of the birds, purchased a newspaper, and slipped a note inside, instructing it to deliver the message to the press. Windmill Village had astonishing news concerning the Emperor, prompting them to send reporters post-haste. This time, not only do I intend to confront Luffy, but I also aspire to orchestrate something grand. I aim to establish an adventurers guild, dedicated to recruiting enchanting ladies to work for me, expanding its influence, and achieving unprecedented success. At long last, the warship anchored at Windmill Village. Disembarking, I restored my true appearance and made my way to Makino's party bar. Upon entering, I was greeted by a warm smile from a tall lady with deep green hair, Makino herself. At that moment, my heart raced. She would be the leading lady of my future adventurers guild. A photograph was a must. I exclaimed, "Wait a moment," and dashed outside to summon a camera snail from the naval base. Returning to the bar, I took a seat, ordered a fruit juice, and commenced my lifelong practice of persuasion. "Hello, Makino. I'm a friend of Shanks, Trek." She was evidently someone on guard, inquiring how I came to know Shanks. In that moment, I transformed into a theatrical performer, my eyes glistening with feigned tears as I wove a tale of being abducted by Blackbeard Teach, nearly devoured by a bear, and ultimately rescued by Shanks himself. I even claimed that the 3 scars adorning my face-off course, they were merely painted were the remnants of that harrowing encounter. With a solemn expression, I proclaimed, I have made a vow to Shanks to care for the woman he cherishes most dearly in this world, ensuring that he has no worries while traversing the Grand Line. Marcy was left utterly bewildered by my impromptu performance. Seizing the moment, I grasped her hand and, with heartfelt sincerity, declared, Marcy, the one whom Shanks loves is indeed you. He confided in me that there is a girl from Windmill Village who occupies his every thought. Goodness, Marcy. The CPU had directly overheated, leaving me flushed and tongue-tied. As I noticed the fish biting, I swiftly changed the subject and began to weave an elaborate vision of establishing an adventure guild to create a peaceful and fascinating new world. I meticulously outlined the ranks, benefits, and comprehensive insurance plans, eventually resorting to moral persuasion by reminding her of her frequent care for orphans. Miss Makino, surely you wouldn't want these children to go hungry and resort to piracy, would you? After this series of well-crafted arguments, Miss Makino was successfully convinced and agreed to join. I quickly retrieved my camera phone and exclaimed, say cheese. With a click, our Adventure Guild's inaugural photograph, featuring only 2 members, was captured. To reassure her, I produced a power capsule and placed it on her back. What did you do? She exclaimed in surprise. I smiled and encouraged her to lift the table with one hand. She tried, effortlessly raising it, leaving her astonished. This is a benefit for core members, I calmly explained. You now possess the strength of approximately 10 Navy soldiers, enough to easily dispatch any petty thug. And this isn't even your limit. With regular training, your strength will continue to grow. Such benefits are standard for our guild's core members. I can't be the one to deal with every little nuisance, can I? To my surprise, Miss Makino's focus was quite peculiar. Her eyes brightened, and she joyfully exclaimed, this is wonderful. I won't have to roll the barrels on the ground anymore. I can carry them. Those who understand the struggles of running a tavern know how both amusing and heart-wrenching this was. I realized how challenging it must be for a young woman to manage a bar on her own. I was compelled to assert from now on, anyone who dares to damage your property will face tenfold compensation. If they refuse to pay, they will be knocked out with a single punch. Miss Makino was left speechless, remarking, how can my tavern no longer be mine in an instant? This will scare away the customers. I chuckled, what is there to fear? The primary business here will no longer be selling alcohol, but rather accepting and fulfilling guild commissions. The profits will be substantial. Besides, with your newfound strength, no one will dare bully you here. From now on, everyone must consider your authority. Miss Makino. After explaining everything to Makino, I prepared to seek out Lu Fei. I certainly couldn't let her accompany me. I was about to stage a grand performance as the grandfather delivering a heartfelt lesson. I plunged into the forest of Kerbo Mountain, transforming into Kapu, and set about my task of finding Lu Fei. How to find him? That was simple. With meat. I captured a large wild boar and began roasting it on the spot. I assure you, my culinary skills are enhanced by the prowess of a master chef, and the aroma quickly permeated the entire forest. Just as I settled down, I heard a loud shout from the woods. Rubber, rocket. Goodness, what keen senses. Lu Fei came barreling towards me like a cannonball, shouting, Grandpa, meat. As a professional Kapu, I couldn't allow him to seize the meat so easily. I swiftly delivered a powerful kick, leaving a perfect sandal print on his face. Lu Fei was sent flying, landing just a hair's breadth away from the roasted leg of pork. He picked himself up, sporting a bewildered sandal mark, and questioned, why does Grandpa's kick hurt so much? Yet, undeterred, he lunged towards the roast again. I tossed him a hind leg of the pig and dramatically declared, Lu Fei, I'm here to take you to join the Navy. You cannot escape. And as for that scoundrel Shankizi, I'll confront him every time I see him. Lu Fei, with his mouth full of meat, incomprehensibly protested, no. I want to be the Pirate King. I scoffed. You wish to be the Pirate King, do you? Very well. Go and teach a lesson to that fellow with the sandal print on his face, and I won't stop you. Lu Fei looked puzzled. The guy with the sandal print on his face? Just look at yourself by the river to find out. With that, I vanished, hiding away, I checked the system and was dismayed to find that my antics had only garnered a mere 20 points of mischief value. This pace was far too slow. I needed something bigger. I decided to draw a lottery for a moment of calm, resulting in a coward's savior potion, which would embolden anyone who drank it, albeit with the risk of sudden demise. I figured it was better suited as a gift. While I pondered my next move, my system sprite, Alisai, popped up, asking, "What's your big news?" I nearly forgot about that. I promptly pulled out my phone and disguised myself as the long-vanished mountain pirate Shiga, contacting a reporter from the World Economic News Agency. We arranged to meet at the port the following day, and I made a point to emphasize, "I'll be the one with the sky-high ponytail. I'll be easy to recognize." After hanging up, I had to hastily draft a script. Where'd I spend the night? With Luffy? No. A bunch of smelly men plus an old lady was no match for the warmth of our gentle and beautiful Miss Makino. I hurried back to the tavern, bursting through the door to find it bustling with patrons. I snatched the tray from Makino's hands, declaring, "Let me help. This is our family business." A patron at a nearby table jokingly remarked, "Hey, Makino, is this orange-haired little brat your brother?" I immediately chimed in, Yes, my half-brother. I tell you all, don't you dare bully my sister. She is incredibly strong now, capable of taking on any pirate with a single punch." The entire room erupted in laughter, while Makino's expression darkened, likely contemplating how her gentle older sister persona had crumbled. Yet little did they know, a few months later, a group of oblivious pirates would come to realize the truth behind her strength, only to be forced to pool together and pay for their captain's ransom. The next day, I donned a weathered face to impersonate Shiga, basking in the sun at the port. The reporter arrived on time and immediately inquired, "Do you have any significant news about the 4 emperors and red-haired Shankizi?" I rubbed my hands together, of course. A flat rate of 500,000 berries. Thus, my performance commenced. I fashioned myself as a heartbroken mountain pirate, lamenting that Makino was my beloved and that I had quietly eliminated 56 ill-intentioned individuals to protect her. But then, one day, Red-Haired appeared and stole her heart. As a mere mountain pirate, I knew well that pirates were not to be trusted. I had to test that lad's mettle. With a display of righteous indignation, I recounted how I once threw a bottle of liquor at him, causing him to tremble in fear and cower on the ground. Such a coward was unworthy of my Makino. Enraged, I later captured Luffy, intending to provoke him into action. I lured him to the sea, and you know why? While a mountain pirate venture into the ocean, the reporter's curiosity was piqued. I smirked, because I tamed a near-sea king as my pet. I had my pet bite off Red-Haired's arm to test his courage. Afterward, I feigned being eaten, successfully retreating and entrusting Makino to him. And what happened next? I slammed my thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "That scoundrel! He runs off to the New World to feast daily, leaving Makino all alone in Funksha village. She can't even lift a barrel, rolling them on the ground instead. Is the Pirate King's treasure truly that important? Does it surpass being by the side of a loved one? I would forsake the title of Mountain Pirate King for Makino." With tears glistening in my eyes, I issued a fierce warning to the reporter. "Publish this. Tell that scoundrel Shankizi that if he dares to return to Funksha village, I, the Mountain Pirate King Shiga, will knock him out of his senses." The reporter was so taken aback that he knelt in excitement, his hands trembling as he quickly recorded my words. Then promptly called his boss, "Major news. A sensational scoop. Job well done." I had burned countless brain cells crafting this heart-rending triangular love story, far outpacing the current gossip scene by a century. I anticipated that both Shankizi and Makino would be utterly bewildered upon reading it. Indeed, when a newspaper was published the next day, the entire world erupted. The headline screamed, "The Great Revelation. The triangle of love involving the 4 emperors and the Mountain Bandit King is truly captivating." I rushed back to the tavern with a newspaper in hand, overhearing various gossip from passers-by. Goodness, it turns out that Hong Fa is a scoundrel. The Mountain Bandit King, Shiga, is such a good man. This is true love. Miss Machinua is suffering too much. Bursting into the tavern, I feigned panic and exclaimed, "Oh no, Sister Machinua, your relationship with Zyankasi has been exposed." Upon reading the newspaper, Ma Qinua's expression shifted unpredictably, and to my astonishment, she began to cry. I was dumbfounded. Sister, this script is fake. I merely intended to joke around. How could it move you so deeply? Later, I learned that my nonsensical words inadvertently echoed the sentiments of countless women in this world, delivering a resounding slap to those pirates who abandoned their families for their dreams. Shiga, the mountain bandit king, overnight transformed into a women's friend and a paragon of true masculinity. This clever maneuver netted me 50 points of prank value. Delightful. I hastily exchanged them for a capsule toy. Lo and behold, I obtained the Etienne sword and the Toulon blade. Though they are counterfeit versions, the Etienne sword is undeniably a must-kneel item, requiring anyone who approaches to surrender unarmed, yet it is harmless, purely for show. The 40-meter Toulon blade can unleash a 40-meter arc of light with a single swing, boasting full effects but zero damage. These items are tailor-made for my future comedic subordinates. The Sword God and the Sword Saint. I handed over my newly acquired 400,000 berries in manuscript fees to Ma Chinua for event expenses and reluctantly bid her farewell, reminding her to save me some dinner. She seemed quite reluctant, only recalling that I possessed the door of all possibilities and could return at any time. Setting sail on my small boat, my aim was to recruit the Sword God and the Sword Saint. Along the way, I idled and disguised myself as the two of them, sweeping through the pirates of the East China Sea. The Etienne sword controlled, the Toulon blade intimidated, and any captured pirate was turned in for a bounty. As the captain, I hadn't even gathered my crew yet I had already boosted my subordinates' reputations. Poor Xiangni and Yui's few must be starving by now. They discovered that all pirates fled upon seeing them, resulting in no business. And they were close to changing careers to fishing. Sure enough, another system notification arrived, granting me 20 points of prank value. It must be their contribution. I gleefully drew another round of prizes. I received an absurd item that could render people devoid of desire. A splendid acquisition. Perfect for my future sword enthusiasts. For with a heart devoid of women, drawing the sword becomes instinctual. Additionally, I obtained a pet collar that allows communication with animals. My mind immediately conjured an image. I would recruit a charming little girl, a BC, to be a beast tamer, cultivating a legion of dragon knights and taming several sea kings to forge an army of magical beasts. On the frozen throne sat the Lich King Abisi, cackling wickedly. What a thrilling image. However, I quickly reconsidered. This item must have its pitfalls. A pet collar? Goodness, the size would surely be unsuitable for a sea king. Were they intending to adorn its toes with a ring? It simply wouldn't fit. Wait, reverse thinking, my friends. Instead of putting it on them, I could wear it myself. I would transform into a sea king version of Tang Sung, engaging in delightful conversations with all manner of deities and spirits. I am truly a genius. Yet, truth be told, leveling up by slowly battling minor creatures is rather tedious. The recent pirates of the East China Sea seem to have taken an extended vacation, as I hadn't spotted a single one. My disguise fruit requires an audience to perform. Without spectators, whom would I entertain? I needed something grand. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. My hawk. Yes, the world's greatest swordsman. This individual is a lone wolf, and the demand for an audience is low. Perhaps even a passing seagull delivering a message could count towards my KPI. Moreover, considering the timeline, it was about time for Kleeky's unfortunate crew to be cut down. He would surely come to the East China Sea. Without hesitation, I activated my disguise fruit, embarking on a cosplay adventure. My hawk loading. My 40-meter great sword transformed into the black blade Yoru. My humble vessel morphed into his coffin. All set. To maintain authenticity, I needed to practice his flying slash. This was, of course, not true sword energy, but rather leveraging the length advantage of my 40-meter greatsword. As long as the angle was cunning enough. Who could discern the difference? To ensure I had an audience every day, I struck a deal with a delivery seagull, providing it with 10 small fish daily for a monthly subscription. It would come to watch me wield my great sword while delivering me newspapers. Remarkably, the effect was splendid. I felt as if I were nearing the realm of cleaving iron. Leveling up through exploits was exhilarating. As I pondered where to find Zoro, my future sword enthusiasts, To practice my skills, I used the door of all possibilities to borrow a sea chart from the Navy branch and headed straight for Siertsi Town. Now, here's where it gets absurd. That day, while cosplaying as Mihawk, I was at the ship's edge, letting loose and experiencing the thrill of the heights. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a greenish hurtling towards me and my vessel. I was momentarily stunned. In the vast ocean of all characters I could cosplay, I chose Mihawk and ended up encountering the real deal. The odds of this happening are surely lower than finding a devil fruit on the street. The real Mihawk froze in shock. You can imagine what he must have been thinking. Am I seeing another me in the East China Sea, urinating on my ship? As his blade swung my way, my survival instinct kicked in. Space pocket, activate. Maximum buoyancy. I assure you, the scene was akin to a human rocket launch. With the aid of a powerful water column, I shot off like a bullet. Mihawk's eyes nearly bulged. He had likely never witnessed such a spectacle and must have questioned his entire worldview. Thinking, is the water in the East China Sea radioactive? First, a severed hand from Hongfa, and now a jet-propelled Mihawk. This audacious maneuver instantly skyrocketed my prank value by over 40 points. Alice, standing nearby, offered her sarcastic commentary. Rest assured, he's just a primitive paddler. How could he possibly catch up to your technological rocket? My face was contorted by the wind, leaving me no time to respond. However, in my exhilaration, I failed to pay attention to my surroundings and, with a loud thud, collided with an unidentified flying object plunging into darkness. When I regained consciousness, I sensed that I was resting on something soft and bouncy. Drowsy, I dreamed of lying atop Nami's or Vivi's long legs, drooling in bliss. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with a face that could only be described as a plus-size version of beauty, Yalta, still in her plump form. I yelped and leapt back 8 meters, nearly taking flight. Calm down, calm down. I repeatedly urged myself. She is a hidden gem. A hidden gem. After consuming the slippery fruit, she would transform into a stunning beauty. An investment. I must invest. Instantly switching to persuasion mode, I approached her, showering her with compliments. Is this not the most beautiful Miss Yalta upon the seas? I had her utterly captivated. Then I produced a beauty-enhancing mirror, claiming it to be a wishing mirror. Through good deeds, she could transform into the 10-level beauty reflected within. This naturally led to her joining my adventure guild, and I suggested she change her name to Yalbed after her transformation, sparing me from PTSD when hearing her name in the future. After bidding farewell to Yalida, I considered that the main storyline was beginning. Luffy must be in Siertsi Town, and I needed to seize the opportunity. I neglected to tally my gains, but my prank value had accumulated another 55 points, prompting me to open a capsule toy. Lo and behold, I received a grand gift from Zillabu Village, a horn that makes boasts come true. This is tailor-made for Usopp. I assent it. Additionally, a Yandere pill that, once consumed by Koya, would transform her into a combat angel in seconds. How thrilling. And a spoon devil, specifically designed to restrain those with malicious intent, like Kuro. As I plotted how to distribute these items to my future employees, I accelerated my journey using water escape, finally arriving at Siertsi Town. In the distance, I spotted Luffy and KB perched atop the naval base's wall. As the saying goes, just as I was about to speak, I swiftly stepped forward and caught the little girl, Li Xiang, who was on the verge of falling. Luffy greeted me, saying, "Hey Trick, you made it." I placed Li Xiang on my shoulder and began to engage in conversation with KB, who aspired to join the Navy but was as timid as a rabbit. How fortuitous. I promptly produced a bottle of Coward Savior elixir and assured him that drinking it would make him fearless. This concoction seemed tailor-made for him. Once consumed, it transformed him into a formidable force. After all, the Navy wouldn't indiscriminately harm their own. It was all about fostering extreme growth under pressure. What transpired next resembled a cinematic spectacle. Luffy and Zoro clashed with Monk, while Balumabur aimed a gun at KB, who was paralyzed with fear. Then, in a moment of bravery, he tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle of elixir. What transformation? He pointed a finger at Balumabur, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours if I drink? Go ahead and shoot. I wager your gun is unloaded." The audacity of his demeanor could have made even Yin Shuangying, the renowned figure, hand him a cigarette. You cannot fathom how wild KB became afterward. Once Luffy departed, he unleashed a tirade in Luffy's direction, declaring his ambition to become an admiral and personally capture him. His performance was so convincing that the Navy was utterly taken in, and he was promptly enlisted. Subsequently, he relentlessly confronted anyone at the Navy base, becoming a devilish drill instructor, manipulating Balumabur with ease. Eventually, Carr came to inspect the base, and, upon seeing KB's prowess, decided to take him under his wing for further training. KB later became known as the Pimple, challenging even the admirals without hesitation. But those are tales for another time. As for me, I effortlessly persuaded Li Xiang and her mother to join the guild, even granting Li Xiang a small enhancement that augmented her strength significantly. Thus, I naturally boarded Luffy and Zoro's small vessel. I produced a ladder, leaving Zoro in awe, asking where I had acquired it. I claimed to be a magician, then conjured a large chicken leg and stuffed it into Luffy's mouth, tossing Zoro a barrel of liquor. These two clowns immediately regarded me as their benefactor. Just as I was concerned that these two navigational novices might be lost, Luffy was abruptly snatched away by a large bird, a classic reenactment. Zoro and I seized a few members of Buggy's crew as free labor to row the boat. Meanwhile, Luffy fell into Orange Town, coincidentally colliding with the pursued Nami. Luffy, oblivious to faces, saw Nami's orange hair and exclaimed, "Trick, why have you changed your dress?" Nami, bewildered, thought to herself, "Who is this fool?" Nami initially intended to use Luffy as a shield, but he unexpectedly invited her to join him as a navigator, referring to her as Trick's sister. Nami was taken aback, exclaiming, "I don't know this Trick. I despise pirates." Luffy countered, "I'm not a pirate. I'm the guild leader." Upon hearing guild leader, Nami's eyes lit up, and she immediately inquired, "He must be wealthy, right?" As you already know, Nami deceived Luffy into Buggy's clutches, where Luffy was imprisoned in a cage, and Buggy pressured Nami to fire the cannon. Just as the situation became dire, Zoro and I finally arrived. Zoro blocked the blade aimed at Nami, while I, with a splash of seawater, accurately extinguished the fuse of the cannonball. "You are aware of the subsequent events?" Buggy, feigning concern, asked, "How could my dear sister's hands be scalded? It would break my heart." Nami was left dumbfounded, pondering, "Is this a joke? What else with this identical face?" Zoro humorously criticized Luffy. "What are you doing? First, you get carried off by a bird, and now you're caged." Trick, completely disregarding Buggy, warned Zoro, "This clown is the one whom even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, could not defeat. Be cautious and do not underestimate him." Hearing the world's greatest swordsman invigorated Zoro. "Is that true? If I defeat this clown, I'll have a chance to face Mihawk." Buggy's underlings were awestruck. "Is the captain really that formidable?" Trick scoffed. "What formidable? He is merely a chop-chop fruit user. He can't be killed." Buggy, feeling affronted, retorted, "Who are you to know so much?" Trick ignored him and addressed Zoro. "This is your adventure. A 1T intervene easily." Zoro, internally doubtful, thought, "Is this guy really that strong? Whatever, I'll handle these minions myself." Thus, Zoro clashed with the clown, and as you might expect, he could not be defeated. Had it not been for Trick's warning, Zoro might have suffered a grievous injury. The sword-slaying nemesis, Buggy, was no trivial opponent. Trick found amusement in the situation. This serves as a sharpening stone for Zoro. Let us see if he can awaken any magical damage. Nami timidly asked, Could you release me now?" Trick reluctantly withdrew his hand, saying, "Ahem, nice to meet you, my dear sister." Nami looked skeptical. "Really? How can you be sure we are siblings? My parents were murdered by pirates when I was just a baby. I'm an orphan." Trick replied, "Isn't it obvious? We look exactly alike. We must be twins. I too am an orphan, raised in the Ikit Kingdom." He added, "You must also be from Ikit Kingdom, right?" Nami thought, "Oh, Belmare did indeed rescue me from Ikit Kingdom." However, she asked, "How did you know you had a sister? You were a baby too, right?" Trick internally panicked. "How do I convince her now? I'm not entirely sure we are siblings. The system hasn't confirmed it. Moreover, to be frank, he didn't wish to deceive Nami." fearing that being exposed later would lead to significant trouble. Thus, he had to pull out his trump card. Actually, I'm quite wealthy. Before he could finish, Nami's expression changed instantly as she hugged his arm, tears flowing like rain. Brother, you are my long-lost family. Trick was taken aback. Oh, the script isn't even finished yet. But seeing the yearning in Nami's eyes, he had no choice but to relent. Nami began to scheme. By the way, as twins, how can you determine who is the elder? Perhaps I'm your big sister. She continued, you're still young and naive. Having too much money can attract unwanted attention. Why don't I safeguard it for you? Trick felt a wave of annoyance, thinking, why does this sibling reunion reek of greed? He mused, what a deep-seated obsession with money my foolish sister has. He then pulled out a stack of berries, tossing them in the air, initiating a grand display of wealth. At the sound of Nami calling brother, the berries in Trick's hand vanished in an instant. Trick thought, this speed could rival that of a thief. Truly an assassin's template. Meanwhile, Zoro was still engaged in combat. Buggy could not injure him, nor could Zoro defeat Buggy. Luffy and the other minions were merely spectators. Trick couldn't help but chide, Luffy, what are you doing? Hurry up. You're a rubber man. Luffy slapped his forehead. All right, and squeezed himself out from the railing. Nami remarked, is he an idiot? I was just risking my life to save him. Trick teased Zoro. The sun is setting, and you still haven't finished him off? Luffy is about to attack. Zoro, infuriated, retorted, shut up. Today, I will surely defeat him. At that moment, the Beast Tamer Moji appeared with the lion Ricky, sending Luffy flying down to the town, and then followed suit. Kabaji rode in on a unicycle, declaring, you must be their accomplices. Look at me. Trick swiftly executed a kick, sending Kabaji flying. Not even the audience is spared. Get lost. Kabaji made his entrance only to exit immediately. Nami and the pirate minions were left bewildered, while Nami felt elated, thinking, is this suddenly appearing brother really that strong? I've hit the jackpot. I'll stick with him. The pirate minions feigned death nearby, too intimidated to provoke any conflict. At that moment, Zoro remained engaged in battle, while Luffy returned after defeating Machi, leaving Zoro feeling utterly powerless and breathless. Although the clown Buggy appeared to be in control, he began to panic upon witnessing the defeat of two formidable opponents. Luffy, Chopper, and Nami stood idly by, yawning, while the pirate minions had long since slipped away unnoticed. Zoro, resembling a defeated gambler, was on the verge of losing his composure. Eventually, unable to contain himself, Nami stealthily bound Buggy's scattered form, and Luffy dispatched the diminutive Buggy with a rubber rocket punch. For the first time, Zoro felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Next time, I will surely chop Buggy to pieces. Chopper interjected, all right. Go home and think about sword techniques that incorporate flame attacks. Zoro calmed down. That is indeed a possibility. Suddenly, the townsfolk surged forth, and Luffy boldly confessed to being a pirate, even knocking out the mayor. A throng of citizens pursued Luffy and his crew, only for a dog to leap forth and block their path. Chopper had a brilliant idea and said to Luffy, isn't that Shushu? Let's put this pet collar on that little dog. As a result, when Shushu donned the collar, it suddenly spoke, don't chase them. These individuals drove away the pirates from our town. Oh, I can speak. The crowd was astonished to hear a dog converse. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he placed the pet collar on himself, barking back and even mimicking the act of lifting his leg to urinate. Nami promptly delivered a punch, exclaiming, you idiot, before removing the collar and placing it on Shushu instead. Chopper, feeling embarrassed, remarked, does this pet collar have such side effects? It's best to use it cautiously, preferably with someone to prevent odd behaviors. After clearing the misunderstanding, the townspeople, along with the now conscious mayor, hosted a feast for Luffy and his crew. As they prepared to set sail again, Luffy was being scrubbed in the sea by Nami for leaving behind 5 million berries. Chopper quickly handed her a lollipop, saying, Nami, have this orange-flavored lollipop to calm down. Nami retorted, what? I'm not a child. Are you secretly some creepy uncle who lures kids? Luffy chuckled, haha. He really did recruit a child as a companion. Nami, taken aback, had no time to react before Chopper shoved the lollipop into her mouth. Instantly, Nami's body and clothes shrank rapidly, transforming her into an appearance resembling that of a 6-year-old. Chopper thought to himself, does the clothing change too? How marvelous! Luffy and Zoro widened their eyes in astonishment. Nami, looking at the suddenly larger Chopper, panicked. Hey, Eva shrunk. She flailed about, unable to escape Chopper's grasp. Luffy's eyes lit up. Chopper, how did you do that? Is it a devil fruit ability? Zoro commented, Luffy, your brother seems to have a lot of strange things. Nami, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, oh no. Someone help me. Chopper comforted her, haha. Don't cry. Little Nami, I've always wanted to see what you looked like as a child. Nami, feeling anxious, asked, can I turn back? This suddenly appearing brother feels rather peculiar. Chopper replied, of course. Then he began to playfully tease little Nami, saying, let me pat your head. Let me pinch your cheeks. Right on my head. I feel so good having a little sister. Chopper's brotherly affection was palpable. What a heartwarming scene of sibling reunion. Luffy and Zoro burst into laughter, while Nami scowled. I'm not a child. Luffy and Zoro, undeterred by Nami's lesson, each stuffed a lollipop into their mouths. Chopper mischievously grinned. Let us do it together. Soon, Luffy and Zoro also transformed into children. Zoro, with an angry expression, shouted, you idiot Chopper. I'll get you for this. Luffy cackled, this is so fun. I'm a kid now. Nami finally found some balance in her feelings as the four of them playfully tussled. The prank value accumulated to 10 points, with a balance of 15. Exchanging for a capsule toy, they found a pair of onion gloves. Chopper eyed the 3 small ones wickedly, thinking, could this be a tool to make someone cry? Little Nami and little Zoro exuded an adorable yet menacing aura, sensing Chopper's unwholesome intentions. Chopper's hair stood on end as he exclaimed, no, no. He then produced a pair of dodging shoes for Nami. Nami refused. What strange thing is this? You're trying to trick me again. I don't want it. Chopper, mid-sentence, found his hands empty. These are shoes that help you step on money easily. He continued, they can also help you fall to avoid sneak attacks, so be sure to protect your head when you fall. Nami looked disheartened, pondering whether to wear this peculiar item. In search of a ship to sail to the Grand Line, Nami guided everyone to a nearby island, the location of Zalubu village. Upon landing, Chopper accompanied the 3 little ones. Usopp, observing this peculiar trio, felt an odd sense of familiarity. He entered boastful mode, only to be swiftly debunked by Nami, as 3 little figures resembling onion heads, green pepper heads, and radish heads emerged from the bushes. The 2 groups exchanged bewildered glances. Usopp questioned, are you playing a pirate game too? Nami retorted angrily, you're the ones playing a pirate game. Usopp and the 3 little ones expressed admiration. You're so brave to set sail as pirates at such a young age. Nami and the little ones were at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp struck up a conversation about Yasabu, and everyone headed to the village for a meal. During the meal, Usopp dashed off to find Kaya, while Luffy and his crew, led by the 3 little ones, made their way to the villa in search of a ship. However, Chopper mysteriously vanished midway. Naturally, Luffy and the other children failed to secure a ship and were promptly expelled by the butler, Clabatel. The frail Kaya was resting alone in her room when a knock sounded. Kaya said, cough, cough, come in. The butler, Mary, entered and locked the door. Sensing something amiss, Kaya inquired, Mary? Chopper revealed himself. Hello, Miss Kaya, I'm Chopper. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kaya, feeling tense, asked, who are you? What do you want? I'll call for help. Chopper chuckled. You can scream all you want. It won't matter. Stay calm. If I had any ill intentions, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak. He then deceived her. I'm the president of the Adventurers Guild, and I once accepted a commission for your father. If anything were to happen to him, I'd be responsible for your safety. Kaya, agitated, asked, my father? Do you know my father? Chopper responded, Isipos Ido. He is one of my clients. Kaya replied coolly, I'm not in any danger at the moment, so I don't need special protection. Do you have any proof? Chopper glanced at the character database of One Piece in his mind and replied, your birthday is August 24th. Your blood type is F. Your favorite food since childhood has been seafood, and you have always been frail. He added, of course, anyone who does their homework could discover this. But to harm someone typically requires a reason, and protecting someone is not something every good person should do. Kaya gazed at Chopper, whose demeanor was angelic, and said, I'll trust you for now. But what do you intend to do? Chopper replied, I'm a magician with many magical tools. I also have another identity as a master of fulfilling dreams, having helped many achieve their aspirations. He then asked, what is your dream? Kaya replied with hopeful eyes, I wish to be healthy enough to walk outside. Chopper said, I have a pill that will help frail individuals easily identify ailments. When angered, it will unleash powerful combat strength, but it will become ineffective once your body is strong. He then produced a Pinocchio nose capsule toy and handed it to Kaya, saying, and here this for you. If someone is hit by it, their nose will shorten when they lie and lengthen when they tell the truth. This effect lasts for 3 days. He then departed. Kaya, puzzled, asked, why are you giving me this? The reason Chopper refrained from letting Kaya use the power capsule toy was, of course, to stir up trouble and see the combat potential of the frail pill. Moreover, the power only served to enhance strength. She could consume the pill first and then use the power capsule. Even if the effects of the pill were temporarily nullified after gaining strength, she could regain combat prowess if injured or ill, allowing her to turn the tables. Subsequently, Usopp appeared and revealed Kuro's nefarious scheme to Kaya. Kaya, incredulous, recalled Pinocchio's nose and hurled it at Usopp. Usopp, perplexed, inquired, what is that? He then continued to expound upon Kuro's conspiracy. Kaya was taken aback as Usopp's already lengthy nose began to elongate further. In a panic, Usopp exclaimed, my nose. Kaya challenged him, try telling a lie. It will revert. Usopp lamented, I am a fool. Yet his nose continued to stretch. Why is it still growing? Kaya fell silent, perplexed as to whether lying or speaking the truth would shorten his nose. She resignedly suggested, why don't you recount your tale of encountering the enormous goldfish? After some commotion, Usopp's nose returned to its original size. Usopp, anxious, urged, this place is perilous. We must leave. Kaya, concerned, replied, we can escape. But what about the servants and villagers? We must find a way to thwart Kuro. Behind them, the adorable voice of Nami chimed in. We can assist you in defeating the pirates. We will accept a ship as payment. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro had been searching for Churik and had not wandered far from the villa. Observing Usopp's frantic dash towards the villa, Nami surmised that something was amiss, prompting the trio to follow him and overhear everything. Kaya admonished, you are merely children. Do not jest. Hurry and leave. Usopp, visibly distressed, retorted, this is not the time for pirate games. Luffy, with an endearing determination, declared, I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Zoro coolly stated, I aim to be the world's greatest swordsman. Nami charmingly explained, regardless, those two are formidable. As for age, Churik mentioned the effects would last a day and revert by morning. Kaya inquired, Churik, is he the boy with orange hair? The trio exclaimed in unison. You have seen him. Where has that scoundrel gone? Kaya, holding her head, remarked, no wonder you all are so peculiar. He was here, but has since departed. The five then divided their tasks. Kaya instructed the servants to stealthily evacuate while Usopp and the trio went to intercept the pirates at the coast. That night, Kuro returned to the villa, finding it deserted, suspecting that his plan had been compromised, and concluded that he must eliminate everyone. Suddenly, Kaya's voice echoed, Ahem, Butler Clabatel, you have returned? Kaya intended to confront Kuro herself, thus had quietly returned. Kuro, astonished that Kaya remained, inquired, Oh, Miss Kaya, where are the others? Kaya calmly responded, I had them hide. I wish to know if you were responsible for my parents' deaths. Kuro replied, It appears you are already aware. You may now join them. Enraged, Kaya consumed a deranged pill and, with a sickly giggle, declared, You took my parents from me. From now on, you shall be my toy, belonging solely to me. Kuro, puzzled, thought, what an eerie aura. Is this really Kaya? What has transpired? Could the cause of her parents' death transform her in such a manner? Kuro swung his 10 slices claw towards Kaya, stating, I shall reunite you with your parents. Kuro was astonished to see Kaya, one hand wielding a fruit knife to parry his 10 slices while the other munched on an apple. And he questioned, What? Who are you? Kaya cannot be this strong. Kuro launched a flurry of attacks, yet Kaya remained unscathed, strolling leisurely. Kaya, coughing delicately, remarked, "How tedious. Is this all my toy can do? It is rather unamusing." She then turned to Churik, "And you, the orange-haired boy by the windowsill, do you desire to be my toy as well?" Churik pondered, "Will memory be temporarily lost? That does not seem right." He mused, "I will inquire later, but her fighting prowess is indeed terrifying. I lack the confidence to subdue her." Kuro had now employed silent steps, yet Kaya showed no signs of defense. Thus, Churik concurred, "Yes, I would love to be the gentle toy of Lady Kaya. You are my everything. We can do away with Kuro." Unbeknownst to him, such declarations to a deranged individual laden with intense possessiveness equated to a confession, binding him for life. He naively believed that once Kaya's ailment was cured, the deranged pill would have little effect. However, its potency was far-reaching. I tell you, the tides turned for Kaya. Meanwhile, the guild's roles were distinctly defined. Kuro, the former butler, had now become our star project manager, assessing task difficulties daily and delegating assignments to members. Lisha and her daughter operated adjacent to the Navy base, focusing on developing connections within the Navy and securing internal contracts. As for Kaya, she had become a full-time medical student, preparing to initiate a medical outreach across the East Blue Islands. However, complications arose with this outreach. In her quest to understand her deranged state, Kaya began engaging in reckless behaviors. She resorted to fasting, weakening herself significantly, and intentionally triggered her deranged persona. Whenever she felt on the brink of losing control, she would hastily consume food to replenish her energy. Family members would struggle to comprehend the perilous edge she walked. Eventually, her medical skills improved, allowing her to precisely control her weakness through medication, akin to managing health levels in a game. Over time, she discovered that to manage her deranged persona, she could not merely suppress it. She had to accept and integrate it. Yet, she remained unaware that the moment this deranged persona was born, my words of wanting her as a toy had shattered her defenses, causing her to view me as her exclusive plaything, with a confession-like implication. To her, my desire to be her toy signified possession. My insistence on rejecting Kuro implied exclusive claim over her. Was this not the epitome of a heartfelt confession? What a predicament it had become. Even in her normal state, Kaya began to occasionally cast glances laden with the desire to confine me, particularly when she was unwell or weak, sending chills down my spine. Later, during her studies abroad, some ill-fated pirates attempted to abduct her. What was the outcome? They were swiftly captured and repurposed as research subjects. I assure you, those pirates who managed to escape bore countless stitches, evading vital areas, yet leaving them riddled with ailments. Thus, a legend spread across the East Blue, never provoked the wrath of Lady Kaya. For the moniker deranged, which struck fear into the hearts of all villains in the East Blue. The scene shifted back to the Mary. I was desperately pestering Nami. "Nami, my dear sister, please allow me to sleep on the floor of your room. I would even settle for a hammock." The boys' quarters resembled a bioweapon zone, cramped, foul, and noisy, with Luffy causing chaos. The girls' room? That was Kaya's princess suite, extravagantly luxurious. Nami vehemently refused, claiming we lacked any blood relation. Seeing that soft approaches were futile, I resorted to a more assertive tactic, or rather, an enticing one. I cleared my throat, stating, "The rent is 10,000 berries a day." In the blink of an eye, Nami's expression transformed, her face brightening with a radiant smile. "Oh, esteemed guest, would you like me to pour you a drink? I also offer massage services, but that will require additional payment." I nearly spat out my drink, internally critiquing, "Sister, could you exhibit a bit more decorum?" Such talk of massages was undeniably suggestive. However, regarding finances, I thought her money is my money. I took a moment to check the system, receiving 40 points, leaving a balance of 68. I redeemed a series of capsule toys, leaving me with a balance of 8. Among the new items were a cockroach brain pill, intended for that Navy fellow Hoppity, which would result in a cockroach head emerging during meals. Quite revolting. There was also a lucky cigarette, perfect for Sanji. Additionally, 4 strength capsules, capable of boosting strength by 100, which were highly valuable. During those days aboard, I succumbed to laziness reclining on a folding chair under the sun, relishing Nami's welcoming service, until, with a loud bang, a cannonball was fired, jolting me upright. I suddenly remembered. The Sword God and Sword Saint are about to make their entrance. I shouted, "Stop! Halt! There are people on the reef." Luffy and Usopp turned pale with fright and hurriedly steered the ship to rescue the two. Upon seeing them, Zoro exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Johnny and Joseph?" Observing their condition as they were hoisted aboard, he felt they were on the brink of death. He recalled there was only one person suffering from scurvy. How could both of them seem near their end? Nami quickly fetched some limes, and after consuming them, the two revived almost instantly, brimming with vitality, only to collapse again moments later. Just as I began to marvel at their remarkable recovery, I retracted my earlier immature thoughts. The group deliberated and concluded that the ship must have a cook. At that moment, Johnny, feigning death, suddenly sat up like an NPC, summoning his last ounce of strength to call out, "The Northeast Bistro Bar Thai," before collapsing once more. I couldn't help but ponder whether this was the fabled phenomenon of world-line correction or merely an NPC's self-cultivation. Once these two characters fully recovered, they began to pour out their woes to Zoro. They lamented their recent misfortunes whenever they encountered pirates. The sight of them sent foes fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. Finding someone to fight was nearly impossible, and they were on the verge of starvation. I stood awkwardly by, feeling the discomfort of the situation. Nami, ever perceptive, immediately sensed something was amiss. "Why do you look so embarrassed?" "Not embarrassed. Not embarrassed." I frantically waved my hands. "Do you know something?" she inquired, leaning closer. I don't know. I quickly covered her mouth and promptly shifted the topic, feigning astonishment. "Ahem. Could it be that you two are the renowned bounty hunters of the East Blue? The Blade God Joseph and the Sword Saint Johnny?" Johnny responded, "Sword Saint?" Joseph added, "Blade God?" Zoro queried, "What is that?" I began to earnestly spin a tale. I heard from pirates that even the strongest of them kneel before the Sword Saint Johnny, and any pirate meeting the Blade God Joseph would meet their end with a single strike. The two were taken aback. Are we really that formidable? How come we didn't know? Zoro became intrigued, eager to test their newfound prowess. "You've grown stronger so quickly?" No, they vehemently denied. Seeing the moment ripe, I extended an invitation. "You two are far too modest. I formally invite you to join my adventure guild as core combatants. Excellent benefits await, including meals, lodging, and a base salary with commissions." Upon hearing this and recalling their recent hardships, the two broke down in tears, overjoyed to finally find their place. I seized the opportunity, presenting them with two swords. "This is a welcoming gift. This one is called the Etienne Sword, Johnny, and this one is the Dragon Slayer, Joseph. Remember, don't use them lightly unless absolutely necessary." The two gazed at the swords with reverence, unable to part with them. I also procured a letter of introduction from Zoro, suggesting they visit Shuangyue village for further training. They were moved to tears by the generous gifts and training opportunities. Most importantly, when I showed them photos of the maids in the guild, they felt as though their futures were secured. Though something felt slightly off, it no longer mattered. If they lived, they were guild members, and if they perished, they would be guild spirits. As we approached the sea bistro, a sense of trepidation washed over me, recalling the chilling gaze of Hawkeye from our last encounter. To err on the side of caution, I decided to avoid the commotion and seek out Nami's sister, Nojiko, in Kokoyashi village. Before leaving, I handed Nami a cockroach brain pill, instructing her, "Please do me a favor and secretly place this on the attacking Navy officer." Nami, intrigued, asked, "What strange gadget is this?" "Be careful. Unless you want to find a cockroach head in your meal, don't mess around," I warned. Nami's mischievous smile appeared. "Wow, that's disgusting, but I like it. How do I use it?" After explaining the usage, I felt a twinge of unease at her sly expression. "You wouldn't want to use it on me, would you?" "Of course not. You are my dear brother." She grinned, extending her hand. "The service fee is 1,000,000 berries, a fixed price. Do you take me for sheep to be slaughtered?" "Fine. Deal." I conceded, grumbling internally about her mercenary ways. After bidding farewell to the Straw Hat crew, I stealthily enchanted 4 Duriki Gasapon balls onto Johnny and Joseph, assigning 2 to each. There was also a nonsensical gasapon that could render a person devoid of desires. I mused that if only it could be split in half, it would be a formidable skill. I decided to give it to the seemingly more astute Sword Saint Johnny. I then set off in a small boat. At the Sea Bistro, a skirmish had indeed broken out. As soon as Nami entered, she saw Sanji battling the Navy Lieutenant Hobody, internally lauding her cleverness. Amid the chaos, she managed to slip the cockroach brain pill to Hobody. Soon after, Hawkeye pursued the Krieg pirates and arrived, allowing Nami to seize an opportunity to make a hefty profit, escaping aboard the Mary. Then came the iconic moment. Zoro challenged Hawkeye. Hawkeye, likely exasperated, probably wondered, what curse plagues the East Blue? First, a pervert spying on me, and now, a clueless weakling emerges. Zoro was swiftly defeated, prompting Johnny and Joseph to draw their swords. Luffy quickly restrained them. After Hawkeye dispatched Zoro, he turned to the two and said, "Draw your swords." Zoro attempted to protect them. They are merely ordinary bounty hunters. Johnny and Joseph dramatically declared, "Brother, if we perish, apologize to the guild leader for us. We will repay the guild leader's kindness in our next life." They stepped forward with great resolve, introducing themselves, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. I, the blade god Joseph of the East Blue. I, the sword Saint Johnny of the East Blue. Let us measure your worth. Hawkeye was left speechless. These two weaklings dared to call themselves sword gods? Joseph raised the Dragon Slayer toward the distant Hawkeye and swung it fiercely. Just as he was about to utter a threat, he found himself stunned. A terrifying sword aura, dozens of meters long, erupted forth, cleaving the sea open. Everyone present was astonished. Zoro was shocked, Johnny was dazed, and Joseph questioned his own strength. Am I really this strong? Hawkeye's gaze sharpened. That sword is problematic. Joseph swung again, unleashing another massive slash. He quickly realized and shouted at Johnny, "Johnny, you should try too. It must be the sword." Johnny swung the Etienne sword, but nothing happened, leading to an awkward moment. With determination, Hawkeye charged forward. Joseph swung his sword repeatedly, but the seemingly impressive sword aura was effortlessly blocked by Hawkeye. As Hawkeye approached, Johnny, in desperation, swung his sword downward. In the next moment, Hawkeye found himself at a loss. The instant the blade struck, his body became uncontrollable, and with a crash, he dropped his black sword, Yuru, kneeling on one knee, hands steadying Johnny's blade. The arena fell silent, gazes locked in disbelief. Hawkeye's mind raced. My body won't obey. What curse haunts the East Blue? The two remained frozen, while Joseph attempted to strike Hawkeye with the Dragon Slayer, only to find that Hawkeye's haki rendered it ineffective. Finally, Hawkeye broke the silence. Who are you? I'm a Sword Saint Johnny, a combatant of the Adventure Guild. Johnny answered honestly, inadvertently revealing my involvement. Upon hearing Adventure Guild, Hawkeye recalled the enigmatic figure associated with it. Listening to their exchange with Zoro, he cautiously asked, "Is your guild leader named Trick? You know our guild leader? I'm looking for him. Where has he gone? He left a few days ago, saying he was heading to the Grand Line to expand business." Hawkeye, sensing the peculiar nature of the situation, deemed further conflict pointless and proposed a truce. He withdrew his hostility, retracted his control, picked up Yuru, and swiftly departed, his retreating figure exuding a sense of untouchability. Once Hawkeye had left, Luffy and the others approached, confirming that indeed, it was my strange gadget that had caused all this. Luffy, ever curious, asked Johnny to strike him, and he truly found himself immobilized, able only to move his head, much to his delight. After defeating Kurik, Luffy and his companions set sail towards Kokoyasi village. Meanwhile, while navigating the seas, a notification from the system chimed again. To my astonishment, I received a bounty of 50 points from the Sea Restaurant. I redeemed a capsule toy and acquired several remarkable items: a hypnotic pocket watch, a hockey-enhancing sticker, a blade-breaking axe, the scapegoat hero, and a heavyweight Supreme Mermaid fishing rod. This fishing rod seemed custom-made for the evil dragon pirates. The blade-breaking axe was also commendable, designed to breach defenses rather than take lives. I planned to enchant it to enhance Koya's surgical scalpel, making it the perfect companion for research materials. As for the unfortunate Navy officer, Hoboti, ever since Nami had administered a drug to him, he had been suffering the indignity of finding cockroach heads in his meals daily, which was utterly revolting. He was demoted and earned the moniker Cockroach Hoboti. Ultimately, he was so frightened that he hastily applied for a transfer from the East Sea, becoming a spokesperson for the Clean Play campaign. On the other hand, Mihawk, sitting in a small boat, was on the verge of madness. He found the East Sea to be exceedingly strange and resolved to return to the Grand Line to slowly investigate the mysterious Adventure Guild and its president, Quick. At that moment, due to the presence of the Yandera witch Koya, the East Sea had transformed into a place that instilled fear in the hearts of villains. Koya's medical skills and combat prowess were growing at a terrifying pace, and the way she looked at me now resembled that of a child with their most cherished toy. Crocodile now held me in profound admiration, believing I was orchestrating a grand scheme to soon overturn the world. I had arrived ahead of time at the coastal waters of Koko Yasi village. I spotted the octopus Xiaoba fishing by the shore and devised a plan. I disguised myself as the evil dragon and instructed him to deliver a message to Mihawk, including a photograph of me disguised as Mihawk shooting a bird. Then, I would impersonate Xiaoba, sneak into Arlong Park, and use my spatial ring to collect all the nautical charts drawn by Nami and the treasures scavenged by the evil dragon. After accomplishing all this, I hurriedly sought out the evil dragon, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble is brewing." I saw Mihawk heading this way. The evil dragon was taken aback, and I seized the opportunity to flee, disguising myself as Mihawk while floating on a coffin lid, exuding an aura of cold indifference as I drifted towards Arlong Park. The evil dragon, witnessing my slow approach, broke into a cold sweat and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" I replied in Mihawk's voice, "I have heard there is a six-sword-style swordsman named Xiaoba, and I wish to duel him." The evil dragon, filled with trepidation, insisted that Xiaoba was unworthy. "Whether he is worthy is for me to decide. If he does not appear within 5 minutes, I shall slay one fishman every minute thereafter." As expected, Xiaoba was nowhere to be found. When time elapsed, I drew my black blade, Yuru, prompting the evil dragon to lose his composure and leap into the sea towards me. With one hand wielding the supreme mermaid fishing rod and the other brandishing my blade, I struck the water. The fishing rod was incredibly powerful, capable of forcibly enticing fishmen. The evil dragon was yanked toward my blade by an unseen force, sustaining a grievous wound to his chest. I then began to call out names, and one by one, the fishmen approached me willingly, as if entranced, rushing to their demise. The pile of fishmen heads by the shore grew ever higher, driving the evil dragon into a frenzy as he shouted for his subordinates to flee. Yet it was futile before the supreme mermaid fishing rod. Even if they swam into the sea, they would return willingly to meet their fate. After clearing out all the fishmen, I gazed at the crumbling evil dragon and, riding my coffin lid, departed slowly, leaving behind a parting taunt, "Enjoy the pain of living." The commotion at Arlong Park had frightened the villagers. I removed my disguise and stealthily made my way into the village, inquiring about Nojiko's residence. The villagers, noticing my striking resemblance to Nami, were filled with curiosity. I seized the opportunity to claim that I was Nami's twin brother, come to reunite with my family. A police officer named Jien escorted me to Nojiko's home. Upon seeing me, Nojiko was astonished, exclaiming, "You are related to Nami?" I launched into my prepared narrative, explaining that we had been separated by pirates during our childhood, and I had only recently learned that Belmir had adopted an orange-haired baby. Nojiko, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and exclaimed that Nami would be ecstatic upon her return. I looked at her with sincerity and declared, "You are Nami's sister, and thus, you shall be my sister too. Any difficulties you face, I shall resolve." "Wonderful." She promptly agreed, thrilled to have gained a brother. However, she quickly grew anxious, urging me to leave, insisting that when Nami returned, I must ensure her safe passage away. I reassured her, "Isn't your concern about that fishman named Arlong? When Nami returns, this matter shall come to a resolution." Upon hearing this, she became agitated, questioning how I knew about it and how much I was aware, stating that Arlong was not to be trifled with. In that moment, I perceived how burdened this sister of mine was, and I extended a finger to gently press against her lips, pulling her into an embrace. Do not speak. I know everything. She was momentarily taken aback, yet it seemed that a wave of relief washed over her. After all, with Belmir gone, Nami was not the only one enduring pain. Nojiko had been shouldering a heavy burden as well. My embrace conveyed a sense of security. Meanwhile, Nami had returned aboard her ship. Throughout her journey, her mind must have been tumultuous, torn between the joy of being with Luffy and the memory of how I, her pretend brother, had protected her. This time, she returned with a resolute determination, having gathered a sum of 100 million, intending to redeem the village and sever all ties with everyone. What do you think she saw? As her ship approached Arlong Park, she spotted a cluster of red spherical objects along the shore. Squinting, she leaned closer, and as the ship drew nearer, her expression turned to shock. Those were not balls, but a mound of fishman heads, stacked neatly. Her first instinct was to suspect the Navy, but that didn't align with their usual methods. Confused, she pondered whether to confirm Arlong's fate or check on the village first. Ultimately, her concern for the village prevailed, and she steered her ship homeward. Fortunately, the village appeared unscathed. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, I popped my head out from the rooftop, greeting her in the most mischievous tone. Well, if it isn't my foolish sister. I had been keeping watch from above to prevent her from rushing headlong into Arlong Park. Upon seeing me, she nearly lost her composure, shouting for me to leave, insisting that this was not a place for me, and claiming that she was not truly my sister, but had merely pretended to deceive me for money. I chuckled and asked her, "You still hope to use that money to buy back the village?" Realizing I had met with Nojiko, she must have been cursing internally, knowing that Nojiko had undoubtedly spilled everything while I bore her likeness. I added fuel to the fire, saying, "Oh, she is now my sister too. After all, what is yours is also mine." Her face flushed with anger, and she yelled for me to leave. Ignoring her, I insisted, "You must come with me." When we reached her doorstep, Nojiko joyfully greeted us, exclaiming, "Nami, you're back. This young man claims to be your twin brother, always watching the sea from above for your return." Nami, taken aback, softened her stance, likely feeling a twinge of warmth, and did not outright deny my claim. However, in the next moment, I transformed into Arlong right before their eyes. They gasped in shock, but I swiftly covered their mouths, whispering, "Do not panic. It's a devil fruit ability. Keep it secret." Nami's eyes widened, nearly popping out of her head as she exclaimed that after all this time, she had never realized I possessed such powers. She questioned my intentions behind transforming into Arlong. Without responding, I produced a transponder snail I had pilfered from Arlong Park and, in their presence, mimicked Arlong's voice to call the Navy's Captain Mouse. In just a few brief exchanges, I exposed the collusion between Arlong and Captain Mouse, revealing how they oppressed the villagers and even preemptively disclosing Arlong's plan to rip off Nami's 100 million berries. After hearing this, Nami trembled, uttering 2 words, "Bastard. Bastard." I followed up with a cutting remark. "Oh, my foolish sister. Only you would be naive enough to believe in a pirate's promises. Do you think the world operates like that simpleton Luffy?" I reminded her, "By the way, Luffy and his crew will likely be coming to find you soon." Only then did she come to her senses, asking, "What should I do? No, what on earth has happened on this island?" I recently witnessed a multitude of fishermen's heads along the shore. Nuo Chi Gao mentioned that the villagers could hear the roars emanating from a long paradise, suggesting another wave of ferocious pirates had arrived. I cleared my throat and remarked, "Cough, they cannot be that malevolent. After all, those are the scoundrels responsible for the demise of your adoptive mother. A swift death would be too lenient for them." Nami immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "How do you know they met such a swift end?" I scratched my nose and sheepishly replied, "Because I was the one who did it, Nanny." Their expressions mirrored that of encountering a ghost, jaws nearly dropping as they inquired, "You did that? Are you truly that powerful?" I responded modestly, just a tad. I informed them that Along had not yet met his end, as I had deliberately left him for Luffy to deal with. If he wished to recruit my beloved sister as a navigator, he ought to exert some effort. Nami remained apprehensive. Along is formidable. Can they truly defeat him? I thought, of course, if I so desired, I could scatter Along's ashes. Keeping him alive was merely to allow you both to vent your emotions and provide Luffy and the others with some experience points. No sooner had I spoken than a tremendous crash echoed from Along Paradise, and I swiftly led them towards the commotion. Upon arrival, we beheld Luffy and Sanji engaged in combat with Along, while Joseph had already been sent flying. Upon hearing Along disparaging Nami as a mere lowly human tool and admitting to killing her mother, Luffy exploded with rage and unleashed a barrage of blows. Eventually, the villagers arrived armed, and after a fierce struggle, Luffy managed to subdue Along. Just as the battle concluded, that rat-like colonel emerged, drawn by the scent of treasure, only to be driven off by our side. I contemplated dealing with that rodent, ensuring he would face repercussions later. As for Along, I had no intention of allowing him to perish. He must endure suffering. I promptly packaged him to present to Kuya as research material. That deranged sorceress would likely be overjoyed with her new toy. That evening, the village held a grand feast, a cacophony of drums and cheers. Nami sought out the doctor to have the tattoo of the evil dragon pirates altered. When I found her, she was barebacked. I said, "Nami, later you and Nuo Chigao should return home. There's a surprise waiting." I also managed to recruit the doctor as a registered member of our adventure guild. Nami, her cheeks puffed in indignation, exclaimed, "You too. Can't you see I'm still here?" I stuck out my tongue at her and made a hasty retreat. That night, upon their return home, they found me absent. I suddenly appeared, holding their heads, and commanded, "Close your eyes and reminisce about your most cherished childhood moments." I activated the memory projector, immersing them in reminiscences of their time with Belmare. Just as they were laughing joyfully, a gentle voice whispered in their ears, "Did you miss me?" As they were about to scream, I swiftly stuffed a lollipop into each of their mouths. When they opened their eyes again, they had transformed into two tiny versions of themselves. Belmare. The two adorable little ones rushed into my arms, crying joyfully. That night, I kept them company, listening to their stories until they fell asleep in my embrace, exhausted from their tears. The following morning, Luffy and the others prepared to set sail. The villagers at the port were puzzled as to Nami's whereabouts. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice called out, "Hurry up and set sail." Everyone turned in astonishment to see a little lowly version of Nami racing through the crowd towards the Mary. Her short legs were insufficient to reach the ship in a single leap, and she exclaimed mid-air, "Catch me, you foolish brother." I casually walked over, scooped her up, and leaped back onto the ship. Little Nami shouted to everyone, "Take care," as she shook her skirt, causing a shower of wallets to fall. The villagers on shore erupted, shouting, "You little thief, return our wallets. Feel free to come back anytime. How did you turn into a child? So adorable." Luffy rolled on the ship in laughter, while Sanji approached, his eyes alight with affection as he grasped Nami's tiny hand. I produced the remaining lollipops and jested, "There are 5 left, 1 for each of us. Should we form a children's pirate crew?" Zoro's face darkened, while Luffy and Usopp were brimming with excitement. However, little Nami delivered a series of playful punches, scolding, "You fools. Who will steer the ship if we all turn into children?" Remarkably, Nami bore no resentment towards me. After that night, she truly accepted me as her brother. On the ship, I received a call from Machi Nua, nearly causing me to drop my phone in surprise. She informed me that Yalata, that previously rotund woman, now going by the name Yair had not only joined the guild but had also become a saint, armed with the beauty mirror I had given her. She proclaimed it a wish mirror, stating that by doing good deeds with sincerity, one could have their wishes fulfilled. I was utterly bewildered. How could such a thing be true? Machi Nua then revealed that it was not just feasible, it was working beyond belief. Those who gazed into the mirror and beheld their beautified selves became frenzied in their quest for goodness. An elderly lady was carried across the street. Children from the orphanage were pampered until they became little chubby ones, and even dogs were attended to with utmost care. The most outrageous part was that Machi Nua claimed they genuinely appeared more attractive. Compliments poured in, and they grew more confident and radiant. This group even formed a cult named the Mi Lu Jiao, a play on the word mirror, venerating Yalada as their saint. And my humble mirror had become a sacred artifact. I cannot contain my laughter. What a bizarre turn of events. The surprises continued. Machi Nua expressed her foresight in purchasing vast tracts of land in Windmill Village with my funds. Now, due to this Mi Lu Jiao phenomenon, the population surged, and Windmill Village was on the verge of transforming into Windmill City, with land prices skyrocketing hundreds of times. I found myself suddenly worth billions. Who among my family can comprehend this bewildering fortune that has fallen upon me? I transformed into a figure of immense wealth. After ending the call, I gazed at the little Nami in the corner of the cabin and couldn't help but start grinning foolishly. Oh, my naive sister. If only you knew that your brother is now wealthier than nations. I wonder what expression would grace your face. To my surprise, little Nami looked at me with a shiver and remarked, "Foolish brother, are you up to your tricks again?" Ah, my guild has become increasingly abstract. The fighters I wish to cultivate are merely incompetent, all supported by mere rumors. Kuya, who aspired to be a doctor, has turned into a top-tier psychotic assassin. Yalada, who was once a mere ornament, has become a saintly preacher. Machi Nua, the receptionist, has transformed into a real estate mogul. This grand scheme I devised has become so convoluted that even I struggle to comprehend it. In the midst of our conversation, we arrived at Rogtown. I ponder how to orchestrate a grand spectacle at Roger's execution platform, trailing closely behind Usopp. When he inquired about my intentions, I replied, seeking new companions. As a result, he went off to purchase goggles, but a golden-haired lowly snatched the pair he had set his sights on. As Usopp chased after her, he spotted me conversing with a little girl. I held out some candy and asked, "Little one, where is your father? I wish to befriend him." The little girl retorted fiercely, "Do you think I'm a mere 3-year-old? Trying to lure me with candy?" She boasted, "My friend is the colonel of the Navy here." Goodness, such audacity at such a tender age. Usopp rushed over, declaring that he had spotted the goggles first, boasting that he was a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. The little girl feigned fear, scampering over to a nearby, cowboy-like gentleman, presenting the goggles as a birthday gift, and then promptly reported, "Daddy, that man was trying to kidnap me. That robber wanted to take my present." Usopp turned pale, hastily explaining himself. The gentleman, her father, Dottie, proposed, "Then let us settle this with a duel. If you win, they are yours." He then turned to me, "And you, kidnapper?" I awkwardly chuckled. Children speak without restraint. "I merely wish to meet you and discuss business." As I observed that fool Usopp was about to agree to the duel, I hastily called out, "Hold on. One is accompanied by a child, and the other is still quite young. Let us refrain from resorting to violence and comparing marksmanship." Usopp, as if granted a reprieve, nodded fervently. Daddy cast a glance at his daughter and concurred. When Daddy lifted his cloak to reveal 30 firearms beneath, Usopp's face turned pale, thinking how fortunate he was to have avoided a true duel. In my mind, it was as clear as day. This fellow was Daddy Mastarson, the strongest gunslinger bounty hunter in the East Sea. As the competition commenced, the target was a distant weather vane. Daddy fired a shot, causing the weather vane to spin rapidly. The pressure was entirely on Usopp, who launched a projectile from a slingshot, but the weather vane remained unmoved. Just as everyone presumed he had missed, Daddy exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible!" He hit the crown at the very center of the weather vane. Usopp was now feeling quite impressive, and Daddy promptly gifted him a pair of goggles, discovering that he might be the son of his old acquaintance, Yasu. The two began reminiscing. Bored, I amused myself by pinching Nami's cheek, only to receive a punch to the head in return. Observing our playful banter, Daddy inquired of Usopp, "Are they all your crew?" Usopp began to boast, "Yes. One is a money grubber, and the other is infatuated with girls." No sooner had he finished than both Nami and I delivered a swift reprimand to him. I cleared my throat, stepped forward, and began my formal introduction. "Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chue Ku, the founder of an adventure guild dedicated to—" Nami interjected with an exasperated expression, "You fool. You're at it again, trying to recruit." Daddy seemed to take note, albeit hesitantly, expressing concern that becoming a core member would entail accepting assignments, fearing encounters with troublesome individuals. I immediately switched to my Gold Star sales pitch. No. Currently, the East Sea is devoid of any formidable characters. We have nearly cleared them all from our guild's path. Moreover, we provide comprehensive logistical support with a dedicated guild academy, essentially a nursery, to care for, protect, and educate the families of core members. Even in the unfortunate event of your demise, we will ensure a substantial compensation package and dedicated guardians to raise your children. Our aim is to allow you to fight valiantly on the front lines while your family enjoys peace and prosperity in the rear. Besides, even if you only face minor threats, one never knows when they may encounter a formidable opponent, right? Not to mention, our guild offers extensive career development opportunities. You could even serve as a shooting instructor, teaching our future talents to wield a firearm. Surely, this is more promising than being a lone bounty hunter, no? You wouldn't want your daughter to follow you around, enduring hardships without any peers, would you? Just as I concluded, the young girl Carol clung to her father's leg, stubbornly declaring, "I want to be with Daddy. I don't want friends." My heart sank. This child was quite attached. However, her father, Daddy, proved to be more perceptive than I had anticipated. He gently patted his daughter's head and sighed, saying, "You'll grow up one day, and Daddy will age as well." Very well, I am mostly in agreement. But could you first take us to see your guild? Of course, that is no problem. I thought to myself, this seemed assured. I promptly opened a portal and said, "Let us proceed. I will take you to our temporary headquarters, the Windmill Town branch." Daddy gawked at the suddenly materializing door, exclaiming, "Is this the power of a devil fruit? A temporary headquarters?" I assure you, once they passed through the door, their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. What lay before them was not merely a headquarters, but a sprawling estate. The front featured an office building, while the rear housed an entire castle complex, complete with residential, commercial, educational, medical, and training facilities. Goodness, compared to this, even Harry Potter's Hogwarts would seem like an economical housing option. To be honest, I was taken aback myself. I'd only been away for a short while, and that spendthrift that landlady, had transformed the place into a town within a town. I had initially contemplated where to establish our headquarters in the future, and she had raised the standards of the Windmill Town branch to unprecedented heights. I had thought we might only construct a single building. Instead, she had acquired the entirety of Windmill Village. If our headquarters does not boast this level of grandeur, where would I, as the guild leader, be able to show my face? Daddy and his daughter were no longer concerned with such matters. Their earlier hesitations had vanished in a thin air. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they cheerfully followed Marquino to complete the membership formalities. From that moment onward, Rodtown lost yet another renowned bounty hunter, accompanied by a little tag-along. Having secured this father-daughter duo, I wasted no time returning to Rodtown, with my sights set on the next target, the beautiful chef. The culinary competition should have just concluded, and I needed to swiftly intercept that stunning chef who had competed against Sanji, Carmen. After inquiring with passers-by for directions, I hurriedly dashed forward. Alas, it seemed my days were consumed with either recruiting others or racing to recruit them. Moreover, I still had to squeeze in time at the execution platform, as the clown buggy would likely be unable to attend due to my prior recruitment of Yalata. Thus, I would need to personally handle the execution of Luffy, while simultaneously executing my grand plan. Upon arriving at the competition venue, I found that Sanji had emerged victorious, and Carmen was preparing to leave. "Miss Carmen, wait," I exclaimed, intercepting her in a single bound. She looked at me with a quizzical expression. "Who are you?" I immediately donned my most sincere smile and replied, "Hello, I am Chu-A-Ku, the president of the Adventure Guild, and I would like to invite you to join us." "The Adventure Guild?" She clearly recognized our name, but added, "But I am merely a chef." "Ah, one must not speak in such limited terms." I began my performance. "Our guild encompasses a myriad of ventures, and we certainly require a top-tier chef to anchor us. While Sanji may be considered a peripheral member, he spends his time traveling with the Straw Hat crew. We need someone who can be a permanent culinary deity." I rambled on, my throat growing dry, contemplating how I must have Marquino print some promotional materials, or else my voice would soon be rendered hoarse. However, Carmen remained hesitant, stating, "The benefits are appealing, but I cherish my freedom and do not wish to be constrained. Perhaps I could start as a registered member?" Well, it seemed that I needed to pull out all the stops. I lowered my voice and spoke with an air of mystery. All blue. Have you heard of it? The legendary sea. It is the very place that Sanji dreams of finding. That is merely a legend. No, I interrupted. Our guild aims to create an all blue through our own logistics system. She was taken aback by this notion. Create? How could that be possible? Preserving ingredients is an immense challenge. None of this is insurmountable. I began to dream big, tossing around high-tech jargon with ease. We could utilize devil fruit abilities, like the Yuki no Mi, for rapid freezing and preservation. We could enlist Vegapunk to clone a horde of Machi no Mi users to establish a swift delivery service, enabling global air transport. Think of spatial teleportation, artificial cultivation, and a multifaceted approach. Who among us understands? These individuals squander their golden opportunities, using devil fruits for combat rather than their true potential. These are the keys to success. The more I spoke, the more fervent I became, my mind racing with ideas. Then, our guild could establish an all-blue franchise restaurant chain, opening branches worldwide. You would be the chief technical officer, responsible for developing recipes and setting standards. Just imagine people across the globe savoring the dishes you create. Your name would resonate across the seas. Carmen's eyes lit up, shining like two spotlights. Really? Absolutely. Although we are currently in our infancy, I am about to expand our operations into the Grand Line. The future is promising. Seizing the moment, I asked, what do you say? Shall we visit the headquarters right now? Right now? Wouldn't we need to book a ship to Windmill Town? Not at all. Just gather your belongings, and we will arrive shortly. I promptly opened a portal in her room, leading directly to the VIP lounge of the Windmill Town headquarters. As Carmen and her two assistants emerged from the door, laden with an array of culinary tools, their jaws nearly dropped upon witnessing the opulent hall and the seemingly endless architectural wonders beyond the windows. The trio appeared as bewildered as country bumpkins entering the city, their mouths watering in astonishment. Subsequently, I found myself sidelined as they eagerly followed Ma Chi-Nual, bombarding her with questions, having completely forgotten about my presence as the president. Observing this scene, I fell into deep contemplation. Why should I waste words? I could simply unveil the guild's grandeur and be done with it. Clearly, establishing a lavish guild has its merits. Nevertheless, in order to fully impress this esteemed chef, I decided to showcase my culinary prowess and prepared a dazzling dish worthy of a true culinary master. Upon tasting my creation, Carmen was left astounded, clinging to my arm and expressing her desire to become my apprentice. Feeling the softness of her touch, I once again pondered my strategy. Had I known that letting my cooking do the talking would suffice, I wouldn't have had to utter so many words. Reluctantly, I withdrew my arm, declining her request for apprenticeship, but promising to offer guidance when time permitted. Rogue Town now had 3 more missing persons. Having secured Carmen's admiration, I hurriedly made my way toward the execution platform, panting heavily. My legs felt as though they might give out under the strain. Looking up, I indeed spotted Luffy grinning foolishly atop the platform, while the Navy shouted out below. Without the clown buggy present, it seemed I had to take matters into my own hands. Concealing myself in a secluded corner, I disguised myself as Buggy, snatching up a pair of shackles. In a swift motion, I teleported behind Luffy and snapped the shackles around him, then plopped down on the ground, seated atop the shackles. Luffy, bewildered, asked what was happening. Straw Hat, do you remember your Uncle Buggy? I said in a lowered voice, you can't move now. Prepare for a grand public execution. How glorious it would be to perish alongside the Pirate King. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy shouted back. The Pirate King? I scoffed, observing the gathering storm clouds and realizing that Dragon must be arriving soon, signaling it was time for my grand speech. Having mentioned the Pirate King, I decided to unveil a sensational revelation regarding One Piece. The moment I uttered those words, the crowd erupted in excitement. What? The secret of One Piece? He visited Raftel? Reporters converged on me like cats sniffing out fish. Smoker restrained the eager Dasbones, wanting to hear what I had to say. Clear my throat, I began to weave a tale. In truth, One Piece harbors a secret that Roger never disclosed. Raftel is a cursed island, The treasures within its vault can only be claimed by those with pure hearts. You vile pirates, stained with blood, are utterly unworthy. Unless I won't listen. I won't listen, Luffy shouted, covering his ears, until I landed a punch that silenced him. The crowd murmured in disbelief, and I pressed on. Don't believe me? Let me reveal the truth. Captain Roger fell ill because he claimed the treasure, cursed, and ultimately surrendered. Moreover, he left behind a child. What? The crowd gasped in shock. And his crew, First Mate Rayleigh, cursed to live as a penniless slave in Sabati Archipelago. Dr. Kureha, condemned to eternally guard Twin Cape. Kazuki Oden, cursed with the loss of his wife and children. Douglas Bullet, imprisoned for life and impelled down. I divulged a fabricated history of the Roger Pirates, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Smoker began to ponder his existence. Only red-haired Shanks and I, having never set foot on the island, escaped this fate. Hence, Shanks' fervor for doing good and cleansing his soul was all in preparation for claiming the great treasure. My intent in revealing this secret was to urge you pirates to show restraint toward civilians, as a way of honoring Captain Roger, ensuring his curse doesn't befall his child. I silently added, once Ace is executed, wouldn't that validate my claims? Truly, I am a genius. Want one piece. Then from today onward, strive to be a good person. I raised my hands high and proclaimed loudly, now, let me execute this aspiring pirate king, drawing a conclusion to this chaotic era of pirates. Just as my blade was poised to descend, a thunderous clap echoed through the air. A bolt of lightning struck the execution platform, igniting in flames and causing its collapse. Luffy emerged unscathed from the inferno, while I, the clown buggy, was obliterated into ashes. The crowd stood in shock. Smoker gazed at Luffy's smile, murmuring, just like Roger from 22 years ago, before commanding, all Navy personnel, surround all pirates. Chaos erupted as the Straw Hat crew seized the opportunity to flee. Smoker was thwarted by Dragon's intervention, a whirlwind dispersing everyone. When the winds settled, Luffy and his crew found themselves at the ship's edge, collectively making their escape. Where's Chirk? Have you seen Chirk? Nami exclaimed, frantic upon realizing my absence. Didn't he board the ship? Luffy was equally distressed. We must go back and get him. Fool! Going back now would mean certain death. Nami insisted. Dialing my snail phone, but it was futile. The guild also reported that I was missing. Upon hearing from Sanji and Zoro about my speech at the execution platform and recalling my demise due to lightning, Nami quickly deduced the truth. That buggy was me. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face as she pressed for confirmation that I was truly gone. After receiving an affirmative response, the only family connected by blood she had left could no longer be held back, and her tears flowed freely. At that moment, amidst the ruins of the collapsed execution platform in Road Town, the rain continued to pour. Countless tiny droplets began to converge frantically at a single point. Before long, a figure slowly emerged, resembling the false buggy. I was filled with dread, realizing how close I had come to actual death. I had thought I could evade harm like the original buggy, but the lightning summoned by Dragon was of a different magnitude, disintegrating me to atomic form. Fortunately, my 9 years of compulsory education allowed me to recall atomic structure, and with sheer subconscious effort, I managed to piece myself back together. The worst part was Dragon's hurricane, which nearly swept away my atomic fragments into the sea. Just as I reassembled, exploring the potential of my newfound atomic state and whether I could achieve nuclear fusion, a voice suddenly echoed from the rooftop. Indeed, you are not dead. Startled, I looked up to find Dragon. This guy's observation skills were uncanny, able to detect my presence. Clear in my throat, I continued in Buggy's tone. Ah, it is the revolutionary Dragon. You nearly took my life just now. How do you intend to settle this score? Dragon's expression was grave. Your ability is remarkable. I sensed a terrifyingly unstable energy. Is that the awakening of a devil fruit? A mere illusion. Just an illusion. I hastily replied with a chuckle. Dragon chose not to press further, instead stating his purpose directly. I wish to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, I was utterly taken aback. What was this? After attacking me, he wanted me to become his subordinate? I retorted, "You can't just decide that. I am not someone you can simply recruit." To my surprise, Dragon narrowed his eyes and confidently asserted, "You are not Buggy the Clown." My heart skipped a beat, but I maintained my composure. I split my body into several pieces and countered, "Does this not prove it? I am Buggy." Internally, I was bewildered. How could he see through me? Was his observation ability so extraordinary that it could perceive my very soul? Long disregarded my initial remarks, embarking instead on his reasoning display. I must say, his demeanor was reminiscent of the illustrious Detective Conan. He meticulously enumerated his points. Firstly, the words uttered on the execution platform concerning the virtues of benevolence are hardly the musings of a pirate. They bear a striking resemblance to the recent rhetoric of that so-called Mithraeus sect. Secondly, I had not detected the presence of a formidable figure such as yourself upon the island. You seem to materialize at the execution site out of thin air. Thirdly, and most crucially, the Buggy I am familiar with does not possess your level of strength. Moreover, your devil fruit power feels entirely dissimilar to his fragmented abilities. He then gestured dramatically, akin to Shinichi Kudo, and delivered his concluding remarks. Thus, the truth is singular. You're not Buggy, rather, you are the leader of the Mithraeus sect, the president of the Adventurers Guild. At that moment, I was utterly flabbergasted. Who on earth are you? Is a Revolutionary Army's intelligence network truly this formidable? They are almost stripping me of my very essence. I can only maintain my bravado. What are you talking about? Mithraeus sect? What guild? I do not comprehend. Suddenly, Long flashed a mischievous grin, attempting to intimidate me. Stop feigning ignorance. I have been monitoring your transformation all along. President of the Adventurers Guild, Trike. I was momentarily petrified. So, you actually witnessed my transformation. After all that deduction, you thought it made you seem astute, didn't you? Fine. Since the cat is out of the bag, I shall cease my charade. I transformed into a wisp of dust and suggested, "Let us converse elsewhere." Long must have been overjoyed, thinking he had outsmarted me. In the next instant, we found ourselves upon the rocky shore. I dispelled my disguise, and he spoke first. "Greetings. I am Monkey D. Long, leader of the Revolutionary Army." I too must assert my presence. Clearing my throat, I mimicked his formality. "Greetings, I am Trike, president of the Adventurers Guild." I must say, Long's expression momentarily faltered, as if pondering the absurdity of my name and the P family. A Long name exudes grandeur, albeit the surname sounds a tad ridiculous. Long quickly regained his composure, gazing at my youthful visage with sincerity, and extended another invitation. "Mr. Trike, your guild's philosophy closely aligns with our objectives. I hope you will consider joining our Revolutionary Army." I shook my head firmly. "No, we are far apart. The disparity is quite normal." Long grew anxious. "Yet fundamentally, we both aim to overthrow the celestial dragons and establish a world devoid of oppression." I chuckled and posed a soul-searching inquiry. "After you overthrow the celestial dragons, how can you ensure that you will not become the next batch of celestial dragons?" Long asserted that they would establish a supervisory mechanism. I retorted, "Who will supervise those who oversee? Power, once unchecked, breeds increasingly bloated institutions, culminating in corrupt conglomerates, leaving the common folk to suffer." He grew slightly agitated. "The individuals we select possess unwavering beliefs. What about their descendants? Can beliefs be inherited?" My words left him momentarily speechless. The ancestors of the celestial dragons, 8 centuries ago, might have begun with aspirations to create an ideal nation. Unchecked power is in itself a breeding ground for corruption. Long fell silent, eventually managing to articulate, "But doing nothing is surely worse?" Allow me to illustrate. I decided to impart a lesson on the concept of dimensionality reduction to him. I explained that this world resembles a vast prairie where grass represents resources. Sheep symbolize the populace, and wolves denote the ruling class. When sheep proliferate, the grass becomes insufficient, leading to starvation. When wolves multiply, the sheep are depleted, and the wolves too face hunger. This brutal cycle of hunger and warfare maintains a bloody equilibrium. The endeavors of your Revolutionary Army essentially aim to replace the current pack of greedy wolves. However, As long as the paradigm of wolves preying on sheep persists, it will not be long before new wolves emerge, perpetuating this gruesome cycle. Long's expression grew increasingly grave as I had struck a chord with him. He inquired earnestly, "How can we resolve this? Do you have any ideas?" Quite simply, I snapped my fingers. If reducing the number of wolves proved challenging, let us find ways to increase the grass. In other words, augment resource supply and enhance productivity. I elaborated that the technological advancements in this world have been misallocated. Devil fruits have all been utilized for combat, a sheer waste. The magma fruit could be used for land reclamation, the ice fruit for cold chain logistics. And the meatball fruit is a veritable delivery miracle. As for technology, while everyone focuses on developing lethal weaponry, no one considers how to construct larger fishing vessels or devise efficient agricultural techniques. Long's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he still had reservations. But if resources increase, wouldn't the gold in the sky also multiply? Wouldn't exploitation become even more severe? Enhancing productivity is merely the first step, aimed at creating the opportunity for transformation. I continued, "Throughout this process, our Adventurers Guild must not act overtly, but rather subtly. We should transform piracy into a legitimate profession and convert combat capabilities into productivity. By entwining our interests with the Navy, we can ensure they become beneficiaries, thus dissuading them from acting against us. This is what we call a strategic, indirect approach. Once our guild becomes sufficiently powerful, holding the economic lifeblood of the world, we will possess the leverage to negotiate with the world government. At that juncture, we shall unite various factions, convening a genuine world conference to establish a world alliance. Through deterrence and negotiation, we will curtail the privileges of the celestial dragons and abolish slavery. We will delineate the number of ruling classes and the tax thresholds for each nation. Any transgressors will face intervention from the alliance. If the rulers falter, they shall be replaced. In times of disaster, the alliance will provide assistance. We will compel the kings of the world to engage in healthy competition, rewarding those who treat their citizens well with growth and prosperity." Long appeared utterly spellbound, completely captivated by my vision. After much contemplation, he queried, "How can we ensure that this world alliance reaches consensus? What if the three parties engage in disputes? Thus, we require a tripartite balance of power." I revealed my final trump card: one seat for the world government, one for our Adventurers Guild, and one for your Revolutionary Army. "Are you interested?" "Of course," Long exclaimed. I promptly doused him with cold water. "Alas, with your current strength, you are not yet qualified. For a tripartite balance to succeed, each faction must possess the power to overturn the table. Your current small-scale revolutions leave behind mere ruins. As soon as the Navy arrives, they will be flattened, leaving the common folk to endure the consequences. You must develop cutting-edge combat capabilities to subdue the formidable pirates of the New World. Only then will you earn a seat at the table." I patted his shoulder, teasing, "We shall also be vying for those resources. If you do not act soon, you will be left with nothing." Long's expression fluctuated between shades of blue and white, clearly struck by my words. Yet, he is a person capable of great deeds. After a prolonged silence, he bowed deeply before me. "Your insights, Mr. Trike, are more enlightening than a decade of study." I waved my hand dismissively. "We are comrades, albeit on different paths. My next destination is Alabasta to conduct an experiment. Feel free to visit." "Certainly." Long smiled, even requesting that I take care of Luffy, admitting he is not a competent father. I internally scoffed. After all, Luffy is the protagonist. I would be more of a benefactor than anything else. Yet, I humbly replied, "Not at all. I am still quite weak, lacking even the ability to harness hockey." Long regarded me with a complex gaze, likely pondering the enigma of a youth so articulate in strategy. After bidding farewell to Long, I transformed into dust and returned to the tavern in Rogtown. Goodness, this ability is truly exhausting. I promptly opened a portal and returned to Koya's villa. Upon entering, a soft, fragrant body pressed against me, and Koya's voice whispered in my ear, "Did you miss me? My favorite toy." Startled, I exclaimed, "What are you doing? This feels like a scene from a horror movie." She giggled, clinging to my neck, her possessive tendencies resurfacing. I quickly shifted to business, instructing her and Kira Battle to monitor a certain gang member named Bartolomeo in Rog Town and secure his shield fruit. Subsequently, I planned to take Koya to learn medicine from Roger's ship doctor, Dr. Kurokas. Having arranged the tasks, I picked up a telephone bug and dialed Nami's number. As soon as the call connected, Nami unleashed a torrent of words. Foolish brother. You're still alive. Why couldn't I reach you? Is that clown Buggy behind this? I quickly replied with a playful tone. Oh, I almost died. My little heart is still racing. You must comfort my wounded soul later. To my surprise, Nami's voice turned teary as she exclaimed, Fool! Fool! I was taken aback and promptly inquired about their location, promising to arrive shortly. After hanging up, I turned around to find Koya gazing at me with an ambiguous expression, sweetly suggesting, How about I comfort your wounded heart? I'm a doctor after all. I cleared my throat and enveloped her in a warm hug, whispering, Fellow patient, let us encourage each other. Then, I swiftly activated the any door and slipped away, leaving Koya blushing and covering her face. After arranging for the two of them to establish a guild base in Roga Town, I boarded a small boat, preparing to meet Nami and the others. Initially, I contemplated using my spatial pocket to propel myself forward, but suddenly an idea struck me. Why not disguise myself as a dragon and simply fly over? I tested it out, and indeed, I could only accelerate by controlling the wind. Elemental transformation was not possible. Nevertheless, liberating my hands was quite enjoyable. Just then, a system notification chimed in, announcing that I had received 70 points in mischief value. With the previous points combined, I eagerly spent them to draw from the capsule machine. X-ray sniping scope. I exclaimed in delight. This was a divine artifact. I was thrilled, and my excitement was palpable. I quickly donned it to test its capabilities, only to find that it could not see through clothing. It could only penetrate inorganic materials like stone and metal. I pondered seriously, recognizing its significance as a divine tool that should be reserved for the female snipers in our guild. I wouldn't let those stinky men have it. I also drew a cute backpack that could store living creatures and transform into various adorable doll shapes. I tried it out and instantly turned into a cuddly little Nami doll, then morphed into Hancock's pet snake wrapping around me. It was simply delightful. While I pursued the Straw Hat crew, my impersonation of Buggy had already spread like wildfire across the world, thanks to the newsbirds. The entire sea was abuzz. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, was so excited that he nearly lost his feathers, exclaiming this was monumental news. On Shambadi Archipelago, the Dark King Rayleigh was bewildered in the auction house. He had initially intended to sell himself for some drinking money, but the newspaper's exposure of his identity had skyrocketed his worth into the billions. The auction house owner was begging him to collaborate, suggesting he could continue returning for selfies, promoting sustainable development. Rayleigh thought to himself, well, there's my drinking money. For the sake of world peace, mainly the drinking money, this selfie king was a done deal. In Ueno, Kaido scoffed after taking a swig of sake. A curse? I commit suicide daily and can't die. What is there to fear? On Cake Island, Big MOM was preoccupied with thoughts of whether there was anything delicious in Roger's treasure trove. On the Whitebeard ship, Marco held a newspaper, worried that Ace's identity might be exposed. Meanwhile, Ace himself was at sea, questioning his life while holding the newspaper. Red-haired Shanks was equally perplexed, wondering what nonsense Buggy was spewing. The one who suffered the most was the real Buggy. After finally reuniting with his crew, he was bombarded with questions from them holding newspapers. Captain, is there really a curse on One Piece? Buggy felt a pang of despair, but, for the sake of his pride, forced himself to admit, indeed, I confess, I am a crew member of the Pirate King. That curse is real, but I'm not afraid. At Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku listened intently to Smoker's report, his brow furrowed, sensing the world had become a perplexing place. This is utterly ridiculous. He mused. Could Buggy be the ultimate undercover agent sent by the world government, putting on a grand act of benevolence to prevent pirates from discovering Raftel? But then he reconsidered, realizing the world government had never acted humanely. The very notion of them cleansing souls and doing good was more magical than any of the 4 emperors announcing their retirement. However, this situation appeared to be a tremendous boon for the Marines. Just as Sengoku's mind was in turmoil, the telephone bug on the table rang. Upon answering, he was met with a voice so commanding it could choke a person. It was the Gorosei. Sengoku, what is the situation regarding the One Piece curse? Was no one apprehended in Roga Town? Upon hearing this, Sengoku quickly reported, Gorosei-sama, it appears that Buggy was directly transcended by heavenly thunder. Perhaps the curse has manifested. He recounted the chaos that ensued in Roga Town. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by an elderly voice filled with uncertainty. Did the revolutionary dragon attend? What does this have to do with them? Sengoku felt utterly speechless. How could he explain that the son of the marine hero Garp was there to witness his recently bountied grandson? This family was truly a black hole for the Marines' KPIs. Yet the Gorosei were unconcerned about this. Another voice decisively stated, regardless, this situation is advantageous for us. Immediately confirm this curse. I immediately understood their intentions. These old foxes were scheming. Just think about it. Which notorious pirate has clean hands? With the emergence of this curse, it could easily deter a large wave of aspiring pirates. As for the smaller fry, they were of no concern, for they were not robbing the celestial dragons. Roger's surrender had embarrassed the Marines, but now, admitting he perished due to a curse would yield greater benefits. Yes, they would publicly deny it, yet discreetly spread the information, allowing it to become an urban legend. Furthermore, they would investigate all of Roger's former crew to ascertain the truth behind this curse. After Sengoku hung up, Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression was grave. The Gorosei are also uncertain about the truth. This matter increasingly resembled a trap. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a buzz in his head. Previously, he thought Rayleigh was a bit deranged for willingly becoming a slave to be auctioned off for drinks. Now, he wondered if he too had been driven mad by the curse. And that Barrett, who went wild after Roger's death, biting everyone in sight, could also be a side effect of this curse. They could inquire about Crocus at Twin Cape, but he had not left that desolate place since returning, making verification impossible. Tsuru added, isn't that rascal Garp in the East Blue? Have him check it out while he's at it. Sengoku slammed the table. And his grandson? Tell him to hurry and bring him back. Tsuru cleared his throat. He'll probably let the Pacific Ocean flow freely. Not a single one of them was reliable. Sengoku fumed, his temper flaring. At that moment, Tsuru shifted the conversation. Admiral, aside from the buggy incident, there has been another major news story in the East Blue. An organization called the Adventure Guild is expanding like a virus and is now completely trending. The Adventure Guild? Strangely enough, not only pirates can join, but many of our Marines have secretly registered as well. Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged out. What? Marines and pirates in the same organization? Were they planning a year-end party? The situation was complex, but honestly, it could be a tremendous boon for the Marines. Tsuru cleared her throat and began to explain this peculiar organization. Let me tell you, this guild is an absolute monster. Although it accepts pirates, it also takes on contracts to eliminate those vicious pirates causing mayhem, significantly reducing the Marines' pressure. Moreover, they provide re-employment training for the remaining pirates, forcing them to become guards, handle transportation, mine, and engage in infrastructure, effectively transforming a group of outlaws into workers. The most astonishing part is their service called Bang Bang Express. Before embarking on their missions, the naval vessels of the East Sea are required to strike their hulls with wooden planks, producing a resounding echo. Following this, a throng of agents rushes forth, delivering pre-packaged escort services and entrusted messages. The naval branch has profited immensely from this, alleviating any concerns regarding military funding. Numerous sailors on leave have taken to accepting private jobs, while retired veterans are being re-employed at high salaries by an organization known as Exine Donghai, where they serve as instructors, imparting skills in navigation, cooking, and combat, thereby amassing considerable wealth. It is said that some even use burlap sacks to carry their earnings. The advertising for Exine Donghai has spread virally throughout the East Sea, employing a repetitive, brainwashing strategy. Can you believe it? A young girl with orange hair, clad in overalls, dances in the streets while promoting a makeshift ball made from nautical charts, singing a catchy rap. Which institution excels in nautical skills? Exine Donghai is the strongest. A red-haired man named Zyankasi recently returned to the East Sea for a family visit, found himself coerced by his wife, Ma Chinua, into chanting slogans at the dock. This year, we are not recruiting. We only accept students from Xian Donghai. It is rumored that he has since been dubbed the principal rather than the red-haired for emperor. Even that old rascal Garp, donned in a canine mask, was seen shaking his fist and shouting. If a child misbehaves, it's likely they're doomed. Xian Donghai training, strict instructors specialized in correcting troublesome behavior, all for a few free rice crackers and donuts. Admiral, he became increasingly animated, proclaiming that this organization is like a super patch for our Navy. Military funding, veteran resettlement, and pirate reformation, issues that have plagued us for decades, have all been resolved. Truly a genius. They even established a sect called the Mithriya Church, prompting nobles to engage in charitable acts. The East Sea is rapidly transforming into a paradise. Sengoku was left utterly dumbfounded. Nobles engaging in charity? Who founded this organization? Surely, it cannot be some overly virtuous individual. Intelligence reports indicate that it is a youth named Tsueka, hailing from the Windmill Village. Windmill Village? Upon hearing this name, Sengoku's blood pressure spiked. Could it be another descendant of Garp? This seemed both plausible and implausible. Admiral, he wore a conflicted expression as Tsueka claimed to be the half-brother of Ma Chinua, who is rumored to be the partner of the red-haired Four Emperor and had a romantic entanglement with the Mountain Bandit King. Garp is quite familiar with her, suggesting that Tsueka might well be Garp's adopted grandson. Regardless of romantic entanglements, Sengoku immediately seized the phone worm and dialed Garp. Just how many monsters does his family produce? One son in the Revolutionary Army, one grandson aspiring to become the Pirate King, another aboard Whitebeard's ship, and now a guild leader has emerged. Is his family intent on ruling the world? When the call connected, Sengoku wasted no time. Mosha. Garp, how many grandsons do you have at the East Sea? Garp, on the other end, appeared bewildered. 2. Oh no, it should be 3. 3. Sengoku's heart raced. Could one of them be named Tsueka? Tsueka? I don't know him. Then who is the other? A boy named Sabo, who seems to have been killed by the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons? Sengoku felt a jolt. The revelations were overwhelming. He quickly rephrased his inquiry. You endorse this training institution, and you don't know who the owner is? What endorsement? Free donuts and rice crackers. Oh, that one. Garp immediately brightened. This institution was established by my new grandson? Quite impressive, showing filial piety. What a revelation. Sengoku was rendered speechless. Just then, nearby, KB overheard the name Tsueka and timidly interjected. Admiral Garp, are you referring to a boy with orange hair? You know him? Yes. I encountered him in Shellstown. He claimed to be a friend of Luffy. He also said he is a master of dream fulfillment and helped me overcome my cowardice. However, he seems particularly fond of playing with children, not sparing even their mothers. Silence fell on both ends of the call. Admiral, he stepped in to ease the tension. He may be an orphan, having lacked maternal love since childhood. Sengoku quickly reassured himself. Yes, that must be it. He must despise pirates, which is why he does so much good for the Navy. He issued a strict command to Garp through the phone worm. Garp, you listen closely. If you encounter this Tsueka, do everything in your power to recruit him into the Navy. Any conditions are negotiable. Positions below Admiral are up for grabs. While Sengoku was dreaming of becoming the rice cracker admiral, the true protagonist of our tale, Tsueka, was leisurely cruising on his small boat across the sea. Suddenly, he spotted a flock of seagulls circling in the distance and hastily adjusted his vision scope. To his astonishment, it was none other than the quirky girl Abisi, sprawled on the verge of sinking in a dilapidated ship, rolling her eyes as if in eternal slumber. Tsueka swiftly maneuvered his boat alongside, checked her pulse, and confirmed she was still alive. Without hesitation, he retrieved her aboard his vessel, but the girl was drenched and unresponsive. Tsueka quickly stripped off her soaked outerwear and wrapped her in a large towel, cocooning her like a silkworm. Once secured, he scanned the horizon with his scope and soon pinpointed the location of the Mary. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling his small boat forward like a speedboat. On board the Mary, Usopp was peering through his binoculars, It seems a large fish is racing towards us. Upon hearing this, Luffy became ecstatic. A big fish. Time for a feast. Watch this, rubber harpoon. Sueka could only watch in disbelief as Luffy's harpoon snagged his cocoon companion, inadvertently sending the sleeping Zoro into the sea as a makeshift buffer. As Sueka leaped aboard the Mary, he immediately delivered a sharp knock to Luffy's head. You fool. If it weren't for this child's resilience, you would have killed her. Nami, glancing at the cocoon and then at Sueka, looked suspicious. Who is this child? Where did you find her? I picked her up at sea, Sueka replied, retrieving a set of children's clothes from his spatial pocket. Nami, please help her change. The others exchanged glances, their expressions quickly shifting. Why do you have children's clothes on you? Something seems off. Clearing his throat, Sueka declared with feigned righteousness. I am simply a kind-hearted soul who cannot bear to see children suffer. It is perfectly reasonable to carry a few sets of clothes for orphans. Upon hearing this, the group was moved to tears. Wah. Sueka is truly a good person. We misunderstood him. Nami entered with the clothes, but soon emerged exasperated. You idiot brother. Explain why you brought overalls. Do you wish to shrink me down and have me dance and rap again? Sueka calmly extended a finger. 1,000,000 berries endorsement fee. Perform once on each island. Cash up front. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into berry symbols. Deal? It's just a rap dance. I can make you bankrupt. That evening, the crew gathered in the kitchen for a meeting. Abisi, lured by the aroma, awoke and froze in shock upon hearing Luffy declare himself the captain of a pirate ship. Seizing the opportunity, Sueka sat beside Abisi, gently stroking her head, and began his long-prepared performance. Let me tell you, this child is named Abisi, and she is quite formidable. Sueka began narrating, explaining how she leaped from a mast of a naval vessel to save an old dragon, and survived the fall. She is also a user of the whisper fruit, capable of communicating with animals. The group was left astonished. How do you know all this? Because Sueka inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming profound. Abisi is actually the reincarnation of the Lich King Arthas, the master of the frozen throne. It was I who, guided by divine revelation in a dream, came to lead her back to her rightful place. What? Luffy's eyes sparkled with wonder. That idiot brother is at it again. Nami sighed in exasperation. Sueka, unperturbed, began weaving a bedtime story, recounting the ancient times and the heroic deeds of Arthas, who rode a 1,000-year-old dragon, wielding the 7-star holy sword, leading the Lich army to conquer vast lands. He spoke of Arthas's death and reincarnation, chosen by the whisper fruit, and that this reincarnation is Abisi. To save you from the vast ocean is a divine calling. This is a fated encounter. Sueka US spoke with increasing fervor, proclaiming that your former comrade from 1,000 years past, Qin Yanlong, is summoning you. Your cherished sword, Qixing Shengjian, awaits your return. O king, return. Abisi was momentarily taken aback, her clear yet naive gaze questioning. Am I truly the reincarnation of Ersasi? Absolutely. Sueka asserted with unwavering conviction. Thus, your excellency Abisi, join my adventurers guild and lend me your strength to save the world. Very well. As long as you assist me in bringing Lord Long home, I shall join. Sueka instantly produced a horn and blew it with great vigor. Why the sudden horn blowing? Nami inquired. To summon Qin Yanlong. Soon, a horde of dragons will arrive. Even Luffy grew excited, exclaiming, Sigu E, Qin Yanlong, Wiao Wang. Subsequently, Sueka waved his hand, officially commissioning the Straw Hat Pirates. Escort Qin Yanlong home. Nami kicked aside Luffy, who was still eager to uphold camaraderie, and approached, rubbing her hands together. I'm the guild liaison. What is the commission? We will be facing the Navy. 500,000 Bailey, starting price. Deal. Nami immediately turned to Abisi. Where to now? Yunji Dao. Lord Long is there. In the deep of night, Nami quietly asked Sueka, what you just said, it's all a deception. ISNT it? Sueka grinned mischievously, guess. You better not lead a child to her doom. Nami exclaimed in frustration. What if she is devoured by a sea king? That is hard to say, Sueka murmured. Perhaps the future ruler of the world is indeed her. The following morning, The Merry-Go was indeed pursued by a naval fleet. Amidst the chaos, a sudden gust of demonic wind swept the ship away from danger, but it also propelled them into the doldrums. "We're doomed," Nami cried in despair. "Row the boat." "Brother, use your water abilities." "Calm down," Sueka replied with a smile. "A BCS beast army is on its way." "The beast army?" The others looked puzzled. "Fools! We are in the doldrums, the lair of the Sea Kings," Nami nearly shouted. Only Lu Fei, with innocent enthusiasm, looked at Abisi and said, "Perfect, Abisi. Can't you ask the Sea Kings to take us away?" Let me tell you, that little girl was completely stunned, stuttering out, I can't." Nami, infuriated, exploded, yelling at her brother, "You fool. Do you actually believe her?" Just as her words fell, the entire sea seemed to quake as a multitude of colossal Sea Kings surfaced. The Merry-Go was lifted into the air, and we felt like mere toys on the ship. Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out as he trembled, saying to Abisi, "Your previous life was truly impressive. You command such a horde of monsters." Sanji echoed, "What power this must be! The king of humanity, terrifying indeed." Even Zoro was left speechless, remarking that even a swordsman of great renown would be troubled by such beasts. Nami was on the verge of tears, clutching her brother's arm, pleading, "Think of something. If all else fails, use that door." Her brother, looking grave, replied, "No, the ship is unstable, it won't work." In that critical moment, Abisi suddenly fell into the water, and with a swift shave and moonwalk, her brother rescued her in an instant. Abisi, still bewildered, asked, "Can you fly?" Her brother calmly responded, "It's the Navy's 6 styles. I will teach you later." And then, you won't believe it. This little girl, gazing into the nostrils of a Sea King, had a flash of inspiration and declared, "Let us pluck its nose hairs." I was utterly stunned. Pluck nose hairs? What kind of operation is this? Oh, I understood. This was to make it sneeze and propel us out. Family, who understands this logic? It's utterly bizarre. Without delay, her brother instructed Luffy to extend his arm and hold on to him, and he flew over with the BC. The others on the ship were left dumbfounded, shouting, "What are you two doing? That creature will sneeze." In the next moment, the two successfully executed their plan and were pulled back aboard by Luffy. Shortly after, the Sea King prepared itself, culminating in an earth-shattering sneeze. The Merry-Go was launched out of the doldrums like a cannonball. When we regained our senses, we found ourselves back in normal waters, with the Navy having vanished. Usopp collapsed on the deck, panting, "I thought we were done for." At this moment, her brother did not forget to flatter Abisi, addressing us, "See, this girl is quite reckless." She suggested plucking nose hairs. A true adventurer, once a hero of humanity. Nami shot him a glare. "Courage is true courage, but I suspect you may actually lead her to her demise." Afterward, things went smoothly, and we finally reached Yunji and Dao. Under a BCS guidance, we first visited her grandfather's home for some buns, then headed straight for the cave where Qin Yinlong resided. The problem arose. The massive dragon could not fly. How would we get down the mountain? Nami suggested, "Let us make a cart." Her brother waved his hand dismissively. "No need." He then produced what could only be described as a doll-shaped backpack resembling Nami. Nami's face turned green immediately, pointing at the backpack. "You plan to stuff a dragon in this tiny thing? What kind of twisted humor is that?" Abisi found it quite adorable and even reached out to touch it. Her brother cleared his throat and began his performance. To fit an elephant into a refrigerator, it takes 3 steps. We shall fit Qin Yinlong into this backpack. It's the same. He first transformed the backpack into a doll resembling Luffy, then stretched the doll's mouth wide, grabbing the dragon's tail and stuffing it inside, finally snapping it shut. I must say, the sight was incredibly bizarre. A Luffy doll backpack, bulging with a gigantic dragon head protruding from its mouth. Luffy, watching with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Wow, it looks just like me. Can I do that too?" We were all utterly astonished, wondering what kind of devil fruit ability this was. The following morning, we set off with the backpack dragon. However, as soon as we hit the sea, the naval fleet was upon us. Her brother, upon seeing this, instructed us, "You all go ahead." He then used his water escape technique to fly into the air, backlit, disguising himself as a mercenary named AI-like aboard the opposing ship, unleashing a barrage of scythe wind blades at the Navy vessels. Dozens of wind blades struck, severing the masts of their ships and causing them to stall. The real AI-like was left dumbfounded, while the Navy admiral mistakenly believed he was behind it, nearly leading to a mutiny. Meanwhile, as we sailed on, Lu Fei suddenly shouted, "Look ahead!" Before us, the sea surface appeared like a mirror, and, as the ship sailed into it, we vanished completely. Nami and Usopp screamed in terror. Crossing through that barrier, we found ourselves surrounded by mist and storms, and at the center of the tempest lay an island. Her brother exclaimed with excitement, "Finally found it!" Upon landing, her brother declared, "This place is isolated from the world, unmarked on maps, and will serve as our guild's secret base." Nami looked skeptical. "This desolate mountain. We can't even sail a ship in here." Her brother, beaming with pride, responded, "Exactly. It must remain hidden. If anything happens to the guild, personnel and vaults can be relocated here." Upon hearing the mention of a vault, Nami's eyes lit up, but her brother quickly pushed her away. "Don't pry. You all go scout ahead. The sooner you return, the better." With that, he vanished, using the door to return to Fengshijun to arrange for construction with Makino. He said to her, "I found a secret stronghold called Longji Dao, arranged for people to develop it. Oh, I brought back a child named BC, a whispering fruit user, who will become our strongest beast tamer, able to converse with sea kings. You must help me play along." Telling her she is the reincarnation of a hero, Makino was left dumbstruck. This child can't be a fool. Can she? Her brother, maintaining a serious demeanor, painted a grand vision. She will be the star of our guild. Our transportation venture will rely on her. Upon our return from the island, we discovered that Yunjian Dao itself was a dragon's lair. A chaotic battle ensued when the Navy attacked, and we engaged them, while the mercenary AI-like attempted to seize the dragon's bones, ultimately falling to our might. My brother captured AI-like, and subsequently engaged in negotiations with the remaining Navy, deftly shifting the blame onto the deceased Admiral and AI-like, while promising to support their rise to power and to shoulder the battle losses, leaving the Navy utterly bewildered. Once the matter was resolved, Luffy extended an invitation to Abisi to join us at sea. Although Abisi was tempted, she insisted on staying to guard the dragon's lair. My brother shook his head disapprovingly, exclaiming, TSK, your vision is too limited. If you wish to protect them, you must accompany them, understand them, and become a dragon keeper, rather than languishing here for a millennium." He then launched into an elaborate pitch about being a dragon knight and a lich king, leading the dragon horde in search of new habitats, leaving the young girl utterly spellbound. Luffy seemed to possess an uncanny ability to comprehend animal speech, stating that the old dragon had already given its consent. Sensing an opportunity, my brother immediately raised the stakes. "Actually, there's a better way. Join our guild, where we provide sustenance and shelter, allowing the millennial dragons to undertake transport tasks. Abisi, you shall serve as the administrator, and I guarantee that no one will dare to covet the dragon bones." He painted a grand vision. "Just imagine, in the future you will communicate with sea kings, paving the way for windless routes. You will truly be the transport emperor." The wild child, unable to resist such persuasion, immediately agreed with wide-eyed enthusiasm. My brother then emphasized, "To grow stronger, one must learn." He took her back to the guild headquarters, entrusting her to Machino. The most astonishing part was when my brother presented Abisi with a curriculum reciting arithmetic, language, physical fitness, common knowledge, first aid, science, biology, history, geography, politics, swordsmanship, marksmanship, combat, culinary arts, navigation, wilderness survival, special operations, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance. Midway through, Abisi's face turned pale as she clung to my brother's leg, crying, "But I am just a child. Please let me go." My brother, with a heart of stone, firmly responded, "No. Education must start from a young age. A strong child leads to a strong guild." It became clear to me that he had endured the rain himself, and thus wished to tear others' umbrellas apart. Ultimately, he used the prospect of taming sea kings without attending classes as bait to keep the young girl steady. Before departing, my brother playfully patted Abisi's head 5 times, claiming it was to awaken the primordial power within her, and then he slipped away. Upon my brother's return to the ship, we were prepared to surge towards the upside-down mountain. Just as we descended from the summit, we encountered an obstruction ahead, which turned out to be a whale, one larger than the island itself. Nami screamed in panic for us to steer away, while Usopp exclaimed that the ship's rudder was broken. Luffy intended to fire the cannon to slow us down, but my brother took his place at the helm, producing a red wolf's frying pan. He assumed a baseball stance and swung at the massive whale. With a resounding crash, the whale let out a wail and was sent flying. I swear I heard it cry that it would return. Zoro was left dumbfounded. Has Chucker become this strong? Just as we exhaled in relief, my brother remarked, "It will return." No sooner had he spoken, a gargantuan mouth emerged from beneath our ship, swallowing us whole. Nami grabbed my brother's collar, shaking him frantically. "You are still laughing, you foolish brother?" When we regained our senses, we found ourselves in an artificial environment before a small island. An elder on the island, with great authority, dispatched a giant king octopus before sitting down to read the newspaper. My brother, recognizing the unfolding plot, leaped into the depths, claiming he was going to find someone. Luffy, enviously trailing behind, shouted, "Chucker is flying again. Teach me to fly too." The elder, named Colokas, suspected us of being Navy traitors upon witnessing my brother's mastery of the six forms. However, Luffy, in his naivete, blurted out, "My grandfather is a Navy officer." We were all left in shock. Colokas wore an expression that suggested he had expected as much. While we surrounded Luffy, bombarding him with questions, my brother returned, cradling a blue-haired beauty named Vivi in his arms. Sanji immediately went wild, lunging at her and shouting, "Get your filthy hands off her, let me," only to be kicked aside by my brother. Colokas explained that the two had come to hunt Labu, the whale that had swallowed us. Just then, Labu began to collide with the Red Earth continent. After Colokas administered a tranquilizer, Luffy absurdly suggested dismantling our ship's mast to negotiate with Labu, only to be sent flying by my brother, followed by a collective beating from all of us. Ultimately, it was my brother who took the initiative, launching into a recruitment pitch for Colokas. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the president of the Adventure Guild, and I would like to invite you and Labu to join us." Just as Colokas was about to refuse, my brother dropped a bombshell. The former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Mr. Colokas. Our guild has an extensive intelligence network that can help Labu find its long-lost companions after 50 years. Colokas, skeptical, was met with my brother's persuasive words. "Surely you do not wish for Labu to continue crashing into walls, ending up battered and bruised? If it joins our guild for transport, it can swallow cargo ships and deliver them directly to their destinations, traversing windless zones, unafraid of pirates, and achieving the pinnacle of whale life." When Colokas expressed concerns about the dangers of windless zones, my brother calmly explained, "Labu is already large enough, and our guild is developing windless routes, having explored safe passages and made arrangements with certain sea kings for passage. When the time comes, equipping Labu with sea stone will ensure its safety." However, the old man remained unconvinced, continuing to fret about what would happen if Labu encountered danger. My brother, at a loss, suddenly darted to the side, muttering to himself. I leaned in to discover he was opening a mystery box. With a mischievous grin, he spent 300 points to grant Labu an upgrade. A plethora of items appeared on the screen, including Love Brain Chocolate that makes one fall in love and a Scion capsule that boosts powers to unimaginable levels. But the piece de resistance was a pill called the Amplification Pill. My brother's eyes lit up as he cradled the small pill and dashed back. Clearing his throat, he began his performance for Colokas. "Ahem, old man, to demonstrate our sincerity, our guild has decided to present this miraculous medicine," holding the pill in his palm. He spoke extravagantly. "This item allows Labu to change its size freely by 100-fold. When enlarged, it will be 100 times its current size. And which sea king would dare provoke it on the Grand Line? When shrunk, it can transform into an adorable little creature, navigating the tiny waters of Upside-Down Mountain as if sliding down a slide, going wherever it pleases." Colokas regarded him with skepticism. "What is this? A devil fruit? Certainly not," my brother vowed, with Nami fervently nodding in agreement. Indeed, our guild possesses an array of remarkable items. This is merely standard practice. With the old man on board, it was time to win over the whale. My brother donned a collar around his neck. No misunderstanding, this was not some peculiar play, but rather a device that enabled communication with animals. And he began conversing with Lebu in whale language, though I could not comprehend. The gestures of flapping fins and nodding heads suggested a bond was forming. Before long, they were practically sworn brothers. When Lebu heard it could shrink to search for its companions while working, it readily agreed. Wasn't this the dream of every worker? My brother promptly administered the amplification pill to Lebu. Seeing Lebu acquiesce, Colokas could only sigh. Very well, but it may feel a bit lonely. My brother reassured him. Lonely? In the future, a line of medical students will queue up here to advance their studies. Just don't find it bothersome. Moreover, Lebu will regularly pass by here delivering goods, so you will have the chance to accompany it on its journeys. Upon hearing this, the old man began to hesitate, muttering about how Buggy had cursed him, forbidding him from leaving Twin Cape at will, lest calamity befall him. My brother, feeling awkward, could only chuckle. Ahem, that was many years ago. Buggy himself has said the curse must have expired by now. Nami, stifling laughter, looked as though she might burst. Colokas squinted at my brother, likely suspecting we were up to something, but ultimately chose to ignore it. Matters were settled when my brother suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. I must go pick someone up." With that, he produced a portal and vanished in an instant. Kurokas's eyes nearly bulged out, while Nami calmly waved her hand, saying, "You get used to it." In the next moment, my brother materialized at the base in Rogtown and sought out the steward, Kirabatel. "Where is Koya?" he inquired. "President. Miss Koya has personally gone to keep an eye on that fellow named Bartolomeo," came the reply. "Still no sign of the fruit." "Never mind. Just provide me with the location, and I shall go myself and perhaps bring her back to mentor her." After asking for the address, he vanished once again, leaving the steward hesitating, likely pondering, "President, I hope you still remember Miss Koya." My brother searched high and low atop the harbor rooftops, growing increasingly frustrated as he could not find Koya. However, he did spot Bartolomeo engaged in a heated exchange with a punk girl, adorned with spikes and wielding two machetes, sporting a smoky-eye look. The scene was bewildering, a vivid portrayal of the latest 2025 cyberpunk fashion. My brother stood there dumbfounded, gaping at the girl as if questioning whether he had wandered onto the wrong set. When the girl turned and saw him, her fierce demeanor instantly transformed. With a shriek of honey, she flung herself at him, wrapping her arms around him, her big, watery eyes blinking adorably. Although my brother winced at the sharp spikes digging into him, he recognized that familiar scent. This was undoubtedly Koya. Internally, he lamented, "Where is my innocent young lady? How did a simple mission turn her into this wild child?" Yet, he smoothly embraced Koya's waist, saying, "Darling, why are you here quarreling with riffraff? Kulme, let us return home and enjoy some melon." With that, he swiftly whisked her away, leaving Bartolomeo and his band of followers in utter disarray. Once in a secluded alley, Koya snuggled against my brother, explaining, "Honey, this outfit is for the mission. It helps me claim territory and find the barrier fruit more quickly." He felt another prick from her spikes and promptly pushed her away, saying, "All right, enough of the theatrics. We need to move. I've arranged for you to meet a renowned master, the ship's doctor, the pirate king, top tier." "You're the best, honey," Koya exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his neck. As they traversed the portal back to Gemini Cape, Nami turned just in time to see my brother emerge with an attractive girl, leaving her momentarily stunned. Koya, however, wasted no time and enveloped Nami in a bear hug, planting a kiss on her neck, sending a shiver down Nami's spine. "Who are you?" Nami asked, bewildered. "How rude. This is Koya. Nanny." Nami's jaw nearly dropped as she yanked on my brother's collar, demanding, "What have you done to her?" Usopp and the others soon gathered around. Sanji was already swooning, while Luffy found her outfit incredibly cool, and Zoro scrutinized the two machetes with a contemplative expression. Usopp, failing to recognize her, was left speechless as my brother facepalmed and declared, "This young lady is indeed Koya." "What nonsense!" exclaimed the Straw Hat crew in collective shock. Usopp was utterly petrified. Koya, exuding an air of leadership, began addressing each of them. Weakling Usopp, you're still alive? Scabbard Swordman, Straw Hat Luffy, long time no see. Zoro's expression darkened immediately. While Luffy corrected, it's Straw Hat, not Scabbard. Sanji, flattered by a compliment, fainted from a nosebleed. Usopp, overwhelmed by the implications of being called a weakling, turned pale. Kuroka's interrupted this commotion, pointing at Koya and inquiring, is this the medical student? Yes, yes, my brother eagerly affirmed. She is well versed in human anatomy, pharmacology, and toxicology, wielding a scalpel as deftly as if slicing through melons. Kuroka's grimaced at the sight of the machetes at Koya's waist, questioning whether they were indeed surgical instruments, but still invited her inside for an examination. Moments later, Kuroka's burst out, looking as if he had seen a ghost, grabbing my brother and exclaiming, a genius, a once-in-a-century talent. Your description of her was far too modest. She exceeds me in many aspects. The group was once again astounded. Koya sauntered out, nonchalantly proclaiming, oh, it's nothing special. Being a medical student just requires a pair of hands, right? Dissect a few corpses, concoct some poisons and antidotes. Those in the know understand. These words sent chills down everyone's spine. Usopp looked at her with fear in his eyes. Vivi and Mr. Nine felt that compared to her, they were mere innocent lambs. My brother could only feign ignorance, fully aware of Koya's notorious reputation in the East Blue as a deranged sorceress. Notorious for capturing pirates for vivisection experiments, truly the bane of villains. Just then, Zoro, having hit a nerve, stepped forward with fervor, challenging Koya. You're a swordswoman as well. Let us have a duel. Have you lost your mind, Zoro? Usopp protested, and Sanji was ready to kick him. Can't you feel it? Zoro's expression was grave. The bloodlust and aura of death surrounding her. It's as if she has emerged from hell. Come on then, Scabbard Flow. Koya licked her lips and approached the open space. Just as Zoro positioned himself for his three-sword style, before he could even finish naming his technique, Koya was upon him. I tell you, I could barely comprehend what happened next. All I heard were a series of metallic clangs, sparks flying. Zoro was knocked back repeatedly, utterly overwhelmed. Within 3 seconds, the blade in his mouth flew away with a clang, and the swords in his hands were sent flying with a couple of strikes. Zoro collapsed to the ground, his face one of disbelief. His attack had been too elaborate, and Koya sheathed her machetes, casually picked up a steel needle, and disdainfully remarked, first, learn to grip your sword tightly, Scabbard Flow brat. The crowd fell silent, stunned into speechlessness. My brother, however, noticed the detail and pulled Koya aside, whispering, have you lost your mind? Stabbing yourself near the heart? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Oh, honey, you still care for me. Koya teased, playfully squeezing her chest. Just thinking of you makes my heart race, and my battle prowess soars. It's the sting of love. My brother was at a loss for words, resigned to caution her against recklessness in the future. Meanwhile, Zoro had risen from the ground, his resolve only strengthened by the encounter. Subsequently, Koya remained at Gemini, Cape to study under Kuroka's. My brother left her a pet collar for easier communication with Laboon and then sent the weeping, reluctant ABIs back to her lessons. Before departing, Koya donned the collar, mimicking a puppy to charm my brother, nearly melting him with her cuteness. He hurriedly boarded the Mary and set off with the Straw Hat crew toward their next destination, Whiskey Peak. As the ship entered the Grand Line, the weather transformed dramatically. One moment it was clear skies, the next a blizzard descended. Luffy and Usopp engaged in a snowball fight on deck, while Nami searched the cabin for us, only to discover that Vivi and I were missing. At that moment, in Nami's room, don't do that. I'll scream. Go ahead. Scream your lungs out. No one will pay you any heed. I had just boarded the ship and immediately cornered Vivi, intending to intimidate her with a wall push. However, she genuinely screamed for help, prompting me to cover her mouth. You really are calling for help. Miss Wednesday, or rather, Nefertari Vivi, Princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. Upon revealing her identity, Vivi's eyes widened in terror. I released my grip, smoothly removing her hair tie, causing her long blue hair to cascade like a waterfall. Goodness, her beauty was instantly unleashed. I admired her for a few moments, sensing the atmosphere growing awkward and quickly clear my throat, settling onto the sofa. All right, no more games. Sit down. We need to talk. Trembling, Vivi sat down. I got straight to the point. You must be aware of Alabasta and Crocodile's conspiracy, right? She gazed at me in astonishment. How do you know? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the president of the Adventure Guild, Tsue Ka. I poured her a cup of coffee, stating that our guild accepts various commissions, and we could assist in saving the nation as well. As the first order on the Grand Line, I can offer you a discount. However, Wei Wei remained skeptical. Cloakdarl is one of the 7 warlords. I assured her that there was no need for upfront payment. We could discuss payment upon task completion. I revealed our trump card. Our guild does not require payment. We would even invest in your nation, but we seek the full support of the Alabasta royal family. I could see Wei Wei was taken aback, her face turning pale, her eyes filled with suspicion that I might be another Alabasta traitor. Fearing she was stepping from one danger into another, her guard was immediately raised, questioning whether I intended to plant spies in Alabasta, becoming a puppet master with the royal family. Such imagination. I thought, your perspective is rather narrow, princess. I then switched to a more persuasive mode, delivering a thorough and significant blow to her previous assumptions. I explained, Wei Wei, do you think eliminating Alabasta's traitor is the solution? Your nation's greatest predicament is not him, but the drought that has persisted for 8 centuries and the fragile economic structure that shatters at the slightest touch. Although Alabasta's traitor is no saint, at least he aspires for reform, which is far superior to your royal family clinging to outdated traditions. My words struck a chord, and I could see her pupils tremble. I continued, your Nefertari family, as founding members of the world government, do not even have to pay taxes, yet what has happened? For 8 centuries, the nation remains impoverished, and the common people struggle to make ends meet. When drought strikes, what does your royal family do besides tightening their belts and relocating the populace to where the crown is to bear its weight? You enjoy wealth and luxury, but cannot even resolve the most fundamental issues of livelihood. This is sheer dereliction of duty. Wei Wei fell silent, likely stunned by my harsh truths. The reality struck her like a swift blade. She was once a sheltered princess, unaccustomed to such revelations. Seeing the moment ripe, I stood up, ready to paint a grand vision, not just a mere blueprint for our guild. Thus, I announced my arrival. In that moment, I felt an aura so powerful I could almost measure it at 2 meters 8. Our guild's mission is to advance productivity and communicate with the world. Our goal is a world without hunger and without war. I told her, your country is short on water? You shall construct domes, des canaux, and bring fresh water to the deserts. The soil is desertifying? I shall plant trees and transform deserts into oases. I passionately remarked, you all are squandering resources. With such extraordinary things as devil fruits and vagabond technology, why waste them on fighting? Wouldn't it be more rewarding to utilize them for infrastructure? My infrastructure-loving DNA is simply bursting forth. Then, I shifted the conversation to economics. It is not enough to merely have food. The economic structure must be diversified. I passionately outlined my plans for her. Let's explore the nation for minerals, sell what we find, and develop industry. This task would be perfect for Alabasta's traitor. I could appoint him as the Minister of Mining. With wealth amassed, we would invite investments, advance technology, promote education, and cultivate talent. In this vast desert, we could host a world-class rally, organize desert adventure tourism, and generate revenue from tickets, broadcasting rights, and merchandise. Wouldn't the money flow in abundantly? Once we possess wealth and technology, we shall establish an invincible army to protect our homeland and represent the people's interests. In that moment, Alabasta would not just be a great nation, but a global powerhouse. As I spoke fervently, I became increasingly animated, but upon glancing back, I was taken aback to see Wei Wei staring at me with wide, glistening eyes as if she were in a trance. I waved my hand in front of her eyes, but there was no response. I pondered what was happening. Could it be that my commanding presence had left her speechless? Why wasn't she pledging her loyalty to me? I understood that internally, her emotions were tumultuous. My words had shattered her worldview built over the past decade and rebuilt it even more magnificently. Previously, she had only contemplated how to prevent war. Now, I had directly conveyed that war was merely a facade. What we sought was the vast sea of stars. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her voice. The first words out of her mouth being, "Can I apply to join your guild? Is that all?" I had anticipated something more profound. I exhaled in relief, thinking that my efforts had not been in vain. "Of course, you can be a core member. We are destined for deep cooperation." Secretly, amused that having her as a partner would be even better. To bring her back to reality, I playfully pinched her cheek. "Ouch, what are you doing?" she erupted, swatting my hand away. "So what's the verdict? Are you accepting the commission to transform Alabasta?" I sniffed my fingers, fragrant. "I accept. As long as you can make it happen. I will persuade my father. Even if he disagrees, he must comply." Wei Wei blushed as she gazed at me, her agreement resolute. "It's a deal." I took her hand and rushed outside, urging her to hurry before Nami decided to unleash her wrath. The Grand Line was on the verge of change. Upon exiting the cabin, I realized we were still holding hands. Nami's eyes widened as she spotted us. "You lazy bum. Where have you been hiding? And are you that Miss Wednesday?" We both jumped, exclaiming in unison, "We just went to the restroom." After exchanging glances, the awkwardness escalated as we both added, "She went in first." Nami looked at our clasped hands with disdain. "What is this? You two are so weird, holding hands to go to the bathroom together." It was only then that we realized, quickly releasing our grip. Fortunately, a sudden iceberg appeared ahead, and Nami shouted out orders to the crew, which provided a much-needed diversion. After we clumsily navigated through the tumultuous weather, our ship reached the Whiskey Peak. Just as Wei Wei was about to caution me about the Baroque Works trap, I waved her off, assuring her that everything was under control. The classic scenario unfolded. As the bounty hunters disguised as locals warmly welcomed Luffy and his crew, getting them quite tipsy, Sanji and I, the two rascals, were thoroughly enjoying ourselves. When everyone was incapacitated, the hunters finally revealed their true intentions. "Zoro, let me tell you, that guy never got drunk. He appeared like a ghost on the rooftop, ready to unleash chaos, but I called out to him, 'Wait.' To express my gratitude for their hospitality, I cheerfully produced a large chest filled with 100 million berries, proclaiming, 'For everyone here, a share of the wealth. Kindness begets prosperity.'" The bounty hunters were momentarily stunned, yet a few still foolishly shouted that taking our money was their right. At that moment, I raised my fist, gathering my strength, and directed a punch at the immense cactus rock in the distance. Of course, mere wind from my punch wouldn't suffice for such an effect. I pressed the button on my remote, and with a resounding boom, a large chunk of the cactus rock was obliterated. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. "Ladies and gentlemen, will you choose to accept my gratitude, or would you prefer to experience my fist?" I inquired politely. I could hear the sound of someone gulping from 10 meters away. I handed the money chest to the stunned Icolum, instructing him to distribute it, and waved my hand for everyone to return to their respective homes. I jested that these individuals hunting pirates were indeed doing the public a service, and with such excellent service from the ladies, I couldn't bring myself to harm them. However, Nami, who had been pretending to sleep, erupted upon learning that I had distributed 100 million berries, charging out to grab my collar and shake me vigorously. My money, until I agreed to subcontract the Alabasta commission to them, offering a commission of 200 million. Only then did I manage to calm down this little money grubber. Wei Wei looked on, observing my masterful maneuvering of the situation, her forehead lined with black threads. At that moment, Mr. Five and his partner, Miss Kingrenji, made a dazzling entrance, claiming they were sent to deal with us traitors who had uncovered Wei Wei's identity. Instinctively, Wei Wei and her companions hid behind me, showcasing the formidable aura of my King's fist. I cleared my throat and said with a distinctive flair, "Ahem, Salong, you deal with them. I'm afraid I might lose control and reduce them to ashes." Just as Salong was about to protest, Name delivered a swift blow to his head. Recalling old debts, "You still owe me for the sword you bought in Rouge Town." With no choice, Salong reluctantly approached and swiftly dispatched the two unfortunate souls. As I gazed at the unconscious Miss Kingranji, Mikita, I fell into contemplation. It was certainly not due to the allure of her skirt. I was pondering the need for a capable ally for the upcoming battle against Lao Sha. Everyone knows that in the Xiao Zuji, one must pair up. I cannot fight alone. The unconscious Miss Kingranji before me was a perfect candidate. Transforming an enemy into a subordinate was a maneuver I was well versed in. That obnoxious bore was simply too revolting. She would do. Thus, I bypassed Mr. Five and hoisted Mikita over my shoulder. The sound of explosions echoed across the sea. It seemed the bait plan of Eucalium had commenced. The Straw Hat crew was also preparing to set sail. I halted Wei Wei and Name, bestowing upon each of them an additional 500 dowly. Then, I discreetly led Wei Wei aside, producing several treasures, a lucky cigarette, a Russian revolver, and a sleeping apple capsule. I loaded the apple into the gun and handed it to her. Listen, this thing can put Lao Sha to sleep. Just hit him, and even a Logia user can't evade it. However, before firing, you need to shoot yourself with this gun, light this lucky cigarette, and ensure you're unharmed. Wei Wei stared at the bizarre items in bewilderment, and I urged her to hurry onto the ship, instructing her to consult Name if she had questions before carrying her aboard. As the ship sailed away, I carried Mikita, leaping to the cactus rock where I had just detonated a large pit. Now it was time for my Oscar-worthy performance. I rolled on the ground, tearing my clothes, and used my disguise fruit to inflict a severe injury debuff on myself, covering my body with ghastly wounds, my complexion pale, and wrapping myself in blood-soaked bandages. The execution of this act was seamless, aiming for authenticity. When Mikita eventually stirred and beheld a grievously injured me, I exclaimed, "You're awake." I coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Baroque works are ruthless. Failure means extermination. Thankfully, I saved you. Mikita gazed at my disheveled appearance, feeling a twinge of emotion. I explained that I had shielded her from bomb attacks, hence my injuries. Upon hearing this, she instantly believed me. 4 executions of failures were standard procedure in her organization. Looking at my blood-soaked bandages and then at her unscathed self, her expression transformed. Seizing the moment, I began to introduce her to my adventure guild and my grand aspirations. Mikita listened, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Recognizing the opportune moment, I invited her to join my guild, to which she responded with surprise and delight. Finally, I produced my trump card, a heart-shaped chocolate wrapped in a love-themed gift box. Feigning shyness as I presented it to her, a welcome gift. To my astonishment, Mikita immediately flushed, her mind likely conjuring up scenes from an endless array of idol dramas. She believed I harbored a secret affection for her, having risked my life to save her, and now expressing my feelings through this gift. Nervously, she accepted the chocolate and consumed it in one bite. I pondered that the chocolate's effect would only last a day. I needed to deepen our bond. Before I could react, she pounced on me like a hungry tiger. "What do you think you're doing?" "Stop," I exclaimed. "Family, who understands? That's a heavy light fruit. The heaviest weighs 10,000 kilograms. Had I not cleverly used an iron block, I would have been done for." Thus, a day and night passed. Upon waking, I found Mikita in my arms and shared my thoughts with my system. Ailes, questioning whether falling in love was indeed a verb. Ailes, the little imp, remarked that perhaps my earlier deception and performance had transformed the preposition into a verb. Bah, I'm a serious person. When Mikita awoke and saw the wounds on my back, she felt both sorrow and guilt. The effects of the heart-shaped chocolate should have worn off. Yet her gaze towards me was filled with an unwavering bond, her hands wandering restlessly over my body. It seemed she had genuinely become attached to me. I had no choice but to endure the bittersweet situation, continuing our training with the iron block. When we finally shared a meal, she clung to my arm, impossibly needy. However, this was reassuring. At least I did not have to worry about her betrayal. Now it was time to focus on business. I began to analyze her heavy light fruit, and after extensive testing, I uncovered a monumental secret. The true power of her fruit lay in its ability to increase weight while simultaneously enhancing body density and strength, preventing her from being crushed by her own weight. This meant that with sufficient foundational strength, she could unleash unimaginable power. I realized instantly, Mika's fruit was destined for greatness on the world stage. Yet, her current techniques were rudimentary and lacked finesse. Moves like 10,000 kilograms heavy press and 10,000 kilograms guillotine merely involved her becoming lighter and then heavier, as if changing postures constituted a new skill. Apart from the technique of gradually increasing weight while sitting on someone, that was not a technique. It was torture. No, this required a complete overhaul. I turned to her and declared, "Mikita, my friend, I am preparing to teach you a legendary technique, the Navy's 6 styles. If all goes as planned, you will reach the level of a rear admiral in just a few days." She looked utterly bewildered, her expression incredulous. "The Navy's 6 styles? You're a Navy member? Rear admiral in days? You think I'm naive to their prowess?" I gave her a mysterious smile. "I am not Navy, but I know the 6 styles. I have many secrets to share later." Thus, I began her lesson, explaining the principles of Suru, Tekai, Jeppo, Shave, Renkyaku, and Shurgon. Once I finished, I asked, "Did you understand? What are your thoughts?" Her eyes lit up, realization dawning. "I feel like these 6 styles are tailor-made for me. With my fruit, it should be easy to apply." Indeed, I snapped my fingers. This is no ordinary technique. Few can master it on the high seas, and even fewer can truly understand it. But your fruit is the chosen enhancement for the 6 styles. Just think about it. Using Suru, Jeppo, and Shave, techniques that require speed and evasion, transforming instantly to be lighter, you'll soar. And with Renkyaku, Shurgon, and Tekai, offensive and defensive techniques, you'll suddenly become heavier, unleashing explosive power. I emphasize the core principle, timing. You must grasp the moment to activate your fruit. I provided her with a crash course in middle school physics, explaining acceleration and inertia, leaving her in awe. Just imagine turning yourself into a piece of paper and zipping through the air at maximum speed. Just as your fist is about to hit your opponent, BAM, 10,000 kilograms. Who can withstand that inertia? You'd be reduced to atoms. Of course, if you're falling from the sky, just maximize your weight and let gravity do the work. I demonstrated several times, and she proved to be a true prodigy. Soru, Jeppo, Shave, Shurgon, and Tekai. After a few views in practice, she mastered them. However, Renkyaku required finesse. She attempted it multiple times. Each kick either resulted in no effect or sent her flying, landing unceremoniously on her rear. It was a sight to behold. Her skirt flew up. I instinctively covered my eyes, for family who understands the title of welfare princess was not given lightly. However, it can be considered a fortunate mishap, as she unexpectedly developed a technique akin to Thor's hammer-throwing flight, which I have dubbed swing flight. Now, her ability to hover in the air has reached its zenith, enabling her to even fly long distances. Upon realizing this, I thought it necessary to provide her with some encouragement. I quickly lifted her up, retrieved my ancestral artifact, Usopp's boasting horn, and began to shower her with inspirational words. "Mikita, you are a prodigy born for the 6 styles. Once you master them, middle-ranking officers will be mere appetizers. In the future, with your haki, even admirals will steer clear of you. You truly possess the demeanor of a great admiral." Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she struck a triumphant pose, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I truly am a genius." Observing her exuberance, I thought it prudent to rein it in a bit. Excessive flattery might elevate her too high. I hastily sounded the horn, causing it to emit a loud blast, and I noticed several new cracks forming on it, fearing that another blow would render it inoperative. Merely being able to fly was insufficient. Her combat prowess still left much to be desired. I immediately accessed my system shop and declared, "I must invest 300 units of mischief points. Twist for me." Ding ding ding. A plethora of items sprang forth. There were Akiji's freezing capsules, the Sand Crocodile's 50-50 cigars, a paintball gun from the painting Lowly, and a flying magic carpet, which noted that it could only become rigid and usable in the presence of beautiful maidens. Are you serious? Most importantly, I had drawn 25 capsules that would augment my combat power, each granting 100 points. Now that was true currency. I waved at Mikita, who was having a grand time above, beckoning her to come down. With a resounding bang, she descended like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust that made me cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Could you please be a bit more graceful? You must reduce weight before landing. Use moonwalk to brake. How many times must I repeat this? She resembled a little quail, mumbling in response. I remarked, your current issue is a lack of strength and poor fundamentals. Without further ado, I produced a handful of combat power capsules and slapped 20 of them onto her like adhesive bandages. Instantly, her combat power surged to over 2,000, reaching the level of the long-nosed members of CP9. However, the next moment, something was amiss. She shuddered violently, emitting a strange sound, her gaze transforming into that of a famished wolf that had starved for 800 years, fixating on me with an intense stare. A chill ran down my spine. What are you planning to do? Her eyes gleamed with a predatory light, and she uttered a single word, want. That was not my intention. I was so frightened that I stumbled backward, preparing to flee with a shave. But it was futile. Her mastery of the 6 styles, augmented by her devil fruit, rendered her far quicker than I could hope to be. I barely had time to activate my transformation fruit. Then, I was dragged away by her. What ensued was a tale better suited for a paid viewing. We resumed our training with the iron blocks, but this time, I was the passive participant. That night, I was utterly defeated, with not a shred of pride left, feeling as if my very essence was at stake. This directly led to my fervent commitment to mastering the iron blocks. I had to rise up from the depths of servitude and sing my own praises. Stop. Enough. We have serious matters to attend to. I finally reached my limit under the crushing weight of gravity training and begged for mercy. She stood up, still somewhat reluctant, and asked why I kept calling her Fuliji. I quipped, in the past, when you fought, floating in your skirt, was that not a form of welfare? She seemed rather grieved. I do wear it. You just can't see it. Moreover, now that I'm faster, you see even less. Only novices fail to notice. I retorted, in the eyes of true experts, you are but a flash of yellow light. I refuse to allow anyone to take advantage of my woman. As I spoke, I produced an onion glove and offered it to her. Behold, a token of our bond. A token of our bond? Her eyes brightened. Indeed, this item can make one weep. The greater the strength, the more heart-wrenching the tears. Henceforth, if anyone dares to gaze at you with ill intent, you shall make them weep uncontrollably. Her eyes sparkled even more. How amusing. She then raised her fist, preparing to test it on me. I quickly intervened. Having experienced its effects firsthand, it was formidable. Subsequently, this glove became a nightmare for countless strong individuals, earning Mikita the moniker Tear Punch Mikita, with her catchphrase, be careful, or I shall make you weep, becoming synonymous with the whispers of demons. With her newfound combat power, she swiftly mastered the Gale foot technique. Then, this fervent woman developed a signature move, soaring to a near oxygen-deprived altitude and descending like a missile, delivering a punch at nearly 2 Mach. The resulting explosion shattered a massive cactus rock. I stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, my mind in disarray. Good heavens, this was akin to the palm of the Buddha. I quickly checked her profile and discovered that her temperament was marked by extreme confidence, bordering on madness. With her sudden surge of power, this aspect of her personality had been completely unleashed. I felt a sense of foreboding. I would have to ensure she was kept in high spirits, lest one day she decided to obliterate me on a whim. As I contemplated advising her against damaging the scenery, she shot me a challenging glance. What did you say? Honey, my survival instinct kicked in, and I immediately altered my words. I meant to say that I hold you in high regard. You weigh heavily in my heart. Having had our fun, it was time to depart. We were bound for the small garden to seek out her former colleagues, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. Mikita possessed a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Once we located the recorded pointer, I produced that peculiar flying carpet. You take the lead, I asserted confidently. Upon seeing Mikita, the carpet instantly stiffened. Oh no, it became properly aligned and eagerly invited her aboard. I scoffed at its behavior, calling it a beast, and then tightly wrapped my arms around her waist as I sat down. Safety first. Mikita, unfazed, pressed the accelerator, and the flying carpet surged forward at a wild speed. I experienced a unique sensation of exhilaration and trepidation simultaneously. As we soared, I suddenly spotted a large turtle on the sea, with someone perched atop it. Was that Robin? What was she doing here? I urgently signaled Mikita to halt. Mikita, noticing as well, appeared somewhat anxious. Has she tracked us here? Honey, leave it to me. No, I shall meet her. I instructed her to wait in the air while I swiftly sidestepped to Robin's side, casually squeezing into her beach chair and nonchalantly resting my hand on her waist. Hi, Sister Robin. What brings you here to enjoy the sea breeze alone? Robin jumped in surprise, but quickly regained her composure. Oh, you know me? In truth, I was unaware that she hadn't ventured far at all. Utilizing her Hannah know me abilities, she had sprouted numerous eyes on the cactus rock, observing our every action, from my heroic rescue to the subsequent iron block training. Eagerly engrossed in the spectacle, she had initially planned to leave. But witnessing Mikita's devastating move shattered her expectations, leaving her too stunned to escape, and thus we had caught her red-handed. I commenced teasing her. The renowned beauty with an 8 million bounty, who wouldn't recognize you? My hand, unfortunately, began to wander. Robin's expression darkened, suspecting I was merely after her bounty. I, being impulsive, instinctively made a jest. What do you want? She, unaware it was a jest, thought I was implying I wished to engage in a similar exchange with her. Cough, cough. Before I could react, I felt my future grasped by her fruit abilities. A cold sweat broke out as I hurriedly activated the iron block. At that moment, a singular thought filled my mind. Thank you to the ancestors who invented the iron block. Robin, feeling the firmness in her grip, was momentarily taken aback, pondering if her allure was truly that potent. As this fellow reacted so swiftly, she then produced a poisoned dagger, aiming it at her own face. I panicked. This was no longer a playful jest. This woman was genuinely contemplating self-harm. I shouted desperately, "Do not act rashly. Please, do not harm yourself." Robin appeared bewildered, pondering why I was pleading with her not to stab herself. Am I even going to hurt you? Surely, you desire me for my body, you scoundrel. Thinking quickly, I shouted, "Saru is not dead." Upon hearing that name, her actions froze. I hastily implored her to sheath the dagger, explaining how Akiji had shown mercy all those years ago. She looked at me with disbelief and asked how I knew. I boasted that I was the president of the Donghai First Guild, with an intelligence network spanning the globe. Then, I sincerely apologized to her, and upon seeing my earnest expression, she appeared somewhat surprised. Seizing the opportunity, I withdrew my hand, relished the moment, and decided I wouldn't wash my hands today. I then formally began to entice her. Join my guild. Following Lao Sha leads nowhere. That guy will eventually be captured to work for me. I know you want to backstab him. Why not switch sides directly and act as a spy for us? She was taken aback by my words. You even know that the boss is Sha, Ayu? She also questioned my ability to defeat someone from the natural element. It was then that I became alert. How do you know about Michita's strength? Have you been watching her? Since when? Since the moment you carried her away. I felt utterly mortified, my face burning with embarrassment, wishing I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. What a public execution. Robin laughed at my predicament and hugged me from behind. What? Do you want to silence me? I decided to embrace the awkwardness. Don't look if you can't handle it. Just give me an answer on whether you'll join. I rambled on about my sister Nami and even shared Michita's background, explaining that we were not inherently bad people, but each had our own burdens. For the first time, Robin felt deeply understood. Seizing the moment, I suggested, since you are the bane of the big shots, why not skip being my employee and become my wife instead? That way, we can break your bad luck. Robin was so moved that her tears nearly turned to ire. In the end, she agreed to join under the condition that her status as my secret wife would remain undisclosed, and she would have access to the guild's real intelligence. Without hesitation, I pulled out a stack of confidential documents from my spatial pocket, financial reports, organizational structure, development plans, and threw them at her. Initially calm, she soon became increasingly wide-eyed as she flipped through the papers, her hands trembling with disbelief. Cold sweat poured down her face. Red-haired and Garp endorse us? The royal family of the Donghai Kingdom has joined our Methria sect. We are a logistics base for the Navy. This is not just a guild. It's a plan to overturn the world. I triumphantly placed my hand back on her shoulder. Of course. My dear wife, from now on, the Grand Line will be under your jurisdiction. You can also take over Lao Sha's mess. She was too preoccupied to mind my inappropriate touch, and after a moment's contemplation, she agreed to be a spy. I informed her that she could first accompany Luffy and the others to seek the historical texts while handling guild affairs. Finally, I looked at her with a maternal expression and began to lecture. And your strength is far too weak. You haven't properly developed the abilities of the Hana no Mi, nor have you trained your body adequately. Do you realize that the Hana no Mi is a miraculous tool for home and travel, capable of murder and theft? At home, you could have hundreds of hands helping with chores. When out, you could gather intelligence by planting eyes everywhere. In combat, it could be devastating. Speed is meaningless against it. But you, with your current strength, you can only bully small fry. I went on for a long time about the necessity of practicing the Navy's 6 styles. The importance of hockey, especially armament hockey. Otherwise, what would you do if you encountered someone with a natural element? Charge at them head first? To my surprise, Robin interrupted me with wide eyes. Cough, cough, what is hockey? Goodness, I was caught off guard. What is hockey? This concept is as perplexing as quantum mechanics. How can I explain it? I pondered for a moment and had to fabricate an explanation. It's a type of bodily energy divided into conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. One can intimidate opponents with a mere gaze. Another provides an invisible armor that can hit elemental beings. And the last one is a super sixth sense that predicts attacks. Robin still looked confused. Do you know how to use it? I replied with unwavering confidence. No. The atmosphere turned awkward instantly. I quickly tried to recover. No worries. Let's start with the Navy's 6 styles. Iron Body is the foundation of armament hockey. Paper drawing is the foundation of observation hockey. And for Conqueror's hockey, I'll provide you with an item later to teach you how to become a queen. As I spoke, my hands became a little too familiar, pulling her into my embrace, claiming to teach her Iron Body. Just as she was about to gasp, I swiftly covered her mouth, joking that Machida was still floating in the sky. Family, who understands? To ensure her loyalty. After all, she knows too many secrets about our guild. I had no choice but to take drastic measures. I handed her 5 power capsules as a meeting gift and gracefully flew back to my magic carpet. Machida, looking inquisitive, asked what we had been discussing for so long. I gave her an okay hand sign. All settled. From now on, we are on the same side. We continued to soar, and soon we pierced through the clouds, spotting a plethora of dinosaur bones and volcanoes. Welcome to the prehistoric island's little garden. I couldn't believe my eyes. Dinosaurs were everywhere, even pterosaurs. This is fantastic. Our guild could now acquire another type of flying mount. An idea struck me. This place could easily become a Jurassic Park. It was another grand project that I must discuss with Machinua. Could you let go now? Machida's voice jolted me back to reality. I realized that I had been holding on too tightly while flying too fast, and I nervously loosened my grip, relieved that she could use Iron Body. Otherwise, I might have crushed her. Awkwardly rubbing my hands together, I said, "Who told you to go so fast? Come on, let me massage your arm to reduce the swelling." Her face darkened. Get lost. I quickly changed the subject, pointing below. Look, there's a child crying. Machida rolled her eyes. That's Miss Golden Week, and she's already 18. A fully grown adult. I was taken aback. 18? With that flat figure? I quickly pulled out my encyclopedia to take a look. Good grief, her appearance was quite deceptive. Machida continued to comment. This girl is clever. She's probably acting to deceive. I noticed that the Straw Hat crew was chatting with a giant. Forget it. Capturing someone is the priority. Otherwise, if she escapes, we won't find her again. I exchanged glances with Machida, and we dove towards Miss Golden Week. With a loud crash, we hit the ground like meteors, sending dust into the air. As I coughed and scolded Machida, I exclaimed, I told you not to use gravitational acceleration. This cursed magic carpet can't stop. Miss Golden Week, who had been preparing to express her feelings, immediately wiped her tears upon seeing us. Oh, Miss Valentine's Day. You're still alive? Mr. Five woke up and said he couldn't find your body. He thought someone had picked it up. Machida, hearing this, puffed up with confidence. Hands on her hips. laughing wildly. Picked up? Huh. I am back as the queen. Listening to her precise deduction about being picked up, I felt so embarrassed that I could almost dig a hole in the ground. Stepping forward, I flashed what I believed to be my most charming smile. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Tsueka, president of the Donghai Adventure Guild. I see great potential in you and wish to invite you to join us. Miss Golden Week immediately became wary. Have you betrayed us? Machida wrapped her arm around mine and smugly replied, What do you mean betrayal? Failure in the mission means being dealt with by the organization. I simply find a new, young, and wealthy boss. Miss Golden Week scrutinized us, her gaze heavy as she remarked, Looks like you sold your body. Miss Valentine's Day? Huh, what do you know? This is love. Seeing the two about to spiral into absurdity, I hastily called out, Stop, stop. You have already failed your mission. Returning would lead to certain doom. Why not switch to a new employer? Our guild is quite reputable. We never harm our own. My nickname is Little Sun. I rambled on for a while, only to realize she seemed unfazed. I secretly opened the encyclopedia to find her weaknesses, clear my throat, and unleash my trump card. Most importantly, our guild offers plenty of holidays. Plus, unlimited sombe. All right, I'm in. Her eyes sparkled instantly, and her agreement was refreshingly decisive. The thoughts swirling in my mind rendered me nearly speechless, as a single phrase would suffice to convey the essence of my sentiment. As long as there were an abundance of senbei, I could persuade Garp and Sengoku to join us. Upon witnessing this, Mikita immediately protested, clinging to my arm and pouting. Honey, I also desire unlimited chocolate and lemon tea. Very well, the chocolate factory of our guild shall be entrusted to you, and we shall name it Mikita, I declared, embodying the spirit of a dream weaver who indulges in affection. Mikita, overjoyed, planted a kiss on my cheek. Miss Golden Week, observing us, wore an expression of understanding, but still appeared somewhat apprehensive, questioning whether we possessed the strength to withstand any retaliation from the organization. Mikita, invigorated by the challenge, asserted, It is my time to shine. She clenched her fist, and, in an instant, with a resounding crash, a massive rock nearby was reduced to rubble, leaving behind a long trench. Miss Golden Week was left astonished, unable to reconcile this display of destructive power with the Miss Valentine's Day she had known. Mikita boasted, Ha ha ha, this is merely my ordinary punch. My move from the sky could obliterate a small island. Mr. 3, feigning death on the ground, twitched involuntarily, perspiration streaming down his face. Miss Golden Week kicked him, urging him to rise, and he pretended to awaken. I approached him with a smile. Is this not the illustrious Mr. 3, Galadino? Would you be interested in joining our guild? After all, failing a mission could be fatal. To my surprise, he remained defiant, dismissing us as mere East Blue folk and claiming that Miss Valentine's Day had been duped by my schemes. I thought to myself, wait until you find yourself being fed to a sand crocodile. We shall see how tough your words remain. I replied, Very well. I shall cherish Miss Golden Week like a daughter. And should you find yourself imprisoned in the underwater prison, I would like you to recruit some members and collect the hair of strong individuals. Mr. 3 wore a look of disdain, but begrudgingly agreed, likely believing it to be an impossibility. Little did he know, I was paving the way for his future career as the chief hairstylist of the underwater prison. Galadino, the wax stylist, has a nice ring to it. After bidding farewell to Mr. 3, I turned my attention towards the future cornerstone of our guild, Miss Golden Week. I knew her to be loyal and devoted. To my astonishment, she blushed, lowering her gaze, lost in her thoughts. Surely, she could not think I harbored any ill intentions. I hastily retrieved a pair of perspective sniper goggles and a paintball sniper rifle from my spatial pocket, presenting them as gifts for her. This rifle could fire paint bullets remotely, synergizing perfectly with her color trap abilities, an invincible combination. The goggles were even more impressive, allowing her to see through obstacles and ambush enemies from behind walls. Pure bliss. Miss Golden Week, enamored with her new equipment, eagerly loaded the rifle with paint and fired at the sky. The shot was silent and recoil-free, a top-tier piece of gear. Upon impact, a pterosaur bore a new patch of yellow-green paint and obediently descended to her side, as if it had seen its mother. My goodness, a born sharpshooter. She could even tame beasts. This ability was too overpowered. With the powers of Betrayal Black, Bullfighting Red, and the enchanting seven-colored rainbow that transforms dreams into reality, she was nothing short of a divine support. In her excitement, she revealed that her real name was Marianu. I promptly assigned her future roles: intelligence, beast taming, and combat support, an unparalleled trifecta. With her on board, our Guild-S intelligence network and beast-taming team would soar to new heights. After organizing everything, I used the Anywhere door to transport her and Mikita back to the Guild headquarters. Upon seeing our splendid, expansive Guild hall, they were left speechless, likely cursing the Baroque works for being a mere scrap-collecting organization. Just as I finished reporting to Marcino, she looked at me with a teasing expression. "You brought back 2 girls again? You're not planning to eat them, are you?" Almost choking on my tea, I retorted, cough. Cough. They're all talents. Rare talents. What about that little one? You're not interested in her, are you? I am not. Do not slander me. She is simply short. But she is an adult. Marcino smirked mischievously. Then it must be the other one? You ought to take responsibility. Well, this was a direct retaliation. I quickly shared my plans for developing a Jurassic Park in our little garden to divert the conversation. Just as we were chatting, she suddenly asked, "That Koya seems to have an interest in you. What about you?" I was taken aback. "About that, I will handle it. A heartbreaker. And what about that Albert?" "Stop. I cannot deal with that." Thinking fast, I blurted out, "How about you, Marcino? Break up with Shanks and become my wife. The other wives can be under your care." Marcino promptly delivered a playful smack to my head. "You little rascal. You're even eyeing your sister." Rubbing my head, I feigned a serious tone. "I've had my eyes on you since the beginning. You are my white moonlight. If it weren't for that old rascal Shanks getting there first." Marcino paused, seemingly deep in thought. My heart sank. I had let slip too much. I quickly scooped up the bewildered Mikita and activated the Anywhere door. "Call me when the arrangements are made. I will come to meet you." Leaving Marianu behind to enjoy her sunbae, Marcino transformed into a strict instructor, approaching her with a densely packed curriculum covering wilderness survival, special operations, and postnatal care for animals. Marianu's face turned pale at the prospect. Back at the little garden, I hurried to find the Straw Hat crew. Upon seeing me lounging on the blanket, Luffy's eyes widened. Nami approached and delivered a punch. "You idiot! You actually remembered to come back. You nearly died this time." As I recounted how I had recruited Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Golden Week. Even Robin had become our undercover agent. Vivi was left in shock, likely pondering whether the sand crocodile would be left as nothing but a bear commander. Just as I was speaking, I suddenly changed my expression. "Enough of that. Nami, you look terrible." Nami's face flushed with anger. "You, in your bad luck." I quickly clarified. "You were bitten by a poisonous insect in the little garden." Everyone panicked, and Nami felt an intense heat coursing through her body, collapsing onto the deck. I immediately used the Anywhere door to summon Koya from Twin Cape. As soon as Koya arrived, she and Mikita locked eyes due to the term Hani, creating sparks in the air. I quickly intervened. "We must prioritize saving her." Koya examined Nami and, with a serious expression, stated, "This poison is quite rare. We can only alleviate it with herbs, but time may be running out." Without hesitation, I produced a time-freezing capsule, pressing a button that transformed it into a stasis chamber, cradling Nami and placing her inside. This chamber could temporarily preserve Nami's condition. "Koya, gather herbs in the little garden and continue research." At that moment, I planned to take Nami to the legendary witch doctor, Kureha. That old woman had lived for over 130 years and must have seen it all. The giant brothers mentioned they would assist in butchering that giant goldfish, but I swiftly intervened. "That is our future guild property." With a swift motion, I drew out the flat pan of Red Wolf and, with a resounding clang, sent it away. I heard a distant voice, "I will definitely return," as the goldfish transformed into a star in the sky. Vivi and the 2 giants watched in astonishment, their jaws nearly unhinged, as if they had never seen such a spectacle. We sailed towards Alabasta, but without a permanent pointer from Magnetic Drum Island. I could only rely on the Anywhere pointer to navigate aimlessly like a headless fly. Vivi was in a panic, suggesting that I should fly her over, but I declined. I reassured her, urging her not to be anxious, for Robin was negotiating on the other side, and war would not erupt in haste. Besides, old Shah was a formidable figure, capable of wrestling with Barrett, and currently enjoyed the advantage of the desert terrain. Lacking the protagonist's aura that Luffy possessed, I feared that my involvement might inadvertently awaken his domineering nature, leading us both to peril. Most importantly, I must not let Chopper fall victim to the butterfly effect, for he was the future ship's doctor. Just then, my eyes brightened as I spotted the white Iron King ship belonging to that rascal Walbo on the sea. The Goma Goma fruit. It was a divine artifact capable of producing memory alloy, and I had to acquire it. However, directly seizing a king of a member nation would be too conspicuous. A clever idea struck me. Blackbeard had just fled from Magnetic Drum Island. He would bear the blame for this. I instructed Machida to stay put, and, with a swift transformation, I assumed Blackbeard's appearance. Machida stood by, utterly dumbfounded. In mere moments, I soared to the white Iron King. Meanwhile, his minions had already boarded the Mary, only to be met with a thorough beating from Luffy and his crew. Fleeing in tears, my endeavor was far simpler. Taking advantage of Walbo's distraction, I launched a surprise attack that rendered him unconscious. As for how to acquire the fruit's power, I was uncertain of Blackbeard's methods. For now, I opted against killing him, intending to capture him for further study. I deliberately allowed a few of his subordinates to witness Blackbeard abducting their king, perfectly framing him. I pulled out my adorable backpack, usually a small Nami doll, seeking hugs, and with a thought, transformed it into Chopper's reindeer likeness, swiftly stuffing Walbo inside. Machida's eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow, honey, this raccoon bag is so cute. I was at a loss for words. It was a reindeer. She was also curious about my transformation, and I explained that it was akin to Mr. Two's abilities, which needed to remain a secret. The moment she heard it was a secret known only to her, she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. After a long search, I finally spotted the iconic chimney of Magnetic Drum Island. I shouted to the crew aboard, "I will take Nami and Luffy over first. You follow." With that, I lifted Nami's sleeping pod and effortlessly hoisted Luffy, leaping onto the magic carpet. Bringing Luffy along was, of course, to invite Chopper aboard. "Wow, Skoy!" Luffy shouted gleefully in the air. We flew directly towards the highest castle, spotting Chopper at the entrance. Machida excitedly pointed, "Look, there's a raccoon. It looks just like your backpack." Luffy, more direct, drooled, "Deer meat." Chopper, startled, turned and fled, only to be yanked back by Luffy's arm. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the reindeer backpack behind me, which mischievously blinked at him. Goodness, Chopper fainted in terror, rolling his eyes back. What was this raccoon doing? Was it set up? Luffy appeared innocent. Machida snatched Chopper, cradling him and rubbing her face against him. "Honey, let's make one of these bags too. We'll be matching." Chopper instantly resurrected, struggling with all his might. I quickly intervened. "Stop it. This is the renowned Dr. Chopper. Nami is counting on him." Upon hearing this, Chopper became bashful, hopping and cursing. "You jerk. Even if you flatter me, I'm not happy." I carried Nami into the castle, calling out, "Is the legendary beautiful girl, Dr. Kureha, here?" An elderly lady emerged. "Who is calling me?" Before Luffy could utter that she was old, I kicked him away. He had no emotional intelligence whatsoever. I quickly donned a sincere smile. Seeing the legendary beauty in person is truly a rare fortune. Machida looked at me as if to say, "Boss, are you trying to appeal to both old and young?" Kureha, charmed by my flattery, asked what I needed. I presented Nami, and upon seeing the sleeping pod, her eyes widened. After examining Nami's wound, she had Chopper perform a series of actions, diagnosing it as Caskia, a species that had gone extinct over a century ago. However, Kureha was more astonished by our prior treatment. Diluting the poison, reducing inflammation, and preserving the wound using this advanced technology, it was as if she had just been injured. I seized the moment to mention this was handled by the doctor from my guild. She has also studied at Kuroka's and wishes to learn from you for a while. Kureha exploded at this. "Do you think my place is a marketplace? You could just come and go as you please?" I remained unhurried, responding leisurely. "As compensation, how about I help you deal with Walbo? Also, let us transform this cursed island into a dreamlike cherry blossom kingdom. Kureha paused, recalling Dr. Hiliulik's dream. Ultimately, she relented but insisted on all the treasures aboard the Straw Hat ship as medical fees. I tossed her the key to Walbo's castle armory. Will this suffice? She was utterly stunned, realizing Walbo had truly fallen into my hands. With Nami's situation resolved, I returned to the shore on my magic carpet, just in time to see Zoro and Sanji finish off Walbo's last two henchmen. I approached the captain of the guards, Dalton, pulled him into a small room, and got straight to the point. Walbo has been eliminated by Blackbeard. I then painted him a grandiose picture, reviving the medical superpower our guild investing, developing tourism into a snow-themed world, transforming the castle into an amusement park, training Lappin rabbits as sled dogs, and finally hosting a grand cherry blossom exhibition. Dalton was utterly bewildered by my business presentation. Every issue he raised regarding the ice castle, the collaboration with Ancient Island, and the sea beasts transporting tourists was no problem for me. I promptly used the Door fruit to send him to coordinate with Makino, sealing the deal. Next, I went to the small garden to meet Kaya, who was gathering herbs and happened to encounter a person teaching his subordinates, seemingly Mr. Two. But she paid him no mind. I pulled her along, and we shared a drink with the Giant Brothers. Everything was settled, and we returned to Magnetic Drum Island. Upon seeing Kureha, Kaya was astounded. The two witches appear to have found common ground. Kureha was enamored with Kaya, who had become a medical prodigy in just a few months, especially admiring her fierce disposition. Nami soon recovered, and Chopper was successfully lured aboard by Luffy. Before I departed, I ruffled Nami's hair, warning her to dress more warmly and not to keep offering benefits. I reassured Vivi that I had already made arrangements for Alabasta. Kureha launched a barrage of cannon fire, scattering cherry blossoms to bid farewell to Chopper. Just as I was about to leave with Machida, a chaotic scene unfolded. Kaya and Machida each grabbed one of my arms, fiercely pulling me in opposite directions. Kaya, skilled in medicine, immediately recognized that Machida had been overly developed by me, and she was furious. Clearly, she had arrived first. Having her exclusive toy played with by another, who could understand that sense of frustration? She was ready to swallow me whole, but fortunately, Machida pulled me away as I stumbled to escape, leaving marks on my neck and my clothes in disarray. Left behind, Kaya was so enraged that she activated her dark crawling mode, spewing a mouthful of blood. The traits of her psychotic medicine burst forth, her mental energy peaked, and she astonishingly forced out her conqueror's haki. That sinister laughter mixed with a flurry of cherry blossoms was truly otherworldly, sending shivers down the spines of everyone on Magnetic Drum Island, including Luffy, who had already set sail far away. Usopp immediately felt he had contracted a disease that prevented him from seeing Kaya. I, high in the air, nearly lost control of my bladder. This girl was terrifying. The next target is Alabasta. I must involve the Navy and simultaneously develop a high-level informant. After some contemplation, I fixed my sights on Tina. Smoker, that ironclad man, was too difficult to deal with. Tina, on the other hand, a sultry mature woman, surely craved love. The beauty trap is set. I utilized the guild's resources to locate Tina's fleet and flew over. On the magic carpet, I shared the plan with Machida. I would kidnap Tina. She would disguise herself as Old Shah, allowing Tina to overhear the plan, and then I would heroically save her. Perfect. I disguised myself as a new recruit in the Navy and stealthily infiltrated the warship. Upon encountering Tina in person, I was immediately captivated by her alluring S-shaped figure and regal demeanor. It seemed that today I was destined to make a sacrifice for her beauty. I found myself fixated on her décolletage, prompting Tina to furrow her brow, likely pondering the audacity of this new recruit. She pointed at me and exclaimed, "My heart sank. Had I been discovered? What had I forgotten? Ah, WLB. I had carelessly left him in my backpack. Goodness, had he starved to death? Never mind. If I forgot him, he must not have been significant. Reporting, Commander. Behold the graceful beauty," I declared loudly. Tina was momentarily taken aback, then unexpectedly asked, "Would you like to marry such a beautiful wife?" "Absolutely," I replied, filled with excitement. Then train hard and become strong. She commanded. Yes, Commander. I responded enthusiastically, immediately dropping to the ground to perform rapid push-ups. The nearby Marines stared at me in disbelief. That evening, I leveraged my financial prowess to secure a delivery job for Tingna's meal, discreetly adding a little something to the utensils. Upon entering her room, she surprisingly invited me to sit and share a drink with her. She downed her glass in one go, while I waited, sipping slowly. Suddenly, she pierced through my facade. Are you so cautious because you fear the drink is poisoned? You must be a spy. I panicked at first, but then realized she was trying to trick me. I quickly switched to a naive demeanor, blushing as I explained, no. I merely wish to admire your elegance while tasting wine. You're quite a decent fellow, Tingna said, somewhat convinced, and pushed her steak toward me. You eat. I cursed inwardly, but devoured the steak like a country bumpkin. Tingna observed me with growing suspicion. Surely, who would resort to such lowly tactics as poisoning food? I had watched hundreds of episodes of Conan. Doubting my intentions, she ordered another meal. I pretended to test for poison, casually touching the new knife. As I suspected, she instinctively used the original knife that I had tainted. She dared to play mind games with me. Watching Tingna succumb to slumber, I couldn't help but smile in triumph. To ensure safety, I leaned in and kissed her gently. Her lips tasted of strawberries, and she remained blissfully unconscious. I sneaked out, retrieved my backpack from Mikita, and upon opening it, discovered that Warbwa had indeed perished within. I conducted a sea burial for him, then stealthily returned to the ship, securing Tingna in my backpack, now transformed into a serpentine form, wrapping her around me. I then disguised myself as Tingna and confidently strode out of the captain's quarters, even performing a swan dance, disappearing into the night under the watchful eyes of several Marines. The following day, chaos erupted within the Navy. Colonel Tingna, a living being, had vanished without a trace. The report reached headquarters, where Admiral Hay furrowed his brow at the document, his expression capable of crushing flies. The old lady was likely bewildered, wondering why Tingna was engaging in flirtations like a rookie, only to then disappear dramatically. This narrative would surely earn the writer a blacklist in 2025. She quickly deduced that something sinister was afoot, likely involving a devil fruit user, and promptly contacted the notorious Smoker Smog, who chased the Straw Hats worldwide, to investigate the matter. As for me, I paid no mind to the Navy's uproar, instead soaring away on my magical carpet to the rain-drenched lands. I was not here to confront old Shah directly. My approach was cerebral. I instructed Mikita to keep watch outside while I secretly met with Luabine. Upon seeing her, I enveloped her in a warm embrace, delighted to see her. Luabine, slightly confused, inquired how I had arrived so swiftly, wondering if I intended to challenge the 7 warlords directly. With a chuckle, I replied, "My dear wife, this time we shall not fight, we shall perform." I laid out my entire plan. Not only did I aim to undermine Kilokir, but I also intended to embroil the Navy and the Alabasta Kingdom, compelling them to serve as my willing pawns while thanking me for it in the end. I aspired to leverage this opportunity to establish my adventurer guild as a recognized force, proving that pirates were not solely marauders, but also legitimate agents of peace and reconstruction. Luabine listened intently, captivated by my audacious strategy, despite her lack of fondness for the Navy. After a vigorous exchange of script details, during which Mikita outside presumed we were engaged in some intense yoga, we were ready to commence. I found a dilapidated hideout and bound Tingna like a giant crab, stuffing her mouth with a sea prism stone ring disguised as a walnut, rendering her powers inactive. Observing my expert binding skills, Luabine's expression shifted, as if pondering where I had honed such techniques. With everything in place, Luabine took on her role while I had Mikita impersonate Kelookita and I transformed into Tingna. My intention was for the real Tingna to awaken and mistakenly believe she was captured by Mr. Two from the Baroque works. I darkened the room, allowing only a sliver of light, creating an atmosphere that Luabine deemed perfect, reminiscent of the meetings Kelookita held with his associates. When Tingna gradually regained consciousness, I constricted my voice, mimicking Luabine's tones from the adjacent room. "Boss," Mr. Two executed flawlessly, capturing Colonel Tingna. the Navy will surely be in disarray. The fake sand crocodile, portrayed by Mikita, responded with a deep, contemplative puff from his cigar. Then, I, as the counterfeit Tingna, began to lavish praise, revealing Kelokitaur's insidious plot involving dance powder. As Tingna peered through the door crack, she was utterly bewildered by the sight. The 7 warlords Kelokar, the devil fruit user Lubin, and herself. The visual impact was overwhelming. She instantly concocted a grand narrative. Mr. 2 had captured her, while Kelokitar was the true mastermind behind it all. As the tension reached its zenith, the fake sand crocodile grew impatient with my chatter and sent me flying out the window, leaving my fate uncertain. He then advanced toward the true Tingna, who, startled, prepared to struggle. In the nick of time, I, the masked vigilante, burst through the window, with one hand blocking the sandhook and the other scooping up Tingna. I dashed into the desert. Mikita performed valiantly behind us, creating a whirlwind of sand, yet the effects were merely a facade, appearing grand while lightly tickling my skin. However, I, a seasoned performer, feigned a dramatic injury, spewing blood to drench Tingna. The blood packets were merely standard props for a veteran actor. Amidst the sandstorm conjured by Mikita, we successfully escaped. Once the wind settled, we found ourselves buried in sand. I discreetly retrieved the walnut and untied her bindings. As Tingna regained her abilities, she promptly used her black gun to propel us from the sand. Truth be told, she appeared utterly exhausted, having gone without sustenance, and I, having enacted my full performance, was battered and weary. I fainted, my mask inadvertently falling away to reveal my youthful, handsome visage. Tingna gazed at me, stunned, likely contemplating the fact that her savior was such a youthful charmer. Upon noticing my gruesome wound, she was filled with concern, tearing her own clothing to bandage me. In that moment, her affection surged. She began to carry me across the desert, the scorching sands and blazing sun creating an intimate bond between us. Devoid of any romantic undertones, purely a shared struggle. After what felt like an eternity, I awoke to her parched lips, and my guilt surged dramatically. Weakly I implored, "You should go on without me. I fear I may not make it." To my astonishment, she responded, "Have you ever fought for someone?" I was left speechless. She said, "You fought desperately to save Tingna, and she would do the same for you." Goodness, with such a declaration, my heart skipped a beat. This foolish girl truly intends to share my fate. No, I must not allow that. Gritting my teeth, I made a small incision on my arm, then swiftly covered her mouth, pressing the wound against her lips. Naturally, what flowed forth was not blood, but fresh water released from my spatial pocket. Tingna instinctively began to suckle, while tears streamed down her cheeks. In a moment of urgency, I exclaimed, "Do not cry. The water will just flow out of your eyes." Once I saw she had consumed enough, I loosened my grip and commenced my final performance. Ahem, I hail from Eastern Sea, orphaned under the rule of pirates. It was the Navy that rescued me, granting me a sense of security. At this moment, Tingna was already in tears, clinging tightly to me. "Oh, beautiful Navy sister, I hope to be your beloved in the next life." With that, my hand fell, my head tilted, and I succumbed to death on the spot. She grasped my hand, pressing it against her face, and bowed her head to bestow upon me a deep kiss. Family, who understands? I am dead, yet she carries my corpse. How could this be in vain? There was no choice but to let Mikita conjure another sandstorm. Amidst the tempest, I was swept away, silently reappearing behind her, blade in hand, rendering her unconscious. This technique was learned from Kia, and it was executed with precision. Holding this tear-streaked, foolish girl, my heart was a tumult of emotions. What a sin! I brought her to the shore nearest the warship, disguised as a Navy officer, and carried her back aboard. When Tingna awoke, she frantically sought me. Yet she did not even remember my name, only managing to sketch a rough portrait from memory. She reported the conspiracy of Laosha to the Navy, who proceeded to interrogate him, but of course he denied everything. Now Laosha grew anxious, suspecting that Princess Weiwei had leaked information and resolved to hasten his plans. The Navy headquarters was also troubled. Without evidence, they could not act against the 7 warlords and could only send Akiji for support. When Sengoku saw the portrait Tingna sent back, the sunbei in his mouth fell. Isn't this my Sunbei general? However, upon reading the report of my demise, he could only instruct the Adventurers Guild to stay alert for news. On Tingna's side, through the Navy's intelligence network, she acquired my entire dossier. Upon seeing my photograph, alongside which stood Makino, she began to ponder our relationship. She flipped through my resume. From being a survivor of the Oikite Kingdom in the Eastern Sea to avenging my foster mother Nikigo by decimating the evil dragon pirates and transforming the entire Eastern Sea into a haven for adventurers. The more she read, the more astonished she became, realizing the caliber of the person who sacrificed himself to save her. With renewed determination, she vowed to uncover Lao Shao's crimes while seeking to find me. Meanwhile, I, accompanied by Mikita, arrived in Ukiwa town. Now, it was time for me to employ my forte in public opinion warfare. Would revealing the truth directly suffice? That would be too simplistic. I needed them to discover the truth for themselves. The first step was to cultivate a false narrative. I disguised myself as Lao Sha, stealthily hiring individuals in Ukiwa town to fill bags with sand. I then had Mikita take on the guise of an ordinary passerby to set the tone. Mr. Keluokita truly possesses a warm heart beneath a cold exterior. This is, in effect, providing work and income for everyone. As this word spread, Lao Sha was suddenly revered as a benevolent figure, his reputation soaring higher than that of the king himself. The rebel leader Kusha, upon hearing this news, was perplexed. What was Lao Sha up to? The second step was to orchestrate a reversal. I transformed into the king's aide-gaka, donning a cloak and covertly hiring people to transport this batch of sand to the royal capital, deliberately allowing Kusha and his rebels to intercept them along the way. When the two factions clashed, I feigned weakness, and in a moment of carelessness, my disguise slipped, revealing Mr. Tu's face. Kusha and his men were left dumbfounded. Upon opening the bags, they discovered they were filled with dance powder. In an instant, Kusha and his subordinates grasped the situation. It turned out there was a traitor within the king's guard. The Baroque works had masqueraded as them. They were transporting dance powder to frame the king. The previous rainfall in the capital was undoubtedly a conspiracy. Yet, just as they were coming to this realization, I distanced myself. And as the effect of my transformation fruit faded, the dance powder reverted to sand. This solidified their suspicions. The rebels' imaginations ran wild. It was surely a plot that had unraveled, and in a hurry to eliminate evidence, they transformed the fake dance powder back into sand. Coupled with Lao Sha's earlier clandestine sandpacking, a complete chain of evidence formed in their minds. It was all orchestrated by the seven warlords Keluokita. I tell you, this strategy of undermining their foundation left the rebels utterly bewildered. Some believed it, others did not. Some wished to retreat, while others longed to continue fighting, causing panic within the ranks and swiftly diminishing their numbers. King Kubla also received a call from the Navy, learning of Lao Sha's conspiracy, and was beside himself with anxiety. Without evidence, the Navy could not act, and no one would believe the populace's word. Just as King Kubla was about to lose all his hair from worry, the fellow with the falcon fruit burst through the window, flapping his wings, exclaiming at the top of his lungs, "Your Majesty, good news. Wonderful news. Incredible news. Your Majesty, it seems that the rebel army is on the verge of disbanding. I tell you, this was simply miraculous. Somehow, someone within the rebel army had divulged all of Lao Sha's misdeeds. They claimed that the one transporting dance powder was not a Gaka, but an imposter. Furthermore, that dance powder was nothing but a pile of sand. With this revelation, everyone began to connect the dots. Sand crocodile, sand, it all made sense. As the news spread, hundreds of thousands of rebels disbanded on the spot, their morale shattered, making it difficult to lead them. King Kubla was left in shock, so excited that he stood up from his throne. Surely, there was a master behind this. Wei Wei? No, I know my daughter well. She lacks such capability. Just then, Wei Wei's pet duck Kalu dashed in, waddling with short legs, clutching a letter in its beak. Upon opening it, King Kubla found it was indeed written by Wei Wei, denouncing Lao Sha's conspiracy in no uncertain terms, and mentioning that she had returned with a formidable entourage, particularly referencing a certain guide, proclaiming that Alabasta was on the brink of rising. King Kubala was further confounded. Rising? Wasn't survival the immediate concern? Yet, he quickly realized that the individual who had thwarted Lao Shao's plans must be the partner Wei Wei spoke of. Without hesitation, he commanded Bai Er to contact the rebel army, to negotiate if possible, and to cease hostilities. Meanwhile, Lao Shao's lair, the rain banquet, was in chaos. He had just learned that the Straw Hat crew and Princess Wei Wei were alive and well, when Mr. 3, that unfortunate fellow, came running in to report, only to be flung into the crocodile pit in Lao Shao's fury. Of course, he was fortunate enough to survive by encasing himself in wax. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate arrived with news that their utopian plan had been exposed, using their own tactics of framing the king against them. And now the morale of the rebel army was wavering, with a sizable portion having fled. Lao Sha was furious, turning green with rage. Who was responsible? Wei Wei lacked the wits for such a scheme. Could be that Straw Hat Kid? Robin, standing nearby, knew full well that this was the handiwork of that scoundrel Chok. Lao Sha could not wait any longer and issued a death order. Mr. 2, you, transform into the king at once, go to Ukawa town, and set the flames ablaze. Ignite the fury of the rebel army. Just at that critical moment, in the royal palace, King Kubala was asleep when he suddenly sensed something amiss. I was pondering, who was this fellow? Suddenly, a shadow darted through the window like a ghost. As it spoke, its sharp tongue nearly sent King Kubala away. My dear fellow, you are failing as a king, lacking both wealth and allies. Your nation has suffered drought for 3 years, and you have not even bothered to investigate? Are you simply waiting for the heavens to provide? Have you never heard that man can overcome destiny? Family members, who understands this? It is akin to a public assembly confronting the king. Wang Kebula was rendered speechless and thought he was facing an assassin sent by the rebel army. He, in his desperation, expressed his willingness to sacrifice himself, pleading for the safety of Wei Wei and the kingdom's army. The shadowy figure merely laughed. Death? That is the easiest form of escape. I want you to witness what a true king really is. Your foolish daughter Wei Wei is far superior to you. At least she knows how to seek external aid. Upon hearing these words, Wang Kebula instantly understood that this sharp-tongued man was the guide mentioned in Wei Wei's letter. What followed was akin to pressing the fast-forward button. The shadowy figure, known as Tsueka, deliberately assumed the guise of Wang Kebula and was captured by the Baroque works. Subsequently, the false king, transformed by Mr. 2, wreaked havoc in Yotsai town, injuring the rebel leader Kesha, setting the town ablaze, and utterly obliterating the last vestiges of rationality within the rebel army. Kesha, with the remaining die-hard supporters, charged towards the royal capital with bloodshot eyes. Tsueka's plan was astute. He first dissuaded the fence-sitters, leaving only the most obstinate behind, and decided to eliminate them all in one fell swoop in the capital, thus preventing more casualties from skirmishes. Meanwhile, Lu Fei engaged in a battle with Lao Sha in the rain, suffering a crushing defeat and nearly being consumed by the desert. But fortunately, Luo Bin stealthily rescued him and handed him over to Bai Er. The rest of the Straw Hat crew arrived at the royal capital riding on the fast duck, each seeking out high-ranking agents from Baroque works to clear a path for Wei Wei. Standing beneath the city wall, Wei Wei shouted hoarsely, "Stop fighting. This is all Keluokita Ur's scheme." Yet, the scene was as chaotic as a bustling market. Who could hear her? Just as Wei Wei was about to be trampled into a pulp by the rebels' camels, a sudden loud bang echoed. Miss Valentine's Day, also known as Mikita, descended from the heavens with a gigantic speaker, smashing into the ground. The shockwave sending both Wei Wei and the rebels tumbling. The swirling dust was instantly cleared, and Mikita stood triumphantly in the crater, laughing maniacally. Yaha! Wei Wei was left dumbfounded. When had this sister become so formidable? Mikita wasted no time explaining. She pressed the play button on the battle dance speaker on her shoulder. What I witnessed was an utterly absurd spectacle. When the two armies clashed, it was not swords and blades, but a dance-off. Yes, you heard it right. Hundreds of thousands began to sway wildly on the battlefield to the infectious music. Various bizarre dance moves ensued, rendering the ordinary dance competitions trivial. This was a spectacle of unprecedented proportions. The scene was filled with the sound of drums and the dust rising. Even the camels joined in the stomping. Remarkably, it began to rain, and the areas where the dancing was most exuberant saw the heaviest downpour. Wei Wei was completely taken aback, and Kesha, in a bizarre frenzy, hopped in front of her. "Hey, Wei Wei, care to join the dance?" Wei Wei attempted to intervene, opening her mouth only to close it again. Well, dancing was certainly preferable to fighting. She knew this must be Tsueiko's magical device, so she quickly mounted the duck and dashed towards the palace. Her father was likely captured by Lao Sha. For good measure, she pulled out a lucky cigarette and lit it, then took out a Russian revolver, shooting herself with a blank. What luck, she thought. The next shot is meant for Lao Sha. At this moment, within the palace, Lao Sha was receiving reports via the telephone bug about the dance-off at the front lines, his mind unraveling, just as he was about to interrogate the captured Wang Kebula, who was actually Tsueika in disguise, regarding the whereabouts of the ancient weapon. The false king brazenly pinched Labine right before his eyes. Lao Sha was taken aback, pondering if this old fellow was actually a lecher. Tsueika shamelessly pointed at Labine and said, "Sure, as long as you hand over this woman." Labine immediately felt the urge to find a hole to hide in. Just then, Wei Wei arrived, and upon witnessing this scene, she was stunned. Am I about to gain a stepmother? Upon seeing Wei Wei, Lao Sha began to mock her furiously, claiming that Lu Fei was already dead, and even leaked the plan to use a giant cannonball to obliterate the square at 4:30, invoking the law of villains dying due to excessive chatter. Tsueika was preparing to ambush Lao Sha from behind with a tomato timer, knowing that if he struck, it would keep Lao Sha talking for 25 minutes. However, Wei Wei suddenly drew her gun and fired at Lao Sha. Lao Sha instinctively transformed into sand to evade, and the bullet whizzed past and precisely struck Tsueika behind him. Wei Wei inwardly cursed. "What are you dodging bullets for, you natural type? Where's my lucky cigarette?" Tsueika, struck by the bullet, collapsed and fell into a deep slumber, his disguise unraveling. Lao Sha, seeing this, was infuriated, realizing he was outwitted by a mere child. Just as he was about to strike, Luobin quickly used her Hana Nomi abilities to transport Tsueiko away. Luobin was seized by Lao Sha, and with great difficulty, she shouted to Wei Wei, "Quick, find a way to wake him up." Wei Wei was nearly driven frantic. Tsueika had previously mentioned that this could only be undone by a true love's kiss. Resolutely, she closed her eyes and, without hesitation, pressed her lips against Tsueika's. Lo and behold, Tsueika woke, his eyes wide, but both remained frozen in that position, unable to move. I later discovered that Tsueika's troublesome tomato timer had been triggered by Wei Wei's weight. The two were cursed to remain in that kissing posture for 25 minutes. I was watching this unfold, truly mortified. I could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Lao Sha, witnessing this fairy tale unfold, was consumed by rage. At that moment, Mikita arrived, and upon seeing this scene, her heart shattered. "You two fools. What are you doing, still flirting at a time like this?" Lao Sha, unable to contain his fury, launched a sand blade towards Mikita. Mikita retaliated with a punch, her fists adorned with onion gloves, scattering Lao Sha. Just as he began to reform, he broke down into inconsolable tears. Mikita attempted to separate Tsueika and Wei Wei, but found it impossible. Tsueika simply lifted Wei Wei into his arms, adjusted his grip, and dashed away, conveniently scooping up the barely conscious Luobin as well. At that moment, Bayer descended from the sky, carrying Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at the sobbing Lao Sha, innocently asking, "Why are you crying so sadly? Who made you cry?" Lao Sha completely lost it, engaging in a brawl with Lu Fei. Meanwhile, Tsueika and his crew soared on Mikita's flying magic carpet towards the clock tower, where Lao Sha had prepared a time bomb. Bayer flew over, ready to sacrifice himself to take the bomb away. Wei Wei was anxiously crying out, but Tsueika managed to catch up to Bayer in the final moments, snatching the bomb and stuffing it into his talking, adorable backpack. The backpack, terrified, immediately disassembled the bomb. Once the effect of the tomato timer wore off, Wei Wei jumped off Tsueika, her face crimson as blood, while Wang Kebula looked on with an understanding expression. This was indeed an ultimate social embarrassment. In the end, with the assistance of his comrades, Luffy successfully sent Lao Sha flying. Before departing, Sueka specifically instructed Wang, Kebula, and Wei Wei that none of the Baroque Works personnel were to be handed over to the Navy. They were to remain for the reconstruction of Alabasta. By the time Navy officers Tina and Smoker arrived, hundreds of thousands were still awkwardly dancing on the battlefield. Tina was holding half a photo, asking everyone if they had seen Sueka. Wei Wei's heart sank, instantly alerting her. Could it be that this fellow had an affair with that naval beauty? She could only speak vaguely, hastily redirecting the conversation back to how to halt this dancing frenzy. Sueka had already instructed her, so Wei Wei told the Navy, "You all go in, without hostility, and first capture the infiltrators from Baroque Works inside, to avoid any disruptions." Tina's efficiency was remarkable. With a single command, the Navy charged in like wolves among sheep, swiftly identifying and extracting the infiltrators from Baroque Works, as if plucking radishes. I must tell you, Wei Wei was quite clever. She dashed over and swiftly shut off Keshia's dance speaker. The moment the music ceased, the hundreds of thousands fell to the ground, utterly exhausted, panting like dogs, tongues lolling out. Naturally, after such a prolonged dance, even the strongest would need to rest. Then came the moment when the king, Wei Wei, and the Navy took to the streets with their loudspeakers, broadcasting the nefarious schemes of Crocodile for all to hear. Wei Wei notably mentioned that she had commissioned our Adventurers Guild to save the nation, which led us to enlist the Straw Hat crew for assistance. Upon hearing this, the Navy turned pale, their embarrassment palpable, as they realized that the pirates had ultimately resolved the crisis, which was undoubtedly a slap in their face. Yet, they could not voice their grievances. Why? Because our Adventurers Guild was merely the intermediary. The kingdom had contracted the guild, and whom we chose to assist was our own affair. The Navy could certainly try to confront us, but would they dare? Absolutely not. I can assure you, the waters run deep. Our guild is tightly bound to the Navy's interests, particularly in the East Blue. It is no exaggeration to say that we are their logistical base, akin to their version of Pinduoduo, playing both father and mother. Even a portion of the welfare fund from the Navy headquarters is supplied by us from this region. Who would dare to provoke the guild? They would return home to find themselves chastised by their wives. The world government could only turn a blind eye. For their own hands are not clean, harboring the 7 warlords beneath them. None can point fingers at the other. At that moment, the sky opened up, and rain began to fall gently. After 3 long years, this parched land finally welcomed its much-needed moisture. However, truth be told, everyone felt a complex mix of emotions. For so many lives have been lost, making it difficult to rejoice. Wei Wei understood this. Controlling the casualties to this extent was already my utmost effort. With the situation in Alabasta settling down, it was time for my personal endeavors. I managed to catch my sentient backpack, needing clarification on its recent behavior. To my astonishment, I discovered that the previous Iron Man, Wapple, had starved to death, and his ability, the Munch Munch fruit, had sought refuge in my backpack, effectively taking it over. Now, not only was my backpack a mimic doll, but it also functioned as a walking Munch Munch fruit, capable of consuming and transforming. This sparked an idea. Could I potentially produce devil fruits en masse by tossing ability users alongside their fruits into the backpack? However, the backpack warned me, fearing it might burst from the strain. This matter required further exploration back at the guild. Not wanting to dwell on that, it was time to open the blind box. I checked the system and found I had accrued 325 points of mischief value, which was quite promising. Alright, system, convert 300 points into gacha tickets, all in. To my astonishment, I drew the Aladdin's lamp, which could grant wishes, though the lamp spirit would stop at nothing to fulfill them. This item sounded dubious. I certainly wouldn't use it myself. Then, I obtained a card-making machine for experience cards, capable of converting superhuman abilities into experience cards. This was excellent. I could turn the Slip fruit into a rejuvenating experience card to sell to the affluent ladies, potentially yielding a fortune. Next was the sit-up sticker, a relic reminiscent of Luffy's blood-locking gadget. No matter how many times one was knocked down, they could rise again, albeit unable to flee. Perfect for true warriors. The person finder ruler was excellent. With hair tied to it, one could locate individuals, alleviating fears of Luffy and his crew getting lost. Conveniently, I had collected some of Nami's hair while cleaning her room, perfect for this purpose. As for the catchphrase, cigarette, I pondered its utility. Perhaps it could be used to prank others and earn mischief value. I also had 25 power gotcha tickets, each adding 100 power, which I would save for later, as I was currently an intellectual worker and engaging in battles felt rather beneath me. Upon returning from the guild's space to Alabasta, I noticed Tina had already returned to the ship, allowing me to finally show my face. The Straw Hat crew had healed from their injuries and were preparing to depart, having arranged a farewell with Wei Wei at the Eastport. When I arrived at the Eastport, the scene was iconic. Wei Wei and Karu stood on the shore, arms crossed, weeping for the departing going merry, while Luffy and the others waved back from the ship. I, meanwhile, sat on a nearby rock, munching on sunflower seeds, feeling somewhat melancholic, as if I were an outsider, despite my significant contributions. Wei Wei, stop crying. Are you ready? The Alabasta development plan is about to commence. I approached her and said. She turned, tears still glistening on her cheeks, and embraced me tightly. I quickly added, Hey, no need to make it seem like a tearful farewell. I'll take you flying. With the Dordor fruit in hand, once this matter is settled, we will embark on a new adventure together. Bah, who's going on a honeymoon trip with you? You fickle-hearted rascal. Wei Wei blushed and pushed me away. Just as I resumed my sunflower seeds, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. A cold, murderous, intense surge toward us from the sea. Squinting, I realized it was not a coffin, but rather a small boat belonging to Dracul Myhawk. How had he found me? Everyone who understands. You can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. You go ahead. I will be back shortly. I swiftly lifted Wei Wei and placed her on Karu's back, who sensed the tension and dashed away. I felt that Myhawk had locked onto me with his observation hockey. Escaping was futile. Then we shall fight. I immediately crushed all 25 power gotcha tickets, my strength surging by 2,500 points to a staggering 5,100, surpassing even Lucci. I clamped a cigar in my mouth, the one I had acquired from Crocodile, and affixed the sit-up sticker to my chest, armed to the teeth. Myhawk had already crossed the distance in mere strides, his gaze sharp as a blade. You are the leader of the Adventurers Guild? Have you impersonated me? Taking a deep breath from the cigar, I exhaled slowly, creating smoke rings as I gazed at him with a melancholic expression. No, I am your inner demon. Myhawk's brow furrowed, clearly bewildered by my audacity. Kulme, I am disinclined to waste words, I said as I dashed into the uninhabited desert, where he immediately followed. Once we arrived, I began to speak earnestly. I consumed the inner demon fruit. To different individuals, I appear in various forms. What you see is not me, but a projection of your inner self. As long as you firmly believe I am Myhawk, I shall take on your form, fulfilling your desire to challenge yourself. I was playing on the information gap. He understood swords, but not my system's external capabilities. To my surprise, Myhawk was intrigued. After all, even masters experience loneliness. He drew his black blade. Yuru. Very well, let us engage. Wait, you must believe that I am truly you. I emphasized while discreetly producing a hypnotic pocket watch to sway him. You are the world's greatest swordsman. Simultaneously, I retrieved the supreme mermaid fishing rod, preparing to masquerade as his black blade. A marvelous scene unfolded. Under the influence of the hypnotic watch's bug, both of us became convinced we were Myhawk. I transformed into his likeness, and the fishing rod morphed into Yuru. I tell you, that spectacle was akin to deities clashing. Two identical world-renowned swordsmen battled in the desert, their sword energies cutting through the air, flattening sand dunes. Initially, I struggled, relying on the cigar to hold my ground. But as I utilized the sit-up sticker to sustain myself, I continuously learned his techniques. The longer we fought, the stronger I became, ultimately forcing even Myhawk to exceed his limits to suppress me. As the sun set, when all my items expired and my disguise faded, I collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly drained. My sentient backpack hurried over to assist me by tearing off the sit-up sticker. If I continued, I would truly perish. Though Myhawk was fatigued, he remained standing, gazing at me with complex emotions. That was indeed a thrilling battle. However, I shall not easily forgive you for impersonating me. I quickly scrambled to my feet, trying to ingratiate myself. Brother Kyo, once I have grown stronger, I will accompany you for sword practice every day. Our guild is hosting the world's greatest swordsmanship tournament in Alabasta. When that time comes, you won't need to scour the world for opponents." Upon hearing this, Mihawk seemed intrigued. "Very well, I shall await your good news." He began to depart. "Wait, let me propose this. Why not become an honorary member of our guild? Just a title. You need not labor, and you could benefit from shared intelligence and resources." In a moment of banter, I referenced the red-haired Shanks, highlighting that his wife is a high-ranking official in our guild. Just imagine close friends becoming family, and their children could even be engaged in a betrothal. While I was reciting this to the group, Mihawk wore a bemused expression, but almost inexplicably inquired, "Does the red-haired one have children?" To my surprise, we found ourselves in a lively conversation, ranging from the legendary duels of the world's foremost swordsmen to the latest gossip surrounding Shanks. Before long, we were calling each other brothers. "Farewell, Brother Chiao. You must attend the next swordsmanship tournament." I stuffed a collection of Alabasta specialties into his arms. "Goodbye, second brother. I shall certainly come." Watching Mihawk's figure, imbued with the warmth of life, depart, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I even managed to snag a strand of his hair, ostensibly for locating him, but in reality, I intended to use it as a medium for a summoning scroll, ready to call upon him in times of dire need. Just as I bid farewell to Mihawk, a voice from behind petrified me in place. "You are Trek." I mechanically turned around, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "Hi, Sister Tina, you are here too. You truly are alive," Tina exclaimed joyfully. In the next instant, she dashed forward and enveloped me in a tight embrace, nearly crushing my recently healed bones. Whispering apologies in my ear, she expressed her guilt and regret for believing I had perished, recounting how long she had searched for me. At that moment, it felt like first blood. I was rendered speechless. Who understands the bond of family? No matter how elaborate the schemes, they cannot withstand the sincerity of another. My cleverness crumbled in the face of Tina's heartfelt honesty, and waves of guilt overwhelmed me. I could only gently pat her back in comfort. In the distance, Tina's subordinates peered from behind cover, astonished, likely having their jaws drop in surprise. Then, I was led by Tina back to her worship for dinner. The ambience remained unchanged, and the flavors were just as I remembered. After sipping some red wine, Tina began to recount how she had been deceived by a cunning fox and subsequently captured by the Baroque works, still baffled about the location of the poison used. Double kill. I took another emotional blow, thinking, "Sister, please stop. If you continue, I might just feel guilty enough to atone with my life." I could only retreat into my shell, burying my head in my cup. "Trek, how about joining the Navy? I can recommend you. With your contributions, you could at least be a colonel. We would be on the same level. This way, we can always be together." Tina murmured softly. Triple kill. I felt completely defenseless. I quickly rejected the idea, launching into a lengthy discourse about a soldier's duty to obey orders rather than pursue justice, discussing everything from Akainu's purity to Akiji and Kizuru's indifference, culminating in my founding of the Adventure Guild to uphold my own gentle form of justice. Tina listened perplexed, before her mind made a leap, transforming her into an understanding sage, speculating that I was the secret disciple of Garp, believing that all intelligence from the Navy headquarters was disclosed to me by him. Old man Garp might just sneeze at that. Watching her indulge in her thoughts, I suddenly called out, "Tina." She jumped, thinking I was about to confess, her face turning crimson. Seizing the moment, I pressed on. "Would you like to join my adventure guild?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tina replied, "I would." Only after she spoke did she realize what she had just committed to, her expression turning bewildered. "Huh? Join your adventure guild?" I would not allow her to backtrack. I immediately began to elaborate. "Great. From this day forth, you are a core member of our guild. The benefits are even better than those of your admirals. You will handle all our interactions with the Navy headquarters." Inwardly, I reveled in my plans. For the first half of the Grand Line, Robin would take charge, directly liaising with Tina. The combination of these two formidable women promised an extraordinary spectacle. I imagined the two of them together would surely create a scene of chaos. Fortunately, Robin's operations were covert, focused on secretive growth, keeping them from crossing paths for now. As for Tina, The grand lie of my resurrection in the desert would likely remain concealed for a lifetime. There was no choice. Revealing it would lead to my immediate demise. So I could only protect this falsehood with a lifetime of love. Truly, I was a romantic. Seeing Tina still slightly dazed, I decided to solidify our bond. I said to her, "Sister Tina, I actually died once in the desert." She responded with a puzzled huh, as if questioning my humanity. I unleashed my trump card, so, do you still wish to uphold the promise made back then? To my astonishment, her understanding dawned instantly. She recalled that heartfelt confession from the desert, vowing to be my lover in another life, to forever rest in my embrace, and her eyes glistened with tears. I tell you, once I had closed her heart with death. Now, I would kick it wide open with my rebirth. That night, the atmosphere was intoxicating, and she was utterly entranced, leading me to rest my head on her lap as I drifted into slumber, utterly exhausted after my earlier duel with Myhawk. The following morning, sunlight streamed in, and I awoke, feeling invigorated. With a body boasting over 5,000 prowess points, I felt invincible. Glancing over, I saw Tina asleep on the sofa, a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Who can understand the urgency of capturing this as a family heirloom? I quickly retrieved my camera, snapping several close-up shots. Just then, she awoke, instinctively wiping her mouth, and upon spotting me grinning with my photos, her jealousy ignited. She snatched the camera away, realizing it was an embarrassing picture of herself, her face flushing crimson in an instant as she confiscated it. With a cheeky grin, I produced another photo. Don't be hasty. I have backups. What followed was a classic playful tussle of young lovers, as she chased me for the camera, and we rolled around the sofa like children playing with Turkish ice cream. Just as her frustration reached its peak, I accidentally allowed her to snatch it away. Triumphantly, she looked down only to discover she was sitting atop me, her attire slightly disheveled. Her face turned so red it could boil water. This pure-hearted lady blushed easily and immediately changed the subject. Who was the woman you took a photo with in Windmill Village? My heart skipped a beat. Knowing I had stumbled upon a perilous question, I could only respond truthfully. Oh, you mean Sister Machino? She is my business partner. She already has someone she likes. So I missed my chance. I deliberately spoke with an air of nonchalance. As a smoke puffed from Tina, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "You little rascal. You do prefer older women, don't you?" Upon hearing this, I realized she had inadvertently acknowledged her own age. I felt a surge of confidence and replied, "Not necessarily. I like anyone who is beautiful and kind, regardless of age." Anyone? Oh no, I had ventured into dangerous territory. Tina seized upon the key phrase, twisting my ear and demanding, "How many women do you have? Speak." I yelped in pain, my mind racing. The world of One Piece was not akin to ours. I could only squeeze out, one or two. One or two. That sounds like quite a few. How many exactly? Her grip tightened. 2 or 3. I included Makita, Robin, and Vivian my count. It seems to be growing, huh? You aren't being honest. Good heavens. Her grip felt as if it could turn a faucet. If I did not confess soon, I might just be in for a world of hurt. 3 or 4. Just 4. Truly, that's all. I quickly included Kaya in the count, grabbing her hand, lest she twist my ear off entirely. Tina huffed, "You little romantic. It seems I have been deceived by you." At that moment, I broke into a cold sweat. Her intuition was too sharp. I hurried to amend. Not at all. These are all genuine connections forged through shared hardships. You wouldn't want me to be ungrateful, would you? Unexpectedly, Tinga let out a sigh, conceding, "Forget it. You little rascal. It seems unrealistic for you to be solely with me." Her damned understanding nature made me feel slightly guilty. I quickly shifted the topic. Inquiring about the situation in Alabassan, Tinga remarked that King Kebula insisted on keeping Lao Sha and his crew for hard labor, and she believed the king had lost his mind. Once the Hei Lushi was released, Lao Sha could scatter his ashes to the winds. It was then that I laid my cards on the table. In fact, I was the one who had instructed King Kebula to do so. Tinga's gaze sharpened instantly. Your rescue of me surely had ulterior motives, did it not? You seek the power of the Navy? I boldly confessed, gazing at her with affection. Indeed, my initial intent in rescuing you was driven by such considerations. The guild requires the Navy's resources. However, I have genuinely and irreversibly fallen in love with Tinga. Sueka was quite pleased. I must say, adopting her conversational style is immensely gratifying. Tinga was rendered speechless by my straightforwardness. She had aimed to showcase her intelligence but found herself at a loss. Seizing the opportunity, I presented my core request. Please, introduce me to the upper echelons of the headquarters. I wish to discuss a significant business deal. What kind of business? I replied, I wish to borrow your naval generals. For instance, Qingji, whose ice abilities can create fresh water, and Qichuan, whose magma can reshape the terrain and enrich the soil. Tinga was momentarily stunned, thinking I'd lost my mind. You want generals to do agricultural work? Why not aim for the heavens? I patted my chest, inadvertently striking her breast, earning a disdainful glance, then confidently asserted, Rest assured, I can persuade them. Tinga indeed called the headquarters, and the voice on the other end was Vice Admiral He. After a brief exchange, the voice of Marshal Zhanghua erupted with excitement. Ma Shi, is it President Sueka? Quickly, hand the phone to him. Tinga was dumbfounded and passed the phone to me. In an instant, I activated my flattery mode. Esteemed Marshal Zhanghua, it is an honor to finally connect. I am fortunate beyond measure. Under your illustrious leadership, the Navy has rescued countless souls from peril, embodying justice itself. I credited the Navy for achievements that were rightfully mine and Lufei's. On the other end, the old marshal was practically floating with flattery, exchanging pleasantries before asking what I desired. At last, I revealed my true intentions. Marshal, with the reconstruction of Alabassadon, we are in need of manpower. Might you send 2 individuals to assist? Upon hearing this, Zhanghua responded that several hundred would be no problem. I interjected, no need, just 2 will suffice. He likely assumed I meant Tinga and Smog, readily agreeing. I quickly interrupted. Splendid. The marshal truly cares for the populace. One should be General Qingji, who I hear is arriving soon. The other, I kindly request that you dispatch General Qichuan. Our guild will handle transportation swiftly with our flying dragon. Wait a minute. Zhanghua was taken aback. You want 2 generals? Such a request exceeds even the extermination order. What are your intentions? I promptly delivered a moral lecture. Marshal, how can you compare them so? The extermination order involves slaughter, while our mission is to save lives. As a wielder of the Defo fruit, you must possess compassion. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Tinga dropped her cigarette, staring at me in disbelief. I continued to elaborate, stating that Qingji would create icebergs to store water, and Qichuan would induce artificial rain. I regaled them with a nonsensical explanation of basic physics, leaving Zhanghua, Vice Admiral He, and Tinga bewildered, though they all feigned understanding. And so, Zhanghua, in a state of confusion, agreed to send Qichuan over. Sensing an opportunity, I pressed further. Marshal, I would also like to meet Master Zifa. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. Finally, I introduced the most crucial point. Marshal, this support is not without cost. We must pay. Zhanghua attempted to be courteous, but I explained the principles of Zigong's redemption, arguing that elevating moral standards can be detrimental, and that incentivizing good deeds creates a virtuous cycle, asserting that truly good people possess even greater capabilities, while evil individuals lack the power to act malevolently. This is the essence of great benevolence. I must tell you, the scene was nothing short of miraculous. As I passionately articulated my values, the most astonishing moment came. The line suddenly went silent, leaving Tinga and me in stunned silence. After what felt like an eternity, I nudged Tinga, who finally whispered, Quiet. I'm awakening my fruit. Mind your manners. Awakening? My voice changed. You 2 have awakened? On the other end, both Zhanghua and Vice Admiral He exclaimed. Also, you 2 have awakened. My friends, who can comprehend this? I was boasting, and in a single phone call, I inadvertently facilitated 3 fruit awakenings within the Navy. Zhanghua's Defo fruit awakened its savior form. Vice Admiral He's cleansing fruit could redeem evildoers. And Tinga's Khan fruit was even more outrageous, capable of directly imprisoning others' malevolent thoughts, essentially embodying the physical act of laying down arms. I was utterly flabbergasted. While I was lecturing, all my audience had graduated, yet I remained stagnant. The fool was indeed myself. After discussing business matters, I prepared to seek Weiwei for subsequent plans. Before departing, I embraced Tingo warmly, stealthily slipping my specially crafted catchphrase cigarette into her pocket. After all, anyone who inhales its secondhand smoke must first declare their name. I wanted her to experience the joy of social death through smoking. However, this girl was not one to be trifled with. As she embraced me, she executed a reverse maneuver, subtly applying her newly awakened ability to impose an S-desire confinement on me. What a feat! In this contest of experts, every move was lethal. As Tinga executed the S-desire confinement on Sueka, he subsequently practiced with Mikita, but all attempts failed, with Mikita's tricks proving ineffective against Sueka, who remained serene as a sage. Sueka nearly lost control, suspecting he too might possess enlightenment. In truth, he had awakened to his Buddha nature that day. Yet what use is such awakening? It was utterly despairing. Tinga versus Sueka, the third round, both emerged wounded. In the royal capital, Mikita was assisting with post-disaster reconstruction, having skillfully halted the outbreak of war as the leader of both armies. Mikita's reputation soared among the populace, and she forged deep friendships with her dance partners, promising to revel together at the next celebration. Note, the battle dance soundbox, dancing powder once played, any desire to fight will trigger a dance-off, accompanied by localized rainfall. As the rebel forces returned to their hometowns, the legend of the battle dance rain god Mikita began to spread wildly among the people of Alabassan. It is said that during the kingdom's turmoil, when the two armies were poised for conflict, a deity descended from the heavens, bringing forth exhilarating battle dance music that halted the hostilities, leading both armies to dance in harmony. The deity even rewarded the most passionate dancer with abundant rainfall. In the future, whenever disputes arose, the people refrained from physical confrontation, opting instead for fervent dance battles, praying for the blessings of the battle dance rain god. In times of drought, instead of fear and despair, the citizens would spontaneously sing and dance to beseech rain, uniting to overcome challenges together. The dance battle prayer thus became a millennia-old tradition in Alabasida. The battle dance rain god Mikita emerged as a guardian deity of Alabasida, alongside the wolf and the falcon. On the journey back to the royal capital, Sueka heard whispers of this legend everywhere, pondering whether Mikita was the ultimate victor. If not, perhaps she should be stationed here. With her current acclaim, many policies could be swiftly implemented, akin to Xiangyang's reforms establishing trust through a wooden post. Mikita was that post, no, that trust. This self-absorbed Mikita, who had merely followed Hani's suggestion to play music and dance, had inadvertently ascended to divinity. In the past few days, Mikita, having not seen Sueka, floated about, receiving the adoration of the people, laughing heartily in the air, as I observed the civilians laboriously maneuvering the colossal remnants of the buildings. They employed a technique known as the overweight smash, facilitating the transportation of debris, coupled with their remarkable physical prowess and the ability to soar through the skies. They readily assisted the populace in the post-disaster reconstruction. Consequently, the people could not help but express their incessant admiration and reverence, which, in turn, invigorated Mikita's enthusiasm, leading to a remarkable acceleration in the recovery of the royal capital. One could frequently see the busy yellow bees flitting about in the sky, and Mikita earned yet another title, that of an angel. This young lady had a penchant for donning dresses while flying, prompting Trek to insist she wear safety shorts to prevent any accidental exposure. Although Mikita often complained about the heat and inconvenience, Trek, now that she was his wife, found it a considerable loss to gaze upon her beauty as opposed to merely admiring her from afar. Princess Vivi, confronting Mikita, once her adversary, was beset by a whirlwind of complex emotions. Strictly speaking, Mikita had not truly engaged in any harmful actions against Alabasta. During her time with the Baroque works, her primary focus was apprehending pirates, and her dancing fans were entirely unrelated to her. Recently, she had rendered significant assistance, not only averting warfare, but also aiding in the restoration of the royal capital. Observing her carefree camaraderie with Trek, who now held a reputation in Alabasta that rivaled her own, Vivi felt a twinge of jealousy. The fear of comparison often leads to discontent. Upon reflection, Vivi realized she felt inferior to Mikita in several aspects. Despite Trek bestowing upon Vivi an enchantment of 500 strength, the disparity when compared to Mikita was evident. "Ani, where'd you been these past 2 days? I nearly died from missing you," Mikita exclaimed as she rushed to embrace Trek upon his return. She had developed a slight addiction to him, and they frequently practiced their skills together. Trek, through rigorous training, had honed his mastery of armament hockey, as he often lifted weights of 10 tons. One could even say that the slippery eel of a girl could become a formidable weapon through such relentless training. Strangely enough, when faced with Mikita's figure, Trek felt devoid of any desire, as though he had attained a state of enlightenment. "Dear benefactor, please exercise restraint. I must discuss important matters with Princess Vivi." He gently extricated himself from Mikita's embrace and made his way towards the palace. Mikita, perplexed and filled with questions, found her companion's demeanor had shifted. In the past, when they practiced together, he had affectionately called her sweetheart. Now, as a newcomer, he referred to her as benefactor. She could only follow behind, chattering away about her recent accomplishments. While Trek imagined giving her wings would transform her into a true angel, adorned in lemon yellow and stripes. A buzzing little bee, indeed. Trek prepared to elaborate on his development plans to Vivi. Recognizing the necessity for assistance in execution, he decided to establish a small classroom. The development plan for Alabasta was lengthy and convoluted, in contrast to the aspirations of the Sand Crocodile's ideal village plan. Thus, Trek aptly named his initiative the Sunflower Project, symbolizing growth and a yearning for sunshine, a bright and hopeful endeavor. As they gazed out at the blazing sun, the attendees felt that Alabasta truly radiated positivity. The Sunflower Classroom commenced, with a primary focus divided into 4 sectors: agriculture, industry, services, and education, interwoven intricately. This approach sought to address the issues of a singular industrial structure and developmental stagnation. During the advancement of these sectors, Trek planned to harness various forces to tackle corresponding challenges, such as climate and environmental impacts on agriculture, resource and energy needs for industry, and the necessity for creativity and talent within the service sector, alongside the educational domain requiring knowledgeable instructors. Vivi, as an exemplary student, diligently took notes, while King Cobra and the former ministers and guards listened attentively. Mikita, designated as the liaison for the guild, was also compelled to sit beside Vivi and follow along. Upon realizing her role as the guild's representative, Mikita felt an immense pressure, her thoughts oscillating between confusion and simplicity, leading her to copy Vivi's notes. Vivi, recognizing her own merits, graciously offered Mikita the opportunity to transcribe notes, satisfying her sense of superiority. The agriculture sector was being managed by Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu, with Akiji providing icebergs to temporarily supply fresh water to the kingdom. "Admiral," the crowd gasped in astonishment and whispered among themselves. "Silence. Do not appear overly astonished. When they arrive, it will make you seem like simpletons from the desert." Akainu was set to modify the terrain using lava, establishing the Santora River as the principal vein, constructing a network of lava rock tributaries to combat wind erosion and sand encroachment. These protective measures would also delineate various districts within the kingdom, each destined to become provinces with their own economic pillars. Akainu planned to enhance agricultural land fertility by utilizing volcanic ash and would facilitate artificial rainfall. Artificial rainfall? That can't be legal. A certain royal voiced his skepticism. "No, you wouldn't understand. The magma fruit can indeed create rain," Trek replied, lacking patience for a geography or physics lesson. He intended to enlist the sand crocodile and the mole fruit users to excavate canals and wells, channeling the Santora River's waters to the fields and establishing auxiliary water routes, eventually constructing dams for water storage. As many were eager to interrupt Trek, he shot them a fierce glare, silencing the room. Though there would certainly be questions regarding the use of the sand crocodile, Trek had no time to engage in explanations. His priority was to expedite disaster relief and infrastructure development, trusting that the results would speak for themselves. Subsequently, he planned to invite the pirate guerrilla forces and those with flourishing fruit abilities to plant trees and grasses to improve the local climate and increase food production. With specifics to be discussed later, the guild would handle seed supply and planting technique training, and for now, agriculture would proceed along this path, with further adjustments made as necessary. Next came industry, primarily focusing on mining and manufacturing. The sand crocodile would scout for mineral deposits within the desert, followed by the mole fruit users who would dig mining tunnels. This would facilitate extraction, smelting, manufacturing, and sales, thereby boosting employment and attracting population influx. In the future, the kingdom could welcome foreign immigrants to enhance talent influx and national strength. The sand crocodile's contributions within the desert were vast, controlling sandstorms, modifying terrain, transporting sand, and conducting exploratory endeavors. Thus, it was far more advantageous for them to remain and labor rather than be confined to the advancing city. The quick-slash-fruit user, Das Bones, was assigned to cut stone, while the nosebleed man would handle blasting for excavation, cooperating with the sand crocodile for infrastructure development. Trek did not wish to seize certain overtly powerful fruits that might provoke other factions, so he opted to retain the sand crocodile. As for construction, the stone fruit would be more efficient for such endeavors, as the desert was replete with rocky terrain. However, Trek was not well acquainted with Doflamingo and preferred to avoid entanglements with the powers of the New World for the time being. The quick-slash-fruit and the nosebleed man would suffice for the tasks at hand. In addition, there is the advancement of Push City, which is likely home to numerous individuals with fruit abilities, each possessing remarkable talents. If one were to extract too many resources through Mr. 3, it would undoubtedly attract attention. After some contemplation, Sueka decided to communicate with the world government regarding the possibility of signing a prisoner leasing agreement. Due to the strong insistence of Sueka and King Cobra, the sand crocodile and several members of the Baroque works, who could effectively aid in the transformation of Alabasta, were not imprisoned within Push City. However, Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 had no legitimate reasons for their release, considering they were both dangerous fruit users and key personnel. After prolonged negotiations, the world government remained steadfast, even intending to re-imprison the sand crocodile after his utility. Sueka had originally intended for Mr. 3 to go undercover within Push City. He orchestrated a facade of dispute with King Cobra, demanding the release of the inconsequential Miss Doublefinger, the thornfruit user, under the pretense that she was an undercover operative for the king. Mr. 3 was left wondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Miss Doublefinger, however, felt immense gratitude towards Sueka. Despite the appearance of being a captive compelled to labor for redemption, she recognized Sueka's good nature, having witnessed the tears of Miss Golden Week, who was tormented by homework, realizing that Sueka was a genuinely caring individual, akin to a devoted parent. Mariano exclaimed, "Damn it, I am the same age as Sueka? Why must I do homework? You are the favored child. Your entire family are his favored children." King Cobra observed a stunning beauty, expressing a hint of disapproval towards Sueka, his future son-in-law. No, he displayed an expression that all men could understand. He even jested with Sueka, asking if he could teach him a few tricks to handle such types, making them irresistible. Sueka was taken aback. Could this King Cobra be impersonating Mr. 2? No. A cross-dresser could not comprehend the complexities of love between men and women. Those familiar with the original work knew that King Cobra had once led Luffy and the other boys to brazenly watch Vivi and Nami bathe, with Nami even playfully removing her towel. Naturally, this time Sueka was present, and in a critical moment, he dealt a blow to King Cobra and the boys, transforming into a guardian, vigilantly ensuring the modesty of his future wife and sister. Later, Sueka also playfully struck Nami on the head after a bath, leading her to sulkily stick out her tongue in response. The world of One Piece leans more towards a westernized conception of royal aristocracy. Western royal marriages often adhere to a monogamous principle, unlike the Eastern tradition of concubines. However, it is common for royals and nobles to maintain lovers, and the indiscretions of certain ministers and nobles are a regular occurrence. Thus, King Cobra harbored no ill feelings towards Sueka's innocent fondness for beautiful women. Moreover, In the underground world, the chaos of pirate factions and celestial dragons is rampant, with slavery, betrayal, and manipulation being the norm, often in a far more brutal manner. Robin had experienced this firsthand. When Sueka expressed his desire to have many children with her, she felt her defenses crumbling, perceiving it as a pure confession of love rather than the lewd intentions of a scoundrel. In the underground realm, she had never encountered a man who fantasized about a family upon their first meeting. Most were hypocritical figures with ulterior motives, seeking to exploit and abandon. Sueka's desire for a family was far more explosive than Luffy's invitation to join as a companion. Her keen intuition allowed her to recognize Sueka's sincerity immediately, leading her to offer no resistance when he embraced her. Sueka sometimes felt he was quite the scoundrel, yet in such a dark place. He was unaware that his actions shone like a bright moon in the night. The perspective of Luffy and his crew merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg in the darkness. King Cobra observed Sueka, a young and affluent leader, often accompanied by Machida, whom he cherished greatly, and perceived Sueka as remarkably innocent, not opposing the potential relationship between Vivi and him. After all, Vivi was destined to become a queen, and should she bear children with such a person, the kingdom would gain formidable paternal support for its heir. As for concerns about usurpation, ultimately, it would be their children inheriting the throne, so it hardly mattered. Do not assume that King Cobra is an easy character to deal with. Otherwise, the Alabasta royal family would not have endured for over 800 years, a fact that enhances the protagonist group's narrative. Mr. Two pondered, what about me? Why has no one considered my situation? What of my identity now? Sueka replied, the cross-dressing King Ivankov may be in Push City, striving to fulfill your dreams, but I have no interest in your peculiarities. The conversation had strayed somewhat, returning to the main topic following the establishment of agriculture and industry. The development of the service sector could promote commercial growth. The kingdom faced a shortfall in technology and talent, which would gradually be addressed through guilds and cooperation with the world government, particularly Vegapunk. This meant that the service industry would primarily focus on tourism. However, without optimization and creativity, it would remain commonplace. The natural scenery alone offered little beyond the desert landscape, which could only provide limited experiences such as desert travel, camping, sand sailing, and camel rides, too restrictive in scope. Hence, project development was necessary to enrich the tourism resources. What projects? The indigenous desert dwellers looked at Sueka with a mixture of confusion and intrigue as he lectured. Lacking demand, it was essential to create it. Hosting competitions would generate significant demand. By offering substantial rewards and organizing various contests, a multitude of participants and consumers could be attracted, leading to emergent commercial needs. Everyone knew Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa. He understood how to utilize devil fruits as prizes to launch fighting events. Although his methods were rather nefarious, the living standards of his subjects were commendable. The Shichibukai, who dealt in slavery, weapons, and devil fruits, were not unknown to King Cobra, who was aware of certain unsavory realities. Vivi, however, remained blissfully unaware, as King Cobra had shielded her from the world's evils, leading her to wonder when she might visit Dressrosa. Here lies the crux. Take diligent notes, for I will present examples for you to investigate and validate their feasibility. The first type involves combat tournaments, hosting the world's greatest martial arts gathering, taking advantage of the vast desert spaces for battles without fear of damage, resulting in low maintenance costs. The martial arts gathering could feature various categories: swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, shooting, and an unrestricted category for both dragon and tiger styles. This classification would allow for a broader range of participants and spectators. The guild could transport large numbers of competitors and viewers, selling tickets, broadcasting rights, advertising slots, and merchandise, while also signing contracts with promising contenders for regular participation, enabling them to earn prize money and endorsement fees. Based on performance and points, a ranking system could emerge, allowing aspiring individuals or pirates to compete for fame and rewards. Those with strength could transition from piracy to participation, no longer relying solely on violence and plunder for recognition and income. This ranking system would be far more effective than the Navy's bounty notices, which inadvertently encourage piracy and notoriety, an utterly foolish approach. A somewhat petty King Cobra noted, "I'll remember this. Sueka called the Navy foolish. Let us establish a top 10 for the Dragon and Tiger rankings. Let us stick to the top 10 for now. Too many names might dilute the significance, and it would discourage fierce competition among pirates. The lesser-known Karami pirates would be easily dealt with by the Navy, resulting in a decrease in crime rates at sea. The kingdom could also recruit strong individuals to stand as representatives, bolstered by the support of Barry, rapidly enhancing the kingdom's military power. By the way, those martial sea cows could serve as a means to filter participants, eliminating the lesser Karami. Ultimately, the Kung Fu manatee possesses an exceptional affinity for martial arts and boasts remarkable academic prowess, rendering it particularly well-suited for this role. Chueka took a sip of water and remarked that everyone could take a break to visit the restroom, and the class would resume in 10 minutes. Aside from a few who were overwhelmed by the situation, Chueka's thoughtfulness was appreciated. Others engaged in hushed conversations, while the slow-witted Majida shamelessly snatched Princess Weiwei's notes to copy. Initially incensed by the public display of affection between Weiwei and Chueka, Majida had since forgiven her, as long as she could replicate the notes. The pair, in their own romantic escapades, could indulge in their antics as they pleased. Meanwhile, King Kabura was engaged in discussions with his ministers regarding the division of regions and proposals for competitions. The royal guards, Jaka and Bell, contemplated whether to participate in a ranking event. Even if they did not make it to the leaderboard, they wished to maintain a presence, lest others perceive Alabassadon as lacking in vigor. "Everyone, please return to your seats and let us continue the lesson." Chueka clapped his hands on the table. The second category, the racing competition, focuses on speed but must encompass a variety of tracks and content. For instance, participants could ride speedy ducks, race camels, or engage in desert sailing competitions. The St. Dora River could host water surface sailing contests, particularly after the construction of dams for water retention, which would broaden the area of competition. Additionally, an integrated desert off-road challenge could be organized, allowing for the use of props in combat, with options for both individual and team events. Naturally, these competitions would come with rewards and betting options, which could be preserved for external nobility, granting them VIP treatment and allowing substantial wagers, while strictly limiting participation from domestic residents. This approach would effectively attract wealth from foreign nobility. The third category involves skill competitions across various industries, aimed at attracting talent and enhancing technical expertise. A sunflower record could be established, allowing the most proficient individuals to secure a quantifiable record. Competitors challenging this record would be rewarded with prizes, thereby drawing a multitude of skilled individuals from various fields, facilitating both technical exchange and talent discovery. The fourth category pertains to product competitions, evaluating the quality of various goods, such as superior breeds, agricultural products, handicrafts, tools, machinery, and transportation devices. This would serve a dual purpose, advancing and promoting cutting-edge technology while also enhancing trade and commerce. Essentially, it would resemble a world expo, gathering global products, which could also be commissioned for sale and auction, positioning Alabassadon as a global economic hub. For now, this serves merely as a reference. I encourage you to think creatively and gather additional ideas collectively. Regarding education, the newly established New East Sea Training Institution of the Adventure Guild will initially take charge. Individuals of all ages and genders will undergo basic literacy and simple technical training, with plans to gradually establish schools and promote universal education. Upon hearing Chueka's grand vision, the attendees were filled with excitement, realizing the possibilities before them. Yet Majida felt overwhelmed, burdened by the multitude of tasks ahead, lamenting internally about her lack of formal education and aspirations of merely following Hani in honing her skills. With this thought, Majida cast a ravenous gaze upon Chueka. Digest this information, as the guild is already prepared with support personnel and funding in place. Additionally, please assess the situation across various locations. We will first provide material assistance for disaster relief. Once Qing Ji and Qi Quan conclude their tasks, The Sunflower Project will commence. With these instructions, Chui, who intended to inquire about the Navy's Qingji's arrival, but was unexpectedly pulled back to his room by Majida. What are you doing? Hui inquired, bewildered. As dinner time approached, and his stomach rumbled. Honey, there's just too much going on. You should delegate to someone else. Majida whimpered, shaking Chui's hand playfully. Perhaps you're right. It's fine as long as I make an appearance, stroll around, and express gratitude for everyone's hard work. Specific tasks can be delegated to professionals like Machina. You just need to manage any disruptive elements. Chui reflected on this. After all, he himself had been merely talking without action, avoiding the intricacies of guild affairs by entrusting them to Machina. Presently, aside from the upper echelons and some early personnel, few in the guild had ever met Chui. The enigmatic guild leader had led some to believe that the guild was merely a venture of the Four Emperors' Shanks, with Chui as a puppet or a mere alias for the red-haired captain. In truth, the actual manager was the captain's wife, who signed all relevant documents. If the red-haired captain were indeed an ambitious figure, Chui would find himself in peril. Fortunately, the red-haired captain despised taking on responsibilities and preferred hosting banquets. Having not practiced his skills for many days, Hani, the addicted Majida, began to fidget restlessly. Since parting with Tina, Chui felt somewhat disoriented, as if he had entered a state of tranquility. The iron block seemed unable to activate, prompting him to take action. Meita, ignited Bitsuike's provocations, was on the verge of losing her composure, while Chui began to feel a sense of unease. What was happening? No matter how much he fidgeted, he felt as if he had transcended to a state of enlightenment, while Majida could hardly bear it. Was he rendered impotent as a consequence of his infidelity, or had he exhausted his strength? No, he felt invigorated. He desired to emulate Duan Yu, not renounce the world for the Buddhist monastery. Chui's mind raced, experimenting with various tactics, even showcasing long-held secret techniques, yet he remained in a state of enlightenment. Majida could no longer endure the tension and retreated to practice on her own. Alas, the new generation surpasses the old. The boss now seems solely interested in that vixen Weiwei. Majida mused, contemplating a makeover for herself before departing with a melancholic expression, leaving Chui alone in the corner. Drawing circles. Is my journey through this world coming to an end? Are there any venerable physicians here? It seems I must seek out Kuya. Chui could hardly bear the thought of his blissful existence coming to a close, and the only person who came to mind was Kuya, as she was renowned for her healing abilities. However, recalling Kuya's eerie laughter from their last encounter sent shivers down his spine. Would she not transform him into an embodiment of the Eastern Invincible? He would need to devise a plan to appease the capricious Kuya. Tina remarked, "Oh my newly developed fruit ability truly is a bane to muscle-bound men." Just then, Admiral Qing Ji arrived. Weiwei, sensing the strange atmosphere in Chui's room, observed him squatting in the corner, lost in thought, and said, "Oh, I'm coming." Chui, feeling somewhat unmotivated, replied dryly before following Weiwei out of the room. Weiwei, noticing Chui's despondency, wondered what had transpired. Could it be a quarrel with Majida? Was this her opportunity? Days earlier, Qingji had been leisurely cycling through the paradise when he received orders regarding the warlord crocodile causing trouble in Alabassadon, instructing him to provide support. However, midway through his journey, he was informed that the situation had been resolved. He recalled that Nico Robin was in the vicinity. That young girl had been a source of concern for years, as he had been discreetly intervening to prevent her from being captured and rewarded. His jurisdiction encompassed the first half of the Grand Line, so he had maneuvered to bring her from the West Sea to keep her within his sight. Fortunately, this incident had not ensnared her. It was rumored she had boarded a ship belonging to Garp's grandson, and he would need to find a moment to investigate. Just as Qingji planned to search for information on the Straw Hat Pirates, he received another notification from Sengoku to proceed to Alabassadon and locate an individual named Chui for further task coordination. Qingji felt perplexed. Had the matter not been resolved already? Who was Chui, a minister of Alabassadon? Sengoku, relishing the news of the awakening of 3 devil fruit users, did not elaborate further, assuming Qingji was aware of the intelligence from the EC. Recently, Qingji has been riding his bicycle outside, neglecting the intelligence from the headquarters. Additionally, due to Tsueka's infrequent appearances, he hardly knows who Tsueka is. Although he occasionally comes across some peculiar, amusing reports from Donghai in the newspapers, he can easily discern their falsity. It seems that Morgans has also fallen from grace, resorting to sensational gossip and bizarre tales to attract attention. Presently, the reports include sensational headlines, such as, "The love triangle that red-haired Shanks must address. Why are robust pirates disappearing frequently? Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decay? A shocking discovery of chopped pepper fish head in Kekoxia village. The screams from the ghost villa in Ziliuobu village. And the noble benefactor conference of the Mithrios sect." Particularly striking is the new Donghai enrollment guide, which has Tsueka and red-haired Shanks advertising there. Could it be true? Qingji gazes thoughtfully at the blurred image of a dog head in the picture. Upon arriving at Donggang, Qingji learns some specifics about his situation from Tina. Of course, does not divulge much about herself, merely skimming over her own matters. In essence, the Adventurers Guild has a collaboration with the Navy in Donghai and is now seeking to expand further projects in the Grand Line, requiring Qingji to create several icebergs for water supply. Creating icebergs for water supply? Qingji had never considered using his abilities in such a manner. Although not a member of the Navy, he advocates for a general form of justice. Tina briefly mentions some of Tsueka's proposals and, in passing, speaks negatively about him, knowing that Qingji's temperament would not lead him to fear for Tsueka's safety. To claim he is merely passing time, Qingji feels somewhat displeased. While it may be true, it piques his interest in Tsueka. After all, Tsueka's initiatives for production and construction to reduce piracy align well with his own inclinations. Where has Smoker gone? Qingji has heard that hot-headed fellow is around, yet he has not seen him. That guy went off chasing the Straw Hat Boy. It seems utterly nonsensical to abandon a perfectly good branch in Donghai to roam about. Tina is unaware of Smoker's peculiar attachment to the Straw Hat Boy. This time, I plan to return to headquarters. You can find Tsueka at the palace on your own. Tina intends to return to headquarters, partly to report specific situations and submit the agreement documents between the Guild and the Navy, and partly to undergo special training and assess her strength in preparation for a promotion to Rear Admiral. Upon entering the palace's conference hall, Qingji encounters Tsueka, who appears to have lost his spirit, looking dazed and confused. He feels something is amiss with Tina's evaluations and remarks. "Hello, Mr. Kuzan. The people of Alabasta thank you for your assistance." Tsueka quickly greets with a smile, extending his hand. For the sake of future work, Tsueka musters his spirits, hastily arranges his tasks, and then heads off to see a doctor. "Hello, I've heard about the general situation from Tina. Just guide me to the iceberg's location." Qingji notices Tsueka's sudden change in demeanor, feeling intrigued by what could have transpired, yet he remains courteous, shaking hands. Without further ado, Tsueka presents the planning map of Alabasta, marking several currently water-scarce oases, as well as the future points for artificial water channels. If the ice melts and forms rivers, there will be little need for extensive excavation. It is already quite late today. They will set off tomorrow. King Cobra has prepared a sumptuous dinner to host both parties, as both sides represent the forces of the kingdom's development. The next morning, Machida pilots the flying carpet, carrying Tsueka and Qingji on their journey. Vivi, initially eager to join, is left behind by Tsueka to liaise with the people from Makino regarding loans and personnel arrangements. Qingji is astonished by the flying carpet, suspecting it to be the ability of a devil fruit, yet he refrains from inquiring further. Thus, the three embark on a journey to deliver icebergs from skies. Do not underestimate the desert's potential for icebergs. Qingji and Akainu have transformed Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire, so several icebergs are merely a trifle. In the days that follow, Qingji has successfully created numerous enormous icebergs. Particularly in some previously inhabited, now desiccated oases, the icebergs serve as saviors of the desert, not only cooling the temperature and storing water, but also quenching thirst. Although there was a rain shower a few days ago, the desert's ability to retain water is weak, merely alleviating short-term drought. Moreover, deploying the icebergs requires observing the terrain and understanding the flow of melted water, necessitating consultations with local residents. Thus, The trio must linger in these towns for a short while. The legend of the rain dance goddess Machida has already spread back to many cities through various means of communication. People, witnessing the rain goddess bringing immense icebergs, celebrate joyously, warmly welcoming and bidding farewell to her, especially since some recognize her as the one who previously delivered supplies. Despite the haste, some individuals take note of the flying carpet. Sueka has long arranged for Machida to deliver the first batch of disaster relief supplies, all prepared by Makino before reaching Alabasta. After all, many disaster victims cannot wait for the situation to stabilize. A significant portion of the rebel army will also disband due to the supplies provided by Machida. At that time, Machida had yet to earn the title of Rain Dance Goddess. However, many are profoundly grateful to the girl who brought disaster relief supplies. Most villagers carve ice into jars and water tanks, exhausting all containers capable of holding water, lamenting the melting ice. Sueka teaches everyone to turn the ice cubes into slushies, ice cream, and cold drinks, bringing overwhelming joy to the desert children as they experience such delightful treats for the first time. Many children cling to Qingji, yearning for slushies, having witnessed his ice-producing abilities and enjoying the coolness of his presence. Sueka continuously introduces himself and Machida as members of the Adventurers Guild, while Qingji is a Marine Admiral, enhancing the public's favor and impression of these two organizations. This is Qingji's first experience being surrounded by the populace, witnessing the weary faces of starving villagers and emaciated children. Rather than despair, their faces are filled with joy. Qingji's heart is deeply moved. Previously, he had been compelled to issue orders for the massacre of demons against civilians, leading to profound inner turmoil, questioning the essence of his justice. Now, witnessing Sueka's disaster relief efforts, he realizes that his abilities, beyond inflicting harm, may be better suited for saving lives, and he no longer hesitates to assist. He finds Sueka's actions of ensuring recognition for good deeds quite intriguing, especially as they are associated with the Navy. Sueka explains to Qingji that leaving a name serves as a means of branding and promoting reputation, fostering greater trust in the Guild and Navy among the populace, which can aid in opening markets for the Guild's products while the Navy gains support and understanding in future missions. This establishes a virtuous cycle where the Guild and Navy, known for their benevolent deeds, grow stronger. After establishing a relief point, they proceed to the next area. On the flying carpet, Qingji and Sueka gradually become more familiar with one another. The seemingly foolish woman is remarkably popular, having previously aided many people. Furthermore, her strength is not to be underestimated. As Qingji observes Machida effortlessly shattering parts of his icebergs with a single punch, making it convenient for the populace to collect, akin to a moving piece of iron. This indicates she is on the brink of mastering hockey. During the journey, Qingji also discovers that this woman adeptly employs the Marines' 6 powers. Does the Adventurers Guild have a connection to the Navy? Could it be that the Guild in the East Blue is linked to Garp? Furthermore, Qingji consistently senses that her 6 powers possess an oddity, with her exertion and effects defying logic. A seemingly light strike culminates in an explosive burst of power. As for Sueka, he seems capable but lacks any particular distinction. Sueka, in truth, has limited combat experience with formidable foes, having only faced Hawkeye in battle. Thus far, he exhibits considerable strength and a similar level of mastery in the 6 powers, but nothing extraordinary in swordsmanship, despite having impersonated Hawkeye for a time and having fought against him. Nonetheless, Sueka seldom resorts to using a sword, as he harbors an aversion to killing. Aside from the incident in Kexia village where numerous fishmen were ruthlessly slain, later receiving reproach from Kia for such cruelty, primarily for the destruction of invaluable research material, other nefarious pirates, such as Sueka, were captured alive for Kia's dissection. Mr. Kazan, would you care to join our guild? Sueka suddenly inquired. Haha, inviting an admiral of the Navy to join? Akiji found it rather amusing, pondering the myriad of issues this entailed. Was he not concerned about the potential repercussions from the world government? As an honorary member, your rank within the Navy would remain intact, though we seek collaboration on certain guild ventures. Should you ever retire or depart from the Navy, you could still serve with us. Collaboration? Akiji questioned, wondering if it pertained to the construction of icebergs. He lacked the time to remain here indefinitely, and the headquarters would certainly not approve. Not quite. Alabasta cannot rely solely on icebergs. Environmental transformation will eventually be necessary. Essentially, our business does involve iceberg creation. Yet while you're on patrol or traveling, you could create several icebergs on islands in partnership with our guild. The ice produced will be utilized for preserving perishables and crafting ice cream and cold beverages. Of course, it would be ideal if you could carve out regular time for this. Our guild would cover your transportation and accommodation, employing flying creatures to transport you to various locations for iceberg creation, thereby establishing a cost-effective cold chain. The guild also offered numerous benefits, including task commissions, year-end bonuses, free education for children, pensions, disability compensation, free health care, regular strength training, annual travel, and even introductions to charming young ladies as potential spouses. Sueka recalled that Akiji appeared to be single and decided to create a bond. Akiji, somewhat speechless, pondered whether this was bribery or an attempt to undermine him. Sueka added that many personnel within the Navy's lower ranks already engage in side jobs during their time off, accepting commissions from a guild, thus significantly improving the overall living standards of the East Blue Navy. The law does not punish the masses, and this arrangement is beneficial, not exploitative. It is a legitimate business collaboration. Observing Akiji's silence, Sueka continued. In fact, Sengoku would likely approve, as the headquarters would also take a cut. We have reached a preliminary agreement, and Tina has already gone to finalize matters at headquarters. Your status as a member would remain the same. You would merely gain additional benefits. Sueka believed that if Akiji were to leave the Navy, joining the guild would be a favorable option. Utilizing the doorway effect to establish a close connection with the guild, ensuring that if he ever left the Navy, the guild would be his first choice. Unbeknownst to Sueka, Akiji's first choice might very well be to infiltrate Blackbeard's crew, not necessarily the guild. Akiji, contemplating his options, did not immediately agree, but expressed the need to consider, until he eventually discovered that Loabin was, in fact, the guild's leader, leading to an inexplicable acceptance. On the palace side, Sueka departed after connecting the Anywhere door to the guild, while Makingnuo brought along guild members to discuss business with Weiwei. Weiwei was quite taken aback by the professionalism exhibited by Makingnuo's team, with each sector meticulously managed by specialists, showcasing detailed division of labor and technical expertise. Weiwei summoned several ministers to lend weight to the occasion, yet they were ill-prepared for the guild's efficient business model. While detailed negotiations continued, Makingnuo engaged in a private conversation with Weiwei to clarify several matters. Having cultivated a queenly demeanor through her long tenure, Makingnuo appeared more regal, while Weiwei, the princess of the kingdom, seemed somewhat like a novice. Observing this beautiful and resilient princess, Makingnuo realized that Sueka would not let her slip away. Nearby, Bade, wielding a wolf-toothed club, led a group of strikingly attractive mile disciples in the capital, developing followers while searching for Sueka. Sueka rarely appeared in Fengxia town, and whenever he did, he left in haste, resulting in Bade encountering him infrequently. This lack of contact frustrated her. After all, Sueka had initially invited her to join, and now he was nearly unreachable. She had regarded him as her man and had kept the position of mile leader open for him. Makingnuo, disinclined to clean up Sueka's mess, knew that Bade would not heed her advice. However, observing the princess, Makingnuo felt that she and Sueka were rather well suited. A perfect red-blue pairing. Makingnuo viewed herself as a mentor to Sueka, akin to a mother-in-law evaluating a potential daughter-in-law. Princess Weiwei's temperament and demeanor were quite stable, and as a royal, she possessed a broader perspective, making her a fitting match as Sueka's legitimate wife. Kia's character was somewhat pathological, often emanating a strong scent of blood. Although Sueka had claimed he would take responsibility, it seemed he had yet to act, rendering her unsuitable as a wife. Whether she could serve as a lover depended on Sueka's own capabilities. Recently, that girl had been inquiring about the Navy's Rokushiki training methods, leaving Makingnuo puzzled. Mikita appeared relatively normal but bore a hint of arrogance. Nevertheless, her reputation here seemed quite good, albeit she appeared to be spending an excessive amount of time with Sueka, leading Makingnuo to consider ways to separate them for a while. Mikita had undoubtedly been Sueka's first woman during their initial visit to the guild. Makingnuo had suspected they had already crossed a line, as Sueka had sported a bear-like expression while Mikita resembled a ripened fruit. Makingnuo was inclined to evaluate Sueka's prospects through the lens of this world's values. Typically, only one person truly bore the title of wife, with others merely counting as lovers. Makingnuo could not fathom that Sueka did not differentiate between such titles, believing that only children made choices. "Hello, Princess Weiwei. Has that scoundrel Sueka been bullying you?" Makingnuo inquired, observing Weiwei's somewhat flustered demeanor. "Bullying? Not at all. He is quite kind," Weiwei stammered, uncertain how to respond, contemplating whether their affectionate moments could be deemed bullying. "Oh," Makingnuo noted, observing Weiwei's flushed face, speculating that they had at least reached second base, though perhaps not a home run. "Oh, what a troublesome child." Regarding Weiwei and Sueku's relationship, Makingnuo would adopt varying strategies for collaboration. If their relationship remained distant, the guild's capital involvement would deepen, strengthening control over the kingdom and undermining the royal family. Conversely, if their bond was close, low-interest or even interest-free loans would be offered to support the royal family, as their offspring would likely be future heirs to the throne. The guild's control over its factions was selective, preferring to avoid excessive centralization while fostering internal competition and mutual checks and balances. "What do you think of Sueka? Would you consider becoming his wife?" Makingnuo asked directly. Wouldn't that be a bit sudden?" Weiwei was taken aback by Makingnuo's forthrightness. "If you were the mistress of the guild, the nature of the cooperation between the guild and the kingdom would differ significantly. What difference would that make?" Weiwei's mind began racing, intrigued by this line of reasoning. After all, her love for the kingdom surpassed all else. Greater benefits could be garnered. The support the guild was poised to provide would take the kingdom a century to repay. However, if it were internal debt, she could offset a substantial portion with the mistress's dividends. Once their children inherited the guild's assets, they would also alleviate part of the burden. Furthermore, for loans, the kingdom's land could serve as collateral, or the land could be sold to the guild. If she were the mistress, the land would merely change hands. Makingnuo tempted her, eager to secure the princess as Sueka's legitimate wife, recognizing the rarity of Sueka finding a normal partner. I will consider it." Weiwei hesitated, unsure whether to agree, questioning if her relationship with Sueka had truly progressed to that point. Although Sueka casually mentioned his intention to embark on a honeymoon trip in the future, it remains uncertain whether he was jesting. Upon careful deliberation, the guild can initially acquire land within the kingdom, thereby securing a substantial amount of interest-free capital and alleviating debt pressure. Once you have Sueka, the debt issue will naturally resolve itself. In contrast to the past, Makingnuo would not have considered such a political marriage. However, with an increased number of managers and a multitude of decisions being made, coupled with her studies in political affairs at New Donghai, her insights and wisdom have accelerated remarkably. She has come to realize that Sueka's actions are indeed purposeful. Sueka has not been reckless. Initially, Makingnuo feared he might discard her once he grew bored, a common trait among those in power. However, she later discovered that Sueka's romantic interests were selective, imbued with various political intentions, and that he treated them with genuine care. He seems to be an anomaly, yet she currently oversees the guild's medical and biological research sectors. Beta aims to leverage religious influence to reform noble ideologies and strengthen the guild's relationships with various kingdoms, thereby imposing certain constraints on the world government. Sueka remarked, "Indeed, this is quite unexpected." Michita, lacking any significant background, possesses a straightforward mind, yet exhibits fierce determination and combat potential, having been nurtured by Sueka himself, making her an ideal personal bodyguard. Na-mei, his sister, embodies a gentler and more naive disposition. Sueka appears to deliberately exclude her from a management layer to shield her from the shadows of power struggles, thus protecting her. The beautiful chef, Carmen, seems to share no romantic ties with him, as the role of a chef does not significantly impact combat capabilities, negating the necessity for a deeper friendship. Furthermore, Sueka intends to mentor several children, strategically planning for the guild's future. The mother-daughter duo at the naval base can seamlessly integrate the guild's operations into the Navy. Abisi and her mother, Marianu, are no children. They are fervently developing a formidable beast community. The two have concluded that working can justifiably exempt them from classes. On Princess Wei Wei's side, after the guild decided to develop Alabasta as the inaugural stop along the Grand Line, it became inevitable that she would become either Sueka's wife or lover. A significant portion of the guild's resources has already been directed toward this endeavor. Observing that Wei Wei has yet to be claimed by Sueka while he frolics with Michita daily, Ma Chuan nudges Wei Wei forward. Knowing that Wei Wei likely harbors feelings for Sueka, this act is not coercive, but rather presents her with an opportunity. Lastly, Ma Chinua reflects on her own position. Initially naive, she was unaware of why Sueka had chosen her. With the accumulation of information, she eventually realized that this young man was exploiting her background. Moreover, she noted the bewildered attitude of the red-haired man upon his return regarding Sueka. Although he quickly regained his composure and acknowledged Sueka's care for her, her intuition as a woman led her to suspect that Sueka's claims about the red-haired man saving him were fabrications. Everything is a web of Sueka's deceptions, yet he possesses an undeniable charm that makes him endearing. She feels happiness in his presence, as his connection to the drunken Shanks allows her to experience a broader life, helping more vulnerable children. Sueka is indeed kind-hearted. In a flurry of blushes, Wei Wei signed the land sale agreement with Ma Chinua, with vast expanses of Alabastus Desert being sold to the guild at a bargain. The duo of strategic minds is poised to commence their shrewd operations, hoarding land, attracting individuals, developing and leasing. The land acquisition is already secured by Ma Chinua, while in addition to the domestic populace, Yerbeda seeks to draw noble followers from various nations to invest in construction and consumption. On one hand, they will develop temples for the Methria faith to cultivate a substantial following, while on the other, the clustering of capital will spur vigorous economic growth. Initially intended to entice nobles into constructing in barren deserts, the eventual environmental improvements and mutual enhancement of capital will yield significant profits, thereby increasing the credibility of investments and attracting more capital to align with the guild. After finally completing the deployment of the iceberg, bidding farewell to Qingji, Sueka and Michita returned to the royal capital, only to encounter Yerbeda. "What are you doing here?" Sueka and Michita disembarked from the flying magic carpet. "Who is this woman?" Mikita and Yayabaida inquired in unison. "They're all core members of the guild." "That is not what we are asking. Those are all combat personnel. What is your relationship with her?" Sueka felt overwhelmed with limited energy. He found it challenging to navigate numerous complex romantic entanglements and thus refrained from any indiscretions. Otherwise, with the power of the disguise fruit, Sueka could have any woman he desired, either transforming into a handsome man, though he is already quite attractive. He cannot afford to reveal that, or becoming the lover of a beautiful woman, even instigating discord between Machinois and the red-haired man to take advantage of the confusion. This fruit grants the ability to impersonate others, but if one does not restrain their desires, they risk losing themselves, complicating the world further due to Sueka's recklessness. Every action has consequences. The malice you sow today may one day return to haunt you. Imagine if the streets were filled with Sueka's offspring, all oblivious to each other. What a dramatic spectacle that would be. Sueka wishes to be Duan Yu, not Duan Zhengchun, who dabbles in romance without responsibility. On Yerbeda's side, this was merely a strategic maneuver. She did not anticipate such expansive growth. Sueka is indeed contemplating whether to take her under his wing. However, their interactions have been limited, lacking emotional foundation, despite her gaze towards him being somewhat peculiar. "Miss Yerbeda, this is Michita, my wife, a user of the heavy fruit. Michita, this is the saintess of the Methria faith, Miss Yerbeda, a user of the slip fruit." Sueka introduced them candidly. "Hello, Miss Yerbeda, Michita responded, her face flushing with joy upon hearing Tsuika's introduction, as this was the first time he had presented her so publicly. Suddenly, she quietly wrapped her arms around Tsuika's, lowering her head and falling silent, embodying the grace of a refined lady. Michita now wore a chocolate-colored lace dress with a heart-shaped cutout at the chest, a light yellow knitted sun hat adorning her head, one thigh wrapped with a ribbon buckle, and she donned chocolate-colored knee-high boots. Chocolate gloves concealed her onion gloves, and her earrings were golden chocolate spheres, all while she held a golden reflective folding umbrella. Her ability to perform the moonwalk while carrying an umbrella is certainly to avoid tanning, and the folding design facilitates combat by allowing her to tuck it into the ribbon buckle at her thigh. This dark ensemble accentuates her fair and translucent skin, while the golden accessories enhance her allure. Tsuika was momentarily entranced upon first seeing her. Such a dark color scheme is breathtaking, devoid of any villainous aesthetic filters, making her beauty even more pronounced. Imagine, at that time, Wei Wei, under the villain's ugly filter, appeared less beautiful than Michita. Had it not been for Tina's lingering desire, Tsuika might have succumbed to the temptation of this chocolate. Last time, Michita was unable to coax Tsuika out of his ironclad demeanor. Thus she resolved to change her appearance to enhance freshness and allure, transitioning from a lemon-inspired look to a heart chocolate theme. As the saying goes, those who live near water get the moon first. Michita's advantage lies in her constant presence by Tsuika's side during training, deepening their bond. The saintess of the Mithraea faith, Miss Yaya Baida? Yorubeta felt a twinge of discontent. Was she truly so unfamiliar to him? It seemed she had only met him a handful of times. The guild leader is indeed quite romantic. She mused. Has he already acquired a wife? I wonder if that witch is aware. Yorubeta mocked, recalling the quarrel she had with Kia over the ownership of the divine artifact. And now, as the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. She sought to instigate war. Oh, they had met and conversed with great delight. Chueiku's insincere chatter was amusing. Oh, is that so? Then having one more of me shouldn't be excessive. Seizing the opportunity, Yorubeta interjected. Ahem, just jesting, Miss Yorubeta. Chueiku awkwardly cleared his throat. In truth, Yorubeta, under the influence of the fruit, appeared exceptionally beautiful, with fair, smooth skin and dark hair and eyes that conformed to Eastern aesthetics. To claim one was unmoved would be false. Surely, no one would believe that a plus-sized individual who successfully lost weight would be unappealing, though they might verbally deny it. Their bodies betray them. Humans are visual creatures, not beings of memory, and they easily forget past pains. Could it be that this fellow had once looked upon his former self with disdain? Yodavido amused, contemplating when to incapacitate him and proceed with her intentions. She decided to steer the conversation away from that topic and instead discuss her endeavors in cultivating followers in this region. It seemed that the local devotees predominantly worshipped the god of war dance, Mikita, who was more sought after for reign than beauty. Mikita? That name sounds familiar. Could it be you? Yarabik's eyes widened as she gazed at the now delicate Mikita, exclaiming in frustration that her role had been usurped by this girl. A sense of defeat washed over her. It was an unintentional act. Providing supplies and halting conflict, the citizens of the Sand Kingdom had deified her. Chueiku succinctly explained the situation. What should we do then? Construct another temple? Yarubaidu pondered aloud. Chueiku himself was not fond of the notion of masquerading as a deity. Yet, it proved effective, and abandoning it was not an option. Moreover, the Mao religion did not have a deity. Its doctrine primarily emphasized doing good deeds. If one were to speak of a divine being, it would be the holy artifact, the beauty mirror, while Mikita was the rain god, thus creating a dissonance. Let Mikita exist independently, but do not engage in idol worship. Let the people here simply hold her in reverence. As for the Mao faith, it should continue to flourish, as it merely advocates for benevolence without involving deity worship, thereby preventing exploitation of the populace. In time, as the Sand Kingdom develops and the people are well fed, they will naturally pursue beauty and spiritual elevation. The Mile faith, leveraging the guild's reputation, could gain the trust of the masses. I have something here that might serve as another wishing artifact. Shui Ku recalled the Aladdin's lamp and revealed it. Note, Aladdin's lamp, Wei with a single rub. Each person may make an irrevocable wish. However, the genie will go to great lengths to fulfill one's desire. A wishing artifact? Upon rubbing the lamp, a genie appears, capable of granting a single wish. But each individual only has one opportunity. Is that true? Both Mikita and Arvidu express shock and skepticism. If such a treasure exists, what more could one desire? Mikita's gaze shifted toward Shui Ku's lower half, and he instantly understood. Nonetheless, he intended to seek Kia for treatment, deeming the lamp unreliable. However, the process of fulfilling these wishes could be quite complex and at times required self-sacrifice. Shui Ku recalled the unsettling experience of using the Aladdin's lamp for experiments with passers-by. Upon first acquiring the lamp, he sensed a potential trap. If it truly held such power, his story could culminate in a joyous conclusion with world peace. And he could become the god of love, living a carefree life with numerous companions. Thus, he first sought out a passerby for testing. The first recipient was a middle-aged man facing unemployment, who wished to count money until his hands cramped, subsequently being employed at a currency exchange with a decent salary, albeit with excessive work leading to actual cramps. He found pain in pleasure. After the wish was made, Shui Ku retrieved the lamp and casually passed it to another terminally ill patient. Shui Ku anticipated the man would wish for health, but instead, he desired to engage intimately with a beautiful lady before his demise, believing his unattractiveness would prevent any affection from such women even if he recovered. His two close friends overheard his final wish outside the ward. Thus, the two handsome companions disguised themselves as beautiful ladies to fulfill his dream under the cover of night. And the trio spent their last moments together in bliss. Shui Ku struggled to suppress his discomfort, masquerading as a nurse to reclaim the lamp. Indeed, the man had his wish granted, prompting a reflection on the profundity of friendship. In his third trial, Shui Ku approached a beggar, curious to see if the allure of unearned fortune would yield results. The beggar wished for a golden rice bowl, only to find one. But before he could warm it in his hands, it was violently snatched away. Shui Ku was left speechless. How could one not aspire for more, such as becoming the world's wealthiest individual or a celestial being? The experiment yielded disappointing results, failing to align with Shui Ku's objectives. Therefore, he resolved to avoid the less ambitious individuals, as they likely lacked understanding of grand aspirations. He utilized a random portal to find a minor noble in a kingdom. Upon acquiring the lamp, the noble, driven by greed, simply wished to sleep with the queen. Ultimately, his wish was fulfilled when the king unexpectedly passed away. The queen seized power, and he became her secret lover. Shui Ku was incensed. These test subjects were clearly deranged. Nevertheless, he did glean some insights. The noble gifted the lamp to the queen, who wished to retain her youthful beauty, only to perish the following day. Following the king into the afterlife, Shui Ku speculated that some wishes were unattainable, triggering a system glitch. However, when retrieving the lamp, he discovered that the noble had exhumed the queen's body, freezing it while professing his love daily, thus achieving her wish of eternal beauty. It appeared that not all individuals sought wealth and power. Love was also a pursuit. Yet, Shui Ku merely desired a normal person for testing, not a melodramatic tale of life and death. From his experiments, Shui Ku concluded that improper wishes could lead to dire consequences. He tested several more, discovering that wishing for an enemy's demise often provided methods and strategies to confront them, such as enhancing training and armament for an assassination. For those with a significant power disparity, the system would send them to reincarnation for vengeance in their next life, which seemed somewhat lackluster. Some individuals healed from colds after being chased by dogs, while others received compensation after being hit by cars. And a child received a plethora of practice problems after wishing for a perfect score. In truth, while the genie claimed to grant a single wish, many were unaware that each individual could only summon the genie once, leading to modest wishes. Eventually, Shui Ku encountered 3 pirate brothers. One pirate wished to become a world billionaire. Another mocked him for his short-sightedness, wishing instead for royal nobility to gain wealth and power. The final pirate, possessing greater insight, scoffed at their narrow visions and wished to become a celestial being. The first two pirates wore expressions of dismay, feeling they had missed out on immense fortunes. Amid the laughter of the last pirate, foo 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 foo, the trio had barely completed their wishes before being struck down by cannon fire from rival pirate ships. Chu was bewildered and sought clarification from the system. Alice, who subtly indicated that the three had been reincarnated at certain pivotal moments, one in a city of gold, another among revolutionaries, and the last as a formidable sea warrior. Chu wore a grim expression. This was more reminiscent of a reincarnation lamp. The three individuals in question likely regard the divine lamp as a most reasonable means to aid others in realizing their desires, rendering it beyond reproach. However, Chuik harbors reservations about utilizing it himself and hopes that those around him refrain from doing so as well. Thus, he resolves to designate another sacred artifact of the Mithridates sect, the Beauty Mirror, or perhaps more aptly named the Wish Mirror, while the Aladdin's lamp shall be referred to as the Contentment Lamp. The essence of the Contentment Lamp lies in its ability to grant wishes, albeit not those that are excessively ambitious. Otherwise, the souls may reincarnate without anyone to affirm the fulfillment of their wishes. Would it be appropriate to invoke the cyclical doctrines of certain beliefs to deceive others into believing that the fortunes of this life are merely the results of past karma? The three pirates, despite their past misdeeds, may have made noble wishes, yet their next incarnation could indeed take a surprising turn. Although Chuik's own lamp is likely backed by a system of validation, the other doctrine appears to be a self-deception, albeit effective in its own right. It is important to note that his lamp is indeed supported by a validating system, thus not misleading. Chuik's choice to name it contentment serves to remind each individual granted the opportunity to wish to appreciate what they possess, aiming for aspirations that align with their own capabilities rather than seeking dominion, which would result in an excessively lengthy queue for reincarnation. This approach ensures a higher rate of realized wishes while simultaneously expanding the influence of the Mithridates sect. On one hand, it mandates that only those who have performed numerous good deeds may receive a wish from the lamp, while on the other, it harmonizes with the Beauty Mirror's philosophy that doing good brings fortune, enhancing one's beauty. This dual strategy bestows considerable spiritual authority upon the Mithridates sect. Chuik succinctly elucidates to the two women the drawbacks of the Aladdin's lamp. Wishes are limited to a single occasion, and the methods of fulfillment are not always favorable. Consequently, the two women manage to suppress their impulsive desires. Chuik cannot shake the feeling that Mikita is eyeing him with ulterior motives. He dares not utilize the lamp. Fearing reincarnation as Li Jinshua, he promptly tosses the Aladdin's lamp to Yerbi-eyed, advising her to use it judiciously and restrict its use to those devoted followers who have consistently performed good deeds and gained recognition. This serves as a reward, minimizing risk, and the wishes of such individuals are likely to entail acts of kindness toward others. Chuik is not overly concerned about wishes that may disrupt the world or prove disadvantageous to him, as the logic behind the lamp's wish fulfillment requires reason. Overly grand wishes ultimately rebound upon the individual. Furthermore, while one may formulate wishes that are detrimental to themselves, he retains the ability to nullify such wishes through a logical process, thus averting instant realization. It is also noteworthy that the fulfillment is not guaranteed, sometimes leading to a semblance of realization akin to that of a fellow patient. Yerbi-eyed repeatedly confirms that Chuik will be in Alabasta soon, before departing with the Aladdin's lamp. Chuik observes her retreating figure, feeling a surge of restlessness. However, the iron block remains unresponsive, prompting him to deliver a firm slap to Mikita's posterior, urging her to cease her gaze and seek out their former employer. You scoundrel! That hurt!" Mikita exclaims, retaliating with a swift hit, causing Chuik to lament in mock agony, his onion gloves proving effective. Shah Ella is currently in a state of discomfort, his hands shackled with Hailu stone, imprisoned in the palace basement for several days. Suddenly, one of his former employees arrives with a weeping companion. Wah, Mikita, You scoundrel. Wah wah, next time. Kick me instead. Wah wah wah, not with your hands. Chuik, amid his tears, complains while pinching Mikita's face. I know. Stop pinching. Mikita brushes off Chuik's grasp, cradling her reddened visage before the mirror. How infuriating. That orange-haired brat isn't the same one who performed fairy tales before Vivi, is he? Now, he's here to weep before me? Sha ella thinks discontentedly. Sha ella. Wah wah wah, you're mine now, wah wah wah. Do not even think of escaping. Chuik cries out. Crocodile initially feels a tightening in his core, questioning the sanity of these individuals. Meanwhile, Chuik approaches and yanks a handful of Sha Elias' hair. Ouch! What are you doing, you scoundrel? Crocodile winces from the tug, a bald patch now evident on his head. You will work for me from now on, wah wah wah. You cannot escape my grasp. Chuik wails. He retrieves Sha Elias' high-loose stone cage from his spatial pocket, a remnant he acquired during the iceberg incident. Chuik produces a summoning scroll and, standing outside the cage, inserts it along with a strand of Sha Elias' hair through a gap. Note, the summoning scroll, instant transmission fruit, enables the contracting of beings, with the contract medium being a substance containing the DNA of the creature. Once the scroll is unfurled, it allows for rapid spatial summoning. Summoned beings cannot return and must be recontracted with each summoning. Wah wah wah, Mikita, remove his high-loose stone handcuffs. Chuik commands. This, Hani. While I'm not afraid of him, won't he just run away like this? Mikita expresses concern. No waities. Wah wah wah. He must experience despair to truly perform well. Chuik insists through his tears. Sha Ella observes the orange-haired boy, sensing a striking resemblance between his current state and the moment he himself was reduced to tears. Miss Valentine's Day possesses the powers of the wait fruit, yet what a strange ability it is to bring one to tears. Does this boy truly believe himself so inept as to dare to unshackle the high-loose stone handcuffs? Mikita, utilizing her onion gloves, unlocks the high-loose stone restraints, which also possess the effect of negating the influence of the high-loose stone. You insufferable little brat, though that woman possesses some strength. Do you truly believe I will submit to you? You are sorely mistaken, Sha Ella retorts, pulling out a cigar and defiantly lighting it. Wah wah wah, Mikita. Beat him until he cries. Chuik declares, unbothered by the prospect of his humiliation being witnessed by Sha Ella, for he too shall soon be brought to tears. Hiss. This time, Sha Ella wisely resorts to frantic sanitation. Mikita's rapid shifts in weight leave Sha Ella struggling to cope, unwilling to face the humiliation of being reduced to tears again. In the state of fear, his observation haki begins to awaken. The confined space proves too restrictive for Sha Ella to evade. Upon glimpsing the weeping Chuik, he contemplates seizing him. Bang! Just as Sha Ella reaches for Chuik, the latter swiftly summons him into the high-loose stone cage. Wah wah wah, see? You cannot escape. Wah wah wah. No matter where you run, you'll be summoned back. Without allowing Sha Ella a moment to respond, Chuik unleashes a torrent of seawater from his spatial pocket into the cage, rendering Sha Ella a drenched mess as he collapses to the ground. Beat him until he cries. All right. Ha ha ha. Mikita exclaims with wicked glee, opening the cage and promptly delivering a flurry of blows to Sha Ella. Deprived of his sand manipulation due to the seawater, Sha Ella finds himself genuinely weeping in pain. Wah wah wah. As night falls, Vivi remains conflicted over Makino's proposal, when suddenly she perceives the sound of sobbing, sending a chill down her spine. Is the palace haunted? It seems there are no deceased here this time, but it feels ominous. I should seek out Chuik. He provides a sense of security. With that, Vivi exits her room, heading towards Chuik's quarters. Wah wah wah. Stop. Do not strike me anymore. Wah wah wah. I submit. After enduring a thorough beating for some time, Sha Ella finds himself overwhelmed by this surge of negativity and pain, feeling deeply humiliated. Wah wah wah. Be obedient and stay with me, wah wah wah. If you disobey or attempt to flee again, I will summon you into the sea, wah wah wah, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the underworld king. Though Chuik doubts the utility of such a thing, he decides that if the boy is so enamored with warships, it shall serve as a reward for diligent service. Wah wah wah, the underworld king. Sha Ella laments, Recognizing his current state makes such aspirations futile. Nevertheless, he concedes that it may be worthwhile to seek it out. Two grown men wept like children, and Mikita laughed heartily at their antics. "Woe is me, you scoundrels!" she exclaimed, feeling the sting of their mockery. Trek, harboring a mischievous thought, contemplated humiliating them all together. "Bang! Why are you doing this? You rascal!" Mikita protested as Trek pulled her hand, drawing her into the fray. Thus, the three crybabies found themselves sobbing together. Trek, weary of lingering in the dank, dimly lit basement, reminded himself that all three were devil fruit users, and the seawater remained unabsorbed. As they ascended to the surface, their faces obscured by their hands, they were fortunate that the palace was mostly deserted, with only a handful of attendants around, allowing Trek to lead Sand Croc to his adjacent room for rest. It was still early in the night. Was it really time for bed? Vivi knocked on Trek's door, puzzled by the silence, wondering if he was truly a night owl. She scanned the surroundings for anyone and, upon finding none, leaned against the door to eavesdrop, hoping to catch any peculiar sounds. There seems to be a sound, she thought, her curiosity piqued by the muffled sobbing. Could it be that Trek is up to no good with some innocent maiden? Vivi's imagination ran wild, picturing Trek having captured a girl, forcing her to weep helplessly. Why not Mikita? Obviously, if it were that vixen, she would be wailing with delight instead. "You scoundrel! You scum!" Vivi muttered under her breath, her cheeks flushing. Little did she know, just behind her, the trio of tearful figures tilted their heads, watching her intently. "Woe is me! Vivi, who are you scolding?" Trek cried out through his tears. Vivi jumped in shock, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. "How can you three walk without making a sound?" "Three? Crocodile, what are you doing here?" Her astonishment grew as she noted Sand Croc obediently standing beside Trek, who was sobbing alongside Mikita. "Oh, we were merely discussing our dreams. Sand Croc was moved by my aspirations, and we finally found a kindred spirit. Hence the tears of joy at our serendipitous reunion," Trek fabricated, much to Mikita's chagrin, who rolled her eyes at his tall tale. "So those sobs were from you. I thought there was a ghost. So it was just you crybabies," Vivi exclaimed, raising her hands in mock surrender to disguise her embarrassment. "At your age, you needn't weep so dramatically. You look like a sulking bride." Trek shot a knowing glance at Mikita, who immediately understood and playfully slapped Vivi's behind. "Woe is me! Why did you hit me?" Vivi, her eyes brimming with tears, joined the ranks of the crybabies. "Ha! Only by joining can we keep our secrets safe." Trek chuckled through his tears. That night, the palace echoed with eerie sobs, with a Kainu yet to arrive. Trek instructed Mikita to keep an eye on Sand Croc while he planned to visit Magnetic Drum Island to seek Kaya's assistance for men's delicate matters. Despite having been startled by Kaya's eerie laughter previously, Trek felt emboldened by his newfound strength of over 5,000 power levels. He resolved to confront her, albeit with a touch of humility as he needed her aid. Traversing through the portal, Trek noted the castle bustling with tourists, some donning costumes of royalty while posing on thrones for photographs. "I can't believe Dalton had the audacity to do this, and the prices are exorbitant." Trek gasped at the sign displaying the rates. The tourism industry truly was a lucrative endeavor. A 1-hour experience and photo package cost a staggering 1 million berries. Sheer robbery. 1 million berries was indeed a substantial sum, especially compared to the exorbitant prices in Trek's original world. He calculated that if the castle operated for 8 hours a day, it could generate approximately 8 million in revenue daily, with a target of 2.5 million monthly, minus labor and prop costs. "Welcome, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to see you." Dalton, now the king of the Sakura Kingdom, rushed to greet Trek upon hearing of the orange-haired youth's arrival. "How is the ice and snow world coming along?" Trek inquired, primarily intending to see Kaya, but casually asking for updates. "You truly are a remarkable individual. Since its transformation and opening, Magnetic Drum Island has prospered tremendously," Dalton exclaimed with enthusiasm. Trek internally scoffed at Dalton's imitation of Clabatel's speech mannerisms. Dalton continued, "The Royal Experience Package has been a tremendous success, cherished for its novelty and uniqueness. Nobles and wealthy merchants from various countries eagerly seek to partake. Some even book entire days or months, but initially, to expand the market, we limited it to 1-hour segments. For Dalton, as long as the money flowed, he was content to manage affairs from the foot of the mountain, resembling more of a minister than a king. Isn't this just about taking photos? What could a monthly package offer? Trek mused to himself. No. We provide a one-to-one immersive experience, complete with various amenities, professional actors, royal cuisine packages, attentive servant services, grand welcoming ceremonies, and even royal speech packages. Each hour allows for only one type of package, and to enjoy all, one must commit at least a day. Is there a queen's service available? Trek suddenly considered, realizing a king would typically have a queen by his side. Ahem, that's not available. Generally, queens bring their own. Dalton replied, his integrity preventing him from capitalizing on such arrangements. Oh, Trek grinned mischievously at Dalton's discomfort. The income generated from this alone surpassed the previous earnings of Magnetic Drum Island. The various tourism and amusement facilities at Ice and Snow World had also flourished, making it feasible for the kingdom to employ several formidable individuals. Moreover, with an influx of tourists, local specialties and hospitality businesses thrived, leading to a significant increase in the overall income of the citizens, prompting Dalton to excitedly wave the financial reports. Strictly speaking, this marked the beginning of operations in the Grand Line. Nobles and wealthy merchants who had never ventured here flocked to the guild's windless routes. And as other regions opened up, the traffic to this area would dwindle, providing an opportunity to capitalize on the current rush, even allowing for night shifts. Agreed. We will strive to continually develop new and exciting experiences to attract visitors, Dalton replied eagerly. Under the guidance of the original top 20 doctors from Walpole, coupled with the guild's support, a large general hospital had been established, restoring the Sakura Kingdom to, if not surpassing, its former status as a medical powerhouse. Oh, that's commendable. Where's Kaya? Where's she? Trek asked distractedly, recalling that Kaya and the witch doctor had previously resided in the castle. Dr. Kaya is over at the new general hospital, and Dr. Kareha should be there as well. Let me take you there, Dalton offered, leading Trek down the mountain via the cable car as he spoke. Dr. Kaya is truly remarkable, her medical skills surpassing even the top doctors, and she seemingly holds her own against Dr. Kareha. There was even a strong pirate causing a ruckus in the hospital over unpaid medical bills, but she swiftly subdued him. A noble who came for treatment attempted to take advantage of her beauty, but somehow ended up obediently following her commands. Dalton recounted, a shiver running down his spine at the thought of the pirate dragged away as a test subject and the noble who behaved like a sycophant around Kaya. They should be on the top floor. You will see them there. As Dalton slipped away, he sought to avoid being a third wheel. On the other hand, although Kia typically appeared gentle, her wrath was indeed fearsome. The hospital before Kruik possessed a distinct Western architectural style. To his astonishment, it even boasted an elevator. Observing this peculiar thermal device, Kruik pondered its origins. Could it be an invention of the guild? He rarely kept up with scientific advancements. His purpose was to embark on adventures and seek companionship, not to delve into the inventions of traversers. He merely provided thoughts and frameworks, acting as a detached overseer. Upon reaching the top floor, Kruik inexplicably fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he felt himself plunge into a soft embrace. He. This time you won't escape. Kia's chilling laughter echoed down the corridor. Dr. Kaleha had recently returned to her treehouse, preferring not to involve herself in this matter, surrounded by so many capable physicians. Meanwhile, Kia had been conducting experiments in her laboratory when she sensed Kruik's presence. From the top floor window, she spotted the rascal finally coming to see her. Still harboring her last irritation, Kia released a hallucinogenic agent as Kruik ascended, causing him to faint before being cradled in her arms. Kruik groggily awoke to find himself bound to an operating table, his mouth obstructed by an unidentified object. An unsettling sense of familiarity washed over him. What material was this operating table made of? He felt utterly powerless. Was it made of sea stone? How careless of him. Which enemy was responsible? He had been quite low-key. Kia stood above him, her gaze fixed, yet Kruik could not see her. Awake, Hani. Kia giggled sweetly. Kruik mumbled into his gag, realizing it was Kia. A wave of relief washed over him, yet an undercurrent of trepidation lingered. He was uncertain of what this deranged girl might do. Last time, you ran off with that vixen, leaving me all alone. You thought I wouldn't retaliate because I couldn't fly? I was the one who discovered that toy first. And now someone else has claimed it. A monumental blunder indeed. Hee hee hee. As punishment, how about I keep a part of your body to accompany me? Hee hee hee. He amused, her laughter turning sinister as she brandished a gleaming scalpel near Kruik. A chill ran down Kruik's spine. He had initially sought enlightenment, yet now he faced the prospect of becoming a mere legend. Sweat poured down his back. He implored Kia to remove the gag, believing that speaking might allow him to manipulate the situation. Despite her deranged disposition, Kia possessed a sharp intellect. After encountering several guild members, she quickly discerned Kruik's tendency to talk his way out of situations and thus sealed his lips, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Little white mouse. Kia began to unfasten Kruik's clothing. Having frequently dissected various creatures in her medical studies, she felt no embarrassment. However, a frown crossed her face as she pondered. Does this fellow feel nothing upon seeing me? How infuriating! Consumed by jealousy and dissatisfaction, Kia continued to intimidate Kruik, contemplating how difficult it would be to wield the scalpel properly. Thus, Kruik was thrust into an unforgettable experience, as Kia's actions became a narrative too lengthy to recount here. Though he was terrified, Kruik was astonished to discover that he could activate Iron Block once more. Indeed, Kia proved to be a competent physician. Finally relieved from the burden of enlightenment, he breathed a sigh of relief, wondering if this role-playing had somehow cured his affliction. No, he still had not resolved the crisis of potentially becoming a legend. Unbeknownst to Kruik, Tina's earlier suppression of his desires had long since dissipated. He simply failed to notice amidst his busy endeavors. After being confined for so long, it was no wonder that Kia's treatment had such an immediate effect. Evidently, this girl possessed a certain allure. Kia reveled in Kruik's transformation, thinking to herself that he had willingly submitted to her whims. She planned to punish him further, yet fortunately, as a doctor, she understood the limits of endurance, unlike Machida, who was insatiable. After an intense exchange, Kia finally released Kruik. Hee hee hee. No wonder that vixen clings to you, Kia exclaimed joyfully, ready to conclude their battle. After being restrained for so long and suddenly freed from the Seastone suppression, Kruik felt an overwhelming surge of energy return to him. Kia's foundational strength was not particularly high, having initially been granted just 300 units of power by Kruik. Though she had improved since, the disparity between her power and Kruik's 5,000 was still vast. Kia's combat abilities relied heavily on the development of her deranged medicine, resulting in considerable fluctuations in her strength. Thus, even with her Conqueror's Haki, Kia was easily overpowered by Kruik's restored might. Yet he remained lost in his rationality and found himself countered by her relentless pursuit. It was their inaugural battle, and with Kruik's armament Haki causing damage, Kia found herself in a state of constant weakening, fueled by jealousy and anger over her prized toy being snatched away. Coincidentally, they reached a delicate balance, leading Kia to her peak combat prowess. Kruik suddenly realized he could not escape. He had become ensnared by Kia's formidable strength, and they plunged into a world-class wrestling match. Note: the deranged medicine, Kia a remedy for the frail, allowing them to easily discern ailments while unleashing terrifying combat abilities and a slightly deranged personality. The weaker the body, the stronger the effect. Conversely, a robust physique would temporarily nullify its benefits. This was Kruik's first experience of such exhaustion. Initially suppressed by the Seastone and Kia's Conqueror's Haki, he felt utterly constrained. Although he later retaliated, he recognized that Kia was currently harnessing the medicine's effects, trapping both of them in a vicious cycle that could lead to his exhaustion and her near ruin. Thankfully, his regular training with Machida had equipped him to rein in his strength and keep Kia at bay. As night deepened, Kruik adjusted his attire, gazing down at the sleeping beauty cradled in his arms, and sighed. It seemed he would ultimately have to care for this girl he had unwittingly turned into a deranged individual. The seeds of fate had been sown from their very first encounter. It had begun merely as an experiment and a jest. He hoped that Machida and Kia would refrain from clashing. Kia stirred, feeling pain coursing through her body. "Awake, my dear." Kruik planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Kia nestled closer, her cheeks flushed. The demeanor of the once privileged young lady reemerged. She exclaimed, attempting to disentangle herself, only to realize that she was in too much pain to walk. "I'll carry you," Kruik offered, aware that although the medicine granted her unique traits, it lacked the ability to heal automatically, necessitating treatment. He felt guilty for his reckless actions, fearing that he might leave Kia with lingering repercussions. Kia shyly acquiesced, her soft response revealing the stark contrast in her moods. Kruik found it surreal that just moments ago he had nearly been terrified by her, and now she appeared so endearing. Presently, Kia was entirely reliant on Kruik for mobility. Thus he became her exclusive means of transport. Fortunately, the hospital's top floor was designated as Kia's private domain, typically devoid of visitors. "What brings you here this time? I find it hard to believe you would seek me out without a reason," Kia inquired, fully aware of Kruik's tendencies. He was typically preoccupied with Machida and rarely visited unless there was a matter of importance. Cough, cough, cough. Kruik hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Should he confess that he had come seeking Kia's assistance with his unspoken afflictions, even though it seemed she had effectively treated him? "I just missed you. I felt a bit guilty about leaving so abruptly the other day, so I came to check on you," he finally admitted. Hee. Kia gazed into Tsikir's eyes with an enigmatic smile. Tsikir, unwavering, returned her gaze. It is said that when one lies, their eyes may dart left and right, look up and down, or avoid direct eye contact. Thus, Tsikir stared intently at Kia, determined not to allow this astute woman to discern his deception. A soft chuckle escaped Kia, finally breaking into a genuine smile. She could sense that Tsikir was lying, yet witnessing his earnest attempts to mislead her brought her joy. She wrapped her arms tightly around him, nuzzling against his chest, her eyes narrowing in contentment, much like a languid kitten. Kia had lost her parents 3 years prior, and now found herself alone, without kin. The only trustworthy companion she had was the butler mate, and following the incident with Flavor, he had become more of a subordinate. Wuko was merely a childhood friend, devoid of deeper familial or romantic ties. In truth, she felt quite isolated, often passing her time with dissection and medical research to alleviate her loneliness. Tsikir represented a fateful encounter for her. The moment she ingested the Bingjiao pill, she felt their destinies intertwined. Initially, she was unaware, but as their personalities began to merge, her affection for him intensified. Tsikir empowered her, allowing her to take control of her life, and through the Maoshingonghui, she found fulfillment and a sense of achievement. Now, having finally become his woman, she felt a sense of belonging and kinship, allowing her to relinquish her solitude and anxiety as she peacefully slumbered into his embrace. In Alaba Sultan, despite Wei Wei's disdain for Shawa, her duties as a princess took precedence. Shawa, deemed a sinner, embarked on his journey of atonement through infrastructural exploration, occasionally assuming the role of a sandstorm suppressor. Members of the Baloa Kurganjusura enthusiastically joined the kingdom's reconstruction and development initiatives. Meanwhile, when Tsikir negotiated with the Navy to send Truchan, he had already dispatched someone riding a millennial dragon to the New World for retrieval. Days prior, in the New World, after vanquishing a notorious pirate crew with bounties exceeding 100 million, Trucheng remained frustrated by the marshal's orders, wondering why the individuals had yet to arrive, thus preventing him from straying too far from the base. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the skies. A regal presence? The approaching figure was no ordinary character. Trucheng sensed an aura of sovereignty, though it did not possess the qualities of conqueror's haki. A colossal green dragon pierced through the clouds, swiftly approaching the warship. Just as Wuchang prepared to act, he noticed the naval flag unfurling from the dragon's back. This must be the designated escort. The dragon came to a sudden halt, flapping its wings as it landed on the main mast of the warship, causing the vessel to sway. A diminutive figure descended rapidly from a rope. Greetings. You must be Da Jiang, Churchan. I have been ordered to escort you, Tolaba Sultan. Churchan beheld a peculiar child clad in a yellow-brown camouflage outfit, pockets aplenty, wearing a steel helmet and goggles, standing before him. Who are you? A child? Churchan inquired, skepticism evident in his voice, pondering if the earlier aura belonged to this dragon. Indeed, I am 8 years old, yet a remarkable soldier, Abisu proclaimed, raising her goggles and standing rigidly in a mock-serious manner. She thought to herself that this was a prime opportunity to escape her tedious lessons and fulfill her mission, having even dueled Feng over it. Despite her peculiar gadgets, she felt confident. After all, Hikura had bestowed upon her a foundational strength of 500, and her specialized training had preceded us. The false lowly had been outmatched. Left in tears, not from defeat, but from the loss of her chance to skip class. Cough, cough. Churchan cleared his throat, realizing that this was indeed a young girl. Are you not part of the Navy? Could you be affiliated with that Mao Shangonghoi? How can they employ child labor? The Navy does not recruit children. Yes, I am the ace warrior of the Mao Shangonghoi. If there are no other pressing matters, we must depart immediately. The situation is urgent. Abisu continued her charade. For the first time, Churchan found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though this child was more Navy-like than he had expected. Yet, her claim of being an ace warrior seemed a tad exaggerated, reminiscent of fools who proclaimed aspirations of becoming the pirate king. Let's go. Churchan, a man of action, wasted no time, leaping onto the mast without relaying any instructions to his subordinates. Upon reaching the top, he witnessed the child pressing a button, causing the rope to retract swiftly, allowing her to return to the back of the Millennial Dragon. Hop on. We're taking off. Abisu patted the rear seat, donning her wind goggles as she perched atop the dragon's saddle. Churchan climbed aboard, crossing his arms over his chest, feeling somewhat awkward. Hold on tight. Be careful not to fall, Abisu kindly advised. No need. This is sufficient. Churchan thought that grasping tightly would be exceedingly embarrassing, and the mere thought of such a position was daunting. Dragon Uncle, let's depart. The Millennial Dragon, a youthful and robust member of its kin, was fond of Abisu, who affectionately dubbed it Dragon Uncle. Soy Kirk had once found its naming sense lacking, pondering if she would eventually name others Dragon Dad, Dragon Mom, Dragon Aunt, or Dragon Grandma. Fortunately, only a few bore such names, as Iker had chosen more refined names like Baochan, Jaljin, Guan, and Shi-Sur. Abisu found Choikura's naming conventions equally peculiar, questioning why he chose such odd names. She often jested about Iker riding Baochan into battle. As the two rode the dragon, it leapt into the air, flapping its wings vigorously as they ascended through the clouds, reaching the stratosphere, where the atmosphere was more stable and devoid of the turbulence found below, allowing for smooth travel. Churchan was experiencing such a remarkable aerial journey for the first time, feeling quite intrigued. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Abisu, the future leader of the Mao Shangonghoi. And you? Abisu aspired to lead the guild, hoping to abolish cumbersome assignments and homework, thus boasting of her ambitions. This little one moment an ace warrior, the next a prospective leader, certainly had a talent for boasting. Churchan mused internally, but refrained from diminishing her dreams. I am Sakasuji Haijin Dajian, known as Churchan, and the future Marine Admiral. Churchan asserted, unwilling to let the child outshine him. Such ambition. The Marshal Dunguo is due for retirement soon, and with Huangyan being somewhat lackadaisical, it seems you will be contending with Qingzhi. Abisu teased, having been inundated with intelligence, even more so than many within the Navy. Your guild possesses an impressive network of information. You are more informed than many within our ranks. Churchan expressed his astonishment. One of our guild's primary functions is to provide logistical support to the Navy, so this information is fundamental. Abisu spoke with the air of a seasoned adult. Churchan acknowledged that his knowledge of the East Blue was quite limited. Even when news reached him from that region, it was often treated as mere gossip, given its absurdity. You're not aware of this? Our guild has established profound cooperation with the Navy in the East Blue, facilitating the placement and reemployment of retired naval personnel. There are nearly no pirates left, and the Navy's routine patrol missions are often commissioned by our guild. What? Shu-chan was genuinely astonished. The placement and re-employment of retired naval personnel? No pirates remaining? And additional commission tasks? Suddenly, Chi-Quan realized that his information was somewhat outdated. Although the East Sea, often referred to as the weakest sea due to Garp's efforts, still harbored numerous small pirates, making complete eradication impossible. Once one wave was dealt with, another soon arose, leading to several naval branches being stationed in the area. Let me provide a brief overview, said a Baisi, who had been specifically trained to relay such intelligence and understand the underlying intentions of these arrangements, along with various political and economic subjects. Her explanations were far more insightful than those of her peers. Chi-Quan was captivated by a Baisi's elucidation, particularly the guild strategies. He was astonished to learn that even the aristocratic parasites were compelled to engage in benevolent acts, with pirates transitioning into adventurers and transport teams. Abaisi, however, was selective about the information she shared, remaining tight-lipped about those marked as confidential. It appeared that this young girl was not merely boasting. She was likely a core member of the guild, possessing an impressive reservoir of knowledge. Chi-Quan mused. "Are you the daughter of the president of the Adventurers Guild?" He inquired. "Not at all. How could the president have such an old child? He was still a minor when I was born." Abc denied, secretly relieved that she was not his biological offspring. Otherwise, the curriculum would have been even more daunting, and she genuinely worried for the future children of the president. Is the president really that young? Quite remarkable. Abc had set off from Windmill Town, traversing the Red Land to reach the New World, relatively short distance. It was no wonder Shanks frequently visited Windmill Town. As long as he crossed Fishman Island from the New World and navigated through the Calm Belt, he could swiftly arrive at Windmill Town. Now, as the two journeyed from the New World to Alabasta, they would likely pass through Sky Island. Chi-Quan, Fothenting dis detail, realized that the Navy's early intervention in Sky Island would significantly affect his plans. What is that? How intriguing. A small island formed from clouds. Abc exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight. The legendary Sky Island is actually here? Chi-Quan was equally astonished. He had known of its existence, but was unaware of its precise location. With tasks at hand, Abc lamented, "We shall have to return another time." Chi-Quan concurred, though he did not harbor much interest. He preferred battling pirates over embarking on adventurous travels. Achoo! The god of Sky Island, Enel, sneezed, sensing something ominous flying above through his mantra. Was it merely an illusion? What could it be? Due to the mantra's range being primarily confined to the island, Enel was uncertain. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Otherwise, upon Luffy's arrival at Sky Island, there would have been no boss to confront. The two quickly arrived at Alabasta's capital, riding upon the Millennium Dragon. Chi-Quan observed the citizens fervently engaged in construction, perplexed that this hardly resembled a nation recently embroiled in rebellion. The towns ravaged during the insurrection had been nearly restored, and thanks to Trick's intervention, the capital had sustained minimal damage, with the most significant destruction occurring during Luffy's battle with Sand Crocodile. Presently, the focus was primarily on infrastructure projects, as Sand Crocodile had excavated numerous channels in the desert for irrigation and waterways. The melting icebergs gradually began to channel water towards the Sandora River. Trick, carrying Koya on his back, noted that Machida was glaring enviously beside him, yet without anger. Despite the flying carpet, Koya found it quite uncomfortable to sit. Although she could lie on the carpet, it was not a long-term solution. She preferred to be held or carried. After Trick's fierce battle with Koya, she had been unable to walk for several days, prompting him to carry her to Alabasta. Initially, Machida was infuriated, but Koya, clinging to Trick, seemed to taunt her. However, after Trick whispered a few words to Koya, who shyly nodded in response, he set her down and took Machida away for a time. Unfamiliar with Trick's formidable prowess, Machida soon found herself overwhelmed after a few skirmishes, raising her hands in surrender and pleading for mercy, requesting Trick to seek out Koya or Vivi instead. With a conflicted expression, Machida returned with Trick, who hoisted Koya back onto his shoulders. This time, Machida was rendered speechless, caught in a tumult of desire and fear. As Trick carried Koya alongside Sand Crocodile, he directed him to investigate nearby metal mines. Sand Crocodile, observing Trick carrying a girl, thought to himself that this boy certainly knew how to have fun, feeling somewhat annoyed at the display. Though Koya was nearly recovered, she feigned discomfort to remain on Trick's back, who remained oblivious, believing her to be a regular person, unlike Luffy, who was an anomaly. The memory of that day still sent chills down Trick's spine, fearing for Koya's health. Why is there no gold or oil around? Trick mused, drawing parallels between Alabasta and the wealthy Middle Eastern countries of his past life, feeling there should be something of value. President, Abaisi called out, spotting Chi Quan as she flew above the desert. It's Chi Quan. Trick glanced upward. Chi Quan leaped down, stirring a cloud of dust. While Abaisi waited for the Millennium Dragon to land, Chi Quan regarded the unusual group with some discomfort. One was the fierce former warlord Crocodile, another, the parasol-wielding Miss Chocolate, and the third, a young boy in a breezy t-shirt and shorts, wearing flip-flops, who was carrying a frail girl. Note, Trick's attire was quite practical, as the desert heat was unbearable. Are you the president of the Adventurers Guild? Tiguan In Guit? Pleasure to meet you. I am the president, Trick. Trick politely extended his hand. Sakazuki. Chi Quan briefly introduced himself, not shaking hands, lighting a cigarette instead. Feeling this boy was not as formidable as he had imagined, especially alongside the sickly girl, giving the appearance of a pair of unconventional delinquents. What is wrong with Koya? Abaisi asked with concern, as their relationship was rather complex. Koya often acted as Abaisi's medical and biology teacher, and Abaisi was somewhat intimidated by Koya's authoritative demeanor. Yet, Koya was typically gentle with Abaisi, often using her whisper fruit to assist in biological research, fostering a close bond between them. She injured her foot and cannot walk properly, so I'm carrying her. Trick fabricated an excuse. Oh, is it serious? Abaisi asked, knowing Koya was quite skilled in medicine and likely would not face significant issues. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days, Koya assured them. With Chi Quan's straightforward and decisive nature, Trick found it difficult to deceive him, especially since he had not yet discovered any weaknesses. Instead, he could only address matters as they were. Trick produced a recently updated map of Alabasta, densely marked with locations requiring volcanic rock for windbreaks, areas needing volcanic ash for cultivation, and several artificial waterways. Concerned about the rapid absorption of water in the desert, he suggested that Chi Quan use magma to reinforce the riverbeds. As for precipitation, once Chi Quan began utilizing magma, the temperature in the desert would swiftly rise, initially causing discomfort. However, with Akiji's icebergs providing relief, it would not be unbearable. Subsequently, the warm air rising from the land would draw the cool, moist air from the sea towards Alabasta, resulting in rainfall. This is my detailed map, which outlines specific measures for each location. Trick handed the map and instructions to Chi Quan. Chi Quan meticulously studied it, noting the suggestions for using magma to create mountain stones, pave riverbeds, and cover the sandy terrain with volcanic ash. Akainu found himself perplexed by the implications of these actions. Did this fellow intend to transform Alabasta into a hellscape of molten lava? Was Sengoku aware of this? Akainu sought clarification, unable to comprehend why Sengoku would assent to such an outrageous notion. Yes, Abisu, you are responsible for transporting Sakazuki-sama. Turek cast a glance at Abisu. All right, Abisu exclaimed joyfully, delighted that she could continue to skip classes. With Sengoku's approval, Akainu refrained from further discussion, adhering to orders without hesitation. He was not one to overthink like Akiji. Turek decided to initiate the process in the current location, demonstrating the method to Akainu. Without employing any special techniques, Akainu directly elementalized, continuously creating magma until the entire area was engulfed. Prior to this, Turek had informed the citizens about the impending lava flow, advising them to remain calm and keep their distance. The designated desert region was prepared. The magma flowed into the river channels, where the melting ice from the iceberg would cool and solidify it. As for the volcanic ash, there was no need to generate it artificially. The smoke produced by the magma inherently served that purpose. Turek gazed into the sky, contemplating that if the anticipated precipitation did not occur, he might have to ask the sand crocodile to use the sasa fruit to cover the area, extinguishing the flames and smoke from the lava. The entire region now resembled a terrifying inferno, instilling fear in the nearby residents. Fortunately, the ice from the iceberg helped lower the temperature. Otherwise, it could have been deadly. Akainu worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly returning to Turek and the others, taking in the scene of this lava hell, which he had anticipated. This young lad seemed unaware of the danger he was courting by recklessly wielding the magma fruit. Akainu cast a sardonic glance at Turek. Unbeknownst to Akainu, his recent demeanor had already been noted by Turek, who planned to unleash a wave of public opinion against him later. The sand crocodile swallowed hard at the sight of the lava hell, feeling that confronting Akainu was perilous. It was safer to stick with Turek for the time being. He thought it wise to wait for Akainu to expand the area further, as the current scope was insufficient. Turek furrowed his brow in contemplation, although the sight was intimidating. The area was still too small, and there was no need to rush the cooling process. The higher the temperature, the quicker the convection between hot and cold air would occur. Sakazuki-sama, continue addressing other areas, and Abisu, please assist, Turek commanded. Akainu internally scoffed at the madness of the situation. Did they not fear the kingdom would literally explode from the heat? Nonetheless, he complied and mounted the ancient dragon alongside Abisu to move on to the next area. Turek instructed the sand crocodile to continue on his own, following behind Akainu, using sand to extinguish the flames and ensuring the volcanic ash and sand were thoroughly mixed. Meanwhile, he took the two women back to the royal capital. The sand crocodile, wary of incurring Turek's wrath, refrained from running off, remembering the pain of losing a tuft of hair last time. His once dashing hairstyle had turned into a Mediterranean disaster, rendering his world domination ambitions meaningless. Breaking news! Breaking news! The lava demon, the admiral transforming Alabasta into a lava hell. The news hawkers have been distributing this sensational headline across the globe. People everywhere were drawn in by the sensationalism, eagerly buying newspapers. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was among them. Upon overhearing discussions, he quickly grabbed a copy to read. Damn organs! That insufferable tabloid. Turek was up to something. Sengoku sighed with relief after reading, realizing it was merely about the release of lava, without any actual destruction as anticipated. It must be acknowledged, such headlines compelled people to buy the paper. Morgan's was ecstatic. As sales soared in the East Blue, not only had gossip and rumors significantly increased circulation, but the advertisements and commissions from the Adventure Guild had also become a primary revenue source for the World Economic News Agency. Particularly, the Adventure Guild had expanded to the Grand Line, generating numerous major news stories and soft advertisements upon their arrival. The crying sand crocodile, former warlord crocodile, was a photo taken after the sand crocodile was defeated by Machida. However, subsequent photos captured Luffy taking over the fight, showing the sand crocodile in tears. Thus, the public only saw the sand crocodile being defeated by the Straw Hat Kid. Fortunately, the sand crocodile had been too busy to read the newspapers lately. Otherwise, he would have hunted down Morgans in a fit of rage. Due to the guild's involvement, the world government could no longer conceal the situation, and thus Luffy's famed sword. Naturally, in the Navy, Tina and Smoker had both received promotions. They had contributed, albeit slightly, so the world government emphasized their significant role in dismantling Baroque works. Turek was pleased with this development, as it was precisely his intent to ensnare the Navy in this narrative. Experience the Ice and Snow Kingdom was a soft advertisement from Magna Drum Island, showcasing various royal experience packages alongside made illustrations, heavily relying on visual allure. Jurassic Park, The Awakening of the Ancient Overlord, was another soft advertisement from the Little Garden, featuring numerous shadowy silhouettes of mysterious creatures, emphasizing an air of intrigue. Alabasta unveils the wish-granting artifact, exploited the allure of a magical lamp to draw traffic and investment, citing instances of good people having their wishes fulfilled. However, obtaining a chance to make a wish was exceedingly difficult, and although it caught the attention of some influential figures, Many later discovered that wishes were granted through reincarnation, leading to skepticism. Ordinary folks, however, remained more convinced due to the high rate of reasonable wishes being fulfilled. The Frost Angel, the admiral who creates slushies, was an undercover submission by Turek, capturing Akiji embracing a little girl from Alabasta, crafting a slushie for her with his ice powers, both sharing a moment of heartfelt smiles. Coupled with Akiji's efforts in creating icebergs to alleviate desert drought, the local populace's various praises and gratitude propelled Akiji's public image to widespread recognition. This placed pressure on Akainu, for he was still in the process of advancing his schemes, and the effects of the magma fruit would primarily manifest later. Comparisons were inevitable. Akiji's radiant image stood in stark contrast to Akainu's nefarious one. Particularly, Akiji's contributions yielded immediate results, while Akainu's assistance was perceived merely as adding fuel to the fire. If Sengoku had not been pleased by Akiji's report, the Navy's reputation would have suffered significantly due to Akainu's coverage, prompting him to call Turek in for accountability. I provided you with an admiral to enhance the situation, and you tarnished the Navy's reputation like this? It was intentional, Turek replied candidly. Nanny. Sengoku was about to erupt in anger, but Turek hurriedly explained, I deliberately allowed the newspaper to objectively describe Akainu's actions without any embellishments, aiming to establish a narrative of a misunderstood yet selfless Navy. What do you mean? Sengoku threatened. If you don't clarify, I will summon Akainu back immediately. Admiral, isn't it true that the Navy often undertakes strenuous tasks that go unrecognized? Despite the reasons, they ultimately endure unjust criticism and blame in silence. Turek posed a soul-searching question. This Sengoku was at a loss for words. Though Turek's understanding moved him, his pride prevented him from admitting it outright. Turek continued, to bolster public support and comprehension, I intend to utilize this instance of Akainu's assistance to craft an image of the Navy as misunderstood yet quietly dedicated. Additionally, many of the comments in the newspaper's discussion section have been orchestrated by me. I have arranged for various trolls to guide public opinion. Nanny. Sengoku was taken aback by Turek's crafty maneuvering. Turek continued, do not rush. To prevent the narrative from wholly turning against the Navy, I have leveraged Akiji's assistance to create an image of a friendly, people-saving Navy, complemented by numerous commendatory voices. As the narrative unfolds, an increasing number of citizens will turn their attention towards the Navy. The accusations against Akainu are rampant. However, the balanced image of Akiji allows the Navy to cope. Ultimately, Akainu's contributions will be remembered through the ages, safeguarding every piece of magma against the storm, nurturing every sprouting seed in the fields, and preserving every drop of water in the riverbed. There will always be individuals within the Navy who steadfastly uphold justice, silently dedicating themselves. Although often misunderstood, true character is revealed over time, and when the flowers bloom and bear fruit, the current tide of accusations will transform into profound guilt and gratitude. This is a narrative of rising and falling, first enduring hardship for Akainu, after which all will come to recognize his virtues. Such arrangements are intended to evoke feelings of guilt, shame, and empathy among the public, fostering greater understanding and support for the Navy. It is crucial to make it clear that tranquility exists only because some bear the burdens of others. Admiral Sengoku was thoroughly convinced by Crocodile. He had not anticipated such manipulation of the human heart, thinking that Crocodile was indeed a devil. Nevertheless, Sengoku was genuinely moved by Crocodile's words. Rather than solely reflecting Akainu, Sengoku felt this resonated more with his own experiences, especially being caught between the celestial dragons and the justice of the Navy. In the scorching desert, Akainu is currently laboring diligently alongside ABIs. It's so hot. Uncle Akainu, come have some water. ABIs offered him a jug of water. I'm not thirsty, little one. You drink it yourself, Akainu replied, taking a break as he had completed the majority of his extensive tasks. Due to his devil fruit abilities, Akainu does not feel the heat, savoring a cigar that he refrains from lighting, considering the child's presence inappropriate for secondhand smoke. Having worked together for some time, the two had become quite familiar. ABIs no longer pretended to be an adult and reverted to a childlike demeanor, eagerly engaging Akainu with tales of the new world while sharing her own experiences. She expressed her disdain for some of her courses, particularly one on postpartum care for animals, which she found particularly odd. However, she felt joy in being able to provide professional care for weak newborns, thus increasing their survival rates and reducing the mortality of their mothers. Akainu recounted his battles against pirates in the New World, turning malevolent foes to ashes with a single punch, mentioning Fishman Island and its wonders, as well as islands in the New World that are perpetually thunderous, inhabited by little people and giants. For adventure-loving ABIs, these fantastical islands were utterly captivating. ABIs also showcased her formidable strength to Akainu. With Crocodile's enchantment, she possessed a power level of 500, which might seem modest, but for an 8-year-old, it was indeed terrifying. The average Navy soldier has a power level of 10, and anyone exceeding 500 is considered extraordinary. With Crocodile's boasting horn and elite training, Abi's growth was rapid, and her combat capabilities far exceeded mere numbers. As for the Navy's Rokushiki techniques, Crocodile had yet to disseminate them widely, primarily due to unclear channels, and it was deemed unsuitable for ABIs, being still young, as it could adversely affect her health. Notably, Akainu witnessed the young girl deftly dismembering a giant desert scorpion with a dagger, her technique akin to a divine skill. Abi's biology lessons, taught by Koya, involved regular dissections, allowing her to efficiently locate the weaknesses of living creatures. The two enjoyed a sumptuous feast of the giant scorpion, with ABIs responsible for capturing and dismembering it while Akainu handled the grilling. How did you learn to dismember it so perfectly? I would have to smash it, Akainu inquired, astonished by her knowledge of various desert plants and animals, understanding which were edible, how to prepare them, and which were toxic or medicinal. ABIs responded nonchalantly. Biology, cooking, and emergency medicine courses often require live dissections. I'd gotten used to it. As they indulged in the high-protein scorpion meat, ABIs rambled on about her various courses and internships. No wonder you dislike classes and want to skip them. Akainu mused, contemplating whether ABIs was being groomed as a future successor of the guild. Compared to her education and training, the Navy's curriculum seemed almost infantile, primarily focusing on combat, navigation, and cultural studies, with some individuals still struggling academically. However, based on your descriptions, it seems you've only just begun. Are you a monster? Akainu, feeling monstrous himself, perceived others as extraordinary. That's unfair. You're the real monster, Uncle, ABIs retorted, unaware of her exceptional learning abilities, attributing her strength to Crocodile's bestowed foundation, which she was instructed to keep secret. If Akainu knew that ABIs had lengthened the timeline she shared, he would likely have whisked her away to the Navy for further training. Would you consider joining the Navy? Even though you are not yet of age, I can recommend you and guide your training, Akainu finally inquired. ABIs was taken aback by the invitation. She had not considered becoming a Navy officer, especially after having been captured by them in the past. She preferred adventure. Observing the innocent girl, Akainu pressed on. It seems that guild members can also be part of the Navy. Colonel Tina appears to have become a core member of the guild, so joining the Navy shouldn't be a problem. Uncle, does that mean there are classes in the Navy? ABIs asked. Certainly, but for you, it should be a minor issue. Primarily, it's about training. We have admiral-level strength training for you. And as for the combat capabilities of your guild, I don't mean to belittle you, but I could take on any of them with just a punch. Akainu had never heard of any formidable figures in the Adventure Guild. That day, observing the guild leader Crocodile, he found him unimpressive, though he seemed to possess potential, appearing youthful and lacking the scars of battle. If the leader's strength was lacking, how formidable could the subordinates be? ABIs also mentioned that her swordsmanship instructor was the master of a sword dojo in a small village in the EC. Yet Akainu had never seen her wield a sword. That little dagger must be a toy, he thought. As for physical training, it seemed no one taught a group of beasts and sea kings. Shooting lessons were conducted by an ordinary school teacher. You're so impressive, Uncle, ABIs exclaimed. I still prefer adventure. Hearing about more classes, ABIs was bewildered. She could hardly cope with her guild's demands, and now with the Navy. It felt like a double dose of joy. The guild would excuse her from classes just because she was involved with the Navy. Every time she skipped out to complete a mission, she had to make up for it one-on-one. The Navy can also embark on adventures by fighting pirates. Akainu's invitation lacked the charm of Crocodile's persuasive flair. If Crocodile were here, he would entice ABIs with promises of skipping classes for Navy missions, and before she knew it, she would have grown up. As for adventure, being with a Navy admiral would grant her unhindered passage across the globe. Even the 4 emperors in the New World would show respect to an admiral. And there are many beautiful ladies in the Navy. Akainu mused, though he quickly dismissed that thought, considering whether the young girl might like beautiful ladies. Do you have any dreams, uncle? ABIs shifted the topic. Dreams? To eradicate all evil. Akainu had not spoken of this for a long time. How noble. My aspiration is to swiftly liberate myself from the burdensome assignments, and then embark on an adventure alongside the Qian Yen Long, mused Abizi as she gazed dreamily at the sky. With a resounding thunderclap, dark clouds rolled ominously overhead, as the intense heat from the magma generated a tumultuous convection of hot and cold air, ultimately culminating in the formation of rain clouds. A gentle patter soon transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching the entire Alabasta. Fortunately, the desert's remarkable permeability, combined with the extensive network of excavated and fortified waterways, prevented any flooding. The rainwater, laden with volcanic ash, seeped into the desert, gradually extinguishing the entire lava hell. Alabasta experienced its longest rainy season and the heaviest precipitation in history. Abizi and Chi Quan sheltered beneath the wings of the Qian Yen Long, quietly listening to the sound of rain. To her astonishment, Abizi realized that the magma fruit could indeed induce artificial rainfall, prompting Chi Quan to recognize the fruit's other remarkable applications for the first time. How refreshing! Exclaimed Abizi, extending her small hand to catch the raindrops. Though she dared not drink, as the nearby area had recently been engulfed in magma, rendering the rainwater tainted with volcanic ash. Let us go. Let us finish the remaining areas as quickly as possible, Chi Quan declared, intending to complete the remaining tasks while it was still raining, thus avoiding the sweltering heat that had been the cause of numerous complaints from the residents. Abizi replied affirmatively. Chi Quan effortlessly lifted Abizi and leaped onto the Qian Yen Long. Their bond had grown quite familiar, with Abizi relishing the view from Chi Quan's shoulder. The straightforward and candid Chi Quan, along with the innocent, forthright, and brave Abizi, easily forged a friendship devoid of secrets. Now, mounted on the dragon, Chi Quan no longer crossed his arms, but instead steadied himself on the saddle, while Abizi nestled within his embrace, sheltered from the rain by his towering frame. One destined to become an admiral of the Navy, and the other the future ruler of magical beasts. The two forged a profound connection. While Chi Quan and Abizi toiled, Sueka was also busy, though not with his younger brother. Once Chi Quan was in position, Sueka began to reach out to Zfa. He intended for the 2 women to return to the royal capital first. Upon arriving in the room, Sueka casually tossed Koya onto the bed. What does he intend to do? Both women thought simultaneously. Sueka then snuck away, claiming he needed to make a phone call before they would dine together later. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, aboard the pirate guerrilla's ship, Zfa had yet to betray the Navy. Suddenly, the den mushi rang aboard the ship. Ain answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Zfa? Sueka inquired. Hello, who are you? What business do you have with teacher Zfa? Ain responded with a melodious voice from the other end. You are Ain? Sueka guessed. How do you know my name? Ain was astonished that the voice on the other end accurately identified her. Sueka remembered her voice and had reviewed the data. Although limited, it was insufficient for a thorough approach. However, establishing a rapport with Ain was of paramount importance, as Zfa represented a potential naval power. With Zfa aging, Ain served as a spokesperson, especially considering the strategic value of the reverse fruit. It was a ways to confine its use solely to combat. And it was certainly not merely because she was a stunningly beautiful woman. Note, the Pirate King character compendium, Shushu Fruit after enchantment. It allows for the examination of basic information about key characters in the Pirate King universe. Sueka believed he should first bridge the gap between them and lower her guard. So he stated, "I am Sueka, the president of the Adventure Guild, dedicated to eradicating all pirates in the world, and I was introduced by Admiral Sengoku. As for how I know your name, it is undoubtedly due to my admiration for the great name of Mr. ZFA, and as his right-hand woman. How could I not know of you, Miss Ain?" Sueka also took the opportunity to flatter Ain. "Oh, the Adventure Guild? I believe I've heard of it. Though not much, it seems more like a bounty hunter organization." Given Sueka's philosophy of eradicating pirates, his admiration for ZFA, and Sengoku's recommendation, Ain felt a favorable impression towards him. Teacher ZFA is currently on a mission nearby and is not aboard the main fleet. If you have something to discuss, please feel free to share, and I will convey it. Ain said, "Ahem. In fact, I contacted Mr. ZFA through Admiral Sengoku to request his assistance with you and Binzi." Ain was puzzled by this request for personnel, as the Navy had many individuals stronger than herself, making the request for her and Binzi seem dubious. "I heard that one of you possesses the reverse fruit ability, while the other wields the flourishing fruit. Our guild is currently engaged in a commission to develop Alabasta, and we require your capabilities, of course, with a substantial reward. What specifically do you need?" Ain had heard of the Adventure Guild's commissions, but was surprised that they sought her abilities, especially since it was introduced by Sengoku, suggesting it was not a trap. "Primarily, we aim to transplant large trees using the reverse fruit, and with the flourishing fruit, to hasten the ripening of numerous fruit trees and food crops. Alabasta is a desert, isn't it? How could large trees possibly survive transplantation? As for hastening the growth of food crops, the soil's fertility is insufficient, and they may not bear fruit. Actually, we have already established a deep collaboration with Admiral Akiji and Chi Quan, and currently, Alabasta does not lack water resources or soil fertility. Nanny, you actually managed to enlist the help of 2 admirals." Ain was astonished, while she was unsure of Chi Quan's capabilities. Enlisting 2 admirals under the Demon Order was no small feat. Was this guild truly that powerful? Everything is aimed at eliminating the potential arising from pirates. After all, once Alabasta is well supplied, fewer individuals will venture out to become pirates. Admiral Sengoku is quite supportive of my philosophy, hence his full backing. Is that even possible? This was a Yin's first encounter with such a theory, but it appeared plausible. While it was true that some pirates ventured out to plunder and gain without effort, it cannot be denied that others were compelled. Ain was genuinely curious and intended to see what sort of guild could prompt the Navy to dispatch 2 admirals. She and Binzi, being mere small fry, did not feel they were of greater importance than the admirals, yet she still needed to seek her teacher's counsel. Ain was unaware that once a woman becomes curious about something, it is often the beginning of her downfall. "I will discuss it with teacher ZFA," Ain stated. Sueka sensed that Ain would likely agree, hence the term discuss rather than convey. He intended to cultivate a closer relationship with Ain, his future wife. Therefore, without waiting for Ain to hang up, he continued, "Miss Ain, our guild highly values your abilities and sense of justice, and we would like to invite you to become a core member of our guild. Navy personnel can also be part-time members of the guild, and our core members enjoy numerous benefits." Sueka began to promote the guild, though he knew Ain likely would not place much value on such incentives. It was essential to convey the right attitude. "For now, I should refrain from joining any other organizations." Ain remained cautious about unfamiliar organizations, preferring to assist ZFA and not wishing to devote too much time to the guild. "Miss Ain, what is your dream?" Sueka inquired. "A dream? To eradicate all pirates alongside teacher ZFA." Ain responded curiously to Sueka's question. "In fact, the pirates in the East Sea have been nearly eradicated by our Adventure Guild. Our guild's next destination is the Grand Line and the other 3 seas. Nanny, you don't think I'm an ignorant little girl, do you?" Ain did not believe such nonsense. Pirates could regenerate. The pirates with blood debts in the East Sea have been virtually eliminated under the joint siege of the Guild and the Navy, while others who merely engage in robbery and adventure have either been punished with labor or redirected to become adventurers based on their level of wrongdoing. The pirates you mentioned have not been entirely eradicated, have they? Can you guarantee that those adventurers who have changed careers will not engage in plunder? Ayan expressed her skepticism. Do you know why pirates cannot be completely exterminated? The root cause lies with the Navy and the world government. What? Ayan felt a sense of bewilderment regarding this assertion. On one hand, the exploitation by the celestial dragons and member nations intensifies, compelling many to venture out to sea as pirates. On the other hand, non-member nations, despite being exempt from tribute, do not receive adequate protection from the Navy, rendering them prime targets for pirate attacks. These non-member nations are therefore subjected to intensified exploitation to gather tribute and become members, which, in turn, generates more pirates, creating a vicious cycle. The existence of pirates is, in fact, a means by which the world government reinforces its rule. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the tribute, as it serves as a source of funding for the Navy. However, the burden of this tribute is excessively heavy and misallocated, primarily spent on military might and the indulgences of the Tenryubito, with little invested in development and infrastructure. Ayan fell into silence, as Trick's logical analysis led her to question her own contributions. Trick continued his analysis. It was once the case that some pirates in the East Blue were under the protection of the Navy, with both entities collaborating to govern the region, a tacit approval from the world government. This is why the system of Shichibukai, which condones the legal plundering by pirates, exists. Our guild fundamentally alters the existing relationships of interest, transforming former pirates into legitimate personnel, such as transport teams, security squads, fishing crews, and adventurers, effectively creating employment opportunities. This approach can enhance the economic income of member nations while reducing losses, thereby alleviating the pressures of tribute and naturally leading to a decline in piracy. The Navy would no longer need to risk engaging in battles with pirates, focusing instead on patrolling and transporting, thus lessening the burden of pensions. Additionally, the substantial secondary income generated from the reformed pirates would significantly increase the Navy's revenue, eliminating the need for risky collusion with pirates. A new beneficial chain of interests is formed. This is a virtuous cycle, promoting healthy economic development and drastically reducing bloodshed, in contrast to the exploitative and predatory chains of interest. The emergence of new pirates and the adventurers who disrupt these established rules would face the wrath of all interest groups, rendering them mere prey in other schemes. Piracy itself is a high-risk, high-reward profession. However, with alternative low-risk, yet lucrative industries available, no one would willingly choose the uncertain path of piracy. Thus, in the East Blue, apart from fools, few desire to become pirates. Luffy, if there were no bloodshed or hunger, there would not be so many orphans or evils. Nor would many abandon their families in search of the elusive One Piece. Red-haired Shanks, Jesus Burgess. Are we included in that? Ayan suddenly realized that perhaps the Adventurers Guild held the answer she and Teacher Zephyr had been seeking all along. Teacher Zephyr had fought countless pirates throughout his life, yet he had never killed an enemy, earning the title of the non-killing former admiral of the Navy. He perhaps initially understood that some individuals were coerced, seeking to reform these pirates and guide them towards the path of righteousness. However, after his family was brutally murdered by pirates, he began to harbor deep-seated hatred for them. His training ship was attacked by pirates, resulting in the death of all his beloved students except for himself and Binz, leaving his right arm severely injured. His animosity towards pirates intensified, yet their numbers continued to proliferate, making complete eradication impossible. Both he and Teacher Zephyr found themselves in a state of exhaustion in their pursuit of pirate eradication, feeling powerless despite their resolve. I will convey your thoughts to my teacher, and I am truly delighted to have met you, Mr. Trick. As for membership, I trust that when we meet again, I will provide you with an answer. Ayan felt immense gratitude towards Trick, who had helped her clarify her thoughts. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate my meeting with Miss Ayan. Additionally, I would like to mention that our guild provides dragon mounts for transportation. If you agree, please share your location, and our guild will arrange for someone to pick you up, Trick said cheerfully. After all, gaining the favor of someone like Ayan is of paramount importance. She embodies a character willing to forsake the Navy and sacrifice her life for her teacher's dream. Trick deeply desired her support. Since hanging up with Trick, Ayan found herself unable to calm her emotions, realizing that merely purging pirates could only temporarily suppress their numbers. Indeed, development and construction represent the most fundamental approach. Aya now looked forward to her meeting with Trick, eager to witness how Alabasta would transform under the auspices of the Adventurers Guild. In truth, even if teacher Zephyr were to decline, Ian would strive for the opportunity to visit Alabasta. Ian, what has transpired? You seem unusually joyful today. Zephyr, having just returned from dispatching a wave of pirates, inquired upon seeing Ian's content demeanor. Teacher Zephyr, you have returned. Today, Ian recounted to Zephyr the details of Trick's call, along with his theories and insights. Such a development. There has been little information from headquarters regarding this matter. Zephyr fell into contemplation. He harbored a profound loathing for the relentless existence of pirates, particularly as the New World seemed to possess an almost magnetic allure, drawing many notorious pirates in search of the One Piece. Zephyr even contemplated using explosive rocks to obliterate the New World. However, following a recent statement from the former Pirate King Roger's subordinate, Buggy the Clown, a certain effect seemed to have materialized. Let us begin. From this day forth, engage in good deeds, purify your souls, acquire the legendary Great Treasure. Zephyr was taken aback by the pirate's utterance of such sentiments, perceiving it as a conspiracy, or rather, a scheme. The curse of the One Piece, whether true or false, undeniably held a certain coercive power, especially since that fellow, Red-Hair Shanks, also tacitly acknowledged the curse of the One Piece. Since Buggy's speech in Lowtown, the rampant killings by notorious pirates had significantly diminished. Many would simply pay a protection fee and depart, leaving only the lesser pirates to engage in burning and pillaging. To some extent, the notorious pirates even sought to eliminate these lesser pirates. This served dual purposes, replenishing supplies and, in a way, cleansing their souls. The decrease in malevolent actions by notorious pirates, combined with the efforts of the Navy's junior officers against the smaller pirates, led to a remarkable reduction in overall bloodshed on the seas. Connecting Ian's description of the Adventurers Guild to his own thoughts, Zephyr realized that Buggy's speech had likely occurred shortly before the guild entered the Grand Line. Could it be that Buggy had joined the Adventurers Guild? Or perhaps Buggy and Red-Haired Shanks were the driving forces behind the guild, given that the guild's manager, Makino, had ties to Red-Haired Shanks, and Buggy was well acquainted with him? Zephyr began to suspect that all of this was part of Roger's final scheme to mitigate the negative impacts of initiating the era of great pirates. Regardless, the Adventurers Guild was handling matters quite adeptly. Zephyr took particular care to review extensive information about the guild, recognizing it as a gateway to the New World. It turned out that this approach could yield such results. The casualty rate of the East Blue Navy had plummeted, and their strength had not diminished due to the decline in pirates. Many new generation naval officers were now attending training sessions guided by retired officers, allowing a greater number of naval seeds to flourish and grow without faltering midway. While the experience gained from combating pirates is an essential process for enhancing strength, possessing a stronger foundational capability is crucial for executing tasks with confidence. Notably, the Navy had also learned new combat strategies and techniques. What kind of special operations involve sending elite Marines to stealthily sabotage pirate ships from beneath the sea? Joint operations, encircling fleets to drive pirates into mines and reefs. The utilization of poison gas bombs, incendiary devices, and various strategies, such as ambushes and deductions, significantly enhance combat efficacy while reducing naval casualties. Remarkably, there are instances where inexperienced recruits, through seamless cooperation and an array of ever-evolving tactics, have eradicated pirates with bounties in the tens of millions without incurring any losses. This guild is truly akin to a cheat for the Navy. No wonder the Warring States commander values it so highly, even dispatching 2 generals for support. Especially upon seeing a photograph of Aokiji smiling while holding a small girl, it is surprising that Aokiji can't smile. You and Binzi should prepare and assist. I too wish to witness the miracles this adventure guild can create. Zifa instructed Ein. Understood, teacher Zifa. Ein responded joyfully, her face alight with excitement as she hurried to find Binzi. It has been a long time since I last saw this girl smile. It seems I have burdened them with too heavy a load, Zeph mused. The following day, Trick received Ein's positive reply and was elated, immediately preparing the Millennium Dragon to personally fetch his future wife. Kaya and Machida had both fallen asleep, each clutching a hand of their own, and Kaya, unable to move temporarily, left Trick in a rather uncomfortable predicament as Machida was also unable to move. Both Kaya and Machida wished to accompany Trick to the new world. Yet Trick had not disclosed that he was going to fetch a beautiful girl, merely stating that he was retrieving 2 Navy power users. Kaya, persistently clinging to Trick, caused him to ponder. It would be problematic to bring her along, as the high altitudes would be quite cold, and it would be inconvenient for her to ride the dragon. It was certainly not fear of being brutally beaten by Kaya and Machida if he sought on alone. As for the flying magic carpet, Trick had no intention of using it, as it required a girl to ride. He harbored ulterior motives. Kaya found herself in a dilemma. If she claimed to be healed, Trick would surely not take her, and if she said she was still injured, he would definitely not bring her along either. Machida also wished to follow, and Trick, observing their sudden inspiration, placed Kaya into Machida's embrace. This was perfect. In the midst of the 2 girls' bewilderment, Trick instructed Machida to properly care for Kaya and then departed through the any door. The 2 girls watched as Trick vanished, their gazes locking. Kaya, noticing Machida's flushed cheeks, suddenly planted a kiss on her. What is this? Machida was caught off guard, her face instantly turning crimson, thinking that this little brat had lost her mind. She wanted to pull away, but since Trick had instructed her to take care of Kaya, she restrained herself, tightening her grip once again. What are you doing? If you want to kiss, go kiss Trick. No, Trick is mine, Machida blurted out. The older sister has turned shy. Kaya licked her lips, tightening her arms around Machida, her breath brushing against Machida's face, unexpectedly refusing to let go. Kaya suddenly wanted to tease Machida, punishing her for stealing her toy, as her Yandere personality took charge. Moreover, under Trick's cultivation, Machida truly appeared radiant, her skin as delicate as a flower petal. What do you want? Although Kaya's strength was less than Machida's, she was exceptionally skilled in understanding human anatomy, acupoints, and medicinal properties. Machida attempted to exert force, but found herself restrained, even feeling a slight numbness in her body. This room was within the palace, typically devoid of visitors. Recently, Kaya had been carried by Trick, dressed in a dress that lacked heavy metal accessories, lest they become cumbersome. With Kaya clinging to her, Machida's steps faltered, her body grew weak, and she eventually fell onto the edge of the bed. Hee. It seems the older sister enjoys this as well. Kaya giggled mischievously. Huff. Machida's face flushed, her breaths heavy as she nearly suffocated under Kaya's playful antics. You. Before Machida could continue speaking, Kaya resumed her antics, embodying a playful rogue. Vivi, upon hearing her subordinates report that Admiral Akainu had nearly transformed Alabasta into a molten hell, was both alarmed and intrigued, despite Trick's prior warnings. The reality of the situation was truly terrifying, so upon hearing that Trick had returned to the palace, Vivi resolved to inquire further. As she approached Trick's room, she suddenly heard indescribable sounds emanating from within, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. This scoundrel, creating such chaos in broad daylight, truly a beast. Vivi mentally berated, just as Trick, who was about to choose the Millennium Dragon Diaochan, sneezed. Vivi pressed her ear against the door, reminiscing about their encounters and recalling Machino's words, causing her mind to heat up. With a sudden click, the door swung open swiftly, and before Vivi could react, she fell into a warm embrace. Bang! The door closed again, leaving the corridor eerily silent, as if no one had ever passed through. Kaya, possessing keen senses, detected a woman's presence outside, reminiscent of the blue-haired girl Trick had brought to Twin Cape. Thus, Vivi found herself ensnared by the mischievous Kaya and Machida. No. Vivi never anticipated that the room would be devoid of Trick, finding herself instead at the mercy of 2 playful girls, her innocence at stake. How could Trick's companions be so utterly unhinged? No wonder Miss Machino chose to be Trick's wife. However, truly, Vivi felt her exhaustion from the past few days dissipate. Please, do not harbor any strange thoughts. Kaya was merely providing a massage to the two. Professional traditional Chinese medicine to alleviate fatigue, allowing them to experience a sensation akin to ascension, albeit with a little tofu as payment. The three women, having bared their souls to one another, became inseparable sisters from that day forward, making Trick seem somewhat superfluous. Meanwhile, as Trick selected the Millennium Dragon, he gazed at its green feathers, feeling unexpectedly melancholic. He deliberately chose two smaller Millennium Dragons. Do not inquire why, for it was a secret thought of Trick's. Binzi, appearing rather sleazy, would undoubtedly ride one dragon himself, while Ein, of course, would sit in his lap on another. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Trick also negotiated with the Millennium Dragons Long Gu and Diao Chan, ensuring they would feign difficulty in handling when carrying Ein, yet be obedient when transporting the man, Binzi. In any case, he sought to ensure that he and Ein would sit together. After indulging the Millennium Dragons, Long Gu and Diao Chan, with several lavish meals, they readily agreed to Trick's requests, their gazes toward him filled with inscrutable meaning. What are you looking at? Is it not the duty of partners to assist one another in finding true love? Trick felt somewhat awkward under the gaze of the animals. Ms. Carmen's signature dishes were not something just any dragon could enjoy. She was quite busy. Trick rode a female dragon, accompanied by a male dragon, soaring from Windmill Town toward the New World. The Millennium Dragons primarily had two breeding bases, one being the Battleship Island and the other Windmill Town, where juvenile dragons were mainly raised, while some adult Millennium Dragons, having freed up time, awaited in Windmill Town. As Trick rode Diao Chan across the Red Soil continent, a sudden thought struck him. Flying at such heights, he might discover Sky Islands on the journey from the New World to Alabasta. In that case, ABIs and Akainu would likely have already noticed the Sky Islands. Fortunately, the Navy had yet to establish air superiority, so he needed to expedite matters concerning Alabasta and hasten to the Sky Islands. Luffy and the others should be nearing them. Is that Raijin Island? Chui could gaze at a certain area where dark clouds loomed, crackling with the sound of thunder. Although he found himself above the clouds, maintaining a safe distance was prudent. Indeed, flying atop a dragon amidst the clouds was quite secure, but alas, it was unwise to tempt fate, as it could lead to perilous consequences. Quickispat disdainfully. A roar resonated from the heavens. Hiss! He exclaimed, feeling a sudden vulnerability. The moment he uttered those words, the blue dragon in the distance had already spotted him. What to do? Should he disguise himself as someone else? The creature known as Kwaidwa was unpredictable. Any Gaizidon would likely incite conflict. Divert the disaster, he thought. Shanks, why must you be the husband of Makino, my sister-in-law? Chui could retrieve the frying pan of Hong Tai Lang, activating his disguise, transforming into Shanks, while the frying pan metamorphosed into the sword, Griffin. Note, the frying pan of Hong Tai Lang, Carmen, could send a creature flying without harm. The distance depending on the force applied, accompanied by the proclamation, I will definitely return. It would then rush back to the frying pan's original position. It's red-aired. I never expected you could fly. Kaido exclaimed, somewhat astonished. The skies had always belonged to him, and the sudden appearance of another Yonko disturbed him. Kaido, long time no see. How old is your daughter now? Have you found her a suitor? I can introduce one to you. The foe Shanks greeted with feigned enthusiasm. Kaido, bewildered, pondered. Has this fellow turned matchmaker? Not yet. Bah, enough of that nonsense. Let's engage in battle, Kaido declared, preparing to unleash a blast of heat upon Shanks. Hold on. Engaging in combat like this is utterly pointless. Neither of us can truly vanquish the other. How about we play a game instead? The foe Shanks quickly interjected. Kaido paused, intrigued by the suggestion. What do you propose? I shall refrain from using haki. I will strike you with the back of my sword. If you can withstand it without being sent flying, you win. If not, I emerge victorious, the foe Shanks proposed. Do you take me for a fool? Why not let me strike you instead? Kaido retorted, incredulous. Oh, so you are afraid. The strongest creature dares not receive my blow. He taunted. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary destruction. The New World has too few islands as it is, if we were to battle and ruin one. Finding a place to stand would be a challenge. If you can withstand my blow, I shall also take your strike without flinching, the foe Shanks conceded. That works. But what shall be the reward for the victor? Kaido questioned, confident in his formidable defense, believing Shanks would have to kneel should he take a hit. If you win, I owe you a mythical Zoan fruit. How does that sound? That is acceptable, Kaido replied, his interest piqued at the mention of the fruit. If I win, the foe Shanks contemplated. What can I request from Kaido? Yamato? Surely that would lead to my immediate demise. I have a younger brother named Shui-Ku, the leader of an adventurers guild. If you ever cross paths with him, please show him mercy. Shui-Ku deemed it prudent to secure his own safety. Adventurers Guild? Kuike? That sounds somewhat familiar. Whatever, I agree. Kaido thought it a lucrative deal, as he would gain a mythical Zoan fruit from Shanks without any cost to himself. The two descended upon a desolate island, Kaido transforming into his dragon form as the foe Shanks leapt to the ground. Ready? We can begin at any moment. Shui-Ku concentrated his energy, employing the shave technique to swiftly charge at Kaido, striking him fiercely in the face with the griffin. You! Kaido exclaimed, attempting to block with his hand, only to find himself sent flying, transforming into a star, followed by his furious proclamation, I will definitely return. Kaido was taken aback. What seemed a light blow was exceedingly hard to withstand, and he could not help but utter such a phrase. After a considerable time, Kaido, now in dragon form, returned. Although Hong Tai Lang's frying pan was harmless, he had inadvertently struck himself in the face, leaving an amusing handprint. What manner of technique is this? Kaido inquired, as Red-Haired had not utilized Haki, yet he had been propelled away despite employing Haki to defend himself. It was truly perplexing. Red-Haired did not appear to be a fruit user. A simple strike, the foe Shanks boasted. Curse you. Would you like another? With Haki, it would be cataclysmic. I am currently occupied. If you attempt to renege, I shall capture your daughter and have her warm my younger brother's bed. The foe Shanks threatened, observing Kaido's inclination to backtrack. You. Kaido recognized the gravity of the situation. Shanks was indeed formidable. Though he was a warrior at heart, he was not a fool. He mused, yet why does this red-haired incessantly mention his foolish son? Does he wish to forge a bond with me? Like that old hag? If his brother possesses considerable strength, marrying him off to my foolish son could yield benefits. Very well, I shall return to my revelries, Kaido declared, transforming into a dragon and soaring away. Finally gone, Shui-Ku exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Kaido was easily deceived. Should he encounter Shui-Ku, he would quickly cover his own mouth to prevent further mischief. Dismissing his disguise, Shui-Ku resumed riding the Millennium Dragon, soaring towards the waters where Ai resided. He approached the vicinity of the naval outpost, seeking a permanent pointer from the Navy. After a thorough search in a certain sea area, he finally spotted the pirate guerrilla fleet. Shui-Ku guided the Millennium Dragon to a gentle landing atop the mast. Having communicated beforehand, the Navy was neither surprised nor aggressive. Shui-Ku descended lightly, knowing that after numerous collaborations, the Navy would instinctively believe that Sengoku had provided him with the techniques of the Marine Six Styles. Attributing it to Garp or Tina, as long as there was no collective inquiry, they would not suspect the origins of Shui-Ku's techniques. Shui-Ku's gaze fell upon a striking beauty with flowing sea-blue waves of hair, clad in a purple tank top and black shorts, marked by an X-shaped scar on her right leg, and wearing black stiletto heels, draped in a blue cloak, observing him from the deck. What a stunning figure, Shui-Ku thought, quickly averting his gaze from inappropriate areas. First impressions were crucial, as a prior jest with Robin had nearly gone awry. Due to his familiarity with characters, he had a tendency to be overly familiar, which could appear peculiar and malicious to others. This time, he resolved to exercise restraint. This young woman was exceptional. He must not make her cry, especially after Zifa's disappearance. Greetings. You must be Miss Ain. I am Shui-Ku, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I have come personally to escort you. Tricky enthusiastique de Gasped et en essence, having intended to maintain a respectful distance. Shui-Ku found it difficult to release her soft hands once he held them. Should Ain take offense and retaliate, he would find himself in dire straits. Ahem. Zifa, observing the spectacle, felt somewhat overlooked, standing right there as he was ignored. "Greetings. You must be Mr. Zifa. I am grateful for your willingness to lend your apprentice." Chui could turn to express his gratitude. Zifa's lips twitched. He mused, "Why does this brat still hold AI in's hand? It feels as if I'm marrying off my daughter." Chui Ku, still holding AI in's hand, stated, "Time is of the essence, and our mission is urgent. So we shall take our leave. Perhaps we can share tea another time." AI felt bewildered, suddenly grasped by a stranger, and before she could speak, she was being led away. Could he be a human trafficker? She pondered, although the stranger was quite handsome. "Hold on," Zifa interjected, eyeing their intertwined hands. "And this?" He pointed at Binzi. Binzi remarked, "Am I merely a bonus in this deal?" Binzi and AI shared a good rapport, having both survived as comrades from the same generation. There exists an inexplicable hostility towards Tsueka's behavior. Yet since teacher Zephyr remained silent, I refrained from taking action. "The dragon is rather difficult to control. Miss Ein, would you join me?" "Mr. Binzi, you may ride that one alone. I trust that is a strong man. You can manage the ferocious dragon." Tsueka proceeded to assign roles as he pleased. "I am also an accomplished naval officer and can manage on my own. Perhaps you should ride one as well?" Ein sensed Tsueka's excessive familiarity and attempted to push his hand away. Unperturbed, Tsueka effortlessly lifted Ein into a princess carry. Stepping gracefully onto the ancient dragon Jiaochan, Tsueka exchanged a knowing glance with Jiaochan, who playfully swayed, causing the bewildered Ein in Tsueka's embrace to instinctively hold him tighter. "It smells delightful." Tsueka's heart raced, his hand inadvertently shifting. Had I not previously expressed her fondness for him over the phone, she might have slapped him then. "Put me down." Ein's face flushed crimson. "Of course." Tsueka placed her on the dragon's saddle, wrapping his arms around her from behind as he took the reins. Zephyr and Binzi, unable to clearly see the two on the dragon's back from the deck, were nonetheless astonished to witness Tsueka carry Ein up so effortlessly. Could this fellow be using a plea for naval assistance as a guise to deceive his students? Zephyr felt a twinge of concern. "Binzi, hurry up and keep an eye on him. This boy's intentions are dubious." "Understood, teacher." Any discerning individual could see that this lad was enamored with Ein's beauty. Binzi, not a fool, leaped onto another dragon, which at Tsueka's subtle cue, soared slightly ahead, feigning submission to Binzi's presence. Binzi felt a surge of genius, mastering dragon riding on his first attempt. Zephyr was not particularly worried about Tsueka's strength. He could easily see that Tsueka lacked extensive combat experience and his physique appeared underdeveloped, giving off an impression of ineptitude. Tsueka's only notable training had been in the East Sea, where he masqueraded as Kapu while honing the Navy's 6 styles, and since then, he had not engaged in any serious battles. The majority of his strength stemmed from the enhancements of his Taoist abilities, rendering his muscles less pronounced but nonetheless potent. Ein possessed the power of the retreat fruit, enabling her to vanish with a mere thought, yet Zephyr's greater concern was for Ein's safety, as previous intelligence indicated that this young man was cunning and lacked martial prowess. Tina had not reported the possibility of Tsueka having battled the infamous Hawkeye. Firstly, she had not witnessed it firsthand and could not confirm it. Their parting had not suggested enmity. Secondly, after engaging in a lengthy duel with Tsueka, Tina discerned that aside from his expertise in certain areas, Tsueka's body bore no marks of a fighter, lacking any scars or a palpable aura of bloodshed. Indeed, Tsueka possessed no murderous intent. Aside from an initial phase, all the pirates and villains with blood debts had been sent to Koya for research, resulting in Koya carrying a heavy burden of malevolence. The ancient dragon flapped its wings, stirring up a mighty wind as it ascended into the clouds, causing the warship to sway. At Tsueka's indication, the dragon ridden by Binzi flew slightly ahead. Being a dragon knight is a dream for many men, and thus Binzi became lost in the thrill. With the distraction removed, Tsueka sought to draw closer to his future wife. Ein was exhilarated, soaring on a dragon for the first time, though Tsueka's closeness felt somewhat awkward. As Tsueka maneuvered the ancient dragon Jiaochan through the skies, performing various aerial tricks, Ein felt no fear. However, their inevitable physical contact brought them closer together. Sueka encouraged Ein to grasp the reins, and naturally, his hand found its way to her waist. The adrenaline coursing through Ein's veins caused her to overlook these details as she joyfully guided the ancient dragon. So smooth, not an ounce of excess, she thought. Though the large fork-shaped scar on her thigh was a bit bothersome and would require Koya's attention. Feeling Tsueka's hand on her thigh, Ein finally recognized the impropriety. Swatting Tsueka's hand away and exclaiming, "What are you doing? That scar is quite substantial. How about I have the guild's doctor remove it for you?" Tsueka immediately offered with genuine concern. "No need. It's normal for a naval officer to have a few scars." Ein retorted, her pride flaring. "Is there really a woman who doesn't mind scars?" Tsueka questioned, yet he dismissed it, thinking he would eventually become close enough to help her remove it, resuming his comfortable hold around her waist. From the very beginning, Ein sensed Tsueka's excessive familiarity and the unmistakable interest he bore for her, which seemed too forward given their lack of acquaintance. Was there an ulterior motive? Nevertheless, Tsueka's words had indeed touched her heart, prompting her to feign ignorance for the time being, thinking that if he overstepped, she would not mind treating him like a child. However, Tsueka's behavior grew increasingly audacious. Initially, there were merely accidental brushes, but soon he held her tightly and even touched her thigh. How indecent. Tsueka, captivated by Ein's adorable and excited profile, couldn't help but remember her troubled past, leading him to gently pat her head. Ein felt Tsueka's unexpected touch on her head, his face pressed against hers from behind, causing her to blush fiercely and retaliate with a burst of her retreat flame. Tsueka shrank down to the size of a 6-year-old child, his clothes hanging loosely, his shoes slipping off. Startled, Tsueka quickly recalled that this enchanting lady was, in fact, quite dangerous. Nevertheless, he clung tightly, for the prospect of falling from such heights was too perilous. While he could employ the moonwalk and utilize his spatial pocket for a cushion landing, it wouldn't last long. Alternatively, he could activate his transformation fruit to become Kaido, but that would expose his abilities. Be honest, you should be aware of my fruit's capabilities. If you try again, you'll vanish. Ein threatened, raising her tiny fist. Unfazed by her threat, Tsueka shamelessly nestled into Ein's embrace, declaring, "I'm too small to hold onto your waist, so it's safer in your arms. I protected you and brought you flying. Now it's your turn to protect me." Tsueka playfully patted Ein's thigh, content as he lay his head against her, nuzzling against her. Ein found herself at a loss for words, genuinely believing that Tsueka was taking advantage of her kindness. She contemplated delivering a sharp blow to his head, but ultimately restrained herself. While this boy's audacity was rather unseemly, he was also the first person in a long time to show her such affection akin to family. Having transitioned from an orphan to a naval officer, she had witnessed her fellow naval recruits perish in battle. While Binzi was familiar, a certain distance remained, mostly due to his appearance. And only teacher Zepha had cared for her like a father. However, Zepha was too stern for any displays of affection. "Of course not. I'm no pervert." The audacity of Tsueka, coupled with his now innocent childlike demeanor, allowed them to gradually grow closer. Their burgeoning familiarity was inevitable as Tsueka incessantly questioned Ein about her likes and dislikes, whether she felt cold in her scant attire, if she needed assistance, if she had sufficient funds, if she had friends, and the dangers of her battles, inquiring about the types of pirates she had faced and any enemies she might have. He offered to assist in resolving any grievances. Given the scant information in the guide, Tsueka directly initiated his investigation. Ein found it hard to resist Tsueka's enthusiastic inquiries. Feeling somewhat starved for affection, she both found Tsueka's chatter exhausting, yet also relished his attentiveness, especially as he insisted on stuffing money into her pockets for clothing, urging her not to catch a chill, and insisting she eat well. Ain did not scrutinize the situation closely. He simply felt that this little rascal was rather delightful. Although it was merely a single check of 100 million berries, when Ain attempted to tuck this piece of money away in his wallet for safekeeping, his eyes bulged in disbelief, and he nearly let out a gasp as tears of excitement welled up. A check for 1 billion berries. Ain s'en tombeau, almost letting the check be whisked away by the wind. In a flurry, he grasped the check that was on the verge of escape and meticulously inspected it several times, confirming that it bore neither the insignia of Children's Bank nor Heaven and Earth Bank, assuring him of its authenticity. Currently, Quick possessed a modest fortune. Even a mere point of operation held assets in the range of billions. With Ma Chi Nuo having gifted him a check, and given his frugal nature, he rarely spent money, using only small change from his spatial pocket for trivial purchases. Checks were reserved for significant expenditures, such as large projects or hiring skilled individuals. You must return this, AIN insisted, adhering to the principle of no free lunch. He was determined to return the check to young Quick. Then what are you here for? Quick inquired with curiosity. I came? Did you not mention replanting the plants? Et en reprit. So this is your remuneration? Quick asserted with an air of entitlement. A 1 billion remuneration? Are you attempting to pursue me through monetary means? How could you possibly ask for 1 billion? AIN suspected that Quick's intentions were not entirely pure. Can money really win your heart? Quick stammered, intrigued. If so, isn't 1 billion a bit insufficient? How about 10 billion? If that were the case, that would be a betrothal gift, and you would be my wife. Although the guild's liquid assets were currently tight, installment payments could still be arranged. Setting aside AIN, even her fruit abilities were worth far more than a mere 1,000 billion. Theoretically, as long as she was not rendered unconscious or incapacitated, she could achieve immortality. The notion that one would die of old age was fundamentally flawed. If the Huang Quan fruit could confer eternal life, other fruits must adhere to similar principles. As long as bodily functions remained youthful, one would not perish from old age. As for the claim that sleep would nullify their abilities, this is unreasonable. Numerous superhuman fruits, such as the shadow fruit and the childlike fruit, require rest. Continuous wakefulness would lead to a deterioration of subjective consciousness and ultimately death. During sleep, their effects do not dissipate. Rather, adequate rest enables them to control their fruit abilities more effectively. Furthermore, the childlike fruit could be utilized to prevent slaves from sleeping. But AIN would never sacrifice her own rest to keep Nami and the others youthful. Moreover, the ability to release fruit powers should be actively manageable. The operational capacity of the shadow fruit is quite extensive, and both the rewind fruit and the childlike fruit should be able to voluntarily deactivate states. In the animations, it is always depicted that unconsciousness leads to the nullification of the devil fruit's effects, suggesting that subjective consciousness can indeed deactivate the powers granted by these fruits. The rewind fruit possesses external projection capabilities, which would not only ensure her own eternal youth, but could potentially accumulate a multitude of young, powerful individuals to dominate the world, rendering it a strategic weapon. In the animation, its true potential is not fully realized, and its role should not merely be that of a combatant, but rather that of a core individual to be protected. Moreover, upon awakening the fruit, the ability to reverse time could be possible. Quick has long believed that superhuman fruits are not inferior to natural ones. One should not simply measure fruits by damage and attack. Superhuman fruits are akin to the laws governing the universe, while natural fruits pertain to the matter within it. Of course, Quick would not use AIN in such a manner. A wife is to be cherished, and immortality is not inherently a blessing. AIN was taken aback by Quick's nonchalant remarks, struggling to articulate a response, pondering whether 1 billion was indeed a paltry sum. Had he fallen behind the times? What was this notion of spending 10 billion to marry her? The annual celestial goal from the world government was not even that much. Alas, 1 billion is not excessive. Your workload will be immense. Entire nations of vegetation. Are you unaware that the East Sea Navy earns their money in sacks? Quick disclosed when 2 admirals mobilized. I indeed provided a remuneration of 2 billion to the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, do you really believe that the world government, the noble kingdoms, and the Navy would allow the Adventurer Guild to thrive? It is because the East Sea's economic revenue and celestial gold have multiplied several times over, making them beneficiaries. Did you truly think I consumed the face fruit, and they would extend me any favors? Ian was astonished. Having only heard Quick's theories without a tangible sense of their implications, He was genuinely taken aback by the sheer volume of money being discussed. Quick felt quite pleased with himself, reaching out to pat Ain's head. You are indeed my treasure. Not only are you kind and beautiful, but your fruit abilities are also extraordinarily formidable. 10 billion as a betrothal gift is not a loss. Although being assessed by monetary standards should evoke discomfort, Ain felt none. It was likely that 1 billion was a sum the world government would readily pay to obtain her. Naturally, Ain would not permit Quick to truly spend 10 billion to purchase her, as that would be exceedingly awkward. Thus, she decisively rejected his extravagant proposal. In the end, Ain accepted the check with a clear conscience, and Quick advised her that this transaction would not be recorded by the Navy, urging her to keep it confidential lest the world government grow envious. The Navy had already received 2 billion, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku would not seek a share from them again. After the monetary onslaught, Quick resumed his warm inquiries, subtly influencing Ain. Though Quick did not perceive his actions as a monetary assault, Ain was nonetheless touched by his endearing phrase, "You are indeed my treasure." All right, no more questions. If you ask me what kind of undergarments I wear, you will know everything. Ain, now familiar with Quick, finally grew weary of his incessant teasing. Ahem, is that permissible? Sistiel? Young Quick earnestly asked with his innocent eyes wide open. Strangely enough, young Quick bore an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Nami, appearing utterly adorable. Without careful consideration of gender, one would easily mistake him for little Nami. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Ain delivered a light smack to Quick's head, exclaiming, "You truly are acting like a child." Initially burdened with heavy thoughts, Ain found herself much lighter in spirit thanks to Quick's playful antics. Meanwhile, Benzi remained blissfully unaware of Ain's transformation. Under Quick's guidance, their route bypassed Sky Island this time, instead traversing above the doldrums. Piercing through the thin clouds, the trio finally arrived in Alabasta. The entire region exuded a humid atmosphere, with the desert's oases expanding and tender grass sprouting in numerous places, likely to transform into grasslands in due time. Is this a desert? Ian exclaimed in astonishment. How long must it have rained to render the desert so lush? When Quick departed, the torrential rains had yet to commence, and the place was a veritable hell of lava. The power of a natural fruit truly is astonishing. Quick mused. The three of them descended upon the royal palace, riding the Millennium Dragon. Oh, you turned him into a child. Benzi finally noticed Ain cradling a little lowly Hudana top as a dress. Ahem, Ain had grown accustomed to it, having forgotten to revert Quick back, and he had not requested it either. Regardless, Quick had nestled into her embrace, and now suddenly realizing the intimacy of their relationship felt somewhat awkward. Kawaii, who is this beautiful little girl? Princess Vivi, Koya, and Machida, upon seeing the Millennium Dragon in the sky, recognized Quick's return and rushed to the courtyard, only to be greeted by the sight of a stunning woman holding an adorable orange-haired little lowly. The three of them eagerly pinched Quick's cheeks and ruffled his hair. Quick's expression darkened. Ain began to explain, but Quick interjected, pointing at Ain. I am her cousin. I am here to play with my older sister. Ahem. Ain nearly choked on Quick's words. Kawaii, can I hold you, sister? Vivi extended her arms. Such an appeal was impossible to refuse. Quick promptly wriggled from Ain's arms into Vivi's embrace, leading to a scene reminiscent of Momonosuke's iconic moment. Chui-ku, Taoji Zhu is actually me. Where's that fellow Chui-ku? Did he not come along? Michita scanned the surroundings and inquired, to call someone Hani to their face, yet refer to them as that fellow behind their back. Michita was truly incensed. This. Ain was unsure how to respond, but felt it best not to deceive. It seemed inappropriate for Chui-ku to take advantage of the girl. Are all these women Chui-ku's wives? Sensing the precarious nature of the situation, Chui-ku hastily stated, while casting a threatening glance at Benzi, who appeared to be at a loss for words. Wives. It was no wonder that this little lecher had so many wives, and with such beauty among them. Was he also considering me as his prey? Upon hearing Chui-ku's query, Ain realized she had overstepped. It was merely a playful jest between spouses, and she decided to let it be. Little sister, you guessed very accurately. Do you know where Chue's brother has gone? Kuya asked with a gentle smile. Wei Wei nodded, her face flushed as Ku, with wide eyes, looked up at her, making Wei Wei feel somewhat uncomfortable. This little sister shares the same orange hair as Ku. Usually boisterous, Michita found herself feeling envious this time. After all, having been around Ku for a while, she was aware of his peculiar gadgets. Kuya suddenly recalled that when she first met Luffy, Nami, and Zoro, they too were 3 little children. Ku's heart raced. Would he truly be discovered? You are Nami, Ku exclaimed. You've shrunk again. You deceived me. Aren't you the navigator for Luffy and the others? Without you, can they set sail? Kuya chuklet, binching little Juike's face. Caught by Sister Kuya. That fool brother knows a bit about sailing, but for now, I'll swap with him and play with the sisters. Chueka quickly seized the opportunity. Aian was bewildered. What exactly was happening? Was this Chueka actually a girl, with another brother who is the guild leader? Had she been playfully teased by a girl throughout her journey? Did her brother also possess a similar ability to change age? Chueka did seem quite delicate, not tall, nor muscular, which did not conform to the typical rugged aesthetic of men in the pirate world. Moreover, he bore a striking resemblance to Nami, with a little dressing up. A stranger might not be able to tell them apart. So, you're a girl? Aian asked uncertainly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was the first time a man had shown such concern for her, though she deliberately filtered out the information about Chueka having so many wives. Foren. It seemed she was more interested in the girl than the boy. Chueka was also taken aback. Aian had misunderstood, and things seemed to have become a bit more complicated. Ha! Chueka did not answer directly, but laughed like a mischievous child. It's Nami. How annoying. Princess Wei Wei, having been teased by Kuya and Michita, now found herself in a similar predicament with Nami. Michita was aware of Chueka's fruit ability. Fortunately, her reaction was slow. Otherwise, it would have been easy to deduce that little Nami was a disguise of Chueka. Although Chueka had not actually used a disguise, he could have transformed into little Nami with his ability, making it more convincing, but it was unnecessary. You understand the reason. Seeing looking somewhat dejected, little Chueka hopped back into Ai's embrace. What's wrong, Aian? Now that you know I'm a girl, do you not want to be friends with me? No, not at all. Aian composed herself, feeling that having a caring sister was quite nice. After all, there were no other female naval friends in the pirate guerrilla team. I shall lift your reversion state. Aian intended to revert Chueka to his original form. Not yet. This is quite fun, having someone to hug. Chueka, in his current guise as a close friend, could openly extend his magical claws toward Aian, which is why he did not wish to revert. Ha! How annoying. Nami, don't do that. The group of girls was in hysterics as Nami playfully teased them, eliciting laughter, especially Aian and Wei Wei, who had not yet experienced this side of Chueka. Binzi, on the side, was taken aback. He and T expected the cautious girl to be a girl herself. The circle was indeed chaotic. Enjoying the soft embrace, Chueka found himself blushing. It seemed that the disdain was not directed at Tao Jiju, but rather at himself for not being Tao Jiju. From Wei Wei and the others, Chueka learned that Abaisi had already returned the completed mission of Akainu to the New World. Due to taking a detour, Chueka had just missed them, which was fortunate. Otherwise, if Akainu had seen the newspaper reports, he would have certainly punched him twice. Little Chueka, now held in Ai's arms, felt comfortable enough to be more affectionate after Aian had recognized her as a girl. However, if she went too far, Aian would still give her a light smack on the head. Chueka began to assign tasks for Aian and Binzi, citing the responsibilities given to her by the guild leader brother. Binzi was promptly assigned to sowing and ripening crops in the fields, with the guild providing quality seeds and the kingdom's agricultural manager assisting. The two rode a flying dragon to various farming zones to commence planting and ripening, efficiently rotating through each area multiple times. Since seeds could also be ripened and regrown, there was no need to provide an excessive amount. Essentially, once the soil's nutrients were nearly exhausted, they would move to the next plot while still reserving a season's crop to prevent land degradation. This ripening process had its limits. When the soil's fertility waned, they would need to wait for volcanic rocks to erode and flow into the fields. However, Chui could prioritize producing a large volume of food for disaster relief and profit, thus not concerning himself with nutrient depletion. Subsequently, Chui could plan to collaborate with the Navy to produce Sakazuki brand magma fertilizer, timely enriching these farmlands. Currently, there was already a Navy-authorized Chaosin brand of cold drinks, featuring various flavors of slushies, ice cream, and frozen treats. The Adventure Guild represented this brand, and due to the high purity of the ice used, the product quality and flavor were exceptional, selling out in Alabasta and gaining popularity in East Blue, while becoming somewhat of a luxury in the other 3 seas. Chaosin, now on a patrol mission, had added a task of strategically dropping icebergs, and his usual laid-back demeanor sometimes made him wish to capture Chui and give him a good thrashing. He could have taken a nap, but now he had to finish dropping the icebergs before he could rest. Although the commission was high, Chaosin had little interest in money, often scattering it around to help villages ravaged by pirates and bandits. As a result, Chaosin's popularity soared, and the sales of Chaosin brand cold drinks skyrocketed. Anyone who received help from Chaosin automatically became a loyal consumer and promoter of the cold drink brand. Chaosin pondered why his expenses seemed to multiply. It was exhausting and felt endless. Chui, beside him, would undoubtedly tell him that this was the essence of being a walking brand advertisement. Chaosin felt the only benefit was the frequent use of his abilities, which had enhanced his fruit application and even led to the development of a new skill. The ice smoothie storm, thanks to the ice smoothies. Chaosin found processing ice cubes cumbersome, preferring to make smoothies directly for convenience. This business model proved immensely successful, leading to negotiations for collaboration on Sakazuki brand magma fertilizer, with Tina handling the discussions. Tina felt inexplicably transformed into a business representative, despite being a combatant. Nevertheless, Tina's status within the Navy had undeniably risen. Many tiered distributors sought to curry favor with her, and even high-ranking officials of the Navy treated her with utmost respect, as she could easily secure lucrative deals that would greatly benefit the Navy, along with a degree of distribution rights. The welfare of Navy families was entirely derived from this. Previously, the military funding provided was merely sufficient for the Navy's basic living standards, with most allocated to enhancing their strength. Now, this additional income significantly improved the living standards of Navy families across the board. Who would dare to oppose this? Upon returning home, they would have to kneel on the washboard. The unmarried Navy personnel are now entitled to marriage and childbirth subsidies. Those who had long been saving to marry are suddenly finding partners, leading to a surge in births within the Navy, and thus, Tina has earned the moniker Goddess of Love. However, upon her return to the headquarters, Tina's situation is rather peculiar. Due to her association with the catchphrase cigarette of the infiltrator, Trick, many sailors exposed to secondhand smoke have started mimicking Tina's speech. Note, the catchphrase cigarette, Tina, those who smell the secondhand smoke will prefix their emotional expressions with their own name. Sengoku is elated, Shokaku is displeased, Sakazuki is furious, Polyusolino is astonished, and Gion is perplexed. The women are fine, but the high-ranking men are somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, many are doing the same. Nevertheless, why does this behavior seem so familiar? Everyone's gaze turns to Tina, who is leisurely smoking. Why are you all staring at me? Tina inquires, exhaling a puff of smoke in confusion. The so-called Tina mental contagion is spreading throughout the naval headquarters, and many high-ranking officials are avoiding it. Tina's here, Ron. Of course, there are those with insatiable curiosity who approach Tina, only to find the same outcome. Tina, often evaded by others, grows increasingly agitated and smokes more. Consequently, the lingering effects on those around her are prolonged, compounded by the potent dispersal ability of the cigarette, akin to a bombarding attack. Thankfully, Tina's close friends do not shy away from her, and even engage in playful banter. Among the curious souls is Tina's good friend, the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters and member of the Secret Special Forces Sword, the granddaughter of Tsuru, and a user of the Whip fruit. How delightful! Peacock exclaims, laughing heartily at Tina. Now, even the admirals must steer clear of you. Tina feels quite dejected and is unsure of what is happening. As she exhales smoke, she recalls a little rascal who once urged her to quit smoking, and she had played a trick on him. Could it be that rascal's devil fruit ability at play? He never mentioned having consumed a devil fruit. As Tina reflects on her mischief involving Trick, the realization dawns that Trick may also be using his ability to prank her. It serves as a punishment for her earlier ridicule when he advised her against smoking. That little rascal. Tina thinks of Trick with clenched teeth, pondering the next time she might unleash a few desires on him. Who is Tina talking about? Peacock inquires. A mischievous yet intriguing little rascal. Tina casually replies, extinguishing her cigarette. Trick? How did you know? Haha, I heard about your escapades in Alabasta from Granny Tsuru. Tina's little romantic interest. The next time she encounters that rascal, Tina is determined to administer some punishment. Ha! Don't tell me it will lead to something more intimate. Peacock Jess, do you want to join? Tina, unfazed, retorts without hesitation. Sure. When the time comes, I'll activate my Whip Fruit ability to command him to assist you. Tina suddenly recalls some of Trick's past actions, and her face flushes. Observing Tina's sudden silence and reddening cheeks, Peacock senses a significant secret. Oh, what's wrong, Tina? She teases, wrapping her arms around Tina. Quit it. I have work to do. You are in a secret unit. Don't wander around the headquarters. Go back. Peacock feigns sadness. Tina, doesn't he want me anymore? Come. Be careful. If you stay with me too long, you might end up mimicking my speech. After bidding farewell to Peacock, Tina feels much better. Yet her craving for smoke resurfaces, leading her to the convenience store for a few lollipops to alleviate her desire. Much better. In stark contrast to the high-ranking officials, the lower-ranking Navy soldiers exclaim, Look, Tina is sucking on a lollipop. So adorable. Do you wish to be mentally contaminated too? I am a devoted fan of Tina. That's not contamination. It's a resonance of love for Tina. Yes, it's a resonance of love. They are joyous, excited, and furious. Observing the group of infatuated fans, Tina walks away, exasperated. Although Tina has ceased smoking the catchphrase cigarette, the phenomenon known as Tina mental contagion has indeed occurred, with her admirers in the Navy adopting her catchphrases. Eventually, as Tina serves as the liaison for the Adventurers Guild, securing significant benefits for the Navy, her fanbase skyrockets, and this mental contagion spreads like a virus, making her catchphrases a fashionable trend within the headquarters. Remarkably, the more they utter it, the more enchanting it sounds. When women say it, it adds a touch of adorableness, while men infuse it with a sense of dominance. Ultimately, even some high-ranking officials begin to mimic it, as everyone feels compelled to conform. Benz is responsible for hastening crop maturation, while Trick, accompanied by Ein, embarks on transplanting endeavors. The two ride dragons to various lush islands to select plants. Trick discovers the remarkable utility of his identification eye, which allows him to assess various attributes of plants, discerning which are cold-resistant, light-loving, low in evaporation, deep-rooted, and which fruits are edible or medicinal, among other characteristics. Note, identification eye, auction after enchantment. It can identify certain attributes of items. Trick oversees the selection of seeds, while Ein utilizes the reversal fruit to transform large plants into seedlings. Trick employs the Mengtian backpack, a creature he has raised nearby, allowing it to consume various materials in hopes of creating something akin to memory alloys. Originally, this memory alloy was serendipitously created by Walbo in later stages, and Trick is uncertain if it can be replicated now, but he is willing to give a try. This time, the Mengtian backpack is utilized to carry seedlings, as the spatial pocket cannot contain living beings due to air isolation, which would lead to their demise. Ein observes this peculiar backpack, curious if it is Trick's devil fruit ability, but refrains from probing further, as everyone has secrets, especially regarding their fruit abilities, which could lead to targeting if disclosed. Once Ein has finished packing the seedlings, they commence the transplantation. Given the softness of the desert soil, the plants quickly take root once the reversal state is lifted. Trick selects low-lying areas and those near water for group planting, and soon towering trees form dense forests. The multitude of trees reduces surface evaporation, creating a beneficial local microclimate. Trick also instructs bins to appropriately utilize the abundant fruit to strengthen root systems and increase foliage density. The larger plants are successfully established, while smaller herbs and shrubs can be efficiently handled with seeds in conjunction with the abundant fruit. The reason larger trees cannot be solely grown using the abundant fruit is due to insufficient fertility. Large trees require decades to mature, and hastening them from seed consumes excessive energy and time. Through the river systems, the desert kingdom is rapidly transforming into a land of forests and grasslands under Trick's relentless efforts. A somewhat exaggerated description, of course, as he still retains a significant portion of the desert areas, with Alabasta remaining predominantly desert. However, the regions with dense populations are now lush with trees and abundant water and grass. Moreover, the desert remains a unique tourist attraction for Alabasta, and it cannot all be eradicated. Attempting to do so would also demand immense effort. A protective decree for the vegetation kingdom has been enacted prohibiting unauthorized logging of trees. The state will uniformly manage timber harvesting, ensuring periodic cutting and timely replanting to guarantee a positive growth rate of vegetation. The gradual expansion of vegetation also provides a period of adaptive evolution for the desert-dwelling organisms to acclimatize to the new environment, preventing the extinction of native species due to drastic environmental changes. After all, the desert ecosystem has produced many organisms that are integral to this environment. The transformation of Alabasta is visibly remarkable, particularly under the influence of the devil fruit, with the speed of this metamorphosis being truly astonishing. From the deployment of icebergs, the excavation of waterways, the creation of magma, the transplantation of vegetation, to the ripening of crops, each project required a remarkably brief span of time. Just days ago, the land was a hell's cape of lava. Now, it has blossomed into a lush forest. Many citizens, having never encountered a forest in their lifetime, were left believing they were hallucinating at the sudden appearance of such verdant beauty. As the construction of the reservoir dam progressed, the capacity and navigation of vessels significantly improved. The dam was equipped with lift valves, ensuring both water retention and navigability. The St. Dora River, intertwined with artificial canals, formed an intricate network of waterways, thereby accelerating the transportation of goods. Vivi, holding the report in her trembling hands, was unable to contain her tears. With the initial support of the Adventurers Guild, the disaster situations across various regions did not worsen. In the following days, transformations unfolded that felt almost dreamlike. Granaries were brimming with supplies, and many had no space left to store them, leading to immediate sales on site. Although the fundamental changes were instigated by the devil fruit, the processes of processing, transportation, sales, and construction still required the active participation of the citizens. This resulted in the creation of numerous jobs, allowing people to procure significant amounts of food and potable water. With many citizens experiencing a dramatic transformation from emaciation to robust health, and from homelessness to comfortable living conditions, the citizens of Alabasta bore witness to, and participated in, the birth of a miracle, resulting in a surge of happiness and an unprecedented support for the kingdom. Not long ago, Vivi had been in a state of uncertainty and now felt as though she had traversed from hell to paradise in a matter of moments. Her gratitude towards Crocodile had reached an unparalleled peak. King Cobra was equally astonished by the sweeping changes within the kingdom, witnessing an unprecedented transformation not seen in a millennium. He had never imagined a desert nation could flourish with greenery, let alone export food. Once confident in his wisdom, he now recognized that was all he had left. He was also quite pleased with Crocodile, his future son-in-law, eager to see Vivi marry him and bear the kingdom as heir. Recently, the sand alligator had mitigated numerous sandstorms and, utilizing its sand manipulation abilities, had excavated many artificial canals while extinguishing magma fires. There were further explorations for mineral deposits, keeping it as busy as anyone else, perhaps because many had not directly perished at the hands of the sand alligator, or had witnessed its sincere atonement and significant contributions to Alabasta. There was little animosity. Those common folk who had regained hope even expressed genuine gratitude. with children bringing water and food to the industrious sand alligator. This left the sand alligator in a state of complex emotions, first scorned for its treachery, then thanked for its efforts. After all, many had succumbed to hunger and thirst during the 3 years of drought. Were these individuals truly sane? The sand alligator feared not the disdain of others, but rather the gratitude, knowing it was already branded as a notorious villain. Moreover, witnessing Alabastus' evident rise in strength was profoundly shocking. Its idealistic plans had originally aimed to establish a militaristic state through the use of weaponry. Yet, even through armed conquest of other nations, it was impossible to achieve such prosperity. Inspired by this miracle, the sand alligator contemplated continuing its involvement with the Adventurers Guild to discover further remarkable achievements, feeling less urgency in seeking the Underworld King. Yarb was busy spreading the word. As the miracle of Alabasta led to a surge in followers, with the Methria sect on the verge of becoming the national religion. However, since she had some free time, she served as a medical advisor to the kingdom, assisting in the establishment of healthcare departments and the cultivation of talent. Machida had been busy initially, but later found herself with little to do and longed to find Crocodile, feeling increasingly restless during this period of separation. Yet unsure of the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates. At times, she resorted to surprise visits to Kaya and Vivi. Kaya felt somewhat self-inflicted, as Machida, possessing the highest foundational strength among the three, was proving to be quite a handful. Curiously, Machida's constitution seemed to be a matter of intrigue. As it appeared, she had developed an almost addictive attachment to Crocodile, constantly seeking his company. As a somewhat obsessive character, Kaya struggled to comprehend Machida's fixation, perhaps because only she, having genuinely spent prolonged time with Crocodile, could understand the escalating experience it brought. Kaya and Tina had only fought alongside Crocodile once, while Robin had fought twice, albeit with brief intervals. Thus, it was only Machida who treated Crocodile as a precious gem, tirelessly seeking him out. The miracle of Alabasta was reported in the newspapers, leaving those familiar with the kingdom in utter shock, while those unaware remained oblivious to the grandeur of such power. Perceiving merely that a desert nation had planted some trees and crops, achieving food security. Of course, this was merely the first phase of foundational agriculture, with much more to come, including developments in industry, services, and education. Naturally, there was also the long-standing promise to Brother Chiao regarding the world's premier martial arts tournament. Crocodile did not intend to take on the task himself, finding it cumbersome. Instead, he merely set up a framework for guild personnel and kingdom officials to organize and build upon. Crocodile had also grown quite familiar with Ayn, especially as she mistakenly believed him to be a girl, sharing many intimate conversations with him. Under Crocodile's influence, Ayn became increasingly cheerful, sometimes even adopting his playful demeanor. Once the transplantation work was completed, Crocodile instructed Binns to return with the first billion, stating that Ayn was needed, thus leaving her behind. In truth, Crocodile was uncertain of her utility, as Zifa's side was not particularly short on personnel. After all, the seas had calmed considerably of late, and with Binns returning with such a large sum, Zifa would likely be pondering how to spend it. The guild had already profited significantly from the sale of food, with Binns' flourishing fruit being the quickest to recoup its costs. Ayn and Crocodile, now inseparable, reverted to childlike antics, transforming King Cobra into a child and handing him off to Vivi. Belle and Gaka also fell victim to their playful schemes, turning the entire palace into a kingdom of children. Crocodile playfully lifted the transformed Vivi, who, despite being a child, was still not particularly small. Vivi had been truly adorable as a child. Little Crocodile affectionately rubbed his cheek against little Vivi's face. Indeed, they were siblings, both so fond of mischief. Previously, he had thought only Nami and he were the sane ones. Little Vivi pushed against little Nami's face. "Nami, stop fooling around. Hurry and let Ayn change everyone back. There is so much to do, and your little legs are slowing down our efficiency." Vivi, held aloft by little Crocodile, exclaimed helplessly, "Ayn, please undo everyone's transformation." Little Crocodile commanded. "All right, then." The three gradually returned to their adult forms. Yet at that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Great Crocodile held Princess Vivi high. Their gazes locked for what felt like an eternity. "ISNT, that crocodile?" Vivi thought, her heart racing. "Why did you turn me back?" Crocodile's mind raced with similar embarrassment. Particularly awkward was the fact that Vivi's attire remained unchanged, while Crocodile had already switched to child-sized clothing, which now appeared tattered upon reverting. Most infuriating of all was Ayn, who, fully aware of what would transpire, had discreetly changed her outfit beneath her cloak before transforming back, all while sneaking glances and grinning at them. However, just as Ayn raised her head, her expression solidified. "What have I seen?" Mortified, Crocodile hastily set Vivi down and retrieved clothes from his spatial pocket to change into. Vivi, covering her face, fled in embarrassment, while Ayn stood frozen like a statue. "Ahem, Ayn, I'm actually Crocodile, not my sister Nami." Vivi simply misunderstood. Crocodile stammered awkwardly. Ayn was speechless, but internally panicking, realizing he's a boy. He's a boy. I've shared so many intimate moments with him these past few days. Ayn felt as though the world had collapsed around her, experiencing 100 social deaths in an instant. Observing the dazed Ayn, Trick pinched her cheek and inquired, "What's wrong, Ayn? Is it because you know I'm a boy that you no longer wish to befriend me?" That same old refrain, merely with a gender twist, Ayn retorted, delivering a playful headbutt to Trick. "Ouch, that hurts!" Trick exclaimed, one hand cradling his head while the other tenderly stroked Ayn's hair, asking, "Doesn't it hurt?" Ayn, speechless, contemplated, "Never mind." At this moment, the two had grown so close that they held hands while dining together. Particularly, Trick meticulously delved into Ayn's past and preferences. "As punishment for deceiving me, you shall cook for me these next few days," Ayn declared, twisting Trick's waist with mock severity. Trick, possessing culinary skills akin to a renowned chef, had full access to the guild's fresh logistics channels. Thus, he occasionally indulged in creating delightful dishes. Having spent several days with Trick, Ayn had savored such delicacies, though Trick's laziness meant he did not often cook. Trick had effectively captured Ayn's heart through her stomach. As time passed, the inevitability of parting loomed, and Trick lamented the prospect of Ayn's departure, uncertain how to establish a lasting connection. After all, not every country required the transplantation of trees. There had to be a legitimate reason to visit her frequently, similar to how Tina served as the guild's representative at the naval headquarters. Ayn could also become a representative for the pirate guerrillas. Zifa had already begun to carve out some independence from the navy, though a full break would not occur for another year. Ayn was aware of Trick's thoughts, but chose not to address them. The days spent together had been the happiest of her life. Once Trick's dream materialized, she would bear no burdens of her own. While examining the items in his spatial pocket, Trick suddenly discovered a remarkable object and chided himself for forgetting such a treasure among his myriad items. He retrieved the experience card maker, a device capable of storing and dispensing abilities. Note: the experience card maker, Disguised Fruit, can transmute the effects of superhuman-type fruits into experience cards. Ayn, I have stumbled upon a lucrative business opportunity for you. Press your hand here to release your ability. Trick pointed to the sensing area of the experience card maker. All right. Ayn placed her hand upon it, unleashing a peach-colored flame. Once the experience card maker ceased, it produced a card reminiscent of a magical card, inscribed with "Rewind 12 years, last for 1 hour." Trick had Ayn experiment several times, discovering that the duration varied depending on the energy infused from the fruit, with the longest lasting 12 hours. However, the longer the duration, the greater the toll on stamina and energy. Repeated use would continue to reverse aging, yet the duration would diminish exponentially. Trick tested the device with a rabbit, realizing that the experience card did not cause living creatures to vanish. It was ineffective on beings younger than 12 years. Trick surmised that, after all, it was merely an experience card, not a life-threatening card, making it more suitable as a product. He also discovered that Ayn's abilities could be used in conjunction with the experience card, yet the card could not cause anyone to disappear. Ayn, you are on the path to becoming immensely wealthy. I shall cling to your coattails in the future. Trick jested while playfully clutching Ayn's leg. Why? Ian, accustomed to Trick's antics, did not push him away, still unaware of the immense value of these cards. You can mass-produce youth experience cards through this machine. Wealthy individuals of advanced age will surely clamor to purchase them. In time, the demand will far exceed the supply, and everyone wishing to regain their youth will become your cash cow. Of course, for younger individuals, it would be a Cub experience card. Besides the affluent elite, others could obtain them through lottery systems or contributions. Even the Mithriya sect could offer these as rewards to virtuous followers. Oh, so it's all about making money. Having spent considerable time with Trick, Ian had grown indifferent to wealth. No. In fact, you could indirectly eradicate pirates through this method. Trick raised a finger, shaking it. How so? Ian had grown accustomed to Trick's imaginative leaps. After all, he had already enacted and realized many ideas. By selling these experience cards, vast amounts of upper-class wealth could be consolidated into your hands. You could then invest in production, construction, or charitable donations, directing wealth towards the lower classes, thereby promoting economic circulation and alleviating poverty, ultimately reducing the emergence of pirates. The greatest value of the rewind fruit lies not in combat, but in rejuvenating aging powerhouses, restoring them to their peak strength. Additionally, this device would allow for the large-scale acquisition of wealth. While you could release effects on individuals yourself, managing that alone would be impossible. At times, it may be inconvenient. Selling the opportunity to experience rejuvenation at a premium would be more suitable. Is that truly feasible? Ian finally recognized her own formidable potential and realized she could contribute to fulfilling teacher Zifa's dream. Trick pondered whether there were other superhuman-type abilities that could be externally released. Regrettably, the slippery fruit could not be released. Otherwise, it would surely attract the interest of wealthy women. The flourishing fruit was worth a try, though its commercial value is limited due to the time-sensitive nature of experience cards. The bear's meatball fruit, however, appeared promising, suitable for creating transport and travel experience cards. And Trick planned to seek collaboration opportunities. Other than that, he could not think of any items with commercial viability for the time being. Subsequently, Ian began mass-producing experience cards of varying durations, while Trick intended to redeem a round of gacha, curious to see if he might procure something splendid. Checking the system, Trick noted a balance of 420 points in his mischief value, feeling that the figure had not surged as anticipated. It seemed he had deceived and entertained numerous individuals along the Grand Line. The repercussions of his earlier antics in the East Blue were likely waning, as the region had become notably tranquil. Most recent fluctuations in mischief value stem from the Grand Line. He exchanged 300 points for a gacha, reserving 120 points. The results were as follows. Buddha's Palm, Sengoku after enchanting. Attacks descend from the heavens, generating a pressure that inflicts widespread damage, with the intensity of the pressure increasing in accordance with the user's strength. Fong Tanhuaji, Blackbeard specifically targets one's adoptive father. Once the target acknowledges the relationship, they cannot evade the attack and must endure it, their strength diminished by 50. Undead Motorcycle, Smoker capable of traversing surfaces, possessing jet propulsion, jumping, and acceleration capabilities, and can utilize ghostly energies such as Spirit, Soul, and Conqueror's Haki as fuel. 4-star Dragon Ball, Kaido collecting all 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. Flame Cowboy Hat, Ace when attacking or moving. It can spontaneously trigger a fiery effect, creating an impressive, cool, and domineering spectacle, though it inflicts no damage. Dowry Gacha, Rob Lucci after enchanting. Increases strength by 100 points. Wow! This time, all of these are substantial treasures, unlike the earlier items that merely gathered dust in the spatial pocket. Trick mused, deciding to give Buddha's Palm to Machida, as it would perfectly complement her fallen technique. The pressure could enhance damage range and impose suppression and deceleration on targets, effectively obliterating an island in a single strike. Regarding Fong Tianhua-ji, Trick imagined, if I call out Father, would you dare to respond? And envisioned the absurdity of his target being fatally struck after compliance. If one had enough audacity, they could indeed be a hero among men. Busy with her tasks, Ian noticed Trick chuckling to himself, realizing he was likely concocting some mischief yet again. Trick possessed the eye of appraisal and a spatial pocket, enabling him to directly inspect the attributes of these items. Thus, onlookers would only see him engrossed in laughter while appearing to converse with the air. The undead motorcycle had functionalities akin to Smoker's vehicle. However, it appears that one can indeed scale walls, albeit with the use of spiritual energies, such as Gui Qi, Gui Qi, Yoing, Yoling, Linghuan, and Baong Su Ba Qi, Ba Wang Su Ba Qi, as sources of power, which I currently cannot employ. However, Kuya possesses Gui Qi and Ba Wang Su Ba Qi, so she should be capable. Additionally, there are Pailorna, with the Ling Ling Guo Shi, and Xiaoluo To Ling Ling, with the Hun Guo Shi, along with the wielder of Ba Wang Sura. The Wangshan Guo Shi, Huang Chuan Guo Shi, should not be applicable, as consuming one's own soul seems akin to self-destruction. Nevertheless, the appearance of this vehicle is quite imposing, a fusion of skull and punk aesthetics. I suspect Kiao would appreciate it. As for this Su Xing Longzhu, Xing Longzhu, I currently possess only the Gerxing, Erxing, Wuxing, and Thixing, Xixing, leaving a considerable distance to cover. I ponder what wish to make when the time comes. Something universally adored. It feels somewhat burdensome. I shall defer that consideration until I have gathered them all, as I likely do not lack for anything substantial, merely seeking some skills for survival and revival. The Huiyan Niu Zai Mao, Huiyan Yu Zai Mao, is indeed dazzling. While it may not confer additional damage, its aesthetic appeal is undeniably striking. Regarding the Dao Li Ndu Dan, Daolin Yo Dan, Tiker Tsueka has decided against its use. On one hand, such pure system enhancements lack the exercise of willpower. On the other, simply augmenting strength without control would result in diminished combat effectiveness. Otherwise, Wu Ti Jijasu Ba Jiesu, Jijasi Ba Jiesi become invincible after consuming the Li Li Guo Shi. In the later stages, mastering combat techniques and the essence of dominance becomes paramount. Particularly, A. Kirk has discovered that he occasionally crushes cups and similar objects inadvertently, and the harm inflicted upon Kya during their last encounter was profound, with her, Michita, nearing a breakdown with her over 2,000 Daoli. If he cannot manage his power, he may inadvertently cause her harm, leading to regret. As for enhancing their abilities, it is not unfeasible. However, the scarcity of Li Ngudan and the potential lack of mutual control could lead to reciprocal injury. The strength of those formidable individuals develops gradually through mastery and adaptation. Without proper control, one risks wielding power akin to a child with an AK-47, unable to manage the recoil. Thus, Thikura has not endowed non-combatants with excessive Ali, providing only foundational levels to allow for their own cultivation. Machi Nua has merely 100, sufficient to contend with ordinary pirates, and if not victorious, she can still flee. Narmai, Name, Wei, and Luo Bin possess a certain combat prowess. Hence Tikura has granted them 5 to 600. Ka unexpectedly acquired 300. Akura did not continue to grant her Dali, as she has rapidly advanced with the assistance of the Bingjiao Yaowan. The Dao Sun Jiang Sheng, Dao Shen Jian Sheng, are not particularly necessary in the EC, each receiving 200, as Ikura prefers they focus on diligent training, where mastery of technique is more vital than raw strength. Abisu, due to her possession of the Chuan Yo Hao Jiao, was deemed worthy of 500 Ali, and her subsequent growth has been remarkable. Toikur is contemplating whether to bestow upon her additional Dali, as it is essential for her to master the Qixingjian, which should soon be encountered by Lu Fei, and his companions. When Toikur was persuading Avitho, Namai and the others were listening. Thus, it is unlikely they will destroy or mishandle the Qixingjian, and he would be informed if such occurred. As Toikur donned the Huoyan Niu Zai Mao, Ayun glanced over. With a swift motion, he left a trail of ethereal blue flames on the ground, his body radiating gentle flames. He swung his fist, and a current of flame surged forward, dissipating upon impact with the curtain. Have you consumed the Sao Sao Guosher, Xiao Xiao Guosher? Wasn't that the fruit of the fire-fisted I see? No, your flames are blue. Ian, intrigued by Huck's abilities, recalled witnessing him produce an adorable spatial backpack, frequently extracting large items from his person, leaving her puzzled about his storage methods. Ian suspected that Ika's abilities might be related to space, perhaps linked to his spatial fruit. Take this. Choi Kirk thrust 2 pink flames from his hands toward Ian. Ian yelped in surprise, feeling no sensation. She remained unchanged, the flames merely illusions. Choi Kirk twirled the hat in his hand, addressing Ian. This hat allows one to unleash various flame effects during attacks and movement, enabling control over the flame's color and state, yet they bear no harm. How marvelous! What kind of fruit user are you? How does such a thing exist? Could not contain her curiosity. This has nothing to do with the devil fruit. These are magical items I earned as rewards for good deeds from the divine. Suikura hesitated to reveal the secret of his Weizhuang Guoshi to Ian, fearing she might inadvertently disclose it to Bofa, Zayfa. The more individuals who know of this fruit, the lesser its efficacy. Currently, only Nuachi Gal, Nuachi Gao, Labine, Mbichita are aware, all of whom have established a relatively close bond with Thikra. Divine! Ian exclaimed, astonished. Does a deity truly exist in this world? I suppose one could consider a divine, Ikura mused, recalling the image of Alice as a little demon, uncertain. One day, a deity approached me, declaring I was the prophesied child destined to save the world, and in return for my good deeds, the deity would reward me with magical tools. Iwan contemplated. So that is how it is. No wonder you can accomplish so much. What does this deity look like? I cannot say. It is forbidden, Chaikur replied, unsure how to describe it, opting to maintain the ruse. He then hugged and placed the Vanguvamal atop her head, exclaiming, let us venture forth and test the effects of this hat. Ian and Tsuikura took turns wearing the Huoyin Nyuzaimal, utilizing their respective skills. Managed to fire flame bullets from her pistol, though the damage was minimal. Nonetheless, the effect was akin to a fire dragon, sufficiently impressive. Tsuikura employed the Lanjiao, unleashing wind blades reminiscent of a blazing phoenix. Although both displayed striking fire effects while sparring, they could not replicate the scale of the US flames. Tsuikura felt a tinge of disappointment, suddenly realizing he lacked substantial techniques, nearly restricted to the basic versions of the Navy 6 styles. Thus he boasted, 降龙十八掌之飞龙在天, 降龙十八掌之飞龙在天, and executed the move with flair, astonishingly conjuring the fire dragon effect of the 降龙十八掌, 降龙十八掌, that surged forth. Though lacking in damage, the spectacle itself was formidable, emanating an aura of dominance that even instilled a sense of intimidation. This display drew the attention of Vichita and Kuya. Hani, when did you return? Michita, still unaware that Xiaona Mei, was here, observed Wei, who had just witnessed Siko's elephant and was now nowhere to be found. Kuya fell into contemplation, seemingly identifying a blind spot. She was not particularly surprised by Thas flame effects, having grown accustomed to the bizarre. Hani, I miss you so much. Michita leaped forward, enveloping Tsikura in a tight embrace and promptly whisking him away. Hey. Tsuikura, momentarily bewildered by Michita's exuberance, exchanged a glance with her that conveyed mutual understanding regarding her intentions. Before departing, he retrieved the Wangling Matua and placed it on the courtyard lawn, declaring, this motorcycle is for you to try. Note, Wangling Matua, Sumoga, capable of traversing surfaces, possessing jet propulsion, jumping, and acceleration abilities, Guiqi, Youling, Lingfuan, and Bawang Sirbachi may serve as energy sources for charging. Kuyer felt a surge of excitement. One harbored a sense of unease. Kuya believed Michita had truly become enchanted, her eagerness bordering on obsession. However, intrigued by the bonus appearance, which she found appealing, she mounted it, sensing an inexplicable connection. It seemed to resonate with her soul, and she intuitively understood how to operate the motorcycle. As she unleashed her bishi, the motorcycle ignited with Yoming Zhihua, Yoming Jihua, and roared to life. With her punk-inspired aura, Ka and the Longlingvo appeared perfectly aligned. Turning the handlebars, the motorcycle emitted a chilling, ghostly howl. Hiss! Aiden shivered, the eerie atmosphere rendering her uncomfortable. Get on. Kuya beckon to Aiden. Are you calling me? Aiden, unfamiliar with Kuya, questioned herself in confusion. With a glance, accelerated the motorcycle towards it, executing a swift turn that circled around her. In an instant, was pulled onto the bike, nestled in Kuya's embrace. Aiden was startled, only to realize that he was seated in front of Koya, who embraced him tightly, inducing a sense of profound embarrassment. Koya, riding the undead motorcycle, charged towards the palace wall. Cried out in fear as the motorcycle scaled the wall and emerged on the other side. The undead motorcycle sped across the scorching desert. Yet he felt no heat, rather a refreshing coolness. Koya attempted to channel her conqueror's haki, and the motorcycle surged forward with full power, akin to a nitrous boost, leaving a trail of afterimages in the desert. Initially, Un felt a bit dazed and frightened, but soon, the resonance of souls ignited his adrenaline. Although Koya despised others taking her toys, she found the girls that Shurik had gathered to be quite entertaining. Machida was brash and self-satisfied. Princess Vivi was somewhat reserved, putting on an air of false propriety, and appeared a bit slow-witted. Come on, you take the wheel. I'll provide the power. Koya handed the handlebars to who was significantly older than her, having joined the Navy long ago, yet Koya treated him like an elder sister. Upon taking the handlebars, accelerated wildly, even racing over the sea, recalling that Smoker also had a motorcycle capable of traversing the water, powered by the smoke frit. But he was uncertain of the motorcycle's own power source. The sensation of speeding across the vast ocean was exhilarating, filling him with a sense of openness, especially with that strange resonance of souls. Koya, in her deranged affection, letting to drive while she clung to him, her hands wandering, her face brushing against his. No wonder Churik was fond of you. Your touch is delightful, your skin so tender. Koya reveled in the sound of an racing heartbeat. Ayan internally scoffed, wondering why all of Churik's women seemed similar to him, still youthful. As a seasoned practitioner, Koya easily sensed an state. Ayan's face flushed crimson. Koya was even more mischievous than Shurik, and he could no longer resist playfully pushing her back. Koya felt her clothes loosen unexpectedly, grateful that her shoes remained on the footrests. Is this your ability? Koya remarked, eyeing her short arms and legs. Don't move, or I'll change you back. Ayan threatened, attempting to appear fierce. Whatever. Little Koya shrugged, tightening her clothes again, then nestled in his embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek, and resting her head against him with a contented expression. Indeed, this was the essence of life, riding a beloved motorcycle with a beautiful companion. Why is everyone like this? An wiped his face, gazing at Koya and recalling Churik's similar antics, feeling utterly exasperated. Koya also took the opportunity to inquire about Anna's background, learning that she was an orphan, and comforted her, mentioning that they were now family. Given Churik's attitude towards Koya, not being blind, could tell that this girl had also fallen for him. You're fighting pirates in the New World, right? Your strength must be considerable. By the way, do you know the Navy's 6 styles? Little Koya suddenly asked. Of course. Teacher Zifa is the finest Navy instructor. While I am not proficient in all the 6 styles, I can manage 2 or 3, Un replied proudly. Do you know all the training methods? Certainly. They are taught from the beginning, and later one specializes in their strengths. Koya recalled being outpaced by Machida using the moonwalk on Magnetic Drum Island, limiting her inability to pursue her due to her lack of knowledge in it. She had even sought Machino for the training methods of the Navy's 6 styles, but had not succeeded. Originally, she intended to learn from Churik, but now she found a ready teacher in a, will you teach me? Koya pleaded, shaking his hand with a playful pout. Stop. I will teach. Ayan exclaimed, losing focus, his eyes swirling as he nearly lost control of the handlebars. They then found a stretch of beach to halt the motorcycle and began the lesson, starting with the shave. Using her intellect and understanding of human anatomy, Koya quickly grasped the concept. She then attempted to stimulate her potential by needling her chest pressure points. "What are you doing?" Atlin exclaimed, shocked at her self-harm. Ignoring him, Koya quietly felt the pain intensify. Churik would surely give her a smack for engaging in such dangerous practices. Piu. Koya successfully executed the shave in an instant. "What?" And was astonished. It was rare to learn something so quickly and control it with such precision. Koya was indeed extraordinary, far quicker than the likes of Akainu or Kizuru. After several precise executions of a shave, Koya felt it was just average and moved on to the other 6 styles. Unswallowed hard, continuing the instruction. Remarkably, she learned in just one go. The remaining task was merely to practice and master it. In truth, Koya had previously observed Machida using the techniques, and she had absorbed many details, but Machida's method of exertion was peculiar, leaving Koya unable to replicate it. Moreover, her pride prevented her from seeking guidance from Machida, her arrogant rival, resulting in numerous failed attempts. Consequently, Koya devoted considerable effort to mastering the styles, even resorting to needling herself to awaken her abilities. Unbeknownst to her, Machida utilized the properties of the heavy light fruit, employing a simplified version of the Navy's 6 styles taught by Churik, making her learning process more efficient. Thus, despite Koya's expertise in human anatomy and keen observation, she was inadvertently learning techniques that were less scientific, leading her down a more convoluted path. The miraculous developments in the Kingdom of Sands were reported by the news birds to the world. While some failed to comprehend, nations suffering from water and food shortages saw hope and inundated the Guild and the Navy with requests. The Navy received numerous commissions, but the Guild coordinated the efforts. Given that it possessed transportation channels, construction teams, agricultural experts, and the ability to commercialize the powers of Akainu and Akiji, the Navy reaped the larger share, while the Guild profited from processing and transport fees, tying itself closely to the Navy. The world government sought a piece of the pie, but Sengoku deflected them with excuses regarding insufficient military funding and pension shortfalls over the years of the Great Pirate Era. Although Churik provided a check, Sengoku, having never seen such a sum before, experienced the sensation of filling bags with money. The Kingdom of Alabasta was embarking on significant agricultural development, beginning the next phase of construction. On the rippling sea, the guests that Churik had once invited were also en route. "Is this the miracle created by that lad you mentioned?" The commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Division, Belabetti, inquired, gazing at the newspaper from the bow of the ship. "Not only that, but his theories are also unique. I have witnessed the changes in the East Blue. It is far better than before, although issues remain. The majority of the populace can currently meet their basic needs, and the number of orphans has significantly decreased. Those that do exist are being cared for by the Adventurers Guild. I cannot wait to see his transformations in Alabasta with my own eyes. In less than a month, he has turned a nation engulfed in famine and conflict into a paradise," Long remarked excitedly, admitting that he could never achieve such perfection. If it were him, he would have to endure war, potentially overthrowing the original royal family and establishing a new nation, gradually restoring vitality. The new nation would likely not fare much better than under Cobra's rule. Meanwhile, Churik and Machida, having been away from training for a long time, began to practice combat together. Chueku's prowess and constitution far surpassed that of Mi Chi Ta, who had surrendered multiple times after defeat. Leaving the exhausted Mi Chi Ta, who had succumbed to slumber, Chueku ascended to the palace terrace, absorbing the somber weather as a gust of wind emerged, an indication that an old friend had arrived. With the passing breeze, Long and Bei Luo Bei Ti appeared on the palace terrace. "Ah, it's Long. And who is this enchanting lady?" Huiki exclaimed, eyeing the commander of the Eastern Army, who wore a loosely fitted coat that left little to the imagination. Chueku was well aware of her identity, having checked the compendium, recognizing her as the wielder of the superhuman type inspiring fruit. "This is our Eastern Army commander, Bei Luo Bei Ti, hailing from the EC. She is quite intrigued by the changes in the EC and wishes to learn from our experiences in the development of the Adventurers Guild." Chueka promptly extended his hand to grasp Bei Luo Bei Ti's little hand, exclaiming cheerfully, "Welcome, welcome." Chui Ku stood at a modest height of 170 centimeters, which rendered him somewhat diminutive in this world of titans. Bei Luo Bei Ti towered at 196 centimeters, appearing rather imposing to Chui Ku, while Long surpassed them both. Reaching over 2 meters tall, this stark height difference compelled Chui Ku's gaze to wander, fixating on the alluring details of Bei Luo Bei Ti's attire, which only heightened the allure of her figure. Ahem. Long, observing Chui Ku's unabashed demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, though he understood the context. After all, Bei Luo Bei Ti's attire was indeed striking, and he felt unable to chastise his subordinate. "Are you here for a visit?" Chui Ku maintained his customary cordiality, keeping his grip on Bei Luo Bei Ti's hand while turning to converse with Long. "Indeed, I wish to witness this magnificent miracle with my own eyes." Long replied with a smile, observing Chui Ku's hand. "Very well. Ensure you wear your cloak to remain inconspicuous. I will brief you on our recent activities and future plans." With that, Chui Ku led Bei Luo Bei Ti and invited Long to tour the capital and its vicinity, providing explanations and addressing inquiries along the way. Throughout the excursion, Bei Luo Bei Ti remained silent, not releasing Kui Kai's hand. She found this young lad quite amusing. After all, at over 30, she was intrigued by his unwavering grip, seemingly unafraid of her potential wrath. Thus, Chui Ku guided Bei Luo Bei Ti through the capital, while Long gradually comprehended the entirety of the plan through Chui Ku's elucidations. Astonished that this was merely the beginning, he felt a sense of anticipation for Chui Ku's impending industrial, service, and educational endeavors. Chui Ku summoned 2 Millennium Dragons, intending to take both of them on a ride to survey the transformations and developments across the land. The 2 dragons, Jiaochan and Long Ge, descended gracefully at Chui Ku's whistle. Upon seeing Chui Ku holding a woman's hand, the dragons exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, "Just as we expected." Long found the dragons' expressions peculiar, yet fascinating, sensing an underlying mischief in their gaze. Without Chui Ku's signal, the dragons began to exhibit their rebellious nature, making it appear as though it required considerable effort for Chui Ku to maintain control over the Millennium Dragons. They feigned a display of defiance, which allowed Chui Ku to appear adept at handling the dragons under his training. They shot Chui Ku a meaningful glance, prompting him to raise an eyebrow, realizing they were plotting something, though he dismissed the notion given their cunning appearances. Nevertheless, he relished the benefits of riding the Millennium Dragons. Bei Luo Bei Ti, observing the young lad as subtle strategies, stifled a laugh but remained unfazed. After all, one does not expect modesty from someone dressed as she was. She abruptly pulled Chui Ku closer, burying his head in her embrace, and whispered playfully in his ear, "Little one, let us take flight." Kui se ears flashed the crimson, feeling a wave of shyness wash over him, while Long regarded the pair with contemplative intrigue. As the Millennium Dragons commenced their aerial tour of the kingdom, Long observed vessels traversing the river, flanked by lush oases, forests, and farmland, with expansive pastures surrounding the perimeter. Although deserts were still prevalent, they were interspersed with oases and rivers, preserving the desert's character without rendering it a barren wasteland. The populace appeared robust and healthy, devoid of the emaciated, with smiles gracing their faces as some engaged in spirited dances and revelry. In these vibrant towns, Long witnessed numerous seemingly trivial yet profoundly impactful events. When an elderly person fell, the community rushed to assist, offering water and food, and collectively transporting the individual to a shaded area while checking on their condition. Each person eager to contribute. Others notified the injured elder's family, who arrived with gratitude, bowing repeatedly in appreciation. When pirates or bandits threatened merchants, the crowd bravely intervened. And though merchants wished to reward the townsfolk with goods, they humbly declined, insisting that guests need not feel obligated. The bustling marketplace brimmed with life, each stall neatly arranged, with vendors diligently cleaning up after themselves, and there was no sight of vagrants or beggars. Those who accidentally misplaced belongings in the desert could find assistance from local authorities upon reaching the town. In areas of population density, makeshift shelters were established to offer free literacy classes while promoting the kingdom's policies and various business opportunities, including job openings. Disputes and disagreements among individuals were ultimately resolved through dance, transforming conflict into harmony. In this realm, homes were left unlocked and nothing was lost on the streets. Long felt as though he had glimpsed an ideal society, a utopia. If the world could achieve such prosperity, it seems our revolution might be unnecessary. He remarked to Chui Ku, considering a scenario where all nations engaged in productive development, yielding an abundance of resources, hunger and strife would cease to exist. Long realized that Chui Ku was, in fact, the greatest obstacle to his revolutionary ambitions. Yet, if everyone had sufficient sustenance, was revolution still warranted? Abundance would not eradicate exploitation. It would merely alleviate the pressures of oppression temporarily. Chui could tighten his grip on Bei Luo Bei Ti's hand in response. Long expressed his confusion. The essence of exploitation is not intrinsically linked to the quantity of material wealth. If everyone possessed ample resources, who would willingly submit to servitude or be treated as mere entertainment? As the primary holders of wealth, the elite could previously exercise control over others. But should everyone attain affluence, their power would naturally wane. If a noble were to indulge in beauty and subjugation, yet all had sufficient resources, no one would need to barter their bodies for survival. The significance of the noble's wealth would diminish. You might argue that coercion through power and force could still occur. However, such authority might require financial backing to be sustained. If everyone could easily acquire sufficient benefits through other means, who would choose to serve or act as enforcers? Thus, the inherent unfairness of society is a deliberate construct of the ruling class, who hoard wealth to maintain privileges, compelling the lower classes to serve their interests. Enslaved and amused by them. Force is an extension, but wealth remains the primary instrument. When people struggle for sustenance, men may become enslaved for their families, while women might willingly offer themselves as mere playthings for survival. You will find that even if the wealth of the ruling class accumulates like a mountain, they will not easily share it with the impoverished populace. Only the loyal hounds who pledge allegiance to them may receive scraps, and only the commoners who serve their subjugation and entertainment may sip the thin broth. Wealth is not determined by quantity, but by distribution. To maintain the privileges of the ruling class, they will inevitably intensify exploitation, and the people will eventually find themselves enslaved once more, albeit with a lower mortality rate than in times of material scarcity. Our guild currently employs various means to ensure that supply exceeds demand, allowing everyone to benefit, thus averting war and famine. However, the ruling class will gradually heighten their exploitation, probing the limits of the people, keeping the lower classes in a state that prevents extinction while remaining subservient to them. After listening to Chui Ku's discourse, Long and Beluabedi were plunged into contemplation. They could only perceive the hope that the guild currently offers, yet failed to recognize that the underlying issues persist. What are your thoughts? Long inquired, as they had not previously considered these matters and could not find an immediate answer. From a philosophical perspective, there are no solutions. The essence of biological evolution is a dynamic equilibrium. Chui Ku released Beluabedi's hand and began to draw a Taiji symbol in the sand with a small twig. What is this? Long asked curiously, observing the pattern. Did I not previously illustrate with grasses, sheep, and wolves? This is a dynamic process. Now the grass has increased, and the sheep will not easily starve. However, the wolves will multiply, and after a certain period, the entire process will begin to shift dynamically again. This yin-yang symbol represents the laws governing the world. Balance is not static, and the world is not merely black and white. Each time balance is disrupted, the world is reshuffled, and each reshuffle can propel civilization forward. Yet, exploitation and oppression cannot vanish. What we can do is ensure that the reshuffling occurs more gently, reducing war and death, and establishing several mutually balancing and supervising ruling entities. We must formulate common rules that regulate the level of exploitation of the lower classes within a reasonable threshold, guaranteeing a certain degree of fairness, ensuring that the lower classes have sufficient resources for a basic life, while not lacking the incentives that drive societal development, thus ensuring a gradual evolution of humanity. So, do you wish for me to continue the revolution? To become a counterbalancing force within it? Yet, Long seemed hesitant as he spoke. The guild has not overly intervened in the other three seas. Although trade has infused wealth into these regions, the lion's share remains monopolized by the ruling class, and sparks of revolution still linger in those areas. Moreover, witnessing the prosperous lives of the people in Donghai and Alabaston, those languishing in darkness have glimpsed the light and will no longer grow accustomed to the shadows. Instead, they will be more inclined to join your revolutionary army. Of course, I would prefer that you adopt a method of decapitation to minimize warfare within the kingdoms, believing that the light of the Adventure Guild will make it easier for the general populace to support the revolution. The Adventure Guild will also offer aid and loans to those nations in dire need of rejuvenation. Indeed, Long was astonished, realizing that Chui Ku's strategy was intricately designed. Initially, he had believed the guild lacked the capacity to influence the other three seas. But it appears that the light from Donghai and Alabaston is poised to ignite a revolutionary wave across the world. Previous revolutions required grand visions, but now there exists a tangible prospect that encourages collaboration. The guild will inevitably become a colossal entity, but a single dominant force will always risk losing its essence. I hope that after my demise, the successors of the guild do not become the new Tian Longren. Therefore, a balance of several major powers is essential for mutual oversight. As for the world government, once we have grown strong, we will possess leverage for negotiation, compelling them to relinquish certain privileges to prohibit the buying and breeding of slaves, to limit the quantity of celestial gold, and to restrict the ownership of weapons. Should they disagree, we shall eliminate their spokesperson, forcing them to re-elect their leaders. Why not eradicate the world government entirely? Because such a process is fraught with warfare, and I require the world government to supervise the new forces established by the Adventure Guild and the Revolutionary Army. If the world government becomes aware of our intentions, would you not be in danger? Long continued to inquire. The Adventure Guild appears to be a seemingly loose organization, lacking a vast bureaucratic system or a true headquarters, and it has already intertwined itself with the navy and the noble class of the kingdom. Thus, it is not afraid of catastrophic strikes from the world government, as wounding 800 of the enemy would also inflict 1,000 on ourselves. Moreover, having tasted the sweetness of this model, even if the core members I represent were entirely eradicated, this model would resurrect under another name, perhaps as the Development Guild or the Construction Guild. What we truly bequeath is the essence of thought, long departed, for according to Chui Ku's design, the world is on the brink of igniting a revolutionary wave, and his own responsibilities weigh heavily. Beluabeti was left behind to serve as a liaison and to learn about the guild's developmental practices. Before Long left, he discreetly conversed with her, while Chui Ku remained unaware of their discussion, likely concerning the secrets of the Revolutionary Army, which did not pique his interest. Chui Ku believed in maximizing resources. Having such a formidable figure as Beluabeti merely spectating was a waste. He planned to arrange for her to utilize her gugoshri to inspire the workers and farmers, hoping to accelerate construction and cultivation. Upon hearing Chui Ku's request, Beluabeti eagerly agreed. The two did not return to the royal capital, but instead remained in the town of Canola Flower, which had suffered the most severe destruction by the Baroque workshop, set ablaze to frame the king. Thus, reconstruction progressed more slowly than in other areas, consuming considerable time just to clear the previous ruins. Currently, however, construction of new buildings was fervently underway. After all, this is a port town of immense value, with a significant influx of resources. You little rascal, I never expected your thoughts to be so profound. You have truly impressed me. I thought you were merely a petty lecher, Beluabeti exclaimed, playfully wrapping her arm around Chui Ku's neck. Sister Beluabeti, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. This is merely admiration. Besides, is it my fault that you dress this way? Qui que retorted. Huh? That is indeed my fault. As punishment for my transgressions, as an elder sister, you may admire me however you wish. Beluabedi teased. Chueku swallowed hard, feigning disinterest as his eyes wandered around the construction site, occasionally glancing at Beluabedi. Observing cui que esse, cildi chantix. Beluabedi mused to herself that this little rascal's weaknesses were all too apparent. While Chueku pretended to be aloof, Beluabedi commenced her performance. She leaped onto a high platform, pulling out a flag from somewhere amid the construction site, and activated her gu, waving it enthusiastically to rally the workers. The workers, already filled with hope for the future of Alabaston, erupted with renewed vigor, their strength surging forth as the construction pace quickened, filled with laughter and cheer. Beluabedi had not previously applied her abilities in this manner, and was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Standing nearby, Chueku gazed up at Beluabedi as she wielded her move, eyes wide with astonishment, questioning whether the inspiration stemmed from her abilities or her own charm. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed, blood gushing from his nose as he collapsed. This little rascal, Beluabedi remarked, exasperated, pondering what thoughts could have led him to such a state during her display of inspiration. In the end, Beluabedi had no choice but to carry the unconscious Chueku away, placing him in a nearby inn, and hurried off to find a doctor. When Chueku awoke, he felt as though his very essence had been drained, having lost a considerable amount of blood, and exclaimed, "You are incredible. I have never witnessed anyone spray blood from their nose to such an extent. You nearly succumbed to blood loss." Beluabedi teased. Chueku thought to himself, "That's because you have never encountered Sanji. Fortunately, your blood type is relatively common, and for some inexplicable reason, the people in this country are exceedingly altruistic. It is said that when blood donation is mentioned, everyone eagerly participates, fearful of falling behind. This is likely a result of the propagation of the Methriar religion, which teaches that doing good deeds enhances one's beauty and offers opportunities for wishes, while wrongdoing leads to moral enlightenment by the community." Sueka did not anticipate such profound repercussions. "Thank you, Sister Betty." Sueka expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome, but it feels as if I share some responsibility. What were you thinking when I activated my devil fruit ability?" Beluabedi teased. "Oh, it was nothing. I merely recalled the sight of a dense forest and vast grasslands flourishing in a desolate desert, which moved me deeply," Sueka explained, pointing to the lush vegetation in the distance. Beluabedi chuckled at Sueka's description. "All right, enough jesting. I believe I see the Navy at the port. Aren't you concerned about the world government's agents approaching?" "I am a member of the Revolutionary Army," Beluabedi stated earnestly. Sueka nonchalantly replied, "The world government has indeed sent numerous spies here, but they have all been apprehended by the guild, and some even turned to our side. As for the ordinary Navy, they couldn't care less about you. They are too busy making money, raking in millions of berries. Reporting you yields no substantial reward, and they would rather not be delayed in their pursuits. The Adventurers Guild has the color trap from Mariwan, along with a hypnotic pocket watch and confusion glasses. Not to mention the enthusiastic morning sun masses. Spies are practically left with nowhere to hide. Note, the hypnotic pocket watch, Zongao, can put others into a trance. But the user also risks being hypnotized themselves. The effect dissipates after a certain amount of use or interference. Note, the confusion glasses, Dasky, cause the wearer to be mistakenly identified as someone familiar by the target. This effect only works on individuals and fails in groups. Note, the paint sniper rifle, Mariwan, can shoot color bullets from a distance, leaving a color mark on the target. After mastering the hockey to wrap, it can penetrate armored defenses. Mariwan can silently utilize the paint sniper rifle in conjunction with the color trap to capture and identify spies, leveraging the friendlier hues of yellow and green to elicit information from spies or strangers. The hypnotic pocket watch can also lead spies to believe they are part of their own network, thus disclosing information. The confusion glasses may lead spies to mistakenly believe you are their superior or colleague, exposing themselves. Coupled with the membership cards and identification provided by the guild, infiltrating spies face insurmountable challenges. Sueka analyzed for Beluabedi. Our guild possesses a rich array of counter-espionage methods, and when it comes to interests, factional issues are set aside. The guild, the navy, and the noble houses of the kingdoms share certain vested interests. The navy serves as the enforcers of the world government, while the noble houses contribute to the heavenly treasures. The world government would not dare to overturn the table simply because of cooperation between the guild and the revolutionary army. Much like the transactions between Doflamingo and Kaido, the world government requires sea prism stone, monopolized by Kaido, thus they turn a blind eye. Why haven't these lower-ranking Navy personnel reported us? I find it hard to believe they all earn millions of berries. Belo Betty expressed skepticism regarding the income of the lower ranks, doubting their lack of time to apprehend themselves. Ahem, that was merely a rhetorical exaggeration. The rank-and-file Navy still obey orders from their superiors, and the secondary income of lower-ranking officers largely relies on guild support. They would not undermine their own livelihoods. The grassroots Navy and officers form the foundational power that governs the world. The celestial dragons, nobles, and high-ranking Navy personnel, no matter how powerful, cannot touch every aspect of the grassroots. Much of the execution relies on them, leading to corruption as the higher-ups lose sight of the ground level, only to find themselves surrounded by infiltrators. Of course, this also facilitates the infiltration of guild power. I see. Belo Betty learned another lesson from Sueka. It seems the Revolutionary Army must also strive to recruit these grassroots managers. Furthermore, as a descendant of Alabasta, I am exempt from paying heavenly treasures. Yet, I still urged King Cobra to voluntarily contribute a certain amount of heavenly treasures. You see, previously when they had not paid, the higher authorities could threaten them with national theft. Now, by paying, any aggression towards Alabasta equates to targeting their financial interests. Thus, the higher authorities would not turn a blind eye. Consequently, regarding your presence here, the Celestial Dragons would merely employ spies to handle matters, without openly clashing with the Adventurers Guild or the royal family. Moreover, infiltrating spies currently face significant challenges getting in. Belo Betty, possessing considerable strength as the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Easter Division, with combat experience and hockey surpassing Sueka's, certainly has no fear of the world government's CP personnel. Even if she cannot defeat them, she can escape. However, Sueka's actions to present her publicly may cause unnecessary trouble for the Adventurers Guild. Belo Betty observed that apart from the suspected backing of the red-haired Shanks, the Adventurers Guild's foundation is rather weak, lacking formidable top-tier power. The East Seas pirates are only capable of dealing with those worth a few tens of millions, with seemingly no one proficient in hockey. Upon seeing Sueka for the first time, she sensed he was rather lacking in combat prowess. If the leaders of the guild are so unimpressive, how formidable can the other subordinates be? Furthermore, even if they are capable, Sueka cannot control them. Yet, she now recognizes that although Sueka appears weak in combat, he adeptly navigates human nature and interests, skillfully balancing power dynamics. Nevertheless, she still believes that personal strength is the ultimate truth, and Sueka and the guild need to bolster their capabilities. After all, she has assumed Sueka to be an ally of the Revolutionary Army. Little does she know, Sueka possesses numerous secret weapons. The fallen from the warrior Machida, the outburst from the assassin and Metakia, the color sniping from the marksman Mariwan, the hard control from the swordsman's sword St. Johnny, and the Beastmaster squad from the Beast Tamer Abisi. The only weakness is the absence of seasoned hockey users. However, with tactical coordination, they could potentially defeat the Yonko crews. Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard are all devil fruit users, with glaring personality weaknesses. Sueka would not approach them head-on like Luffy. In the world of Naruto, with adequate intelligence and preparation, one can eliminate shadow-level ninjas with ease. Kaido's weaknesses include alcoholism and recklessness. Big Mom's are gluttony and her being a nun, while Whitebeard's lie in his old age and his sons. Why not mention Shanks? His weakness, Makino, is on our side and can be called upon when necessary. As Tsueka's brother-in-law, he can summon Shanks as a muscle. Additionally, with the ties to the Navy, as long as interests do not conflict, Sueka could even temporarily borrow an admiral from Sengoku. Moreover, his lover Tina and Nine are also formidable. The apparent lack of combat power in the guild can also lull the world government into complacency, But does this not invite their covetous eyes? Initially it did. The world government aimed to directly control the Adventurers Guild. However, due to the influence of the Mithriel religion, many nobles have joined its ranks, significantly curtailing their nefarious behaviors. Numerous nobles engage in charitable acts, initiating a spree of generosity. The Adventurers Guild enjoys high prestige among various kingdoms. Many royal families and nobles from the EC support the Adventurers Guild, primarily due to the rapid economic development of the EC, with nobles possessing excessive wealth. Heavenly treasures are mere pocket change to them, and while they might offer to double it for the world government, they refuse to let it interfere with their profits. Furthermore, the member nations fear the world government becoming excessively powerful, as controlling the guild would allow them to dominate the member nations entirely. Those nations that have gained a certain degree of autonomy do not wish to be shackled again. Lastly, the messages conveyed by Shank's promotional activities for the new EC are too overt. The Adventurers Guild is under his protection. Baidi was unaware of these matters. And even if she were, she still intended to teach Tsueka the art of hockey. She did not wish for the revolution to falter simply because this boy was too weak to survive and thereby jeopardize the grand scheme. You seem to lack hockey. Little rascal, allow me to instruct you, lest you inadvertently meet your end. Baidi asserted, absorbed in her own demand. Tsueka contemplated revealing that he possessed a smidgen of hockey. But voicing such a thing felt too embarrassing. All right, Teacher Beiti, however, I do have some matters to attend to, so my time may be rather limited. Tsueka thought about retrieving the Qixing Jian and the subsequent strategies for the Sky Island. You little brat, being this inept, one day you might encounter a top-tier powerhouse and end up in dire straits. Spend more time training. Baidi was pleasantly surprised by how well this little fellow understood her. Even addressing her as teacher, she began to instruct Tsueka on a secluded beach near Ukiwa town. Meanwhile, Mikita, who had awakened in the palace, discovered that Tsueka was missing again, while Kia had taken a training with AIN by the seaside of Dongong. Utterly ridiculous. A complete blockhead. Such formidable Dao power wasted on you, my worst student. Baidi unleashed her scathing critique. Teacher, do you have other students? Tsueka inquired with curiosity. No. Oh. As she resumed her explanations, Baidi lamented. Theoretically, I comprehend it well. Yet practically, I cannot perceive it. This defies logic. Tsueka realized that learning these anti-scientific concepts left him devoid of any tangible sensation in his body. Lamentably, without a system father, he felt quite inept. He had relied on imitating Kapu and understanding theories to cultivate the Navy's 6 styles. However, hockey remained elusive. Its true training methods were scarcely elucidated in the animations, merely asserting its existence. Explanations were steeped in mysticism. His previous disguise as Kapu had yielded no results, though he had managed to embody Yin, albeit in a hypnotic state devoid of memory. Aren't you capable of using iron blocks? Utilize them, Baidi instructed Tsueka, leading to a series of blows that left him questioning whether they were meant for his training in the armed color or simply as an outlet for her frustrations. Armed color isn't working. What about Kinbunchaku? Baidi gazed at Tsueka with exasperation, instructing him to blindfold himself and evade her attacks. The outcome was predictable. Tsueka ended up looking like a pig's head. How foolish. I can't stand it. Baidi was genuinely astonished that Tsueka, who possessed knowledge of all 6 Navy styles, could not even grasp the basics of hockey, nor did he display any awareness of impending danger. It was exceedingly abnormal, and more regrettably, Tsueka possessed extraordinary strength, yet could not harness it effectively. Tsueka began to regret having chosen this teacher. Not only was she tormenting his fragile psyche, but her methods were also quite harsh. He was no masochist and wished he had waited for the system to provide hockey through a lucky draw. Baidi understood that Tsueka's predicament stemmed from a lack of practical experience and training, which necessitated his exposure to beatings and adaptability, relying on a strength that was merely superficial. Tsueka, being cautious by nature, disliked taking risks. He preferred to delegate tasks to others rather than engage directly, and though he could bully weaker opponents, He resorted to underhanded tactics against stronger foes, resulting in his practical skills being abysmally lacking. In his subsequent encounters with Bai Luo, Bai Di, even without employing haki, he found himself utterly defenseless against her assaults. As the leader of a formidable organization, reaching the Grand Line alive is nothing short of a miracle. Had they known the Adventure Guild's president was this inept, you would have likely been assassinated long ago, BD remarked, standing next to the battered Sueka lying on the ground. Hands on her hips, casting a scornful gaze upon him. Can I say I am quite low-key? I am either soaring through the skies or disguising myself on the ground. Who could possibly discover me? Sueka silently justified, though he dared not reveal his paramecia fruit. Although Long had previously speculated, he likely would not spread rumors. For Sueka had a firm grasp on Lu Fei. Listening to Luo Beidi's caustic remarks, Sueka resigned himself, wishing for a world devoid of haki. To elicit Sueka's latent haki, Luo Beidi relentlessly pursued him, administering daily beatings. This inadvertently augmented Sueka's practical experience, as he genuinely felt his teacher intended to beat him to death. Truly a heart of a serpent and a scorpion, Sueka lamented. What did you say, you little brat? Bai Luo Beidi, renowned for her sharp tongue, erupted in fury. Stop hitting me. Please stop. Ignoring Sueka's cries, which were filled with exclamations of despair, Beidi continued her relentless pursuit. However, after each session of beatings, Sueka would cling to her, seeking comfort, and the two eccentric teacher and student would return to the palace, engaging in a back and forth of playful banter. Though Sueka ultimately failed to master haki, he had grown quite familiar with Bai Bi. Bai Tijiang, I have an idea, Sueka exclaimed while riding the Millennium Dragon toward the royal capital. Address me as teacher, Bai Luo Bai Di commanded from behind him, pinching his waist as a threat. Even if you were to squeeze the life out of me and cast me down from this height, I would still call you Bai Tijiang, Sueka declared boldly. Very well, Bai Luo Bai Di replied nonchalantly. Shouldn't it be the real fragrance law? Never mind, let's discuss serious matters. Sueka realized that Bai Di was not adhering to the expected norms. In fact, he discovered that their playful banter was yielding significant comedic value, leading him to ponder whether Bai Luo Bai Di was a pivotal character capable of impacting the entire world. With no choice but to analyze and contemplate, Sueka formulated a groundbreaking idea. I possess a magical item, an experience card manufacturing machine, capable of transforming your inspirational effects into experience cards. Note, experience card manufacturing machine. Disguise fruit. This device can produce the effects of a paramecia fruit's abilities as experience cards. Hold this item, press here, and then activate your ability, Sueka instructed Bai Luo Bai Di. After a series of adjustments, what is this? Bai Di inquired, holding the card produced by the experience card manufacturing machine, which indicated an inspirational effect lasting 1 hour. Sueka encouraged her to create several cards, subsequently testing them on himself. Similar to the retrospective fruit, when used in conjunction, the effects would amplify. However, the duration would be halved, with the maximum lasting 12 hours. This stacking effect proved more formidable than Baidi's direct inspiration, causing Sueka to feel an overpowering surge of power within him. Yet, Sueka found himself regretting becoming a test subject. Unable to release this newfound energy, he abruptly turned and attacked Bai Luo Bai Di from the dragon's back. What are you doing? Bai Luo Bai Di initially retaliated with her fists, but soon realized that Sueka's attacks bore an intriguing quality. She discovered that he had indeed grasped a fragment of armed color haki, and thus, an inexplicable battle ensued. The Millennium Dragon, Diaochan, sensed something amiss on its back, glancing back to see the commotion. Its wings faltered, nearly causing it to tumble, and it mused that humans certainly knew how to have fun. Upon returning, it would demand a larger meal from Sueka, lest the situation remain unresolved. In truth, the experience card for the inspiration fruit offered numerous applications, yet Sueka currently had no other swift means to expend his energy. Combat with OBE proved the quickest way to deplete his vigor, though the nature of their engagement had taken an unexpected turn. The astute Millennium Dragon timed their arrival at the royal capital perfectly, arriving just after their skirmish and casting a knowing glance at Sueka. Sueka felt as though he had been outwitted by this clever dragon, yet he could not deny its intelligence and social grace. Meanwhile, the bond between Sueka and Beidi intensified rapidly. She showed no reluctance towards their evolving relationship. On one hand, she recognized Sueka's aspirations, while on the other, despite her harsh words, she had grown fond of him through their extended companionship. His sensitivity and attentiveness setting him apart from the multitude of straightforward men in the pirate world. At the same time, Sueka remained wary, cautioning himself against overusing these inspiration experience cards, particularly in battles with someone like Beidi, who could also wield the power of inspiration through hockey, which could be quite detrimental. Chueku intends to repackage these experience cards, giving them a new name and adding the emblem of the Adventure Guild. Primarily, he wishes to amend the information and descriptions on the cards. For instance, he plans to change the Inspiration Experience card to Betty's Inspiration Experience card. However, he aims to include subtle hints regarding its usage, marketing it as a panacea from another world. After all, such items are highly lucrative across any realm. Although there are various scenarios for inspiration, Chueku is reluctant to use this ability for combat, as mere fighting yields limited financial gain. A different type of conflict proves far more profitable. He instructs Betty to produce a substantial quantity of inspiration experience cards while he seeks to establish a market. With one hand holding the AI and Brand Young experience card and the other grasping Betty's inspiration experience card, Chueka feels as though he has seized control of the world. Observing Chueku's exuberant laughter as he juggles the cards, Betty suspects that he may not be entirely sane, though her opinion would soon change. "Honey, where have you been?" Michita, like a cat drawn to fish, rushes out, embracing the laughing Chueku. "Is this your little lover?" Betty remarks, noting Mikveita's infatuación. "Who is she?" Mijita inmuires. Her tone slightly hostile but unsurprised, as Chueku often attracts beautiful women. Yet, she cannot help but notice the striking nature of Betty's attire. "This is my teacher, Biluo Beiti." Chueku introduces succinctly, pondering what she actually teaches. "Oh, so she's Chueka's teacher? Then she's also my teacher. Greetings. Iam Mikita, Quikizwife, Mikitas de menor, shifts completely." "Is this the lady who helped you train with a 10-ton weight?" Betty teases, observing the naive girl before her. "Ah, this." Michita's face flushes, realizing Chueku's blunder in revealing such details. Michita's combat prowess rivals mine. "Perhaps you could guide her, teach her," Chueku casually suggests, despite Michita's enchantment level being lower than his. Nevertheless, she has developed considerable skills, particularly in adjusting her training load, akin to carrying a gravity chamber from a certain Dragon Ball. Moreover, her combat experience far surpasses that of Chueku, who often avoids direct confrontation. "Kulme, I will train you personally," Betty declares, pulling the reluctant Michita along, hoping for unexpected surprises compared to Chueku's antics. Chueku eagerly anticipates Michita's potential. Should she cultivate an aura of dominance, he could engage formidable foes and then retreat. He decides to focus on solidifying the sales of the experience cards, utilizing a portal to return to the guild and seek out Chinua. Unbeknownst to him, his remark about Michita's comparable strength to his would trigger a series of unforeseen events. Biluo Beiti leads Michita to the palace courtyard. "Come now, young lady, give it your all. Let me witness your strength." Biluo Beiti stands calmly opposite Michita, awaiting her attack. Michita cannot discern Biluo Beiti's true power, but is aware that her own strength is somewhat formidable. She hesitates, fearing the repercussions of injuring Chueku's teacher. "Really? I'm quite powerful. Do you possess an aura?" Biluo Beiti Wedias Puzlet, recalling Chueku's assertion that she likely did not. Michita recalls their training sessions, feeling her cheeks warm as she denies it. "Then come at me. My teacher is exceptionally strong." Biluo Beiti dismisses her doubts, thinking that the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, could hardly harbor any truly dangerous characters. With a resounding crash, Michita unleashes a flurry of attacks. She lightens her weight, performs a shave technique, accelerates and strikes with immense force, sending B. Luo Bei T flying and creating several large holes in the palace wall. Cough, cough. What speed and power is this? B. Luo Bei T emerges from the debris, reflecting that even under the effects of a 10,000 kilogram gravity, she should withstand such force. How can it be so overwhelming? Fortunately, she had covered herself with haki. Otherwise, she would have been severely injured. B. Luo Bei T, unfamiliar with physics, does not comprehend that the combination of 10,000 kilograms and immense inertia results in catastrophic damage. Yet, Michita did not utilize the full weight. Recognizing that B. Luo Bei T was not a true enemy. "Teacher, are you all right?" Michita asks, her heart racing at the sight of her opponent being launched. She assumes that anyone capable of being Chui Ku's teacher must possess considerable strength, given that Chui Ku is also her mentor. "No worries. My distance was intentional to dissipate the force," B. Luo Bei T explains, albeit reluctantly, as it is the truth. "I didn't expect a force of 10,000 kilograms to be so immense. Teacher, I haven't even unleashed my full strength." Cough, cough. B. Luo Bei Disguisedas, feeling as if she had been struck by a speeding train. Even with haki, she could not endure such an impact. Yet this girl claims she held back. That defies logic. The law of force is mutual. Without haki, how could you withstand such a shock? B. Luo Bei Disguisedas. She is well aware of Mahabayas, a member of the Don Quixote family, who possesses the ton press fruit, a superior version of the light and heavy fruit. It can exert a weight of 10,000 tons. However, even his attacks do not compare to Michita's outrageous strength. Moreover, intelligence indicates that when he increases his weight, the resulting inertia damages him, while Michita appears unharmed. Chui has stated that when I become heavier, my mass and strength also increase. My current methods allow me to transfer the force to my opponent. Additionally, the indestructible token he gifted me enables me to withstand tremendous impacts. Michita proudly gestures to the onion gloves adorning her hands. Note, onion gloves. Inflicted hits cause uncontrollable weeping for a duration. Due to the gloves' indestructible properties, they surpass even weapons nurtured by haki. Chueika realizes that these gloves are practically a combat artifact. Not only do they psychologically attack opponents by making them cry, but they also possess near-bug levels of strength. Your clever utilization of your fruit's abilities combined with these gloves could easily overpower anyone lacking haki, Betty observes, examining Michita's hands. She also comments on the foolishness of the ton press fruit user in the New World, who can only float and then slam down, employing simplistic tactics of adding weight and suffering from the recoil of colliding with the ground, especially with such a slow attack. As long as one is agile, evasion is effortless. Indeed, relying solely on that method is rather foolish. Michita reflects on her past, having employed similar simplistic tactics, and can only awkwardly laugh in agreement. She cannot believe that Chui Ku, who seems inept at mastering haki, possesses such acumen in teaching her how to develop what initially appeared to be a subpar fruit. Betty surmises that Michita's advancements must have been guided by Chui Ku. On one hand, Mikita had just mentioned the analysis that Sueika provided her. On the other hand, had Mikita been aware of such applications earlier, she would have dominated the first half of the Grand Line long ago, rather than remaining an obscure figure. The notion of a worthless fruit? Mikita continued to force a smile, feeling once again insulted, and suddenly felt an urge to strike Betty until she cried. She was also curious as to why she hadn't done so earlier. Was it the barrier of haki? Given your considerable strength, let us proceed. This time, I shall be earnest. Especially if you truly comprehend haki. Mastering it would lead to a qualitative transformation in your abilities, allowing you to ascend to the ranks of the elite. Betty was brimming with anticipation for Mikita. Compared to Tsueika, that conniving little rogue, Mikita held far greater promise. The two resumed their battle, with Betty no longer bracing herself against Mikita's punches, instead explaining haki as they fought. Betty discovered that this young girl could effortlessly employ all 6 techniques of the Navy, a talent that was indeed rare. Mikita, on the other hand, was determined to land a punch on Betty while her haki was not yet activated, craving the moment to make her wail. Unfortunately, Betty, fearing the potential devastation of a powerful blow, remained steadfast in her use of haki. Were Mikita aware of Betty's apprehensions, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "I shall refrain from using my devil fruit powers. Just let me land one gentle punch." Just returned from training at Donggang. Koya and Ein suddenly stumbled upon Mikita, engaged in combat with an unfamiliar woman, their fierce expressions suggesting a desire to utterly vanquish one another. Seeing her dear friend being struck, Koya could not stand idly by, prompting both to join the fray. Mikita was startled by the sudden appearance of Koya and Ein and initially sought to explain. However, recalling Betty's subtle mockery and her own inability to land a hit, she broke into a knowing smile and immediately teamed up with Koya and Ein against Betty. Upon witnessing the two newcomers, Betty recognized them. One was Koya, the lovesick witch from the East Sea, and the other appeared to be a member of the Navy. Nevertheless, Betty did not relent, eager to gauge the depth of Tsueka's Adventurers Guild. If Mikita had already astonished her, what hidden abilities might the other two possess? This lovesick, which can also use the 6 techniques of the Navy? Betty felt a twinge of surprise. While Ein's familiarity with these techniques was expected, Koya's was not. Was this truly an Adventurers Guild, or was Tsueka's entourage a covert unit of the Navy? Betty now felt a mounting pressure. She was somewhat aware of Ein's retreating fruit ability, but dared not be struck, leaving her feeling somewhat constrained. After all, even with her full-body haki, she could not entirely negate the powers of a Paramecia-type devil fruit, as evidenced by Virgo. Moreover, few would employ full-body haki due to its considerable energy demands. Although Koya's attacking power was significantly weaker than Mikita's, her strikes were cunning, combining 2 scimitars with an onslaught of flying knives and needles that proved difficult to defend against. Particularly alarming was Koya's seemingly rapid learning curve, her combat prowess mysteriously surging at times. Had it not been for her haki shield, Betty would have surely been overwhelmed by these 3 women. She was compelled to unleash all her skills, and the intensity of their battle escalated, causing considerable destruction within the palace. Finally, unable to remain passive, Vivi, who had been accustomed to the ruckus caused by Tsueka and his companions, became alert to the commotion between Mikita and Betty. Initially, Betty had toyed with Mikita with relative ease, controlling the situation well. However, the addition of the 2 others made it increasingly difficult to manage, especially since they were not holding back. Thankfully, their attacking power was not as grotesquely overwhelming as Mikita's. "Stop fighting," Vivi shouted to the 4 women, suddenly realizing she had reverted to her role as peacemaker, a role that had proven futile in the past. The palace had already suffered destruction at the hands of Luffy and Sand Crocodile, and now this chaos was unfolding again. Who was that woman in such an outrageous outfit? And why were they fighting? As the 4 women became increasingly engrossed in their battle, they failed to hear Vivi's voice, their movements swift and frenetic, making it impossible for her to catch up. Desperate to prevent further damage to the palace, Vivi hurried to find Tsueka. She located the palace as Den Den Mushi and quickly dialed Tsueka. Tsueka typically kept his Den Den Mushi in the Mengbao backpack, as it required periodic feeding, a rather troublesome task. Consequently, Mengbao had taken on the role of caretaker. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi rang, and Mengbao answered. "Is this Tsueka? You need to return to the palace immediately. It's about to explode." "Princess Vivi, I used the anywhere door to return to the guild. Why didn't he manage to catch up?" Mengbao replied, internally grumbling about Tsueka's frequent neglect of him whenever he utilized the anywhere door, causing him to grow accustomed to remaining in Alabasta. After ending the call, Vivi recalled that she had contact details for the guild through Machino. However, the phone rang for an extended period with no answer, causing Vivi considerable anxiety. After a lengthy wait, someone finally picked up. "Moshi Moshi, who is this? What has happened?" Hours earlier, Tsueka had returned to the guild and found Machino working alone in her office. At that moment, Machino was clad in a professional office uniform reminiscent of Califa, leading Tsueka to contemplate adding Califa to his collection in the future. "Hee Observing Tsuka's silly grin and drooling, Michino felt a sense of exasperation. This boy was beyond help. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Tsueka proceeded to introduce her to the Young Experience card and the Inspiration Experience card. Michino soon recognized the vast potential of these two products. Once released, they would attract a continuous influx of belly from powerful figures and nobles of various factions to the guild. The guild would essentially never be short of funds. Despite needing to allocate a portion to the Revolutionary Army and the Pirate Guerrilla, the Lioness share would still remain with the guild. Tsueka even demonstrated the effects of the Young Experience card. Transforming back in her 19-year-old self, Michino appeared remarkably youthful and beautiful, gazing at her reflection with delight. What woman wouldn't wish to maintain her youth? Michino resolved to frequently utilize this product to return to her youthful state as she aged, knowing full well that there would be excess stock. Michino also learned from Tsueka that the Inspiration Experience card merely provided a true motivational effect, capable of awakening the latent strength within individuals. The usage described on the card was merely a deliberate psychological suggestion. Given its high sales potential, Tsueka aimed to steer clear of its application in warfare. Thus, he had cleverly altered its meaning, prompting Michino to give it a try. "I don't feel anything," Michino said, shaking her fist in confusion. After trying several Inspiration Experience cards, she still felt no different. "Do not use them in conjunction. It's dangerous," Tsueka exclaimed, startled by Michino's sudden actions, recalling how he had nearly been drained by Betty when he attempted to stack effects, leaving him covered in cold sweat. However, Michino seemed unfazed. In the future, he would need to clearly indicate on the cards that stacking usage was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, users would bear the consequences. "Really? I feel nothing. Could there be some conditions for use?" Michino pondered. Tsueka speculated. Perhaps one must have a specific intention in mind while using it to ignite the power within. Since you weren't thinking of anything, it might be ineffective. Thus, my psychological suggestion on the card inadvertently hit the mark. Tsueka felt a sense of pride, realizing that the effect of the Inspiration Experience card had effectively been framed by his own insight. Thinking of doing something? Upon hearing Tsueka's words, Michino gazed at the suggestions he had written, her eyes beginning to glaze over. "Don't think about that," Tsueka shouted, noticing Michino's unusual fixation on the cards. Then added, "Whatever you do, do not think about that." Tsueka was now executing a reverse psychological maneuver, while Michino had merely been slightly intrigued. The suggestions had not been so overtly direct. Machoke, influenced by Tsueka's remark to never entertain such thoughts, was suddenly reminded of those very notions. Despite her youthful appearance masking a more mature mindset, empowered by the effects of multiple encouragement fruits, she gazed at the handsome Tsueka and, in a moment of irrationality, lunged at him. "You must strive to work hard." 996. "Ugh, this won't drain my abundant energy." "Right, think about strengthening your body," Tsueka swiftly reminded her as he resisted her, not wishing to turn his red hair green, which could lead to dire consequences. This was a matter of rivalry for affection. With beads of cold sweat forming, Tsueka realized the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, he hadn't utilized that experience card, given that Mikinuo's spiritual power was not particularly strong. He was grateful that his past self had not granted her excessive power. He contemplated a strategy to exhaust her energy by leading her on a chase. However, just as he conceived this plan, the flag was raised too soon. In a struggle, Mikinuo, resembling a zombie, flailed her hands on the table, accidentally knocking a stack of encouragement experience cards onto Tsueka. At that moment, Tsueka was truly terrified. The cumulative effects were formidable. Reminiscent of the time he nearly perished due to Beatty's overwhelming presence. He reminded himself to avoid such thoughts, desperately wanting to run. Yet, as life experience teaches, the more one attempts to suppress certain thoughts, the more they unwittingly dwell on them. Furthermore, clad in her professional attire, Mikinuo's alluring figure was impossible to ignore, leading Tsueka to succumb to the allure of the green-haired Shanka. Although both seemed to have lost their senses, aside from the initial impulsiveness, clarity returned as the experience unfolded, leaving Mikinuo blushing profusely. Accompanying this was the sound of escalating mischief points. Sueka was taken aback by the system's notification. Previously, minor antics resulted in negligible increases. Only significant events eliciting such alerts. It appeared that his current conduct had strong prank-like repercussions, leading him to internal conflict as he realized the system was indeed devilish. While he considered himself a good person, what was he to do moving forward? Ugh. The telephone bug on Brilubu's desk suddenly rang. But Sueka and Makinuo were too engrossed in their struggle to answer. The incessant ringing was unusual, indicating an urgent situation requiring Makinuo's attention. With her strong sense of professionalism, she answered the call. Mosi Mosi. Who is it? What has happened? It's Sister Makinuo. This is Weiwei. Is Sueka with you? Came Weiwei's voice from the other end. Yes. Makinuo responded, casting a shy glance at Sueka, who was close by. There's trouble in Alabasta. Kaya and the others are fighting with a woman. The palace might explode. Get here quickly, Weiwei urged. Nanny, how could they start fighting? Wasn't it just supposed to be a lesson from Beatty for Mikita? Sueka interjected. Just hurry over. Only you can resolve this. Weiwei realized Sueka was acquainted with the woman involved, suspecting that multiple girls were clashing over him. All right, Sueka replied, ending the call and swiftly channeling his energy. Although the effects of the encouragement cards would be significantly amplified and short-lived when used together, the emotional momentum kept both parties engaged without a pause. Soon after, they separated. In a certain sense, Sueka had gained Makinuo's first time through the fruit of reversal. At this moment, the experience card's effects dissipated, and the youthful Makinuo returned to her original state. As for the rivalry with Shanka, Sueka engaged in a mental exercise. Recalling that he had merely shared a romantic connection with the younger Makinuo, even preceding Shanka. In a flash of brilliance, Sueka realized the logical loop was closed. Everything made sense. Shanka was merely an interloper, while he had a history with the past version of Makinuo, a natural sentiment. Shanka's hair remained red. Silence enveloped them as the situation grew awkward, a peculiar emotion blossoming in their hearts. You should leave. It seems urgent over there, Makinuo insisted, urging Sueka to intervene in the conflict. Indeed, I'll return once this is resolved, Sueka assured before departing the office and teleporting back to Alabasta through the arbitrary door. In the Alabasta palace, after Weiwei hung up the phone bug, she sensed that Makinuo's demeanor during the call was unusual. Typically, they exchanged pleasantries and jokes, but today, she only heard hiccups. Upon arriving at the designated teleportation point, Sueka emerged to find Weiwei waiting. What happened? Why are they fighting? Just follow me and see for yourself, Weiwei replied, leading him toward the battleground without further explanation. With Sueka's assertive intervention, the fighting ceased. Mikita cowered behind Beatty like a chastised quail, having failed to prevent the escalation. Kaya had even resorted to self-harm with a steel needle to activate her abilities. Sueka was at a loss for words, especially since Beatty was also causing chaos, leaving him hesitant to scold her for fear of retaliation. Kaya and Ain recognized the gravity of the situation, questioning why their simple display of strength had escalated into a fierce brawl, each punch resonating with animosity. All right, it was merely a spar. I was just testing your guild's capabilities to ensure you don't perish in the new world. Beatty attempted to mediate. Your guild members' strength is average at present, but their potential is immense. Mikita's unique fruit utilization speaks for itself. You should understand that better than I. This deranged, which has extraordinary learning capabilities and explosive strength that even I find challenging to counter, Beatty assessed. Seeing Ain's eager expression, Beatty added, Ain, being a Navy member, has solid fundamentals, agility, and a commendable fruit ability. He is indeed a worthy student of Zifa. Just as Sueka was about to interject, Beatty continued, as for you, your skills are the weakest. You possess mere brute strength and basic Navy 6 techniques, lacking any combat finesse. Sueka's expression darkened as he hastily pulled the three girls away, wishing to avoid further exposure to Beatty's sharp tongue. Walking beside Sueka, Kaya sensed a lingering aura of Makinuo around him, although aware they had just parted ways. The intensity of this aura was too pronounced to be mere remnants of proximity. Could it be that he? After all, She was a woman of the four emperors. Yet, she found herself intrigued. In her twisted mindset, Kaya regarded the four emperors and celestial dragons as inconsequential. Tsueka would one day reign over the world, claiming everything, including the women of the four emperors. To her, Tsueka was merely her cherished toy, and the entire world would bow before her feet. Thus, Kaya naturally awakened her conqueror's haki, becoming the individual with the deepest control of the guild aside from Makinuo. Under Kaya's guidance, Clabate was secretly cultivating a formidable force under her command. Tsueka had long assumed that Clabate had been transformed into a mere shadow, but he was gravely mistaken. He remained oblivious to the consequences of habitually entrusting defeated foes and dangerous beings to Kaya. Clabate is greatly intimidated by the Bingjiao Kia, as he is responsible for overseeing her clandestine research. He has indeed witnessed the terrifying nature of those monstrous creations and Kia's bloody ruthlessness, at times. Living can be more tragic than death. Tsueka remains oblivious to the true horror and the hidden, almost bug-like combat prowess possessed by Kia. She can effortlessly defeat Salong without mastering the six forms or wielding haki. Yet Tsueka has failed to notice her frightening capabilities. Only Salong can distinctly sense the ominous aura and bloodlust emanating from her. Makino, on the other hand, resembles more of an administrator, and Kia harbors a persistent animosity towards the union of Makino and Hongfa. Although she has deduced Tsueka's designs, she remains displeased. Furthermore, the Adventurers Guild is, to some extent, perceived by many as a joint enterprise of Hongfa and Makino. Thus, Kia feels a sense of retribution towards Tsueka's covert actions. For Makino, had she not encountered Xiankins first, coupled with the age difference, she would have pursued Tsueka ardently. Tsueka evokes within her a profound sense of affection and consideration, and his aspirations align with her own. She has no interest in, even a distaste for, the notion of becoming the Pirate King. In contrast, Xiankins seems perpetually occupied with hosting banquets in the New World. Were it not for his amiable temperament and considerable strength, she would not have been drawn to him in the past. Although Tsueka has jestingly referred to himself as Hongfa's beloved, from the moment she met him and listened to him articulate his dreams, she recognized who her true love was destined to be. Makino understands that the initial phase of the Adventurers Guild requires the backing of the Yonko, Hongfa. Consequently, she resolves to become his wife, aiding Tsueka in realizing both their dreams. Makino harbors an immense affection for Tsueka, having long suspected him to be the mountain bandit king mentioned in the newspapers. However, she must conceal this affection, even on the day of her marriage to Xiankins. She did not inform Tsueka, opting for a low-key ceremony. Ultimately, it was Kia who notified Tsueka, prompting his hurried arrival. She fears that Tsueka would attempt to intervene, as she can sense the profound love and reluctance in his gaze. She cherishes a photograph from their first encounter, where Tsueka grins widely while she awkwardly smiles behind him. Tsueka subconsciously believes that Makino's heart belongs to Hongfa. After all, in the original narrative, Makino eventually has children. Despite his own intentions, he does not wish to disrupt their bond and can only offer his blessings, devising schemes to instill a sense of urgency in Hongfa to care for Makino more attentively. The individuals Tsueka seeks in this world are those devoid of established romantic entanglements or marital commitments. For instance, Tingna, despite being contemporaneous with Simoji, shares no romantic inclinations with him. As for Mikita and her partner, their relationship is purely functional, devoid of any genuine affection. Kia truly did not anticipate this, especially considering Usopp's character and values, which are not well suited. He bizarrely rationalizes his father's abandonment of his wife. Such characters are crafted to enhance the distinctiveness of the protagonist's ensemble. In the Alabaster Royal Palace, during the subsequent 2 days, Tsueka and the women diligently assist in the restoration of the structures affected by the battle. Initially, Weiwei insists that Tsueka and the others need not toil, as she will arrange for personnel to handle the cleanup and repairs. However, Tsueka firmly declines, insisting on participating in the aftermath. He tells Weiwei that one must bravely shoulder the consequences of their mistakes, One cannot merely cause destruction and then depart, leaving chaos in their wake. As the leader of the guild, he must set an exemplary precedent. The women are deeply moved by Tsueka's actions, their understanding of responsibility deepening. And Beatty re-evaluates her perception of this little rascal. In the following period, everyone alternates between learning combat and hockey from Beatty while attending to their own endeavors. Kia enjoys teasing Ain, often taking her out for rides on her undead motorcycle. Having served as Kia's teacher for the Navy's sixth forms for a time, Ain now finds that Kia has nearly mastered them, causing Tsueka to feel a twinge of jealousy. Mikita is busy assisting Weiwei with royal affairs, as she is the divine goddess of battle, possessing exceptional charisma. Beatty frequently engages in playful brawls with Tsueka, attempting to elicit his haki, while the frustrated Tsueka resorts to using Kia and Mikita as shields, drawing disdain from the women. Beatty also discovers that Kia possesses Conqueror's haki, leading her to question who the true leader of the Adventurers Guild is, given that it is customary for those with such power to be the leaders. Moreover, with a subordinate already wielding Conqueror's haki, it is perplexing that Tsueka, the guild leader, does not. Is it possible that Tsueka aspires to be the king of adventurers? Tsueka responds, "How dare you unjustly tarnish my reputation? I aim to be the king of the seas." The relationships among the women have grown incredibly close, while Tsueka feels as if he is merely a battery, continually recharging others. Having experienced Tsueka's attentiveness, Mikita, Kia, and Beatty hardly allow him a moment's respite, and Tsueka senses he might just break down. Ain and Weiwei watch Tsueka's weary eyes with curiosity, pondering his relentless training. Meanwhile, Zifa has been summoning Ain, as she has been away for too long on her task, primarily concerning the 10 billion berries brought back by Benzi, which Zifa is at a loss on how to spend. He wishes for Ain to return and inquire about the specifics. If Zifa were to learn that Ain is set to bring back an additional 20 billion, he would be left speechless. The first 10 billion is for the transplant, while the other 10 billion constitutes the guild share of the young experience cards. The guild is pursuing a luxury goods approach, thus gradually auctioning these assets, as Tsueka wishes to prevent any misuse of such abilities. Kia volunteers to ride the Millennium Dragon to escort Ain back, and Tsueka, without further thought, embraces Ain affectionately before bidding her farewell, assuring her that he will visit often, causing Ain to blush. Tsueka has secretly marked a portal near Ain's naval patrol area, but he refrains from using it to send her back for fear of exposing himself to the Navy. After all, Tingna is now aware of the portal's existence, and if she divulges it, Tsueka would be finished. Back when they were stranded in the desert, Tsueka could have easily saved them with a portal, but he chose not to, revealing his ulterior motives. Bela Beatty, clutching the 10 billion berry share from the experience card, finds herself somewhat dazed. 10 billion could purchase 10 devil fruits. As a member of the impoverished and constantly evading revolutionary army, this sum is indeed a fortune, especially considering it is merely the first tranche of their earnings. Initially, she thought Tsueka was unhinged, but now she realizes the true jester is herself. It appears she must earn money to support her family, with family referring to the revolutionaries. She sends the funds through a special channel to Loam, vaguely stating that it was earned through the fruit's abilities. Upon seeing the substantial sum of berries, Loam is momentarily speechless, recalling the days of struggling for survival during the revolution. Beatty has only been gone for a few days and has already achieved 10 small goals. The revolutionary army can only topple those nations where the populace suffers, although they can seize treasures from the royal family and nobility. Reconstructing impoverished and war-torn nations requires far more than mere riches, often necessitating the army to finance rescue efforts themselves. Without a robust logistical base or stronghold, the revolutionary army resorts to plundering sky gold or robbing pirates, living in constant hiding and facing hunger, especially with the voracious appetites of the strong. They often have to hunt sea beasts themselves. However, many times, they're too occupied with missions to find the time for hunting. Long, after reading Beatty's vague letter, reflects on Tsueka's earlier lecherous demeanor towards her and even suspects whether Tsueka has been involved with Beatty, making the money feel somewhat tainted. Thus, regardless of the potential for eavesdropping, he directly contacts Tsueka using a snail phone. Moshi Moshi, is this Tsueka? How did Betty manage to send back such a large sum of money? What peculiar dealings are you involved in? Long inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. Oh, that. It's the development of the fruit's abilities. The specifics are a closely guarded commercial secret. Trek hesitated to divulge the details of the development process. Did Betty not care about her reputation? Moreover, Long surely had no desire to know. The development of fruit abilities? Long racked his brain, unable to fathom how the encouragement fruit could be monetized. Could it be through becoming cheerleaders? It's not a bad thing. Rather, it's a benevolent endeavor that greatly benefits humanity and contributes significantly to its legacy. Additionally, it's not perilous. Trek elaborated. A sense of inexplicable profundity washed over Long as he pondered Trek's description. Very well, let's collaborate joyfully. I thought you had consumed Betty. Long jested before hanging up the phone. Ahem. Trek coughed lightly at the now silent phone, internally lamenting, Long, you're not even a woman. How can your sixth sense be so astute? Initially, Long had merely intended for Betty to gain experience and foster relationships, never anticipating the immense financial windfall that would ensue. With ample resources for the revolution, many initiatives could now be set in motion. Long dispatched a message to the Eastern Army commander, Bella Betty, reminding her that she was no longer a child. If she truly cared, she could pursue Trek by any means necessary, igniting the flames of revolution. After all, he had witnessed Trek holding Betty's hand during their first encounter, and she had not resisted. Betty gazed at Long's reply, speechless. Could she claim that the two had already fought hundreds of rounds? What did pursuing even mean? The encouragement fruit had also become a primary source of funding for the Revolutionary Army. Long could never have imagined that the motivation for revolution stemmed from humanity's primal impulses. With Kuya and Ain departing, only Vivi, Machida, and Betty remained. In addition to creating experience cards, Betty immersed herself in study. The Guild had provided a wealth of reference materials for Alabasta, much of which was in-depth research based on frameworks established by Trek. It was as if Betty had discovered a new continent, diligently engaging in her studies and participating in the kingdom's development alongside Vivi and Machida. Trek felt a significant reduction in pressure, likening himself to a furnace. Ultimately, Trek resolved to return to the Guild in Windmill Village, as he could no longer avoid the matter concerning Machino. Knock, knock. Trek rapped on Machino's office door. Come in, came Machino's melodious voice from within. Upon seeing Trek enter, Machino fell silent. Trek, too, found himself at a loss for words. Their previous intimate encounter left them both uncertain about how to navigate their relationship. Eventually, it was Machino who broke the silence, picking up a young experience card and an encouragement experience card, playfully tapping them against her own body. Trek was taken aback by Machino's actions, unsure of their meaning. With the courage bestowed by the encouragement experience card, the youthful Machino embraced Trek, finally confessing her feelings. From the moment we first met, I have been hopelessly in love with you. Your kindness, your compassion, your dream of saving the world, and those benevolent lies. You are the sun in my heart. Trek was somewhat stunned. Did Machino not prefer red-haired individuals? Did you think I liked red hair? It's merely that he has a good temperament and sufficient strength. Women in this world are always seeking a sanctuary. Otherwise, they become mere playthings for pirates and nobles. Machino recounted her past. I am no white moonlight. I am merely an ordinary woman. I fear mountain bandits and pirates just as much. Orphaned from a young age, I scavenged for a living, witnessing many women and children captured and defiled by pirates and slave traders. That's why I often made myself appear dirty and unkempt. It was a struggle to survive. Eventually, I saved up to manage a small tavern, dreaming of helping orphans like myself. I know I am incredibly weak, and I cower before mountain bandits and pirates, fearing they might tarnish me at any moment. Shanks was the only kind pirate I encountered in Windmill Village, and he possessed considerable strength. I needed his protection, not realizing he would later become one of the legendary four emperors. Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp raised his grandson near Windmill Village, and I took special care of Luffy and Ace. This way, Bloodthirsty pirates and corrupt marines dared not harm me easily, allowing me to run a bar as a relatively attractive, weak woman amid chaos. As the years passed, I found myself single at 30. At this age, others have children older than little Luffy, yet Shanks has made no promises. To him, I may merely be a fleeting presence. Without your humorous newspaper, Shanks would never have returned to the East Blue to marry me. His priorities lie with face and dreams, not genuine affection for me, Machino said, laughing through tears. Compared to me, his heart is solely set on holding feasts in the New World and the dream of Pirate King Roger. Though he promised to retreat and return to me within 5 years if he did not attain the title of Pirate King, I know he never truly aspired to be one. He has merely been waiting for a savior. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that the savior is right beside him. If One Piece could truly save the world, then why did that individual fail? As Machino grew stronger and gathered experiences with the Adventure Guild, she became privy to numerous secrets. A savior? Trek questioned, feeling a sense of confusion as Machino began to reshape his understanding of her. Indeed, the savior is you. From the moment I first encountered you, you said, "I have a dream." I was captivated. In that moment, you appeared youthful and innocent, reminiscent of my former self. While I initially viewed you as naive, your subsequent actions won me over, even if I could not comprehend them at the time. However, as I acquired knowledge and experience, I came to realize your remarkable strength and greatness. You swiftly procured 4 million berries for event funds, and I knew you had not possessed that money from the start. If you had, you would have given it to me long ago. I believe that money was not acquired through robbery or theft. Later, I used the guild's connections to investigate Morgan's, confirming that they had indeed spent 5 million berries on a news article regarding the Mountain Bandit King. I instantly grasped everything. There has never been a Mountain Bandit King, or rather, that Mountain Bandit King is you. Coughing awkwardly, Trek felt embarrassed, realizing that his deception as the Mountain Bandit King had been rather blatant. The words of the Mountain Bandit King had struck a deep chord within his tender heart. Having been an orphan, scavenging for survival without knowing the end of my journey, I experienced the harsh realities of life. Had I encountered someone like Machino during my childhood, I would not have embarked on the path of a bandit. Machino's gentle and cheerful demeanor extended to the unknown children, mending their clothes and providing nourishment. To those children, she was both a mother and a sister. Machino labored alone in Windmill Village, struggling to manage her tavern. She often found herself unable to lift the barrels, rolling them inch by inch. At times, I could not resist the urge to help her. The fertile fields stretch endlessly, yet a meal amounts to but a handful. Grand houses may stand tall, but at night, one can only lie down in a small space. We often realize the value of companionship only after we lose it. The childhood of the Mountain Bandit King mirrors my own. He seems to have lived through my struggles in running a tavern, recounting my past like a divine being. He articulates my sorrows and expresses my aspirations. I truly cannot fathom how someone could so profoundly understand my life. I even find myself wishing the Mountain Bandit King were real, yet I know he is not. I merely wish to uncover the identity of the Weaver of Lies. To my astonishment, that person is you. Young and innocent, Makinuo wept like a child in Tsueku's embrace. Subsequently, I utilized the funds you provided to purchase vast tracts of land, aiding numerous orphans and vagrants. I believe that this was the pinnacle of your capabilities. However, the subsequent events were astonishing. How could the despicable nobles engage in charitable acts, the pirates cease their plundering, and the navy remain uncorrupted? All of this left me profoundly shaken, especially as I realized that I was the architect of these changes, creating a miraculous world with my own hands. Eventually, I grasped the reason behind your choice of me. It was akin to my deliberate search for a supportive ally, and we both arrived at the same conclusion. Furthermore, as I uncovered more intelligence, I discovered that Xianx might be a celestial dragon. Thus, the world government's ambiguous stance towards the guild became clear. I understood that only by truly becoming Xianx's woman could I afford time for the nascent Adventure Guild to flourish. Therefore, even though my heart lies with you, I would willingly marry Xianx to realize our dream of a peaceful and prosperous world. Note The current intelligence network of the Guild remains quite robust, with Malianu possessing counterintelligence capabilities, and some spies from the world government occasionally divulge critical information. I can perceive the deep affection you harbor for me, which you cannot conceal in your eyes. I did not wish for you to witness my union with Xianx, so I kept it from you and instructed the Guild to maintain secrecy. To my surprise, that little girl Kia, who possesses her own unique intelligence department, revealed this to you. As I beheld you rushing towards me, my heart was a tumult of emotions, faced with your blessings. I was uncertain whether to weep or to smile. If only I had met you earlier, how wonderful it would have been. Yet, I am truly delighted that you chose me. Makinuo expressed her gratitude through tears tinged with joy for Tsuekare's decision to make her the founder of the Adventure Guild, allowing her to forge a dreamlike world with her own hands, even though she understood the reasons behind Tsuekare's choice. Tsueka was once again struck by the characters within the narrative. They are but mere sketches on the author's page. However, immersing myself in this world, experiencing it firsthand, revealed that they are vibrant beings with flesh and blood, their own thoughts and emotions, not mere NPCs. Tsueka realized that since her involvement in this world began, the destinies of many had already begun to shift. She felt like an outsider stirring the waters of this realm. As she gazed at the weeping, yet smiling Makinuo, Tsueka resolved to no longer remain a mere observer. Previously, she had always feared altering the course of fate too drastically, unable to control the future. But this time, she decided to become an active participant, ready to turn the world upside down. Tsueka cradled Makinuo's head and kissed her deeply. Makinuo shivered slightly, ultimately surrendering to the tranquility of Tsueka's kiss. You shall henceforth be my woman. I will speak to the red-haired one. And you need not possess the power of the encouragement fruit to muster the courage to confess your feelings. From the outset, you expressed your affection for me, and I shall never allow that drunken fool of a red-haired man to claim you. Furthermore, since you regard me as a savior, trust me a little more. There will always be various ways to achieve our goals, and you need not sacrifice for me. Otherwise, even if peace reigns, a world devoid of your smile is far from beautiful. Makinuo found herself at a loss due to Tsueka's domineering words, resembling a bewildered child. I love you too, Makinuo, Tsueka whispered, holding her tightly. Upon hearing Tsueka's final confession, Makinuo was moved to tears, realizing how misguided she had been. Tsueka was never the cunning politician she had imagined, but instead had always approached life with a pure heart. You shall be my wife. My other wives are rather troublesome, so I would appreciate your guidance. Tsueka teased, attempting to divert Makinuo's emotions. How vexing. That Princess Weiwei is at least somewhat normal. She is a princess of a nation, of noble lineage. You should marry her. Makinuo pondered. It makes no difference to me. I will not distinguish between them. And as for the little fox, do not engage in any schemes with me. Tsueka laughed. Who is the little fox? What schemes? You slander me, Makinuo exclaimed, her temper flaring. Are you teasing me? Makinuo recognized Tsueka's mischievous grin, realizing the impish nature of this rascal. It infuriates me. Good intentions turned into a donkey's liver and lungs. Makinuo genuinely considered Tsueka's intentions, especially since Alabasta had already invested considerable resources into the guild. If you truly mean well, let me feel your heart. What are you doing? Tsueka laughed as he directly grasped Makinuo's heart, and then 1,000 words were omitted here. Makinuo held little sentiment for Xianx, who vanished after their wedding. Her previous concern had been whether Tsueka would perceive her as a woman of ill repute. Now, liberated from her doubts, Makinuo no longer hesitated. With the youthful exuberance of her second chance at youth, she engaged actively with Tsueka, who found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Although Tsueka possessed a certain assertiveness, he only employed minimal force, fearing to harm her. Since Xianx typically returned home shortly after marrying, Makinuo often found herself longing for affection, knowing that it might be years before she saw him again. How much youth can a woman afford to wait? Moreover, Makinuo was already 31, considered a woman of advanced age in a world where life is as fragile as grass. This is In fact, a common reality within the realm of One Piece. Or perhaps the maritime era of Tsuku's original world. Many individuals set sail as sailors or pirates, seldom returning home, or never returning at all. Of course, the identities of sailors and pirates can interchange at will, much like the British Navy's piracy against Dutch merchant vessels. Those working in specific maritime zones might occasionally return home, but those engaged in long-distance trade or piracy are unlikely to do so. For instance, Yisabu, who accompanied the red-haired captain to sea, has hardly returned home, and even upon reaching the East Sea, did not return, leaving behind a sick wife and a child to fend for themselves. The remarriage of wives is common, and many relationships are fleeting, lacking even the formality of marriage certificates. Most sailors do not concern themselves with such matters, often disembarking at ports to indulge in various pleasures. After all, prolonged stays at sea breed a lack of restraint, and once the funds are spent, they set sail once more. Moreover, pirates primarily survive through plunder. Perhaps today will be their last, leading them to indulge in immediate pleasures. Do not assume that the red-haired pirate crew refrains from plundering. They do, but they primarily target noble merchant vessels and rival pirates. Neither should one consider the red-haired captain to be an unblemished character. His crew hosts lavish banquets, indulging in the pleasures of life. The red-haired captain is a typical man, though this aspect is not overtly depicted in the fervent anime. When guild staff interact with the red-haired crew, they glean insights into their decadent daily lives. As the main protagonist crew, the Straw Hat Pirates do not exhibit as much darkness. Their income is largely derived from pillaging treasures from other pirate crews. Sueka also discovered that apart from Luffy and Sualong, who seem somewhat simple-minded, Choba is an animal, and both Sanji and Wassup, despite their wealth, indulge in the same pleasures. After losing hope in Kia, Wassup has also let himself go, following in his father's footsteps. The reason for their relative scarcity in such venues is that the Straw Hat crew is indeed financially strained by Luffy's voracious appetite. Even though Tsueka has provided a commission fee, and Name is strict in her management, Tsueka has privately warned Sanji to refrain from pursuing Name, for he transforms into a lovesick fool in the presence of any beautiful woman, rendering him a potential danger. Nami, that careless girl, was often surrounded by holy light in the original work. She had become accustomed to such matters, fortunate that she had previously been with the Fishman Pirates. Otherwise, Nami would have long ceased to be a maiden. Trick found himself in a dilemma, frequently correcting her attire. As time passed in this unfamiliar world, many aspects unseen in the animations unfolded before Trick's eyes, scenes of bloodshed, cruelty, and degradation vividly etched in his memory. Initially, Trick believed himself to be an anomaly amid the crowd, only to be astonished by the realization that he was indeed quite peculiar. In the era of great voyages, relationships between men and women were often fleeting, rarely enduring. Only those residing on small islands, tending to the land, could maintain stable marriages. Individuals like himself, perched at the apex of the food chain, who remained devoted to a single woman, were akin to rare creatures. Even nobles frequently changed their lovers, easily growing tired of the old. As the leader of the Adventurers Guild, it was normal for Trick to attract many women, yet Machino feared he might become disenchanted. Should that occur, she would inevitably face abandonment. Thus, upon realizing Trick had begun courting someone, she cautiously probed to ascertain whether it was merely a fleeting fancy. It was commonplace for someone like Shanks to marry and then vanish, and given Shanks' lack of legal status, neither of them possessed a marriage certificate. Gradually, as Trick delved deeper into this world, he began to regret Machino's union with him. Shanks, despite his formidable strength and good temperament, was fundamentally an irresponsible rogue. Trick had foolishly pretended to be the Pirate King, urging him to spend more time with Machino, only to see him leave shortly thereafter. Trick even suspected that Shanks would not particularly mind if Machino turned her affections toward him. It seemed that Machino was determined to make up for her lost youth over the past decade, engaging in spontaneous interactions with Trick. Trick's emotions were a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and disbelief, never having anticipated Machino's vivacious nature. Perhaps this shift in mentality was a result of their new relationship. Or perhaps it was a form of subtle pride following their breakthrough. Unbeknownst to Trick, this was Machino's clever ploy to retain his attention, as he seldom lingered at the guild. Having endured so much from a young age, Machino was far from naive. Otherwise, she could not manage such a large guild. She was even aware of some of Koya's little schemes, but chose to overlook them, not wanting internal strife to trouble Trick. Over the past few days, Trick had nearly become enamored with the Windmill Town Guild. As a non-combatant, he had bestowed upon Machino limited combat prowess. Even with her regular training, her overall combat ability remained low, making her relatively manageable compared to others like Machida. Recently, Machino radiated vitality, appearing youthful and alluring without needing a youthfulness card. A woman who had been nurtured to maturity was distinctly different, and even the guild staff noted her enhanced mood and beauty. Previously, she had embodied the image of a strong, workaholic woman, but lately, she frequently changed her attire, sometimes appearing pure and lovely, at other times captivating and enchanting, occasionally vanishing without a trace. On this day, Trick and Machino were seated together in the office, as was their custom. Trick held Machino close while she worked, occasionally feeding her fruit or offering suggestions, their affection palpable. Machino opened her mouth as Trick fed her bananas and grapes. Enjoying his attentions, Machino mentioned that after the auction of those 2 experience cards, the guild's cash flow had surged significantly. Is there anything you need to utilize? The other seas aren't expanding at the moment, are they? We could easily acquire vast tracts of land and strengthen the guild's presence. Trick replied, the other seas should refrain from expansion. We should rent any available spaces. Our aim is to let them feel the prosperity of the East Sea and instill a sense of imbalance within them. A spark of fire is about to ignite. Now is not the time for haste. Moreover, some things should be sought after rather than offered freely. Only then will they be cherished. What about Princess Vivi? Are you planning to hold a formal wedding? You must have already consumed her, right? Machino teased suggestively. Are you feeling jealous? Not yet. My relationship with her cannot be made public for the time being. She is likely to become the queen of Alabasta, and with the impending turmoil in the world, I cannot afford to be too conspicuous. That will be detrimental for her. Trick pondered the formidable Lord M on the Void Throne, who seemed capable of annihilating nations, and considered that if Alabasta could accommodate, it would be wise to place more Navy personnel as hostages. Suddenly, a telephone snail rang, and Machino answered. Is Trick with you? Sister Machino, came Nami's voice from the other end. Yes, I am here. What is it, little Nami? Machino held a fondness for the young girl. Nami was kind-hearted and resembled Trick in many ways. I recently heard rumors about the 7-star sword on Asko Island. Brother, you didn't deceive ABIs last time, did you? This 7-star sword here, could it be the one you mentioned? Nami inquired. Yes. Don't touch it. And Zoro, make sure he doesn't damage the sword. It belongs to ABIs. Trick couldn't recall the exact location of the 7-star sword and hadn't retrieved it in advance. Moreover, in the original work, it seemed that Zoro had destroyed it. Provide me with the coordinates, and I shall prepare to head over. Trick instructed. After Nami relayed the location, she requested that Trick bring money to pay for the information. Trick readily agreed, having previously given her a substantial commission in Alabasta. It appeared that Nami, much like Luffy, had an insatiable appetite for spending. I must take my leave. Trick set Machino down and planted a big kiss on her lips. You're leaving already? Machino felt a twinge of reluctance, as these past few days had truly been her happiest moments. Unlike the other women who had only interacted with Trick, Machino had shared experiences with Shanks. Without comparison, there could be no pain, and Shanks was utterly inferior. No wonder Machida clung to Trick so persistently. And Koya always inquired about the Navy's 6 styles. She felt herself becoming quite addicted to Trick. All right, I have a portal, so as long as I'm not on the ship, I can often return home. Before departing, Machino playfully tugged at Trick's hand. How about one more time? No. How many times has it been today? Trick shuddered at the thought, feeling that Machino was increasingly resembling a young girl before him. It was as if she was compensating for her earlier youthful days, yet in front of others, she still maintained the demeanor of a capable leader. Ignoring Machino's mournful gaze, Trick called for ABIs. ABIs had recently returned from delivering a Kainu to the New World and after several sparring sessions with Trick, he discovered that this little girl had grown remarkably strong. Initially, he had only granted her 500 combat prowess, but now it seemed to exceed 1,000. Though he lacked an accurate testing machine, under the condition of not excessively wielding power and employing the Navy's 6 styles, Trick found himself thoroughly outmatched in technique by ABIs. This little girl had learned about human anatomy from Koya, mastering numerous joint techniques and acupressure points, her attacks precise and graceful, leaving Trick susceptible to paralysis or unconsciousness. This was the fighting prowess of an 8-year-old. Trick, observing Abi's disdainful expression, felt a blow to his self-esteem, realizing that his combat skills within the guild were at the bottom. Even Machino had learned some specialized combat techniques from the training department, indicating that he could no longer indulge in the comforts of a gentle life. It seemed that Betty's earlier remarks about him being a novice were indeed true, not merely intended to keep him humble. Currently, Trick possessed excellent physical attributes, great strength, and knowledge of the Navy's 6 styles. Yet his combat techniques and on-site experience were woefully inadequate. Although he had improved significantly through Betty's training, he paled in comparison to ABIs who had trained daily against the Kainu. Even with his utmost efforts, Tsueka remains uncertain about his chances of defeating Abi. She has learned devious tactics from Kuya, employing every possible means during combat, such as hidden weapons and poison, elements that Tsueka, devoid of observation skills, cannot guard against. A straightforward fighter like Luffy would likely be incapacitated in an instant, probably before he even comprehends the situation. Tsueka is unaware that this little rascal often ambushes spies, relying on her youthful guise and the facade of a lowly Marianu. Let us go. Let us go. Retrieve your sword, Tsueka declared, lifting Abi and utilizing the any door to transport them directly to Alabasta, a closer destination, which also boasted 2 millennia-old dragons. Farewell, Sister Machino. Brother Tsueka will miss you. Abi bid adieu to Machino with a playful wink. Machino blushed. Upon arriving in Alabasta through the any door, Tsueka brandished the locator and, fastening Nami's hair, mounted the millennia-old dragon, affectionately named Longo, to set off. This time, he chose not to involve Machida, preferring a slower pace, especially with Abi as an added distraction. Abi guided Longo across the surface of the sea, kicking up sprays of water and even weaving through spiraling waves, where Tsueka spotted dolphins greeting him amidst the froth. He had not anticipated such a display of skill, which, while exhilarating, diminished his own enjoyment of soaring through the skies. Abi often flew low, needing to communicate with various sea creatures. Before long, they arrived at Osaka Island. Abi gazed at the idyllic tropical scenery, exclaiming, "Wow, this little island is so beautiful." Indeed, it served as a splendid vacation spot for the guild. Guided by the locator, Tsueka swiftly located Luffy and his crew, indulging in a lavish feast. "Hello, my lovely sister and Robin-chan," Tsueka exclaimed, leaping down with Abi beside the tropical thatch hut where Luffy and the others were dining. "Tsueka, you're here, and Abi, you've come to join the adventure." Luffy, now resembling a rotund ball from overindulgence, greeted them. "Wow, Luffy, you've turned into a ball. And is that a tanuki?" Abi playfully bounced on a Luffy's belly, also taking the opportunity to tease Chopper. "I'm a reindeer, dummy," Chopper protested as Abi bounced him, causing Luffy to find great amusement in the antics. "Oni-chan, I missed you." Nami cozily wrapped her arms around Tsueka's, her eyes sparkling with affection. Tsueka's expression turned serious. "Did you have to resemble Bailey so closely? Call me Oni-chan a few more times," he teased, pulling out a 10 million berry check. Oni-chan, Oni-chan," Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with dreams of wealth, before planting a quick kiss on Tsueka's cheek and darting away. "Damn it," Sanji exclaimed, glancing on enviously. Tsueka felt somewhat lightheaded from Nami's affectionate display, only to realize the check was now gone. "Such sibling affection is heartwarming," Robin remarked, sipping her juice with a hint of envy. "Robin-chan, did you miss me? Aren't these companions delightful?" Tsueka was about to sit beside Robin and embrace her. As soon as Tsuika's hand grazed Robin's waist, she retaliated with a swift move using her Hana no Mi, causing him to leap in surprise. Why employ such a dastardly tactic? This is a pirate world, not a ninja realm. Tsuika mentally lamented, clutching himself. What is wrong? Nami, having contentedly tucked the 10 million berry check into her attire, heard Tsuika's yelp. Nothing, just a splinter on the chair. Tsuika fabricated an excuse. Robin, wishing to keep their close relationship under wraps, remained cautious, having been vigilant for years. She had not revealed her identity as a member of the Adventurers Guild, and aside from Nami, she doubted anyone else could comprehend the guild documents. Nami cared little for anything other than Barry. It was not that she distrusted Tsuika, rather, after becoming his woman, she cherished their bond. Yet, she feared that if the world government pursued her, Tsuika might be ensnared in the fallout. As the celestial dragon spies were ever watchful. Is Zoro not here? Tsuika inquired innocently, scanning the vicinity. He and Usopp are inspecting the ship, Nami replied, focusing on the chair, puzzled by why she hadn't been pricked. Oh no! At this moment, he should have been taken to Sokka. Tsuika recalled the unfolding events. He contemplated the allocation of roles. Sanji possessed considerable combat prowess and primarily functioned as the helmsman, while Nami was adept at navigation. The two could steer the ship to safety. Abisi would search for the 7-star sword, Luffy would serve as protection, and Chopper, with his keen sense of smell, would track Zoro. Robin, with her Hana no Mi, could manifest multiple eyes to assist Tsuika in locating the priestess Maya and deciphering the inscriptions on the altars. Sanji and Nami, you two should return to the ship. The Navy has likely discovered the Mary. Quickly, sail to a hidden location. Abisi, you Luffy, and Chopper, go find Zoro. You should be at the Navy training grounds on the island. Chopper, utilize your keen sense of smell, and Abisi, don't touch the 7-star sword until I arrive with assistance. Robin, you accompany me to find another key figure. Nanny, the Navy has discovered the Mary? And why is Zoro over there? What does this have to do with the 7-star sword? Nami bombarded him with questions. I'm a reindeer, not a dog. Chopper protested vehemently. Don't touch it. Abisi recalled how Tsuika had previously deceived her into believing she was the reincarnation of the Lich King Arthas. A key figure? Robin wondered, sensing something unusual about Tsuika's knowledge. He seemed to know things that had not been disclosed, such as the history and the legend of the Sea King. Stop questioning and hurry up. Nami, you must act swiftly, Tsuika urged, unwilling to delve into explanations. Thus, the group hurriedly dispersed, with Nami and Sanji racing back to the Mary. They indeed found Zoro missing, with the Navy ships in pursuit. Abisi, riding Chopper and Luffy, searched the island for Zoro, with Chopper's keen sense of smell aiding them, while Abisi adeptly asked for directions, unlike Luffy, who only drooled over the street food. Tsuika and Robin proceeded toward the nearby village, as Tsuika vaguely recalled a lake in the vicinity. Darling, have you missed me these days? Once separated from a group, Tsuika felt emboldened to display his wolfish ambitions, beginning to make advances toward Robin. Don't call me that. Be careful not to be overheard. Besides, why does your story about the 7-star sword seem different from what I've heard? Robin was now indifferent to Tsuika's actions. Having heard from Nami about his claims regarding Abisi being a reincarnated hero, as a meticulous historian, she found Tsuika's tales dubious, as she had never encountered such narratives before. How should I put this? Tsuika hesitated, considering whether to fabricate a story or reveal his exaggerations, fearing that it might affect the horn of boasting. Just consider it a part of prehistoric civilization, Tsuika finally explained, as this was a blank slate ripe for fabrication. Prehistoric civilization? Robin's curiosity piqued. It seemed far more enticing than the void of the century. I'll elaborate on that when I have more time. For now, let us locate the others. Tsuika deflected, recognizing that weaving tales required time, and once they delved deeper, Robin would likely lose interest in questioning. What key figure are you looking for? Robin inquired about their target. A blue-haired priestess. You possess the ability to suppress the demonic energy of the Qixing sword. Trike recalled that his personal compendium did not contain detailed information about this character, only the name Maya. A priestess? She must be quite beautiful, right? Robin felt a twinge of suspicion about Trike's intentions, wondering if he intended to deceive yet another unsuspecting maiden. Yes, she is indeed beautiful, with an exquisite figure. Trike subconsciously responded while envisioning the tall, fair-skinned, and stunning Maya in his mind. Trike suddenly felt flustered. It seemed Robin had given up on the future and had switched to a fondness for Qianyan Sha, likely because it could be of use to her in the future, thus altering her approach. Enduring Robin as Qianyan Sha, Trike had no choice but to retaliate fiercely, and the two of them playfully made their way toward a nearby lake. I spotted an altar across the lake, but there was no sign of the blue-haired woman you mentioned. Robin activated her Hana Nomi to sprout eyes everywhere and had discovered the altar by the lakeside. Let's go check it out. Trike wasn't very familiar with the plot. The Hana Nomi connected Robin's arms like ropes, allowing her to swing through the jungle like Tarzan, while Trike held on to her, feeling utterly content in her embrace. Although Trike was capable of moonwalk, it was not particularly useful in the jungle, and being in his wife's arms was far more pleasant than flying solo. As they caught a glimpse of the altar by the lake, blush creeping on her face, Robin could no longer tolerate Trike's insufferable behavior, and, using the momentum from swinging, flung him directly into the lake to cool his ardor. She then took a moment to calm herself and began examining the altar. Trike, still fumbling in Robin's embrace, was oblivious to her murderous glare. Suddenly, Robin twisted his arms free, sending him flying into the water. Splash! Once again, Trike found himself in a familiar predicament, colliding headfirst with someone in the lake. The priestess Maya was swimming on her back, feeling despondent after having encountered pirates recently. Sokka had been compelled to wield the Qixing sword, and she was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, she heard a high-pitched ah, followed by a sharp pain in her head, and then she lost consciousness. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Robin, you wicked girl. Are you trying to murder your own husband? Don't you know I ate a devil fruit? Trike shouted in the water, clutching his head. Is this the legendary blue-haired priestess? I've hit the jackpot. Trike noticed the floating corpse beside him. Gazing at Maya, clad only in a swimsuit, Trike felt his temperature rise again. Cough, cough. Stay calm. First save the person. Trike pretended to check Maya's heartbeat and breath, relieved to find she was still alive. That was close. He almost caused a life to be lost. Reluctantly, he moved his hand towards Maya's neck, guiding her back to the shore. Robin, still examining the altar, initially dismissed Trike's outburst, but then grew anxious upon hearing him mention the devil fruit. Wasn't he capable of moonwalk? She was a poor swimmer and couldn't save anyone, especially as Trike's voice suddenly fell silent. Turning around, she saw him struggling with someone in the lake, dragging a blue-haired beauty back to shore. You liar. You can swim after eating a devil fruit? Only a stunning beauty like this can silence you, Robin thought, recalling how she had witnessed Trike using his disguise abilities in Alabasta. However, he had never mentioned consuming a devil fruit, and given his peculiar gadgets, Robin instinctively assumed he had not eaten one and that those abilities were merely a product of his tools. Trike had previously been unable to swim, but after the life-and-death crisis with Alrita, he had started wearing a devil fruit nullification ring while at sea. Thus, he could swim like a normal person without fearing sea stone, only putting away the ring when he needed to activate his disguise powers. Note, the devil fruit nullification ring. Sea stone seals the abilities of the devil fruit, allowing the wearer to swim. Are you cursed by romance, able to casually pick up a beauty? Robin teased Trike from shore. It's not my fault. You flung me out, nearly crushing someone. Trike shot back. Can you really hit someone like that? Is this the priestess you were seeking? Your luck is atrocious. Robin chuckled awkwardly. The altar was built by the water, or rather, the bottom of the lake was simply another part of the altar submerged beneath the water. Trike wasn't a strong swimmer, and holding on to someone made it even more challenging. Fortunately, there were steps leading from the water to the altar, making it easier for Trike to climb up. Trike hoisted Maya, who was only wearing her undergarments, trudging up the steps through the water, his thoughts straying. The sensation is delightful. Robin could only watch helplessly, having consumed the Hana no Mi and too afraid to enter the water. Fortune and misfortune often come in pairs. Trike stepped on a gem that Maya had placed on the submerged steps, causing him to tumble forward. Maya's head was about to collide with the steps again, and Trike's pupils dilated in horror. If he hit her again, it could be fatal, especially to the back of her head. Quickly, he used his hands to support Maya's neck, his knuckles striking the steps as his face slammed into hers. Ouch, that hurt. Though Trike had a high physical tolerance, pain was still pain, and his expression contorted. Maya's face met Trike's, and she instantly donned a mask of agony, awakening to find a bloodied, menacing visage mere inches from her own. A scream echoed through the air. At that moment, the merry-go, escaping the pursuit of the Navy, happened to sail nearby the island lake. What happened? Nami, Sanji, Usopp, and others looked over to see Trike in a compromising position with the girl, while Robin remained a stunned bystander. You scoundrel! Why is this brat so lucky? Let go of that girl. I'll handle it. Sanji seethed with envy, adopting Trike's catchphrase simultaneously. This influence is terrible. And Robin, are you just going to stand there? Nami covered her face, feeling somewhat ashamed of her brother's behavior. It's all a misunderstanding. The events unfolded as follows. After Trike received a resounding slap from Maya, he attempted to explain. However, she refused to listen, particularly upon seeing Nami and the other's ship, prompting her to try to flee, but Trike had a firm grip on her hand, and she was still dressed rather scantily. You two should wipe your noses. It looks quite alarming, Robin remarked, observing the two bloodied individuals with a hint of exasperation. Let go of me. Maya continued to struggle. If I let go, you'll run away. Trike wiped the blood from his nose with his clothing, smearing it across his face, making him appear even more fearsome. What? Hearing Trike's words and seeing his bloodied, terrifying face, Maya finally collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Trike instantly felt uncomfortable as Robin swatted his hand away and began to clean Maya's nosebleed, dressing her in the clothes set aside. Then, she comforted Maya, saying, "Don't cry. We aren't bad people. That boy just lacks sense." Nami and the others finally reached the shore, with Sanji jumping down to shower attention on the beauty, while Nami swiftly approached, landing an exasperated smack on Trike's head, angrily questioning, "How could you do this?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. Trike's head was in for a rough day, suffering yet another blow. Sanji, meanwhile, was sent flying by Robin just as he was about to win over the beauty, his lecherous face not helping his case. The force of his flight caused him to collide headfirst with Trike once more. Trike finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Chueku sincerely believes that it is not the Qixing that is cursed, but rather this island. Awakening with his head cradled in his hands, he finds himself clad in a pristine pair of overalls. Overalls? Is this not the very attire he gifted to Nami as her emblematic garment? Realizing he is aboard the Mary, he ascends to the deck, where he discovers Nami, Maya, and the others engaged in conversation near the altar. "Hello, everyone." Chueku greets them. Maya is still a bit apprehensive, although she has heard Robin's explanation and understands it was a misunderstanding. She remembers how frightening Chueku appeared while ultimately trying to protect her. "You foolish brother, always causing a ruckus." Nami chides him. "Who helped me change into these overalls?" "Kuikiteazis." "It was Sanji." Robin quickly interjects. Sanji casts a wary glance at Robin, hesitating to speak. A chill runs down Chueku's spine as he realizes he has been exposed by a man. My chastity. In truth, it was Nami who contributed the overalls, and Robin who assisted in changing him, having already seen him in that state. It is merely that Nami is unaware of the closeness between Robin and Chueku, and believes Robin has made a significant sacrifice. Chueku informs Maya of his purpose for coming to this place, primarily seeking her assistance as a priestess to quell the malevolent energy within the Qixing, allowing ABIs to wield it safely. Upon learning that ABIs is an 8-year-old girl, Maya exclaims that Chueku has lost his mind, deeming him a demon for permitting a child to handle such a cursed weapon. In reality, Chueku has begun to weave another tale, claiming that ABIs is the reincarnation of the Lich King Arthas, a human hero. As the priestess guarding this sacred sword, how could I be unaware of its history? Maya expresses her skepticism, as Chueku's initial impression on her is that of a rogue. This is a relic of a prehistoric civilization, and since it is referred to as a sacred sword, it fundamentally embodies justice. It is only due to subsequent events that it has been maligned as a cursed sword. Moreover, the nature of a weapon is devoid of good or evil. It is the wielder's intent that determines its essence. The malevolence surrounding it merely amplifies the darkness within one's heart. Shui Ku continues his fabrication. That still seems too perilous. Our legends tell that this sword brings calamity with each red moon. Maya remains apprehensive. That is why we need you as a safeguard. You must trust ABIs. That little girl is the very embodiment of justice, a pure-hearted child. She will not be swayed by the malevolence of the Qixing Jian. Shui Ku boasts of his own cleverness. Maya, however, remains silent. Let us first reunite with ABIs and the others and retrieve the Qixing Jian, Robin suggests. Noting that ABIs and her companions have already gone to fetch the sword. I shall return to the village first to consult my grandmother, Maya states. Her distrust of the pirates evident as she fears the danger of bringing the gem to Sokka. That is acceptable. Guikiagres. Recognizing the necessity of Maya's proactive involvement in sealing the curse upon the sacred sword. The group traverses through forests and fields to reach the village, only to find it in disarray. What has happened? Maya rushes back, anxious. Fortunately, you were not here, Maya. It was the Navy. They came searching for the 3 gems and left when they could not find them, her grandmother explains. Was there a green-haired swordsman wielding 3 swords? Quiquinquitus. How do you know? Maya's grandmother responds, revealing that Zoro has indeed been there. Due to the delay caused by his matters with Maya, she has missed him. Shui Ku explains to Nami and the others. This boy in Maya's situation, Maya's grandmother suddenly finds the young man in overalls unappealing. Shall we collaborate? With Zoro's involvement, you cannot protect the gem. Besides, being bound to this sword for generations is not a sustainable solution. Shui Ku tempts her. What sort of collaboration do you propose? Maya's grandmother asks after hearing her explanation. Can you directly channel the gem's power into the Qixing Jian? Shui Ku suggests that rather than laboriously creating a barrier to shield against the red moon, it would be more efficient to directly imbue the sword with the gem's energy. That seems plausible, though it has never been tried. Maya's grandmother contemplates, seeing it as a viable approach. Before ABIs retrieves the sword, we can first apply a layer of sealing for added safety. Quiquesets. Do you truly intend for a young girl to retrieve the sword? Maya questions Shui Ku's reliability. She is still just a child, yet paradoxically safer. After all, a little girl wielding the Qixing Jian poses minimal threat and enables better control over its malevolence. Shui Ku argues with a different perspective. Little does he realize he has unwittingly set up numerous flags. That may be, but seizing the Qixing Jian from Sokka will not be easy under its influence. Sokka is formidable. Maya remains concerned. We shall see. Let us proceed to the Navy's dojo. Shui Ku feels a twinge of unease, fearing that if they do not regroup soon, they may face dire consequences. Very well, but someone must place the gem within the colossal towers surrounding the island. Then, Maya can pray at the central altar to unleash the gem's power, Maya's grandmother states. That is wise. Shui Ku agrees, realizing the safety in gathering at the altar later. Sanji and Nami, you will ride the Millennium Dragon to place the gem. It will be swift and secure. Robin and Maya will proceed to the altar, while I will assess how ABIs and Luffy are faring at the Navy dojo. Shui Ku organizes. The group sets off in their respective directions, with Nami excitedly riding the Millennium Dragon for the first time, while Sanji revels in the joy of sharing a steed with her. Kuike, meanwhile, activates Moonwalk and heads towards the Navy dojo. As to how Shui Ku knows the location, he possesses a strand of Abi's hair, which allows him to track her with a life card. Meanwhile, at the Navy dojo, the atmosphere is ominously strange. The entire dojo is in shambles, with nearby hills either split in 2 or missing chunks. ABIs stands atop the dojo, gripping the Qixing Jian, her eyes blood-red and unyielding, as a vortex of power coalesces around her. Navy soldiers lie scattered on the ground, while Sokka, fully awakened and drenched in cold sweat, stares in awe at the formidable power radiating from the sword. In disbelief, He ponders why the sword feels so drastically different when held by him. This is the true power of the Qixing Jian. Zoro's swords lie scattered, and he collapses, incredulously gazing at ABI's. In the distance, Luffy lies incapacitated. Chopper trembles nearby, cautiously approaching to check on Luffy and Zoro. The narrative returns to ABI's, Luffy, and Chopper as they seek the Navy dojo. Under Chopper's keen sense of direction and Abi's guidance, they swiftly locate the dojo. Upon seeing Luffy, Sokka intends to use this pirate who defeated the Shichibukai crocodile to offer a sacrifice to the sword. Luffy is easily sent flying by Sokka's sword's demonic flames. Left behind are the weak and helpless ABI's and Chopper. Sokka, however, has no intention of harming the child or her pet, as even villains must maintain their pride. Defeating a Shichibukai is nothing special. Are you two little brats with him? Do you wish to experience the power of the Qixing Jian? Sokka taunts the trembling duo. What? Please spare us, Navy sir. I'm just a child brought here by pirates to guide them. This raccoon is my pet. ABI's pleads with tearful eyes, gazing at Sokka. Then you may leave. Sokka found himself a loss for words. Although he was under the control of the magic sword, he was not truly a demon. In the narrative, Sokka wielded the sword merely to vanquish pirates and assault those who concealed precious jewels. The naval officer was indeed formidable, effortlessly dispatching notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Please, accept me as your disciple, Abisi implored, dropping to her knees before Sokka, her head bowing in reverence. I do not take in underage children. Begone, Sokka replied with growing impatience. Wah, my family was slain by pirates. Please, I beg you to accept me. I must acquire strength to avenge my loved ones. Abisi clung to Sokka's leg, weeping profusely, evoking sympathy in those who witnessed her plight. Chopper, not far away, was taken aback, having no idea what transpired, and he too began to shed tears. Is Abisi truly that unfortunate? And I'm not a raccoon. Hey, don't wipe your snot on me. Someone, take this child away, Sokka exclaimed, feeling increasingly vexed as Abisi used his garment to clean her nose, utterly repulsing him. Though this child, like him, sought power, she was still just a kid, and this was not a daycare. Sokka decided to have his subordinates remove her. Please, Navy officer, just lie down peacefully. Abisi continued to plead while clinging to Sokka's thigh. Huh? Sokka was puzzled by Abisi's words when suddenly a wave of numbness enveloped him, causing him to collapse. What have you done, you little brat? Sokka realized that this child possessed something sinister. TSK, TSK, TSK. Abisi's demeanor shifted instantaneously. After wiping her tears and snot on Sokka's clothes, she stood upright. Pathetic. You possess no sense of danger. With merely a flick of my mind, you become as powerless as a dead dog. What have you done to me, you scoundrel? Sakaretorted angeret. Just a pinch of potent anesthetic. Abisi gestured with her thumb and forefinger. Having learned much about biomedical knowledge from Kuya, who was effectively an assassin with various insidious tactics, Abisi had adopted her mentor's cunning ways. Not to mention the specialized combat courses, which aimed to achieve maximum results at minimal costs. Brute force was the least advisable strategy. As for Abisi's performance, her training in the actor's self-cultivation was not in vain. She frequently attended acting classes and even collaborated with Marianu to capture spies, honing both her foundational skills and practical experience to perfection. This Chopper, who had only just met Abisi, was utterly stunned by the cunning little girl. Combat requires intellect. Luffy's approach is outdated. Look, he hasn't returned yet. He must have gotten lost. Abisi mockingly declared. To defeat you, I merely need a few tears, some snot, and a dose of anesthetic. Damn it. The Qixing sword on Sokka's back began to glow, unleashing its power, causing the surrounding navy to fall under its control and converge towards Abisi. Simultaneously, Sokka noticed the numbing effect slightly alleviating, filling him with elation as he sought to unleash the sword's might to show this child a lesson. Abisi sensed something was amiss. It seemed she needed to seize the Qixing sword to stop him, but Chueika had instructed her not to touch the sword. Observing the Qixing sword pinned beneath Sokka, It would be challenging to take it without touching it. Faced with the converging navy and the slightly revived Sokka, Abisi decisively drew the Qixing sword. "Give that back. You little brat." Sokka seethed, instantly feeling a vital part of himself being stripped away, as if his very essence was drained. The navy around him fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Hiss! After drawing the Qixing sword, Abisi felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through her, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to strike. The Qixing sword began to release an otherworldly energy, glowing with an eerie green light. What has transpired? Zoro and several of Sokka's loyal subordinates, who had gone to the village in search of the jewels, returned to find everyone sprawled on the ground, with Chopper being the exception. "Zoro, so you are here." Abisi brandished the sword. "What? Is that sword suitable for a child to wield?" Zoro was astounded, questioning how Abisi had managed to snatch the Qixing sword from Sokka. The ominous power emanating from the sword was beyond his control. How could a mere child handle it without danger? Although Zoro had heard Chue's exaggerated tales about Abisi, having held the sword himself, he was doubtful of Chue's fabrications. The sword was undeniably malevolent. "Hey, it's Zoro. Let us spar." Abisi charged at Zoro, her eyes glowing with a crimson hue. "Nanny." Zoro had no intention of dueling with the child. He feared accidentally harming her. However, Abisi was too swift. Zoro barely managed to draw his sword in time to parry her attack. Bang! The clash of steel echoed as a tremendous force sent several Navy officers nearby flying. What a terrifying power! Sokka wielded this sword and never felt such pressure. Zoro winced at the pain in his hands, nearly losing grip on his sword. Could Chue's tales possibly be true? As Abisi's relentless assault continued, Zoro began to believe in Chue's accounts. Although Abisi was shorter than the Qixing sword, her movements were fluid and unfettered, unleashing a flurry of slashes and shockwaves. The nearby mountaintop was either cleaved in two or had gaping holes blasted into it, all accompanied by sinister flames. Zoro, caught off guard, sustained burns. The pressure he felt was akin to the time he sparred with Mihawk. And this little girl seemed to be holding back, treating it like a game, as if she were merely testing the sword's power. After a series of exchanges, Zoro was ultimately overwhelmed by a powerful shockwave, collapsing to the ground, especially as the malevolent energy began to seep into his body, rendering him powerless and causing his 3 swords to scatter. Fortunately, the two had fought on the platform outside the dojo, sparing the interior, which remained mostly intact save for a few chipped corners, allowing a view of the starry sky. Chopper hid inside the dojo, peeking out cautiously. Sokka was dumbfounded, questioning why the disparity between individuals was so vast, especially when his opponent was merely a little girl. For him, wielding the Qixing sword felt akin to a mere stick, capable of producing only a few harmless fire slashes, while he awaited the red moon to enhance his strength. This cunning little brat could simply swing her fists and obliterate a mountaintop. "Zoro, I'm here to rescue you." Luffy, who had been knocked away earlier, finally returned, using a rubber bounce to land back at the naval dojo, only to find Zoro down and mistakenly believing Sokka was responsible. Abisi, you got the sword?" Luffy exclaimed upon seeing Abisi, her eyes glowing red as she held the sword. "Be careful. Abisi has fallen under the Qixing sword's influence," Zoro managed to warn, despite his struggles. "Is that so? Then I shall take that sword," Luffy declared, leaping towards Abisi. "Hey, it's Luffy. There's meat over there." Abisi pointed behind him as he leaped. "Meat?" Luffy turned to look. Why do I feel so weak?" Before Luffy could approach Abisi, he collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Abisi jabbed him with a dose of anesthetic. "Idiot," Zoro scoffed as he watched Luffy fall at first sight. Unlike Sokka, Abisi was not a swordsman. Her methods of attack were diverse. Even with the Qixing sword, she would not rely solely on its power. Zhang Solong engaged in combat merely to test the potency of his sword, while confronting Luffy seemed unnecessary, for a rubber man could easily succumb to a blade's edge. It would suffice to incapacitate him with a tranquilizer and not disturb his own quest for power with the Kixingian. Indeed, Abisi was not entirely under the sway of the Kixingian. although its malevolence initially sought to tempt her with its power. Abisi was not a mere swordsman reliant solely on swordsmanship. Her combat style was intricate and multifaceted, primarily not dependent on a sheer expenditure of power. Moreover, Abisi's essence remained fundamentally pure. Despite her occasional cunning, she harbored no malevolent thoughts that could be magnified. Her true aspiration was not power, but rather liberation from classes and assignments. It is also plausible that the wish power generated by Tsueka's trumpeting horn had an influence initially. Though Abisi now exhibited some restlessness, she was actually in communion with the Kixingian, realizing that it possessed autonomy. It sought the power of the red moon, requiring its essence to replenish its demonic energy with each arrival of the red moon. As for the sword's malevolence, it indeed stemmed from the accumulated bloodshed and carnage. It is important to note that the Kixingian was, in essence, a sword of justice, albeit burdened with excessive ghostly energy, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to wield and prone to losing themselves, hence being labeled a cursed sword. The world of pirates is rife with demonic blades, each bearing adverse effects that are not lesser than those of the Kixingian. As twilight descended, the blood-red moon ascended into the sky. Abisi raised the Kixingian, gradually gathering her strength. What transpired? Tsueka arrived at the scene, observing the chaos around him. Sualong and Luffy lay incapacitated on the ground, with Luffy already deep in slumber. High above, Abisi brandished the Kixingian, her eyes glowing crimson, causing Tsueka to hesitate in approaching, recalling the nearby mountain peaks. Abisi is under the control of that cursed sword. Her combat prowess is overwhelming, and I cannot subdue her, Sualong exclaimed. That little girl is not only powerful but also devious, Sokka added from a distance, still under the effects of the tranquilizer. Tsueka was well aware of Abisi's cunning, having previously fallen victim to it during the guild battles. However, he had not anticipated that others would also be so easily ensnared. What should he do now? Tsueka dared not advance, as Luffy and Sualong were both down. It was perilous for him to approach, for a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. At that moment, the power of the precious jade surged skyward from 3 directions. Upon witnessing this, Abisi swiftly leaped towards the altar. Only Robin and Maya were present there. She needed to hurry. Seeing Abisi make her way to the altar, Tsueka hastily followed suit. At the altar, Maya prayed to sever the power of the red moon. Robin sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching, and just as she prepared to act, she saw the crimson-eyed Abisi draw near. Robin activated her Hana no Mi, attempting to bind Abisi, only to be swiftly incapacitated by a tranquilizer dart, collapsing to the ground. Maya was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is precisely the pure-hearted child. Which good family does she belong to?" Abisi stood before Maya, whose composure faltered in the face of Abisi's imposing presence, beads of sweat trickling down her brow. Nevertheless, she persevered in her prayers to sever the power of the red moon. Abisi swung her sword towards the heavens, shattering the protective barrier of the precious jade, and the power of the red moon surged into the Kixingian. The Kixingian erupted with a resplendent brilliance before vanishing completely, merging directly with Abisi's being. Tsueka, having hurried to the altar, assisted the fallen Robin, relieved to find her unharmed. Maya, meanwhile, strived to invoke Abisi's consciousness back. The precious jade could no longer sever the power of the red moon. "What are you doing?" Abisi inquired of Maya. Maya felt her defenses crumble. "Isn't this child under the control of the Kixingian? Why does it feel so peculiar? I am brimming with power." Abisi stretched her limbs. "You are not under control?" Tsueka asked. "Control? Not at all. I simply have energy that needs an outlet," Abisi replied. "You are not under control, so why attack your own?" Tsueka was at a loss, having thought he miscalculated, unsure how to resolve the situation, especially after having specifically warned Abisi against the Kixingian. "Isn't Sualong-san striving to become the world's greatest swordsman? I just happened to have energy to spare and wanted to practice with him. As for Luffy, I didn't harm him. I merely let him rest well. What about Robin?" "Oh, the Kixingian requires the power of the red moon. I didn't want them interfering," Abisi innocently stated. "You could have just said so." You all didn't ask and attacked me directly. By the time I reacted, it was too late. And I had to act to prevent harm, as no one was injured. What about the sword? Here, it has already merged with me. I can manifest it at any time, a BC declared, instantly conjuring the Kixingian in her hand, now adjusted to her height. It can do that? Do you not sense any malevolence? Sueka worried that a BC had been overtaken. This sword possesses consciousness. It requires the power of the red moon and inherently holds immense demonic energy. The malevolence it harbors is external. Sueka pondered, recalling that in Chinese mythology, the essence of the sun and moon represents the primal force of cultivation, while death, hatred, and slaughter constitute malevolence. Only by absorbing sufficient essence from the red moon could the Kixingian be empowered to dispel its own malevolence. It seemed previously misinterpreted, resulting in the sword being sealed, unable to utilize the pure energies of the moon to purge its malevolence, leading it to become increasingly sinister and prone to affecting the minds of others. This sword feels it has been sealed for too long, yearning for daylight. It perceives my ability to communicate with it and my capacity to purge its malevolence. Thus it has latched onto me, a BC explained. Can the shushu fruit communicate with objects? Could it be that this sword possesses consciousness, or perhaps a spirit? Sueka mused, realizing that a BC's shushu fruit might not be so inconsequential after all. So, this sword has been sealed for ages. When Sokka finally grasped it, it sought to restore its power through the red moon, while simultaneously dispelling its malevolence. Sokka's actions were influenced by that malevolence. Yet due to the Kixingian's inherent demonic energy suppression, Sokka did not resort to mindless slaughter, Sueka speculated. Yes, Shao Qi says your deductions are correct. Abisi conveyed the thoughts of the Kixingian, affectionately referring to it as Shao Qi. Is that so? Maya suddenly felt as though she and her predecessors had inadvertently caused trouble. In truth, it was originally a sword of justice, designed to vanquish malevolent beings and evildoers. Yet it had become tainted with malevolence and sinister energy. It could have purified itself using the moon's essence, but the malevolence influenced ordinary minds, leading to its sealing and creating a vicious cycle, as Abisi elucidated. Indeed, the sword's earliest designation was the Sword of Justice, not the Cursed Sword. Maya felt vindicated, realizing that the misunderstanding stemmed from later generations' lack of understanding of the sword, resulting in a significant blunder. After resolving the misunderstanding, Abisi chose to remain on Asuka Island to learn from Maya the prayers and sorcery to seal away malevolence. After all, the malevolence within the Kixingian had not been entirely resolved. It was merely suppressed by the sword's demonic energy. The residual malevolence remained perilous. Although Abisi could wield the Kixingian's demonic energy without being affected, the emanating malevolence could easily ensnare others. Luffy and his companions continued on their journey. Though Sualong felt increasingly despondent, having previously vowed never to face defeat again after confronting Eagle Eye. He found himself bested by a frail girl and an 8-year-old child without the slightest ability to retaliate. Chui Ku, having mounted the Qian Yanlong, was preparing to return to Alabasi Tan when he recalled that the Sky Island was nearby. He decided to personally capture Enelu, depriving Luffy of a boss to battle. Thus, he ascended into the skies aboard the Qian Yanlong, seeking the Sky Island. Naturally, Chueka was not one to engage in unprepared conflicts, considering the formidable power of the Thunder Fruit. He had long since commissioned the Guild's research department to work overtime on a specially designed high-pressure shielding suit. This suit, characterized by its minimal resistance and high conductivity, would allow electricity to flow harmlessly away from a body, effectively rendering him a walking lightning rod. The production of the high-pressure shielding suit was exceptionally complex and could not yet be mass-produced. The one Shui donned was merely a test specimen that had passed initial evaluations. Thus, he had to take the initiative himself. On the back of the dragon, he retrieved the high-pressure shielding suit from his spatial pocket and donned it, transforming into a figure reminiscent of Big White. Not only did this protect him from lightning, but it also allowed him to evade Enelu's observation haki. Relying excessively on the Thunder Fruit, Enlil lacked mastery of hockey and martial skills. Without the power of lightning and the foresight of his hockey, Chui Ku, who was well-versed in the Navy's 6 styles, could easily overpower him, which bolstered Chui Ku's confidence. If all else failed, he could summon reinforcements via the any door. After searching for a considerable time, he finally discovered the White Sea, a truly magnificent sight. Chui Ku did not linger at the 7,000-meter elevation of the White Sea. The Sky Island lay above at 10,000 meters. With Enlil's hockey being able to sense the Qian Yen Long, Chui Ku had the dragon retreat at a distance, while he himself descended gracefully to the divine island of Apayaduo. This was indeed a portion of the sky above Gaia Island, where the air was rich with moisture and sunlight, resulting in lush vegetation that thrived abundantly. Upon landing and witnessing the bountiful ecological environment of the Sky Island, Chui Ku decided to incorporate it into one of his primary bases. Currently, the most effective means of accessing the Sky Island remained through the guild's Qian Yen Long fleet. Ascending through the sea currents was a perilous endeavor, and there was another route Chui Ku could not quite recall, which seemed rarely traversed. Thus, the guild effectively monopolized the main access channels to the Sky Island, with other routes yielding only a few stragglers. Chui Ku intended to exchange for some capsule toys on the Sky Island, hoping to procure some exceptional items. He checked the system and noted a balance of 250 mischief points, feeling that despite the passage of time, his mischief points had stagnated. What's going on? IDC. Why have my mischief points barely increased over such a long period? Qui que summoned IDC for clarification. Oft IDC sprang forth, explaining that due to the host exploiting above by leveraging the passive behavior of others, the system had escalated its difficulty. Is there no justice? This is exploitation. This is oppression. System, are you not simply a heartless capitalist? Are you pocketing the other mischief points? Chui Ku felt a surge of indignation, likening it to a production line where 1's efficiency dictated their remuneration. What can you do about it? IDC shrugged, revealing a devilish grin. You truly are a devil. No wonder you possess a devilish appearance. Mind your tone. I am quite sensitive. Quique retorted. Regardless, I am declaring a strike. I am not in need of berries or a wife. I shall take it easy. Chui Ku began his demonstration of defiance. Do as you wish. You will regret it. IDC vanished without a trace. I am Hokage Oops. Wrong line. I am the protagonist. You heartless system. Quique lamented. With only 250 mischief points, a rather ominous number, he scoffed. Thankfully, he still had 25 in used Dao Power Capsule toys from before. Given the rising difficulty in acquiring items, he resolved to conserve his Dao Power Capsule toys. Though Chui Ku had contemplated exhausting all his Dao Power Capsule toys, he refrained ever since realizing that surpassing 5,000 Dao Power made even simple actions like lifting a cup potentially hazardous. Moreover, during affectionate moments with his wife, he risked inadvertently causing her harm. Thus he dared not recklessly use the enchanted Dao Power Capsule toys. Unlike strength developed through gradual training, Chui Ku's power was abruptly acquired, lacking adaptability and control. Excessive force could lead to destruction. During training sessions with his guild mates, A by C and Kuya, he had been soundly bested by the two, who had only infused a few hundred Dao power into their abilities. Those two were not only agile, but also cunning, having improved their Dao power through rigorous training, employing poison and concealed weapons to great effect. Chui Ku could not defeat them, despite initially imparting tactical wisdom aimed at self-preservation and maximizing outcomes with minimal costs. Chui Ku intended to save the remaining Dao Power Capsule toys for new members or promising future leaders. He exchanged 70 points for capsule toys, retaining 180 for good measure. The system acknowledged his exchange. The items he received included Nimbus, Sky Island Cloud, only those with pure hearts may ride it, requiring energy from the island clouds. Jack's Peas, 10 pieces, Sky Island Tree can rapidly grow into a giant tree reaching the heavens. Senza Beans, 10 pieces. Sky Island instantly restores health as long as one does not die, but causes extreme hunger afterward, necessitating substantial food intake. Mjolnir, Enelu can be controlled by thought. capable of guiding and absorbing energy before striking a target. Only those with pure hearts can lift it. Hypnotic harp. Coney C. Playing this harp induces sleep in those nearby, producing snot bubbles. Popping the bubbles can wake them early, otherwise they will sleep for at least a day. Universal capsule. Kong Bay, approximately the size of a large backpack. Capable of storing items that shrink into small capsules for easy transport. 6-star Dragon Balls. Kaido collecting all 7 Dragon Ball summons Shenron to grant a wish. Chueku was delighted with the high quality of the items he received, especially the Nimbus and Mjolnir, which would greatly enhance his mobility and combat prowess. He tossed the Dragon Balls into his spatial pocket, intending to investigate the uses of the other items, particularly Mjolnir, which seemed reminiscent of a weapon from a Marvel universe. While he did not frequently watch Western dramas, he was aware of its legendary status. Upon activating the capsule for Mjolnir, the hammer fell to the ground. Huh? Chueku exerted all his strength, but was unable to lift Mjolnir. Could it be that I am no longer pure of heart? Chueku pondered, feeling rather perplexed, as he considered himself a paragon of virtue in this new era. Flushing with embarrassment, he still could not lift the hammer, ultimately deciding to return it to his spatial pocket. Ding! A hidden task associated with the item was triggered. What is happening? Chueku suddenly found himself enveloped by the high-pressure shielding suit, struggling to escape. Emerging from the confines of the suit, he was met with a pair of canine paws. His expression darkened, realizing this must be the system's retribution for his strike. During the task, he would transform into an adorable Shiba Inu, and the system would temporarily strip him of his previous enchanting abilities. The task required him to make Inilu call him Daddy. Daddy? Alas, enough of this system. Change me back. Facing the thunder fruit like this is utterly unsafe. Kuiki fumed. Although he could communicate effortlessly with the system, his voice now issued only woof woof. I forgot to mention that you're also within the scope of the prank. So be honest and complete your tasks. Wahahaha. After mocking, Ailey's vanished without a trace. Woof, woof woof. A solitary Shiba Inu was over there, exuding charm. Sueka could no longer don the high-pressure shielding suit. This formidable weapon had become utterly useless. Fortunately, NLUS Heart Network likely would not mind an additional Shiba Inu on the Sky Island. Tragically, Sueka discovered that his spatial pocket was no longer usable, rendering all his items, food, and the portal within it inaccessible. The situation deteriorated further as Sueka's camouflage fruit ability and previously enchanted combat prowess had also failed. Most tragically, the millennia-old dragon had long since taken flight, leaving him merely an innocuous Shiba Inu. By the way, he still had the Mengbao backpack. Oh, Mengbao backpack, where are you? Sueka began to call out, though in reality, only woofing sounds filled the air. In the royal palace of Alabassadon, could one catch a cold in the climate of the Ash Desert? The Mengbao backpack sneezed, leisurely poured itself a cold drink, and took a sip. Refreshing. This is the essence of life. A little more forceful. All right, darling. Several palace maids were massaging the Mengbao backpack's shoulders. The Mengbao backpack, relying on its cuteness and the ability to produce a plethora of jewelry through the Suintuan fruit, had bewitched a multitude of maids to attend to its every whim, reveling in a life of luxury. Previously, Sueka often forgot to carry the Mengbao backpack through the portal, and it had to lie back in Alabassadon to enjoy life, eventually discovering the true meaning of indulgence. Sueka felt as though the sky were falling. He was utterly powerless. Devoid of food, it was not merely a question of defeating Inilu. Survival itself was at stake. Was this to become a canine survival saga on a deserted island? The only resources at hand were the newly exchanged Gasapon, which had not yet been placed into the spatial pocket. The items included Jinduyan, Jekka SP, Shindo, the hypnotic harp, and a universal capsule. He disregarded the Thunder God's hammer entirely, as it was far too heavy to lift. Sueka released the Jinduyan, only to find that, like the Thunder God's hammer, it required a pure heart to ride. However, it did respond to his call, albeit ineffectively. Currently, the Shindo was of no use, as consuming it did not alleviate his hunger, and Jekka SP proved equally futile. It seemed that the hypnotic harp was his last hope, but without any test subjects. He decided to store it away. The universal capsule, which would have been a mere trinket in his previous state with the spatial pocket, was now a divine artifact. Sueka placed all these items along with the high-pressure shielding suit into the enlarged universal capsule, which then shrank down to a capsule that he secured to his collar. A collar? Did I somehow become a domesticated dog? Sueka suddenly realized something extraordinary. Were these two switches? He pressed one of the switches on the collar. "I am Thor." A voice suddenly erupted from the collar. This was not Avengers, but rather 100,000 cold jokes. This dog truly belonged to the northern gods. Sueka scoffed. The other button must be for the glory of the northern gods. He pressed it, and the collar played, "Please call me Daddy." Although this was relevant to the task, is the system certain that pressing this won't result in me being struck down by Enilu? Sueka was speechless. His immediate priority was to relieve himself. Indeed, dogs have their urgent needs. Yet Sueka found himself in a dilemma. Should he squat and lift a leg, or stand on both legs? Ultimately, he chose to maintain the dignity of a human, even if it meant soaking one of his legs. What relief! It seems Thor possesses a unique skill for standing while urinating. The Shiba Inu, Sueka stood before a bizarre plant, watering it. Sueka gazed in astonishment at the plant, which quickly swelled as it absorbed water. Bang! The plant, having absorbed a copious amount of water, exploded, splattering Sueka all over. Sueka instinctively licked his damp fur. Phew. He needed to find a water source quickly, so Sueka chose a direction and sprinted off, leaving the Thunder God's hammer isolated behind. These past few days have likely been the most tragic since Sueka's arrival in this world. The Sky Island Appiato could be likened to a jungle, teeming with snakes, insects, rodents, and carnivorous beasts, with the Shiba Inu occupying the lowest tier of the food chain. He had to evade various dangers, but fortunately, his keen canine nose and sharp hearing allowed the Shiba Inu, Sueka, to survive, neither starving nor becoming fertilizer. The enchantments of Zhonghua Zaidangjia had also faltered, and with his paws and the wild environment proving inconvenient, Sueka could only scavenge for wild fruits and capture small animals. Starting a fire was rather troublesome. Our adorable Shiba Inu could only gather some fur for kindling and constructed a bow drill from branches and grass to create fire. At this moment, Sueka was skewering a snake on a stick, roasting it as the flesh sizzled and emitted a tantalizing aroma. When would this ordeal come to an end? This was not a survival show on a deserted island. Must he wait for Lu Fei and the others to arrive before seeking assistance? However, they would first need to reach Angel Island to encounter him. Having experienced the warmth of comfort, to now drift into such dire circumstances, Sueka felt tears welling. It seemed as though the malevolent system was exacting revenge upon him. Sueka called out for Ailey's several times, but she was too indifferent to respond. Proven to be a petty devil, while Sueka wallowed in self-pity, he remained unaware of the enormous shadow that loomed behind him, accompanied by two lantern-like eyes. Why had the sky darkened? Suddenly, Sueka was caught off guard and swallowed whole by the immense shadow. Woof, woof, woof. What on earth is happening? Darkness and an earthquake. And now a tunnel. Sueka felt himself spinning in confusion. Whoa, where's this? So dark. Sueka suddenly noticed a glimmer of light and the sound of crying. So he followed the sound. It was a child, seemingly Shandian. Sueka placed his paw on the little girl's shoulder. Woof, woof. The little girl screamed in surprise, startled by the sudden paw. Woof, woof. The sudden scream startled me. How did dog end up here? Were you also swallowed by the giant snake? Isa looked at the little yellow dog in front of her. Woof, woof. Snake? I was swallowed by the Lord of the Sky. Sueka suddenly recalled that indeed, there was a giant python on the Sky Island, and he had the fortune of checking in at its belly. However, if this little girl was still alive, how could she be in the snake's belly? This girl also possessed a form of special observation akin to the heart network. Isa, having been expelled from Appiato, frequently snuck back to dig for basi, or soil. This time, she inadvertently got swallowed by the Lord of the Sky and was now helplessly crying, unexpectedly encountering a little yellow dog in the belly of the snake. We cannot linger here. The acidic gastric juices will corrode us. Sueka thought. What a cute little dog. Too bad we must die together in the belly of the snake. Isa lifted the contemplative Shiba Inu Sueka and began to pet him. Oh no, don't. This is surprisingly comfortable. Sueka silently acquiesced to Isa's actions. However, hadn't Isa appeared in the later plot? It would be illogical for her to die now. Could this be the butterfly effect? Or perhaps she would survive this time, allowing me to escape with her? Sueka analyzed the current predicament. But how could they escape? Surely not through the rear exit? Ugh, that would be too disgusting. Woo-woo. I wonder if Lucky Gia can find me. She would surely guess that I came to Appiato to dig for Basie. Yet, inside the belly of the snake, she would undoubtedly not be able to locate me. Isa recalled her current situation and began to weep once more. Observing the dripping, corrosive acid, Sueka retrieved the high-pressure protective suit and promptly enveloped both a person and a dog within it. The suit exhibited commendable resistance to corrosion, capable of withstanding the elements for a considerable duration. Huh? Aisha exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing a dog conjure an unusual garment. Are there such species in Sky Island? Oh, she had previously encountered a dancing wolf. Thus, it wasn't entirely surprising. Wow, you're truly remarkable, dog, to be able to produce such a magical item. Aisha gleefully rubbed Sueka's canine face. Sueka, at a loss for words, mused to himself that it would suffice if she were simply a beautiful older sister. He nudged Aisha away with a paw. His stomach rumbled with hunger. He and T even had the chance to eat the roasted snake earlier. It felt like a waste. Are you hungry? Here. Aisha rummaged through her large shoulder bag and produced some dried fish to feed Sueka. Sueka gazed at the fish being offered to him, internally grumbling. I'm not a pet dog. Nonetheless, he accepted Aisha's offering with a sense of entitlement. Cough. Why am I wagging my tail? It must be some instinct of a dog. Sueka noticed his peculiar behavior, feeling slightly uncomfortable. Woof woof. All right, I'm full. We need to find a way out. Sueka barked several times. Are you also pondering how to escape? Aisha inquired, her gaze fixed on Sueka. Woof woof. Can you comprehend what I'm saying? Sueka responded, slightly surprised. Are you curious if I can understand you? Aisha continued. Woof woof. Ah, indeed. I'm not entirely sure. But as long as I focus, I can generally grasp the meaning you wish to convey. Aisha gently patted the dog's head. Was it possible that Aisha possessed an innate ability akin to the observation haki? Sueka speculated. Her capacity to understand even a dog was astonishing. It was not like Luffy's ability to hear the voices of all things. Perhaps it was due to his inherent human essence. By the way, my name is Aisha. What about you? Woof woof. I didn't comprehend. Sueka sighed, recognizing that she couldn't grasp the significance of names. After all, names are merely identifiers. With that thought, Sueka pressed a button on his collar. I am Thor, the god of thunder. A voice emanated from the collar. Aisha was startled by the sudden voice, only to realize it was emanating from the dog's collar. What a clever idea. This way, the owner of the dog can inform others of its name, facilitating its retrieval, Aisha praised. Sueka rolled his eyes and pressed another button. Please call me Daddy. Upon hearing this announcement, Aisha fell silent. The dog's owner truly had a peculiar sense of humor. Please call me Daddy. Please call me Daddy. Please call me Daddy. Sueka maliciously pressed the button repeatedly. You actually want me to call you Daddy. Aisha felt the piercing gaze of Sueka's titanium alloy eyes and could no longer endure it. Although her father had passed away long ago, it was outrageous for a dog to demand such a title. Aisha vigorously ruffled Sueka's fur, causing him to collapse onto the ground, tongue lolling out. He never anticipated that he would one day become a dog, subjected to such treatment. Ha ha ha. Woof woof. You're still laughing. Sueka glanced at Aisha with a resigned expression. Woof woof. What do you have in your bag? Sueka inquired, eager to learn about Aisha's provisions, especially since the Sky Island was home to many special abilities associated with the Kong Bay, which could aid in their escape from the serpent's grasp. Aisha emptied her bag as contents onto the ground. What? Why do you have so much dirt? Sueka could only lament at the sight of the large pile of soil, but he surmised that Aisha had come to Appiato with the intent of stealing dirt. Bah? Aisha was puzzled by Tsueika's aversion to the dirt. Tsueika rummaged through the items. Indeed, finding some kongbei. These few must be wind beads, and the illuminating one must be a light bead. Wind beads could be used for swift propulsion, serving as crucial escape tools. Tsueika simultaneously took out his universal capsule, starting to assess how these items could facilitate their escape. Wow, what is this? So amazing! Aisha exclaimed upon witnessing the sudden expansion of the universal capsule and the items within. At present, it contained only a bag of Jack SPs, a hypnotic harp, and a bag of magic beans, with the Nimbus cloud situated outside. However, she should be able to summon them, though not while inside the serpent's belly, unless the serpent opened its mouth. Tsueika swatted Aisha's small hand away, playfully stating, "What if I fall asleep?" He was uncertain whether the harp required a specific melody or if it merely needed a few random notes to induce hypnosis. Aisha pouted, feeling displeased that her attempts to handle her belongings were thwarted by Tsueika's intervention. It seemed unfair. Tsueika paid no heed to Aisha's dissatisfaction, having already devised a plan for escaping the serpent's mouth. "Woof woof. Get ready. I have a plan." Tsueika barked at Aisha. "Oh," Aisha replied, her expression still one of discontent. Tsueika was baffled by the peculiar disposition of this little one. Tsueika buried Jack SPs within the pile of soil Aisha had brought. He then instructed Aisha to turn around, performing a standing urination act like a Shiba Inu. My BAS. Aisha instinctively turned her head to sneak a glance, only to witness that wretched dog urinating on her beloved BS. "Woof woof. No peeking. I'm not wearing pants yet." Tsueika panicked momentarily, realizing that dogs naturally didn't wear pants. Yet he had been oblivious to the fact that he had been running around naked for so long. Tsueika's face instantly transformed into the expression of Edvard Munch's famous painting, The Scream. Forget it. Dogs are not embarrassed. The embarrassment lies with others, and besides, it's perfectly normal for dogs not to wear clothes. My BAS. You despicable dog. How am I supposed to put it back in a bag now? Aisha shouted at Tsueika. Tsueika lazily scratched his ear with a paw, utterly indifferent. "Well, you could just pack that dirt back." Following this, Tsueika placed the other items and Aisha's bag into the universal capsule, leaving only the wind beads and light beads. "What are you doing?" Aisha grew anxious upon seeing Tsueika confiscate her belongings. Tsueika couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, conveying his thoughts through barking was quite troublesome. He secured several wind beads onto his and Aisha's backs, then patiently awaited the next move. "What are we doing?" Aisha questioned, observing Tsueika's fixation on a pile of bot tainted by dog urine, her confusion palpable. Suddenly, the mound of soil began to stir, with a tender sprout emerging from the earth. It grew at an astonishing speed. This!" Aisha exclaimed in shock. How could she have been unaware of such an impressive plant growing from the BS? Perhaps a result of the fertilizing properties of dog urine. Tsueika nudged Aisha's clothing with his paw, signaling her to swiftly jump on and seize hold. Instinctively, Aisha complied, leaping onto the pea tree, with Tsueika closely following, securing himself on her back. The pea tree rapidly expanded, shooting directly toward the serpent's mouth. The Lord of the Skies soon sensed an anomaly within its belly, beginning to writhe and opening its massive jaws in an attempt to expel whatever was inside. Aisha clung tightly to the pea tree as it surged upward, quickly approaching the light above. The pea tree burst forth from the serpent's mouth, allowing both the person and the dog to escape, albeit from a considerable height. For the currently inept duo, this posed a significant challenge to land safely. Though Tsueika had some proficiency in moonwalking, his abilities were severely diminished, and combined with his small dog legs, he was unable to execute it properly. However, Tsueika had anticipated this. Woof woof. Nimbus cloud. A cloud surged forth with the ferocity of a ravenous hound, swiftly enveloping Aisha, while Trick found himself perched upon her back. Riding the cloud, with the dog riding the girl, was a perfect scene. With a lingering sense of dread, the duo soared away on the Nimbus cloud, glancing back to witness the Lord of the Void expelling the still-growing pea plant. The Lord gazed at the plant in sheer terror. It had almost suffocated him. Thankfully, it had grown in length rather than expanding in girth. Once freed from the serpent's belly, the pea plant plummeted to the ground, seemingly finding its paradise, and began to grow even more rapidly, shooting towards the heavens with no apparent limit. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Trick pondered whether it might reach the moon, as the moon in the pirate world seemed relatively accessible. What was this phenomenon? Enel from the God S Society immediately sensed the surging sapling and approached to investigate, finding nothing amiss. Upon recognizing it as a pea plant akin to the other colossal trees of the Sky Island, he dismissed any suspicion, albeit curious about the rapid growth of this particular tree. After all, he had never witnessed its growth process, as these trees had existed for centuries. Emerging from the serpent's mouth, Trick encased himself and Aisha in a high-pressure shielding suit. Although it could not be worn like clothing, it effectively shielded them from Enel's mind-reading abilities. Guided by Aisha, the pair, along with the dog, returned swiftly to Yunin village, the dwelling place of the Shandians. Aisha, you ventured to Appiato to dig up base? That's far too perilous, sighed the Shandian warrior, Lachi, relieved to see Aisha return, having treated her like a beloved sister. The villagers of Yunin also observed the rapidly growing giant tree, visible from afar due to its immense height. How many times must I tell you? What purpose does digging for a bit of base serve? We are meant to return, lamented Shandian warrior Wei Bo, dismayed by Aisha's reckless and frivolous behavior. And what is that cloud? How does it seem to move on its own? Wei Bo inquired, disregarding the dog entirely, his attention fixated on the cloud carrying Aisha. I don't know, that cloud belongs to that dog. Aisha, too, was witnessing such an extraordinary cloud for the first time. A dog? Unable to fathom why the dog stood on its hind legs. While it was not entirely unusual, as there were also bipedal wolves on the island, it still piqued his curiosity. Wei Bo attempted to leap onto the nimbus cloud, but found himself passing right through it. Why can't I get on? Isn't it's supposed to be easy? Aisha effortlessly leaped onto the cloud, lying and jumping about, and even placing Trick upon it. However, Trick fell through the nimbus cloud, landing with a thud. The air suddenly grew silent. So this cloud belongs to this dog? Why can't it sit? Wei Bo expressed his skepticism. Trick stood up, patting his rear, displeased by Wei Bo's reference to him as a mere dog, and pressed a button to declare, "Please, call me Daddy." Delightful. This recording is quite impressive. Trick mused, finding value in the recording despite its absurdity. Damn it, I want to give that dog a beating. Wei Bo fumed. His forehead creased with anger. What a marvelous dog, Lachi remarked, deciding not to dwell on it. Recognizing that Aisha's safe return was likely due to this canine's assistance, Lachi surmised that something must have gone awry in Appiato, and Aisha's safe return surely involved the dog's help. Our adorable Shiba Inu immediately turned its cute titanium alloy eyes towards the lovely older sister, attempting to charm her, even licking her hand with its tongue. Hee, this dog is quite amiable, Lachi chuckled, feeling a tickle in her palm from the dog's tongue. Observing the little dog wagging its tail joyfully, she couldn't resist but to embrace it and plant a kiss on its head. The Shiba Inu blushed and snuggled into Lachi's ample embrace, refusing to leave. Aisha looked on, bemused by the dog's blatant favoritism, considering how they had once shared the belly of a serpent. Lachi even attempted to ride the nimbus cloud, discovering she could indeed sit upon it. Could it be that this cloud only allows females to ride? The choice of female rather than woman was deliberate, as the dog was clearly male. Though its fur obscured its gender, its behavior of eagerly licking Lachi made it evident. Trick, now comfortably settled in Lachi's embrace, was content as his short legs couldn't run far, occasionally joining Aisha in playful escapades on the nimbus cloud. Strictly speaking, it wasn't mere frivolity. With the assistance of Aisha and her companions, Trick had transitioned from stray dog to a beloved pet. His primary mission now was to locate Conies, as he required her aid for future plans. Over the past few days, Trick had experimented with the hypnotic harp, but found its effects lacking. He could barely play Twinkle. Twinkle, little star to induce drowsiness in Aisha and Lachi, thwarting his intentions to manipulate them. Coney's, skilled in playing the harp and possessing it as a derivative tool, would undoubtedly wield it with ease. However, the current relationship between the Angel tribe and the Shandians was far from amicable, and Aisha was quite averse to Trick's desire to seek someone on Angel Island. Yet, unable to resist Trick's relentless persistence and endearing behavior, Aisha began to suspect that Trick might be a lost pet from Angel Island. Does Angel Island have your master? That's the territory of the Angel tribe, and I'm not particularly keen on going. Aisha pouted, though she was not truly afraid. Having ventured to Appiato, she felt Angel Island was trivial. Woof, woof, woof. I'm seeking a beautiful blonde older sister to be my master. Trick replied, Huh, you lustful dog. Are you asking me to take risks to help you flirt? How despicable. Aisha retorted, tugging at the dog's ears. Woof, woof, woof. She is a necessary ally to defeat the god of Sky Island. What? Defeat the god of Sky Island? Aisha began to doubt her ability to communicate with the dog, as it seemed to suggest a desire to challenge the deity of Sky Island. Woof, woof, woof. Indeed, Aisha pondered whether the dog truly understood what the god of Sky Island was. Fortunately, despite their conflicts, both groups leaned towards opposing the god of Sky Island, and as long as it involved finding an unassuming young lady, Aisha begrudgingly agreed. The girl and the dog frequently donned high-pressure shielding suits, drifting about near Angel Beach on the Nimbus Cloud, as Trick recalled that Luffy and his crew had encountered conies in this vicinity. Woof. I found her. After some time searching, they finally spotted conies near Angel Beach. Conies was taking a stroll along the beach, her kind heart troubled by the ongoing strife between the islands. Just as the two tribes were on the brink of reconciliation, Enel's sudden appearance had reignited the conflict. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow was stealthily approaching from behind. Ugh! Conies was suddenly covered by a fuzzy mass, and then collided with a soft object, causing her to tumble and become ensnared in a fluffy embrace. PIU. The Angel Beach was eerily deserted at that moment, and a young girl was thus abducted by a girl and a dog, leaving no trace behind. Far from Angel Beach, the girl and the dog landed on a deserted island amidst the clouds. Get down. Are you trying to suffocate her? Aisha exclaimed, witnessing Trick enveloping conies like a face-hugging creature. Woof, woof. I allowed her to breathe. Get lost, you lecherous dog. Aisha yanked Trick away and tossed him aside. Conies gasped for air, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Although the dog occasionally left a space for her to breathe, the timing was off, and every time she cried for help, she was silenced once more. Faced with the Shandian child before her, Conies felt a flicker of panic, despite the child's youth. She was utterly defenseless. What are you all planning? That dog wants to find you, to defeat, to pursue you. Aisha feels that the idea of defeating the god of Sky Island is rather absurd and suggests finding other reasons. Connie's, with a furrowed brow, thinks, am I being kidnapped and confessed by a dog? This method is rather trendy. Woof woof. Trek immediately rushes to Connie's side, panting with his tongue out, displaying his titanium alloy dog eyes to appear adorable. Connie's, is it common for dogs to seek out their owners on their own these days? It wants to pursue you. Aisha haphazardly translates. Trek thinks, although that is what I am implying, I do not bark like that. Aisha, are you reading minds or speaking dog language? Indeed, it does wish to pursue you. Aisha reaffirms. Trek, Connie's, I can endure, but must I rely on this little creature as a translator? Trek suppresses the impulse to give Aisha a playful flick. Woof woof. You strum this. Trek produces a hypnotic harp for Connie's. This is a token of love. Aisha continues to translate. This? Connie's is utterly speechless. The progression is too swift. I step outside only to be kidnapped by a dog, confessed to, and presented with a token of affection. Is this pace not too rapid? It wants you to play. It wishes to listen, Aisha adds. Noticing Trek is stuffing a cloth into his own dog ears. What on earth? You want her to play and then block your ears? Aisha is utterly befuddled by this dog. Connie's remains speechless, feeling she has encountered an eccentric today, yet begins to play. As the music from the harp resonates, Aisha suddenly feels her eyelids grow heavy and promptly drifts off to sleep on the nimbus, with a large snot bubble forming. The hypnotic harp. Connie's playing the harp induces slumber in those nearby, resulting in the formation of snot bubbles. Popping the bubble can awaken them early, otherwise, they shall sleep for at least a day. The effect is quite remarkable. Professionals truly are different. Trek observes Aisha sleeping soundly and creates noise nearby, beating drums and gongs. Connie's is instantly rendered speechless. She is told to play the harp, then have her ears blocked. And now noise is being made to disturb her. This dog is truly mischievous. Seeing Aisha remains undisturbed, Trek proceeds to grasp her little feet and administers a foot massage. This delightful sensation does not awaken her. This harp is indeed a magical artifact. Trek's actions today have completely altered Connie's perception of dogs. Trek finally pokes Aisha's snot bubble with a paw. Who am I? Where am I? Hiss. Aisha suddenly awakens, feeling a delightful sensation in her feet, and begins to inspect them. Woof woof. See, this is how the harp is used. You can make the god of Sky Island take a long slumber. It wants to sleep with you? Aisha, clutching her feet, translates haphazardly. Connie's. Woof woof. Can you even translate or not? Trek gives Aisha a light bump on the head. Ouch. You are expressing your true feelings in this way, Aisha confidently states, then engages in a playful tussle with Trek. Connie's finally realizes that the miscommunication lies between this little girl and the dog, yet it seems there is no actual problem. After a friendly and in-depth exchange, Aisha's dog language translation becomes more refined. Connie's understands that this dog wishes for her to play the harp for the god of Sky Island, Enel, in hopes of winning his favor. This is truly overestimating oneself. Whether I can even meet Enel is questionable. Connie's feels a sense of helplessness regarding the dog's aspirations. Furthermore, Connie's harbors a deep fear of Enel. Even if I manage to put him to sleep, I cannot defeat him. The fact that we are conspiring here without knowing if he can sense our thoughts is daunting. Despite being far from a pariah, Connie's is indeed fearful of retribution, which later leads to the group attempting trials. Although she later confesses her guilt, her cowardice remains undeniable. After some friendly dialogue, Trek concludes that getting Enel to fall asleep to the harp may prove challenging. For Connie's, it is indeed perilous. Should the snot bubble inadvertently burst due to lightning, no one could protect her. This can serve as a backup plan. Trek considers that his ultimate goal is to have Enel call him daddy, and as long as that behavior is achieved, it is not necessary for Enel to genuinely acknowledge him as a father. Employing his clever canine intellect, Trek snatches Aisha's treasure bag and begins rummaging through it, finding paper and a pen, and awkwardly writes and draws with his paw. This dog can actually write? Connie's and Aisha are both astonished. Trek then rolls up the paper and slowly presents it to the two girls. The paper reads, "How is this word pronounced?" "Bubba." "Daddy." The two girls exclaim in unison. "Woof woof." Good girls. The two girls instantly realize, their expressions turning serious. It seems this plan is feasible. I will simply act as a diligent dog eager to learn, thus allowing Enel to be caught off guard into calling me daddy. Trek thinks, drooling with wisdom. Bang. X2. Both girls deliver a playful flick to the overly proud Trek. After understanding the situation, Connie's no longer feels as fearful as when she was captured. Aside from the dog being a bit cheeky, Aisha remains an adorable child. However, it is surprising that this dog is bold enough to expect me to present it as a rare beast to Enel. Is this fellow certain it will not face divine retribution before meeting Enel? Moreover, voluntarily becoming a servant to a god, why does it seem so lowly? Although it is indeed a dog, being a god's dog seems to hold a high status. Aisha looks at Trek with the eyes of a traitor, as if thinking, are you joining forces because you cannot win? Trek cannot explain the significance of Enel calling him daddy. Thus, the two girls feel that being tricked into calling it daddy was merely the dog's mischievous humor, just like the recording in its collar. Surely the previous owner harbored similar quirks. Ultimately, Connie's concedes, contemplating that it would not be a bad thing to try. After all, serving as a pet to a god is not inherently negative. However, what was this dog initially intending to do? First, acknowledge its owner, then usurp them? This does not seem very safe, but observing Trek's short legs and how easily Aisha manages him, it appears I am overthinking it. After coming to an agreement, Aisha takes Connie's back to Angel Beach, reluctantly parting ways. Connie's gazes at the little dog nestled in her arms, wearing an innocent expression. Why is this fellow so attached to me? Even if it is to be presented to Enel, should it not be on a leash? Daddy, I am back. Where did this dog come from? Connie's father, Pagaya, inquires with curiosity. I found it. This breed of dog has never been seen on Sky Island. Could it be from the Blue Sea? Pagaya has never encountered such a rustic dog in many years. Although Sky Island has its dogs, they differ significantly from those in the Blue Sea. I am not entirely sure. I plan to present it to the esteemed deity. Is that not too reckless? Moreover, that deity is quite dangerous. Do not provoke him lightly. Pagaya expresses concern. This dog can write. I will present it as a rare beast. As for what they decide, I cannot control. Connie's, while ostensibly addressing her father, is actually speaking to Trek. It could be kept as a pet, considering it is harmless. Pagaya thinks that presenting a dog should not result in punishment. But why the insistence on offering it? Connie's finds it difficult to explain. Thus, she can only feign that it is to please the esteemed deity. That night, Tsueka first sought sustenance and shelter at Kenneth's abode. Pagaya harbored a suspicion that this dog was extraordinary, particularly as it made its way onto his daughter's bed. Meanwhile, Kenneth's pet Cloud Fox, upon witnessing its beloved master unexpectedly take in a new companion and occupy its territory, became irate and attempted to assert dominance over Tsueka. However, Tsueka swiftly taught a lesson with a well-placed paw, leading the Cloud Fox to adopt a more submissive role as Tsueka's follower. The following day, Kenneth initiated communication with the law enforcement agency of Tianshidao, asserting that she had discovered a rare creature she wished to present to the divine deity. The enforcement officers, upon observing an unremarkable dog, failed to discern its supposed rarity. It can write, Kenneth explained, handing paper and a pen to Tsueka. The dog then demonstrated its calligraphy skills, inscribing the words, Long live the divine deity. The officers, convinced of the miraculous nature of this offering, presumed that the deity would be greatly pleased. They could not fathom how Enelu could possibly be interested in such trivialities. Nevertheless, the matter was reported, and upon hearing the news, Enelu pondered whether his subordinates had lost their wits. Why would he be intrigued by such nonsense? However, the title of Golden Dog did seem fitting for his golden arc, Jinyan, and having a dog aboard might prove beneficial. To enhance the dog's stature, Tsueka insisted that Kenneth refer to him as the Golden Dog. Kenneth carried Tsueka to the shrine of Apaya, feeling anxious as it was her first visit. Tsueka, with his curious titanium alloy eyes, scanned the surroundings, preparing for any potential escape. Upon encountering Enelu, Kenneth dared not look up, instead lifting Tsueka high in offering. The two, man and dog, engaged in a silent gaze. Woof woof. Enelu scoffed at the appearance of what was purported to be a golden dog. Tsueka leaped from Kenneth's arms and began showcasing his writing skills once more. Interesting, Enelu noted, not out of curiosity about the dog's writing, but rather because his mind network seemed to comprehend the dog's thoughts. While he had previously sensed the minds of various creatures, the consciousness of this dog appeared more intricate and lucid than that of an ordinary human. The dog gazed at him, seemingly pondering, Daddy? A dog wishing to acknowledge him as its father? How peculiar. What was his term? Baba? Enela glanced at the note, but did not vocalize it. Ganesh, oblivious to Tsueka's audacious intentions, assumed he penned flattering words. This dog genuinely desired to call him Daddy, although the spelling seemed incorrect. Enel mused, perplexed at himself for holding a dog to such high standards. He interpreted Tsueka's message as a request to learn how to address him as father. It appeared that the dog was a loyal companion, diligently striving to learn this term of endearment. Reluctantly, Enelu accepted the dog and rewarded Kenneth with some gifts. Tsueka, however, was bewildered. Why had the other party not called him Daddy? Was it possible that Enelu was illiterate? No, despite having been astray, he must have acquired knowledge to construct and maintain the Arkshinyen. He could not be illiterate. Thus, Tsueka found himself in a state of confusion as he became the guardian dog of the shrine. Kenneth, having presented a rare creature, enjoyed certain privileges, allowing her occasional access to the shrine for the purpose of caring for Tsueka. He dared not conspire with Kinnis within the shrine, as it would be easily detected by the mind network, and Kinnis herself was too perilous a companion. He could only convey simple messages via notes for her to follow. Fortunately, under the cover of darkness, Enelu seldom scrutinized the activities within the shrine. Sueka endeavored to locate a strand of Enelu's hair, as possessing it would enable him to exert control over Enelu. Alas, Enelu donned a white hat, leaving no hair behind, and it appeared that due to its electric nature, even stray hair particles were likely clinging to his head. Sueka internally lamented, pondering the absurdity of Chef constantly wearing a white hat. At one point, Sueka even considered having Kinnis perform on the harp, but Enelu found it too noisy and was disinterested. What irked Sueka further was Enelu's penchant for discharging electricity haphazardly. He had been shocked numerous times while attempting to approach stealthily, causing his legs to twitch. Days passed, and Sueka grew anxious, yearning for Luffy and the others to arrive, for their presence might divert Enelu's attention. Sueka meticulously drafted a new plan and relayed it to Kinnis, urging her to contact Aisha. The plan was straightforward. Sueka would don a high-voltage shielding suit that Kinnis would wear while she played the hypnotic harp to lull Enelu into slumber. They need not fear Enelu's electrical attacks, yet he was still capable of physical combat, akin to his priests. Thus, it was imperative that Kinnis successfully hypnotize Enelu before he could strike. The Sandia people were to arrive promptly to delay Enelu, and after hypnotizing him, they would intercept the priests that came to aid him. Though Sueka lacked seastone equipment, it seemed that the Sandia possessed some. Additionally, as contingency, Sueka instructed them to prepare barrels filled with water, for submerging their opponents would prevent them from elemental transformation. After exchanging messages, they established a time for the Sandia to attract the priests while a select few would form an assault team to swiftly invade the shrine. Sueka advised them to bring items to block their ears. Riding on Nimbus, Aisha would be a member of the assault team, also tasked with protecting Kinnis. Although the Sandia were skeptical of Sueka's plan, they were eager to retaliate, viewing it as an added bonus. With all preparations in place, on the appointed day, Sueka confirmed that Enelu was occupied with fruit and he and Kinnis hid nearby. Enelu, aware of their presence, sensed the sudden absence of one of his subordinates, followed by that of the dog. What was happening? Had someone died? Such a phenomenon typically indicated a death. Yet how could there be a sudden demise within shrine? Was there an assassin? No, he sensed no other presence. Had he perhaps fallen to his death? Suddenly, the sound of a harp filled the air. Enelu was perplexed. Having previously expressed his disdain for the music, why was it being played now? In an instant, he materialized beside Sueka and Kinnis. Observing Kinnis clad in a high-voltage shielding suit, her abdomen swollen and writhing as she played the harp, he was bewildered. The writhing within her belly was none other than Sueka, who, grateful for the loose fit of the suit, had hastily taken refuge inside. Kinnis, blushing from the awkwardness of the situation, had no choice but to continue playing the harp. What are you doing? Enelu was utterly confounded by the antics of this odd pair, especially since he could not sense their presence through his mind network. As Enelu donned the spell of sleep, a yawn escaped his lips. As the weight of his eyelids increased, Enelu felt an overwhelming desire to simply lie down and succumb to slumber. Something was amiss. What have you done? Enelu quickly became alert, employing a jolt of electricity to stimulate himself, instantly shaking off the drowsiness. Observing that the others continued to play, he felt sleep creeping back in and realized the source of the problem, launching a direct electric discharge. What? Missed? Enelu discovered that Coney C remained unscathed, prompting him to unleash another surge of electricity. 1 million volts, 20 million volts, 100 million volts max, 200 million volts. Unyielding in his resolve, Enelu chose not to engage in hand-to-hand combat, continuously ramping up the voltage. This also bought time for Aisha's support, as a cloud sped towards them, swiftly lifting Coney C and propelling her away. What is that? How can it move so quickly? Enelu was caught off guard. It still managed to send a few electric bolts in its direction. Wow! Aisha exclaimed, startled, and quickly dove into Coney C's embrace. Woof! How did you get in here? It's so cramped. Treek was nestled comfortably in Coney C's arms, savoring the warmth, only to find Aisha joining them. This girl was no longer a child, and Shriek felt as if he might be squished into a pancake. "Oh dear," Konisi lamented, nearly in tears, struggling to breathe with two little beings nestled in her arms, making her musical endeavors increasingly difficult. For the first time, she found her ample bosom to be a burden. Watching the peculiar antics of these creatures, Analu's drowsiness deepened, compelling him to resort to elemental pursuit. Although elemental form allowed him to catch up easily, he needed to materialize to launch a physical attack, at which point the cloud could create distance. Consequently, Analu found himself at a disadvantage and ultimately succumbed to slumber. Huff! The three of them, 2 humans and a dog, immediately shed their high-pressure shielding suits, gasping for air. Damn it, they had nearly faced death once again. Konisi grumbled, feeling that being around these two was never easy, and her ladylike demeanor was on the verge of collapse. Shriek lay on the ground, panting like a defeated dog, having overlooked the severe issue that nearly led to their suffocation. Aisha also complained, "I rushed over to save you, only to nearly get electrocuted in the front and suffocated in the back." Sizzle. Shriek glanced at Analu, who was slumbering with a bubble of snot. "This is bad." Shriek sprang to his feet, intent on pulling Analu's hair. After all, it was too late for Aisha to retrieve Hylu Stone to subdue Analu. However, it was too late. Analu's innate electrotherapy skill shattered the snot bubble. In the original story, after being knocked unconscious by Weber, he used electricity to massage his heart, reviving its steady rhythm. Now, it was akin to using electricity to burst the snot bubble. Shriek never anticipated that this passive skill would activate at such a moment. Analu, transformed into a bolt of lightning, distanced himself before Shriek could reach him, still shaken, unaware that Shriek and the others posed no real threat at that moment. Shriek hurried back to Aisha and Konisi, burrowing once again into Konisi's embrace, closely followed by Aisha. Not again. Konisi was on the verge of breaking down. The three of them merged once more, with Konisi resembling a pregnant woman bearing 10-month twins. Konisi, holding her harp, soared away on the cloud. The Sandia people used air shells to glide, capable of flight, but lacking the speed and agility of the cloud, compounded by the presence of the priests, who had yet to arrive. Even if they did, it would not matter much. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. Shriek felt that his luck on the Sky Island had run dry, and all that remained was the need to escape. Analu had learned to keep his distance, initiating long-range attacks. Although the three of them, along with the cloud, were not afraid of lightning strikes, they could not sustain it for long. The confinement was stifling, and Analu utilized lightning metallurgy to forge gold into javelins, hurling them towards himself. While he had a fondness for gold, this particular gold was perilous. The three of them fled ahead on the cloud, with Analu pursuing from behind, activating the arc proverb. Another golden javelin soared past, tearing a hole in the high-pressure shielding suit. Hiss! This is bad. He wondered if it still held any protective properties against lightning. At this rate, they were truly in danger. Shriek felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Under pressure, he simply had to go. Ugh! Suddenly, a figure emerged behind the three, deflecting the subsequent golden javelins. Whoosh! Support had arrived. Who is that? Shriek poked his head out from Konisi's embrace to see. It was Ganfu Air, the god of the Sky Island. To be precise, the former deity. Lord Ganfu Air. Konisi gasped in surprise upon seeing him, yet worry gnawed at her. For Ganfu Air could not contend with Analu. What transpired? Aisha found herself pushed beneath Shriek, his doggy behind planted on her face. You all must flee. I can hold them off for a moment. Ganfu Air declared, mounted on a flying steed, addressing the 10-month pregnant Konisi. Shriek felt powerless. This old fellow was the former god, resilient, while he and the other two little ones should escape first. However, Konisi showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she began to assist, though not with her harp, as Ganfu Air would surely be targeted by the lightning. The high-pressure, shielding suit inherently attracted lightning. So Konisi used the cloud to draw the lightning strikes aimed at her. Meanwhile, Ganfu Air stood firm against the golden javelins, resulting in a stalemate. Treek suddenly realized that their quartet comprised the elderly, the weak, the woman, and the child. Ganfu Air was the elder, Treek represented the weak, Koni C was the woman, and Aisha was the child. What a calamity! With no one else on the Sky Island, this motley crew was left to confront the formidable boss. Anilu was equally astonished. He had previously devised a strategy to eliminate the trio clad in peculiar garments, only to find another old man appearing unexpectedly. This was the first time he felt so frustrated, particularly as he expanded the range of his lightning. It seemed to have a mind of its own, all of it striking towards Koni C, appearing terrifying, yet she remained unscathed. However, victory was merely a matter of time. Anilu's energy was virtually inexhaustible, and he had no qualms about outlasting them. Ganfu Air had already sustained some injuries and could not hold out much longer. Fortunately, the priests were preoccupied with the Sandio warriors. The four of them descended to a lower altitude, where the vegetation provided some cover, enhancing their safety. Treek suddenly recognized the area before him. Wasn't that the peculiar plant where he had previously found himself drenched in urine? That's right, the Hammer of Thor. How could he have forgotten about it? He couldn't lift it himself, but since Aisha and Koni C could ride the cloud, wielding the Hammer of Thor should pose no issue. Treek scanned the ground, and after much effort, he finally spotted the Hammer of Thor. In just a few days, it had become overgrown with plants, nearly eluding his notice. Woof woof. Treek barked excitedly at the Hammer of Thor. Following Treek's gaze, Koni C saw the hammer on the ground. Is that useful? Woof woof. Although Koni C couldn't decipher Treek's canine language, their time together had allowed her to understand his intent. She maneuvered the cloud to hover over it. Once they landed, Treek emerged from Koni C's shielding suit, gesturing animatedly at the Hammer of Thor. The Hammer of Thor, Anilu capable of being controlled by thought, it could guide and absorb energy. Then, channeling energy towards the target. Only those with pure hearts can lift it. Shall I wield it in battle? Kenny's pointed at herself, gazing at the enormous iron hammer in speechless disbelief. How could she possibly lift such a colossal weapon? Moreover, she was not adept in combat. Isa, pressed beneath the weight of a canine, struggled to breathe and nearly encountered her ancestors. Once Tsueka wriggled free, Isa tumbled out after him, landing directly beside the hammer, her head colliding with it. Ouch! That hurts! Isa instinctively hoisted the Hammer of Thor, glancing at it in confusion. What kind of hammer was this? It felt so light. Kenny's watched in astonishment as Isa effortlessly raised the massive hammer, as if it were a mere twig. Were the warriors of Shandia always this robust? What did they consume to grow so strong? Get away from there! Ganfor, noticing the child and the dog unprotected, yearned to intervene, but it was too late. He could only shout a distant warning. A colossal pillar of lightning, divine retribution, descended upon the trio. Kenny's had not donned her high-pressure shielding suit, and both the child and the dog remained exposed. Following the flash of lightning, the ground was unscathed, while the Hammer of Thor brimmed with crackling energy. Wow, this feels powerful, Isa exclaimed, swinging the hammer with excitement. Almost instinctively, she understood how to wield it, raising it high, sending the absorbed lightning energy soaring back to the heavens, aimed directly at NLOS Arkansas. Fortunately, the Ark was equipped with a device to absorb lightning energy, so this strike of divine retribution did not damage the Ark's sanctity, but it did leave Enelu astonished. Sueka, suddenly brimming with confidence, leaped onto Isa's back, directing her in battle, though Isa paid him no mind. She soared onto the Nimbus cloud, taking control, while Kenny settled behind her, relinquishing the reins. After assessing the two, Sueka jumped back into Kenny's embrace. Isa felt empowered, charging straight towards Enelu. Sueka quickly tightened his high-pressure suit, retreating closer to Kenny's chest, knowing the hammer itself would not discharge electricity. Thus, the battle had not yet reached a turning point. Enelu launched several golden javelins, which Isa effortlessly swatted away with the hammer. Isa possessed an exceptionally high level of kin bunchiko haki, akin to a mental web. Sueka silently rejoiced, relieved that Enelu could not manipulate electromagnetic forces. Otherwise, the power of an electromagnetic cannon would far exceed that of javelins. Realizing the javelins were ineffective, Enelu resorted to bombarding them with lightning. He believed no one else could command lightning as he did. Merely evading it was impressive enough. The ability to control lightning was utterly unreasonable. He alone was the deity. 30 million volts? Thunderbird. Enelu struck his right shoulder drum, manifesting the lightning he had conjured into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird, which surged towards Isa. The mighty thunderbird was directly absorbed by the hammer of Thor. Nanny. The high-pressure shielding suit had already startled Enelu, and now the emergence of a hammer that countered him left him feeling unsteady. 30 million volts? Thunder Beast. 60 million volts? Thunder Dragon. Enelu believed the hammer must have a limit, much like the Ark's energy storage device. Thus, he continuously amplified his power. Yet every attack was absorbed by the hammer of Thor. The hammer devoured lightning energy like an insatiable abyss, and Isa was now closing in on Enelu. 200 million volts? Thunder God. Enelu unleashed his strongest attack, releasing all 200 million volts of lightning from his body, enveloping himself in this unleashed energy. Transforming into a colossal thunder god, he struck directly towards Isa. The hammer of Thor could launch psychic attacks from a distance, so Isa grasped its strap, spinning rapidly before hurling it outwards. The collision of fist and hammer shattered Enelu's thunder god form. Since the hammer of Thor could absorb energy, Enelu could not escape or evade through elemental means, and was struck squarely in the face. After the hammer hit Enelu, it returned to Isa's hand. At that moment, Keniz and Gonfuer were left dumbfounded. Was this hammer truly so extraordinary? A child wielded it and knocked Enelu down with a single blow. Enelu now lay unconscious, entangled in the colossal vine that Sueka and the others had planted upon their arrival. Isa played with her beloved weapon, the hammer of Thor, under her command, leaping and bounding. Sueka flicked Isa on the forehead, prompting her to assist the Shandia people in subduing the priests. Those priests possessed a combat capability far superior to the Shandia warriors. However, under Isa's strikes of lightning and hammer blows, they quickly fell incapacitated. With the enhancement of her Kinbunchika haki, Isa could control the hammer of Thor to strike her targets even with her eyes closed, whether through energy or direct impact. It was a mirror reflection of Enelu's prowess. Isa did not eliminate them, as she abhorred bloodshed. Upon realizing Enelu had been defeated by Isa, the priests were left in shock and disbelief. Yet, the flowing lightning upon the hammer of Thor and its unfettered control foretold the birth of a new deity. Astonishingly, the deity was a young girl wielding a hammer. Naturally, the Shandia people were even more astounded, as they understood better than anyone the kind of warrior Isa truly was. Once the battle concluded, Sueka instructed the Shandia to extract Enelu. If he managed to escape, Sueka would remain a lifelong bachelor. Weibo expressed some dissatisfaction, believing that failing to eliminate Enelu now would invite numerous unforeseen complications. He had not witnessed Isa's victory over Enelu firsthand and suspected it was merely a coincidence. Sueka paid him no heed, binding Enelu and securing Heilushi upon him to ensure absolute safety. At Sueka's signal, Isa administered a few electric shocks to Enelu. He instantly regained consciousness, stunned and displeased at his current predicament, defeated and bound like a dumpling, unable to elementalize. I am Thor, the Thunder God. Call me Father. Sueka pressed a button on the collar, pointing with his paw at Enelu, then at himself. The onlookers' faces darkened. Enelu was no exception. Keniz and Isa could not fathom this dog's obsession with being called Father. Enelu, now understanding, recalled that it was this dog who wanted him to call it Father, not the other way around. Sueka gestured emphatically, repeatedly pressing buttons to play audio, while Enelu stubbornly refused to comply, unwilling to call a dog Father. How could a deity address a dog in such a manner? It was utterly humiliating. Sueka, unwilling to remain a lifelong bachelor, had finally acquired several beautiful wives. Thus, our charming Shiba Inu prepared to demonstrate his unique skill of standing while urinating. What are you doing? Enelu exclaimed, watching as the dog perched upon his chest, searching beneath its fur, instantly losing his composure. Keniz and Lockie quickly grasped the situation and covered their faces, though their fingers gaped widely apart. Despite being a dog, such an act in public was indecorous. Isa, observing from the side, looked on with curiosity, wondering what the dog was up to. Sueka glanced at the two beautiful women nearby, suddenly realizing something, feeling a bit conflicted. However, since he was not genuinely urinating, he continued to intimidate Inalu. "All right, you win." In an effort to prevent his handsome visage from being tarnished by canine urine, Inalu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Father!" Ding! The task of having Inalu call out for his father has been accomplished. The system shall restore the host's previous enchantment abilities, allowing him to revert back to human form. A flash of light ensued, and before the astonished gazes of the crowd, Sueka transformed from Shiba Inu into a human. A few women at the scene shrieked in shock. Inalu stared in bewilderment at the indescribable scene before him. Sueka, dazed, looked down at himself and exclaimed, "Where are my clothes?" Prior to his transformation into a dog, he had been dressed. How could he return to human form and be completely naked? It was obvious. Dogs do not wear clothing, so how could one expect them to reappear clad? Elsie appeared beside him, mocking, "But I had clothes before I transformed." Sueka mentally communicated with Elsie. "I kindly stored your belongings in a spatial pocket and even left your pressure-resistant suit outside. What a good deed turned into ingratitude." Elsie retorted with a shrug. "I truly appreciate it." Sueka covered his vital areas, hastily retrieving a piece of cloth from the spatial pocket to wrap around himself, feeling mortified as he dressed in front of everyone. "Ahem. Hello, everyone. I am actually Sueka," he began to explain. The dog has become sentient," Aisha exclaimed, recovering from her initial shock as she witnessed the holy light. Sueka internally scoffed. "You are the one who has become a sentient dog. Your whole family are sentient dogs." Choosing not to elaborate any further, Sueka discreetly moved away to dress. "The sentient dog has fled," Aisha cried out. "Stop shouting. With that dog's intelligence, it is likely not merely a dog, but rather someone who has consumed the Inu no Mi," Konis remarked, observing Ganfu's steed. "Why not someone who has devoured the Hito no Mi?" Aisha pondered. That could be possible." Konis hesitated, wondering if such a fruit truly existed. If a person consumed it, it seemed it would only result in becoming a land duck. Sueka donned his clothes, but chose not to return just yet. Feeling it would still be a bit mortifying to do so, he preferred to wait until the crowd dispersed. The long-awaited return of power and various tools filled Sueka with a sense of security. He first marked various locations on the Sky Island with his portal, ensuring easier access for future visits. As for Inalu, Sueka had instructed Aisha they likely would not harm him. While Sueka busied himself, Aisha felt curious about why the sentient dog had not returned, seemingly retreating further away. He left without even a word of farewell. Konis suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. What exactly was that fellow? A human or a dog? Raki questioned, reflecting on her previous interactions with him. If he were indeed human, it would be utterly shameful. He must be human. Dogs would not express interest in humans, Konis declared through gritted teeth, especially since that dog had been responsible for her 10 months of pregnancy. The crowd had already dispersed to attend to their own matters, primarily caring for the injured. The angelic race and the Sandians had not engaged in any conflict. For the representatives from both sides had just united to defeat Inalu, and they had already intended to reconcile before Inalu intervened. Inalu remained in place, under Aisha's watch, while the specifics of his fate were yet to be determined. "The sentient dog has returned," Aisha announced. Earlier, with so many people around, Sueka had felt too embarrassed to approach. Now, with fewer individuals present, he intended to proceed with his recruitment efforts. The angels on the Sky Island would be represented by Konis, while Aisha and Raki would represent the Sandians. "Greetings. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Sueka, the president of the Adventure Guild." He began to introduce himself. "Did we not just witness your transformation?" Aisha interrupted. "Such innocent naivety. Nothing occurred just now. You all merely fell victim to a hallucinogenic toxin from Qinghai." The crowd thought to themselves, what a flimsy lie. "Really? I was wondering how a dog could transform. It turns out you were always human," Aisha exclaimed in astonishment. Are these two on the same wavelength? Konis, Raki, and Ganfu remarked. Ganfu remained, not only to express gratitude, but also to uncover the origins and intentions of this dog. No, this man. Are you a devil fruit user? Ganfu inquired. One might say so. Sueka replied. Then why were you in animal form for so long? Raki interjected, feeling that this individual was deliberately taking advantage of her. Konis cast a scrutinizing glance in his direction. I'm not a Zoan-type devil fruit user. That dog form was merely a curse. Yes, a curse that can only be lifted when Ainalu calls me father. Sueka explained, sweat beading on his forehead, recalling the many humiliating actions he had partaken in while in canine form. Is that so? But why did you actually lick? Raki began to ask before suddenly realizing there were others present and ceased speaking. Lick? Konis inquired with curiosity, though Sueka seemed to have not engaged in such behavior. Yes, lick jinkila. Raki quickly provided a perfectly reasonable term. Ugh. Konis and Aisha immediately recoiled in disgust, retching at the thought. You must be joking. Sueka was about to retort, but caught sight of Raki's fierce gaze. He pondered whether he would rather tarnish his reputation or face a wrath. With only 3 individuals aware of the truth present, he reasoned that Ganfu would not speak out of turn. He fell silent, resigning himself to the absurdity of being described as Jean Cola. It was entirely normal for a dog to eat Jean Cola. After all, he had merely licked it. In his cursed state, he had little control over his actions. He was merely possessed by a lustful dog, forced to watch helplessly as he experienced the torment of tasting Jean Cola. Sueka wore a heart-wrenching expression, as if he had suffered a great injustice, while internally he reminisced about the moments spent with Raki and Konis. Konis shuddered at the thought of this filthy dog having once nestled in her embrace, preferring instead her own cloud fox, which would never partake in such unseemly behavior. Raki suddenly realized she had dug a pit for herself, stifling her impulse to strike Sueka, fearing he might utter something inappropriate. So there truly is a sentient dog. Aisha interjected just in time, then shuddered at the thought of herself transforming into a dog to consume ice cream. She would rather perish of hunger. Sueka was disinterested in discussing this matter with Aisha and continued with his recruitment efforts. I hail from Qinghai, specifically from beneath the clouds. I have come to the Sky Island to conduct business. Do not be deceived by my youth and good looks. In truth, I am quite wealthy. The crowd was perplexed by Sueka's ramblings, as the main conflict on the Sky Island still revolved around the contention for Apaya. Through Sueka's brief explanation, they grasped that he was merely there to conduct commerce. Sueka extended an invitation for the 3 women to join the Adventure Guild, dismissing the elderly gentleman, who would not last long and would require a generous pension. With Aisha and Konis on guard, there were hardly any forces capable of easily overpowering them. The 3 women were unfamiliar with the concept of an adventure guild and felt that Sueka seemed rather unreliable, especially since their battle plan had practically collapsed, with their victory only secured by sheer luck in acquiring Thor's hammer. Ganfu, upon understanding Sueka's intentions, refrained from commenting further, opting to return home, for he had no desire to reclaim his former divine status. In the original tale, he had merely served as a stabilizing presence, a role that was now unnecessary. Sueka took each of the 3 girls aside to engage in some persuasive dialogue. Children are often easily deceived, so he produced a plethora of snacks from his spatial pocket. Aisha transformed into a voracious eater, indulging herself in the feast, becoming a mere echo of his words. Laki, on the other hand, had only recently become acquainted with Chue's human form and found his familiarity somewhat unsettling. The issue lay in a multitude of socially awkward moments they had shared when he was still a Shiba Inu, jeopardizing her carefully crafted persona. Each recollection ignited an impulse to silence that dog once and for all. Regarding her membership in the Adventurers Guild, Laki had little to say. A slight threat from Chueku, leveraging their past secrets, led her to acquiesce, and he seized the opportunity to touch her. Annoyed, she swatted his hand away, only to discover that she had gained considerable strength, increasingly convinced that this dog was anything but ordinary. Can you bestow power upon others? Laki exclaimed in surprise. Then, She pressed Shui Ke's hand back to herself, having already crossed several lines of social propriety. Such contact felt inconsequential now. As she initiated the contact, Shui Ke felt a surge of excitement and mischievous intent. No, not there, yes, that spot. Lockie sensed her strength was no longer increasing and suddenly realized the nature of his touch, delivering him a sharp slap. You were the one who held my hand, and now you strike me. Shui Ke retreated, nursing his swollen cheek, contemplating his next target, Kanisi. The power Lockie had gained was actually the result of Shui Ke secretly enchanting her with a Dao power capsule from his spatial pocket. As a warrior of Sandia, Lockie naturally craved strength. Shui Ke had only 25 Dao power capsules remaining, hesitant to use more, having discovered that excessive gifts without corresponding training could be detrimental. He himself was a cautionary tale. Although 2 capsules might seem few, they effectively augmented the power of 200 ordinary soldiers, a significant enhancement in human terms. It was akin to progressing from lifting 2 dumbbells to wielding 2 barbell weights, propelling one into a trajectory of rapid improvement. Shui Ke reflected on his previous use of the capsules as wasteful. They resembled mystical elixirs rather than mere strength potions. Currently, he found himself outmatched by Kaya and ABC, despite possessing over 5,000 Dao power points. Unbeknownst to him, the fighting style of others in the guild had also turned devious, showing a blatant disregard for martial ethics. Apart from Shui Ke, the one with the most Dao power was Mi Chi Ta, who could gradually increase her gravity training at will, thus maintaining strong control over her strength and avoiding the pitfalls of Shui Ke's lack of training. As Shui Ke approached, his hand pressed against one side of his face. Kanisi became wary. Ever since encountering this dog and that child, she had not experienced a moment of peace. The decorum of a lady was at risk of being shattered, especially since this fellow had once licked a golden nugget. What happened to your face? She inquired. A poisonous insect gave me a kiss, Shui Ke replied. Joining our guild would be splendid. You wouldn't want to miss out, he added, racking his brain for reasons. My joining is merely a consequence of your presence, aiding us in overthrowing Enelu's tyrannical reign. Kanisi, eager to avoid any further antics from him, readily acquiesced. Enelu was defeated by Aisha, though I contributed little, Shui Ke thought. It seemed Kanisi had been swayed by his handsome visage, finding a flimsy excuse to join. This is the guild manual, which contains detailed instructions. You might as well guide those muscle-bound Sandia folk. Shui Ke handed her a booklet, before these peculiarities could fluster her. Kanisi, once well-mannered, felt increasingly bewildered upon reviewing the guild's materials. It was an endeavor orchestrated by a quirky Shiba Inu. How incredible was this Qinghai? Shui Ke also enchanted Kanisi with a Dao power capsule, and in her vexation, she retaliated by delivering a slap to his unprotected cheek. Observing him clutching his reddened face, Kanisi quickly grasped the nature of the so-called poisonous insect, realizing that this fellow had a peculiar bond with Lockie. Ultimately, Shui Ke tasked Lockie with managing the Sandia tribe, recognizing that Weibo was merely a battle fanatic lacking in management skills, while Lockie had Aisha's support. Ganyi S, on the other hand, would oversee the Angel tribe, where she was well-liked. Even if there were dissenters, Shui Ke suggested she utilize a hypnotic harp and draw turtles on their faces. Kanisi admitted she was not skilled at drawing turtles, but could manage birds. Aisha, having become the new goddess of the Sky Island, faced no external threats and functioned more as a mascot, although no one dared provoke this figure. Thus, the Sky Island effectively existed under the guild's subtle dominion. Shui Ke instructed that all the gold from the island be gathered and hidden, leaving only the Golden Bell as a landmark. He then used the Anywhere door to return to the guild and organize tasks. Emno, having not seen Shui Ke for some time, shared a tender moment with him. He took her on a tour of the Sky Island. While the others and supplies were first transported by the Thousand-Year Dragon, the island boasted many unique products, such as the empty shells, excellent for trade. As a legendary isle, it also promised substantial tourism potential. The Sky Island contained numerous clouds. The Apaya and nearby Angel Islands were merely a small fraction. There was ample potential for development and habitation. However, Shui Ke did not plan to open it up just yet, for aerial capabilities in this world were scarce. The guild held a dominant position over aerial routes, and the Sky Island could temporarily serve as a secret base. The Golden Lion's influence posed some threat, although it seemed their flight domain was low and not within this region. Nevertheless, Chueku was not afraid of the Golden Lion with the floating fruit. Strictly speaking, it was Aisha who was unafraid. Although the Summersalt Cloud required charging and could not stray far from the Sky Island, limiting mobility, it was still sufficient. If necessary, they could coordinate with the Anywhere Door or the Adorable Backpack to extend their operational radius. Aisha could easily crush the Golden Lion, especially with Enelu, her portable power bank. By her side, Chueku enchanted Aisha with 200 Dao power points and saved 3 capsules for her to use later when she grew stronger. Enelu was still released by Chueku, initially attempting to flee. However, after a few summons using a spiritual scroll, he resigned himself to remain. He had not agreed to join the guild, but would follow its directives, akin to Sha, without the benefits of employment. Chueku fulfilled Enelu's dream of venturing to the infinite land, which meant the moon, recalling the presence of robotic ruins there. Activating and controlling the robotic army on the moon would be advantageous, as the moon could also serve as a secret base for the guild. Enelu set off aboard the Ark of Proverb, accompanied by some scientists and combat personnel secretly recruited by the guild. Chueku, with Machi Nua, inspected the Sky Island and discovered that descending from the edge of the White Sea at 7,000 meters was not far from Alabasta. The White Sea was vast, larger than the 10,000-meter White Sea, leading Chueku to speculate that Alabasta's scarce rainfall was due to the clouds of the Sky Island absorbing much of it. Is it possible to timely cut and cool the Bai high here, thereby creating rainfall? This could certainly provide an opportunity for the guild's researchers to investigate. What a magnificent sight! As Machinua gazes upon the setting sun's afterglow, casting its brilliance upon the sea of clouds, she feels utterly entranced. Nestled in the embrace of Tsueka, savoring this moment of fleeting splendor, that fellow Shanka possesses none of this sentimentality. He is perpetually engaged in feasts and brawls with his crew, never having taken her out to sea. Now, with the guild on the right track, Machinua can frequently rendezvous with Tsueka, especially to admire such breathtaking vistas. Presently, Machinua has distanced herself from the burdensome affairs, as the guild's streamlined management allows for straightforward replication of tasks, requiring only adjustments based on real-world conditions. The development of the Sky Island can be entirely modeled after the Alabasta framework. However, before the guild possesses overwhelming combat prowess. Tsueka has no intention of opening the Sky Island to outsiders, focusing instead on foundational construction and monopolizing the combat trade. Machinua has also begun to enhance her own strength. The more she comprehends the world, the more she feels her own insignificance. Fortunately, the guild's new EC offers specialized combat training courses. This is not akin to AGO's training. Some courses are occasionally instructed by retired naval experts and lesser-known masters. While there are many skilled individuals in this world, not all are inclined toward violence. Many are devoted to profound cultivation. Thus, only notorious pirates and frequently active Navy personnel tend to have a more pronounced presence. Tsueka seldom visits the training institution, and when he does, it is merely for a brief inspection. Being a novice in combat himself, he cannot discern much. Unbeknownst to him, his hideout is actually occupied by a group of elderly individuals. After all, the living environment of the Adventurers Guild is truly an exceptional retirement haven, having fought their entire lives. They deserve to enjoy their twilight years. Zoro's mentor, Shimatsuki Kushiro, is sometimes invited to Windmill Village to teach swordsmanship and has occasionally encountered some truly formidable characters. As the principal, Ma-cha, with her beauty and kindness, is well liked by these elders, especially as they are the ones providing her salary. It is only natural for her to win their favor and teach diligently. Consequently, Machinua's strength has seen considerable growth. Tsueka initially perceived her merely as a non-combatant, bestowing upon her an enchantment of 100 physical strength. As their relationship deepened, he sought to augment her power to prevent inadvertently causing her harm. However, she declined, leading Tsueka to assume she was averse to combat, and he did not press the issue. Meanwhile, Machinua has been training under the guidance of several elderly masters, gradually consuming various potions developed by the guild. Given her age, she has long surpassed the optimal training period. Yet, the enhancement from the Dao Li capsule compensates for her earlier deficiencies. Upon completion of the survey and returning to Angel Island, Sueka discovers that the Straw Hat crew has finally arrived. "You have finally come. I have collected the gold," Sueka boasts before Nami. "Dear Onaikin, I missed you so much," Nami exclaims, instantly transforming into an adorable younger sister, clinging to Tsueka's arm in a display of affection. "Wow, it's Sister Machinua." Luffy joyfully approaches to greet Machinua as well. Little Luffy has also made it to the Sky Island, although he arrived a step too late, with Tsueka having already gotten there first. Cornus observes the interaction between Machinua and Tsueka, sensing that their relationship is rather special. However, her own relationship with Tsueka is not as intimate, and she does not pay it much heed. Their interactions have been largely marred by troublesome experiences, particularly when Tsueka was still a dog. Later, she even witnesses a girl, strikingly resembling Tsueka, cozily embracing him with a look of adoration. "Miss Machinua, are they twins?" Cornus inquires while coordinating business with Machinua. "Ah, yes. They were separated at a young age and only reunited later," she replies. "Separated? Oh." Tsueka's childhood was recounted by Machinua to Cornus. Inconceivable. Compared to them, Cornus feels she has led a rather fortunate life, especially upon learning of Tsueka's past deeds. Disregarding his lecherous nature, her gaze towards him softens. After hearing from Cornus about Tsueka's transformation into a dog, Machinua is somewhat taken aback. However, given Tsueka's myriad of oddities, she finds it less surprising. Subsequently, the Straw Hat crew arrives at the ruins, where Robin examines the historical documents and informs the Shandians that their mission has been accomplished. Luffy, eager to fulfill the agreement with Nolan's descendants, intends to ring the golden bell. Nami gazes at the golden bell with $signs in her eyes, becoming even more eager to cling to Tsueka. Tsueka contemplates that the Navy and some others are already aware of the Sky Island's existence. Ringing the bell would not have a significant impact. However, Luffy's rubber strikes the gold with little sound, and Zoro decides to forego it, opting instead to slice it with his sword, effectively destroying a relic. Sanji's iron shoes could work, but the sound is insufficiently loud. In the original story, Luffy rings the bell with a massive golden ball. But now that golden ball does not exist, and Eneru has already set off. Ultimately, Tsueka instructs Aisha to ring the golden bell with Thor's hammer, the sound nearly shattering the eardrums of those present. "Lower your strength, that's a relic, a landmark, and it will soon be a ticketed attraction." Tsueka scolds Aisha. "Let go of me. Watch out, or I'll hit you." Aisha protests, her face squished by Tsueka's grip as she struggles to break free. Luffy and Zoro are astonished by the immense strength of this little girl, unaware that it stems from the divine power of Thor's hammer. The Straw Hat crew is taken aback upon learning that this little one is the freshly minted deity of the Sky Island. Luffy, feeling an emptiness since arriving at the island, wishes to spar with her, as if he has missed out on a significant boss battle. Nami delivers a light smack to his head, reminding him that she is still a child, and that the power of a deity has little to do with strength. It may simply be a matter of belief. Now, aiming to please Tsueka, Nami has no intention of letting Luffy stir up trouble. Regarding this, Tsueka muses, considering that Aisha's ability to defeat Eneru may be attributed to the restraining factor of Thor's hammer, as Eneru's martial skills are quite lacking. Aside from releasing and absorbing electrical energy, the hammer's remaining capabilities are limited to telekinetic physical attacks. Without the enhancement of Haki, Luffy's rubber abilities could effectively counter Thor's hammer, as it cannot be easily defeated by blows or electricity. Nevertheless, it is still worth testing Aisha's combat prowess, especially since she will be tasked with guarding the island in the later stages. Although the guild will provide support in times of danger, it is essential that she can hold out until help arrives. "All right, you two can have a spar. Luffy, remember to go easy on her. She is still just a child," Tsueka cautions. "If you win, I will reward you with a box of gold. Go for it, Luffy." Nami cheers. "If you lose, there will be no food for you for the next few days." Nami immediately shifts her attitude. What do I get if I win? Aisha asks, her interest piqued. A day of unlimited snacks. Sueka declares, I want unlimited snacks too. Luffy's eyes gleam with excitement. Idiot, it's gold. Nami scolds Luffy, leaving him with a swollen head from her punch. All right. If Luffy wins, he will get both gold and unlimited snacks. Sueka manages to intervene, sensing that if a battle commences, Luffy is likely to be beaten to a pulp by the awakened Nami. At that moment in Appiato, the atmosphere grows tense as Luffy and Aisha lock eyes with resolute determination. Both are set on obtaining the unlimited snack package. Is this a match? It feels more like a duel. Usopp remarks, sensing the oppressive atmosphere and feeling a bit frightened. I too sense an ominous atmosphere. Is it merely a snack gift package? Consuming too many snacks is detrimental to one's health. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke as he spoke. There's a murderous intent. Zoro was equally alarmed. What on earth is happening? Have these two gone mad? He must be prepared to intervene promptly, lest this child be struck down by Luffy. Hey, brother. How about we switch up the game? Nami also felt something was amiss. Ku was equally perplexed. It was merely an unlimited snack gift package for a day. Yet it felt as if it were a matter of life and death. In truth, the snacks were spicy strips, jerky, chips, and bean products developed by Ku, inspired by Zhonghua Zaidangjia. Naturally, due to Ku's spatial pocket, the snacks he possessed were free of preservatives, entirely natural and unpolluted, hence more fragrant. Luffy, resembling a large rat, had previously discovered Ku indulging in these snacks and had requested some from him. Thus he was well aware of their flavor. Aisha had recently tasted Ku's snack gift package and was instantly captivated. Therefore, no matter how could try to manipulate her, she refrained from striking him. Thus, these two reckless gourmets faced off. Rubber. Luffy made his move. Hey, does he intend to kill that child? Zoro immediately grasped his sword, ready to rush out, but ultimately hesitated. Aisha utilized her nimbus for rapid movement, augmented by her innate observation haki, making it impossible for Luffy to land a blow on her. Rubber person, is this your level? You dare to compete with me for the snack gift package? Aisha taunted. How infuriating. Why can't I hit you? Luffy exerted himself, yet could not connect, as it seemed his opponent anticipated his every move. TSK. It is my turn to strike. Aisha unleashed a lightning attack on Luffy, having absorbed electricity from Enel previously. A blinding flash of lightning surged toward Luffy, a deadly assault indeed. Sensing the terrifying electrical energy, the surrounding onlookers promptly retreated to a safe distance. Luffy scratched his head, bewildered. What has happened? Why are you unharmed? Aisha's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had held back, it was impossible for her to inflict no damage at all, and Luffy did not appear to be clad in high-voltage protective gear. Is something the matter? Was that an attack? Luffy questioned, perplexed. Rubber is an insulator. It is impervious to electricity, Ku clarified. Although it was true that under sufficient power, rubber could be penetrated. However, in this world, such was the established norm. Perhaps Luffy was merely rubber from the sun god's lineage. What then? Aisha suddenly felt her combat power diminished, resorting to using her Thunder God Hammer to strike Luffy. Although the Thunder God Hammer did indeed pummel Luffy, the damage was minimal. Rubber was indeed resistant to blunt force. Both combatants found themselves at an impasse. Unable to overcome each other, Luffy could not land a hit on Aisha, and Aisha could not vanquish Luffy. In pursuit of a snack gift package, both began to employ their wits. True to his character in the original narrative, Luffy began utilizing rebound attacks to evade Aisha's perception. Yet Aisha, equipped with her Thunder God Hammer for defense and her Nimbus for mobility, maneuvered with ease. Aisha began to use the Thunder God Hammer to strike the ground and trees, sending sharp wooden and rocky debris flying toward Luffy, forcing him to dodge. Although this tactic did not cause significant direct harm, it severely drained Luffy's stamina, leaving Aisha in a position of advantage. The Nimbus could easily dive into the nearby sea clouds for energy replenishment, granting her the benefit of home ground. The battle escalated into a fierce spectacle, prompting onlookers to distance themselves from the fray, as both combatants unleashed area damage, risking collateral impact. This is a child. You still expect Luffy to show mercy? Nami observed, astonished at Luffy, who bore numerous wounds. By the way, there are several trial arenas over there. Would you like to experience them? This time, there's no fee. Chue pondered, realizing the previous trial arenas could attract tourists to participate while simultaneously generating some revenue. Of course, he could adjust the difficulty and determine whether to require a life-and-death contract. Absolutely not. The trio rejected outright. Zoro, however, was intrigued. Are there any swordsmen? The Iron Trial, overseen by the Priest Ohm, utilizes iron clouds for combat, with a survival rate of 0. Oh, 0? How interesting. Where is it? I want to go. Chueku immediately instructed Cornus to arrange for someone to guide this directionally challenged individual. These priests had little to occupy their time, and since the Scipians had not posed a significant threat to them previously, they were primarily assisting the guild personnel. A survival rate of 0. Are you insane? This isn't a life-or-death duel. Usopp felt these individuals were simply idle. Are there any prizes, like gold? Nami, aware that Chueku would not truly arrange for any fatal circumstances, became concerned about the rewards. Uhaven even paid the registration fee for the trials. Thus, there are no prizes. A generous ratio of 1 to 100, Chueku explained. What does that mean? Nami inquired, puzzled. The registration fee starts at 100,000 berries. And you can wager more. If victorious, you can win 10 times the prize, equating to 1 million berries, Chueku elaborated. Nami found herself conflicted, realizing she would have to spend her own money. Zoro, you absolutely must not lose. Nami gazed at Zoro with hopeful eyes. I definitely won't lose, Zoro replied, visibly displeased. You were recently defeated by a little girl, and there was also that frail girl, Kaya, Usopp interjected, feeling as though his own heart had been pierced. Shut up. Chueku's companions are all peculiar. This time, I will undoubtedly prevail. Zoro retorted defensively. Who are you calling peculiar? Usopp, though acknowledging Zoro's point, felt that Kaya, even if not a potential partner, remained a good friend. All right, Zoro, here is 100,000 berries. If you lose, you must commit seppuku as an apology. Nami uttered the most malicious words in the gentlest tone. Understood. Zoro felt cold sweat drip down his forehead, recalling how Nami had tricked him out of money before. And with recent defeats at the hands of unreasonable foes, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and Aisha had reached a fever pitch. Rubber shotgun. Luffy gathered a handful of rubble and launched it like a slingshot. As it was a wide-area attack, Luffy himself was uncertain of each stone's point of impact. This partially circumvented Aisha's mind network detection, although her observation haki still allowed her to perceive the trajectory of the rubble. However, the speed and scatter made it overwhelming for Aisha. This method of attack was not in the original narrative. It was surprising that Luffy could develop new techniques based on circumstance, Chueku mused. Ultimately, Aisha was forced to ascend to evade the dense barrage and control her hammer for ranged attacks. However, this led to a stalemate, devolving into a game of dodgeball, each waiting for the other to falter. As Aisha's chances of being struck by Luffy's stones increased, it seemed her mental stamina was waning, prompting Chueku to conclude that it was time to intervene. Although he possessed senza beans, he had reserved them as seeds, keeping only 2 for himself, having given the others to Cornus to cultivate, not wanting these 2 to squander them. Senza beans, 10 pieces, Sky Island as long as one is not dead. They will instantaneously recover from injuries, but will subsequently experience extreme hunger, requiring a substantial amount of food. Only clouds from Sky Island can be cultivated. Stop. That's enough. Chueku called for the match to end. Both participants gasped for breath, Luffy covered in numerous scrapes. This time was deemed a draw. Both would share the snacks, as both were still lacking in essential abilities. For instance, Aisha, lacking the haki of armament, finds herself at a disadvantage when facing Luffy, a wielder of the devil fruit. Sueka refrained from mentioning the Logia type, as the Thunder God's hammer possesses the ability to absorb energy, should one choose not to elementalize. They would be struck, while elementalization would lead to absorption. Enel, however, exhibits the most adaptability to the Thunder God's hammer. Although Luffy has developed new techniques, his inability to fly renders his aerial assaults less effective, transforming him into an unpracticed marksman. It is imperative that one possesses flight skills. Tsueka recalls that Luffy has never mastered the moonwalk. Rather, his aerial maneuvers rely on shifting momentum, a method that demands considerable stamina. This is a training technique from the Marine 6 styles, alongside the mastery of Haki. Tsueka presents a meticulously compiled tutorial, which he himself has yet to master. Yet he has written numerous guides, including Marine 6 styles, quick mastery techniques, and insights on Haki training. While these comprise mostly of his failures, he believes that failure is the mother of success, and such insights may aid others in avoiding similar pitfalls. I want one too, Aisha exclaims, snatching a volume to peruse. The two simpletons exchange glances, sigh, and ultimately swap their findings before returning them to Tsueka. I can't comprehend this, they utter in unison. Tsueka is left speechless, pondering whether these gifted individuals rely solely on practical training. Aisha, take a copy and let Cornus instruct you. Luffy, you should also take a copy and have Nami or Robin guide you. Although these women may not possess formidable combat prowess, they are intelligent and can serve as translators. Moreover, they can practice themselves. Tsueka muses that Haki is rather esoteric, and even he struggles to grasp the concepts he has penned down, borrowing much from Betty's words. What about snacks? They both inquire. The two food enthusiasts immediately turn their attention to the provisions, prompting Tsueka to empty his spatial pocket, creating a small mountain of snacks before seeking out others. In an instant, two mice, one large and one small, begin their feast, the pile diminishing visibly. Machino had just returned to the guild to arrange the connection between Sky Island and the Blue Sea. Before departing, she cast a glance at Robin. Having investigated Robin's background, she is aware of her status as a wanted criminal by the world government, capable of deciphering ancient texts. This knowledge brings her some concern, especially as she notices Robin occasionally glancing at Tsueka, her gaze not one of curiosity, but rather akin to her own observations of Tsueka. Given Tsueka's less admirable traits, Machino deduces some implications. Tsueka had mentioned that he would entrust her with matters concerning the first half of the Grand Line. However, since Robin is typically aboard Luffy's ship, no formal handover has occurred. Tsueka sporadically provides documents for Robin to organize and compile. Ultimately, Robin does not become a leader, but rather serves as the guild's archivist. Robin, perceptive as ever, notices Machino's complex gaze directed at her, leaving her perplexed. Is it jealousy? Envy? Fear? Compassion? Concern? What does this expression signify? Robin is bewildered, wondering if Machino has discovered something significant. Surely the guild is aware of her status as a wanted criminal, but their reactions do not align with such an expression. Has she discerned the nature of Robin's relationship with Tsueka? Is Machino not one of the four Emperor's women? Robin recalls Tsueka's less desirable qualities, feeling as though she has stumbled upon a monumental secret. With a mischievous glint, she directs her gaze at Tsueka, planning to seize an opportunity to interrogate him thoroughly. Under Nami's pressure, Tsueka presents her with a substantial chest of gold, worth over 100 million berries. The others, finding little of interest, decide to explore the island. Usopp aims to procure some spare parts to upgrade his weaponry, while Chopper seeks unique herbs from Sky Island. Sanji, utterly captivated by Cornus, rushes off to meet the ladies of Angel Island. Nami, burdened with a heavy chest of gold, swiftly departs, fearing Tsueka may reconsider. Enchanted by Tsueka's enchantments, she bears the weight of the gold with ease, though she perceives herself as frail. With a bit of training, she could rank as the fourth strongest within the Straw Hat crew. This is a woman capable of leaving Luffy bruised and battered, undoubtedly concealing latent Haki. Only Tsueka and Robin remain, both approaching one another with ulterior motives, exchanging knowing glances. Tsueka produces a flying carpet, pulling Robin aboard as they ascend into the sky. After a brief flight, They conceal themselves within the ruins beneath the island's clouds, a place unknown to the island's inhabitants. What are you planning? Robin inquires, activating her unique skill to grasp Tsueka. What is your relationship with Machino? She asks, surveying the ancient site around her. Siblings, Tsueka replies, sensing the heightened sensitivity of these women. Are they all endowed with a sixth sense? In any case, stating a sibling relationship is not entirely inaccurate. Siblings? Is it that kind of sibling bond we share? Something like that. Feeling the pressure emanating from Robin, Tsueka reluctantly concedes. You dare to pursue a woman of the four emperors. You certainly possess audacity. Robin, well-versed in the guild's records, possesses knowledge that surpasses many. In truth, the relationship between Machino and the red-haired is shrouded in rumors. Only a select few within the guild are privy to their marriage. Cough, cough, the circumstances are quite complex, and I cannot say for certain if she harbors feelings for me. However, witnessing the behavior of that red-haired fellow, I decided it prudent to look after her myself. Tsueka is cautious not to divulge too much about Machino's past without her consent. You ought to exercise caution, you mediocre fighter. Encountering someone of red-haired's caliber could spell your end in an instant. It is rumored that he is quite concerned with his reputation. Does a little brat like you hold any sway? Robin teases. Tsueka feels a sense of uncertainty. The red-haired is currently regarded as the strongest among the four emperors, a king without a crown among pirates. If he were to target Tsueka, previously he could rely on Machino to shield him, but now the situation appears precarious. The red-haired does not share the character flaws exhibited by the other emperors. While he may appear benevolent towards Luffy, he is no saint, possessing ulterior motives. His fearsome reputation is built on bloodshed. He does not spare his enemies and leaves no survivors. This individual refrains from consuming devil fruits, leaving no room for mistakes. Thus, Tsueka must prepare a strategy to counter the red-haired, should the need arise. I shall deliberate on this matter with utmost seriousness. For now, it is our time. Tsueka scratches Robin's hand resting on him, then lunges forward. With laughter and joy, the two find solace within the ruins for the night. Robin, having had limited intimate encounters with Tsueka, begins to realize that he is indeed a treasure of a man. No wonder the women of the four emperors fall for him. Robin even suspects that Machino may have succumbed to similar sentiments. Their bond deepens, basking in the dappled sunlight filtering through the clouds into the ruins, which serves as an idyllic secret rendezvous. Tsueka marks this place with a doorway sign for future visits, as there is no need to set up living quarters. His spatial pocket contains everything he requires, eliminating the need for cleaning. Robin has already awakened and taken to studying the ruins, discovering records of centuries of history, along with a wealth of gold and jewels. Tsueka, uninterested in these treasures, reclines lazily on a cloud-like sofa, admiring Robin's exquisite silhouette. I'm done here. I've reviewed everything. I left a few manuscripts for Luffy. When you have the time, please guide them in their training, and don't forget to practice yourself. Guide? My combat abilities are not particularly strong. The main issue lies in their inability to comprehend. Please translate for those dullards. Tsueka offered an explanation. It seems you two lack the aura of dominance. Tsueka shifted the topic. Soon, you shall arrive at Chishuejidu, where CP9 spies abound. What is the world government doing there? Are they seeking to capture me? Robin's expression turned grave. Companions who were privy to such knowledge had either abandoned or betrayed her. Their objective is the blueprints of the Pluton, and naturally, they would also seize you en route to Judicial Island. Pluton? The very thing Kelo Okita has been incessantly searching for? I know its whereabouts. Would you like to know? No, thank you. Robin could not guarantee that she wouldn't be captured, fearing that she might encounter some bizarre fruit that reads memories, thus preferring to remain ignorant. Are you trembling? Sensing Robin's shivers, it appeared the shadows of her childhood were profoundly etched within her. A tragic childhood often requires a lifetime to heal. Tsueka enveloped Robin in his embrace, assuring her, "Do not fear, I will safeguard you." Robin nestled into Tsueka's arms, experiencing a long-lost sense of security, curling up against him. Though your guild holds considerable influence, it lacks elite combat prowess, and you do not seem particularly formidable. especially compared to those monsters. Robin expressed her concerns. After all, they would be facing the world government. And through the guild channels, she was aware of much more. Behind CP9 lurked even more formidable figures. CP0, the Five Elders, and the Knights of God. Not everything can be resolved through combat. How about we make a wager? What if I convince CP9 and Water City to switch allegiances to our guild? These agents would not easily betray. They wouldn't flinch at death or torture, serving as the cold-blooded tools of the world government. Do you doubt it? Just tell me if you wish to wager. All right, what do you propose? Sueka leaned closer to Robin, whispering mischievously. Robin found herself at a loss for words, questioning whether this fellow could truly be considered good. What if you lose? She inquired. I shall abide by your decision. It's a deal. As Robin recalled Sueka's whispered words, she contemplated how to deal with him should he lose. Then let us proceed. Robin was eager to explore the other ruins outside. Not so fast. What is it? Robin was increasingly convinced that Sueka was not a good person. Had it not been for the flying carpet, she might have been confined to the ship these past days. Robin, what's wrong? Name noticed Robin always seated on the flying carpet, seemingly incapacitated. I twisted my ankle. But it's nothing. I'll recover quickly if I don't move. Robin fabricated a reasonable excuse, internally cursing the mischief caused by that brother of hers. Name spent her days guarding the chest of gold, and had Sueka not informed her that there was still much gold on the island left uncollected, she would have remained on the ship. Although the island had convenient transport, its limitations were considerable. Later, Name borrowed Chisha from Isa, directly enlisting Sueka as her bodyguard, and began her exploration atop the cloud. The time spent with this brother was not extensive, but it was just enough to cultivate a bond, making it easier to deceive him for the gold he possessed. The island's residents spoke of Sueka hoarding a palace's worth of gold and jewels. To think he only offered her a chest. What an affront to their sibling bond. Name felt indignant. Sueka, too, found himself questioning life. How could Name command the Chisha? Was this little gold enthusiast truly a person of pure heart? Had her spirit not been tainted by the allure of gold? The Chisha could only be ridden by those of pure hearts and require the island's clouds for energy. In truth, Name was exceptionally kind-hearted, even exhibiting a touch of saintliness. She had not executed even her mother-esque murderer, wielding only a stick as her weapon. A stick is a blunted weapon, signifying a reluctance to kill, which aligns with the principles of Buddhism. Among the Straw Hat crew, she was the most saintly, while Robin retained a more cunning disposition, being ruthless toward those who coveted her. After all, a child with an 8 million bounty would hardly have survived to this day. You truly have a dark heart, and yet you expect me to bear the burden, Name mused, astonished that Sueka could not ride the Chisha. After Sueka explained, she learned that only those with pure hearts could ride it. Name had no doubts about her own heart. She never considered herself a villain. Though she had stolen many treasures, she believed herself to be redistributing wealth, with the poor being her own self. Sueka could only ride on Name's back atop the Chisha. Fortunately, Name possessed substantial strength, enabling her to carry him, though the posture was rather awkward. I know of some places where gold still resides. Anything we find will be yours, Sueka declared with a grin. Giddy up. Sueka placed one hand on Name's shoulder, preparing to gallop. He was soon met with a swift reprimand from Name, who turned around and delivered a thorough beating, leaving Sueka with a pig-like expression akin to Luffy, obediently directing her. They first headed to the underground ruins. Sueka had taken the majority of the gold before their departure, intentionally leaving a few items for Name as a keepsake. Later, upon learning of Name's findings in the ruins, Robin thought to herself, goodness, Sueka truly harbors a dark heart, even deceiving his own sister. Where is the other location? Inside the belly of a snake. What? There exists a giant python that has swallowed a multitude of treasures, including those gold and jewels. I had seen them when I was swallowed earlier. Sueka recalled his earlier encounter, noting that Isa and the others seemed indifferent to the gold, as the Sky Island did not use gold as currency, and its abundance rendered it of little value. Where's that snake? For gold, what is a snake's belly? Surely, I can emerge unscathed. Speaking of which, how did you escape? Did you emerge with feces? Name suddenly made a connection. Indeed, I did come out with feces. Are you frightened? Sueka teased. Oomph. Name scoffed. I can fly now. I could exit through its mouth, and if all else fails, you still have that door, right? Name replied. However, I recall Isa mentioning that you had licked feces, so I should be cautious of your mouth. Was it during that time? Disaster. The rumor had taken root, and Isa's reckless gossip might lead to dire consequences in the future if no girl would dare kiss him again. No, I must silence her. Perhaps I could bribe her with snacks to seal her lips. Sueka suddenly realized the terrifying power of rumors. Slander. That wretch has slandered me. She complained that my snacks were insufficient for a day, and now she is spreading lies about me. Sueka quickly defended himself. Name observed Sueka's agitation, originally skeptical. She now felt a wave of nausea. Keep your mouth away from me. You don't believe me. We are siblings, beloved kin. That will cost you extra. What? Extra? I want to reveal your secret of licking feces, and you wouldn't want my sisters to shy away from you. Would you? Name threatened. How could such a person ride the Chisha? How could he be considered pure of heart? This is a bug. There must be a conspiracy. Sueka lamented internally. You. How dare you? Regardless of the truth, just imagine if my sisters found out. Even if I later told them it was a fabrication, would they not be disgusted? Nami suddenly discovered Crocodile's Achilles heel, and this was a blatant scheme. All she had to do was speak carelessly, and Crocodile would have no choice but to comply. Are you a devil? Only those with wicked hearts can ride this cloud. Crocodile panicked, recalling the disdainful expressions of his wife when he thought about kissing her. All right. How much? But this is the one and only time. If you threaten me like this again, I'll keep a close watch on your safe and ensure you live as a pauper for life. Crocodile said through gritted teeth. Hee. Dare to threaten me? A flat price of 10 billion berries or equivalent in gold. Nami demanded boldly. Why don't you go rob it then? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The guild doesn't have that much idle cash, and you can't move that much gold. That's none of your concern. The money now, only 1 billion. No, it's 10 billion. Including the gold in the snake's belly, it's just 1 billion. Those don't count. If they don't count, then I want to take you. I'll find it myself. You're courting death. That snake has corrosive venom, and getting out of its belly is no easy feat. Fine. The gold in the snake's belly counts, but still 10 billion. Considering her own safety, Nami conceded. This gold is inconvenient for you to carry. Even exchanging it for berries would attract unwanted attention. I'll provide you with a spatial item. 1 billion plus a universal capsule. Universal capsule? Crocodile took out the capsule to show Nami and explained its usage. Though it couldn't hold 10 billion directly, it could contain a check for that amount along with several million in pocket money and other miscellaneous items, and once shrunk, it could be carried easily. How about exchanging the gold for a check at the guild as currency exchange? This, Nami hesitated. This spatial item would fetch more than 10 billion at auction. Nothing like it is circulating in the world, Crocodile coaxed. All right, Nami reluctantly agreed. After all, she was pulling a fast one. Inexplicably, she was now 10 billion richer. Oh no, considering the previous gold and her savings, she was now a small fortune holder. It seemed that relying on herself was the way to go, not waiting for her brother's charity. Crocodile knew Nami would surely complain, damn, it's all my money. This is just a shift from charity to extortion. Crocodile ruffled Nami's hair in frustration, venting his dissatisfaction. The miser had awakened. Nami, indifferent to Crocodile's furious antics, reveled in the joy of sudden wealth. There, that's the python. I believe it's called Conzianora. Crocodile pointed towards the distant giant snake. Hiss, so big. Nami was a bit dumbfounded. There was such a colossal snake on the Sky Island. Thankfully, she wasn't alone. Upon seeing the cloud, Nora recalled her fear of being dominated by the enormous pea tree and wanted to flee. Crocodile quickly put on a pet collar, allowing Nami to catch up and communicate directly with Nora. Through a friendly exchange, Crocodile established a connection with Nora using the tales of the Sandians. As Nora was indeed an ancestor of the Sandians, Crocodile expressed his goodwill by offering to help Nora clear out the debris in her belly. Urging her to open her mouth, Nora was filled with trepidation, having previously suffered emotional trauma from a dog and a girl. Although this creature was not those two oddities, she still remembered what the cloud had contained. After some persuasion, during which Crocodile fed her some food made with his culinary skills, the giant snake relented. Nami rode the cloud into the snake's belly with Crocodile. "So dark. Is that a light shell?" Nami exclaimed as darkness enveloped her, only to see Crocodile produce a light shell. "I want to gather some empty shells. They seem quite useful. I'm selling them. The production of empty shells on Sky Island is already reserved by me. On Aiken, I'm also a core member of the guild and the president's sister. These shells should be supplied to me for free." Nami began to flirt, completely abandoning her earlier devilish demeanor. "My foolish sister, you just dare to threaten me. Don't you know that your brother prefers softness over hardness?" Crocodile mocked. "You've licked filth. If you spread rumors, we'll sever our sibling ties." All right. I was just joking, Onaikin." As they delved deeper into the snake's belly, Crocodile no longer needed to ride on Nami's back. She wrapped her arms around his arm instead. "You don't prefer softness over hardness. These empty shells can be sold for quite a bit. Just look at me." Nami thought and launched her attack. "The empty shells should be supplied to me for free, all right? Onaikin." Nami clung to Crocodile. All right. Crocodile found himself lost in her charm, becoming a mere echo of agreement. They emptied the snake's belly of gold and treasures. Crocodile initially planned to use the spatial pocket to help Nami store them, but she firmly rejected it, fearing the quantities would differ between what he swallowed and what he regurgitated. Watching Nami carry 2 large bags of gold and jewels by hand, Crocodile was somewhat speechless. As for the universal capsule, it was already filled to capacity by Nami. She stuffed the capsule directly into her bosom for safekeeping. Crocodile stared at her bosom, wondering if the system could produce a spatial barrier, one that could hold both items and the entire Chincoin. "What are you staring at?" Nami playfully bumped his head. Although she didn't yet possess the scale of 2 years from now, she was not insignificant now, and being scrutinized by Crocodile made her uncomfortable. "In nothing, just thinking about what good things I could get you in the future." "You're so kind. It's just that I don't have anything suitable on hand. Gold is quite suitable. You have so much gold that it's useless. I want money to make money." "Hurry and use that portal. The slime in here has corroded holes in my expensive clothes," Nami urged, looking at her garments damaged by the snake's gastric juices. All right." Crocodile glanced at her, swallowed hard, and directly used the portal to take Nami out of the snake's belly. Crocodile and Nami returned to Angel Island via the portal. Meanwhile, Kanzi Unora felt a bit odd. Why hadn't those two come out yet? She feared they might be planting trees in her belly. After a long time without any reaction, she finally concluded that those two might have become her waist. Nami ultimately exchanged gold for berries with Crocodile. After all, once they left the Sky Island, they would need to visit the currency exchange. Crocodile could extract a bit more from this situation. With matters concerning the Sky Island settled, the Straw Hat crew also planned to descend from the island. Conies gifted them an octopus hot air balloon, and they waved goodbye to everyone. Crocodile did not plan to follow. He still needed to finalize the business between Sky Island and Alabasta. Next, he intended to visit Water City to find a beautiful secretary. Oh no, he meant to say to subdue CP9. These individuals, although labeled as cold-blooded tools, still supported one another, thus negating the cold-blooded label. Crocodile felt as if he had forgotten something and suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that Luffy and the others were likely to fall into a naval fortress next. Oh well, they have the protagonist's halo. They should be fine. As for Nami, let this serve as punishment for threatening me. Crocodile shrugged, then directly commanded the Millennium Dragon to take Conies and Lachi swiftly to Alabasta. Aisha, riding the cloud, followed closely behind. Crocodile initially did not want to bring her along. This third will still needed to learn, and her presence would not be of much use. However, Aisha, being able to fly herself, stubbornly followed. Regarding the reason for not utilizing the Rinneman, on one hand, the trust or intimacy between Sueka and the two women is still not substantial. For now, it is preferable to keep things under wraps. On the other hand, Sueka finds himself caught between the two women, experiencing a surge of emotions. Kenisai sits in front of Sueka while Laji is behind him, creating a human sandwich. Qin Yinlong, the seasoned actor, muses that every time Sueka brings a lady along, he tends to tremble a bit to startle the young ladies, prompting them to cling tightly. In any case, Qin Yinlong is in autopilot mode, while Tsueka indulges himself and begins to examine the system. Upon reviewing the system, he finds that the mischief value balance stands at 300 points. It has indeed not increased much, having only risen by 50 points since the last check. System, you can't possibly intend to keep taking revenge on me, can you? I nearly perished this time, and yet I received so little mischief value. Tsueka contemplates negotiating with the system, for if this continues, the growth of his guild's strength will stagnate, and he will be unable to withstand the might of the 4 emperors and the world government in the New World. TSK, TSK, TSK. Perhaps due to the excessive accumulation of mischief value recently, you perceive it as plentiful as wholesale cabbage, but in reality, each point of mischief value is exceedingly precious, and each item exchanged is invaluable. You simply have not recognized their worth. The difficulty in obtaining mischief value is no longer akin to the initial stages, as your earlier actions have stabilized the timeline. What the system truly requires are elements of instability. So, should I continue to stir up trouble? Tsueka feels a headache coming on. How could he create chaos without boldly capturing a few celestial dragons? That would essentially equate to declaring war. Yet, he recalls the appealing appearance of the Xylilia Palace and thinks it may not be entirely out of the question. In fact, isn't this system assisting you? This time, unlocking the hidden task for the item has some utility, Alice claims. Is this counted as me being involved? Tsueka feels disheartened, recalling the days of being continuously electrocuted by Enel. And I only received this little mischief value for my troubles. Tsueka blushes. By the way, is there no reward for this item task? Cough, there should be, right? This can work. Alice, observing Tsueka's expression, initially expresses uncertainty, but then affirms it. How warm. Kinesai suddenly feels Tsueka's flushed face pressed against her ear, making her blush instantly, wondering if this guy can actually blush and whether he harbors feelings for her. Kinesai recalls when Tsueka was still a dog and had taken advantage of her a few times, leading her to ponder wildly. What is the reward? Because Enel calls you Dad, you will receive a gacha for observation hockey, which can enhance your ability somewhat. Indeed, it is possible to acquire hockey through gacha. Tsueka is thrilled, as he has struggled to cultivate hockey, except in certain areas. Such direct enchantments are truly advantageous. How much does it enhance my observation hockey? Tsueka inquires. Alice hesitates, unsure how to quantify it, as hockey lacks a reference for measurement. She can only provide vague reassurances, stating it essentially adds to your attributes without an upper limit. Tsueka directly channels the system's enchantment onto himself, feeling his senses sharpen and his mind clear, allowing him to slightly predict the trajectories of movements. He tests it out and realizes that he does not possess the extraordinary perception abilities of Aisha and Enel. But it is satisfactory. At the very least, his evasion rate has increased, significantly enhancing his safety. We have arrived. Laji stands on the dragon's back and gazes into the distance, placing a foot on Tsueka's shoulder and spotting a large island in the Qinghai Sea, bustling with merchant vessels in the harbor. This foot causes Tsueka to tumble forward, landing on Kinesai, who instinctively reacts to deliver a slap but holds back. Laji is somewhat displeased that Tsueka did not receive a slap, especially after he had just blushed while being close to Kinesai. Laji knows very well how shameless this dog can be. Upon landing at the palace, Hani, why have you brought 2 women again? Mikita, having spotted the dramatic Qin Yinlong, immediately recognizes Tsueka's return and steps out to welcome him, but her mood shifts upon noticing the 2 women beside him. As for Aisha, she is dismissed as a mere child. Cough, these 2 are the management personnel for the Sky Island outpost of the guild. This is Kinesai, and this is Laji. Tsueka introduces. This is my wife, Mikita. Both Kinesai and Laji simultaneously question. He already has a wife? Hello. Every time Tsueka makes such an introduction, Mikita instantly transforms into a lady. Hello. They respond in unison. The group then proceeds into the palace to find Wei Wei, who is handling guild affairs. Mikita wraps her arm around Tsueka, chattering away about recent news. Kinesai and Laji watch them with a hint of curiosity. Hani, do you think you can contact Kia? Or should we venture to the new world together? It's quite unstable there lately. I've heard that one of the four emperors, the beast pirates, has suffered a severe blow from a mysterious individual, and Kaido is frantically searching for someone to take his anger out on. Mikita expresses her concern. Kia hasn't returned since she took AI in to the new world? Sueka wonders, pondering why it has taken so long. Flying is generally quite swift. Well, it shouldn't be a problem, as they can fly and are unlikely to encounter any adversaries. However, Kaido can also fly, especially during these tumultuous times. The combination of Kia and AIN is formidable, and Kaido wouldn't simply bully two fragile girls for no reason. It would be beneath him. Sueka concludes that they should be safe, especially with Zifa in the new world. Even if they cannot win, they can certainly escape. The beast pirates suffered a heavy blow from a mysterious individual. This isn't part of the original plot, is it? Sueka suspects that his arrival has caused a butterfly effect. What exactly happened with the beast pirates? The newspaper reported that two mysterious individuals ambushed Wano country, seemingly while Kaido was absent, and some of his subordinates were captured. Kaido's subsequent rampage in the New World revealed these details. It is said that one individual possesses the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit of the Megalodon, while the other is a barrier fruit user. The barrier fruit user wears a skull mask, and the newspaper has dubbed her the Bone Queen. The World Economic News Agency exclaimed in shock, "A mysterious fifth emperor of the seas has emerged." Mikita remarks, "Cough, does Morgans have to be so over the top? Luffy is still here. Can the sea emperors be as common as cabbages? Such flamboyance is unwarranted." Sueka feels that Morgans has perhaps learned from the advertising of his guild, as if he has also developed a penchant for sensationalism. The barrier fruit. Sueka feels a pang of regret, for he had specifically arranged for someone to keep an eye on Bartolomeo, only for this fruit to end up in someone else's possession. The queen? Sueka notices the gender designation. There are not many renowned female powerhouses in the pirate world. Could it be the Empress? Unlikely, as she's a sweet fruit user. Stussy? That seems plausible. Are we certain it's a woman? Sueka inquires. The rumors from Kaido's side describe her as having golden hair, a petite figure with curves, fair skin, and an eerie laugh. She should be female, Mikita replies. The newspaper even has photos, although they were taken from a distance and are somewhat blurry. It seems highly likely to be Stussy, but how did she acquire the barrier fruit? She appears to be affiliated with Vegapunk. What about the other individual? Sueka recalls that no ancient Megalodon-type devil fruit was mentioned in the original story. Such a rare marine animal's devil fruit is exceedingly uncommon, with only Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit being a close comparison. Could it be a product of Vegapunk's research? The creature rumored to transform into a colossal Megalodon, swimming at high speeds and possessing the ability to change its form, exhibits astonishing destructive power, yet little intelligence is available regarding it. Sueka speculated further as the group had already arrived at Princess Weiwei's side. Princess Weiwei gazed in astonishment at the two winged women behind her, wondering if they were cosplaying as angels. These two were the Sky Island inhabitants, Koni Si and La Chi, who would henceforth manage the guild's affairs in the Sky Island. The proximity of the Sky Island to Alabasta necessitated numerous trade connections. Princess Weiwei, representing Alabasta, was in charge of the guild's operations in this kingdom. Sueka introduced them to one another. Princess Weiwei was quite curious about the Sky Islanders, surprised to learn that the small wings were genuine. The conversation soon grew lively, especially when Weiwei discovered that the Sky Island produced water shells, a valuable resource for storing water, which would undoubtedly sell well in Alabasta. Koni Si and La Chi, on the other hand, expressed interest in Alabasta sand, although transporting it was currently impractical and cultivating crops in sand proved challenging. Nevertheless, any amount of sand transported was beneficial, and the abundant moisture of the Sky Island made it easy to convert sand into fertile soil. Additionally, their unique products traded quite well, and the Sky Island could effectively airdrop them, although transporting to Qinghai posed challenges, given the limited capacity of the Flying Dragon. Sueka chuckled at the sight of Aisha, who had flown away with a large bag of sand, finding the situation amusingly fitting. He had contemplated using Jack's peas to plant a colossal tree reaching into the sky island in Alabasta, which could facilitate transportation via the moving crabs and swift shrimps. But the timing was not yet ripe. If a strong individual were to exploit this route, it would jeopardize the guild's control over the Sky Island. After arranging the connections between both parties, Sueka felt a twinge of unease, prompting him to investigate the new world himself, especially since he had several mark points for his portals there. Just as he was about to depart, Machida rushed over to inform him that Koya had returned to Shiloah village. Oh, it's good that she is back, but why is she returning home? Wasn't she supposed to oversee numerous matters in the guild's research department? Forget it. Let her take a vacation. Sueka reflected on how busy Koya had been, constantly traveling for studies while also managing various tasks in the guild's medical and research divisions. After setting aside thoughts of Koya, Sueka intended to proceed with his original plan to develop his personal secretary, Ahem, by swaying CP9. Just as he was about to set off, Machida playfully dragged him away, asking if he had been practicing diligently. Let's go train. Wei Wei's face flushed crimson, while Koni Si and La Chi remained unfazed. Aisha, eager to witness the training, was promptly pulled back by Wei Wei. Is this your sister? Wei Wei inquired, looking at Aisha, who was strangely clutching a large iron hammer and carrying a heavy bag of sand. Not my biological sister, but I treat her as one, La Chi replied. So adorable. Wei Wei affectionately patted Aisha's little head. More than half a month ago, in the waters near Wano country, Jack, one of Kaido's subordinates and a member of the Calamities, was patrolling aboard the Mammoth, hunting pirate crews that had entered the New World. Captain, something is approaching. The lookout on Jack's ship reported, noting the swift movement. What is it? Pity it's not a pirate ship. Jack felt a wave of disappointment as he spotted a shadow beneath the surface. For seizing a pirate ship entering the New World would yield a treasure trove and manpower. Get closer. We'll have an extra meal tonight. As one of the Calamities, Jack was quite adept at dealing with sea kings, especially smaller ones. The helm spun, and the Mammoth moved toward the shadow. As the shadow emerged from the water, a massive dorsal fin appeared. It looks like a giant shark, the lookout exclaimed. All right, boys, tonight we feast on shark fin. The dorsal fin surged faster, and a gigantic, fearsome megalodon leaped out of the water. In an instant, it was cloaked in a layer of slicing wind, crashing into the Mammoth. Nanny! Jack was caught off guard as the entire ship was instantly dismembered, the mast severed by the megalodon's jaws. Many crew members fell into the water. Despite Jack's robust physique and high defense, he was injured by the wind blades and plunged into the sea. As a fisherman, he would not drown, but as a devil fruit user, he was rendered immobile. The megalodon returned, seized Jack, and swam away, leaving behind a blood-soaked sea and a gathering of marine carnivores. Jack's subordinates, lacking his resilience, were torn to shreds by the earlier wind blade assault. At the cliff waterfall of Wano country, a megalodon swiftly swam upwards, effortlessly ascending the waterfall toward Onigashima. Upon reaching the shore, it expelled a barrier sphere. As the sphere vanished, a slender figure gracefully landed, tossing the compressed air barrier into the sea, creating a splash. Follow me, the figure uttered before donning a skull mask and moving deeper into Onigashima. The megalodon underwent a transformation, morphing into a deep gray shark fishman form, and followed closely behind. On Onigashima, within the Flying Six, Runmi, who possessed the ancient Zoan-type Ryu no Mi, was suddenly alerted by screams emanating from the lower level, hurriedly descending to investigate. She found a gruesome scene with the dismembered bodies of several barbarians and gifted scattered about, while a woman wearing a skull mask stood alongside a terrifying fishman in the hall. Who are you? Rummy demanded, launching an attack. With her armed color hockey enveloping her headbutt, she charged towards the masked figure. Her force comparable to a large caliber cannon capable of shattering a human skull and demolishing the floor. Defense barrier. The masked individual slightly opened their mouth, and a barrier appeared between the two. Runmi collided with it, resulting in a tremendous impact. Bang! The sound of the collision echoed as Runmi suffered a severe head injury, collapsing to the ground, while the barrier remained unscathed. Is the strength of the Yonko crew so lacking? Is this what armed color hockey entails? The masked figure glanced at Runmi and tried to wrap hockey around their hand. It's not too difficult, they mused, proceeding to envelop the barrier with hockey. Barrier blades. Ultra-thin, razor-sharp barrier shards imbued with armed color hockey launched towards the incoming barbarians and gifted. The scene turned chaotic, with bloodshed and dismembered limbs flying, especially as several barrier blades whirled like a meat grinder. Witnessing such a gruesome sight, the subsequent barbarians and gifted trembled in fear, with some fleeing in terror. Put this on, the masked figure pointed at Runmi and continued ascending to the upper levels. The shark fishman unleashed a wind blade tornado, dispatching the arriving minions before hoisting Runmi and following the masked individual upward. Sister, Paijuan, a Zoan-type dragon fruit ancient spiked back dragon user, was instantly enraged upon seeing her sister, whose fate was uncertain, being taken by the intruder and charged at the shark fishman. The masked figure created a barrier shockwave, sending Paijuan flying. These experimental subjects seem rather weak. I expected more strength from the Yonko crew. Could it be that the barrier fruit is simply too powerful? The masked figure mused to themselves. In truth, Runmi's headbutt was immensely damaging, but the absolute defense of the barrier fruit had severely backfired against her. Paijuan, already weaker than Runmi, suffered less damage due to her less reckless attack. Damn it! Who are you? Paijuan struggled to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth as she asked. In pursuit of the elusive toy, the masked man boldly inquired whether there were any other formidable wielders of the devil fruit abilities. Should such individuals exist, he expressed his willingness to return the toy. Underestimated. The 100 Beast pirates were no mere playthings for anyone to trifle with. With that, Peijuan resumed his assault. Barrier ball. The masked man swiftly encased the rather sluggish Peijuan within a barrier, relentlessly compressing it. As the pressure intensified and the air within the sphere diminished, Peijuan succumbed, losing consciousness. Alas, there isn't a single fighter among them. The masked man began his exploration of the eerie architecture of the Ghost Island, with the lesser members of the 100 Beast pirates daring not to approach. The captain is absent. Quickly, alert the 3 masters. Some of the lesser members, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily sought assistance. Meanwhile, on the main island, the calamity known as Quinn was reveling in his dance at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry when he suddenly received an urgent distress signal from Ghost Island, reporting an invasion. Nanny, how could anyone breach that stronghold? Could it be another Yonko crew attacking? Isn't Jean supposed to be at Ghost Island? What a predicament, Quinn muttered, immediately rushing toward Ghost Island. Flame Emperor. A barrage of fireballs surged toward the masked man. Protective barrier. The masked man effortlessly repelled the assault. Who are you? And what are your intentions? In the vicinity, the Calamity Jean was surveying from the skies, observing the sudden commotion within the Ghost Island structure. Returned with disbelief at the ease of the invasion. The outer guards had failed miserably. Double Emperor's Blade. Jean flapped his wings, launching fireballs from the flames at his back in a rapid-fire manner. Facing the relentless onslaught, the masked man enveloped himself in barriers, exclaiming, "Barrier armor." The fishman retreated from the battlefield, prioritizing the safeguarding of the spoils. Confronted with such impenetrable defense, Jean found himself in a precarious situation and drew his sword to engage the enemy. Fire Dragon Emperor. The sword, cloaked in flames resembling an Easter dragon, slashed toward the masked man. Barrier Shield Sword. The masked man conjured 2 shields, one for defense and one for offense, entering a rapid exchange with Jean. Though the masked man possessed absolute defense, the overwhelming pressure and mental strain from Jin's strikes were considerable. Sensing Jin's increasingly fierce attacks, the masked man taunted. It seems the Yonko crew has a fighter or 2 worth mentioning. Jean noticed the masked man's faltering stance, sensing an opportunity. Nanny, just moments before, the seemingly wavering masked man erupted with surprising vigor, inflicting multiple wounds upon Jean. Jean quickly retreated, ascending into the sky. What is this? Can he still unleash such explosive power? He hastily employed the flames enveloping him to heal his injuries. Interesting. He can self-heal. This specimen is quite valuable. The masked man licked his lips, crouching down to gather energy. Specimen? The term invoked unsettling memories for Jean. Could this fellow be sent by the world government to capture me? How infuriating! As the masked man finished charging, he leaped towards Jean with astonishing speed. You think you can reach me like this? How ridiculous, Nanny! Jean perceived the masked man's attempt to rely solely on leaping for aerial combat as foolish. Yet, to his astonishment, the masked man conjured a barrier mid-air, using it as a stepping stone to approach with Z-shaped rapidity. The two resumed their aerial confrontation, with Jin's ability to heal quickly meeting the masked man's steadfast defense. Jean soon realized that the more forceful his attacks became, the stronger the masked man's subsequent counters grew. As if he were learning Jin's techniques and the application of hockey. Jean became increasingly alarmed. Who are you? You don't seem like someone from the world government, and your mastery of hockey is rather lacking. Giggling, the masked man replied, Of course, I recently learned from you all. Nanny, what terrifying talent is this? Can one truly master hockey so quickly? Jean was taken aback. Was it as simple as having hands? The masked man boasted. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Not far off, Black Maria, one of the Flying Six and a user of the ancient Zoan type Gura fruit, arrived to provide assistance. With her tall and alluring figure, adorned with a magnificent golden hairstyle, emerald eyes, and a striking outfit, she readied herself for combat. If Trick were present, he would surely be enraptured. Although you may speak the truth, must you invoke my name specifically? Black Maria observed the aerial clash, but felt powerless to intervene. So she directed her assault toward the fishman, intent on rescuing the captured Runme. Maria's web, her spider silk lunged at the opponent, but was swiftly torn apart by wind blades. This troublesome ability seemed countered. Many of Black Maria's techniques relied on her webs, effectively having her power. Spinning web technique. She spun and swung a fiery attack toward her adversary, while expelling flames and unleashing toxins from her spider legs in a concerted effort to subdue him. Wind blade tornado. The shark fishman countered with wind blades, effortlessly catching the spinning weapon and hurling it toward Black Maria. He flung her away, launching a series of wind blade slashes. Black Maria managed to defend against these with her webs and hockey, but the pressure was mounting. This is troublesome. Black Maria felt the strain. It seemed the fishman was deliberately keeping her at bay. As she braved the wind blades, she closed in on him. The two engaged in close combat, with Black Maria employing sneak attacks with her poisonous spider legs. But the fishman consistently thwarted her attempts, transforming his head into a shark's maw to bite at her. Ugh! Curse be this! Black Maria evaded, yet her arm was grazed by the shark's teeth, blood pouring forth. A numbing sensation overcame her. How could this creature's teeth be toxic? Black Maria, despite her prowess, never anticipated that she would be the first to succumb to poison. Is this a neurotoxin? How could a shark possess such venom? Black Maria felt her body growing numb and immobile. The shark fishman, seeing her incapacitated, refrained from further assault, allowing the poison to take effect. Though Black Maria possessed formidable regenerative abilities and quickly staunched her bleeding, she was powerless against the toxin, particularly given its potency. With Black Maria paralyzed and unable to rise, the fishman hoisted her up. Despite her considerable size, he managed to carry her, albeit with some difficulty. Oh, another catch! The masked man gleefully observed as the fishman secured what appeared to be a cadre-level Spider-Woman. Damn it! Jean felt that these two adversaries were not particularly strong, but rather troublesome, their abilities countering his crew effectively. Where have Quinn and Jack gone? I can handle this masked man, but the fishman remains unchecked. Jean felt increasingly frustrated, venting his dissatisfaction regarding the other two prominent figures. As for Kaido, he dismissed the thought, likely off seeking another reckless end. The Fei Lu Bao typically do not remain in Guidao. They are usually dispatched to carry out missions or oversee their designated areas. Only Run Ti and Pei Jivon, the two siblings, find themselves relatively unoccupied, which is why they are present here. Haisa Maria returned hastily, but unexpectedly fell into a trap. You take these two materials away first, commanded the masked man, sensing the approaching enemy reinforcements from afar. The shark fishman turned and sprinted toward the sea. Damn it! Stop him! Jean exclaimed, realizing that once the fisherman entered the ocean, it would be nearly impossible for his side, consisting of numerous devil fruit users, to pursue. At that moment, Plague Quinn finally arrived and confronted the fishman, launching an attack. Although the fishman, carrying the two materials, was unhindered in movement, he could not attack, so he discarded the two individuals and engaged in a fierce battle with Plague Quinn. Ankylosaurus Bomb. The black flames erupted as Quinn summoned his attack, predominantly utilizing scientific weaponry and viruses. The shark fishman moved with incredible speed, evading most of the assaults. As for the viruses, having been nurtured by the masked man and subjected to various infections, he possessed a plethora of antibodies, making him difficult to infect. Is this fellow truly a fishman? Quinn pondered, doubting the creature's identity. Even Jack, with his formidable physique, could not withstand Quinn's viruses. Perhaps this being was a modified human? Quinn sensed a cold, artificial weapon in the fishman's gaze, leading him to speculate that this individual had an extraordinary background. Perhaps only the world government or the Germa of the North Sea could undertake such modifications. Quinn activated his invisibility ability, hoping to ambush the fishman. However, the fishman unleashed a flurry of wind blades, executing indiscriminate attacks on everything around him. The masked man, protected by the shield fruit, remained unfazed, while the beast pirates suffered significant casualties, with bystanders caught in the crossfire. This bastard shows no concern whatsoever. Quinn realized that his invisibility was futile, as he could still be struck. Moreover, he had to divert his attention to protect the unconscious Hysa Maria and Run T, resulting in him directly enduring the wind blades. Mummy, Ice Demon. Quinn attempted to infect the fishman with viruses, even tossing infected bystanders toward him. Yet, the fishman's speed was remarkable. He even utilized nearby bystanders as shields. Spark Queen. In response to the agile fishman, Quinn executed a wide-area attack, replicating the Spark Red technique from Germa 66, launching a barrage of explosive beams from his eyes. The dense onslaught finally struck the fishman multiple times, leaving numerous wounds on his body. However, his blood quickly coagulated and the wounds slowly healed. What a troublesome creature! Quinn grimaced at the sight. The fishman transformed partially, adopting a shark's head and bared his formidable jaws as he charged forward. Ankylosaurus Serpent. Quinn launched the head and tail of the Ankylosaurus, attempting to ensnare the fishman and crush his bones with immense force. However, the fishman bit Quinn's body and savagely tore at him, then morphed into a shark to escape the entanglement. The shark and the serpent rolled on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, which eventually settled to reveal Quinn lying motionless like a defeated serpent. The shark man, charred and trembling, staggered as a result of Quinn's electric attack. The defensive capabilities of the saber-tooth are still too weak. A single shock left him in this state. The masked man considered further modifications necessary for the creature. Avoiding Jin's attack, the masked man swiftly returned to the shark man, injecting him with a dose of medicine. Jin, disregarding the masked man, prioritized rescuing others. With Quinn now defeated, it seemed the enemy possessed restorative agents, making a prolonged battle disadvantageous for his side. Jin swiftly grabbed Quinn and Run T, taking flight, while Hysa Maria would have to wait for the next opportunity, given that Quinn was currently in a serpentine state, making him smaller and Run T was inherently petite. Hysa Maria was the largest among the three, complicating their escape. Thinking of fleeing? The masked man abandoned the recovering shark man and charged toward Jin. Jin tossed the two individuals to the brute and instructed, "You all quickly retreat with some of the officers. I will hold her off here." The scene shifted to the interior of a building on Gue Dao. A figure with a clear, yet foolish gaze was curiously wondering what commotion was occurring outside. "Oh dear, when will Brother Trick come to rescue me? This is the year we agreed upon. Could those outside be sent by Brother Trick?" Yamato mused, observing the fleeing guards, convinced that they were sent by Brother Trick. He had promised to rescue her and take her on adventures since she was young. Though she had initially aspired to become Kazuki Oden, her dreams had shifted upon meeting Brother Trick, who made adventures far more enjoyable. Resolutely, Yamato decided to break free, fearing that the outside world would never find her if she did not act. She kicked down the prison door and stepped out. Previously, She had refrained from such an escape due to handcuffs rigged to explode if she left Guedao, making any attempt futile. How brutal! Yamato exclaimed upon entering the hall, finding it littered with debris and blood, while Pei Jivun lay unconscious. Was Brother Trick's ally truly this terrifying? She stealthily navigated through the bloodless areas, noticing a figure in a skeletal mask locked in combat with Jean. Their battle was fierce and indecisive, while Quinn and Run T were carried away by the brute. The skeletal mask. She has arrived. Ah, this must be the one Brother Trick mentioned would come to rescue me. Yamato exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the masked figure. Yamato? What is that fool doing here? Stay away and do not complicate matters. Jean warned as he noticed Yamato rushing in excitement. Although Kaido may not have favored this son, Jean still felt an obligation to protect her. It would be undesirable for this naive girl to be eliminated by outsiders. Don't come over. It's dangerous. You must be the one sent to rescue me, right? Yamato eagerly addressed the masked man. Huh? The masked man was taken aback by the foolishness reflected in Yamato's eyes. Was it during the surgery? Yamato blurted out a nonsensical statement, unsure of its meaning, but recalling Brother Trick's instructions to use it as a signal for recognition, cautioning her not to reveal her name. You. The masked man's pupils narrowed, recognizing the significance of the statement, which was only known to the two of them. One idiot. Why would you disclose everything? And a girl, no less. The masked man seethed internally. No, she should know I am here. Confused, the masked man began to question whether Yamato had been watching from nearby all along. Scanning the surroundings, she detected nothing amiss. Observing their exchange, Jean sensed the situation was becoming intricate. Could it be that the true target was Yamato, and that they were indeed allies? The masked man swiftly appeared beside Yamato and whispered, "What color is his hair?" "Orange." Yamato promptly replied without hesitation. Confirmed. The masked man thought to herself, "When did you say I would come to rescue you?" She asked for clarification. 20 years ago. 20 years ago. The masked man was perplexed, recalling that the individual in question had not been born 2 decades prior. Jean felt severely wounded on his side, and if he were to flee with this individual, the reputation of the 100 Beast Pirates would be utterly tarnished. Thus, he transformed into a wyvern and launched a fierce assault on the masked man. The masked man's mind was in disarray, yet upon seeing Dahi's clear yet foolish gaze, he concluded that she had undoubtedly been deceived by that person as well. At this moment, logic was irrelevant. It sufficed to believe in that person's malicious nature. The masked man seized Dahi by the cord on her back, evading attacks as he leaped toward the shark man and Black Maria, shouting, "Take this spider with you." The fishman half-transformed, clamping Black Maria in his jaws and sprinting toward the sea. "The handcuffs I bear will explode if we leave Onigashima," Dahi exclaimed in urgency as she was whisked away by the masked man. The masked man's gaze sharpened, disregarding Dahi's words, and instead tossed a gas grenade behind him, which detonated right before the pursuing Jin. Poison gas. Chili? Onion? What nonsense is this? Accompanied by the thick smoke and the acrid scent, Jin flapped his wings vigorously to disperse the gas. Seizing the moment, the masked man enveloped Dahi in a barrier armor, utilizing his haki to shatter the handcuffs. Didn't he explode? The masked man mused, but he paid it no mind and continued to carry Dahi away. "I'm free. Let me down. I'm strong enough to run on my own," Dahi declared with a hint of pride. The masked man glanced at her but did not loosen his grip, regardless of whether she aligned with their side. Securing her was paramount to prevent any intelligence leaks. Barrier slide rail. Thus, the masked man created a sliding path through the air, rapidly advancing to catch up with the fishman. Upon reaching the shore, he encased himself, Dahi, and Black Maria within a barrier sphere, simultaneously forming a compressed air barrier for breathing purposes. The shark man transformed into a massive great white shark, swallowing the barrier sphere whole and plunging into the depths of the ocean. Dahi and Black Maria gazed in astonishment at this audacious maneuver. No wonder they could infiltrate Onigashima. The majority of the 100 Beast Pirates were essentially landbound. Black Maria was currently immobilized by the compression. Otherwise, it would have been quite a struggle to fit, though she remained in a paralyzed state, while an ordinary person might have already lost consciousness. However, her size and slight resistance to poison helped. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Jin opened his eyes with discomfort, primarily because his body was still coated with that substance, causing irritation that hindered his vision, a sensation not easily recoverable without proper cleansing. Damn it, where's that guy? Jin searched in the direction he had previously pursued, but it seemed the individual had vanished in an instant. He surmised that the opponent likely submerged into the sea. Yet, there were no traces along the way, and the ocean remained eerily silent. The reason Jin failed to sense anything was that the masked man, after deploying the smoke bomb, had swiftly changed direction and escaped from another angle. The great white shark darted away from the cliff as waterfall and, after gaining some distance, snatched up Jack, who was trapped on a submerged reef and swam into the deep sea. That's Jack. While the shark had consumed the barrier sphere, the masked man could manipulate the form of the barrier, seamlessly fitting it within the shark's mouth. Therefore, those within the sphere could glimpse the underwater scenery through the barrier of the devil fruit. Upon seeing Jack ensnared in the shark's teeth, both women realized why he had been absent. He had been captured long ago. Black Maria remained incapacitated on the ground, while he curiously observed the underwater world. Being a devil fruit user herself, and having been largely confined to Onigashima, she was exhilarated by this novel adventure. The masked man scrutinized the then turned his gaze to Black Maria, appraising them both repeatedly. "Are you two sisters?" he asked, noting their similar appearances, ample assets, and the identical horns adorning their heads. No. Although Black Maria and I share a close bond, we are not blood sisters, he quickly denied. Close bond? The masked man frowned, pondering his true allegiance. What exactly are you? The masked man questioned, suspecting his identity. I'm Kaido's son, named he. She replied ambiguously. The masked man instantly went on high alert, exclaiming, "What the hell? The son of Kaido has defected? A loving father-son relationship? No. So? What an odd race. Why are the male pectorals so exaggerated? Are you questioning my expertise?" The masked man circled he, examining her closely. Huh? What expertise? He felt somewhat uneasy, fearing she might be mistaken for being part of Kaido's faction. Although she was sent by Brother Churik, the other party did not seem particularly welcoming. Based on my extensive experience in anatomy, no, based on my countless dissections, you must be female, the masked man asserted confidently. He suddenly realized they were on different wavelengths. I'm a man. I aspire to be a samurai like Kazuki Oden, he declared resolutely. The masked man's brow furrowed deeper, glancing at Black Maria, who possessed similarly ample assets, and inquired, "Is she also a man?" "She is a woman. She should be a woman, right?" He replied uncertainly, as Black Maria increasingly resembled her. How had she not noticed before? Black Maria, on the verge of tears, thought, "This foolish girl, her mind is truly muddled. She cannot even recognize her gender, let alone others. I am indeed a woman." The masked man reached toward an indescribable area, intending to confirm directly. But he quickly jumped back, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I am a proper man. Please, Mayam, show some decorum." The masked man's south hand froze in place, her heart shattered. Based on her medical experience, she was certain this individual must be suffering from some form of mental illness. How did Churik end up with such an eccentric companion? "You sound like you're not any different," Churik replied. "Spider-Woman, do you also possess exaggerated pectorals?" The masked man disregarded he and turned to Black Maria to gather information, questioning whether he might be a spy. Are there really spies among those with mental illnesses? Especially the chief's son? Black Maria stared blankly at the masked man, unable to speak. "Oh, I almost forgot. You are in a paralyzed state and cannot speak," the masked man remarked, taking out a spray and spraying it into Black Maria's mouth. Black Maria uttered strange, incomprehensible sounds, gradually regaining her ability to speak. "I'm a woman. I'm a captivating beauty." Black Maria promptly emphasized her gender the moment she could speak. "This is not just a peck, but a weapon, and he is indeed a woman. I don't know why she insists on identifying as a man, but since everyone calls her that, she has grown accustomed to it. What is your name? Are you an officer?" "I only know the 3 calamities, not familiar with the other minor characters," the masked man inquired. Black Maria felt somewhat offended, but recognized that the masked man could hold his own against Jean. I am Black Maria, one of the Flying Six, a user of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the rose spider. Black Maria divulged her identity, realizing that revealing such details held little significance. She preferred not to be underestimated. Quite a commendable subject for transformation. The adaptability and comprehensive capabilities of arachnid species are remarkably robust. The masked man began his assessment. Black Maria shivered with a sense of dread, suddenly pondering if this shark fishman had also arrived in such a manner. She had no desire to transform into an unthinking machine of slaughter. Noble sir, I would prefer to serve you without undergoing any alterations. My current prowess is formidable enough. The masked figure retorted, if I were to modify you, you would then be entirely obedient to my commands and even more powerful. Why should I not transform you? In truth, combat was not her greatest talent. She excelled in management. It was she who oversaw the entertainment districts under Kaido's reign, ensuring a continuous flow of wealth. Black Maria continued to assert her value, not genuinely wishing to submit to this masked individual, for Kaido was a formidable ally, and her immediate priority was to secure her own safety. Management? The masked figure mused, recognizing his own overwhelming responsibilities. He already had a subordinate with a steward-like role. Yet a female steward would be more convenient. Yamato, my dear sister, has always treated you well. Think of the joyful times we spent playing together in our youth. Black Maria cunningly attempted to sway the conversation, sensing that Yamato might be entangled with the forces behind the masked figure. Black Maria, what does transformation entail? Yamato, more captivated by the underwater scenery, paid little attention to their dialogue. Oh dear, sister is on the brink of peril, and you're still admiring the view? How could you take her kindness for granted? Black Maria internally scoffed. It means becoming an unthinking weapon of battle. Are your companions as sinister as that, Brother Trick? Yamato gasped, sharing a mutual disdain for such things, particularly as Kaido had transformed many of his subordinates into grotesque beings. Masked sister, could you refrain from altering Black Maria? She is a dear friend of mine, Yamato implored. Upon observing the resemblance between the two women, the masked figure became suspicious that they must share a blood relation. I will not erase her consciousness, but I must still modify her. She is too weak, and I will implant a control device in her brain to prevent any betrayal. He declared, will it harm her body? Yamato worried that the modifications might bear adverse effects akin to those of failed artificial devil fruits. With such perfect physical material, I shall certainly cherish it, the masked figure replied. Yamato contemplated explaining the situation to Trick later, hoping he might heed her brother's words. What are you planning? Black Maria exclaimed in terror as the masked figure brandished a syringe filled with a sedative towards her. Under the influence of the anesthetic, Black Maria succumbed to a deep slumber. The masked figure turned his attention to Yamato. Now it is your turn. You. Yamato stammered in fear. Do not worry. My primary intention is to understand your agreement. The masked figure spoke gently. Agreement? Is it the one with Brother Trick? Indeed. How did you meet? Yamato recounted their tale from 20 years prior, omitting many details but simply describing how she met Trick in their pact to send a skeletal masked figure to retrieve her after 2 decades. After listening to Yamato's account, the masked figure fell into contemplation. 20 years ago, Trick had yet to be born. He seemed to be only 18, thus not likely to deceive him. And his twin sister was of the same age. Considering Trick's peculiar gadgets, it was plausible that he possessed time-traveling devices. Therefore, it was highly probable that Trick had traversed to the past to meet the young Yamato. The knowledge of a skeletal masked figure arriving to fetch her indicated that his identity and strength had ultimately been disclosed to Trick. The masked figure had no intention of perpetually concealing his capabilities from Trick. It was merely a matter of time, and he did not mind. However, could this individual be trusted? The masked figure scrutinized Yamato's naive and innocent expression. Very well, since she is already acquainted with Trick. She would likely deduce my identity with minimal inquiry. The masked figure removed his skeletal mask, revealing shoulder length, light golden hair parted in the middle, with large brown eyes and fair skin. Beneath the mask lay a beautiful visage, previously dyed gray and white. He had reverted to his natural color to conceal his identity. In truth, he had long discovered the shield fruit. After careful consideration, he consumed it without reporting to Trick, secretly developing its potential. He combined various drugs and an in-depth understanding of human anatomy, utilizing the properties of the sickly pill to push himself to his limits. Frequently, he hunted pirates and formidable adversaries in various perilous seas, resulting in a terrifying surge in his strength within a short time. During his time at Twin Cape, only the perceptive Zorro sensed the terrifying bloodlust and ominous aura emanating from him, while Trick assumed it was merely a consequence of excessive surgery. Later, upon awakening the Conqueror's Haki at Drum Island, he began to delve deeply into the study of Haki. His encounters with Bella Betty and Alabasta served as a means to validate his understanding of armament and observation Haki. Learning the Marine's 6 styles for mine was similarly swift, especially under the enhancement of the sickly pill's bug-like properties, as he constantly tested his limits in a near-death state, resulting in a formidable increase in strength. This time, he ventured to Onigashima with the dual purpose of hunting new experimental subjects and furthering his combat knowledge of advanced Haki. Therefore, he volunteered to escort Ein to the New World. As for the Great White Shark, it had already traversed the East Sea, passing through the Calm Belt and Fishman Island, awaiting orders. The Great White Shark was a genetically modified creature based on the Fishman Dragon. Yes, it was indeed the Fishman Dragon that Trick had initially gifted to him. When Nami refrained from dealing the fatal blow, Trick had entrusted it to him. He had also experimented with another scythe fruit user, Eric, transplanting his heart and various organs into the dragon's body, overcoming rejection through biological means, allowing the dragon to possess 2 circulatory systems. The dragon subsequently acquired the abilities of the scythe fruit, becoming immune to the sea's constraints due to its fishman physiology. As for the transformation into a great white shark, this was a result of his genetic research. He discovered that the traits of fishmen and merfolk were controlled by dominant and recessive genes, with some fishmen possessing dual genetic traits. By effectively controlling gene expression, he could manifest various characteristics. He located a fierce great white shark in the waters near the ancient island and implanted its embryonic stem cells into the dragon. He also employed transgenic technology to incorporate various resistance and cancer-related genes into the embryonic stem cells. By leveraging the shark's anti-cancer properties, he stimulated the growth of the embryonic stem cells, incessantly iterating and merging them with the dragon's cells. Ultimately, the dragon underwent a significant transformation, with its brain cells selectively iterated under his acupuncture control, coupled with the implantation of a specialized control chip. The dragon had now evolved into a modified being with a degree of combat intelligence, fully obedient to his commands. Naturally, it was no longer referred to as the dragon, but had been renamed Blade Tooth. This was one of his more successful creations among the numerous modified beings. Alongside a mammoth and a spider, the mammoth appearing rather dim-witted. Thus, he was determined to erase its consciousness entirely. Kuya sees Jack with a lingering sense of intrigue. Although Jack exhibited a rather lackluster combat ability, he was a fishman, and Kuya discerned that fishmen were inherently more amenable to transformation and metamorphosis than humans. Upon reaching adulthood, fishmen could even develop legs, a capacity that signified a higher cellular versatility compared to humans. Moreover, genetically modified traits could manifest after cellular iterations. Following modification, on one hand, cells could be iterated to enhance and produce a myriad of abilities, while on the other, transformations akin to those of Zoan-type devil fruit users could be achieved. He was, quite simply, the quintessential material for transformation, prompting Kuya to contemplate an expedition to Fishman Island to capture more. As for Black Maria, she was a rare Zoan-type devil fruit user with considerable potential for development, capable of both offense and defense, and even toxic capabilities. Initially, Kuya had intended to capture an ancient dinosaur-type creature, but unfortunately, the creature known as Run-T was ultimately rescued. Quinn's strength lay predominantly in technology, while Page 1 lacked noteworthy combat features. It was Run-T who held promise as a unit for assault and transformation. "You are quite youthful," Yamato remarked in astonishment at the masked figure, noting that she appeared significantly younger than herself. possessing the strength to contend with Jean. Kuya was merely 17, while Yamato had already reached 28. Yet, Kuya exuded an aura that felt more akin to that of an elder sister. Trick is my plaything. You shall follow me, but heed my commands, or I will not hesitate to eliminate you, Kuya declared coldly. Yamato was utterly perplexed as to why such a woman would associate with someone like Brother Trick, who was rather frivolous. Furthermore, do not disclose my information to anyone, including Trick. Understood? Where do you intend to go next, sister? Yamato was about to call her sister, but sensing the pressure emanating from Kuya, she quickly altered her address. I plan to make a detour to Fishman Island, where you will assist me. Fishman Island. Hooray! I have read about it in Odin's journal. I can finally see it for myself. Yamato exclaimed joyfully. Although Kuya appeared cold, Yamato had grown accustomed to it, as her treatment on Onigashima had been far from pleasant. For the sake of secrecy, you shall refer to me as Zhanggu, and I shall call you Jiao Gue. Kuya did not reveal her true name, opting instead to assign code names for both herself and Yamato. Ha! How did you know I possess a demon mask? Yamato exclaimed, producing a mask from her person and adorning it. The mask fit perfectly with her two horns, creating an illusion that they were naturally part of it. After departing from Wano country, the group, led by Renchi, discovered a deserted island. Before landing, Kuya dragged Jack into a barrier and sedated him with anesthetics. Yamato had yet to react, captivated by the underwater scenery, when Kuya unexpectedly administered a shot to her as well. The current Kuya was far from benevolent. Coupled with her occasionally deranged personality, her desire for control was formidable, and she did not let her guard down simply because Yamato was Kaido's disobedient child. Kuya promptly constructed a sterile room using her barrier fruit, donning a barrier membrane as a surgical gown and conjuring a barrier surgical knife. Upon acquiring the barrier fruit, she discovered it was a miraculous surgical tool. Beyond creating various instruments, it could envelop wounds, staunch blood flow from vessels, and control barrier microknives for minimally invasive surgeries. While it could not quite rival the extraordinary capabilities of surgical fruits, under Kuya's relentless development and fine manipulation, the utility of the barrier fruit continued to expand. Kuya's foremost research endeavor was to reduce the barrier to a nanoscale, thereby allowing for the physical elimination of viruses, toxins, and impurities from the bloodstream. The focus on blood was due to its extractability, enabling surgical observation under a microscope before reintroducing it back into the body. This technique was currently somewhat impractical, being both energy-intensive and less effective than simply finding a blood-type match for transfusion. However, if applied in combat, it could serve as a terrifying, intangible weapon, though Kuya had refrained from utilizing it thus far, primarily due to its complexity and energy demands, as well as the ease with which it could be detected by skilled observers possessing Haki. Additionally, it was intended for use as a secret trump card. Following a series of surgeries, biological chips were implanted in the brains of Jack, Black Maria, and Yamato. These chips utilized the bioelectricity of the host as power. As long as the biological entity remained alive, the chips would function continuously. Currently, these chips were primarily for controlling threats and could not directly manipulate thoughts. However, use her own implanted chip to inflict punishment on the target's brain, inducing excruciating headaches. Yamato was the first to awaken, having received the least amount of anesthetic due to her smaller stature. What has happened? Upon seeing Jack and Black Maria lying on the ground, she recalled Kuya's betrayal. I have implanted chips in your brains. Should you betray me or disobey my commands, the chip will assault your brain, and upon my demise, it will detonate. Kuya explained, though the activation was not automatic but required Kuya's explicit command. Yamato was at a loss for words. Having barely escaped one peril only to fall into another, she had only just freed herself from her shackles on Onigashima, and now found herself under control again. Stop feigning sleep. Kuya commanded Black Maria. Hee. Black Maria chuckled as she rose. She had heard the conversation and had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to escape. Jack screamed in agony, clutching his head and thrashing violently. The commotion startled both Black Maria and Yamato. You see, with but a single thought, I can induce excruciating pain. Do not even think about escaping or dismantling this device. It possesses a self-destruct feature that cannot be easily removed by any ordinary doctor. Black Maria, witnessing Jack's torment, broke into a cold sweat. Though she herself was cruel, she was still afraid of the cruelty inflicted upon her by others. Yamato also regarded Jack with grave concern. Although he was Brother Trick's woman, their dynamic felt mismatched. This woman's methods were far more ruthless than her father Kaido's. Would you like to experience it for yourselves? Kuya inquired with a playful smile, observing the two silent figures. No. Noble lady, you shall be my master from now on. Black Maria hastily denied. Sister Zhanggu, I shall not betray my companions. I only wish to embark on adventures with you, Yamato said resignedly. And you? Kuya turned her gaze toward Jack. His compliance was of little consequence, as he would ultimately have his consciousness purged, but the current conditions were not conducive for his transformation. Who are you? I am Jack, the drought of the beast pirates, Jack exclaimed, noticing Black Maria and Yamato, but remaining utterly oblivious to the situation. And Black Maria, do you intend to betray Lord Kaido? Jack completely disregarded the disobedient Yamato. Jack cried out once more in agony. Kuya wasted no time, continuing to control the chip to inflict pain, leaving Jack bloodied and battered as he succumbed to the unbearable torment, striking the ground and injuring himself in a desperate attempt to escape the pain. He wished to attack Kuya, but the barrier fruit confined his movements. After enduring a torturous ordeal that was difficult for the two women to witness, Jack ultimately capitulated. For only those who had experienced such suffering could truly comprehend its intensity. Stop, my master. I am willing to serve you, Jack pleaded, bowing his head in submission. I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Kuya giggled, having been watching Jack while roasting the Sea Kings captured by Rinchi. After a brief respite, Jack, regaining his composure, learned the gist of the situation from Black Maria in the absence of the masked figure. The masked figure and the shark made a direct assault on Ghost Island, vanquishing 3 of the Flying Six and Quine, while also managing to reach a stalemate with Jean, who was able to capture both her and Yamato in the process. Jack, typically fearless, nonetheless recognizes the formidable nature of someone capable of defeating Quine and matching Jean. The Flying Six are formidable foes, but Quine is notoriously difficult to contend with. Had Jean not possessed self-healing and flight abilities, he too might have faced defeat. It seems that only the captain could truly best this individual. Even so, Jack remains steadfast in his belief in Kaido's strength. Currently, under the tutelage of Koya, Jack has learned the virtue of enduring humiliation and burden, waiting for the opportunity to seek out Lord Kaido, confident that Quine will be able to extract the control chip from his own head. Meanwhile, Koya is seated upon her self-formed barrier airship, floating high above as she surveys her current location. Koya manipulates the barrier sphere, adjusting its air density to enable it to float like a helium balloon. She continues to shape the barrier into a propeller to control flight direction, thus forming a barrier airship. Koya is capable of creating a vacuum sphere, but the exertion required is immense and the buoyancy too great for proper control. At present, she employs the moonwalk technique to hover and utilizes the barrier for rapid movements in midair. For long-distance, swift travel, she employs a barrier glider, while a barrier airship serves for gradual long-distance flights. Thus, while flight abilities are rare for others, they're the foundational skill for someone like Koya, a master of fruit development. This achievement is largely thanks to Trick, despite being somewhat unclear about the technological landscape of this world, has facilitated the transfer of knowledge from another realm. Desiring to keep his identity hidden from the recruited scientific personnel, Trick has designated Koya as a knowledge intermediary. As one who stands on the shoulders of giants, Trick directly imbues Koya's mind with the knowledge of mathematics, chemistry, and biology through the power of his memory projector. Koya's mind expands, as if she is rediscovering the world, which explains her vast scientific knowledge and her understanding of the diverse applications of her abilities. She has also unearthed some of Trick's closely guarded secrets. Although Trick has deliberately obscured certain memories, knowledge requires a vessel, words, names, units of measurement, such as newtons for force, Kelvin for temperature, and pascals for pressure. Koya finds Trick's origins shrouded in mystery, as though his mind harbors an entire civilization. No ordinary individual could acquire knowledge at such an accelerated pace. Koya's acquaintance with Trick has not even spanned a year. Some of the knowledge from her former world was learned during her illness at home, while the bulk of her scientific knowledge has been forcibly imparted by Trick. Koya's feelings for Usopp, aside from their friendship, are similarly sparse. On one hand, she possesses a somewhat obsessive and delusional mindset. On the other, she feels she has discerned the essence of the world. The pirate games played by Usopp and his companions seem laughable to her, as they exist on entirely different planes of existence, yet she harbors no true disdain for them. Previously, she would mock Usopp for his survival, but that was only because the original persona had a decent relationship with him. Otherwise, she would have deemed him unworthy of her attention. The sky has grown dim, and a heaviness lingers in the air, warning Koya of an impending danger. Suddenly, a wave of heat surges toward her, prompting Koya to unleash a diagonal barrier to deflect the heat. She discovers that angling the barrier can dissipate force, significantly reducing physical exertion. Thus, she adjusts the angle of her barrier according to the intensity of the attack. Following the heat wave, a massive azure dragon swiftly approaches. "Is it you who attacked Ghost Island?" Kaido hovers in the air, addressing the smaller masked figure. "Giggle. What a large bug." Koya responds with a playful laugh. Not engaging further. "You've got quite the nerve. Would you consider becoming my subordinate?" Kaido, recognizing the strength of one who could contend with Jean, wishes to recruit this individual. Although he prefers Zoan-type users, the strong are not excluded from his ranks. "You want me as your mount?" "I must ponder whether you are too ugly," Koya retorts, undaunted by Kaido's fearsome reputation. Her array of combat and escape techniques, combined with the synergy of her barrier fruit and delusional pills, grant her the power to confront foes beyond her level. Kaido's anger flares, after a recent bout of boredom leading him to contemplate self-destruction. He finds that his home has been invaded by an unfamiliar character. The capture of Jack and Black Maria is one thing, but to see that ungrateful Yamato has also fled is intolerable. Below on the island, the three notice the massive form of Kaido in the sky. The governor has arrived. Jack exclaims with excitement, feeling a sense of salvation. Black Maria, however, is less optimistic. Even if Kaido defeats the masked figure, the contents in her mind will still detonate. She finds herself in a moral quandary. Though she is one of Kaido's subordinates and shares a certain intimacy with him, it is only a submission born of this environment where strength reigns supreme. Should the masked figure defeat Kaido, she would willingly submit to them as well. Yet she doubts the masked figure's ability to triumph over Kaido. "Kaido, how dare you catch up so quickly?" Yamato, filled with rage upon seeing Kaido, transforms into her Zoan-type Inu no Mi model, Okuchi no Makami form, brandishing a Wolfong club as she ascends with a moonwalk. "Yamato!" Black Maria attempts to intervene, aware of Yamato's formidable strength, yet recognizing it is insufficient to take on Kaido. Observing Yamato's departure, Black Maria feels helpless. She cannot use the moonwalk due to her size and must rely on her spider form for swift jumps and movements. Jack, also unable to fly or use the moonwalk, can only watch helplessly, knowing that even if they could ascend, they would not know whom to assist. Staying hidden below is far safer. Determined to subdue the masked figure for mocking her appearance, Kaido plans to overpower her. At that point, he intends to pin her down and see if she dares to jest. Regrettably, her size is too petite. He prefers the larger form of Black Maria. Ice Fong of the Samurai. A wave of freezing air surges forth, and Kaido responds with a blast of heat. The clash between Yamato's Ice Fong and Kaido's heat generates a tremendous explosion. Koya encases herself within a barrier sphere, emerging unscathed but propelled away by the shockwave. "Yamato, you fool. What do you think you're doing, running out like this? Do you know that individual?" Kaido expresses his dissatisfaction. "I will not return. I want to venture out with my companions." Yamato, for the time being, has neither the desire nor the ability to liberate Wano. She intends to follow Trick and his group to grow stronger, ultimately returning to defeat Kaido. You remain lost in such childish notions of companionship. Strength is everything. That individual hardly seems like a companion of yours. Kaido is well aware of the brutal methods employed by the masked figure on Ghost Island and secretly admires them, believing their style aligns more with the Beast Pirates. Yamato could never be a partner to the masked figure. Without further ado, she strikes with her Wolfong club enveloped in frost. Bad wind. Kaido transforms into his dragon form, favoring wide-range attacks. Yamato's smaller target allows them to remain at an impasse. Giggle. A father-daughter duel. How amusing. Koya observes their confrontation from a distance, her weariness of Yamato diminishing. This father and daughter duo, are truly peculiar, resorting to combat over trivial matters of leaving the house or playing like children. Barrier Dragon Drill. Kia, having dispelled the barrier, approached Kaido at high speed in the air, utilizing the barrier as a springboard while brandishing a spinning barrier blade. Roar. Kaido initially dismissed what appeared to be a mere tickling attack, only to find himself pierced by a hole, blood gushing forth. You rascal! To hold your own against Jean. You truly possess some skill. Kaido began to regard this masked individual with newfound respect. Few could breach his defenses, and this seemingly unremarkable technique had managed to inflict harm upon him. The ability of the barrier fruit is characterized by absolute defense, akin to being indestructible. It can morph into other forms, becoming an invulnerable weapon, especially when further reinforced with armament haki. Kia's technique, inspired by a power drill, utilized the principle of effortless distance, generating a continuous stream of sharp damage through rapid rotation, capable of penetrating even the strongest defenses. Yamato's area attack served as a distraction, while this masked figure's cunning ambush made Kaido's current predicament quite uncomfortable. Kaido suddenly recognized that his beast form was merely a large target, less agile than his hybrid form. However, in his hybrid form, he could not fly. He empathized with the discomfort Jean must have felt against this individual. Absolute defense aside, the foe was exceedingly nimble, with high explosive damage. Fortuitously, his considerable vitality and potent haki allowed him to hold his ground against Kia, as defeating her would require attrition rather than a swift kill. Spotting a small island below, Kaido soared towards it, challenging, "Dare you face me on the island?" "Huh!" Kia narrowed her eyes, feeling that following his rhythm was not in accordance with her insidious, guild's combat philosophy. Nevertheless, Kaido possessed Conqueror's haki, a skill Kia had no opportunity to learn. She did not wish her Conqueror's haki to be relegated to dealing with mere fodder. Thus, she followed him down. Yamato, unfazed, recognized that since Koya did not flee, she would not either, and she was surprised by Koya's strength, able to leave a wound on Kaido, albeit under his inattentive state. "The boss has arrived," Jack exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Kaido descend. Black Maria, on the other hand, contemplated retreating. She feared that being caught in Kaido's battle would lead to her demise, given her precarious position. With this thought, she swiftly severed several large trees, fashioning a raft from webs, and quickly distanced herself from the island. Jack remained obliviously waiting, unaware that Black Maria had no intention of rescuing him, for he was a fisherman. If worst came to worst, he could be knocked into the sea and survive. As a land dweller, it was wise for him to distance himself, especially with that giant shark's presence unaccounted for. He had initially hoped to enlist its aid for escape. Kaido noticed Jack, deeming him incompetent. It was one thing for the six powers to be captured, but for one of the All-Stars to fall was simply disgraceful. He began to contemplate replacing one of the All-Stars, intending to tame this masked individual and then substitute Jack. Oblivious to his former boss's thoughts, Jack waved eagerly, hoping for rescue. Kaido disregarded Jack entirely, transforming into his beast form upon landing, and swung his kanabo, unleashing Thunderbagwa. The haki-imbued attack hurtled towards Kia. Kia erected a barrier in midair, enduring the impact. Hiss! So this is the power of Conqueror's haki. Grateful that she intercepted it mid-flight, Kia felt a tremor of damage reverberate behind her barrier, and she realized the energy expenditure to withstand such an attack was substantial. The two engaged in close combat. Although Kia had her barrier, she relied more on her dexterous agility to evade. Due to Kaido's adeptness in observation haki, Kia's evasion was not entirely successful. resulting in glancing blows. Despite the protective barrier fruit, the pressure mounted. Thankfully, Yamato's formidable strength helped to restrain Kaido. Kia was not foolish enough to insist on a one-on-one confrontation with Kaido. While she sought personal growth, she was acutely aware of her limitations. Moreover, the guild's combat style prioritized victory above all else, eschewing notions of fairness. Kia initially intended to command Jack and Black Maria to join the fray, but reconsidered, recognizing the value of preserving her precious experimental resource. Although the barrier fruit could withstand Kaido's assaults, the toll it took was considerable. Kaido, a seasoned warrior, was not someone Kia's hastily acquired skills could contend with. Roaring Thunderbagwa, a more potent skill, was unleashed, sending Kia reeling, gasping for breath. Who was to be a mount for whom? Kaido mocked, recognizing that although this opponent was tough to crack, she was nearing depletion. A few more strikes would suffice to incapacitate her and drag her back to the quarry for training. What moniker should he assign her? Kaido pondered. Considering her affinity for the skull mask, perhaps he would call her Bone Calamity. The way she dealt with her subordinates, leaving them with broken or shattered bones, seemed fitting. Zhanggu, Yamato called out, clearly anxious, sensing Koya's life force waning rapidly. Both he and Kaido were Zoan-type mythical beasts, endowed with remarkable physique and recovery capabilities, quite resistant to attrition battles. Kia, being a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, appeared diminutive. Despite her robust physique, it could only endure so much, and her ability to last this long was impressive. Kia spat blood, her body entering a state of extreme weakness, the hockey-infused attacks remaining forceful. Her growth had been somewhat stunted. Despite her sudden surge in power, her foundation was lacking. Fortunately, the peculiar properties of her sickly pill kept her hanging on. Kaido suddenly noticed that his observation hockey struggled to track the masked individual's movements. Bang, bang, bang. A series of critical strikes erupted. What is this? Conqueror's Haki. Kaido was taken aback. While many in the New World wielded Conqueror's Haki, even his foolish son possessed it. But what kind of queen did this petite woman aspire to become? Nevertheless, it did not warrant Kaido's deep concern. He was more preoccupied with the notion that this individual seemed to have recently mastered the Haki, and her attacks were exceedingly fierce. The barrier blades infused with Conqueror's Haki had formidable penetrating power, yet appeared that her explosive strength was increasing despite her evident fatigue. Kaido found himself struggling to cope. Even Yamato was unable to intervene against Kia's fierce onslaught. Utilizing the airborne barrier as a springboard, Kia darted through the three-dimensional space, attacking with the speed of a flying shuttle. Kaido's body bore numerous superficial wounds. While not fatal, the pressure he felt was undeniable. Military Dragon Roar. Kaido unleashed a skill designed to obstruct his opponent's trajectory, barely interrupting Kia's relentless assault. Phew, aside from that steel balloon, this is the first time I've encountered such a formidable woman. Kaido, now resembling a bloodied figure, had to concede the terror and tenacity of this woman. Kia's strategy against Kaido revolved around speed and sustained repetitive attacks to wear him down, despite her own limited stamina. While she could not engage in a war of attrition, she could unleash explosive bursts of power. As long as she was not instantaneously defeated, Kia could outlast her adversary. Given the absolute defense of the barrier fruit, it was exceedingly difficult to eliminate Kia in a single blow. Kaido faced Kia much like he did with others. Although he possessed immense strength and numerous powerful techniques, he found it challenging to deploy them effectively. Area-wide damage would be nullified by her small barrier sphere, allowing her to protect herself while in close combat. Her speed rendered his attacks futile, either missing completely or landing without lethality. Desiring to expend energy each time she felt as though death were imminent. Yet the moment she teetered on the brink, a resurgence would inevitably ensue. She could not afford to disregard her opponent's assaults, for to do so would risk being pierced through, and while defending herself, she would merely deplete her own strength. The challenge was formidable. Even Kaido found himself increasingly vexed by the relentless pressure of battling this woman, who not only fought with tenacity, but also employed poison. Although her constitution could withstand the toxins, the experience was far from pleasant. In encounters with others, entire islands would have been laid to waste, yet against this woman, destruction was confined to a relatively small area. Barrier Ball. Koya surged forth, positioning herself directly before Keidu, conjuring a barrier ball to envelop herself and withstand his attack. To Keidu's surprise, his strike met only empty air as Koya withdrew the barrier ball, inadvertently encasing him within it. The barrier ball served multiple purposes. Here, Koya utilized it to ensnare Keidu, executing a sudden switch of inner and outer dynamics. Unaware of the trap, Keidu was swiftly confined, though he remained unperturbed, immediately attempting to dismantle the barrier ball from within. This was a cunning technique devised by Koya, capitalizing on the opponent's misjudgment to ensnare them within the barrier ball. For those of lesser speed and weaker observation haki, Koya could easily confine them. However, against a formidable adversary like Keidu, she had to resort to such feints. Under her control, the barrier ball began to compress rapidly, exerting immense pressure as Keidu braced himself against it, engaging in a test of strength with Koya. She understood that it would not be easy to crush Keidu, yet her primary aim was to exhaust the air within the barrier ball, inducing a gradual suffocation. Koya coughed up blood, her body having reached a state of extreme weakness, sustained only by the peculiar properties of her illness-inducing pills. Although she did not engage in direct physical confrontation with Keidu, the exertion required to maintain the barrier was significantly draining. Yamato, observing from the sidelines, felt helpless and anxious each time she saw Koya teetering on the edge of collapse. She yearned to assist Koya, but feared being mistaken for an attacker, thus remaining vigilant instead. After all, Koya's entire barrier was focused on restraining Keidu, leaving her vulnerable outside of its protection, where a single blow could easily incapacitate her. Keidu had initially been unaware, but the intense battle accelerated the consumption of oxygen within the barrier ball, inducing a sensation of suffocation, tightening his chest. Alarmed, Keidu pondered the peculiarities of this woman's fighting style. Without hesitation, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, utilizing his massive form to explode the barrier ball. The limitations of the barrier fruit's coverage were now evident, as it was insufficient to contain Keidu in his dragon form. Fortunately, Keidu's quick reflexes spared him from the perils of asphyxiation. Keidu was now somewhat flustered and impatient. Although the masked figure appeared on the verge of collapse, he was reluctant to continue fighting, having witnessed this same display countless times, only to find that each subsequent encounter rendered him stronger. Moreover, he noted the deliberate use of the Conqueror's haki, initially unrefined, but upon its explosive application, it seemed as though a different person wielded it. Keidu suspected that his opponent was merely toying with him, seeking opportunities to exploit his vulnerabilities. Had the barrier ball been enveloped entirely in Conqueror's haki, he might not have escaped in time. Fortunately, the opponent's haki flowed in a chain-like manner upon the surface of the barrier. Little did Keidu know that Koya was simultaneously employing the properties of her illness-inducing pills to rapidly learn and enhance her mastery of haki. Her seemingly precarious state was no mere act. How infuriating! This fight is utterly unsatisfying. You, woman, are like a specter, impossible to vanquish, Keidu quipped, giggling. You little insect are truly difficult to kill. Koya chuckled lightly before violently coughing up blood. Keidu stifled his urge to continue attacking, retorting with derision. Enough of this charade. You've coughed for so long yet refused to fall. Is this amusing to you? I'm done. I acknowledge your strength. Yamato, you scoundrel. Next time I will take you back. With a glance at Yamato, Keidu took flight. Is he leaving just like that? Yamato was left in a state of bewilderment. As soon as Keidu's presence faded, Koya collapsed straight down to the ground. Are you all right? Yamato rushed to catch her, noticing Koya had already lost consciousness, her breath faint, her clothing and mask stained with blood. Had it not been for Yamato's acute senses, which allowed her to faintly detect Koya's heartbeat, she might have feared that Koya had succumbed to exhaustion. Doctor! Doctor! Where's a doctor? Yamato cried out in a flurry of panic, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a massive great white shark erupted from the sea, its jaws clenching the recently displaced Jack. The great white, discarded Jack transforming into a merman, and approached Koya. Although Yamato found the creature's visage formidable, she reasoned that if this being was Koya's ally or subordinate, it ought to possess the means to assist. Albeit she remained on guard. The merman ejected a vial from his stomach, opening it to extract a serum, which he swiftly injected into Koya. While Yamato found the act repulsive, she understood it was an attempt to save her and refrained from intervening. The merman's cognitive capabilities were limited, yet Koya had trained him well enough to know the necessary actions to take. She had intentionally refrained from sending him into battle, preserving a backup plan. Who would have thought this woman possessed such strength? Managing to match Kadu, Black Maria suddenly emerged. She had been observing from a distance, enthralled by the dramatic fluctuations of the battle. Just when it seemed one side would falter, the other would rally in a stunning reversal. Though the woman lay on the ground now, Black Maria could discern that Kadu bore considerable injuries as well. After all, he was a formidable tank, and few of the other emperors could wear him down to such an extent. Do not act recklessly, Sister Black Maria. If she perishes, we all perish, Yamato cautioned, fearful that Black Maria might seize the opportunity to attack Koya, reminding her of their precarious situation. I'm not foolish. You should worry about that reckless Jack instead, Black Maria retorted, puffing on a cigarette. Kata showed no intention of rescuing me. It truly infuriates me. It seems I must stick with this woman for the time being. My fate is indeed unfortunate. A newspaper gull soared across the sky. World Economic News Agency. What? Kadu actually fought to a standstill with that skeletal mass figure, or rather, was driven away. Morgans exclaimed with excitement. Recent events had been tumultuous. A member of the Seven Warlords had recently fallen, and now a formidable, mysterious figure was rising in the New World. To withstand Kadu essentially indicated that this new contender would not fear the other three emperors. It appeared that the fifth emperor was about to emerge from the seas. Mere moments ago, rumors had circulated of Kadu searching for individuals suspected of an assault on Onigashima, capturing his subordinates. The news agency quickly pursued the story, soon uncovering some insider information, even capturing photographs. Notably, they discovered the fierce battle between Kadu and the masked figure. Though the details were unclear, it was evident that both parties engaged in a fierce confrontation. Morgans immediately began distributing newspapers, heralding yet another major scoop. Recalling the shocking advertisements from the Adventurers Guild, he contemplated emulating them. Shocking. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The fifth emperor? The Bone Queen and an ancient species? Sengoku frowned at the newspaper. This figure was previously unknown to him and hardly resembled a pirate, given that they did not even possess a pirate flag. Few individuals can match the formidable Kaido in battle. He is both robust and imposing. Is it red-haired Shanks who can stand toe-to-toe with him? Shanks has the audacity to withstand the strength of the other emperors, swiftly establishing his own small fleet among the four emperors. Morgans, that peculiar fellow, often speaks of a fifth emperor, hastily thrusting others into the pirate realm, while I had hoped to recruit her for the Navy. Sengoku perceives Morgan's current publications as excessively sensational, frequently eliciting astonishment. Moreover, true female powerhouses are scarce, with only Big Mom displaying an inherently monstrous constitution. Should we arrange for someone to engage with her? Preemptively integrating her into the Navy would be prudent. I suspect the world government will soon issue directives. Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked from the side. The voice of the Den Mushi rang out. After some insipid exchanges, it became evident that the world government had indeed taken notice. The vacancy left by Crocodile in the Shichibukai remains unfilled. Sengoku feels a sense of helplessness, being of a lower rank and unable to compete with the world government for personnel. Isn't it Blackbeard who aspires for that position? Tsuru finds this curious. She had an inkling, but did not expect it to be so direct. The higher-ups, adhering to a trial-and-error principle, are unperturbed by excess, should there be an abundance. They can let them fight amongst themselves, leaving behind the Shichibukai. It is clear that this Bone Queen possesses greater competitiveness, while Blackbeard lacks commendable achievements. Red-haired pirates. Shanks has recently felt a sense of discontent, unsure why green leaves keep falling upon him. Typically, only withered leaves fall, yet the flora of the New World is peculiar. Then he glanced at the newspaper. The Bone Queen? Could this be the source of his recent unease? He now regards this emerging figure with newfound seriousness. And she is a woman. Aside from Big Mom, it has been ages since a female powerhouse has surfaced on the seas. Shanks is intrigued to meet this woman, not out of animosity, but rather curiosity to discern what kind of fierce character can stand against Kaido. Particularly as the photograph in the newspaper suggests, she is quite petite and youthful. She embodies the essence of a supernova. Luffy, still in his formative years, is already contending with such a formidable figure. This generation is indeed exceptional. On Cake Island, Big Mom scoffed, incredulous that Kaido was bested by a mere girl. In her view, Kaido's failure to vanquish her opponent signifies defeat, especially since the challenger is a newcomer. Kaido has been captured by her subordinates and has not sought to reclaim his honor. We must investigate this Bone Queen. There can only be one queen in this world. Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Merely developing one S-fruit can yield such results. Is the barrier fruit truly that formidable? Marco was taken aback upon reading the newspaper. Diamond Jozu, known as the Invincible Shield, could not possibly contend against Kaido alone. The figure in the photograph, although masked, is evidently a young girl. Her physique and complexion are remarkable, as women of a certain age in the pirate world typically undergo transformations. This power may rival the Tremor fruit. Father S attack is powerful, while hers offers absolute defense. I wonder if her barrier can withstand Father S tremors? Diamond Jozu is curious. He possesses significant defensive capabilities, but cannot withstand Father S assaults. After being struck a few times by his father, he feels as though he might shatter. Though he will not be completely broken, he will undoubtedly sustain injuries. Kaido cannot triumph solely through defense. This woman must possess an offensive capability that poses a threat to him, suggesting her strength is not merely reliant on her fruit. As someone well acquainted with Kaido, Whitebeard understands his extraordinary defenses. Mere absolute defense cannot drive Kaido away. Currently, Whitebeard is filled with concern. Ace is missing, and no one else seems capable of bearing the flag. Now, with the emergence of a fifth emperor, it appears the status of the four emperors may dissipate with his own decline. He harbors an ominous premonition regarding the future and this new fifth emperor. Aboard the Flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo had just concluded the World Conference when he was informed that another candidate had been added to the Shichibukai, a woman who has matched Kaido in strength. Da Flamingo felt a surge of annoyance. Encountering Kaido felt akin to a rat meeting a cat. Despite wielding a Paramecia devil fruit, he could not best Kaido. Yet this fledgling girl has managed to equal him with her barrier fruit. Da Flamingo is keen to capture this woman to comprehend how she has developed her abilities. On a deserted island in the New World, since Kaido's departure, Koya has remained unconscious while Yamato tends to her. Jack has awakened, realizing that Kaido did not rescue him, leading to a bout of melancholy. Initially, he intended to eliminate Koya, but was swiftly subdued by Yamato and Black Maria. Black Maria wished to glimpse what their new leader looked like, but Yamato intervened. Yamato refrained from removing Koya's mask. Having been warned that her identity must not be revealed, she too wore a demon mask. Fortunately, this precaution was taken. Otherwise, Koya's identity would have graced the front page the following day. Cough, cough. Koya opened her eyes, struggling to cough. Before her lay a massive hemisphere obstructing her view. She realized she was resting on Yamato's lap. Are these brutes truly monsters? No wonder Trick targeted this fool. They must have known each other since childhood. Casting aside her stray thoughts, Koya rose and used a slender needle to prick certain acupoints on her body, stimulating a swift recovery. You're awake. What is this? Yamato inquired, puzzled by Koya's actions. Koya ignored Yamato, seizing the roasted food nearby to devour it with gusto. Of course, Koya's mask allowed for her mouth to be exposed, so she need not remove it while eating. Those who can eat are not necessarily strong, but strong individuals can certainly eat. Since her power surged, her appetite has also grown tremendously. Such abilities of restoration naturally accompany her, as the sickly pill will extract energies on its own. Master, where shall we go next? Black Maria observed Koya, now revitalized. and speculated that this woman may be a mythical Zoan. The barrier is merely a facet of her abilities. Your web seems quite effective at ensnaring prey, Koya remarked, suddenly finding this material of considerable value. Black Maria felt a chill run down her spine. In Alabasta, Trick, after being drained by Machida, finally managed to escape Alabasta. His eyes sunken, his legs trembling. Had it not been for fortuitously encountering the adorable baby backpack nestled in a young lady's embrace, he might not have made it out alive. The baby backpack swallowed him, transforming him into a seagull doll to fly out. Trick noted that Machida's combat prowess seems to have grown rapidly. She incessantly used the wait fruit to augment her own training. Although Trick possesses high spiritual power, during their battle, he was easily thrown aside by Machida. Had she not shown mercy, he would have been reduced to nothing. Subsequently, Trick employed a hypnotic pocket watch, similar to his previous encounter with Mihawk, to hypnotize both participants. This was necessary because he was directly facing them. Trick's disguise would be difficult to execute successfully. He transformed into Machida, and the two Machidas engaged in a fierce battle. Trick had believed that with his enchanted spiritual power and early mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, along with the wait fruit, he could defeat Machida. The outcome was a dismal defeat. Although initially endowed with greater magical prowess, Mikida's cultivated strength now rivaled that of Sueka, coupled with an exceptional mastery of power. Sueka, reverted to his original form, was subjected to a humiliating experience at the hands of Mikida. Despite the pain, there was an odd sense of pleasure. Yet Sueka was overwhelmed by an intense feeling of crisis, sensing that his strength might place him at the bottom of the guild. Previously, he had been utterly vanquished by Abisi and Kia. Although they did not adhere to martial ethics, a defeat is a defeat. Moreover, after acquiring the Qixing sword, Abisi's power surged dramatically, leaving Sueka with no thoughts of challenging her. As for Malianu, the sniper known for her ambush tactics, Sueka had fallen victim to her before even catching a glimpse of her shadow, resulting in a rather unpleasant experience, albeit without fatal consequences. Sueka regarded Claybait as irrelevant to combat, as that individual had grown weary of fighting and had transitioned to a management role, thus escaping Sueka's attention. Urubei, or Urulida, posed a challenge as Sueka could not strike her without employing the power of the pseudomorph fruit, which would expose him. He had heard that she seldom encountered him after leaving Alabasta, seemingly resigned to her fate. The Sword God and Sword Saint wreaked havoc solely through their formidable weapons. Sueka had no interest in competing with them, fully aware of the weaknesses inherent in their blades. It was rumored that they had departed Frost Moon Village to hone their skills. Faced with the inevitable defeat of the Etienne sword, the opponent could easily escape or evade, for it was a single target control skill. Sueka refrained from using it himself, deeming it rather ineffective. Furthermore, once marked, his ability to employ the pseudomorph fruit would be easily discerned, as any kneeling figure would reveal his disguise. Eagle Eye had previously been ensnared simply because he had no intention of fleeing or evading, even with the sword god wielding a weapon beside him. Unable to break through defenses, why would he seek to hide? Although the ability was peculiar, Eagle Eye felt no sense of malice or threat. Subsequently, the Sword Saint, while dispatching a horde of cowardly pirates, found that the timid were easily liberated from control, compelling the Sword Saint to adopt a dual-wielding style, striking swiftly before the opponent could react. Thus, disregarding the Sword God and Sword Saint, Sueka appeared destined to dwell at the bottom of the guild's core combatants. I must strive for improvement, Sueka declared, raising his fist to motivate himself. First, he sought some sparring partners. What about CP9? A timely opportunity to recruit them. With this thought in mind, Sueka directed the Mungbao backpack towards Judicial Island. Why not Water City? Although several key members of CP9 were undercover in Water City, others were stationed at Judicial Island. Sueka had his own plans, needing to capture CP9's commander, Spandam. Certainly, once the guild expanded, maps and permanent pointers could be acquired through the black market, making a trip to Judicial Island trivial. This exemplified the guild's superiority, possessing greater intelligence and resource control compared to a mere pirate crew. After a brief flight, Sueka, peering through the beak of the Mungbao backpack, caught sight of Judicial Island. Instead of entering through the front door, he opted for a stealthy aerial entry, which proved far more convenient. The Mungbao backpack circled the Judicial Tower. Sueka searched for Spandam's office. Found it. Sueka exclaimed upon discovering the individual on the highest floor engaged in a phone call. The Mungbao backpack descended to the windowsill of the corridor, and a striking figure emerged from its mouth. Clad in a black, form-fitting dress with a mesh overlay, complemented by black fishnet stockings and sharp black high heels, it was none other than Khalifa. Khalifa adjusted her attire, murmuring to herself about her ample bosom. Indeed, this Khalifa was Sueka's disguise, and he found himself somewhat enamored, managing to resist any untoward actions. Sueka knocked on the door of Spandam's office. At that moment, Spandam was being instructed to arrange for certain individuals to investigate the recently burgeoning Adventure Guild, which had begun to flourish in the East Blue and had now expanded to Alabasta along the Grand Line. Currently, the guild lacked high-tier combatants, yet it appeared to have connections with the Red-Haired and the Navy. Particularly, the recently defeated Sand Crocodile and the Alabasta royal family seemed to have ambiguous ties to this guild. The world government had determined that the Straw Hat had vanquished Sand Crocodile, and it was not surprising that the Adventure Guild was gaining prominence in the East Blue, filled with lesser foes. Given that the Adventure Guild had yet to defeat any top-tier warriors, the world government regarded its strength with relative disdain, merely coveting its organizational capabilities. Numerous spies from the world government had become register members but had not infiltrated the core. Ordinary spies either vanished or provided inconsequential information, prompting the need for CP9 to gather intelligence. 7 years prior, in pursuit of the ancient weapon Pluton's blueprints, the world government dispatched CP9 to Water City for information. Lucci and Kaku went undercover at the shipyard of the Koreha Company, while Khalifa infiltrated the office of the then-president Iceberg as his secretary. Meanwhile, Bruno operated undercover at a tavern as the owner, responsible for coordinating contacts. Now, with no updates forthcoming, Spandam had been reprimanded and assigned additional tasks. And just as his frustration peaked, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in," Spandam said, intrigued as to who would seek him out at this hour. Khalifa? Wasn't she in Water City? Why had she suddenly returned? Upon seeing Khalifa, Spandam greedily scanned her figure before frowning and inquiring. "There has been a change. The Pluton blueprints seem to have been acquired by the Adventure Guild. I returned in secret to report this matter," the imposter Khalifa declared, seating herself on Spandam's desk and crossing her legs. "Another incident involving the Adventure Guild?" Spandam pondered, gazing at the stunning figure before him, swallowing hard in confusion. He thought, have they acted so swiftly as to reach Water City? And how do they know about Pluton? As a fellow bureaucrat's offspring, Spandam was painfully aware of his own lackluster abilities, relying solely on his father's influence to ascend to the position of CP9 commander. Khalifa, on the other hand, had achieved her status through sheer talent. Had her father not been a former CP9 member, the commander's position would likely have been hers. Spandam harbored desires to dominate and mistreat this woman, particularly as she persistently accused him of harassment. Conveniently, the higher-ups wish to investigate the Adventure Guild. You should find an opportunity to infiltrate them. Leave 2 individuals here with Iceberg, Spandam instructed. Sueka's heart raced at the realization that the world government's intentions aligned with his own, indicating an opportunity to turn the tables. Let us hold off on reporting the Pluton blueprints for now. The information remains unverified. We can discuss it once we infiltrate, the imposter Khalifa suggested, contemplating the dangers of exposing the guild. Leaning in slightly, she added, "I do not wish to face punishment for any misinformation. Only the commander can impose such consequences upon me." Spandam, inhaling the scent emanating from Khalifa, found himself entranced by her actions, feeling his heart race. Was this woman enticing him or pleading with him? It seemed an opportunity had presented itself. Instantaneously, Spandam adopted a lecherous demeanor, extending his hands as he remarked, "That will depend on your performance." "How distasteful. This is harassment." The imposter Khalifa giggled, evading his grasp before turning to leave. "Scoundrel, one day, you shall reap the consequences of your actions," Spandam Sueka had contemplated eliminating Spandam and assuming his identity. However, Spandam's untimely demise leaves him in a predicament, as he must temporarily occupy his position, which proves to be quite troublesome. His understanding of the dynamics within the CP is certainly not as thorough as that of this individual, making it easy for him to expose himself. Lucci hastily departed from Judicial Island, heading straight for the city of Water 7. At Bruno's Tavern in Water 7, the clientele is sparse and business is mediocre. At this moment, it is fortuitously devoid of patrons. Bruno is meticulously polishing glasses when suddenly, a figure clad in a coat and wearing a black top hat enters. Leaving behind a note, Bruno casts a quick glance at it, his pupils narrowing in shock. What on earth is this person doing here? The note vanishes, and simultaneously, Lucci, Kaka, and Khalifa receive word that a meeting is to be held that evening. In the darkness of night, several silhouettes dart across the rooftops, ultimately converging within Bruno's tavern. The establishment has already closed early, and a shadow at the bar is quietly sipping a drink. What is this about? Why the sudden assembly? Lucci inquires, noticing the figure by the bar. He is not concerned about this person's potential for betrayal. If they were an outsider, Bruno would have already dealt with them. Ah, Khalifa. It has been ages. You are even more beautiful. The figure in black remarks. What is this? Khalifa is somewhat displeased with this weakling who has ascended through nepotism, being inferior even to an ordinary Navy soldier. What kind of gaze is that? How dare you look at a superior like me? Spandam arrogantly boasts, his face encased in a leather mask. The others choose to ignore him, perplexed as to why this weakling commander would come to Water 7. Especially when the legendary figure has yet to be located. His presence seems futile. You keep glaring. Be careful, or I might just devour you. Khalifa, caught off guard, is suddenly pulled close by Spandam, who whispers in her ear. Lucci is taken aback. What speed? Is that merely an illusion? This fellow can use Soru. Yet, he refrains from intervening. Although Khalifa is his colleague, he would not resort to eliminating this commander over such a trivial matter, as it would hinder his own legitimate pursuits. Kaku and Bruno are equally taken aback, yet they do not act. They suspect that this commander might be a fraud and remain on guard. The unexpected proximity nearly causes Khalifa to lose her composure, prompting her to retaliate. However, Spandam instantly returns to his seat. Scoundrel, did this guy just whisper in my ear? Khalifa thinks, feeling a wave of nausea as she contemplates whether to eliminate this individual and betray CP9. Who are you? The group collectively demands, encircling Spandam. Is this a joke? You suspect me over just a small display of skill? Was my previous performance not convincing enough? Clearly, my acting prowess has fooled even my own comrades. Spandam muses, taking a sip from his glass. The others remain silent, contemplating the past. Was that truly mere acting? How could a genuine weakling attain such a position? As he speaks, Spandam punctures the glass with a finger flick, yet the glass does not shatter. The group is astounded. There is no doubt that the Navy's 6 powers are standard for CP operatives. Furthermore, the proficiency demonstrated in his Soru indicates that he is very likely affiliated with CP. Thus, was the previous weakling commander merely an act? You must keep this a secret. Do not reveal my abilities within CP, as there are many enemy spies even among us. Spandam insists. The group is left speechless. Is this what a true professional spy is like? Even his own comrades are on guard against him. It becomes evident that his rise to command is justified, with the earlier tension dissipated, although Khalifa still feels repulsed. She restrains herself from acting. What brings you here, Commander? Kaku finally asks, breaking the silence. I have received directives from above. Your upcoming mission is to infiltrate the Adventurers Guild, a newly emerged organization in the East Blue. Spandam elaborates. This organization lacks high-level combat power, but is entangled in numerous affairs, having ties to the Yonko, red-haired Shanks, the Navy, and even some noble supporters from allied nations. A direct assault would significantly impact the wealth of these allied nations and could provoke a negative response from the Navy. Thus, we intend to have some of you infiltrate, ideally becoming core members to eventually take control of the Adventurers Guild. And what about the plans for the legendary figure? Kaku inquires. It appears that the guild has acquired the blueprints for the legendary figure and is secretly researching mechanical devices, so this does not conflict with your previous assignment. The group, having been undercover for years, feels a sense of humiliation at the thought of the blueprints being acquired by this nascent organization. You may leave 2 individuals in their current positions while gradually infiltrating the guild, Spandam advises. Direct control may not be that simple. We should eliminate the existing core members to seize control. Lucci suggests, eager for bloodshed after years of restraint. No. The core members of the Adventurers Guild are few. If you eliminate them all, it would draw too much attention. Moreover, their strength is weak and poses no threat. Instead, we should cultivate good relations. Spandam counters, detailing the core members, children, third-rate bounty hunters, wealthy daughters, and the subordinates of former warlords. Though their backgrounds are varied, they are all relatively weak. How did they rise in this world of the strong devouring the weak? The group muses. It is said that the only noteworthy achievement was a so-called sword saint bringing Hawkeye to his knees, Spandam remarks. Nanny, the CP9 members become somewhat agitated. If Hawkeye alone could command an army, it stands to reason that the Adventurers Guild is under the dominion of this sword saint, providing a plausible explanation for their rise. Thus, it is wise to exercise restraint. While Lucci remains unconcerned, the others are aware of their limitations. Your mission is to gain the trust of the Adventurers Guild's leader and become vital members of the organization. To achieve this, from the moment you successfully infiltrate, you must dedicate yourselves entirely to the guild. Even if the guild's enemies are from the Navy or the world government, you must stand firmly by the guild side. You may even disclose that you are former CP9 operatives who fled due to persecution and assassination attempts from the world government. To prevent the guild from being aware of spies, I will spread rumors that you have defected and even send individuals to pursue you. Only I will know your true circumstances. In front of certain individuals from the world government, I will not easily admit to sending you undercover, Spandam solemnly states. Is this what professionalism entails? Deceiving one's own comrades while engaging in mutual conflict? The group feels a sense of solemnity. While only Lucci displays excitement at the prospect of legally slaying his own comrades, relishing the challenge presented, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of agents from the world government, yearning for the opportunity to eliminate them. Khalifa suddenly identifies a flaw. If Spandam were to be killed, how would they return? If you're the only one who knows, what if something happens to you? How would we prove our allegiance? She questions. My dear, are you so concerned for my well-being? Spandam swiftly appears beside her, enveloping her in his arms. Khalifa is taken aback once more, and what is worse, his hand presses against certain areas, rendering her momentarily powerless. The other 3 single individuals gaze at the officer in silence. Previously, this fellow was both troublesome and timid, yet now he no longer feigned modesty and boldly advanced. This posed a dilemma. Kaku certainly remarked, wishing to extricate Khalifa from the situation. You had best hope I outlive you, Spandam declared. The crowd fell silent. Have I pretended for too long? Do you truly consider me worthless? Spandam expressed his dissatisfaction, swiftly commanding, Bruno, open the door. Bruno understood Spandam's intentions and activated the powers of the door fruit, creating an opening into another dimension. Spandam entered, clutching Khalifa, followed closely by Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno. Put me down. This is harassment. Khalifa shouted as they entered the space, but her cries were weak. She pondered what this man had done to her. She felt as though she was paralyzed. Was his strength truly this formidable? Trek had targeted certain pressure points, rendering her motionless. Khalifa realized that Spandam was, in fact, Trek in disguise. Although Trek's combat prowess was relatively lacking, his strategic abilities surpassed Lucci's, and his mastery of the 6 styles was not to be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity, he groped Khalifa briefly before releasing her, stating, If you can withstand a blow from me using iron block, I shall step down as your superior. Trek was reluctant to engage in a contest of combat skills, as his opponents were seasoned killing machines honed from childhood, and thus he chose to employ his advantages. Khalifa felt a slight recovery, yet she remained unable to stand, resorting to a pitiful sitting position on the ground, which aroused Trek's interest. Lucci and the others were equally astonished by Spandam's tactics, yet they were more eager to test the hidden strength of this officer. Kaku and Bruno refrained from intervening. The strongest among them was Lucci, who stepped forward to activate Iron Block. Without further ado, Spandam initiated a rapid assault, dashing toward Lucci and unleashing a hardened punch. The impact sent Lucci flying, and he struggled to rise from the ground, now transformed into his hybrid form, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Trek maintained an outward calm, while inwardly panicking, hastily instructing, "You've already struck once. What are you so excited about? Transform back. I do not wish for a crippled subordinate to carry out my tasks." Trek feared Lucci might become overly enthusiastic and retaliate against him. Though reluctant, Lucci reverted to his human form, realizing that based on the earlier display of strength and skill, his opponent had surpassed him. To his dismay, the one regarded as the strongest of CP9 in 8 centuries found himself a mere jester, with Spandam cleverly masquerading as a tiger hiding among sheep. "Now, are you reassured? Unless they are of admiral caliber, they cannot kill me. I can escape, and I spend most of my time within the world government. So I'm not in danger of death. Who would waste their time attacking a feeble official like me, a second-generation bureaucrat who owes his position to connections?" Spandam boasted arrogantly to the group. The audience fell silent. Was he truly so feeble? And was it something to take pride in being a bureaucrat who obtained his position through connections? Spandam then glanced meaningfully at Khalifa and remarked, "In this mission, our Miss Khalifa bears the heaviest responsibility." Khalifa felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. The other 3 remained silent, as this was their customary means of communication. Khalifa, who had previously served as the secretary to the iceberg, was indeed a crucial element. Hence, the 3 were not surprised by the significance of Khalifa's assignment. It was said that the leader of this adventurers' guild was a young and impetuous individual, greedy and lecherous. Surrounded by numerous women, Spandam described. Khalifa's heart sank as she guessed his ulterior motives. "Khalifa, your primary task is to infiltrate his inner circle and become his secretary. Most importantly," Spandam paused before continuing, "you must seduce him, become his woman, and thereby control the entire Adventurers Guild." What? Being a secretary is one thing, but becoming his woman? Khalifa was taken aback, never expecting Spandam to be so ruthless as to demand she sacrifice her dignity. Her brows furrowed deeply, wondering if this scoundrel was seeking revenge for his unreciprocated feelings. While it was common for intelligence agents to use their allure, her worth should not necessitate such a sacrifice at this juncture. A mere secretary cannot wield real power. Thus you must become his woman, even bear his children, which will bind his trust to you through those offspring. Bear children? Khalifa was utterly unsettled. If she were to bear children, what would happen if she later needed to eliminate this guild leader? Would she and her child become collateral damage? Indeed, these individuals were nothing more than heartless tools of the world government. Observing Khalifa's distressed expression, Spandam clarified, "Do not misunderstand. The world government does not require you to eliminate him. This guild leader possesses average strength and can serve as a puppet, while the child can be nurtured as an heir. Your mission is essentially a long-term infiltration task, gaining his trust and ultimately controlling the entire guild, which will secretly fall under the world government's jurisdiction. The financial flow of this adventurers guild makes the higher-ups envious. Therefore, do not view this as a sacrifice. It is a lucrative opportunity. You will ultimately command an organization that the world government covets, and besides, the man is quite handsome, only slightly inferior to me, so you will not be at a disadvantage." Trek, disguised as Spandam, boasted, "Handsome? Slightly inferior to you?" Khalifa initially found solace in the earlier statements, but the latter remark, coupled with the sight of the grotesque Spandam in his leather suit, left her feeling disheartened. The most authentic performance is to embody the role one plays. Thus, all you need to do is to please him earnestly, serving the Adventurers Guild with genuine intent. If necessary, you may take action against the personnel of the world government. Do not allow the trivial interests of the world government to disrupt the overall plan. As he spoke, Spandam produced a document labeled learning material from his pocket and handed it to Khalifa. This is invaluable information I obtained from the celestial dragons, specifically designed to teach how to please them. I believe that inexperienced young man will easily succumb to your charm. Khalifa reluctantly accepted the learning material, preparing to open it when Spandam abruptly pressed down on it. This is a closely guarded secret of the celestial dragons. You may peruse it privately, but do not disclose it. Trek, fearing an explosive reaction from the other party, intervened in time. Such learning material could be a matter of life and death. Khalifa had no choice but to hold this classified document carefully, fearing it might be snatched away, not knowing whether she would curse Spandam's ancestors upon reading it. Trek remained unconcerned, as Spandam's actions were of no consequence to him. Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno listened to Spandam's declarations with complex emotions, realizing that Khalifa's life path had been predetermined. Even if they were to be assigned to the task, they could ultimately extricate themselves upon completion, while Khalifa appeared to be permanently confined to that role. If her true intentions were discovered, she might face annihilation, along with any potential offspring. In truth, this iteration of CP9, although seemingly cold-blooded tools, shared profound bonds forged through years of training together from childhood. They simply did not display such connections outwardly, as revealing vulnerability could endanger their comrades. After all, the celestial dragons were known to treat CP operatives as expendable pawns, indifferent to their humanity. They would not allow personal feelings among CP members to interfere with executing the orders of the celestial dragons. In the subsequent actions, I will dispatch several other CP9 members if necessary. For now, the 4 of you should infiltrate gradually. The guild leader is expected to arrive at Water 7 soon. We will maintain a single line of communication to avoid eavesdropping and detection. You must never initiate contact with me or the world government, or it will all be in vain. I shall not contact you lightly, unless I provide the code signal, even if we are the only ones present. You must treat me as an adversary. The code signal requires you to raise your middle finger first, followed by the phrase Tian Wang Gai Di Hu, to which you will respond with Xiao Ji Dun Mo Gu. This brilliant maneuver by Tsueka effectively blocks CP9's return to the world government, ensuring that their undercover agents remain undetected. Indeed, from CP9's perspective, Spandam's approach is remarkably professional. Such a single line of communication is difficult to expose. The requirement to raise the middle finger during the code signal also serves to sever contact if spies are detected, feigning opposition to mislead the infiltrators. After all, who among the sane would engage in a code signal while someone is raising their middle finger? This can also be perceived as a provocation. Observing this, the members realize they must learn from this enigmatic officer, who exemplifies the essence of a professional spy, truly living up to his espionage lineage. Khalifa also reevaluated her view of this seemingly inept officer. Although his lewd demeanor remains repugnant, as an intelligence operative, she recognized her own shortcomings in comparison to him. Previously, she mocked him for relying on nepotism, only to realize she was the true jester. Now, with this farewell, the mission officially commences, and I shall return to my designated role. Spandam signaled Bruno to open the portal back to the tavern. He also took the opportunity to lift Khalifa, indulging in a few inappropriate gestures. How dare you? Stop touching me. This is sexual harassment. Khalifa, initially immobilized and unresponsive, gradually regained her senses, feeling Spandam's brazen actions redden her cheeks. Despite his confirmed prowess, his loathsome character left her feeling repulsed. Huh, you won't have the chance again. So take advantage of the moment. Spandam disregarded Khalifa's furious protests as he strode through the portal back to the tavern, placing her on a chair and indulging in one last inappropriate gesture before utilizing the techniques of shave and moonwalk to depart. As they watched the swiftly departing figure, the group was momentarily dazed, not expecting him to be so adept at moonwalk. Not all members of CP possess mastery over the Marine 6 styles. Some only know a few techniques, and their proficiency is limited. The 4 of them are already considered elite, so Spandam, as an officer, must be well-versed in all 6 techniques. Bruno remained in the tavern, biding his time to gather intelligence on the Adventure Guild and investigate when the guild leader would arrive at Water 7. The other 3 returned to the Carrera Company, preparing to exit discreetly, either feigning illness or pretending to be poached or seeking new opportunities. Khalifa would take the lead, as she is crucial. Lucci and Kaku would support her, with one of them waiting for the opportune moment to exit, as leaving simultaneously would attract too much attention. Spandam's arrangement for subsequent personnel to infiltrate sequentially was quite sensible. As for Tsueka, who had been impersonating Spandam, he reverted to his original form, casually checking into a nearby inn, where he observed Khalifa's reaction to the learning materials. Tsueka examined the system, noting a balance of 300 points of mischief value. It had not increased significantly since his last check, only gaining 50 points. He felt a pang of regret, realizing the diminishing returns of the hanging effect, and hesitated to exchange recklessly. The system offered him 10 gacha prizes. 1. Frog Crown. Yoko wearing it transforms the user into a frog, returning to human form only upon receiving a kiss from a member of the opposite sex. 2. World Horn. Golden transponder, anything spoken will be heard worldwide. 3. Pain Mask. Mask Carnival wearing the pain. Mask amplifies the pain felt by the wearer upon being seen by others, with effects compounding over time. 4. Spy Earpiece. CP9 allows random eavesdropping on others' thoughts, but the downside is that the user's thoughts can also be overheard. 5. Spirit Ball. Ship Spirit can store non-human living beings when the target is willing or unconscious. 6. Romantic Surfboard. Gods of Water automatically generates waves for surfing, with the potential to create tsunamis. The more romantic the situation, the greater the power. 7. Hourglass. Iron Block. The holder can actively freeze time for 2 seconds, becoming immune to damage and unmovable. However, no other actions can be taken during this period, with a cooldown of 1 hour. 8. Pink Zuko. Frankie, standing at 18 meters. It can carry 2 people and is equipped with a back-mounted cannon. Being hit by its energy will transform the target temporarily, with an unlimited energy cannon. But the greater the power, the longer the cooldown. 9. 3-star Dragon Ball. Kaido collecting all 7 Dragon Balls summoned Shinron, granting 1 wish. Suddenly, a cacophony of whistles erupted, and a phantom train burst forth from Tsueka, startling him greatly. He sprang from the bed, awakening the other guests in the inn. The locomotive sped unimpeded through the walls and raced down the street before fading away. On the deserted streets at midnight, few witnesses remained, but some startled individuals glimpsed the ghostly train outside their windows. Due to its abrupt appearance, many did not realize it had emerged from Tsueka's room. Tsueka, bewildered, counted his gacha prizes and discovered one was missing. Could the gacha run away on its own? What is going on, Alice? Tsueka hastily inquired of the system. I'm not entirely sure. The generation of these gacha prizes is random, Alice responded. What was that just now? Tsueka did not wish for any bizarre items to emerge and wreak havoc upon the world, primarily concerned about losing control. I did not see it. I am unaware. Alice shrugged, explaining that she needed to view the descriptions of the gacha prizes to identify them, and the previous occurrence had transpired too swiftly for her notice. Is this a defective system? Tsueka lamented, feeling the waste of 10 mischief points. Nonetheless, the items obtained were rather intriguing, but the pink Zaku? He noted the system had indeed produced a high-tech robot, embodying the dreams of boys, albeit in an oddly pink hue, and equipped with an excessively powerful cannon. Given the circumstances, trying it out in the inn was impractical. Tsueka decided to test it out at sea the following day, albeit feeling somewhat embarrassed. He then examined the other gacha items, noting the pain mask. Isn't there a mask carnival happening soon? This could be useful. Tsueka activated the gacha and donned the mask, glancing into the mirror, only to find it rather discomforting. He tentatively twisted his waist and nearly cried out in pain. Is this the effect? Amplifying pain? I can't take it. It's a persistent effect. Tsueka quickly averted his gaze from the mirror. Ding! Triggered hidden task. Receive 100 lashes from Khalifa. Task success. The pain from injuries can be controlled and reduced. Task pre-success. Injury pain is multiplied by 10. Tsueka was taken aback. Are the gacha prizes now triggering these ridiculous tasks? And the pain multiplier? Being lashed 100 times could be lethal. Are you trying to set me up? Tsueka expressed his dissatisfaction. I know nothing about this. Alice replied before vanishing, leaving Tsueka unable to summon her back. For now. Sueka dared not attempt to use any other gacha items, fearing the sudden emergence of more absurd hidden tasks. Is this perhaps my punishment for deceiving someone into becoming my wife? Sueka even began to doubt the very laws of causality in this world. Early the next morning, news of the ghost train erupted throughout the city of Chishui. Although the train appeared and vanished in an instant, the repercussions were profound. Did you know that a train suddenly appeared on the streets last night? What is the fuss about? It could simply be a sea train brought back for repairs. The train traveled along the streets, appearing and disappearing suddenly, like a specter. A specter? Could it be the ghost of Tongmu? Yes, he invented the sea train, yet ultimately met a tragic fate. Could it be that his vengeful spirit has returned to seek retribution? A vengeful spirit seeking vengeance. I'm starting to feel a bit frightened. I don't dare go out at night. But you didn't kill Tongmu. What are you afraid of? Tongmu was with the world government. Shoo, don't say that. Be careful not to attract unwanted attention. Rumors about the ghost train spread throughout Chishui, growing increasingly sinister to the point that some people hesitated to board the sea trains. The Frankie family. A ghost train? Frankie was particularly concerned about this rumor linking to his master, Tongmu, who had died for him. Could it truly be that his master had unfinished business? No, I must investigate this. Frankie resolved to search for the ghost train on the streets that night. If only he could see his master again. Recalling Tongmu brought tears to his eyes. The Carrera Company. Could the ghost train be related to my master? The president of the Carrera Company and mayor of Chishui, Bing Shan, mused to himself. As mayor, he quickly learned of the news. Yet he did not believe in ghosts. Instead, he speculated that it might be related to a devil fruit. Recent times had been unsettling, and he sensed that something ominous was on the horizon. Bing Shan felt a constant unease, as if someone were watching him. Although he had entrusted Frankie with the plans for the Pluton, he still felt insecure and had even considered destroying the blueprints. However, his instincts warned him against taking any action, leading him to remain idle for the time being. On another note, the shipbuilding industry in Chishui was currently fraught with challenges. Despite the consolidation of 7 shipyards, business had significantly declined. Shipbuilding was a pillar industry, and as both president and mayor, Bing Shan bore immense pressure. The Adventurers Guild. This is troubling. Should I arrange for someone to make contact? Bing Shan furrowed his brow as he glanced at the recent business orders. Indeed, the rise of the Adventurers Guild had profoundly impacted Chishui, significantly siphoning off shipbuilding business. Initially, it was just in the EC, but soon the first half of the Grand Line was also affected. The Adventurers Guild's contributions to the eradication of pirates and the transportation industry had fostered rapid growth in shipbuilding. However, it also meant that the Guild had commandeered a substantial portion of orders from the Grand Line, including some originally placed by the Navy. The Guild utilized sea beasts for towing vessels along windless routes and had developed auxiliary-powered ships. Many shipyards were unfamiliar with the production of these new and specialized vessels. Consequently, the Adventurers Guild acquired and built their own shipyards for self-sufficiency. Unexpectedly, many kingdoms and the Navy also began to covet these innovative ships. As a result, business in Chishui shrank drastically. Had the overall shipbuilding market not been expanding rapidly, the Carrera Company would have been on the brink of bankruptcy. Ironically, pirates had become the primary clients of Chishui, as the Adventurers Guild refrained from constructing ships for them. Many merchant vessels and Navy warships were equipped with self-destruct mechanisms, preventing pirates from navigating the Grand Line using the Guild's new vessels. Although the windless zones still posed threats from sea kings, fortunate or powerful pirates could still traverse them. Bing Shan sometimes mockingly mused that his shipbuilding company was becoming a dedicated shipyard for pirate vessels. The consequence of this was a tarnished reputation, leading Bing Shan to question the shipbuilding principles of Tongmu. Was it truly right to build ships for pirates? Knock, knock. As Bing Shan pondered this, a sudden knock interrupted him. Kumin, Kaku, a member of CP9, had prepared to resign after the task was assigned yesterday, intending to explore the Adventurers Guild. Thus, he had prepared his resignation letter early that morning, citing the illness of his distant uncle in the East Sea as his reason for departure. Boss, I'm Kaku. He presented his resignation letter, explaining his intentions. I can grant you a leave of absence. There's no need for resignation. Bing Shan replied with a hint of exasperation. Despite the business decline, he had no plans to lay off employees, so it was puzzling to receive a resignation. Boss, I have made my decision. My uncle has always treated me well, and I intend to accompany him through his final days. I cannot afford to delay the company's operations. Kaku spoke passionately. After enduring Spandam's professional acting, Kaku felt he needed to refine his own skills to become a more proficient spy. Bing Shan sensed something unusual about Kaku today. Wasn't he usually expressionless? Why was he displaying such emotion? Perhaps he was genuinely saddened? Very well. Although you are the one choosing to resign, the company will provide compensation. Bing Shan acquiesced, intending to offer Kaku a generous sum, given his expertise and the substantial profits he had generated for the company. Kaku left the president's office satisfied, only to encounter Khalifa, who was accompanied by a young man with orange hair. Who is this? Kaku inquired, glancing at Khalifa. This is the president of the Adventurers Guild, here to negotiate the acquisition of the company. Khalifa signaled to Kaku, then led the jovial Sue Ka into the office. Kaku's expression turned sour. He had just resigned to switch jobs, only for the opposing side to arrive seeking to acquire the company. May I retrieve my resignation letter? My uncle has recovered and is in good health, Kaku pondered, wondering if such a statement would lead to trouble with Bing Shan. Entering now would be inappropriate. So he opted to wait outside, pacing anxiously. In the Carrera Company office, Bing Shan watched the orange-haired youth with a cold sweat, as the latter proved to be an exceptionally shrewd negotiator. The initial offer of 3 billion berries had been slashed to 300 billion berries. Khalifa was equally taken aback, her heart racing. Moments earlier, Sue Ka had been brought before Bing Shan by Khalifa, directly stating his intentions as the president of the Adventurers Guild, aiming to acquire the Carrera Company as the guild's shipyard. Bing Shan initially objected, but upon hearing that the original employees would be retained, he reconsidered. Given the Adventurers Guild's threat and the decline in business, he ultimately acquiesced, not wishing to quote an exorbitant price, as the company had been established for the survival of Qi Shui. Thus, he settled on a price of 30 billion. However, upon hearing the figure, Suika's expression darkened, and he erupted in anger. What kind of joke is this? You offer such a paltry sum. Apologies, President Suika. I understand you intend to retain the original employees, but this price can certainly be negotiated further. Bing Shan felt a mix of frustration and resignation toward the youthful president. Recognizing the significant threat posed by new vessels to traditional shipbuilding, negotiate further. Suika slammed the table in fury. Not to mention the size of your company. The real estate alone is worth at least 30 billion. The geographical location and scenery of this island alone merit that valuation. The combined expertise of these shipbuilding professionals surely amounts to 30 billion. As both president and mayor, Bing Shan could easily engage in collusion. Ugh. The collaboration between the government and the people, along with harmonious governance, is indeed valued at 30 billion. Most importantly, there exists a beautiful and intelligent young lady serving as both secretary and spokesperson, which undoubtedly adds to the worth of 30 billion. Hence, I propose a flat price of 300 billion. Bing Shan began to doubt his mathematical skills and even contemplated counting on his fingers. President Khalifa regarded the handsome, orange-haired youth with newfound respect, but promptly reminded him to maintain composure to prevent any embarrassment for her boss. Oh, is that a bit excessive? Bing Shan, drenched in sweat, considered the implications, feeling this individual was either a wealthy tycoon or a fool. Such a guild might struggle to endure in the long run. Although a high-priced acquisition could be seen as a boon, it also posed potential drawbacks. Are you questioning the strength of our Adventurers Guild? Trek expressed his dissatisfaction. No. Bing Shan wiped his sweat and forced a smile. Let us not be overly verbose. This secretary will accompany me from now on and assist in the acquisition process. Trek nonchalantly exited the office. Is this person truly the leader of that guild, and not someone escaped from an asylum? Bing Shan inquired of Khalifa. Indeed, he is the president of the Adventurers Guild. I had already gone to the bank with him to verify the funds, Khalifa replied, though the reality was that she had obtained Trek's photo and information through certain channels. After speaking, Karifa hurriedly dashed out to catch up with Trek. Are the youth of today so reckless? Bing Shan began to ponder whether he had aged. President, Kaku interrupted as he slipped in just as Karifa opened the door. Kaku, why are you still here? Bing Shan's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. I just received news that my seventh uncle has recovered and can jump around again. So may I take back my resignation? Kaku asked cautiously. Bing Shan stared blankly at this peculiar character. Is there really a seventh uncle? After returning Kaku's resignation, he gazed at the boy's energetic form, filled with doubt. Last night, after receiving the task from the false Spandam, Karifa felt a tumult of emotions. Not only had Spandam's abilities shattered her previous perceptions, but she also worried about her future. Upon returning home, curiosity piqued. She eagerly delved into the study materials acquired from the celestial dragons. Her worldview was thoroughly challenged, initially dismissive. She soon found herself unable to resist picking it back up for further reading. Each few pages read sent her into a fluster, hiding her face with a pillow and rolling around on the bed. Anyone from CP9 or Bing Shan witnessing this would surely be astonished at the sight of the once aloof goddess. Karifa spent the night blushing and restless, resulting in a lack of sleep. In the morning, with faint dark circles under her eyes, she encountered the orange-haired youth sitting on the steps outside the company, enjoying breakfast. Who are you? What brings you here? Karifa inquired, having previously obtained Trek's photo through her connections. After all, the appearance of her future partner was crucial. She certainly did not wish for someone as unappealing as Spandam. She was also startled that he had arrived in Water 7 so swiftly after the task was announced. In the sight of this young man, munching bread seemed far removed from that of a leader of a grand organization. He lacked the demeanor of someone in a position of power. Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Trek from the Adventurers Guild, he declared, finishing his bread and stating his identity and purpose. Hello, Mr. Trek. Our president is inside the company. Allow me to escort you, Karifa replied, now understanding Trek's intention to acquire the Carrera company, which did not surprise her. As the company's secretary, she was well versed in its operations and had information from the world government. It was entirely expected for a competing guild, such as the Adventurers Guild, to target Carrera Company. This, however, conveniently alleviated her need to infiltrate the Adventurers Guild anew. Her primary objective now was to find a way to become this young man's confidant or even his partner. Looking at this youthful and handsome lad, Karifa could not deny her attraction, yet being older than him made her anxious about his interest in her, leading to feelings of uncertainty. The subsequent scene unfolded at the office door, where Kaku interrupted, followed by Karifa's astonishment at Trek's extravagant bargaining tactics. With Karifa's assistance, the acquisition contract and fund transfer were swiftly executed. Bing Shan was left in awe at the figure of 300 billion berries. Though not all of this wealth belonged to him, it was shared among 6 major shareholders. The reason he had not consulted them was twofold. As both president and the largest shareholder, others placed their trust in him, and the offer was simply too generous. The amount was more than sufficient to restart dozens of companies. Had he hesitated to agree immediately, he would likely have faced backlash from the other shareholders once they learned of it. Mr. President, shall I take you on a tour of the company? Karifa inquired with a gracious smile. Sure, lead the way. Trek responded, puzzled by the apparent difference between this version of the cool goddess and her animated counterpart, wondering if it was indeed the power of wealth. Unbeknownst to Trek, Karifa had been tasked with enticing him, guided by the acting demonstration from the false Spandam. She shed her aloof demeanor, opting to display warmth and approachability. Otherwise, should Trek find her unappealing, opportunities to draw closer would be scarce. With the once cold goddess now leading with a friendly touch, Trek felt a sense of delight. The scale of Carrera Company exceeded his expectations. While the characters in the animation appeared few, numerous shipbuilders contributed to its operation. It was not an exaggeration to say this company sustained half of Water 7. Bing Shan's initial offer indeed fell short, primarily aimed at retaining Trek's favor by preserving the original workforce. After all, this was the largest shipbuilding company in the original world. Although its market share had been encroached upon by the Adventurers Guild, its scale remained intact. Karifa also introduced the new owner to the staff. Rob Lucci, observing this remarkably young boss, was filled with curiosity, pondering if this was truly the target of their mission. He appeared more like an inexperienced boy, leading him to question if he was merely a puppet. Lucci was astonished by Trek's youth. Such vigor suggested limited experience. Yet establishing such a formidable guild indicated significant backing. These are our foremen, skilled shipbuilders, Karifa introduced. Hello, everyone. From now on, we are all family. Feel free to approach Karifa with any thoughts or difficulties. Trek warmly greeted each one, extending his hand. This young, affable boss left everyone feeling slightly embarrassed. Lucci, taken aback by Trek's handshake, was at a loss for words. Accustomed to a stoic demeanor, he could only manage an awkward smile. Have you heard of the Pluto? Trek's casual remark nearly choked the CP9 members present. Pluto? What is that? Lucci feigned ignorance. Not long after I arrived in Water 7, I stumbled upon a document containing the design for Pluto on the street. I'm not very knowledgeable about it. Surely, you professionals can make sense of it, right? Trek pretended to be clueless, his question laden with implications. The other shipbuilders at Carrera had no idea what Pluto was. However, Lucci, Kaku, and Karifa had spent 7 years in pursuit of Pluto's blueprints, only to see them fall into the hands of a newcomer. The frustration was palpable. Choi-ku directly produced a hefty stack of blueprints and handed them to Lucci. The others were eager to take a look, but Ka-Li-Fa hurriedly intervened, warning that such materials could lead to dire consequences. Everyone resumed their tasks, allowing Lucci and Kaku to assess the blueprints for their potential value. Ka-Li-Fa swiftly dispersed the crowd, which went unnoticed, as it was only natural for Lucci and Kaku, being the most technically proficient, to represent the group. As Lucci flipped through the pages, his astonishment grew, and beads of cold sweat began to form. The blueprints were not those of the legendary Ming Wang, but rather a compilation created in collaboration with the guild scientists, detailing several interstellar battleships. Many scientific principles were indeed accurate, although the technical specifics were vague and at times absurd. Some concepts were mere fabrications by Choi-ku, utilizing scientific jargon that would bewilder anyone lacking a profound understanding. Terms like aid-man alloy and synthetic materials were wholly unfamiliar. Yet, ideas for laser cannons, electromagnetic guns, nuclear warheads, nuclear power sources, anti-gravity devices, humanoid mechas, aerial combat aircraft, drone swarms, and time-space traversal apparatus were all proposed, accompanied by rudimentary illustrations. Lucci, possessing only a rudimentary grasp of technology, found it hard to believe these were blueprints from Ming Wang, as they were more explosive in nature. His emotions were complex, and he even suspected that they were being tested regarding their true identities. Kaku, curious about what Lucci had discovered, wondered if even Ming Wang's blueprints warranted such a complicated expression. Ka-Li-Fa sensed a subtle tension in the atmosphere, fearing that Lucci might act impulsively. Although their initial goal was the blueprints, they also sought to infiltrate the guild. Were the blueprints truly that formidable? After all, they belonged to the guild, and the possibility of collective research could bolster its growth, as Ka-Li-Fa pointed out. Lucci glanced at Austria Kalifa, contemplating whether she comprehended the gravity of what he had seen. If the guild truly developed such technology, what would become of the world government? Nevertheless, Lucci refrained from taking any drastic action, as Choi-ku's behavior raised suspicions. Presenting a blueprint more terrifying than that of Ming Wang before several CP9 agents could hardly be a coincidence. He even suspected that they had been marked, and any treacherous actions could lead to their downfall. His instincts, honed by experience, proved correct. Ma Lian-nu was currently concealed in a building 1 kilometer away, using a paint sniper rifle and a perspective sniper scope to aim at Lucci through the walls. The paint sniper rifle allowed for remote application of colored bullets, leaving a mark on the target, and could penetrate armor once the user mastered hockey. The perspective sniper scope enabled the user to see through inorganic materials, allowing for damage-free attacks on distant targets. Choi-ku dared not gamble with his life. Although he had escape methods, he could not withstand unexpected situations, as these individuals were professional assassins moonlighting as spies. Choi-ku was testing the limits of these individuals. gauging whether the allure of the blueprints would compel them to abandon their infiltration mission in favor of reporting to the world government. If that were the case, Chueika would take control of them. If not, he could manipulate them for his own gradual development. I did not fully comprehend this blueprint, but it must be of great importance. It would be wise for the guild leader to keep it safe, Lu Chi said as he returned the blueprints to Chueika. Kali Fa interjected, suggesting that whoever wished to study them could borrow them, as long as the information remained confidential. Chueika promptly handed the blueprints to Kali Fa. She, curious as ever, was about to peruse the contents when Lu Chi interjected. Is it truly wise for the guild leader to allow such materials to be freely borrowed? He felt that the more people knew, the more dangerous the situation became. Kali Fa froze, her intelligence informing her that she was likely about to encounter something she should not see. Do not worry. You are all key members of the guild, and I trust you. Kali Fa, you may manage this as you see fit, Chueika declared. Joining as a key member so soon? Especially after being purchased. The CP9 members exchanged glances, wondering if this individual was merely naive or had ulterior motives. Then it is up to the guild leader's discretion, Lu Chi concluded, deciding that he would ensure Kali Fa safeguarded the blueprints and prevented any leaks. Kali Fa still took a moment to glance at the blueprints, for if she was to keep them safe, she needed to understand their contents lest they be swapped without her knowledge. After only a few pages, she felt convinced that these were indeed the blueprints of Ming Wang, as the catastrophic weapons depicted were undeniably associated with him. However, as she turned to later pages, her confidence waned. Did such things truly exist? Some theories seemed plausible, and they were all highly educated individuals, even if not at the level of scientists. Basic theories could discern truth from falsehood, despite some content being incomprehensible. Kaku observed the expressions of both Lu Chi and Kali Fa, unable to fathom their thoughts, and leaned in to glimpse a few pages himself. Was it forbidden knowledge? It felt reminiscent of Vegapunk's technology, albeit seemingly more advanced. The three fell silent, with Kali Fa promising to safeguard the blueprints. Although Chueika had suggested they could explore the technology, Kali Fa understood that exposure would incite many factions to engage in conflict for possession. Chueika bid farewell to the group, instructing Kali Fa to establish her own office and living quarters, as he intended to move in. The three departed without further communication, signaling an unspoken agreement to reconvene later that evening. Malian nu, prepare sommeter, Chueika said as he traversed through the portal to their hideout, only to find her leisurely brewing tea and snacking on senbei. Questioning whether she had truly kept watch in his absence. Would you care for cup? Malian nu inquired. Indeed, it is a wonderfully tranquil day, Chueika replied as he settled down to enjoy his tea. After some time, he exclaimed, what a nuisance. Do not go slathering colors on me without my knowledge. It took a while for Malian Nu to lift the calming green hypnosis effect from Chueika, allowing him to regain his senses. Guild leader, one must learn to save her life. Was your mind not tranquil just now? Malian Nu remarked nonchalantly. Is there a hue that alleviates suffering? Chueika wondered, recalling the punishment he had endured. None. However, calming green can help maintain a tranquil expression during pain. Chueika's lips twitched. Was this merely a color meant for show? This time, I have another task for you. Recruit this individual as your partner for the time being. His abilities will complement yours. Chueika said as he presented a photo of Bruno. Phantom Sniper? I already feel quite ghostly. No one in the guild can evade my long-range shots. Malian Nu scoffed at the image of the Minotaur. She was confident, with her two tools and ability to manipulate colors. She could ensnare most strong individuals within the guild. She could quietly sit down and sip her tea, remaining oblivious to the fact that paint had been applied to her clothes until much later. Though she could not contend with the likes of Kaya, Abai C, and Michita directly, her long-range sniping was mostly effective against them. Only a Air Bay, the slippery fruit, could counter her paint application. Yet, this individual had discovered a method to incorporate hockey-infused sea stone powder into the paint. Of course, she was no slouch in close combat either. Having learned the Navy's 6 styles, Suru, Jeppo, and Shave, specializing in swift evasion, she could swiftly apply paint to slower enemies, ensuring they would fall victim to her tricks. Furthermore, this individual possesses a high IQ and, after joining the guild, has mastered the insidious tactics of the organization, including mathematics, poisoning, smoke screens, disguise, performance, deception, and cuteness. He has executed numerous missions, apprehending a multitude of spies and extracting various intelligence, making him the member with the highest task completion rate. Marianu, Kia, and Abisi are collectively known as the Sinister Trio. Kia is knowledgeable and resourceful, albeit somewhat pathological. Abisi is bold and cunning, the most arrogant among them. Marianu is clever and the most adept at performance. What Chuek is unaware of is that the armor-piercing axe enchantment has been applied by Marianu to a paint sniper rifle. The armor-piercing axe, Munka, can penetrate armed hockey when enchanted onto a weapon, although it does not kill. Even those with armed hockey cannot withstand Mariana's color traps and must rely on their strong kin bunchaku to evade. This armor-piercing axe was given to Kia by Chuek, but she deemed herself capable of hockey and discarded it, handing it directly to Marianu. The color traps of Marianu are not intended to kill, thus creating a perfect match, instantly granting her the ability to capture hockey masters. As a gesture of gratitude, she frequently assists Kia in procuring experimental materials. Chuek takes a hands-off approach with them, especially since the guild has a training institution where members can enroll to enhance their combat skills. Therefore, he is not very well versed in their actual capabilities or under-the-table dealings. This individual is a user of the Door fruit and is affiliated with the world government CP9, to which Chuek briefly introduced the intelligence of CP9. Interestingly, he can hide within the spatial realm of the Door fruit and create a small opening to snipe targets directly from another dimension. This way, his presence remains undetected. Once the target is ensnared, he can quietly capture them using the Door fruit. Indeed, quite ghostly, Marianu felt a surge of excitement, reveling in her newfound cunning. However, she pondered the reliability of recruiting someone from the world government. Otherwise, she could use her friend as control, but it wouldn't last long. Marianu mused to herself. Clearing her throat, she mentioned how she had covertly used the name of their superior to infiltrate their adventure guild, and Chuek succinctly described her operation. "Haha, I didn't expect the president to be equally cunning," Marianu chuckled sinisterly. Mutual understanding. Even if they eventually discover the truth, they would likely have no choice but to serve the guild. As for the secret bases, for safety's sake, it is best not to disclose them for the time being, Marianu suggested. While inform a few trusted core members about their permissions and backgrounds, Chuek instructed. Then go recruit that Minotaur. You should be more skilled at this than I am. A piece of cake, Marianu replied, and with that, she aimed her paint sniper rifle at a specific direction and fired before departing. Observing Marianu, who carried a violin case and had an array of paint palettes, Chuek found himself bemused, unsure whether to classify her as a wandering musician or an artist. He decided to explore the city of Water 7, as he had arrived in haste without taking the time to enjoy the sights. At Bruno's tavern, while polishing a wine glass, Bruno suddenly sensed a shift in his emotional state, an indescribable feeling. Behind him, he noticed a hint of yellow-green, a mark of friendship. Shortly thereafter, a petite girl with a large backpack entered the tavern. "I apologize, but we do not serve minors here," Bruno said apologetically. Yet he couldn't quite fathom why he felt an affinity towards the young girl. "How rude. I'm a young lady, just exceptionally cute," Marianu retorted, playfully poking her cheeks with her fingers. Bruno's heart melted in an instant, his typically stern face softening into a rare smile. "Sir, I am a member of the Adventure Guild, and I believe you are a user of a devil fruit. Would you be interested in joining us?" Marianu stated directly. "Well," Bruno hesitated, contemplating how to infiltrate, only to be met with her straightforward offer. "All right, but what can I do?" Bruno replied without hesitation. "Simply partner with me. Life will be delightful." With that, Mariana brewed herself a pot of tea and savored it. This is the essence of life. Bruno suddenly perceived a resemblance between himself and the girl across from him. He was sipping wine while she enjoyed her tea. Thus, the two spent a leisurely day at the tavern. In truth, Marianu had been quite busy in the guild, with a heavy workload of tasks. and she often took on additional missions as an excuse to escape for leisure. She would complete her tasks at lightning speed, only to lounge for a few days before returning. Is the guild that leisurely? Bruno couldn't hold back from asking. Not really. I maintain a relaxed mindset, Marianu replied. How did you know I possess a devil fruit ability? Oh, you'll see once you accompany me to catch a few pirates, Marianu said without elaboration, merely beckoning Bruno to follow. After a series of leisurely operations, Marianu effortlessly captured several million bounty pirates to exchange for rewards, leaving Bruno astounded. The petite girl simply retrieved her sniper rifle from her violin case and inexplicably fired a few shots at a wall, then sought out a few pirates basking in the sun or indulging in drinks, swiftly binding them to bring to the Navy for a bounty exchange. The entire operation was seamless and tranquil. The pirates offered no resistance, displaying not a hint of turmoil. Bruno felt a twinge of fear within, utterly perplexed by the underlying principles and suspecting it to be a bizarre devil fruit ability. He recalled Spandam's words. The core members of the Adventure Guild are weak and pose no threat. Children are merely weaklings. Weaklings? These million bounty pirates, whom he couldn't easily handle, were effortlessly subdued by this seemingly childlike girl. Were it not for the pirates still struggling and shouting in the Navy afterward, Bruno might have suspected they were merely actors hired by the girl. From now on, you will be responsible for opening and closing doors for me to conceal myself. That way, hunting targets will be much easier, and I will have more time to enjoy tea and leisure, Mariana requested. Of course, I understand, Bruno replied, unsure how she had discerned his devil fruit ability. Yet, sensing her mysterious nature, he refrained from probing further. He could only speculate that she possessed the ability to observe and control targets without regard for obstacles. Thus, it was not surprising that his secret had been uncovered. The pressing question now was whether this girl had already realized he was a spy for the world government. No wonder Spandam was always acting, even in front of their own people, and even when no one else was present. It was all a precaution against such peculiar abilities. In that moment, Spandam's image transformed in Bruno's mind into one of grandeur. Regardless of whether she knew his true identity, he resolved to serve the guild wholeheartedly. Even if it meant opposing the world government. Should his identity be revealed, he could claim to have defected from the world government, which should earn him acceptance. He hadn't anticipated that Spandam had considered this layer of complexity. While he operated on the second tier, Spandam resided at the pinnacle. A figure of unfathomable strength, profound thought, and strategic prowess. Spandam now instilled fear in Bruno, contrasting sharply with the previous image of a mere fool. Thus, the duo of lazy fish was born. And the ghostly legends of Water 7 grew increasingly enigmatic. In addition to the rumors of the ghost train, whispers of pirates disappearing without a trace began to circulate. That night, the 4 members of CP9 reconvened, each shrouded in silence, as Bruno directly transported them into an alternate dimension. This guild runs deep. Bruno was the first to speak. Have you infiltrated as well? Califa was perplexed by the swiftness of events, considering her own pace was already quite rapid. Today, Bolinuo briefly elucidated the situation on their end. Such an eerie ability, seemingly crafted for espionage and assassination. It is likely that our previous spies met their demise in this manner, Califa analyzed. I wonder if we have been exposed, Kaku speculated. I have this intuition. I might have been targeted by that young girl during the day, Lucci remarked. What about the blueprint of the Underworld King? Could it be a fabrication? Califa questioned, her confusion evident as she realized the calm exterior masked a deadly game of life and death. It is hard to say. I feel it may be false, not due to its inferiority, but because it is more terrifying than the legendary Underworld King. If those theoretical weapons were to be actualized, Lucci described. So what shall we do? Continue to remain in the shadows? Kaku inquired. It seems we have no choice. Today's blueprint is likely a test. They have probably deduced our identities and wish to assimilate us, Lucci concluded. Spandam is equally formidable. He guessed we would be exposed early on, compelling us to feign a betrayal of the world government, allowing him to act against his own to gain trust, Bolinuo added. What a terrifying superior. Everyone thought simultaneously. We will proceed as planned. At the appropriate moment, we may willingly reveal our CP9 identities, but thereafter, we must not convene privately too easily, Lucci instructed. The group then dispersed. The scene shifted to daytime, where Tsueka was conducting research in the Water 7, indulging in leisure activities. After a while, he used the portal to transport himself to an island nearby, directly activating a gasapon machine to summon Finzigu, eager to test its capabilities. Finzigu, Frankie, 18 meters tall, accommodating 2 passengers, equipped with a shoulder-mounted cannon. Being struck by its energy would cause transformation into a monster for a period, featuring an infinite energy cannon. Though the greater the power, the longer the cooldown. How ostentatious. This is exactly the style that Daming favors. Tsueka remarked as he entered the cockpit to examine the control interface. Is there really a battle axe concealed within that shield? I thought it only contained that abominable cannon. Tsueka pondered. Holy moly, this cannot be a fairy wand, he exclaimed, pulling out a weapon resembling a magical girl-esque transformation device. Thankfully, the cockpit was not visible from the outside, otherwise he would suffer social death. Tsueka piloted Finzigu for a while, testing the battle axe and shield, finding them satisfactory and capable of contending against top-tier opponents. He also activated the cannon, which caused no damage but revealed that the longer it charged, the broader the area of the explosive orb upon release. Hearing piercing screams from an island, Tsueka hastily maneuvered Finzigu away. It seemed this cannon inflicted considerable mental anguish. However, the next day, the newspaper reported that all inhabitants of certain island had transformed into monsters overnight, drawing the attention of the Monster Kingdom. Ding! Triggered a hidden quest. Have 10,000 people wear bikinis in Water 7. Successful completion. Allows the toucher to transform into a bikini. Failure. The toucher will forever be clad in a bikini. Time limit, 7 days. What the heck? I haven't even dealt with the previous task. And now there's another one. Tsueka thought to himself, hesitating to activate any more gasapon machines. He quickly stowed Finzigu and returned to Water 7 via the portal. The bikini was not what mattered most. What truly mattered was dignity. The thought of being confined to a bikini made Tsueka feel utterly despondent. What difference was there from running naked? Bang! Bingshan was busy arranging follow-up matters with the shareholders when the office door was suddenly kicked open. A fiery-haired youth rushed in, exclaiming, "We are in grave trouble. It concerns the very survival of Water 7. What has happened?" Bingshan asked, alarmed by the boy's demeanor. Look at Water 7. It relies solely on shipbuilding as its pillar industry. If the shipbuilding industry were to become saturated or decline, wouldn't Water 7 be doomed? So, Bingshan responded, slightly speechless. Although it was indeed a significant issue, it was not something that could be resolved overnight. Therefore, we must develop other industries, such as tourism and unique competitions that highlight Water 7's characteristics. Like Alabasta, Bingshan recalled the exploits of the Adventurers Guild in Alabasta. Hearing that trade was bustling there and that numerous competitions were underway, including the renowned martial arts tournament that seemed to be open for registration. Exactly. Especially since we are Water 7, our specialty is coolness. I want to host a surfing competition. All participants in bikinis will enjoy free food and drinks. With costs fully covered, Tsueka declared his intentions. Bikini. Bingshan suddenly felt that the president was being rather unorthodox. Yes, only bikinis can bring the greatest traffic to Water 7. We live in an era where traffic reigns supreme. Imagining thousands of bikini-clad young women traversing the streets of Water 7, tourists would flock in droves. And the GDP would soar. What is GDP? It's just berries. And I'll cover all costs and prizes. We must ensure this news reaches the world by tomorrow. Bring in the marketing guild, and you need to organize the personnel in Water 7. Speed is of the essence. Let us call it the Water 7 Golden Week. The first 3 days will be for registration for the surfing competition, followed by 4 days of fierce competition for the top 10, culminating in a challenge against the tsunami deities for the title of World Surfing King. What? The tsunami deities are definitely coming. That's a massive tsunami, and everyone will need to evacuate. Isn't that too reckless? Bingshan felt uneasy about Tsueka's proposal. This is where the excitement lies. Just think, If a pirate king can incite chaos among a bunch of fools, then as long as the surfing king's prize is substantial enough, the resulting traffic and popularity will propel Water 7 into prosperity. As for safety concerns, that's trivial. We can swiftly build more shelters. There is no problem that cannot be solved with enough berries. Must it be so urgent? Yes. It is a matter of life and death. Sueko was determined not to be condemned to a life of only wearing a bikini. That would mean social death. Bingshan marveled at how the president was so invested in the fate of Water 7, truly a person of great compassion. Khalifa, where has that secretary gone? Sueko called out from the window. Ahem. Khalifa should be contacting those shareholders, Bingshan replied. What a hassle. Hire another secretary. This one will follow me, Sueko muttered. Also, have her come to my room tonight. I need to assign her some work. After Sueko finished speaking, he slipped away. We do not endorse such practices here. Bingshan felt that Sueko's request for Khalifa to come to his room was inappropriate, intending to help her refuse, only to find that he had already left. What a dilemma. Let Khalifa decide for herself. Surely she won TB at a loss, right? Bingshan resolved to leave this tricky matter for Khalifa to handle. Khalifa was somewhat bewildered. Upon her return, she heard about a competition involving thousands of people in bikinis. This president was indeed a bit of a lecher. Khalifa immediately sentenced Sueko to death. However, even more shocking was that the boy wanted her to come to his room that evening to arrange work for her. Was this an unspoken rule? Did it have to happen so quickly? Khalifa felt an inexplicable force hastening her task's progress. She had barely exerted effort. Yet much of the task was nearing completion. She was certainly going to go, but if he were to pursue her, should she maintain some reserve? Would being easily conquered make her appear too promiscuous? If it came too easily, it would not be cherished. Should she play hard to get? Khalifa found herself in a quandary. Observing Khalifa's conflicted expression, Bingshan felt a mix of emotions. He had not anticipated that this aloof woman would hesitate in the face of dark, unspoken rules. The icy demeanor of Bingshan was suddenly tinged with a sense of moral unease. She began to speak, but before she could complete her thought, Khalifa readily agreed and departed. Sigh, I never expected even the aloof goddess would bend for money, Bingshan lamented. That night, in the solitary VIP dormitory for staff, Trick pondered how to persuade Khalifa to reasonably take a beating from him. A knock echoed through the room. Please enter. President, I am here to await your commands, Khalifa pronounced, her final words heavily enunciated. Miss Khalifa, please have a seat, Trick said, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. And he proceeded to make tea for her. Khalifa's instincts heightened. Was there a trick up this lad's sleeve? Could he have laced the tea with something? I have an unusual request, Miss Khalifa. I wonder if I might articulate it, Trick stammered shyly. If everyone knows it's an unusual request, why even mention it? Khalifa thought to herself. Yet, as her mission was to win over this president, she refrained from declining. Speak on. Would you be willing to spar with me? Trick asked, his voice faltering. Khalifa's expression soured. Having perused the study materials, her mind conjured unsavory associations. Noting her silence and piercing glare, Trick hastily added, although I am the president, my skills are lacking. I rank at the bottom of our guild, thus I seek a training partner. A training partner? Surely I am not suitable, Khalifa retorted, bemused at the thought of sparring with someone so weak. You are quite suitable. Others are far too formidable, and I fear I shall be overwhelmed. We must proceed gradually. Others? She inquired. Those boatmen from earlier today, they are clearly capable of tearing a tiger apart and subduing lions, he replied. Khalifa's skepticism grew. Did he already know her associates were CP9? However, she reasoned that since he did not expose this knowledge, there was no need for her to clarify. Is it here? She queried, cutting to the chase. Here you go. Trick handed Khalifa a whip, thickly wrapped in cotton. He believed this would lessen the sting. Gazing at the whip, Khalifa's mind wandered to troubling thoughts. Perhaps he was aware of her proficiency with such a weapon. Weapons are indiscriminate. Fists are not meant to be exchanged between the genders. Thus the whip seems a safer choice, Trick quickly explained, thinking how arduous it had been to concoct this scheme. Let's begin. Khalifa agreed curtly, harboring some resentment. She had anticipated that he would be utterly captivated by her charms. Yet here, they were merely sparring, and in a rather unorthodox manner. The session commenced. The sounds of cracking echoed throughout. Khalifa, already adept with the whip, fueled by her frustration, made Trick cry out in despair. The cotton wrap did little to mitigate the pain, and once soaked with sweat, it became even more excruciating. Let us not forget the task's adverse condition. Before completion, the pain would be magnified tenfold. "Stop, stop, stop!" Trick shouted, drenched in cold sweat, his limbs unresponsive. "Stop your head!" Khalifa not only refused to relent, but intensified her strikes, convinced that the whip inflicted no real harm, suspecting he was merely feigning. The cries reverberated throughout the shipyard. How brutal! Bingshan, in her own resting quarters, heard the commotion and broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness she had not acted on her previous thoughts regarding Khalifa. She had not anticipated such a fierce temperament. However, it seemed Khalifa would soon face dismissal. Should she intervene? Ultimately, she decided against it, reasoning that Trick would likely lose face if she did. The other employees residing in the dormitory also heard the ruckus, but concluded against intervening. They simultaneously engaged in self-hypnosis, repeating, "I heard nothing. I heard nothing." Lucci and Kaku also picked up on the noise, musing, "Is this truly acceptable for Khalifa? How will the mission proceed?" As the night wore on, Trick lay despondently, staring blankly at the ceiling. Fortunately, after enduring 100 lashes, the task was deemed successful, granting him the ability to control and diminish pain. Otherwise, he might have genuinely succumbed to agony. Khalifa, on the other hand, departed contentedly, muttering, "I have never encountered such a request for punishment in my life." The following morning, all at the Calera company regarded Khalifa with a mixture of awe and fear. How savage! On her very first day, the new boss dared to strike the president, and the screams nearly echoed outside the company. Khalifa disregarded their gazes and proceeded to report to Bingshan. Bingshan handled matters with impressive efficiency, wary of provoking Khalifa's wrath. Today was likely her last day at work. "Is the arrangement for the Bikini Golden Week finalized?" Trick's voice suddenly inquired from the entrance. "It is arranged. Those shareholders are also veterans from the Water 7, and we can leverage our connections," Bingshan responded, glancing back and forth between Trick and Khalifa. Observing their seemingly unperturbed demeanor raised her suspicions. Could the president possess peculiar inclinations? Excellent. Khalifa must strive. This Bikini Golden Week must be executed within 7 days, and the number of bikini-clad maidens must exceed 10,000, Trick insisted. Khalifa furrowed her brow, wondering, isn't it the Golden Week of Water 7? What does he mean by strive? Does this little lecher wish for me to don a bikini as well? News of the Golden Week in Water 7 swiftly spread across the globe, facilitated by the guild's operations through newspapers. The prize for the surfing competition was an astonishing 1 billion berries, with the ultimate champion to be crowned the surfing king. 1 billion berries. Far more credible than the elusive One Piece. Although it may not rival the bounties of the 4 emperors, the risk is minimal. Who cannot paddle along the waves? If I were to win, that sum would last a lifetime. Moreover, it is rumored that there will be thousands of bikini maidens present. Furthermore, it was said that this competition would become an annual affair, presenting numerous opportunities. To hell with the Pirate King. I shall become the Surfing King. On this day, Water 7 ushered in an era of great surfing, with many vying for the title of Surfing King. Thanks to the Adventure Guild's operational capacity and the sea train, many flocked to the area. In just 2 days, Water 7 was nearly overwhelmed as tourism surged, showering the residents with unprecedented wealth. Supplies of water meat ran out, and the Barura people were nearly out of breath from hauling them. Thankfully, the Adventure Guild swiftly arranged for additional supplies and opened several LLBLUE chain restaurants. Simultaneously, they mobilized numerous small sea beasts trained by the guild to transport passengers. As the mayor, Bingshan, and Secretary Khalifa observed the skyrocketing data, both were taken aback and at a loss. Tourism proved to be far more lucrative than shipbuilding, particularly given its rapid turnover and cash flow. All banks and shops operated at full capacity. The Adventure Guild's ability to attract and serve customers was astonishing. The guild outsourced many passenger transport assignments to reputable pirate crews, now referred to as adventure teams or naval fleets, leading Bingshan and Khalifa to witness the extraordinary spectacle of pirates and navy competing for business. Bingshan felt as though all his years as mayor had been in vain. Khalifa pondered why the world government sought to control the Adventure Guild. The profits were staggering. While the sky rained gold, the affluent nobility and wealthy individuals aggressively thrust their money into the guild's coffers. Trick, however, was unconcerned with such trivial matters. His primary task remained to observe the number of bikini maidens. Oh, how many beautiful young ladies there are! Alas, how utterly shameless they are, dressed so provocatively. Sueka, while admiring the scene, couldn't he help but voice his discontent. He had assumed that people would exhibit some modesty, but he was taken aback by the openness of the women in this world. My eyes! My eyes! Sueka cried out in horror, covering his eyes. He had just been assaulted visually, his eyes assaulted by an array of shocking sights. Suppressing his discomfort, Sueka fled the scene in disarray. How terrifying! The sheer number of perverts was overwhelming. As he recalled the scene, his heart raced with dread. Why on earth were there a group of burly men clad in bikinis? Indeed, alongside the bikini-clad ladies, there were even more burly men indulging in food and drink. A monumental oversight. He had forgotten to impose restrictions on gender. It was not Sueka's fault. Who could have anticipated such depravity in this world, where people seemed unafraid of social disgrace? Now, imposing restrictions could be an option. But what if these perverts retaliated? Sueka was unwilling to wager his innocence. It was a difficult balance to strike, wanting to appreciate the beautiful ladies while avoiding visual pollution. In their pursuit of free food and drink, these burly men exhibited a shocking lack of decency, while there would be no financial loss. As true consumers would never don bikinis for free handouts, the aesthetic of the city was severely compromised. Sueka hurried back to the mayor's office, requesting a designated area for male bikini wearers to be separated from the women. Bikini-clad burly men? The iceberg, upon hearing this term, was reminded of Frankie's apprentice. Indeed, the city of Chishui was rife with peculiarities, and such classifications might be beneficial. Suddenly, Sueka remembered that he possessed a romantic surfboard, which he could easily register for the competition. The romantic surfboard, Shui Zhizhu Shun, could automatically generate waves for surfing, even creating tsunamis powered by romance. The more romantic, the greater the force. This competition had rather loose regulations, requiring only that participants bring their surfboards and challenge the waves, completing the surf. Ultimately, they would face the god of the sea, the tsunami, and very few would likely withstand it, thus the lack of stringent rules. However, Sueka was uncertain how to utilize the romantic surfboard. It seemed rather complex. He glanced at Khalifa, who was rapidly processing documents, and suddenly an idea struck him. He could enlist her as a partner for the competition. After all, there were no restrictions against bringing a companion, or rather, a partner. Khalifa felt quite professional in her role as secretary. However, the workload this time was truly overwhelming. Just as she was handling documents, an unsettling shiver ran down her spine. Looking up, she indeed found Sueka staring at her with a lecherous gaze. She thought to herself, what scheme is this guy up to now? Dear Khalifa, Sueka exclaimed. Ugh! Both Khalifa and the iceberg felt a wave of goosebumps. Don't call me that. It's sexual harassment. Khalifa shot Sueka a glare. Ahem. I merely wish to request a favor, Sueka said awkwardly. Again? Khalifa recalled Sueka's previous eccentric requests. No. This time I want you to participate in the surfing competition with me. Khalifa was baffled. I have no desire to be a surfing champion. And can't you see I'm busy? You can enter on your own. Sueka insisted that this was essential. The main goal of this competition is to attract attention. If only burly men participate, it will be too glaring. It's crucial to have a stunning beauty like you to better promote Chishui. Sueka persuaded her. That is not out of the question. Very well, I shall participate. You may leave now. Flattered by Sueka's compliment, Khalifa was intrigued, and the prospect of winning 1 billion was certainly appealing. You misunderstand. I meant we would share a surfboard, Sueka quickly clarified. What do you intend to do? Khalifa squinted suspiciously. The iceberg, standing nearby, felt an icy chill. Was this going to be another sleepless night? Surfing alone lacks appeal. Our handsome and beautiful duo would create more buzz, even allowing us to produce promotional posters, representing Chishui ourselves. Just imagine, handsome men attracting ladies, and beautiful women attracting burly men. Such promotional power. Regardless of Tsuka's true intentions, his reasoning was undeniably sound, and Khalifa was persuaded to join him. Simultaneously, the competition's regulations were amended to allow male-female teams with double prize money. In no time, competitors were scurrying to find partners, and the excitement was palpable. This guy truly understood marketing. Khalifa couldn't help but admired Tsuka's innovative promotional strategies. During the Golden Week in Chishui, Marianu was still idling about, and upon seeing the event poster, he was momentarily taken aback. After all, his codename at the Baroque Works was Golden Week. Even now, some colleagues who had transferred to the guild still referred to him as Golden Week. Male-female registration with double prizes? Marianu felt he could make a substantial profit for his retirement. He then dragged the Minotaur Bruno to sign up, although Bruno initially refused, questioning the wisdom of two devil fruit users attempting to surf. To his surprise, Marianu assured him that he wasn't a devil fruit user and could rescue him if he fell into the water. Bruno was left bewildered. Those strange abilities had nothing to do with the devil fruits. He realized his understanding of the world was woefully shallow, and the mystery of the Adventurers Guild deepened. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew arrived in Chishui, and upon witnessing the bustling crowd, excitement surged among them, particularly Sanji, who, upon seeing a throng of bikini-clad ladies, fainted from blood loss. Nami, ever the money-minded individual, immediately learned of the Surfing King's 1 billion prize and the doubled reward for mixed-gender teams, her eyes sparkling with belly. Originally, they had intended to repair the Going Merry, which was in dire need of maintenance, and while Nami was not lacking in money, who would want more? Considering the mixed-gender requirement, she and Robin, the only two women, had to participate, followed by the male contestants. Sanji? Pass. He would be too distracted by the ladies. Usopp? Pass. He was one of the weaker trio. For context, Nami's base combat abilities were not weak. It was merely a matter of mindset. The remaining options were Luffy and Zoro, but since Luffy and Robin were non-swimmers, the final pairings were decided. Nami with Luffy and Robin with Zoro. Naturally, Luffy, who aspired to become the Pirate King, was eager to participate in the Surfing King competition. Robin was indifferent, but she noted that the event organizers seemed connected to the Adventurers Guild, as many of the staff had been transferred from there. She thought Sueka would likely be present, and it seemed their previous wager was about to come to fruition. Zoro, initially unwilling to participate as he preferred to drink, found himself coerced by Nami, his creditor. Faced with the prospect of either spending money or wearing a bikini to drink, he decided that self-sufficiency was a better option than confronting the bikini-clad men. As they registered at the sign-up point, Zoro couldn't help but mutter, "Those perverts are utterly embarrassing. Indeed, quite the eyesore." Sanji found himself momentarily aligned with Zoro, his mood nearly ruined by the sight of the bikini-clad men. "Huh? What did you say?" One of the burly men in a bikini turned to question them, clearly displeased. Turning around, it was none other than Frankie. To him, a bikini was merely a piece of string tied across the chest, an extension of his usual attire. Thus, for him and his eccentric subordinates, it posed no challenge to don such outfits while indulging in food and drink with a group of eye-catching companions, simultaneously signing up for the competition with the Cube Sisters. It was rather embarrassing for a man to dress so peculiarly. Zoro, unperturbed, confronted the situation head-on. "All right. Sanji chimed in. "We are indeed eccentric. Is there anything wrong with dressing like this? How is it embarrassing?" Frankie retorted. Zoro, rendered speechless, could only sulk and return to the ship. Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, unabashedly flirted with the bikini-clad ladies, unstoppable in his pursuit, while Nami instructed Chopper to accompany him to prevent excessive blood loss. Nami, Usopp, and Robin intended to visit the Carrera Company to seek repairs for the Going Merry. "Where's Luffy?" Nami suddenly realized Luffy was missing. A quick scan revealed him at a stall, disrobing, with a free bikini giveaway nearby. Was he really that foolish? Witnessing Luffy's antics made Nami furious, and she promptly knocked him into a daze, dragging him back. How utterly embarrassing. If you want to eat, I can buy it for you. How could you think of wearing a bikini like those weirdos? Nami lamented, feeling utterly humiliated. Let go of me. They can eat and drink for free. Luffy, the glutton, drooled and protested. I'm not short on money. This is just too embarrassing. Nami snapped. The group immediately turned their gaze to Nami, as if suggesting she was angling for some pocket money. Nami, speechless at her own words, resigned herself to extorting her older brother. All right, everyone gives me 100,000 berries, Nami announced. Nami, Usopp, Robin, and the foodstuff Luffy arrived at the Carrera Company. They did not encounter Frankie and were unaware of the relationship between the guild and the Carrera Company. However, from Kaku, they learned that the Going Merry's keel was shattered and deemed irreparable. After confirming that no amount of money could restore it, they fell into silence. Kaku, aware of Robin's identity, refrained from acknowledging her, as their current mission was to infiltrate the Adventure Guild. Observing the group's demeanor, Kaku suddenly recalled a VIP service established by the new owner. However, Kaku's interjection snapped everyone back to attention. We offer a personalized modification service that can transform some materials from the original ship into a smaller vessel, capable of accommodating only 2 to 3 people at a time. This is a special service designed for crew members who hold a deep affection for their ships. Though it comes at a rather steep cost due to the need for assessment and design of the new ship, this prospect reignited their hope. They need not bid farewell to the Going Merry, yet the passenger capacity posed a challenge. What if we construct a larger vessel and use the Going Merry as a sub-ship, allowing it to dock inside the larger ship? Nami proposed. Great idea, Luffy exclaimed, pleased that they could continue their maritime adventures without parting ways with the Going Merry. Usopp remained somewhat hesitant, fully aware that the Going Merry could no longer sail. Yet he found it hard to part with it through modification. Let's reconvene tonight to finalize our plans, Robin suggested, secretly hoping to find Frankie. Sounds good. Do you have any blueprints for large and small ships that we can reference? We'll study them and consider our requirements, Nami inquired of Kaku. We do have standard designs, Kaku replied, recalling some new technologies from the Adventure Guild. And what about unconventional options? Nami asked, intrigued. There are auxiliary power systems that can navigate through the comm zones, but regulations prohibit their use on pirate ships. The Straw Hats were astonished. This was to prevent pirates from easily traversing the comm zones, thus causing chaos as they plundered across the Grand Line, Kaku explained. That makes sense. Luffy clapped in approval. Fool, we are pirates too. Nami and Usopp retorted angrily. With this technology, navigating through the comm zones would be much less daunting, especially when they returned to East Blue. Nami reflected. The challenge remained on how to acquire the technology from the other party. Plans were still undecided, and Nami intended to discuss them aboard the Going Merry that evening. For now, they were free to explore. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy food, drinks, and entertainment, while also competing for prizes. Although Luffy couldn't wear a bikini, Nami and Robin could, as they often did on the ship. Nami planned to change into one to enjoy the festivities, while Robin chose to part ways, merely advising Nami to be cautious of her brother discovering her attire. After all, Nami had been reprimanded by Frankie several times for dressing too provocatively in the past. Nami dismissed her concerns, confident that her brother would not easily stumble upon her, likely preoccupied with chasing girls in Sky Island. Once alone, Robin activated her Hana no Mi powers, causing eyes to sprout from the heights of Water 7, allowing her to see nearby areas. After a thorough search, she found him. Indeed, it was the little pervert, Robin observed as Frankie attempted to embrace a bikini-clad blonde, only to be met with a whip strike that made him yelp. Robin refrained from approaching directly, instead watching from a distance, curious about Frankie's next antics. Having previously witnessed his live stream with Machida, she was excited to see what he would do this time. However, in broad daylight and with so many people around, he surely wouldn't overstep his bounds, would he? You hit me again. This is a competition and a promotion. We must showcase some romantic and intimate gestures. Or else how will our photo shoots look? Frankie insisted, unaware that Khalifa had retained the whip specifically to strike him. Currently, Frankie wore a ring that nullified the effects of his devil fruit, allowing him to swim without fear of the sea. This is sexual harassment. Although her task was to charm Frankie, Khalifa instinctively countered and criticized. Am I wrong? Imagine this, you standing idly on a surfboard while I stand behind you. What kind of spectacle would that create for the audience? They would undoubtedly demand refunds. You don't want Water 7 to be devoid of a future, do you? What does the future of Water 7 have to do with me? Are there even any paying customers? I was unaware. As a professional secretary, Khalifa was particularly sensitive to the notion of revenue. Is this consumption even counted as money? Frankie mused, surprised that Khalifa was not swayed by his charms. If we win the championship, all the prize money will go to you. Not interested. Frankie, feeling exasperated, decided to forego further debate and simply lifted the obstinate woman, rushing towards the sea and leaping onto the surfboard. He was not concerned about the water, as he wore a ring that nullified the effects of his devil fruit abilities. Suddenly, a massive wave surged beneath them as Frankie, carrying the flailing Khalifa, glided gracefully across the cresting water. His fingertips skimmed the surface of the waves, sending plumes of spray into the sunlight, glistening like diamonds. The romantic surfboard, powered by the essence of romance, could generate waves for surfing and even create tsunamis, with its strength increasing in proportion to the romantic atmosphere. Wow, this couple is having a splendid time. Surrounded by individuals practicing surfing, they expressed envy. Is carrying an unwilling young lady also romantic? Sueka never anticipated that this could trigger the romantic potential of his surfboard. Indeed, this is the essence of Han-style romance. Suddenly, Sueka realized that his actions resembled the cliched romantic plots typical of the Korean drama genre. Discovering the surfboard's marvelous functionality, he began to ride the waves exuberantly, creating large swells and showcasing various tricks. Khalifa eventually grew indifferent to his antics, feeling as though she was cheering him on, her excitement escalating with each wave. This is not enough. Oh no, the waves must be grander. Sueka was dissatisfied with the current situation. Surely, you do not wish to remain passive, he remarked to Khalifa. What do you intend to do? Khalifa replied, her tone cautious. Let's incorporate some interactive poses. With that, Sueka effortlessly tossed Khalifa into the air. She exclaimed, only for him to catch her again and guide her into performing various elegant moves akin to a duet in figure skating. How beautiful! Let's join in. The graceful surfing poses of Sueka and Khalifa instantly captivated the nearby spectators. Some competitors began to imitate and innovate, although a few appeared more like acrobats than surfers. Khalifa blushed, feeling not only the flutter of romance, but also the intimacy of their closeness, particularly given her bikini and Sueka's beach shorts. If it weren't for the onlookers, she would have kicked him off. She felt as if she were being roasted by Sueka, compelled to cooperate. Khalifa actively participated, even enhancing some of the poses from the learning materials. Instantly, the waves generated by the surfboard grew even larger, intimidating the nearby spectators. Sueka was indeed familiar with the poses from the learning materials, having illustrated them himself. The two displayed remarkable synergy, although Sueka felt his resolve wavering. Now, not only was Khalifa blushing, but Sueka too felt his heart race. The waves seemed to swell larger, refusing to subside. This little rascal truly knows how to have fun. Ruben watched from a distance, feeling a tinge of jealousy, wondering why she wasn't in that position. Unfortunately, she did not wish to reveal her connection to Sueka, especially with the world government still searching for her. I can't take it anymore. Sueka quickly halted their antics, fearing an embarrassing incident in public. Khalifa was breathless, her mind racing with images from the learning materials directly in Sueka's embrace. As the waves gradually diminished, their figures faded into the distance, leaving the audience astonished by the spectacle. The flamboyant surfing quickly spread throughout Chishuejidu, with competitors eager to replicate the trend, igniting a new wave of enthusiasm. Since Sueka and Khalifa were far out at sea, Ruben could no longer see the effects of her ho-ho fruit and decided to return to the Mary. She was already aware that Sueka was in Chishuejidu. Meanwhile, As the massive waves receded from Chishuejidu, Sueka and Califa found themselves in a passionate entanglement, unable to restrain themselves. Califa's intention had always been to infiltrate the Adventurers Guild and become Sueka's partner, which was part of her mission. Thus, she did not resist. In fact, she found herself somewhat proactive, especially given Sueka's charming demeanor. Having perused the learning materials, Califa and Sueka were evenly matched in their playful sparring. The romantic surfboard even generated new waves, as the pair executed high-difficulty surfing poses, regrettably without any spectators to witness. Without the presence of the seagulls, Califa certainly would have dispatched them with a well-placed kick, ensuring no witnesses remained. Following their intimate encounter, their relationship became intricate, with Califa maintaining her aloof demeanor. Sueka, on the other hand, grew increasingly familiar, daring to be overtly tactile, even at the risk of being reprimanded by Califa. Upon returning to the company, Sueka invited Califa to share his dormitory for the night, and she did not refuse. The thrill was addictive, and she also experienced the joys of Mikita. Of course, the employees were unconcerned. After all, this new boss had been thoroughly defeated by Califa upon his arrival. Yet she had not been dismissed. This indicated true affection, albeit with an odd twist. The performance of Sueka and Califa propelled flamboyant surfing to unprecedented heights in Chishuejidu, while the competition rules did not mandate such displays. The public's enthusiasm was undeniable. Surfing without attempting intricate maneuvers was akin to skateboarding without tricks and would surely invite disdain. The surfing competition gradually commenced, with participants competing in waves of varying heights. The most straightforward rule was to successfully ride certain tall waves without falling into the water pass. However, due to the popularity of flamboyant surfing, everyone began to voluntarily elevate the difficulty, escalating the stakes. Those who surfed without flair faced jeers from the audience. To avoid embarrassment, they had to showcase their style and ride the waves. This posed a challenge for Nami and Ruben, who had to rehearse their routines. While Luffy controlled the surfboard, Nami utilized her weather stick to perform various acrobatics and tricks. Unexpectedly, Nami's alluring figure and captivating performance garnered her many admirers. For the first time, she found the peculiar functions of the weather stick to be beneficial. To manage the surfboard, Luffy wrapped his foot around it, using his hands to blow air, relying on the buoyancy of balloons to maintain balance. In the duo of Solong and Ruben, Solong employed his three-sword style, spinning his blades like a windmill to generate powerful gusts that propelled the surfboard forward. Ruben, positioned at the front, performed the thousand-hand guanyin, even conjuring wings to adjust the surfboard's angle. Their performance was equally distinctive, leaving the audience in awe. The strength of that group is formidable. They're indeed challenging opponents. Frankie saw the performance of Luffy and his companions and felt an immense pressure. While elimination was unlikely, having grown up in Chishuejidu, it was inconceivable to fall into the sea. The main concern was whether their performance would capture attention. The Block sisters controlled the surfboard from behind, while Frankie posed and launched fireworks at the front. Although somewhat impressive, who wanted to watch such bizarre antics? The audience remained rife with jeers. The difficulties seemed to have escalated. Initially aiming for a quiet victory, Sai, Maliana's side, "Are you performing?" Bolunuo inquired, as he had no particular talents. "I can only unleash my ultimate move." Bolunuo confidently maneuvered the surfboard, showcasing skills typical of CP9. Dreamlike seven-colored rainbow. Malianu painted circles of rainbow in the sky with her oil brush. "Oh, what has occurred?" The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. This was Malianu's most potent hypnotic technique. Anyone or anything that beheld the rainbow would transform into their dreamlike selves. It was as if everyone had fallen under the influence of infinite Tsukuyami, each person finding satisfaction within the illusion. As the surfing concluded and the effects faded, the audience was left yearning for more, erupting in applause. Truly a remarkable ability. Are you a magician? Bolunuo's perception was once again reshaped by this youthful enchantress. Why are these individuals participating? Sueka observed Luffy and his group from the shore. Understanding Nami's greedy nature would surely lead her to enter. However, He questioned the purpose of that faux lowly from the Golden Week, as it seemed to expose her abilities, even though her power was not offensive. Clearly, a friendly exchange was in order. Sueka and Khalifa chose not to participate in the selection competition today. As their skills had already been acknowledged the previous day, there was no need for repetition. After all, as the organizers, the explanation rested in their hands. The actual reason was that Sueka's legs trembled and his eyes were sunken. Last night, Khalifa and Trick engaged in a thorough exploration of the study materials. As a mature and commanding woman, Khalifa's approach was undeniably intense, especially given that they had already battled throughout the day. Consequently, Trick endured a sleepless night. Truly, he is a remarkable spy and agent, and Khalifa's prowess certainly justifies her reputation as a genius. Trick noted that Khalifa's formidable physical condition was a result of her rigorous training from a young age. Moreover, Khalifa uncovered a staggering secret. The president of the Adventure Guild possesses knowledge of the Rokushiki technique, Iron Block. While not exactly classified information, few are able to master it. Predominantly reserved for high-ranking Navy officials and CP organization members. This led to an initial conclusion that the president likely has the backing of high-ranking Navy officials. As the days of elimination rounds passed, only a few teams remained. Trick's antics, alongside Khalifa's romantic endeavors using surfboards to create colossal waves, significantly impacted the competition. Few teams could endure such towering waves, requiring exceptional combat strength to navigate them. For instance, Zoro could cleave through the waves with his swordsmanship, while Luffy would utilize his rubber Gatling technique. Frankie could employ his hand cannon, and Marianu would directly resort to her sniper rifle. Notably, aside from her paintball sniper rifle, Marianu also practiced with a real bullet sniper rifle. Otherwise, her ability to control enemies became too restrictive, making it necessary to inflict damage on targets. The modified real bullet sniper rifle possessed tremendous power, and some bullets even exploded, though it lacked the stealth and range of her paintball sniper rifle. Bruno occasionally employed his gale kick to break the waves in support. Thus, under Trick's deliberate wave-making, only 10 teams remained, and no one realized Trick's mischievous intentions. They merely attributed the unusually large waves to the recent weather conditions. The waves were almost akin to those of the sea gods, primarily because Trick could create waves that counteracted each other. Otherwise, the Water 7 would have been affected. In order to cooperate with Trick's schemes, Khalifa also blushed profusely, relishing the thrill. Trick, determined to create grand waves, utilized every romantic gesture imaginable. Despite his best efforts, he eventually ran out of ideas, and the romance became less enchanting. Each time they accomplished the task of creating waves to cleanse the competitors, they would promptly retreat to a nearby inn to alleviate the side effects of their romantic encounters. Robin observed from a distance, her expression dark as night, while the rest of the Straw Hat crew remained oblivious to Trick's antics. He wore a mask to avoid awkwardness in front of familiar faces. Unbeknownst to him, Robin had long been aware of his true identity. Were it not for the consideration that Trick was a devil fruit user, she might have contemplated using her Hana no Mi to ambush him while surfing. On the last day of the Bikini Golden Week, the sea gods were approaching. Initially, for safety reasons, they planned to evacuate the tourists. However, after Trick discovered that the romantic surfboards could neutralize some of the tsunami's power, he decided against dispersing the crowd and instead brought numerous guild ships to serve as spectator stands. The finals would involve surfing amidst a tsunami, with the simple rule of remaining on the board and not falling into the water. The first team to capture the flag on the buoy would be crowned champions. To prevent any cheating with special devil fruits that could diminish the spectacle, the buoy was embedded with karasaki, though the flag itself was not. The competition venue was not directly within Water 7, as Trick needed time to neutralize the tsunami, so it took place in a distant sea area. As a result, the tsunami did not arrive at night, as in the original story, but rather around dusk. The immense tsunami reflected the setting sun, creating golden waves that left both tourists and competitors in awe of this magnificent sight. "Skoy!" Luffy exclaimed, thrilled by the sight of the golden giant waves, though a hint of fear lingered within him. Nami, upon seeing the towering waves approaching, felt a twinge of trepidation, but was invigorated by the prospect of the 2 billion bounty. At least 2 teams from their side had progressed to the finals, providing them with a 1 in 5 chance of victory. However, the scale of the tsunami made Trick question their ability to win. Bruno began to doubt his own life choices, realizing that others might also struggle to seize the flag amidst the waves. After all, the hastily organized event lacked top-tier competitors, consisting mainly of participants who were not much stronger than himself. It would be reasonable to allow other contestants to fall into the water, taking their time to claim the flag. Those sniping opponents on the surfboards posed certain difficulties, as Marianu calmly noted. Wearing life jackets would ensure they wouldn't drown if they fell into the water. Robin distributed several life jackets to herself and the others, particularly to Luffy. Trick, in a princess carry, took Khalifa towards the tsunami using the small waves created by their romantic surfboards, allowing them to gain momentum more quickly than those who remained stationary. Khalifa blushed, nestled against Trick's chest. The once aloof goddess had succumbed to his elaborate romantic strategies over the past few days. The infiltration mission seemed to fade from her mind, and she found herself effortlessly and comfortably completing tasks for the first time. Lucci and Kaku, watching from a nearby spectator ship, were left speechless, feeling that Khalifa had become utterly engrossed, her performance no longer seeming like an act. They had heard her scream from their room days ago, and now the two appeared inseparable. Fortunately, the mission seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Their current objective was for the rest to infiltrate the core team. Seeing Trick's conspicuous behavior, Robin felt a surge of jealousy, prompting her to use her Hana Nomi to generate a sail-like hand and catch up. The figure seemed oddly familiar to her. Nami noted the orange-haired, masked individual ahead and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Look, there's another Nami," Luffy exclaimed, grinning. "Ugh, that idiot is my brother. And now he's involved with another blonde girl, publicly engaging in such embarrassing behavior," Nami declared, realizing the truth and vowing, "No way. That 2 billion is mine." She urged Luffy to accelerate using his rubber propeller. The president remained as flirtatious as ever, Marianu sighed, wondering if he would be captured and studied after being hit by Koya. She and Koya formed a devious trio, frequently exchanging knowledge and experiences. And Koya had even gifted her a broken hockey capsule, indicating their familiarity. "Should we take action?" Bruno inquired, witnessing others following suit. Hunters often pursue their prey. Marianu replied with a sly grin. Bruno shivered at her words. While the tsunami had yet to arrive, the waiting waves were at their smallest. Marianu immediately lay on her surfboard, preparing her paintball sniper rifle. Despite the fluctuations of the waves, as a trained sniper, she was still able to hit her target. The competitors ahead gradually approached the tsunami, while the lagging few lay on their surfboards, gazing up at the clouds, some laughing uncontrollably, others crying, and a few experiencing conflicts amongst teammates. Zoro was the first to sense something amiss, warning, "It's that paint girl. Luffy, watch out for her paint. Nanny, she can attack with paintballs." Nami observed those struck with color and noticed Marianu aiming from a distance. Quickly, she began splashing waves behind them to disrupt the colored bullets, aware that wearing light clothing would not allow them to wash off the paint easily if they were hit. "Wait, whoever gets hit, the other side will wash off the paint with seawater immediately," Robin suggested. "Oh no, I've been discovered," Mariana lamented. But she could wait for the right moment to eliminate a wave of competitors as they followed the tsunami. Currently, apart from Trick, Robin, Nami, and Frankie's team, the remaining contestants were mostly caught off guard. Fu Lanqi did not detect any abnormalities, primarily because he was directly utilizing the power of Yonkiel to catch up with Sueka, already positioned within the leading group. "Wait a moment. Assist me in withstanding the damage while I focus on eliminating the other competitors," commanded Marianu. "No problem," Bruno replied, exuding confidence in his sturdy form. Sueka, riding the waves of the water deities, had begun to accelerate, and he did not wish for the tsunami to grow larger and become a calamity. Hence, he let go of Khalifa and resumed his regular surfing. Noticing those adorned with paint, Sueka felt it to be quite a predicament. Marianu posed no significant threat in the competition. Yet Sueka lacked an effective method to counter her sniping. The rules did not prohibit mutual attacks, only forbidding lethal actions and other illegal behaviors. How did Bruno end up mingling with a little girl? Was that child a member of the Adventure Guild? Khalifa also took note and cast a glance at Sueka. She was a core combatant of the guild, quite formidable, and they needed to either dodge those colored bullets or quickly cleanse each other if hit. Sueka, catching the glint in Khalifa's eyes, responded directly. Khalifa grappled with whether to unleash her gale foot against the opponent. Otherwise, their side lacked ranged output and would be at a disadvantage, but doing so would expose her CP9 identity. The issue was that Sueka seemed aware of her true identity. As the distance between everyone and Malianu closed, her attacks became more frequent. Sueka hastily conjured a curtain of water with his gale foot to guard against Malianu's strikes. But the efficiency of one person was certainly limited. Although the paint sniper rifle was silent and invisible, Sueka felt as if he was constantly being targeted, as the nearby waves would disperse with pink pigment. What the hell? Why does this foe lowly keep targeting me? I am her superior, and what else with the pink? That color never existed before. Sueka was provoked by Malianu's backstab, and sensed that this unfamiliar hue was perilous. How is this kid so adept at the 6 styles? Never mind. Khalifa was astonished by Sueka's gale foot and joined him in creating a water curtain, realizing that Sueka exhibited no surprise, indicating he was already aware of her identity. Unleashing their full potential, both of them were capable enough to withstand Malianu's sniping. TSK, TSK, TSK. I intended to deal with the president, the boss, first, but it seems the president will remain for the grand finale, lamented Malianu, regretting that she had specially prepared pink for the president, a color associated with haha. Bruno broke out in a cold sweat. That seemed to be the lowly's boss, which was problematic. Moreover, his companions were on the opposite side, making it inappropriate to strike first against a comrade. Was the Adventure Guild truly so rebellious? Supper. What we doing? Never mind. Let us keep pushing. We'll soon be in first place. Utilizing Yonkeel, Frankie surpassed the splashing Sueka, curious about what he was up to. No. Next to, hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, the Block sisters pushed Frankie off his surfboard, causing him to lose his qualification. Once in the water, the Block sisters regained their senses, bewildered by their actions. Boss, forget it. It seems to be that lowly's ability. Frankie noted the expanding black pigment on the Block sisters and speculated whether she was inducing strange behaviors. Only 4 teams remain. We have a 50% chance of winning 2 billion berries, Name exclaimed, both worried and exhilarated. Damn it, should I attack? Her attacks are harmless. But that pigment is revolting. Zolong was struck by the blue paint and nearly cried out. Fortunately, Ruben swiftly washed it off with seawater. She's toying with us. Otherwise, if she used that black, we would be in significant danger, Ruben assessed, aware of Malianu's reputation. Although she had not returned to headquarters, she was privy to intelligence about this foe lowly, known for her impeccable task completion rate. Indeed, upon noticing Zolong's sword, Malianu would not resort to her treacherous black. If Zolong were to strike Ruben, the president would surely confine him to a small dark room. Malianu was quite knowledgeable about certain information, including Sueka and Ruben's improper relationship and her interactions with Makiruo. As a voyeur, or rather, an information gatherer, Malianu occasionally stumbled upon things she ought not to see. She possessed a Toshi Juji Fengjing. The Toshi Juji Fengjing, Dottie, allows one to see through walls and other inorganic materials, spotting targets at great distances and enabling ranged attacks to penetrate obstacles without causing harm. The title of King of Intelligence within the guild was not given lightly. She possessed a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, her lazy demeanor meant she didn't exploit small secrets for personal gain. She even discovered certain matters about Kia, but ultimately chose to keep them confidential and assist in gathering intelligence, as Kia could provide her with many extraordinary artifacts. Luffy, however, bore no psychological burden and directly attacked with his rubber pistol, intending simply to overturn the opposing surfboard. Bruno swiftly kicked away Luffy's strike. Their surfboard remained stable under his control, facilitating Malianu's sniping. This is troublesome, Name lamented, as Sueka and his companions had already taken the lead. Body Blossom. Rubin unleashed her abilities on Malianu, attempting to push her into the sea. Is this anesthetic? Rubin felt a prick on her hand, and soon the effects returned to her body, causing her to feel drowsy and collapse. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zolong noticed Rubin crawling on the surfboard and lost focus on the competition. They were amidst a tsunami, and a misstep could lead to being swept away. He hurriedly grabbed Rubin to stabilize the surfboard, but unfortunately, he was directionally challenged and drifted further from their target. That idiot Zolong. Name sighed in exasperation as they lost a team, and the prospect of 2 billion berries teetered on the brink. Attempting to use the ho-ho fruit? Heh. Does she not realize that I'm part of the sinister trio? It's strange not to have anesthetics on hand, Maliana chuckled. Bruno regarded the lowly's expression with suspicion, unsure if she was truly a child, given her cunning nature. Although Lu Fei possessed rubber abilities, he lacked sufficient defenses against the colored bullets, and, coupled with his inexperience with observation hockey, he soon began to falter. Fool, you've been hit, Name exclaimed upon seeing the green pigment on Lu Fei, quickly using seawater to wash it off. As a result, Lu Fei, drenched in seawater, collapsed limply, and Name, having also been struck, succumbed to the effects, leaving the surfboard unstable as they both fell into the water. Thankfully, after falling, Name's pigment-induced hypnosis was automatically lifted, and she had to pull Lu Fei toward a nearby rescue boat. Damn it, my 2 billion berries, Name shouted in fury. It's down to you now, President Baby. Malianu unleashed a flurry of pigment attacks at the nearly flag-reaching Sueka team. What? It's all gone? Sueka was taken aback, concentrating on his control, leaving his back vulnerable to Califa's defense. Upon turning, he realized something was amiss. Your members are frightfully strong. Califa observed the downfall of others with a casual demeanor. Now it's our concern. That pink hue feels quite dubious. We must avoid being hit. Sueka noticed the seawater around him turning pink and felt a chill, recalling Malianu's cunning from his previous experiences in the guild. Due to the relentless attacks and the presence of the formidable Bruno defending the opposing side, Sueka found himself under immense pressure, ultimately leading to Califa being the first to fall victim. As slipped from Califa's lips, her gaze turned instantly dreamy as she stared at Trick's broad chest, reaching out her hand towards him. What's wrong? Hiss. Trick jolted, only to notice the pink mark on Califa's body and hurriedly attempted to wash it off with seawater, inadvertently affecting himself as well. Boom! Perfect, Marianu exclaimed, raising a fist in celebration. Is this really appropriate? He seems to be your superior, does he not? What has transpired? Bruno inquired, observing the peculiar interaction between the two. Hurry, usher them into the enclosed space, Marianu urged. Trick and Califa had already commenced their intimate exchange. Fortunately, only a handful of them were present amidst the tsunami. The other viewing vessels could barely discern what was unfolding, merely seeing tiny black dots. What on earth are they doing? Bruno gasped, eyes widening at the sight of the two entangled together. Open the door on our surfboard and toss them in, Marianu insisted, noticing that the pair was on the verge of engaging in unspeakable acts. All right, Bruno, eager to avoid being silenced by Califa later, quickly opened a door and threw the couple inside. How will the president thank me for this? Mariana laughed heartily. Trick and Califa had succumbed to Marianu's newly developed pink temptation, and the effects were evident. With Trick and Califa confined on their surfboard, Marianu leaped onto Trick's romantic surfboard, and Bruno followed suit. Upon inspection, Marianu discovered that the president's surfboard was sticky. She was aware of the president's penchant for peculiar items and had a few of her own. After fiddling without success, she pondered, how does the president manipulate this to create massive waves? Oh well, let's secure the championship first. Marianu directed Bruno to steer the surfboard toward the championship flag. With no resistance, Marianu effortlessly plucked the flag from its perch, triumphantly waving it as the first surfing king was declared, eliciting cheers from the viewing vessels. I can't believe that little girl walked away with 2 billion berries, Nami lamented, collapsing onto the deck. Their strength is undeniable. Truly the surfing king, Luffy praised. Where's Zoro? Nami recalled that Zoro and Robin had seemingly paddled off to another location, scanning the rescue boats for any sign of them. Where's the old man? Why has he vanished too? Nami noted that Trick's group appeared to have disappeared as well. Meanwhile, Marianu perched on Bruno's shoulder, brandishing the championship flag against the backdrop of the setting sun, evoking a heartwarming scene akin to a father-daughter outing. What a touching moment. Are they truly father and daughter? The audience speculated. Just as they were marveling, the water deities began to swell ominously. What is happening? The crowd noticed the unsettling shift, a wave of fear washing over them. Both the rescue boats and viewing vessels, equipped with sea beasts for towing and auxiliary power, were nonetheless ill-equipped to withstand the towering tsunami. They hastily prepared for emergencies, retreating to the cabins, intending to utilize the sea beasts to navigate through the oncoming wave. I think I've discovered something. Marianu sensed the anomaly with the water deities, hypothesizing that a harmonious combination of movements might be necessary to trigger the waves. She quickly leapt from Bruno's shoulder, and indeed, the tsunami ceased to grow. What now? If this tsunami continues, the water city will likely undergo a rebirth. Marianu's previously calm demeanor wavered, panic creeping into her expression. Having realized she had caused trouble, she recalled that the president had previously used waves to counteract waves. She needed to generate a tsunami on the opposite side to neutralize it. With this thought, Marianu produced a bone whistle and began to blow into it. In no time, a millennial dragon burst through the clouds, swooping down. Bruno marveled at Marianu's summoning of the dragon, having heard of such flying mounts but never seen one in person. It was indeed impressive. Dragon Mother, swiftly guide us towards the water city. Marianu instructed the millennial dragon, which was familiar with her, as it had recently been transporting supplies to the water city. With the romantic surfboard in tow, Marianu and Bruno mounted the millennial dragon, heading towards the water deities. Once on the surfboard, they began to pose, recreating the earlier heartwarming father-daughter scene, which indeed stirred significant waves. Observing their stances, Marianu speculated, is this the warmth of family? Could it be that Trick and Califa are now family, thus invoking such familial warmth to stir the waves? Trick would undoubtedly assert, we are indeed family. But it is not warmth, it is romance. The current wave size was still insufficient to counter the growing water deities, prompting Marianu to continue posing with Bruno. Though slightly perplexed, Bruno complied, alternating between scenes of a father holding his daughter, lifting her high to greet the evening glow, and moments of her riding upon his back. Evoking a warmth that was palpable, Bruno felt a flush rise to his cheeks, charmed by Marianu's playful demeanor. With their age gap of several years, they could indeed be perceived as father and daughter. It was evident that such tender romance held its own potency, generating a colossal tsunami beneath the romantic surfboard, rivaling the mighty water deities. As the two formidable waves drew nearer, Marianu seized the moment, taking Bruno aboard the millennial dragon as they soared away. Boom! The collision of the two massive waves erupted in a spectacular display of spray, resembling feathers falling softly like snow, illuminated beautifully by the sunset. The inaugural Surfing King contest concluded triumphantly, as visitors and participants in the water city erupted in cheers, commencing a grand feast. Luffy mingled with the crowd, indulging in copious amounts of food, while Zoro was escorted back to the water city by a now sober Robin. Nami declared her intention to eat her fill, relishing the fact that wearing a bikini allowed her to dine for free. Sanji and Usopp had long since wandered off to areas bustling with young women. Meanwhile, Chopper was treated as a pet, receiving treats from all around. As the award ceremony concluded, Marianu, holding the 2 billion berries, remarked with an air of nonchalance, "It seems I can fire my boss at any moment." She tossed another check to Bruno. I didn't contribute much," Bruno stammered, feeling overwhelmed by the amount. It was his first time earning such a sum, and he contemplated retirement. "For me, money is just a string of numbers. I have no interest in it," Mariana declared, her words draped in irony. In truth, she had no lack of funds. Her usual mission reward sufficed, provided she refrained from extravagant spending. Subsequently, the duo ventured to a seaside restaurant for dinner, experiencing various amusement facilities, appearing remarkably like a father and daughter. Wow, is it the champion father-daughter duo? The surfing king is this bull-headed man and the little girl. Let's take a picture. Sign my surfboard. Wow, the signed surfboard of the first surfing king. I'm going to be rich. You fool, this is definitely a family heirloom. I'm participating next year. 2 billion berries. 2 billion berries. What a fat sheep. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That guy seems to be from the Adventurers Guild. The Xinyuerenzu had not anticipated that their newfound fame would bring such complications. In recent days, wherever they went, they were surrounded by admirers, and even faced with the unwelcome presence of thieves, pirates, and bandits. Naturally, these miscreants were promptly apprehended by the Xinyuerenzu and turned in for a bounty. Oh no! Just as Marianu intended to confine the unconscious pirates within a spatial door, she suddenly remembered that the president and that woman were still inside. She hastily instructed Bruno to open the door to the surfing board's inner space. However, she cautioned Bruno not to peek inside, promising to enter first and assess the situation herself, given her extensive experience in gathering intelligence. Moreover, Khalifa was the president's woman, and it would be inappropriate for Bruno, as a man, to intrude. Bruno, citing her youth, insisted on going in himself, but Marianu countered that she was an adult, her appearance merely deceptive. Bruno was taken aback. She wasn't a child? Marianu was equally shocked upon witnessing the scene inside the door, as she had not dispelled the effects of the pink mark's hypnosis, rendering the sight quite unbearable. Both Trix and Khalifa were conscious, but their actions were influenced by the color's effect. Covering her face with her hands, Marianu peered through her fingers and lifted the color hypnosis. Marianu! Trix bellowed in anger, exasperated that this faux lowly had left them in such a state within the spatial door. 2 whole days had passed. The ox would be exhausted, and the land would be overworked. Fortunately, Trix managed to extract some food and water from the spatial pocket during his sporadic moments of clarity. With the color trap lifted, Khalifa was finally able to rest properly and fell asleep instantly. Trix, bolstered by the power of the Taoist egg, possessed superior physicality compared to Khalifa and remained awake. President, you ought to express your gratitude for my Cupid's arrow. I thank you. Trix chased after Marianu playfully. Marianu evaded Trix's playful strikes, urging him to take Khalifa and rest properly. Unable to catch Marianu, Trix found her swift and elusive, employing the 6 styles and the color trap to great effect, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. Ultimately, he carried the slumbering Khalifa back to the Kaile Law Company. Are you all right? Bruno inquired as he watched Trix unsteadily depart with Khalifa in his arms. All is well. Our president is remarkable, having so many beautiful confidants. 2 days are no challenge for him, Marianu replied with an air of mysterious confidence. Bruno swallowed hard, sensing that this faux lowly was a devil, and he must not offend her. After settling Khalifa, Trix took a moment to rest himself, feeling that his subordinates were far too troublesome, particularly concerning their president. He contemplated seeking out more obedient subordinates. The next destination seemed to be the Devil's Triangle, where the only ship of interest was that enormous vessel. The others, such as Moria, were merely lazy. The transparent man and the doctor were perverts, and that pink-haired one was only marginally cute. Trix was not particularly keen on these subordinates, and they might not be easy to recruit. In truth, the abilities of Moria's crew were formidable, yet they were overshadowed by the protagonist's halo, with Luffy ultimately relying on external forces to defeat Moria. Meanwhile, Trix, cradling the sleeping Khalifa, began strategizing the next course of action. On another front, Spandam from Judicial Island felt a sense of unease regarding recent occurrences in Water 7. The city, once on the brink of collapse, had remarkably revived, teeming with visitors. This change followed Khalifa's last secret meeting, after which no news had returned. However, it was particularly alarming to discover that the Surfing King was none other than Bruno. Why was he not on a mission, but instead pursuing side gains? A staggering 2 billion berries. This sum was substantial even for CP9, representing years of funding. Furthermore, the audacious Khalifa was seen surfing intimately with a man. Spandam, upon seeing the event promotional posters in Water 7, felt a pang of jealousy. Although Trix wore a carnival mask, His identity was unknown. Were his subordinates truly swayed by the allure of money? Although Khalifa had mentioned going undercover at the Adventurers Guild, his heart burned with indignation at the sight of her joyous and somewhat bashful smile on the posters. Spandam, feeling a surge of frustration, ordered the remaining CP9 members to take the C train to Water 7. Just as Trix concluded his two-day endeavor, Spandam arrived in Water 7. His first action was to contact Bruno, but received no response. Of course, he had previously stated that without the code, they could not meet, so Bruno ignored Spandam's call. Damn, is that guy really planning to abscond with 2 billion berries? Spandam mused, eyeing a tavern with a for sale sign. He was uncertain whether Khalifa had infiltrated the Adventurers Guild. However, he believed that Lucci and Kaku were still at Kai Layla Company, and thus turned to seek Lucci there. Damn it, I must find that scoundrel Lucci. Spandam led Gabra, Weichi, and Eagle to an near Kai Layla Company. After a brief observation, they indeed spotted Lucci, who was busily procuring supplies. Recently, Lucci had been overwhelmed with work since the shipyard's acquisition, dealing with a surge of orders while also sourcing peculiar new materials, many of which were ores from Alabasta. He had initially intended to become a core member of the guild, but the workload was excessive, and he was unaware of the specific channel for guild advancement. In a narrow alley, Lucci was intercepted, yet he remained unfazed. Even though he immediately recognized Spandam and CP9, he refrained from acknowledging them, wary of potential spies lurking nearby. What on earth are you fools up to lately? Why so much chaos? Yet no news has come back. Spandam questioned discontentedly. Lucci did not respond, but instead raised a middle finger, thinking to himself that if he uttered the code, he would be conceding. You! Spandam erupted in rage. How dare one of his subordinates disrespect him so blatantly? Are you betraying the world government? Spandam was well aware of Lucci's strength and hesitated to strike, merely questioning him. The other 3 CP9 members were equally astonished. While they often looked down on Spandam, he was still their superior, and such disrespect was inappropriate. Lucci remained silent, continuing to hold up his middle finger. Spandam erupted with expletives, yet he dared not act. Realizing that Spandam was not using the code, Lucci understood that enemy agents were monitoring them, and he needed to assert his newfound stance. I am now a member of the Adventurers Guild. You, the world government's lapdogs, must not cross my path again. With that, he delivered a kick that sent Spandam flying. He thought to himself how dedicated Spandam was, allowing himself to be beaten for Lucci's infiltration of the guild. The other CP9 members, witnessing Spandam being kicked aside, dared not intervene. They were aware of Lucci's power, and although they had a good rapport, they were puzzled by his actions, waiting to see how Spandam would respond. Enraged, Spandam could hardly comprehend that his subordinate would betray him in such a manner, mocking him as well. Lucci, are you betraying the world government? Spandam bellowed. Upon observing Spandam's declaration, Lucci cast a glance around, pondering whether Spandam was seeking to put on a show. He coldly remarked, I have grown weary of this monotonous undercover work. Legitimate slaughter is the very reason I became a member of CP9, yet I have spent 7 years merely as a deckhand. The Adventurers Guild aims to dominate the Grand Line, and I anticipate encountering stronger foes. Henceforth, I shall dedicate my services solely to the Adventurers Guild. Lucci's statement was a blend of sincerity and jest. After 7 years of menial labor for a blueprint of the Underworld King, he harbored discontent within. Are you not afraid of the world government's pursuit? The only outcome of attempting to leave CP is death. Spandam threatened. I'm always ready for a confrontation. To engage with CP members would satiate my thirst for carnage. Lucci replied indifferently. Although aware of the formidable nature of CP0 and the likelihood of the world government dispatching assassins, he was not easily intimidated. Whether to kill or be killed was merely his nature. Joining the Adventurers Guild seemed advantageous, as it would permit him to clash with the elite of the world government while shedding his undercover identity without bearing any responsibility. All of you, go on and incapacitate this traitor Lucci, Spandam commanded, unwilling to confront Lucci himself and instead urging the other CP9 members to act. The remaining members of CP9, who were once led by Lucci himself, exchanged glances, realizing that Lucci's strength far surpassed theirs, making the task seem like a cruel joke. What? Are you all traitors as well? Why do you hesitate? Get moving, Spandam questioned, observing their reluctance. Gabra, Weichi, and Eagle exchanged glances, secretly contemplating defection alongside Lucci. Spandam's incompetence and vile demeanor had not gone unnoticed, yet the current situation differed from the original narrative, where they were united against the world government. Now, in opposition, they begrudgingly prepared to engage, ready for the possibility of being silenced by Lucci. Lucci transitioned into his half-beast form, delivering a thorough beating to the three. And Spandam was not spared either. The guild currently does not wish to engage in direct conflict with the world government, so I will not kill you, Lucci stated, surveying the battered individuals before departing. Damn it, I will report this and have CP0 deal with you, and then I shall personally torment you. Spandam seethed, lying on the ground in fury. Sir, does this mean Khalifa and the others had defected as well? Gabra, the lecherous one, lamented the thought of the alluring Khalifa. Khalifa? Spandam suddenly sensed something amiss. Indeed, Khalifa had previously approached him to discuss infiltrating the Adventurers Guild. Did that imply their infiltration had succeeded? Yet, why had Lucci chosen to assault him? For once, Spandam's mind was engaged. He glanced around, noticing several passers-by pointing in his direction. I comprehend now. The Adventurers Guild is not like the Carrera Company. It is a vast organization, and previous espionage efforts to gather intelligence were futile. This suggests that the guild possesses its own intelligence network. Lucci's actions must have been observed by spies. And my reckless engagement only serves to reveal that Lucci is an operative of mine. Lucci typically leaves no survivors unless the organization demands it. His sparing of these individuals indicates they are still aligned with the world government. The severity of their thrashing must have been a ruse to mislead the Adventurers Guild. With this line of thought, Spandam's rage intensified. Even if Lucci was performing, he could have at least provided a hint. His methods were excessively brutal. Thus, whether for the sake of theatrics or genuine sentiment, Spandam unleashed a torrent of vile curses upon the traitorous former allies, ensuring to issue dire threats. He cast a glance at a nearby dog relieving itself before departing. In a moment of desperation, Spandam conceived a plan, surmising that the dog must be equipped with a listening device. Perhaps I should stage an attempt on their lives to render their defection more convincing, he contemplated. He dismissed the idea of a public bounty, opting instead to deploy some expendable agents to pursue them. Gabra, Weichi, and Eagle exchanged astonished looks at Spandam's contemplative demeanor. This was starkly inconsistent with his usual character. Given his temperament, one might expect him to initiate a massacre order. They had never witnessed such a calculated Spandam before, which only deepened their trepidation, leading them to sentence Lucci and his companions to death in their minds. At present, Lucci had not officially joined the Adventurers Guild. He was merely an employee of a guild-affiliated company. Yet, he sensed that the guild was more complex than it appeared, as evidenced by the petite girl effortlessly attaining the title of Surfing King. Although this event lacked participation from top-tier fighters, the adversaries were no less formidable, especially with Khalifa being one of CP's elite. Lucci speculated that he had likely caught the eye of this girl, hence the feeling of being scrutinized. Therefore, he resolved to openly declare his intention to join the Adventurers Guild. With his prowess, it should pose no issue to secure core membership. Regarding his identity, he could simply craft a token of allegiance by eliminating a few world government operatives as rehearsed. Thus, Lucci and Spandam, under the meticulous design of Treek, found themselves inexplicably collaborating. Treek mused, I hadn't given it much thought initially. It simply occurred to me that without a signal from Spandam, Lucci and the others would likely continue serving the guild until retirement. Huh. You are former spies of the world government who have now defected and wish to join the guild? Treek, having just risen from Khalifa's side, was greeted by her straightforward admission. This approach was somewhat abrupt, but aligned with his task of persuading them. I am now your woman, so I wish to keep no secrets, Khalifa declared with heartfelt sincerity. Having been enchanted by the allure of pink and exhausted from 2 sleepless days with Treek, they had rehearsed their learning materials countless times. Regardless of whether it stemmed from duty or genuine sentiment, her heart and mind had been thoroughly conquered by Treek. Even if the world government demanded Treek's elimination, she would stand by his side. Yet, she was unwilling to complicate matters by revealing the plan for their feigned defection, as it would only cause Treek to become overly wary. Instead, she opted to present herself as a genuine defector. As for the other three, any decision she made that benefited the guild would align with the task's requirement to serve the guild wholeheartedly, thus posing no risk of exposure. Khalifa found her first mission to be remarkably smooth, devoid of any psychological burden. After conjuring a narrative in his mind, Spandam concluded that the four were likely under surveillance, thus prompting their attack on him. He decided against further contact, prioritizing infiltration instead. Moreover, had Khalifa not mentioned the possibility of the Adventurers Guild possessing the blueprint of the Underworld King, this presented a dual opportunity to advance his mission. However, the audacity of Lucci striking him was intolerable. Thus, Spandam announced their defection and resolved to allocate some CP agents to eliminate them. While he did not necessarily expect to succeed, his primary aim was to inflict annoyance, and should they perish, it would merely highlight their incompetence, deeming them unworthy of being operatives. Upon returning to the Carrera Company, Lucci was summoned to a meeting in the president's office. Upon entering the office of the president, one is immediately struck by the sight of the restless Kaku, alongside the leisurely Bruno, who is sipping tea with a little Loli, and the enchanting Khalifa, nestled in the embrace of the young president. What is the situation? Why is Bruno here? And is that little rascal beside him the Surfing King? It feels quite perilous. Moreover, why does Khalifa, who was once an aloof secretary, now exude such alluring charm? Trick, seemingly indifferent to the bizarre atmosphere, toys with a dub by two candy. Initially, Khalifa had been reluctant, yet despite their private familiarity, she had always maintained her icy demeanor in front of others. However, after a couple of days of intense interaction, coupled with Trick's expertise in acupressure, she soon found herself surrendering to his embrace. 2 days of ceaseless activity had amounted to nearly a year's worth of work for others. It would be nothing short of miraculous if Khalifa remained unscathed. Kaku, summoned by Khalifa, was already aware of the need to feign a confession. However, witnessing the alluring scene before him made him slightly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Marianu had received orders to bring Bruno along, and the two laid-back individuals appeared to be enjoying their tea and the view without a care in the world. With everyone assembled, Trick, his hands busy, addressed them directly. "I have heard from my dear Khalifa about your circumstances. From now on, you will be under my guidance. With the backing of the Adventurers Guild, the world government would dare not break the peace. Even in the face of assassination attempts, we remain unfazed. Insignificant foes can be swiftly dealt with by our core members. Furthermore, this is the guild's welfare and the general outline of our operations. You may choose the tasks you prefer." As Trick spoke, he conjured several documents, tossing them to the group. The abilities of the Space Devil Fruit? Lucci noted the items appearing as if by magic, speculating that Trick might possess the power of a space-type devil fruit. The capabilities of this president were extraordinary, and it seemed the Adventurers Guild was not as weak as previously reported. The powers of that little lowly were indeed peculiar. Lucci had not anticipated Khalifa would so swiftly confront the matter at hand. After years of working as a shipwright, he found himself weary of that role. Noticing the combatant position, he chose it outright, believing that rising through strength would be the quickest path forward. Of course, during downtime, Trick encouraged him to train the guild members in the Marine 6 styles, given his scholarly background. Kaku, on the other hand, intended to continue as a shipwright or craftsman. Ever since he laid eyes on Trick's Pluton blueprints, he aspired to create those conceptual artifacts himself. After all, contributing to infiltration missions was essential to rise through the ranks. Bruno, however, was forcibly recruited by Marianu, and Trick shuddered at the thought of their combination. Few could evade their schemes. As for Khalifa, she was tasked with the role of a personal secretary, and indeed, the two remained quite close. Trick, while not overly desperate, sought to cultivate an image of youthful exuberance, captivated by Khalifa's beauty. Additionally, many prominent figures enjoyed more flamboyant pursuits. So the CP members were not particularly surprised by Trick's demeanor. To be frank, Trick was indeed infatuated, especially with the dual buffs from the alluring pink hypnosis and encouragement experience cards. After arranging the whereabouts of CP9 and having Marianu create a few enticing pink stickers, Trick dismissed everyone. He then embraced the already dazed Khalifa, initiating a life-altering battle in the office. Even from a distance, the sultry sounds could still be heard, leaving Lucci in a state of mixed emotions. Should he commend the strength of this guild or deem it unreliable? It certainly held an air of mystery. Yet observing the president with his dazed expression, one had to wonder how formidable he truly was. Moreover, it was evident that Khalifa had the upper hand in their interactions. This young fool lacked self-control, and despite his knowledge of the Marine's 6 styles, he was no top-tier expert. Lucci remarked. Recently, Trick had sought out Lucci for combat practice to hone his skills. However, in a state of weakness compounded by a lack of life-and-death combat experience, he was easily bested by Lucci. Could it be that this guild had the weakest president, merely responsible for business operations? Bruno began to question, having felt Marianu's formidable prowess. In comparison, Trick seemed quite ordinary, only on par with their own level in CP. He envisioned Trick on his knees pleading with various strong individuals to join the guild as vital members. Nevertheless, those blueprints were astonishing, while many could not be realized. The theoretical aspects were sound, primarily requiring technical accumulation. Kaku was exhilarated. Regardless, Khalifa's resolve was clear. This young man is mine. She licked her lips, genuinely enamored with Trick. Initially unaware, she had come to appreciate him more, realizing that compared to her own efforts, he was a treasure. Observing Khalifa, now imbued with a hint of wicked charm, Kaku exclaimed, "What the devil? How have you grown so quickly in strength? You've even cultivated hockey. Lucci can barely keep up with you." Kaku pondered the implications of such activities on training speed, and concluded that he too might need to find a partner. Lucci, somewhat speechless, recognized the truth of the matter. Khalifa's power was skyrocketing, and he would need to transform into his half-beast form just to compete with her. Khalifa reminisced about her training with Trick, relishing the memories, her complexion flushed with excitement. Especially now, a vibrant energy coursed through her, a continuous flow. It felt as though she was perpetually training. Though not extensive, the relentless accumulation proved effective. She could now effortlessly execute the Marine's 6 styles and had begun to coalesce hockey. Her senses were remarkably acute, nearing mastery of Kenbunchiko hockey. While the moonwalk's duration was inherently brief, her newfound state allowed her to hover for extended periods. Techniques such as Shurgon and Jeppo were not only within her grasp, but wielded impressive power. Mastery of all 6 Marine styles was a considerable achievement, as few could claim such proficiency, even among the elite. Given Khalifa's meteoric rise, one must certainly credit Trick's learning materials. After all, relying solely on conventional teaching methods was inherently limiting. In order to indulge his mischievous inclinations, Tsue boldly penned and illustrated an array of unconventional ideas. Encompassing hundreds of bizarre postures, he incorporated elements of yoga, or rather, I Ching Jing, along with various Taoist texts such as Su Nu Jing, Xuan Nu Jing, Yufang Mi Jue, Yufang Jiao, Dong Xuan Zi, and Bao Pu Zi. One might wonder how Tsue possesses such extensive knowledge. It is simply due to his prior understanding of health preservation coupled with the ability of his memory projector, allowing him to peruse his past lives as easily as flipping through a book. Kali Fa, intrigued, accompanied Tsueka in exploring these study materials, blissfully unaware that they were the fruits of his imagination, mistakenly believing she had led him astray. Initially bashful, she soon liberated herself, and the two began to experiment with various poses. However, after several iterations, they realized something was amiss. Tsueka sensed the flow of energy within him, and the once elusive armament haki now revealed itself to him. The observation haki, granted by the system, allowed him to intuitively perceive the flow of chi, providing a more direct experience. To Tsueka's astonishment, The seductive allure of the pink powder forged a deep connection between him and Kali Fa, invigorating their experience and awakening latent energies within their bodies. They swiftly cultivated their inner strength, known in this realm as Haki. Sue felt as though he had inadvertently switched channels, entering a mode of cultivation alongside Kali Fa, who he perceived as his furnace. In truth, he now resembled her furnace, almost drained of energy. Thus, even though they cultivated their chi, he was still no match for Lu Chi, and naturally, he refrained from utilizing his Haki and special abilities, opting instead to conceal his true power. Kali Fa, however, attributed their progress not to the study materials, but rather to the curious stickers and wondrous cards Sue had employed, which yielded remarkable results. This did not deter them from practicing those poses and theories, as they found them to be extraordinarily pleasurable. Consequently, apart from essential bodily functions, the two spent nearly all their time entwined in cultivation. To outsiders, they appeared utterly eccentric. While they had witnessed affectionate couples, none had encountered such a degree of intimacy. Every time one passed by the office during daylight, tantalizing and heart-fluttering sounds emanated from within. No one dared to disturb Sue and Kali Fa, as the icy demeanor of the latter loomed large, burdened with all responsibilities, leading to discussions about hiring another secretary, preferably a male, to avoid being ensnared by Sue's antics. Observers noted how the once aloof Kali Fa had transformed. Sue's reputation among the employees of Kale Law Company became that of a playboy lost in his pursuit of feminine allure. The original members of CP9 shared similar sentiments, believing Kali Fa's influence had taken root. Although she was directly involved, Kali Fa felt too shy to address the matter, recognizing that their cultivation had indeed become excessively fervent. During a gathering, the original CP9 members noticed Kali Fa once again becoming increasingly eccentric, prompting a hasty disbandment as they wished to avoid witnessing anything too scandalous. They refrained from criticizing her, as she had achieved the highest success rate among them, and her strength had caught up with Lu Chi, overshadowing others. Kali Fa embraced herself tightly, her body intertwining as she began to adopt various peculiar postures from Ijinjing. The chi within her commenced its circulation, albeit she only possessed a rudimentary understanding of the process and lacked the ability to control or guide it. Consequently, when the energy flowed erratically, she would spiral into her eccentricity. Sue remained relatively unfazed, yet others nearby hastily retreated, fearing the wrath of this female madwoman. To them, it appeared utterly scandalous. After completing several cycles of chi circulation, Kali Fa felt rejuvenated, her complexion radiant as she swayed away from the gathering, her demeanor reminiscent of someone post-activity, inevitably inviting misunderstandings. Some employees whispered as Kali Fa passed by, "Wow, is that the once aloof goddess now so approachable? How enviable! If only I were the president." Silence, fool, or you might be fired. Jobs with benefits are hard to come by. Yes, long live the president. He deserves a goddess like her. Is she using some skincare products? She looks so fair and rosy. Idiot. The president is the skincare. I want to give the president a child. Nonsense. You stand no chance. My daughter is just the right age. Initially, Kali Fa felt her cheeks burn at these remarks, regardless of her previous aloofness. She found it embarrassing to produce such peculiar sounds in the daylight within Sue's office. Although part of the commotion stemmed from the comfort she felt post-circulation, repeated exposure to the gossip thickened her skin. Moreover, Sue, that shameless fellow, often engaged in their secret cultivation openly, rendering her a mad woman in the eyes of others. Generally, women have lower limits for strength compared to men. Their physical prowess and resilience are often lacking, with few female powerhouses in the world of pirates. This notion echoes the words of Xuan Yu Gongxi Lang, who stated that Gu Ina struggled to become the world's greatest swordsman due to her inherent limitations. Were it not for her gender, Kali Fa's strength would not lag behind Lu Chi's. This peculiar method of mutual cultivation opened her meridians, continuously refining her body with Haki. Particularly, the Haki flowing from Sue's body surged into Kali Fa, yielding remarkable results and dramatically enhancing her physical capabilities. Coupled with her extensive training from a young age, she could withstand the sudden influx of internal energy. Now, she resembled a high-performance vehicle, her various techniques powerful and unrelenting, even outmatching Lu Qi, a Zoan-type user, in endurance. The proud Lu Qi, unwilling to inquire about her newfound strength, had not observed Ka Li Fa practicing. His keen leoparders only picked up the unspeakable sound from her daily activities with Sui Ka in the office. Lu Qi staunchly refused to believe that such activities could lead to strength, dismissing Sui Ka as a mere shadow of his former self. His steps unsteady and his life seemingly waning. Though they practiced diligently, Sui Ka found himself struggling. After all, a bull may perish, but the earth remains unblemished. Khalifa adjusted her attire and reluctantly exited the president's office, while Sui Ka lay sprawled on the floor, vacant-eyed. Why, he pondered. Was her growth so swift while he remained stagnant? A sense of dissatisfaction brewed within him. He resolved to take a step back. Otherwise, every time he cultivated even a modicum of qi, it would be siphoned away by Khalifa. Was she employing a technique akin to the star absorption method? Determined to proceed to his next destination, the Devil's Triangle, to explore the haunted house, he gingerly leaned against his lower back and returned to the sofa, only to see the Ice Queen enter through the half-open door. "President, young men must learn moderation," she urged, sensing the lingering energy in the office. "I wish I could, but I am compelled," Sui Ka replied, rubbing his aching waist. "Ahem, here is the most recent performance report. Please have a look." The Ice Queen awkwardly reverted to business, reflecting on how it seemed the boss was the one being subtly manipulated, feeling a pang of sympathy for Khalifa. Now seeing Sui Ka as the more pitiable figure. "All seems well. You could consider hiring more planners and devising additional activities. We need not confine ourselves to my suggestions, as prolonged exposure breeds fatigue," Sui Ka proposed. "Understood." Bing Shan recognized the flow of traffic generated by promotional activities and deemed it essential. "I leave this to you. I must expand the business," he said. "Do you not wish to take a break?" "I see you are overwhelmed with work," Bing Shan observed, noticing Tsuike's hunched posture. No. Any more rest will turn you into a dry husk," Sui Ka replied, waving his hands in panic. Ultimately, Bing Shan departed in silence, encouraging himself to work diligently and not to exhaust himself like the president. After giving his instructions, Sui Ka stealthily slipped away, not wanting to bid farewell to Khalifa. Fearing her clinginess, riding the ancient dragon Diaochan, Sui Ka left the bustling Kishwizi-do, feeling gratified at the sight of numerous vessels in the surrounding sea. His next destination, the Devil's Triangle, still held the objective of acquiring the floating island, or rather, the colossal ship. Though the team of Yueguang Molia seemed unimpressive, their various devil fruit abilities were quite formidable. The Yingying fruit, the Tuming fruit, and the Yiling fruit posed significant challenges without the support of powerful haki or the protagonist's aura. Thus, Sui Ka needed to devise a strategy, especially considering the necessity of the Xianyu duo. In the office of President Khalifa, she gazed at the emptiness with irritation, realizing that the rogue had slipped away without a word, leaving her high and dry. What a scoundrel! Bing Shan felt a chill at Khalifa's mutterings, wary of provoking her, especially after learning of her formidable strength. He felt fortunate to have been an obedient person in the past. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a grave situation. Without Tsuike's supportive presence, Khalifa resorted to confronting Lu Qi to vent her frustrations and alleviate her urges. "What have I done to deserve this?" Lu Qi struggled to climb out of the wreckage near the scrapyard. Khalifa's strength could easily send him flying. How had only a few days passed? Had she gained some unfair advantage or taken performance-enhancing substances? Her agility surpassed even that of his leopard, rendering him unable to strike her. Lu Qi never anticipated that his first formidable adversary upon joining the Adventurers Guild would be Khalifa, hinting at a leadership change within CP9. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates received the refurbished Mini Mary. Sigui. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the ship. Usopp piloted the Mini Mary, speeding through the port with Lu Fei and Chopper aboard. The newly restored Mary had shed its damaged components while retaining certain intact and symbolic parts for decoration. Its hull was crafted from alloy, equipped with a collapsible mast, and powered by a kerosene engine driving a propeller. 2 machine guns were installed, one at the front and one at the back, capable of rotating out for combat. The overall appearance resembled a small speedboat, waterproofed to withstand brief immersion in waves. It could serve as a transfer vessel for future journeys, allowing access to islands lacking proper ports. As an enthusiast of combat vessels, Frankie was thrilled to discover the fast Mini Mary racing in the harbor. Diesel-powered small boats had yet to be introduced in Kishuizidu, making this non-sail-driven speedboat particularly captivating. Frankie stealthily approached. Though the issues with Mary had been resolved, the Mini Mary was still inadequate as a primary ship. While it could barely accommodate the entire crew, the absence of various quarters and cabins rendered it unsuitable for long sea voyages. Thus, Nami continued discussions with Kaku regarding the new ship. However, negotiations stalled, as the diesel engine for Mary could only be installed with evidence of membership in the Adventurers Guild, which posed no issues for short voyages. Yet Caliph's company, acquired by the Guild, firmly refused to construct large ocean-going vessels for pirates, adhering to Guild regulations that prohibited the manufacture of powered ships for pirate crews. Many merchant vessels and warships, even those powered, possessed self-destruct mechanisms that would trigger without regular activation codes. This regulation ensured that pirate ships could not chase down powered merchant vessels and were easily pursued by powered warships, severely constraining pirate influence. While some larger pirate factions had begun to replicate powered ships, many new pirates found themselves forced to abandon their ways. Despite Nami's pleas, even invoking her connection to the president's sister, the other party remained unyielding. The Guild's management was institutionalized, with Tsueka typically refraining from interference. By the time Nami discovered that Caliph's company had been acquired by Tsueka, he would have long vanished. Feeling exasperated, Nami realized that her brother's measures aligned with her preferences, and she harbored a strong disdain for pirates, yet she found herself entangled with one. Ultimately, she sought out Bingshan, whose striking resemblance to the lascivious president led Bingshan to mistakenly believe that Tsueka had undergone gender reassignment surgery to evade Caliph's advances. "You're the president's twin sister?" Bingshan inquired, astonished by the striking likeness. "Indeed. Why has my brother run off without meeting his lovely sister?" "I wanted him to give me a ship," Nami shrugged. Bingshan was left speechless, realizing why her brother had chosen not to see her. Meanwhile, Rubin, eager to meet Tsueka, had anticipated his return, as he was a treasure in the drought. However, after his disappearance post-competition, she presumed he had left. In reality, Tsueka and Calipha had been confined by Malianu for several days, engrossed in studying learning materials. Thus, even with her Huahua fruit abilities, Rubin could not locate him and ultimately gave up. Now, observing Calipha, who exuded an alluring yet overly exploited aura, Rubin felt a twinge of displeasure. The woman radiated an intoxicating maturity, undeniably marked by Tsueku's influence. "How unfortunate that I finally encounter you, only for you to hand over the rations to another and flee." Rubin grumbled inwardly about Tsueka. Calipha was well aware of Rubin's reputation as an outlaw with an 80 million bounty, a traitor navigating the shadows, with no one who had followed her master meeting a good end, earning her the title of Bane to powerful figures. However, she was unaware that Rubin had integrated into the core of the Adventurers Guild, merely perceiving her as a lurking member of the Straw Hat Pirates. This time, no directives had been issued from above, and given her more pressing tasks, she had not intervened, though she couldn't fathom why Rubin regarded her with such a dangerous gaze. Rubin, of course, was acutely aware of Calipha's identity, even knowing of her affiliation with the Adventurers Guild. Previously, Tsueka had wagered with her, though he had not disclosed the particulars. Rubin was astonished at CP9's inclusion in the guild, as they had not joined as ordinary seamen or staff. Their identities and powers were clearly stated in the guild records. Now, Rubin found herself grappling with how to address Tsueka's demands after winning the bet, which were exceedingly burdensome. Meanwhile, Rubin and Calipha exchanged intense glances. On the other side, Nami and Bingshan ultimately failed to reach an agreement. With a deeper understanding of the situation, Bingshan developed a profound admiration for his new boss, even beginning to question his master's philosophy of producing ships without regard for the moral character of their users. Currently, due to the scarcity of pirate raids, trade in Kishizu flourished, and the sea trains resembled tourist vehicles, no longer requiring protection against piracy. Due to the constraints of social obligations, it was essential to afford the president's sister a modicum of respect. One could not dismiss the possibility that she might tire of her pirate game and eventually return to inherit the guild. It was evident that the president, that fellow, spent his days indulging in trivial pursuits. One could easily surmise he would not enjoy a long life. After his demise, the leadership of the guild would likely fall into the hands of his twin sister. Hence, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable rapport with this future leader, with the intention of refraining from creating any discord. However, my apprentice, Frankie, possesses unparalleled shipbuilding skills. I am confident that with a glance at the miniature Mary, he could replicate it. I can introduce Frankie to them. I know a skilled shipwright. Perhaps you could seek his assistance. Bingshan directly introduced Frankie to Nami. A wild shipwright? Nami found the term rather dubious, yet she ultimately took the address provided by Bingshan to seek out Frankie. At the port, Frankie and Luffy's crew were in a standoff. Frankie initially intended to borrow the miniature Mary, wishing to dismantle it for research. However, Luffy and his crew would not acquiesce. After all, they had painstakingly repaired the ship. Despite Frankie's assurances of reassembly, Sanji held a strong disdain for this peculiar individual, especially after witnessing the shocking sight of the bikini-clad giant. Eventually, a skirmish ensued between the two parties, resulting in a decisive defeat for Frankie. Fortunately, Luffy was intrigued by Frankie's eccentric transformations and did not pursue the matter further, leading to an odd camaraderie. What was the situation here? Nami could not find Frankie at his home, but upon returning to the port, she encountered this eccentric individual mingling with Luffy and Chopper. That fellow wished to dismantle the Mary, and we had to teach him a lesson. Yet I am perplexed as to why Luffy ended up befriending him, Zoro lamented. That scoundrel. Usopp harbored a deep-seated resentment toward anyone who wished to dismantle the Mary. Nami-chan, Robin-chan, has the new ship begun construction? Sanji inquired, his eyes brimming with affection. Alas, such auxiliary power vessels were not meant for pirates, but the guild president recommended Frankie, that oddball, claiming he could build it. Nami, while mingling with Luffy, felt uneasy about Frankie. She hoped the new ship would not be some bizarre contraption. What? That oddball can build ships? Sanji was taken aback. Is that for real? Usopp expressed skepticism. After a friendly exchange, Frankie demonstrated his shipbuilding prowess through various crafts and agreed to assist in constructing the ship, albeit on the condition that he could dismantle the miniature Mary. Although he possessed a cola power device, it still had limitations. Therefore, it was imperative to understand the new power system of the miniature Mary. Reluctantly, Usopp acquiesced, but Nami ultimately approved the arrangement. As a navigator, she understood the crucial importance of a power system for maritime navigation. Not to mention, with the Navy likely to adopt power systems on a large scale in the future, how could they possibly escape without one? Nami reluctantly allocated 300 million to Frankie, demanding he construct the best and fastest ship. Ultimately, the Thousand Sunny, akin to its original form, was born, enhanced with an auxiliary power system, numerous metallic structures, and several new features. However, Nami discovered a significant flaw. Oil was exceedingly expensive and currently scarce, which explained why it was merely an auxiliary power source. Most ships still relied on sails, only activating the internal combustion engine when confronted by pirates or danger. It was not just oil being consumed, it was berries. Nami felt her heart bleed. At present, oil, as a new form of energy, had only recently been introduced, with many oil fields still in the exploratory or extraction phase. Frankie himself was not well versed in such specialized technology. Thus, the output of oil remained low, with supplies concentrated primarily within the guild's operational sphere. Although the judicial island battle of the original story did not occur, Luffy still invited Frankie aboard as the shipwright. Initially, Frankie was reluctant, as he had many family members in Water 7. However, upon learning of Nami's connection as the president's sister during the shipbuilding process, he readily consented. He had previously attempted to secretly observe various new technologies at the Carrera Company, but was expelled by Kaku and others. Bingshan would not disclose his relationship with Frankie, and since these technologies belonged to the Adventure Guild, he could not indiscriminately leak them. The dismantled miniature Mary was not counted as research of his own. Fortunately, due to Nami's status as the president's sister, Bingshan was willing to share the self-destruct mechanism settings of the miniature Mary with her. Otherwise, if Frankie were to dismantle it haphazardly, the power system could explode. Do not underestimate the Adventure Guild's power systems. Although many factions were attempting to replicate them, they remained at the nascent stages of the Industrial Revolution, while Frankie utilized mature modern technology. In fact, steamships already existed in the pirate world, yet their high costs and lack of scalability prevented widespread adoption. Given that the pirate world is predominantly oceanic, with the red line towering above, coal is rare and difficult to extract, hence it is undervalued. Let us rewind time to a short while ago. In the New World on Fishman Island, at the Mermaid Cafe, the fortune teller Shirley felt a wave of anxiety, sensing that something grave was about to transpire. She promptly consulted her crystal ball. She foresaw a tremendous crisis for Fishman Island, one that would be drenched in blood and violence. She hurried to Ryugu Palace, and the cafe staff had never before seen such alarm on Madame Shirley S.'s face, which left them feeling uneasy. Her prophecies boasted an accuracy rate of 100, with the only drawback being her inability to predict the exact timing of events, only that they were inevitable. Fishman Island currently enjoyed the protection of the Yonko Whitebeard pirates, thus maintaining a semblance of stability, as external pirates dared not act too brazenly, resorting instead to covertly capturing and trafficking fishmen. Consequently, while the tensions between fishmen and humans had yet to erupt, they remained irreconcilable. In the waters near the hard-shelled tower, a colossal megalodon breached the bubble membrane shield and expelled a barrier ball. "Wow, how beautiful! This is Fishman Island," Yamato exclaimed, eagerly surveying the coral reefs and seaweed. All simply breathtaking. Although Black Maria was slightly more composed, she too was captivated by the sights. As Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory, other Yonko factions generally avoided encroaching, lest they provoke conflict. Previously, they had been led by Kaido, soaring over the red line from above. Jack, however, felt indifferent, being a fishman himself and currently somewhat withdrawn, as though he had been cast aside by Kaido. This is quite a splendid fishing ground, an abundance of research material. Koya licked her lips in excitement. Suddenly, a massive harpoon came hurtling through the air, aimed directly at Koya. Clang! A barrier ball intercepted the harpoon, which Koya then caught in her hand. Although her observation haki did not detect anyone noticing her, how could a harpoon be launched from such a distance? Was it the work of a master surpassing even the Yonko? No, the attack lacked significant power. It merely possessed a peculiar force that pulled at her. Indeed, Fishman Island was teeming with hidden talents. With this thought, Koya resolved to first deal with this concealed expert and gauge the strength of Fishman Island. What is this? Yamato also noted the commotion, yet she detected nothing amiss in the vicinity. Those who dared to provoke the great master ought to be captured and tortured, rendering their existence worse than death. Heisei Maria exhibited a certain degree of subservience towards Kia, as she wished to avoid the excruciating headache that Jack experienced, finding more pleasure in witnessing the torment of others. Jiao Gui, you seem to possess the olfactory prowess of a hound. Can you detect the scent upon the harpoon? Kia mused, recalling that Yamato appeared to be an animal-type devil fruit user resembling canines. Not a dog, but a mythical beast. Nevertheless, it is indeed possible to discern the faint smell of fish, albeit diluted by the ocean's embrace. It must be a merman, Yamato confirmed after taking a whiff. Can you locate it? Kia inquired. It is challenging in the sea, but should the target enter the bubble membrane, it would be feasible. Yamato sniffed about. Kia recollected the direction from whence the harpoon had sailed and instructed, search directly in that direction. Although Fishman Island was enveloped by water, A devil fruit user could navigate effortlessly beneath the surface, provided they applied a swimming coating. Kia possessed the barrier fruit ability, allowing her to coat the barrier's exterior. She could even bypass the coating entirely by enveloping herself in haki, albeit this required considerable stamina, rendering her largely unafraid of the depths. She could maintain her combat prowess freely for a brief duration in the deep sea. With her 4 subordinates in tow, she advanced swiftly towards the trajectory of the harpoon. Just moments ago, Vander Decken 9, who had carelessly tossed a harpoon towards Shirahoshi out of boredom, suddenly sneezed. Can mermen catch colds? Has the deep-sea temperature dropped recently? He pondered, deciding to seek the warmth of Mermaid Bay, as the chill here was unbearable. As a user of the target fruit, he had lost the natural swimming prowess of a merman. Thus, in order to move through the water, he had to apply a protective swimming coating. Were it not for the bounty on his head for attacking Shirahoshi, he would not have preferred lingering in the water and was now intent on retreating to the bubble membrane. Little did he know that upon entering, a terrifying group had set their sights on him. That repulsive odor, Yamato quickly identified the sense direction. As a mythical beast, tracking was hardly a challenge. The efficacy was remarkable. Mermaid Bay, a dwelling place for merfolk, despite being a deep-sea area, boasted blue skies, sunlight, and white clouds. Upon witnessing the merfolk congregating there, Usopp described the location as fantastical, akin to a fairy tale realm. Vander Decken 9 had scarcely submerged when he felt an unsettling thrum in his heart. The gathered merfolk had noticed a group of humans moving at a swift pace. Generally, as long as these humans were not causing trouble or engaging in poaching, the merfolk would not concern themselves. Moreover, Kia's party included 2 mermen, the modified Dragonblade Tooth and the reclusive Merman Jack. Vander Decken 9 too noticed the stir, his eyes widening in alarm. While he did not recognize the others, the infamous Jack the Drought was well known among mermen, having carved out a prominent position as an officer under the Yonko Kaido. However, what business did he have on Fishman Island? Observing the fierce approach of the group, coupled with the familiar harpoon in a certain lady's grasp, an instinctual urge to flee surged within him. Yet, just as he turned to escape, he found himself confronted by a woman adorned with a skeletal mask. Hey. You thought you could flee after skewering this lady? Kia chuckled. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Vander Decken 9 quickly deduced the situation. It must be that his harpoon, thrown at Shirahoshi through the use of the target fruit, had struck the iron plate. His cowardice was palpable, especially considering the glances exchanged among the Yonko's officers, not to mention that he was no match for Jack. Just as he prepared to flee, Kia swiftly ensnared him within a barrier ball, compressing him until his limbs twisted and fractured, nearly reducing him to a mere mass of flesh. Gazing at Vander Decken 9's terrified visage within the barrier, Kia felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. She had not anticipated encountering such a weakling. Upon releasing the barrier, she conducted an inquiry, discovering that he was indeed a user of the target fruit. Garbage. Black Widow. You can keep this useless one. Kia proceeded towards Dragon Palace, contemplating that while this merman was inept, he was still a devil fruit user and could serve as research material. Heisei Maria, slightly exasperated with her new moniker, exuded spider silk to bind Vander Decken 9 in a cocoon-like fashion, dragging him along. Some mermen recognized him as the one sought by the king, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. This group was known for their decisiveness and brutality. Kia, using her observation haki, sensed that while the mermen and merfolk possessed superior physical attributes compared to humans, none exhibited formidable strength. Thus, she resolved to challenge the royal family directly, reasoning that ascending to royalty would signify the pinnacle of power on Fishman Island. Kia and her companions, all of rapid mobility, swiftly approached Dragon Palace, with only Jack lagging slightly behind. Kia created a cushion of barriers in mid-air, launching herself forward in a zigzagging manner, arriving first. Yamato, being a canine mythical beast and adept in moonwalk, swiftly followed as the second to arrive. Heisei Maria, as an arachnid Zoan, also moved with great speed, albeit dragging a merman proved to be a hindrance. The modified Dragon Blade Tooth was quick in the water, but his speed on land was somewhat slower. Jack found himself the slowest, feeling slightly disheartened. Though the mammoth could muster some speed, even in beast form, it struggled to navigate obstacles. The palace guards soon detected this peculiar assembly, perceiving them as a formidable threat. They did not appear to be benign individuals. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Bring forth your king. From this day forth, Fishman Island shall be my domain," Kia declared, wishing to avoid excessive destruction. As a grand entrance would be all well and good, yet this would ultimately become her territory. "Intruders, quickly report this," one merman guard rushed to inform, while the others raised their weapons in defiance. Kia, uninterested in their posturing, leapt onto Heisei Maria's shoulder. Standing at over 8 meters tall, she resembled a petite giant. Being mounted after her half-beast transformation was quite agreeable, especially with horns upon her head that could serve as handholds. Kia absent-mindedly tapped her feet on the enormous frame, reminiscing about Trick, marveling at his size. "His chest is larger than my entire form. Trick will surely go mad upon seeing this. Am I not inviting a wolf into the fold?" Heisei Maria began to feel anxious, her mind racing with thoughts. Was her new master teasing her? Was she not a woman? Did she possess a male demeanor, or was it something else? Before long, King Neptune, accompanied by the 3 brothers of the Neptune family and a squad of royal guards, hurriedly emerged. Despite the information lag on Fishman Island, Jack's identity was particularly sensitive. A viceroyal merman, accompanied by others who appeared formidable, was akin to the arrival of a Yonko. Neptune was puzzled. This is Whitebeard's territory. Does Kaido seek to declare war on Whitebeard? Observing the group, unsure of who the leader was, he directed his inquiry towards Jack, who was idly drawing circles on the ground, as the others were unfamiliar to him. Jack, disinterested, remained silent, prompting Kia to speak. "What is Kaido to me? I represent myself. From now on, Fishman Island shall submit to my rule. I have claimed it, and those who oppose will face consequences." Hiss. This feeble girl speaks with grandiosity. However, Neptune was bewildered by the ensemble. They all seemed to resemble Kaido's subordinates. "Are you not Kaido's crew?" Neptune questioned. "Not anymore. They will follow me from now on." "Enough chatter. Submit or prepare for battle," Kia retorted impatiently. The audacity of this fellow was astonishing. Just as Prince Sharkshing was about to reprimand, he was swiftly restrained by Neptune. "Allow me to experience your prowess," Neptune declared, intending to gauge his opponent's strength. Should this adversary underestimate Kaido's might, support from Whitebeard would be delayed, and unlike Whitebeard, this individual seemed intent on seizing Fishman Island. Although the presence of Jack was already formidable, Neptune sought to ascertain whether the leader of the opposing faction possessed the capability to contend with the 4 emperors. Otherwise, their recent surrender could lead to an awkward situation if Whitebeard retaliated immediately. "Let me handle this. In the interest of time, barrier ring." Black Maria was about to volunteer, but Koya abruptly intervened. Before Neptune could react, he noticed the skeletal mass figure had closed in and ensnared his neck with a transparent ring. King Neptune instantly felt a constricting sensation as the ring tightened, turning his face a deep shade of purple, and his hands struggled to pry it loose. "Father!" The 3 brothers of Neptune exclaimed anxiously, eager to intervene but hesitant to act. Sensing the right moment, Koya relaxed the barrier. "Cough, cough." Neptune gasped for air, realizing he had narrowly escaped an encounter with the late Queen Odoheim. He lamented his own weakness, feeling unworthy even to test the strength of his foe. The royal family of Fishman Island was willing to submit, yet the influence of the warlord Jinbei still loomed, necessitating further dialogue. Neptune shamelessly surrendered. For Fishman Island, having a steadfast presence could prove beneficial. While the other emperors would offer protection, they came with demands, merely providing a banner. In times of crisis, support could be too late to arrive, much like the current predicament. Should the opposition annihilate them, Whitebeard's vengeance would be of little solace. The Sun Pirates? Mia Foddy. With only Jinbei possessing any true strength. Let that fellow come and challenge me. If he loses, he can serve as my subordinate, Koya commanded. She led her companions into Ryugu Palace, eager to inspect her new domain for potential research facilities. Neptune dispatched messengers to Fishman Street to notify Jinbei, although absent from Fishman Island, could still be reached. As Neptune followed with his princes, they gazed at their new ruler, astonished that their millennia-old royal lineage was at risk of extinction. They could only lower their heads in silent resignation, filled with profound emotions. With his head bowed, Neptune observed a mummy being dragged by a spider-woman. "What is this?" Vander, Deckkin 9, recognizing the fishman face peeking through the webbing. Neptune identified the wretch who had tormented Princess Shirahoshi for years. The three brothers of Neptune gathered around, incredulous. "You know this scoundrel? He actually hurled a harpoon at the master. Truly a death wish," Black Maria remarked, turning back in confusion. Neptune pondered briefly and deduced the situation. This fellow was purely a nuisance, lacking any real strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't fear the royal family's bounty. He would never dare to attack a group that included Jack, despite Jack not being the strongest among them. Thus, it was likely that while aiming at Shirahoshi, the trajectory of his harpoon inadvertently intersected with their group, leading to his downfall. Observing the contorted figure resembling a pathetic mummy, Neptune felt a sense of relief, knowing that Shirahoshi would now be free to live without fear. This good news must be conveyed to Shirahoshi immediately, he exclaimed joyfully, sending someone to fetch her, eager for her to meet her benefactor, as the shadow of her prior captivity began to dissipate. After all, Princess Shirahoshi was the beloved of the crew. The throne could not eclipse her significance. Koya took her seat upon the throne, listening intently to Neptune's report on Fishman Island circumstances. Her petite form appeared rather comical against the enormous seat. "Report. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Madame Charlie insists on an urgent matter." Suddenly, a guard burst in, initially addressing Neptune, but quickly shifting focus upon seeing Koya in the throne. "Madame Charlie?" Koya questioned, puzzled. Was she perhaps the king's consort? Charlie, the oracle of Fishman Island, was renowned for her accurate predictions, albeit with uncertain timing. Neptune noticed Koya's scrutinizing gaze and hastily explained. "Let her in. I am intrigued by those with special abilities," Koya replied. "Your Majesty, dire news. I have a sudden premonition that Fishman Island will soon be drenched in blood and slaughter." Charlie's voice echoed, her demeanor unusually frantic. Neptune glanced at the throne, responding awkwardly. Although the timing of these events remained unknown, the entirety of Fishman Island appeared tainted with crimson, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Oblivious to Neptune's discomfort, Charlie continued her account, detailing horrific visions that surpassed her brief descriptions. "Why are you not alarmed? Fishman Island is on the brink of destruction," Charlie lamented, exasperated. Observing the tranquil atmosphere, she noticed a few humans nearby. Perhaps the horned figures could be deemed human? Finally, Charlie became aware of Koya, whose diminutive stature was dwarfed by the Grand Throne, causing her to initially overlook Koya entirely. However, as the crowd's gaze shifted, Charlie finally acknowledged the figure seated upon the throne. "Who is this?" Charlie swallowed hard, recognizing the masked figure as reminiscent of the one from her prophecy. "This is our new ruler of Fishman Island, named Neptune," he began to introduce, but abruptly realized he did not know how to address Koya. "I am the new sovereign of Fishman Island. You may refer to me as Zeagoose." Koya interjected with poise. "Lord Zeagoose?" Charlie felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to cursing a monk in front of a bald man. "It seems your abilities are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you," Koya exclaimed, suddenly appearing before Charlie, her large eyes encouraging. Charlie, staring into the close proximity of the skeletal mask, felt a cold sweat trickle down her brow, her expression growing grim. Neptune, too, was drenched in sweat. His swift submission stemmed from a fear of Fishman Island being ravaged. A being of comparable strength to the four emperors could easily obliterate Fishman Island. Yet, if they had already surrendered, why was bloodshed still imminent? Neptune never doubted the accuracy of Charlie's predictions, leaving him in a state of complex emotions. A familiar aura enveloped Koya, sensing a resonance with Charlie, though she could not recall having met her. It seemed prudent to schedule a health examination for her. "Father, am I truly free?" A jubilant voice broke the tension, announcing the arrival of Princess Shirahoshi. Wow, truly magnificent. Koya gasped. Her perceptions once again expanded. Though giants existed in the world, she had never encountered one before. To her astonishment, she found the largest figure she had ever seen on Fishman Island. Initially believing Black Maria to be immense, only to discover Shirahoshi surpassed that record. Watching her master juxtaposed between herself and Shirahoshi, Black Maria felt a sense of inadequacy, squeezing her own figure in a futile attempt to compete. That Vanderdecken 9 is right here, utterly defeated. No longer will you be pelted with his erratic projectiles. Neptune joyfully pointed at the mummy on the ground. Wonderful! Wah! Shirahoshi exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Kuya gazed at the weeping Bai Xing, who resembled a child in her sorrow, pondering whether this was still her juvenile form and if she would continue to grow. It seemed that scoundrel, Sueka, would be suffocated by her tears. Why did I always associate Sueka with such matters? It appears I have lost my innocence as well. Kuya dismissed the frivolous thoughts in her mind. This is the benefactor destined to save you, the future king of Fishman Island. Come, express your gratitude to Lord Zhonggu. Neptune interrupted Bai Xing's tears, hoping to foster a good relationship between her and Kuya. He was aware of Bai Xing's connection to the Sea King, but chose not to disclose it, aiming instead to create a bond of gratitude between his daughter and the new king to ensure her protection. Lord Zhonggu, I adore you, Bai Xing exclaimed as she clasped the petite and adorable Kuya in her arms. Although Bai Xing was timid, Kuya was the smallest and most innocuous-looking girl present, embodying a delicate and endearing charm. Kuya was caught off guard by the sudden embrace, unexpectedly finding herself smothered by the plush warmth. Bai Xing let go quickly. Neptune looked at the new king being tightly pressed against Bai Xing's chest, feeling embarrassed and hastily intervened, fearing that Bai Xing might provoke this formidable being. Though Kuya had yet to take a life, from Madame Shaley's words, this individual was clearly no ordinary foe. I apologize. I was just overwhelmed. Bai Xing released Kuya, cradling her gently, her large, watery eyes filled with remorse. Ahem. Gather all the subjects and announce my reign. Of course, for those who refuse to submit, I would not mind fulfilling Miss Shaley's prophecy. Kuya took a breath and began her instructions. I shall arrange that. Neptune recalled Fishman Street, apprehensive about the potential for disaster. However, upon seeing Kuya's determined gaze, he promptly agreed. In Geelong Code Square, Kuya perched on Bai Xing's shoulder, observing the throngs of fishmen and merfolk below. The Black Maria felt her purpose usurped, having previously been anxious about her master's intentions, but now she worried about losing affection, trailing behind Bai Xing with a face full of resentment. From this day forth, all inhabitants of Fishman Island shall bow to my will. Who is in favor? Who is against? Kuya calmly articulated, her voice not loud, yet imbued with an overwhelming presence. The fishmen directly knocked to the ground had no say against her, while those still standing felt a mix of fear and anger. How could fishmen submit to a lowly human? Is that the conqueror's hockey? Neptune was taken aback, as he was unaware of Kuya's battle with Kaido. Thus, he found himself unfamiliar with the new king's potential prowess. However, considering that even someone of Jack's caliber was under her command, it was no surprise that she possessed such power. Bai Xing could not comprehend why so many had fainted. As for Kuya wanting the fishmen of Fishman Island to submit, she was blissfully unaware of the implications. After all, those who saved her could not possibly be malevolent, and her father and the others appeared quite pleased with the arrangement. Who are you to demand our submission? We will never bow to lowly humans. The king did not oppose, yet Bai Xing stood alongside the humans. Damn it, what is happening? Why should they submit to such a tiny creature? The royal family has fallen. The murmurings, discontent, and curses filled the air. Even the timid Bai Xing felt lost, tears streaming down her cheeks. The notorious shark fishman, Hody Jones, was furious, unable to believe the royal family of Fishman Island had sunk so low. He planned to lead his new fishman pirate crew to eliminate this arrogant pest. Kuya observed the commotion, contemplating how to identify the dissenters, and suddenly noticed some menacing fishmen charging towards her. How splendidly serendipitous. The chickens for the slaughter had arrived. Kuya's face lit up with excitement. Barrier charge. With no need for flamboyant displays, a simple skill swept away the rowdy aggressors before her. The new Fishman pirate crew and a few hot-headed fishmen were indiscriminately sent sprawling, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The square fell into an eerie silence. Damn it, the power of the devil fruit. Hody Jones lay among the remnants of his fallen comrades, his limbs broken and insides ruptured, realizing that the enemy had only needed a single move to decimate his side. Enduring excruciating pain, he swallowed a potent drug, prompting his body to rapidly metabolize and recover, though the side effects transformed him, turning his hair white. Observing that a few of the defeated fishmen were swiftly recovering and regaining their footing, Kuya became intrigued, having conducted substantial research on fishmen. She found the remarkable regenerative capabilities of these beings, even in adulthood, fascinating. Lowly humans think they can rule fishmen with just a devil fruit? Fishmen shall never be enslaved. Arise, Kraken! Hody Jones, now too fearful to charge recklessly again, resorted to calling forth the Kraken, the massive deep-sea squid he manipulated with familial ties, which began to emerge onto Fishman Island. The commotion awakened all the fishmen and merfolk who had been stunned by the hockey, while those still unconscious were roused by their companions. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the onlookers realized they were far too insignificant to intervene and swiftly fled. As Kuya observed the rapid exodus from the square, Black Maria felt dismayed. No wonder the fishmen were not easily extinguished. Their speed in retreat was astonishing. However, recalling the events on Onigashima, she mused that if Kaido's subordinates had possessed even a fraction of that agility, they would not have suffered such heavy losses. It's the sea demon, Run. Neptune was perplexed. How could this creature heed Hody Jones's commands? He had some understanding of these colossal sea monsters. As the enormous Kraken arrived in the square, Hody Jones suddenly regained his confidence. I have a giant sea beast. What can you feeble humans do now? The royal family and guards of Fishman Island were tense, yet Kuya and her companions appeared indifferent. Having witnessed Kuya's overwhelming display against the giant dragon, the octopus seemed rather comical in comparison. Yamato was excited, never having seen such a creature before. This adventure on Fishman Island was turning out to be worthwhile. Is this all? How utterly dull. How has Fishman Island survived in this era? They possess superior physical attributes compared to humans, but are merely a bunch of weaklings. Kuya Yened, what did you say? You're merely a maggot relying on a devil fruit. Kraken, attack. Hody Jones commanded. The Kraken, sensing Kuya's conqueror's haki, was apprehensive. Moreover, Bai Xing, nestled beneath her, radiated a regal aura, leading the Kraken to believe that approaching would spell disaster. What are you doing? Kraken, you cannot let Hody Jones threaten you. The Kraken, compelled to obey, reluctantly charged forward, its massive tentacles swinging toward Kuya. Yamato and Black Maria did not intervene. Kuya had instructed them not to, as she needed to establish her authority, and given that the scene was filled with weaklings, it would be more convenient for her to handle the only somewhat threatening creature herself. A barrier blade sliced through the tentacle, and the splattered blood was blocked by the barrier. Roar! The Kraken, feeling immense pain, began to thrash violently, shaking the entire scene. You're truly so fearful of pain? Kuya furrowed her brows slightly, utilizing her formidable haki to strike the barrier, rendering Ku La Ken unconscious in an instant. How vexing. Is the strength of this barrier truly so immense? Hody Jones immediately sought to flee with his pirate crew, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming power of his adversary, especially as his companions succumbed without any resistance. Kuya cast a glance at Hei Se Ma Liya, who instantly comprehended her intent. An array of webs descended from above, ensnaring the hapless minions, thereby augmenting the ranks of the mummy army she was already commanding. Is there anyone who dares oppose me? Kuya inquired languidly, her voice soft yet resonating throughout the plaza. The nearby fishmen and mermaids cautiously emerged, all rendered speechless. Suddenly, a sycophantic fishman shouted, "Long live Her Majesty the Queen!" Gradually, other fishmen joined in the hollow chant. After all, many fishmen lack knees, so they might as well kneel. What a pitiful bunch. Kuya scoffed. The royal family of Fishman Island flushed with indignation but remained silent, while Bai Xing, unable to utter a word, quietly served as a seat for Kuya. The residents of Fishman Island fell into a profound silence, with only the bound Hody Jones yearning for the limelight. Ah yes, indeed they are a collection of refuse. How could the noble fishmen submit to base humans, a gaggle of spineless creatures? Huh, you are but a fighting cock amongst the refuse. While Kuya held disdain for him, she at least acknowledged his audacity to resist. How infuriating! If it weren't for Hody Jones's past actions, which included the assassination of Princess E.G. and the incitement of animosity between fishmen and humans. Nanny, the fishmen gasped in shock, realizing that this man was responsible for the deterioration of relations between their races, derailing the establishment of amicable ties. The residents of Fishman Island began to blame Hody Jones, and the royal family was incensed. Did Bai Xing know the truth behind Princess E.G.'s demise? As a child, she had witnessed her mother, Princess E.G., being murdered, leaving her in tears, causing the very earth to tremble and awaken numerous sea kings. In deference to her mother's dying wish, she chose not to harbor hatred towards the murderer and instead concealed the truth. Now, with the revelation brought forth by Hody Jones himself, painful memories resurfaced, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Kuya felt a headache approaching as she rubbed her temples. Was the child so prone to tears? Perhaps she should have trick care for the children in the future. As Bai Xing wept, a multitude of sea kings soon gathered around Fishman Island. Upon seeing the colossal beings outside the bubble membrane, the island's inhabitants fell silent as if struck by a chill. With her kin Bunchikahaki, Kuya sensed something extraordinary. These sea kings seemed to have been drawn by Bai Xing's cries. While she held no fear of these creatures, a battle would surely lead to the annihilation of Fishman Island. Kuya swiftly gave Bai Xing a playful smack on the head, admonishing her, "Stop crying, or the sea kings will feast upon you." Bai Xing instantly halted her sobbing, gasping for breath as she glanced at the sea kings outside the bubble. Sensing they were conversing, did that little one just land a punch on the king? Should we take action? They appear to be a formidable bunch. Scatter, scatter. Bai Xing. After Bai Xing ceased her crying, the flock of sea kings gradually dispersed, and the crowd in the plaza resumed their hushed conversations. What on earth? Why did so many sea kings gather suddenly? And why did they leave? I thought it was Hody Jones summoning them again. If he were so powerful, he would have already ruled the world of fishmen. TSK, TSK, TSK. Que es dirición continuet. Princess E.G. and Hody Jones, one a dove and the other a hawk. One seeking peaceful coexistence with humans, the other aspiring to dominate them. They were both mere jesters. What did you say? Criticizing Hody Jones is one thing. But how dare you speak ill of Princess E.G.? With a single utterance, Kuya offended all the fishmen. Neptune's expression darkened. His beloved wife's efforts being thus dismissed incensed him, though he dared not express his fury. However, just as Bai Xing prepared to defend her mother, she was immediately silenced by Kuya's gaze. Peace must be fought for, and conquering the world necessitates immense power, not mere rhetoric. One who relies solely on words to gather signatures, and another with only the strength of minions clamoring to rule over humans. In the eyes of the strong, those signatures are naught but toilet paper, and the cries of the weak merely noise. Only through might can one compel others to heed their demands. Lies cannot inflict harm. It is the truth that cuts like a blade. It is undeniable that the residents of Fishman Island truly fail to grasp this principle. Their strength pales in comparison to that of the powerful humans. The fishmen remained silent, none willing to acknowledge their own weakness. Even the battered Hody Jones fell silent. Having been effortlessly subdued by such a diminutive human, to continue shouting would only render him a mere nuisance. Fishmen generally possess a superior physical constitution compared to humans and exhibit amphibious capabilities. Yet in this ocean-dominated world, they have become a marginalized and nearly extinct species, which is utterly ludicrous. Kuya's laughter rang out, piercing and shrill. Dahi and Heisei Ma Lia found the situation peculiar. They had previously regarded fishmen merely as rare oddities. Jack, on the other hand, was irked, which is why he pursued power and joined the Yonko crew, unwilling to become a mere skeleton in Fishman Island. The fishmen and mermaids were left red-faced, each pondering the reason behind their plight. Observing the silence, Kuya ultimately refrained from further chatter, declaring with haki, "From this day forth, I shall be the king of fishmen. All that the sun and moon illuminate, and all waters traversed by rivers and seas, shall be under my dominion. You lot shall serve as the whip that enforces my rule over the ocean." With that, she disregarded the stunned crowd and seized by Xing along with the captured fishmen, heading straight for the royal palace. Some fishmen were left in shock by Kuya's proclamation, while others dismissed it with disdain, particularly given her human status. However, none dared to challenge her, intimidated by her power. In the ensuing days, life on Fishman Island remained largely unchanged, save for the frequent disappearances of fishmen from Fishman Street. That area was a no-man's land, so it failed to elicit significant reactions from the fishmen. The residents sensed little difference, with the only notable change being that humans who landed on Fishman Island rarely departed. Fishman Island stood as a blade between the New World and Paradise, reaping the wayward pirates, with only those passing by, without landing for supplies, escaping unscathed. Under Kuya's transformation, Dragon Palace became a vast research and experimentation facility. Those who had opposed her were repurposed for studies and experiments, their rebellious spirits eradicated, turning them into obedient, modified beings. Kuya also instructed Rinchi to return to the terrestrial secret base, bringing back an array of research instruments from Kulabateir. Kulabateir had consistently provided cover for Kuya, so the news that Kuya had returned was a ruse to trick. Kaeya's dominion over Fishman Island left Kulabateir in utter astonishment. Had he known Kuya had faced Kaido, his heart would have likely shattered from the shock. Though news of Kuya's confrontation with Kaido had circulated, the images were all distant and blurry. Moreover, she had been masked, making it unlikely for anyone to suspect that her strength had surged to such terrifying heights in a short span of time. With a plethora of fishmen serving as research subjects, the study was conducted in controlled groups and batches, utilizing various techniques, including genetic modification and transplantation. Among the fishmen, numerous formidable metamorphosed individuals have emerged, classified as second generation, capable of wielding basic haki. Neptune gazed upon these expressionless, transformed fishmen with trepidation, realizing he could not best any of them, and felt a stirring within himself. These creatures possess immense strength and remarkable regenerative abilities, with some capable of fully transforming into fish-like beings akin to zoan fruit users. Once transformed, their speed in water is astonishing. Merfolk can also sprout legs before reaching maturity, blurring the lines between merfolk and fishmen. Mastering the skills of fishman karate is akin to programming, with the queen efficiently instilling proficiency through rigorous training. However, a significant drawback is their reliance on nutrient supplements. The rapid metabolism and differentiation of their cells drastically shorten their lifespans, necessitating these supplements to prolong combat endurance. One should not underestimate this life-consuming enhancement. Luffy himself relies on overextending his life to gain strength, and the nutrient supplements available in Fishman Island effectively mitigate considerable side effects. Although lacking in top-tier warriors, the sheer number of mid-tier combatants is formidable, rivaling other Yonko crews, especially given that fishmen can move freely and swiftly in the ocean. They are a veritable nightmare for vessels. Initially, a few dissenters were stripped of their consciousness, but many fishmen, upon witnessing the results, became fervently enthusiastic. Those who were once resistant to the experiments are now actively participating. A substantial number of zealous followers have emerged among the fishmen, and only Her Majesty the Queen can lead them into the grand era of fishmen. Notably, the transformed fishmen exhibit no fear of sea kings. If they cannot defeat them, they can exploit their speed advantage and employ pack tactics to hunt them down. The operational range of fishmen in the deep sea has significantly expanded. Areas previously deemed perilous now resemble their backyards. The abundant resources of the seabed and the copious demand from Kia for experimental materials have propelled a frenzied movement for live fish, with matchmaking events booming in popularity. Fishman Island, serving as a paradise and a transportation hub to the New World, has seen a significant presence of transformed fishmen establishing their dominion over the entire deep-sea corridor. The New World has finally sensed the anomaly, particularly among those engaged in smuggling and maritime trade, as all who traverse the deep-sea corridor face dire consequences. Have you heard about the Mermaid Cafe on Fishman Island? George has recently struck it rich, purchasing a villa in Mermaid Bay and marrying several mermaid wives. Their skin is supple, their scales glisten, and their bosoms, what? Wasn't he that fellow, just a penniless wanderer on Fishman Street? He seems to have vanished for a while. Indeed, he is bulked up like a calf. Had he not flaunted his wealth to me, I would scarcely recognize him. Where is I? Oh, about those bosoms. What is the secret to his fortune? Share it, for if that little wanderer can thrive, so can I. It is said that the palace is recruiting volunteers, and rumors abound of many fishmen rapidly gaining strength and wealth. Lady Charlie, upon hearing these discussions, felt a deep-seated anxiety. She observed that the transformed fishmen increasingly resembled the monstrous entities from her prophecies, grotesque, terrifying, and bloodthirsty, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. The bloody scene of Kia eliminating opponents on Fishman Island was merely an appetizer to her foretellings. As for how she knows so much about the transformed fishmen, it is because she too was drawn into Kia's research for a time. Kia ultimately recognized that the familiar sensation stemmed from the evil dragon, only to learn that Charlie is the half-sister of the evil dragon. Witnessing her brother, now devoid of emotion and transformed into a relentless killing machine, instilled both fear and helplessness within her. She understood all too well the malevolence of his character, and his current state was both unexpected yet anticipated. Given the significant similarities between the original evil dragon and the early materials, Kia had initially intended to use Charlie as experimental material. However, considering her unique abilities, she refrained from acting, opting to wait until the experimental results matured further. Ultimately, Charlie became Kia's subordinate, tasked temporarily with handling intelligence operations. Previously, due to the dangers of the deep sea, fishmen typically operated around Fishman Island or in select coastal areas, like the evil dragon's territory. The deep sea is shrouded in darkness and mystery. Had Fishman Island not employed special means to introduce sunlight, it would remain barren, devoid of vegetation and a rich ecological system. This is also why fishmen yearn to inhabit the land. However, as precious and rare beings, fishmen and merfolk are akin to living treasures. Once they set foot on land, they are immediately targeted by slave traders. Of course, female merfolk, upon reaching the age of 30, undergo a transformation where their tails split into legs, and many subsequently venture to land to marry human males, thus becoming nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans and consequently safer. This dynamic also elucidates why Fishman Island is not entirely isolated from the outside world. Utilizing a wealth of advanced technologies gleaned from the mind of the late Cherek, Kia began to arm the enhanced fishmen. Equipment such as oxygen tanks, as the deep sea contains very little oxygen, harpoon crossbows, dive watches, and a plethora of items purchased from Sky Island, including light shells, impact shells, and wind shells, enabled the formation of various exploration teams among fishmen, embarking on grand deep-sea adventures. Given Fishman Island's pivotal location, the initial explorations yielded astounding results, with teams uncovering numerous shipwrecks and treasures in the nearby deep-sea seabed. Many newly established fishermen exploration squads rapidly amassed wealth, trading the treasures through adventure guilds for vast resources and supplies. Much like the age of geographical discovery and the gold rush, fishermen began flocking to Dragon Palace City, eagerly signing up as volunteers. While they may not fully comprehend the concept of being a volunteer, the myths of becoming stronger and wealthier are frequently recounted, driving both fishmen and merfolk into a frenzy. After all, the lower class constitutes the majority, and resources on Fishman Island are quite limited, constraining the scale and number of fishmen. Initially, Neptune regarded these experiments as inhumane, concerned about the high failure and mortality rates, fearing that no one would volunteer, which would lead Kia to resort to mass capture and slaughter of fishmen. Yet, to his surprise, fishmen flocked willingly to become subjects of experimentation, pleading for the opportunity. Is it not merely a death? Rather than languishing in poverty, why not take a gamble and seize the pinnacle of fish life? The odds of success are certainly higher than winning the lottery. The overwhelming demand has led to a shortage of experimental instruments and a scarcity of researchers, making participation highly coveted. Not only must they wait in line for a lottery, but they must also undergo a meticulous selection process. Those fishmen who successfully undergo transformation, particularly those with considerable innate strength and youth, ascend directly to the apex of the food chain on Fishman Island. The original royal guards and figures like Neptune are mere novices in their presence, easily subdued in combat. These stronger fishmen exhibit profound loyalty to Kia. Even when chips are implanted in their brains, they perceive it as a divine blessing from Her Majesty, a mark of honor. For only the unworthy and failed specimens are deemed unworthy of such enhancements. This chip serves not only for control, but also for the collection, analysis, and localization of data regarding experimental subjects. The influence of the royal family of Fishman Island has plummeted dramatically. The populace only recognizes Her Majesty, oblivious to the royal lineage. With the exception of Shirahoshi, who remains Kia's beloved steed and beast tamer. Bai Xing learned of the news regarding Hai Wang under the taunts and probing of Kuya, who urged her to study communication and the taming of sea kings. Initially timid, Bai Xing, overwhelmed by Kuya's imposing presence, reluctantly approached the sea kings. Due to technological constraints, deep-sea fishing proved exceedingly difficult, resulting in treasures sunk for millennia amounting to astronomical figures. With the aid of some tamed sea kings and the expanding scope of exploration, the depths of the ocean gradually became developed, revealing ruins and sunken ships. The Fishman deep-sea expedition yielded immense wealth, with gold, treasures, sea-floor stones, renowned swords, and devil fruits flooding Fishman Island as if they were free. The fishmen began to speculate that this might be the true One Piece, having previously guarded their treasure without awareness, limited by their strength and circumstances. Consequently, Kuya acquired substantial research funding, liberating her from the financial constraints of the Adventurers Guild, allowing for unrestrained investment in research. The Guild's business surged, with numerous long-dormant and legendary treasures surfacing at the Guild's auction house, fetching exorbitant prices. This influx of goods puzzled various factions, prompting them to intensify their infiltration of the Adventurers Guild. The Guild maintained secrecy, with only the higher-ups aware of their dealings with Fishman Island, oblivious to Kuya's involvement behind the scenes. They had only gleaned that Fishman Island had welcomed a new legendary queen, the so-called Fifth Emperor, Zhagu. Within a remarkably short time, Fishman Island's overall strength rivaled that of the four emperors in the New World. In terms of wealth, the entire deep sea served as Fishman Island's treasury, especially since the fishmen could stealthily attack merchant vessels upon the ocean and seize their cargo. However, there was currently no pressing need for such actions, as Kuya preferred to withhold excessive displays of strength, given the inherent limitations of the fishmen's numbers. Regarding combat power, the lower-tier fighters comprised ordinary combat fishmen, inherently stronger than humans. A substantial number of mid-tier fighters were successfully modified fishmen, outnumbering the crews of the four emperors and evolving rapidly, while high-end fighters included Jack, Black Maria, Yamato, and Jinbei, a relatively small group. However, Jack and Jinbei were undergoing further modifications, while Black Maria and Yamato's abilities continued to develop. Special combat forces included the Sea Kings, led by Bai Xing, a matter still shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few fishmen implanted with chips. In this ocean-dominated era of the Grand Line, Fishman Island was poised to challenge the other four emperors using the advantages of the fishmen. The scene shifts back to the surface, where Tsueka rides a Millennium Dragon in search of the terrifying three-masted ship of the Devil's Triangle. The sky is overcast with dark clouds, thunder cracking ominously, forcing Tsueka to fly at a low altitude. However, the towering waves make the search perilous. Cursing the inconvenience of sailing, Tsueka laments the challenges of flying in such a tempest, noting that only a robust ship like the terrifying three-masted vessel could navigate these waters safely. Unaffected by wind and storm, unable to endure the central area's thunderclouds, Sueka reluctantly stored the Millennium Dragon in a pokeball, though the cute pet backpack could also accommodate it. Careful feeding was necessary to avoid dire consequences, akin to Walpo's fate. The darkness within the cute pet backpack posed a challenge for food preservation, as biological entities possess consciousness and would suffer in prolonged confinement. Conversely, the pokeball allowed creatures to enter a state of dormancy and recovery, significantly facilitating Sueka's transport of living beings. Sueka contemplated whether the system would allow him to draw additional rewards, aspiring to become a Pokemon master, though his immediate priority was to locate the terrifying three-masted ship. Currently, Sueka navigated a mini-submarine crafted by the Karela Company. Despite its designation as a mini-submarine, its diving depth was limited to mere meters, lacking an oxygen system, thus relying on surface pipes for ventilation. Initially designed to withstand rough seas, it was ultimately constructed to be barely submersible. The mini-submarine could accommodate 4 individuals, but as Sueka operated it alone, a larger size would be cumbersome. Moreover, in emergencies, Sueka could swiftly escape using the door fruit. Although he could not return through the same door, that was sufficient. After changing out of his drenched clothes, Sueka sighed in relief. Sailing was less comfortable than anticipated, and wearing wet garments during a storm was particularly unpleasant. Sueka was fortunate to have the Millennium Dragon for swift maneuverability and ample supplies from his spatial pocket, while other sailors reeked of foul odors, subsisting on stale provisions. He had previously avoided sharing quarters with Luffy on the Mary due to the unbearable smell. Sharing with Nami was not solely due to money. Her consideration stemmed from Sueka's cleanliness and his ability to provide fresh food and water. Ultimately, Nami even insisted on bathing with fresh water, unbothered by familial ties, as Sueka transformed his hand into a makeshift showerhead, despite his eyes being thoroughly bound. Who could understand family dynamics? As Nami playfully sprayed Sueka, he felt that even the slightest pressure could lead to an uncomfortable situation. Dismissing such inappropriate thoughts, Sueka focused on the periscope view of the sea, finally centering his attention on locating the terrifying three-masted ship, with the Euro-stabilized submarine navigating relatively smoothly. He gradually stumbled upon numerous shipwrecks, and the turbulent waves lessened, revealing a strangely tranquil and profound center. A massive shadow emerged from the dense fog, not entirely clear. It could be confirmed as the terrifying three-masted ship. Sueka, filled with excitement, activated the powers of the disguised fruit, transforming into Absalom. The appearance was rather distasteful, as Sueka gazed at his lion-like visage in the mirror with disdain. Recalling the original work, where this character had shamelessly licked Robin and almost assaulted Nami, he felt a surge of indignation and an urge to eliminate this individual. After all, Robin was now his wife, and Nami was his sister. However, the power of the transparent fruit was indeed a man's dream. Sueka swiftly rendered both the submarine and himself invisible, stealthily infiltrating the terrifying three-masted ship. The experience of invisibility was truly novel. Once aboard, the horrifying creatures and so-called zombies failed to detect his presence, and when he struck one in front of him, it screamed about ghosts and fled in terror. Wasn't Absalom supposed to scare zombies? Why was their reaction so exaggerated, considering they were zombies themselves? Sueka was quite curious about this. However, he realized that Absalom likely only activated the transparent fruit in the presence of beautiful women, never bothering to entertain those hideous zombies. Reaching a new checkpoint, Sueka was not in haste to confront Moonlight Moria and his crew. His primary focus was to establish door markers and redeem lottery tickets. Sueka discovered that the door markers were ineffective, as the ship was essentially drifting, and those markers would quickly deteriorate. It seemed that only by securing the ship in port or anchoring could the door be continuously utilized, which felt somewhat impractical. Following this, Sueka initiated his lottery action, eagerly anticipating the unique items that could be drawn from this distinctive checkpoint. He washed his hands and eagerly commenced his fortunate endeavors. Chueku examined the system, noticing that the prank value balance stood at a mere 200 points, indicating a complete stagnation in its growth. Is the system there? Where are you? Alice, come forth. Chueku called out to the system. What is it? Alice emerged, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Has the system crashed? Why isn't my prang value increasing? Queek inquired, perplexed. You've been slacking off recently. There has been no fluctuation in the world line, so of course it's not increasing. Just look at the audience. They've lost interest. Alice replied with an expression of despondency. Audience? What are you talking about? What should I do? Do I need to flirt with Kaido? Or play poker with Big Mom to earn prank points? That sounds exceedingly difficult, Shui complained. Well, it's not entirely impossible. Alice muttered under her breath. Shui Ku's face darkened. How about I upgrade the system and add a feature where defeating monsters yields gacha rewards? That way, it would be a fair wage system, Alice suggested, noting Shui Ku's unwelcoming demeanor. Defeating monsters? Shui Ku pondered, thinking it rather simple. Action films are far easier to shoot than comedies. A decade can produce an Oscar-winning actor, while a century could yield a Stephen Chow. The term defeating is merely a summary. It essentially entails completing character-specific tasks for rewards, Alice elaborated. Shui Ku looked at her incredulously, as if she was underestimating his intelligence. This is akin to the previous quests involving Thor's hammer, the pain mask, and the hidden tasks of Funzagu. It seems like I'd be the one losing out. Initially, it wouldn't have been so troublesome, yet in the end, Thor's hammer went to Aisha, and the pain mask merely granted me the lackluster ability to control pain. The Funzaga task, however, was quite impressive, allowing one to transform individuals into bikinis upon contact. Don't get the wrong idea. Although it might sound odd, it truly is a divine skill, Alice clarified. Shui Ku had tested it before, discovering that all his clothing and armor would transform into a bikini. Although the garments retained some functionality, they ultimately became scanty coverings, reverting to their original form after approximately a day. Shui Ku realized he could convert his entire outfit into a bikini and store it in his spatial pocket, which felt rather impractical. While he could swiftly remove an opponent's armor during combat, this world seemed filled with bare-chested individuals, suggesting that the only option left was to embarrass opponents by making them wear bikinis, as social death is still a form of death. What kind of look is that? I've been racking my brain to make this entertaining for you. Alice expressed her dissatisfaction. Additionally, do not think that the items you previously drew are mediocre, simply gathering dust. Product from the system are always top-notch, possessing numerous hidden abilities and tasks. Once triggered, they can offer capabilities that rival even the devil fruits. You acquired them too easily at the start, failing to appreciate their worth. Each item is a treasure, and when properly developed, they can trigger tasks that transcend the power of devil fruits, Alice emphasized. Yet, I'm still a mere weakling. Quique lamented, his expression resembling that of a dead fish. Although he considered his strength to be adequate, it paled in comparison to the top-tier warriors. The thought of him developing a specific item individually seemed to entail excessive opportunity costs, as each item's functionality appeared limited, some even possessing side effects. Furthermore, if an item were to be lost, he would be left vulnerable, akin to Zoro losing his sword and instantly becoming a weakling. Zoro, damn. The disguise fruit would allow him to borrow the powers of the strong, yet remained challenging to surpass the original. He might gain some skills through experience, but his knowledge was too scattered. He knew a bit of swordsmanship, combat, and shooting, but unfortunately, he was only mediocre in each. As for the power gacha, Shui Ku was hesitant to enchant it again, fearing that without consistent training and adaptation, he might lose control, leading to disorganized combat, and worse, potentially injuring his loved ones. Is your dream to become the strongest in the world? Alice queried. Well, Shui Ku pondered for a moment. I traversed worlds to become a Sea King, not a Pirate King. What hard work is that? Wait, the Sea King requires a certain level of strength too. Otherwise, one would just be a Water King. Is there something like a marrow cleansing pill that allows one to grow stronger effortlessly? Quique inquired. Isn't the power gacha exactly that? Alice replied. To grow stronger, one must endure more battles. Practical experience is the foundation of strength. You see, even Luffy has been beaten to the ground. Really? In which episode? Shui Ku asked, curious, as he had no recollection of such an event. Episode 748, Alice answered promptly, thinking it was easy to mention since he had no means to verify. With that, Alice abruptly vanished. Considering that the terrifying three-masted ship was a hub of various unique abilities, Chui reluctantly decided to exchange some of his remaining prank value. But this time, he dare not exchange too much at once. He first exchanged a single item to test the waters. The once extravagant Chui had vanished. Now he was merely cautious with his exchanges, consuming 10 prank points. Ding! You have received a Shadow Clone Gacha. Shadow Clone. Ing Fruit allows the user to create a shadow clone that mirrors the body's state, abilities, and strength. The shadow clone can train and grow stronger, with experiences and memories returning to the main body only upon death. If the main body dies, so does the shadow clone. Wow, if I want to sleep, a pillow falls from the sky. This is essentially a way to gain practical experience without the need for combat. Chui was elated, having been told that one must endure hardship to grow stronger. Yet here, he was receiving a gacha that allows him to grow without the need for punishment. The shadow clone was beneficial. Chui was reminded of a certain yellow-haired, silver-tongued champion. Alice, you stubborn tsundere, you truly do care for me, Chui exclaimed, feeling quite pleased. As the saying goes, one must seize opportunities early. Chui promptly enchanted the gacha. Suddenly, a figure identical to him began to rise from his shadow, albeit with black hair, black eyes, and skin that appeared pale to the point of being eerie. Wow, this black-haired, black-eyed version feels more like a Chinese person from my past life, though the skin color is a bit unsettling. Chui scrutinized his clone, poking it to find it felt real with flesh and blood. The shadow clone gazed at Chui, initially looking confused, then displaying a thoughtful expression, ultimately breaking into an eerie smile directed at Chui. What are you smiling about? Chui felt a shiver run down his spine. But considering that the clone would die if he did, he thought it unlikely to pose a danger. After smiling, the shadow clone swiftly executed a shave followed by a moonwalk and dashed away. Hey, what's going on? Chui reached out, his hand suspended in mid-air, attempting to stop it, but the clone vanished in the blink of an eye. It escaped. It escaped. Does this shadow clone not obey my commands? Chui questioned his existence, thinking that, regardless, it would eventually return upon its death. He hoped it wouldn't take until old age to do so. The mortality rate in this pirate world was quite high. Let it roam free, he thought, as the clone lacked the plethora of escape tools he possessed, and its strength was mediocre, allowing it to accumulate experience without the risk of permanent death. Maintained a cheerful outlook. Unbeknownst to Chui, the day he created the shadow clone marked the beginning of all nightmares. He continued his journey as a fortune's favored one, drawing from the gacha. Ding! You have received a Phantom Net gacha. Phantom Net. Ling fruit capable of capturing spiritual entities and other ethereal energy forms. These entities can be converted into the user's mental energy. Hiss! Today is indeed my lucky day. The terrifying three-masted ship is a treasure trove. This net can certainly deal with Piranha and Big Mom as spiritual forms. And the shadow from the ing fruit should also be effective. I'll give it a try when the time comes. The potential for self-enhancement remains, as the observation of the spiritual prowess known as Jiangwen might lead to a swift elevation, akin to the mystical Baiming Shengong. The indolent Chui contemplated shamefully. As he activated the capsule toy, he wielded the ghostly net with vigor, envisioning himself as a ghost hunter in the near future. Onward! Ding! He obtained a Stealth Cloak capsule. Stealth Cloak, transparent fruit consuming spiritual energy. It enables a temporary state of spatial stealth, allowing one to conceal their form, scent, and sound. In this state, one can perceive the external world but cannot interact or communicate with it. This constitutes a high-end defensive equipment, rendering one invulnerable to all non-spatial attacks when activated. Chui donned it for a trial. The effect was remarkable. He passed through walls and the ground. Yet the energy drain was substantial, lasting only a few seconds, leaving him utterly fatigued, as if his very essence was being siphoned away. Although it was brief, for those adept at evasion, those fleeting seconds could cover significant distances, making the difference between life and death in a duel between masters. Fortunately, the ghostly net could capture spiritual entities for energy accumulation, Otherwise, the stealth cloak would only serve in emergencies. Subsequently, Chu-A-Ku exchanged for a 7-star Dragon Ball and a Pokeball, hastily ceasing his efforts. While these were commendable acquisitions, they gradually strayed from the relevance of his current objectives. The remaining 250 mischief points warranted careful consideration. After experimenting with the item properties, Chu-A-Ku eagerly sought to siphon energy from Perona, for absorbing ghosts would bolster his spiritual strength. He swiftly disguised himself as Absalom and activated the transparent fruit to infiltrate the castle. Perona-chan, I have arrived. Meanwhile, as Chu-A-Ku engaged in capsule exchanges and item trials, his shadow clone, noticing Chu-A-Ku's absence, sighed in relief and revealed a sinister grin. From its inception, the shadow clone had developed its own notions of dominance. A manifestation of Chu-A-Ku's negative energy, its temperament, though rooted in its progenitor, was severely influenced by negativity, arrogance, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and a tapestry of adverse emotions intertwined. It had no intention of serving as a mere stepping stone for Chu-A-Ku. Rather, it sought to possess and relish this magnificent world. To it, the original was akin to a plague, and any attack against the original would also inflict repercussions upon itself, potentially leading to its demise. As for usurping control, that was beyond its current capabilities. Despite sharing abilities, the original wielded numerous artifacts, making confrontation perilous. Furthermore, the original's growth in power would reflect upon the shadow clone, meaning that strengthening the original would concurrently fortify itself. Until the moment of its demise and return, it was, in fact, the one siphoning from its progenitor. As for returning upon death, it simply needed to avoid demise. Even when facing the original's wrath in the future, excluding the influence of artifacts and external forces, its prowess would invariably surpass that of the original. The shadow clone, henceforth referred to as Hei Chue, now intended to seize the Moonlight Moria's crew before the original could act. Hei Chue activated the disguise fruit, transforming into Perona. How hideous, Hei Chue mused, noting that its appearance was far less appealing than the design 2 years hence. While critiquing itself, it unleashed a horde of ghosts to explore the castle. Disguised as Perona, Hei Chue needed merely to avoid detection by the real Perona and any inquiries regarding the ghost to ensure the success of its ruse, thus facilitating swift reconnaissance of the castle. Moonlight Moria would be the easiest target, located centrally at the highest level. The ghost quickly pinpointed Moonlight Moria. Much to Hei Chue's astonishment, lay in bed, snacking. How stealthy was its infiltration, not raising any alarms. Naturally, Moria had noticed the ghost observing his chamber, but considering it was Perona's ability, he thought nothing of it. Hei Chue swiftly approached Moria's door and knocked. Who is it? Disturbing my rest. Moria feigned ignorance as he rose, and the door swung open of its own accord. It is I, Perona. I discovered something intriguing aboard. Hei Chue, grinning as Perona, replied. Is it another new prey? I hope it's not just some weakling. I encountered the strongest individual yet. His shadow is quite useful. I have subdued him with my negative energy, and he is just below. Is that so? I shall take a look. Moria, having lingered in this cursed place for so long without encountering anyone truly formidable, was eager to see what had materialized. With his rotund figure shuffling, he hurried towards the door. Upon their meeting, Hei Chue positioned himself behind Moria and delivered a backstab, unleashing the negative energy. The distance was negligible, and Moria would never suspect that the Perona he had nurtured was a mere facade intent on betraying him. I am but a useless fat pig. Moria instantaneously succumbed to a state of despair, collapsing to the floor, cursing the little girl Perona for daring to mock him. He certainly did not perceive her intent to eliminate him. In a chamber within the castle, Perona sneezed. Achoo! Am I catching a cold? I love this eerie castle. Hei Chue wasted no time, delivering a swift strike, rendering Moria unconscious. Subsequently, Hei Chue activated the disguise fruit, transforming into Moria and severing his shadow to absorb it. Hei Chue was aware that Luffy had once gained temporary strength through a similar method, and he was inclined to try it himself. The moment Moria's shadow entered Hei Chue's being, a surge of intense murderous intent directed towards Kaido engulfed him. Noting that Kaido was absent, this negative emotion was swiftly suppressed. Would absorbing another shadow have such side effects? It mattered not, and the shadow seemed to integrate seamlessly with him. Chue recognized his unique adaptability, considering his essence was that of a shadow clone. High compatibility was to be expected. It appeared this would be one of his future enhancement paths. However, should the shadow's host perish in sunlight, the shadow would vanish, rendering such power too restrictive. Upon shedding his disguise, Chue discovered Moria's shadow still lingered within him, negating the need to operate in the guise of the corpulent pirate. But wait, Shadow Warrior, Shadow Mage, Bat Dispersal, Shuriken Shadow. Chue realized that even after relinquishing the disguise, he retained the abilities of Moria's Shadow Fruit. Curious, he tested some techniques, astonished to find he could wield the powers of the fruit. He wondered if this was exclusive to the Shadow Fruit, or if he could also utilize other abilities without activating a disguise. If so, he could become a wielder of multiple powers by consuming the shadows of other users. Chue was filled with eagerness, promptly seeking his next target to validate his hypothesis. Absalom was in his chamber perusing some adventure guild magazines. Oh, this one is delightful, and this one is even larger. Just then, the door burst open and Absalom, startled, began to hide his contraband, only to find himself swiftly incapacitated by Chue, who had assumed his form and remained invisible. Chue swiftly severed and absorbed Absalom's shadow, regrettably lacking the abilities of the transparent fruit. It seemed only the shadow fruit and his innate adaptability allowed the use of its powers without a disguise, Chue speculated. Of course, the most pressing concern was not to dwell on this matter, as Absalom was exceedingly lecherous and proactive. Thus, having absorbed his shadow, Chue erupted with newfound vigor. He is inherently a being of negative energy, and such emotions are akin to dry hay igniting upon contact with a spark. The woman, Chue, frantically searched the castle for Perona. This time, Chue did not disguise herself as Perona, using a specter to find her, as such a tactic could easily lead to the unmasking of her disguise if their specters were to encounter each other. Naturally, she also feared the possibility of losing control over her own disguised self. Instead, Chue directly employed scattered bats, splitting her shadow to create numerous bat-shaped silhouettes to scour the castle, allowing for rapid searches and enabling her to switch places with her shadow through the Shadow Dancer technique, facilitating quick maneuvers. The reason Chue sought only Perona was that she was the sole woman in the castle. The others were merely zombies. Were it not for Perona, Chue likely would have succumbed to the zombies. In a certain room of the castle, Perona suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. What was happening today? I do not relish such a chilling environment. Why am I shivering? Thus, Perona decided to send out a ghostly avatar to explore the surroundings. However, just as her soul detached from her body, she found a multitude of scattered bats converging before her original form. Lord Molia? Perona wondered curiously why Molia's shadow would seek her out. Yet, upon the completion of the bat-shaped shadows coalescing, an unfamiliar figure with black hair emerged. Who is this? Why is it not Lord Molia? How does he possess such abilities? Perona was inundated with questions. Chue paid no heed to Perona's soul form hovering in the air. She was consumed by her swollen desires, lunging toward the original body. Dumb! Perona exclaimed upon witnessing the black-haired stranger engaging in indescribable acts upon her corporeal form. Her eyes wide with rage, she immediately unleashed a negative specter attack against Chue, refraining from using a ghost bomb lest it obliterate herself as well. However, the negative specter attack had little effect on the figure. Instead, it seemed to invigorate him further. As a being of negative energy, Chue found that negative emotions did not hinder his already vile disposition. In fact, negative and pessimistic emotions served to bolster him. Initially startled, he found that the negative emotions did not entirely strip him of his reason, and he remained wary of the negative specter. Upon realizing that the negative energy from the specter paled in comparison to his own complex negative energy, he grew increasingly unrestrained. Perona's heart shattered at this moment. feeling helpless as she watched her body being ravaged. But returning to her original form felt even more catastrophic. Right, I must find Lord Malia. No, what is the nature of the shadow, fruit ability he possesses? Could it be that Lord Malia is dead? Regardless, I must seek Lord Malia. No, I cannot allow him to witness this scene. Perhaps I should find Absalom. But no, it would likely worsen the situation. Peyrona was in a state of turmoil and conflict. Yet, before she could make a decision, Hui's relentless attacks on her original soul forcibly summoned Peyrona back. Hui was not prepared for a prolonged battle, as her shadow avatars had already detected the arrival of Chui Ku at the castle. She swiftly severed and absorbed the shadow of the already attacked and unconscious Peyrona, hastily carrying her off to locate the other two sleeping babies. Peyrona's shadow showed no significant side effects. It merely preferred dark and eerie environments, making Chui come more at home in this place. However, the Ling Ling fruit's shadow greatly enhanced Chui Ku's spiritual perception, or rather, his observation haki. Chui gathered the three sleeping figures together and took them to a concealed location, disguising herself as Absalom while activating the transparent fruit to render all three invisible. Peyrona-chan. Peyrona-chan? Meanwhile, Chui Ku roamed the castle with a ghostly net in hand, initially intending to impersonate Absalom and utilize his transparent ability to capture them one by one. However, after searching for a while, he encountered only a horde of useless zombies, failing to find Peyrona, Malia, or Absalom. Instead, he came across one of the three odd individuals, the genius surgeon Hogabak, and shared a meal, of course, while disguised as Absalom. After subtly inquiring, Hogabak attempted to contact Malia, but found no one. The false Absalom, Chui Ku, and Hogabak ultimately failed to locate Malia or Peyrona. Hogabak speculated that they must have gone out on business, thus paying no further mind, while Chui Ku continued his search within the castle. Eventually, Chui Ku abandoned his disguise and brazenly strolled through the castle without attracting Malia's attention. Where can my Peyrona-chan be? Chui Ku lamented, finding the ghostly net in his hands suddenly unappealing. He felt a wave of malicious intent from above, presenting him with a swift means to enhance his mental prowess while simultaneously depriving him of key individuals. This island, or rather this ship, cannot be marked with a portal, making future visits considerably more challenging. Thus, Chui Ku patiently invested several days searching and waiting, yet he saw no sign of them. Chui Ku even began to suspect that a shadow avatar was behind this mischief. Lacking any clues and unable to wait idly, he decided to depart, intending to seek his fortune at the Sabaody archipelago. Initially, he had considered developing this place into a haunted house amusement park, but that plan was shelved. Finally, after driving Chui Ku away, Chui had been engaging in a battle of wits with him over these past days. Utilizing her heightened perception and the reconnaissance capabilities of the shadow bats, she kept a vigilant watch on Chui Ku's movements. Whenever he sought the hidden locations of the three individuals, she would promptly activate her invisibility to evade detection. The cumbersome size of Malia, that morbidly obese figure, presented a challenge for Chui, as she nearly found it difficult to conceal him on multiple occasions. Malia and the others had regained consciousness, but the men were quickly subdued by Chui, who then administered a small amount of water to keep them alive. Considering Peyrona's already slender physique, Chui refrained from knocking her out, instead using the threat of Malia's life and the shadow in her possession to ensure her compliance. Peyrona gazed at Chui with a complex expression, utterly perplexed by the actions of this individual over the past few days. Was she imprisoning herself and these others? Yet it seemed she was evading something terrifying. The complexity of the situation did not end there. It also involved the pale figure before her. Ever since their first encounter, he had relentlessly pursued her for such acts, resembling a beast. Peyrona found herself surprisingly enjoying the experience. The zombie-like visage aligned with her aesthetic, and she was drawn to the chilling aura he exuded. Primarily, her own lack of strength left her defenseless, but recently, her body had begun to strengthen and undergo rapid development, leaving her bewildered. Chui, as a being of negative energy, absorbed Absalom's shadow desires merely as a catalyst. The influence of the original character's traits would only diminish over time, especially as the shadow could be expelled. Hui discovered that Perona was among the weakest of the weak. Apart from her fruit ability, she was utterly devoid of merit, and her physique could not withstand a confrontation with Hui. It was particularly frustrating, had it not been for the fact that the terrifying three-masted sailboat was filled with zombies, or the presence of Perona as the sole beauty. Hui would have long since sought a different combat partner. Therefore, she directly guided Perona towards mutual cultivation to strengthen her, utilizing various postures from the learning material, such as Yi Jin Jing, to enhance her physique, while also infusing her with the specters previously refined within her own psyche. Thus, Pyrona's constitution continuously strengthened, and her body began to undergo rapid development under Hui's influence, due to the negative energy and spiritual pollution emanating from Hui's ghost. Pyrona's personality has begun to darken. Although she has always possessed a somewhat gloomy disposition, there was a distinct difference. Ever since she was taken in by Moria as a child, she regarded him as a father figure and held him in great reverence. However, her demeanor towards Moria has grown cold, and she now looks upon Absalom with disdain akin to that reserved for refuse. Initially, Pyrona contemplated ways to rescue the two, but she has now come to relish her own status as a corpulent leader, even wishing for the voyeuristic Absalom to meet his demise. It is astonishing how vast the differences between individuals can be. The notion that merely drinking cold water could induce weight loss seems to be true, as Moria has rapidly shed weight, leaving him with sagging skin that appears even more unattractive. Absalom, in contrast, is utterly weakened, hanging on by a thread, his lack of body fat rendering him incapable of enduring hunger, resembling a sickly lion with skin stretched over bones. Conversely, Pyrona has become increasingly enchanting, abandoning her non-mainstream jester attire for a gothic off-shoulder dress, topped with a grand hat, showcasing her ample bosom. Equi relentlessly exploits Pyrona. As there are no other normal women aboard the ship, he has discovered that his ability to transform others into bikini-clad figures is quite effective. When Moria and Absalom regain consciousness, they find themselves unharmed by Hui, who instead has allowed Hogabak to provide them with treatment and nourishment. Under subtle duress from Hui, the genius surgeon Hogabak quickly chooses to comply, understanding that this sudden stranger is formidable. Moria awakens in a state of bewilderment, utterly clueless about what has transpired. Upon realizing he has been betrayed by Hui, he attempts to resist, only to discover that his shadow has vanished, severely limiting the powers granted by the Enin fruit. He can no longer engage in combat using shadows, retaining only the abilities of Shadow Cut and Shadow Aggregation. Shadow Cut allows him to tear an opponent's shadow from the ground and sever it with specially designed giant scissors, subsequently inserting it into a modified corpse to create his own zombie soldiers. Shadow Aggregation, his most potent technique, involves absorbing all shadows under his control into his body, causing him to grow larger and enhance his strength, possessing enough destructive power to shatter an island with a single blow. However, this requires immense mental fortitude, and without sufficient mental energy, he risks losing consciousness or going berserk. Moria utilizes his shadow aggregation to significantly boost his power and launches an attack on Hui. But within mere moments, he is left retching. Hui, by absorbing Moria's shadow, indirectly acquires the abilities of the Enin fruit, a power he can wield at will without activating his disguised fruit, greatly augmenting his own strength. Thus, Moria cannot afford to perish for otherwise. Hui would have swiftly dispatched him to the underworld. To ensure Moria's survival and punish this disobedient slave, Hui devises a grueling training regimen, subjecting him to relentless beatings from his zombie army, followed by Hogabak's healing. To reclaim your shadow, you must grow stronger, you gluttonous fool. Merely toying with corpses will not defeat Kaido, you imbecile. Equitowns. Despite suffering daily bruises, Moria astonishingly refrains from begging for mercy. He realizes he can continuously fight and gradually enhance his strength by absorbing shadows. Even when he later expels the shadows, his power is evidently increasing. He learns to fight without relying on shadows while using them to bolster his abilities, engaging in battles with the zombie legion and embarking on a new path of fruit development. Could this indeed be the correct application of the Enean fruit? By absorbing others' shadows, he can rapidly grasp their experiences and skills. Simultaneously, the absorption of shadows refines his mental fortitude, with the shadow-created zombie army serving as practice partners. At that moment, Moria reaches enlightenment. Observing Moria's relentless enthusiasm, Hui is left perplexed, questioning whether this is a tendency towards masochism, yet he cannot be bothered to intervene. Hui is well aware that this too is a form of training. Nevertheless, the current zombie army on the island is still too lacking for Hui. Moreover, at this time, Zoro and Luffy's shadows have yet to be affixed to these zombies. As for Absalom, the lecherous old man, utterly inept in combat, surrenders on his knees when faced with Hui's explosive chicken, despite employing the transparent fruit. Since Hui has absorbed his shadow, which possesses the ability to autonomously track and return to its owner, Absalom cannot evade Hui even with his transparent abilities. Hui contemplates whether to eliminate him, unwilling to allow anyone on his territory to surpass him in lewdness and mobility. However, he does not wish to relinquish the transparent fruit's power, choosing to retain Absalom for future deception, facilitating a lack of regional restrictions on character appearances. Thus, Absalom is rendered a castrated chicken, with the talented surgeon Hogback wielding the scalpel. Women only hinder your sword-drawing speed. Hui, unusually benevolent, reassures him, before whisking away a blushing Perona for physical training, leaving Absalom to curse Hui in place. Of course, Hui overlooks a terrifying reality when he later disguises himself as Absalom to use the transparent fruit. He will be left with no ability to act. This realization will undoubtedly haunt him, prompting him to have Hogback research regeneration or transplantation procedures for the Kumping. Meanwhile, Absalom, bewildered, wonders why Hui seems more pained than he is over the situation, questioning if this fellow has suddenly developed a conscience. Regardless, Absalom vows never to peruse dubious magazines again, remarkably teaming up with Moria for training. Yet, Hui remains devoid of conscience, his heart as black as night, particularly as the spiritually tainted Perona becomes increasingly unstable. Bang! Bang! Oh! Artisan explosion. Perona, donning a peculiar grin, unleashes ghost bombs daily, wreaking havoc among the zombies. The negatively charged ghost bombs possess extraordinary power, influencing the mental states of their targets. This new technique, developed after intimate soul exchanges with Hui, is dubbed the negative energy bomb. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and various negative emotions are concentrated within. Moria and Absalom find themselves equally affected by Perona's antics, with 80% of their injuries inflicted by her. Some negative energy bombs incite uncontrollable rage, while others evoke an unsettling intimacy, nearly leading to unspeakable acts. Fortunately, Absalom, now devoid of weaponry and having regained his sanity, manages to restrain the enraged Moria from engaging in a fatal confrontation. Damn it, that girl Perona has gone mad, Absalom laments, clutching his injured rear. In that moment, Moria reflects painfully, struggling to comprehend if Perona had indeed ambushed him, still bewildered by her initial betrayal, as the entire situation remains shrouded in confusion. However, witnessing the current erratic Perona leads him to believe that her earlier assault was far too lenient, merely rendering him unconscious. Moria and Absalom grow ever more perplexed by Perona, initially intending to capture her and demand answers regarding her treachery. Yet, they find themselves unable to catch her, instead being manipulated in various ways. Even if they locate Perona's true form, her current combat prowess, combined with the ghost bombs, makes her nearly impossible to capture. Moreover, the negative spirits pose a nearly insurmountable challenge for those lacking strong haki. Thus, these two fools are bombarded by Perona, rapidly growing stronger in both body and spirit. Hui, disinterested in the antics of these three playful lunatics, focuses on experimenting with his own abilities. The Ying fruit has seen little action lately, and he has selectively absorbed some shadows, enhancing various skills. Remarkably, the individuals captured by Moria include a number of skilled artisans. And Heitsue has even mastered 108 styles of flower string tricks. Alas, what good is that? Heitsue continues to exchange shadows. On another front, Perona's Ling Ling fruit has produced ghostly avatars that can move beyond distances without constraint. The only limitation on their movement is the fatigue, weakness, injury, hunger, or the need to relieve oneself of the original body. The avatars will automatically return to the main body under such circumstances. This explains why Perona reverted to her original form the last time Heitsue knocked her down. Ultimately, Heitsue discovered that after absorbing Perona's shadow, he could summon her ghostly avatar directly from the shadows, regardless of the distance. Perona's shadow acted as a beacon, allowing him to instantaneously transport her soul avatar to his side. This delighted Heitsue, as it effectively granted him the abilities of the Ling Ling fruit, albeit only for summoning Perona's ghostly form for battle. However, this is not infallible. If Perona's main body is occupied in the restroom, she will refuse to come. In her ghostly state, her main body remains unconscious, and she would rather not return to find herself in a messy situation. This is quite a peculiar tale, for despite Heitsue's domineering nature, Perona remains resolute, even bombarding him with ghostly explosives. While she may not always be available on command, it is unlikely that she would be indisposed at the very moment he needs her. Heitsue muses while shielding himself. Additionally, that madwoman specializes in targeting one's most sensitive areas. How brutal. Although Heitsue's combat prowess is considerable, he finds it hard to withstand an artistic explosion from his partner when he's lost in thought. Thus, the supremely self-important Heitsue ultimately learns to compromise. Zombie face, are you leaving? Perona's ethereal form inquires with regret. Of course, I am a man destined to conquer the entire world. How could I halt my progress here? Keep an eye on the place, and if you miss me, simply use your ghostly avatar to come to me, Heitsue boasts. Conquering men? How perverse. Like Moria and Lionhead? But I like it. Perona giggles wickedly, licking her lips. No, I meant to conquer women, or rather, I am saying I want to conquer the world. Heitsue becomes flustered by Perona's convoluted thoughts. And do not call me zombie face. Call me Supreme. Heitsue recalls Bone King and decides to adopt a new title for himself. Supreme Treasure? What a peculiar name, Perona scoffs. It is Supreme, not Supreme Treasure. The latter is a monkey, Heitsue clarifies. A monkey? Perona is baffled by the connection between Supreme Treasure and a monkey. In any case, I want those fellows to address me as Supreme Lord, while you may call me Master, Heitsue declares. Ha! Two simpletons, just returning from training, scoff at this title. Heitsue, unfazed, disperses his shadow bats and delivers a thorough thrashing to the two. Since I have absorbed the shadows, you cannot escape. Continue hunting for formidable foes in this devil's triangle, Heitsue commands. And if the Straw Hat Pirates pass by, make sure to give them a good beating. Seize their shadows and capture them as slaves, except for the women. Leave them to me, for they belong to me. Heitsue recalls that the Straw Hat crew is likely nearing this checkpoint, harboring malicious intentions. He possesses no benevolence towards the main characters, and as for Robin and Nami, they are merely meat in his eyes. He harbors no moral qualms, and, while he does not intend to provoke them, he will capture them as slaves if the opportunity arises. Women? I want them too. Perona chuckles sinisterly, displaying her strong possessiveness. In her eyes, what belongs to Heitsue is hers, and she does not see other women as rivals but rather as additions to her collection, much like her little plush bear. Do as you please, but do not damage them, Heitsue warns, before materializing a pair of wings from shadows and swiftly flying through the air using moonwalk. The shadows of the Ying fruit possess remarkable materialization abilities. After all, everything has a shadow. This shadowy wings ability has not been seen utilized by Moria, likely because he is simply too heavy to fly. Heitsue's current aim is to grow stronger rapidly, enslave more subordinates, and enjoy this world. There are many routes leading to the new world. Luffy and his crew are merely one of them, while Heitsue's goal is to subjugate others along different paths. His primary target is Trafalgar Law. A heart is a valuable asset, but only the heart held in one's own hand is truly precious. Heitsue plans to directly enslave others by seizing their hearts. Thus, he must first acquire Law's abilities or enslave him. While the imposter fruit could potentially disguise him as Law to achieve his goals, the success rate of such disguises is low. It can only succeed in areas where Law is likely to appear or where others believe he can be found, making the conditions too restrictive. However, finding Trafalgar Law proves to be quite challenging, as he operates a submarine. And searching for that periscope in the vast ocean is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, it can be confirmed that Trafalgar Law is indeed located in the latter part of the Grand Line. Heitsue has successfully disguised himself as Trafalgar Law using the imposter fruit and has also experimented with the abilities of the surgery fruit. And he must say, it is quite delightful. He conducted experiments on various animals on a small island, becoming initially familiar with some of the surgery fruit's applications. Most importantly, the ability to extract hearts. The most troubling aspect is that Heitsue has yet to encounter an extreme evil generation, especially since he lacks tools like the Any Door or Any Pointer, severely limiting his ability to find islands and move quickly. Ultimately, he summons Perona's avatar, asking her to scout ahead, which allows him to find islands with inhabitants for supplies and companionship. Perona constantly urges Heitsue to return as soon as possible. Initially, he did not pay much heed to this. However, after days of thirst, Perona realizes the pain of being without Heitsue. Thus, it is not uncommon to see a small figure of Perona perched on Heitsue's shoulder, chattering away. Heitsue does not mind her presence. 4 long flights in search of individuals can be tedious, and having a ghostly companion is rather pleasant. Will I manage to deceive some tools from the main body? Heitsue wonders, soaring swiftly over the ocean under the scorching sun. Although he could pull out a ship from his spatial pocket, that would be too slow. Perona's avatar has returned to her main body, having grown weary of the sunlight. What is that? Upon spotting a ship on the distant sea, Heitsue erupts with excitement. It is not the extreme evil generation he has been searching for, but it is far more valuable and satisfying. Approaching the doldrums, aboard the Snake Princess ship, known as the Pirate Empress and the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock stands at the bow, her brow furrowed. Recently, the difficulty of plundering passing ships has been steadily increasing. Small pirates are becoming increasingly scarce, and the great pirates are few and far between. As for merchant ships, many recently have auxiliary power devices and strange flags. Upon seeing her own pirate ship, it seems as if they have activated some cheat, sailing at speeds she cannot match. Ships deviating from their course have even appeared near the doldrums of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. When did navigation techniques in the doldrums become so common? Although the Amazon Lily Kingdom possesses its own resources, nurturing such a vast population and maintaining combat readiness necessitates a significant influx of external supplies. Should their overall strength wane, coupled with the maturation of the technology for navigating the Calm Belt, the realm of women will inevitably become a paradise for slavers. Boa Hancock, having once been subjugated by the celestial dragons, is deeply troubled by this prospect. She can only increase the number of ships and cast a wider net, sending her 2 younger sisters to lead their own pirate vessels on raids. Currently, the kingdom is experiencing a decline in consumption, prompting Hancock to contemplate raiding nearby islands. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill envelopes the air, causing the sea surface to freeze rapidly. Startled, Hancock releases her hockey and leaps away from the perfume snake. In midair, she witnesses the entire ship encased in ice, while the remaining crew members are frozen in place, unable to react in time. Hancock's warnings came too late. She herself narrowly avoided the same fate. What is happening? Akiji? Why would a Marine Admiral take action against a warlord of the sea? Returning to the deck, Hancock is furious and skeptical. The chilling ability clearly belongs to Akiji, yet the likelihood of him attacking is minimal. Even if the world government sought to act against the warlords of the sea, they would not target her isolated, female-dominated faction first. Due to Hancock's suspicions, the figure concealed beneath the ice, Blackbeard, is compelled to drop his disguise. Blackbeard, overwhelmed, swiftly transforms into Trafalgar Law, using the powers of the Know Me to escape the ice. The flaw of his disguise fruit is that it is easily rendered ineffective once questioned, making the borrowed abilities fleeting for certain characters. Indeed, this ice age was unleashed by Blackbeard masquerading as Akiji, with the intent of swiftly subduing the Empress and seizing her heart. Using the Know Me, Akiji's proximity allowed Blackbeard to successfully employ his disguise. As a being of negative energy, Blackbeard is fundamentally fearful of Hancock's petrifying ability and thus resorts to ambush tactics. The Empress quickly notices the figure in the spotted hat from afar. However, she first launches her captive arrow, petrifying all her ice-encased subordinates. The prolonged freezing renders them irretrievable. Petrification is the only option to prevent further damage from the ice. Though she outwardly regards her subordinates as expendable, Hancock harbors a sense of responsibility as Empress. Observing her subordinates being petrified, Blackbeard suddenly realizes that petrification holds significant implications for him. Now disguised as Trafalgar Law, Blackbeard emanates an icy demeanor and a powerful aura, imposing considerable pressure. In truth, he possesses the potential for conqueror's haki, as he is a manifestation of intense desire, making it easy for him to awaken such power. Conversely, Trafalgar, being carefree, has not yet awakened this ability. Upon discovering this, he would likely be distraught, especially since his subordinates and doppelgangers possess it while he does not. Blackbeard's current demeanor is primarily intended to mislead Hancock regarding his true strength, discouraging her from employing her sweet gourd. The sweet gourd releases heart-shaped beams of light when a user forms a heart shape with their hands. Those struck by the light, attracted by Hancock's beauty, will be instantly petrified. It is ineffective against those devoid of lust or those whose attention is not focused on her. In the original work, Vice Admiral Squirrel inflicted pain upon himself to shift his focus and avoid petrification. Given Blackbeard's inherent characteristics, he is likely to possess an overwhelming desire for Hancock, making it exceedingly difficult to divert his attention. While there are methods to evade her power, doing so would suppress his fighting capabilities, compelling him to project an icy attitude and aura to convince her of his lack of desire. "Who are you? What do you want?" Hancock inquires with a scowl. At this moment, Trafalgar Law remains relatively obscure, lacking the title of supernova, and thus Hancock does not recognize him. "I want." Blackbeard coldly replies with a single word. "Are you seeking death?" Hancock, unable to comprehend, perceives the malice emanating from him and promptly unleashes her captive arrow. Upon seeing Hancock only employ the petrifying arrow, Blackbeard breathes a sigh of relief. Room, slaughterhouse. Blackbeard effortlessly evades the captive arrow using the instantaneous movement ability granted by the Know Me. What is this ability? Hancock feels a twinge of anxiety. Possessing observation haki, she senses the threat posed by this power. Moreover, she remains perplexed by the Ice Age. Could Akiji be lurking in the shadows, watching? Is this all part of a marine conspiracy? Her mind races with worry. Blackbeard employs his shave to swiftly close the distance to Hancock, planning to use his special technique scalpel to seize her heart. This move is ineffective against beings with formidable armament haki, but it may prove viable against the Empress. Hancock, noticing that he is not attacking her, but rather approaching rapidly, feels a prick of danger. After all, any assault on her would surely be preceded by reconnaissance. Engaging in close combat is particularly perilous. A single kick from her fragrant legs could turn him to stone instantly. Not wanting to engage in battle aboard the ship for fear of damaging her petrified crew, Hancock leaps from the deck, retreating across the frozen sea to create distance. What vigilance! Truly, she is the Empress. It is clear that her ascension to the warlords of the sea is no mere fluke, Blackbeard reflects. The scene unfolds upon the ice, with Blackbeard, disguised as Law, pursuing Hancock, who maintains a distance while launching remote attacks. Hancock has already ascertained that Law's movements require exchange, and each of her attacks is not into empty space, but rather into the ice blocks that have formed. She amplifies her attack radius, targeting the ice within a specific range. Consequently, Blackbeard's evasive options are significantly constrained, This is quite troublesome. Once I capture this girl, I shall ensure she faces severe retribution. He thinks. Reluctantly, Blackbeard initiates an offensive against the ice surface, creating numerous shards to facilitate positional exchanges. Hancock, panting, finds this opponent exceedingly difficult to handle. Why does he persist in approaching without attacking? What is his true intention? The two engage in this exhausting tug-of-war, depleting their stamina. Hancock, losing patience, realizes that prolonging this encounter is futile. She might as well confront him directly. Hancock releases a multitude of captive arrows to seal off her surroundings and suddenly darts forward, intending to finish Blackbeard with her grand fragrance kick. Blackbeard, unable to exchange positions at a distance, is instead pleased by Hancock's sudden advance. This game of hide-and-seek is nearing its conclusion. He aims his blade at Hancock's heart, activating his skill with the intention of seizing her heart. Hancock's heart races as she pushes her observation hockey to its limits, abandoning her attack to evade with a nimble bridge maneuver. Blackbeard admires the fluidity of her movements, his fingers itching with excitement. With a surge of energy, he teleports closer, his hand reaching out to grasp her. What a beauty! Hancock hears his teasing voice whisper in her ear, prompting her to pivot and strike. Blackbeard swiftly employs his spatial pocket to spray previously stored seawater from his hand. Caught off guard, Hancock is drenched, her body weakening instantaneously, and she is firmly grasped by him. A soft cry escapes her lips as the grip renders her weak, and she trembles in response to the pain. Blackbeard quickly wraps his other arm around her slender waist, but is cautious not to draw too close, fearing that excessive contact with seawater will nullify his powers. Regaining her composure, Hancock, fueled by rage and discomfort from the seawater, vows to eliminate this scoundrel. As He Chui swiftly distanced himself, the Empress found herself half-kneeling on the icy surface, gasping for breath. The seawater-soaked garments clung to her form, accentuating her figure. Clad in thin attire, the absence of any undergarments rendered certain aspects starkly apparent. He Chui's fingers twitched with anticipation as he began to seek a venue for their dual cultivation. The Empress, filled with a seething rage, was taken aback by being so easily subdued for the first time. She rose, intent on incapacitating the grinning He Chui across from her. Still wish to attack? It is already over. You have lost, He Chui mocked. What? The Empress, perplexed, wondered if it was a peculiar ability of a devil fruit that resulted in her defeat upon contact. Unbeknownst to her, the pain from He Chui's grip and the weakness induced by the seawater were compounded by the depletion of her strength after he had seized her heart. He Chui shed his disguise, revealing a pallid visage with dark hair and eyes that mirrored those of the Empress. Yet his demeanor was chillingly sinister. A black hole appeared in his palm, from which a pulsating heart emerged. He Chui lifted the heart and savored it, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Hiss! The Empress felt a sudden itch in her chest, an unbearable discomfort. This is your heart, and it is also my little darling, He Chui explained. Impossible. D. The Empress attempted to retaliate, but He Chui merely squeezed the heart. She fell to her knees, clutching her chest in agony. This is the sensation of a racing heart. You would do well to obey. While I appreciate your defiant spirit, you will have your moment to shine soon enough. Equi-talented, He Chui proceeded towards the perfumed serpent ship, having effectively restrained the Empress. What remained was to coerce and entice her into submission. Otherwise, her desire for mutual destruction could pose a significant threat. He Chui could not maintain his grip on her heart indefinitely. It typically resided within his spatial pocket. Curiously, the spatial pocket could only contain inanimate objects due to the absence of air, yet the vibrant heart could be stored within. Perhaps because it was intrinsically linked to the fruit's powers and did not require air for sustenance. Moreover, there was a newfound method to petrify living beings, allowing such entities to be placed within the spatial pocket. This bestowed upon He Chui a functionality akin to the trekker's adorable backpack, effectively transforming the Empress into a mere patch for his capabilities. He Chui feared the Empress might petrify him directly, leaving behind only his heart in the pocket, or worse. If he were to be petrified and shattered into nothingness, the Empress's heart would either vanish or return to the spatial pocket. Hui was determined to keep the potential outcomes from the Empress, ensuring she believed that eliminating him would lead to her own demise. To safeguard his interests, Hui planned to ensnare the entire 9 Snake Pirates crew. Thus, he boarded the ship, seizing the hearts of all the petrified minions. The Empress took a considerable time to rise, struggling to follow, her strength utterly depleted after a day of relentless pursuit. With her heart stolen, despair filled her. It brought to mind the time she had been abducted and sold to the celestial dragons, tears welling in her eyes. Upon returning to the ship, she witnessed Hui collecting the hearts of her petrified subordinates one by one, a sensation akin to being pricked by needles stabbed at her heart. She lamented her inadequacy as an empress, realizing that her subordinates were meeting their demise alongside her. Should you dare to attack me, not only will you perish, but so too shall others. From this day forth, you shall serve as my obedient slave. Equi wickedly threatened. The term slave ignited deep-seated fears within Hancock, conjuring memories of her past enslavement that transformed her countenance. What? Still haunted by your experiences as a slave to the celestial dragons? Equi sneered, reclining on the Empress's throne with an air of arrogance. How do you know? Hancock's expression shifted dramatically as she interrogated him. Your desperate attempts to conceal your humiliating past, deceiving your entire nation by claiming it was a curse of the petrifying gaze, reveal the depths of your pathetic existence. Hui continued to taunt. What nonsense are you spouting? Only those within the country are aware. Outsiders could never find out, Hancock retorted defiantly. Rip! A shadow suddenly emerged behind her, tearing away the fabric of her garments, exposing the mark of slavehood branded upon her back. Hancock gasped, desperately attempting to shield herself, even as her front was laid bare before Hui's gaze. TSK, still trapped in the shadow of being a slave. Truly weak. Equi declared. The world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. One either becomes enslaved or enslaves others. Do you truly believe that the current Empress of Amazon Lily, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is not merely a pawn of the celestial dragons? Hui laid bare the truth of the so-called pirate empress, revealing that her lofty position was nothing more than self-deceit, indistinguishable from her past. Woo-woo. Hancock wept, tears streaming down her face. The lies had not cut as deeply as the truth. Hancock, feeling utterly defeated, sank to the ground, no longer concealing the shameful mark on her back. You shall no longer be a slave to the celestial dragons, Hui proclaimed with conviction. Upon hearing this, Hancock lifted her gaze. You will only be my slave, Hui added with derision. Hancock lowered her head, feeling as though she had fallen from one pit into another. Lift your head. Were you not once proud and haughty? Is it because you have been submissive for so long that you now exhibit this peculiar behavior of lifting your chin as compensation? Hui continued to dig deeper, and your fondness for flaunting your chest and thighs merely diverts attention from the shame of your back. How utterly deranged! Hui's words pierced Hancock's soul, exposing her vulnerabilities, as he reveled in her mental anguish. Woo-woo! Hancock cried louder, feeling no need to hide her sorrow. It was as if Hui knew her better than she knew herself, revealing the oddities in her behavior that she had previously overlooked. Others, under the influence of the sweet fruit, had never found her action strange, but this enigmatic stranger had unraveled the truths she was oblivious to. Truly pitiable, Hui remarked, though his demeanor was devoid of genuine compassion. He was, without a doubt, a fiend. The shadowy doppelganger seized Hancock, the once proud pirate empress, dragging her to the ground before him. Hui raised her chin with his hand, almost whispering, "You are now my slave, and I expect you to shed any undesirable habits imparted by your previous masters." Hancock sobbed, transformed from an empress into a child who weeps after being bullied, recalling her former self before she was taken away. The experience of being a slave to the celestial dragons could be summarized in mere words. Yet, the twisted desires born from absolute power are perverse and distorted. After indulging in ordinary pleasures, the torment of depravity and dehumanization only intensifies. Countless words cannot encapsulate the suffering Hancock endured. Her warped character and the pathological affection for Luffy depicted in the original work were mere manifestations of her trauma. Hancock's infatuation with Luffy was a psychological ailment, arising from his challenge to the celestial dragons, who instilled terror in her heart even to this day. Since the Tenryubito once enslaved you, it is not the act of a coward to wallow in self-pity, but rather to trample them underfoot, returning their cruelty with even greater malevolence. H-Wei said fiercely, recalling that among the Tenryubito there were indeed many exquisite specimens, licking his dry lips. Hancock, upon hearing H-Wei's audacious remarks, gave a barely perceptible hum, her tear-filled eyes widening as she stared at him. H-Wei had been unable to contain his impatience from the moment they began. Hancock, with her disheveled attire and devilishly alluring figure, presented a lethal temptation to his negative energy. "Serve me, your new master." Equi gestured dramatically. Huh? Hancock, overwhelmed with shame, whether from the compromise of her enslavement or some other sentiment, ultimately took the initiative to provide H-Wei with various massages. Here, a multitude of words is omitted. As the ice melted, the frozen sea gradually thawed, and over the past few days, H-Wei experienced the exhilarating joy of soaring into the skies. Were it not for Perona's sudden appearance, critiquing from the sidelines, she nearly startled Hancock. The two seemed oblivious to the need for respite, as H-Wei's malice was unrestrained, and Perona's unexpected arrival did little to disrupt his normal course of action. The darker version of Perona was quite curious about H-Wei's newly conquered woman, recognizing her as the Pirate Empress. Indeed, she was my man. The conquest began with a royal flush. TSK, TSK. The Empress saw Perona's jealousy rise and wished to interrogate her. However, recalling that she was merely the master's slave, she fell silent, her expression complex. She harbored intense hatred for H-Wei, for he was no saint. He acted recklessly when necessary, threatened when required, and spoke harshly when action was needed. Yet, there was also a sense of recognition and attachment, an instinctive submission and admiration for H-Wei. Indeed, had she possessed the knowledge of Chui Ku, she would have recognized this as the legendary Stockholm Syndrome. H-Wei's sharp tongue inexplicably healed Hancock's previous psychological wounds, eliminating her earlier peculiar behaviors, but instead, it shackled her with another psychological affliction. This new symptom was even more potent as they shared a common goal, the Tenryubito. She was driven by hatred, while H-Wei was motivated by covetousness. She did not doubt for a moment that H-Wei was merely speaking empty words. After her own defeat at the hands of his enigmatic powers, she acknowledged his strength. The sea was now covered only by a thin layer of ice, and it would not be long before they could set sail. Hancock released her subordinates and the sea serpents from their petrification. The ice encasing them had long since melted, and a dip in the seawater revived them, for they were formidable characters capable of wielding haki. "Your Majesty, what is this?" The crew was unclear about what had transpired, yet they could see the man seated upon the Empress's throne. It is worth noting that H-Wei's handsomeness was quite appealing to these sailors, especially considering he was a man. "He is my master, the Supreme Lord. From now on, we shall obey him," Hancock declared after a brief pause. "What?" The crew was astonished. Their pirate crew was renowned for its women, and their nation consisted entirely of females, with men strictly prohibited from entering. Now, suddenly, a male master had emerged. Was he to become the new emperor? H-Wei paid no heed to the murmurs below, as he was contemplating his future endeavors. Hunting down Law was imperative, for his disguise abilities were limited by the operational area. Thus, a long-term stable power was essential. His new destination could only be Sabeti Archipelago. Though it was close to the Navy headquarters, and their current strength could easily lead to disaster. The members of the Kuja pirates, though harboring reservations, dared not oppose the Empress's commands. Had they not seen Luffy reach the island without a hitch? Although there were rules. The ultimate arbiter of those rules was the Empress herself. H-Wei surveyed the assortment of female warriors before him, devoid of any desire, having indulged in a lavish feast. These crew members were somewhat visually unappealing. Only on Amazon Lily were there other beauties, like that one who rescued Luffy. However, he had no interest in them at present. The Empress, as a tool, sufficiently fulfilled his daily needs, and he aimed ahead to Sabiti Archipelago to lie in wait for those supernovas. Set sail for Sabiti Archipelago. Inqui commanded. What? Is he really going to attack the Tenryubito now? This is too soon. The Navy headquarters has admirals stationed there, and it would drag Amazon Lily into peril, Hancock thought, her heart racing. Are we to? Hancock hesitantly inquired. Obey the command. I need not question. Equi billowed imperiously. The other crew members were about to voice their anger when the Empress silenced them with a single glare, preventing any foul language from escaping their lips. The ship set sail, and He Chui promptly retired to rest, having labored for several days. Even the strongest must eventually yield to fatigue. The Empress discreetly informed a few trusted officers about their catastrophic defeat, explaining that He Chui had stolen the hearts of each and every one of them, quite literally, and urged them not to act recklessly. Skipping over the parts related to the Tenryubito, she intended to reveal the truth only after avenging their great grievances. This aim was solely to prevent the crew from unknowingly offending He Chui, which could lead to devastating heartbreak. Laziness is a form of negative emotion, and compounded with days of exhaustion, He Chui slept deeply, languishing in bed. Hancock took a brief respite as well. She had been even more fatigued than He Chui in recent days, especially emotionally. Upon awakening, He Chui immediately pulled Hancock into a dual cultivation session, unabashed in front of the others. Hancock initially felt dazed, but suddenly noticed her subordinates covertly observing, her eyes widening as her face flushed crimson. Thankfully, He Chui's body shielded her back, or else the slave mark would have been exposed. A group of crew members was scolded away, but He Chui remained unfazed. Hancock also discovered the peculiar charm of dual cultivation. She initially dismissed the humiliation, but as she grew accustomed to it, she realized her physique and haki were strengthening, leaving her emotions more complex. Ultimately, He Chui could not afford to wait for the snake pirates to haul the ship, even though they were not slow. However, it would certainly not compare to flying. Thus, he attempted a method midway. He instructed Hancock to petrify the entire ship and crew, allowing them to be stored in a spatial pocket. This was the ingenious application of the Empress's petrification technique combined with He Chui's spatial pocket. Once petrified, living beings were immune to suffocation, allowing for storage as items. He then embraced the Empress in a princess carry, soaring swiftly through the skies. When fatigued, he would retrieve the ship and release its petrification to rest. The Empress, held in this manner, blushed fiercely, feeling her heart race intensely. This method significantly enhanced mobility and reduced consumption. The Empress grew increasingly curious about this man with various peculiar abilities, from the earlier freezing to the later black hole in his hands, teleportation, heart extraction, transformation, shadow clones, and summoning ghostly companions, all of which she could not comprehend as devil fruit powers. The Empress wished to inquire. Yet He Chui always insisted she satisfy his peculiar whims first before providing a sliver of explanation, leaving her both eager and exasperated. Perona, who occasionally appeared, constantly complained that Hancock monopolized her He Chui, chattering incessantly. Unlike Hancock, Perona leaned more towards having her soul assimilated by He Chui, and given her inherent affinity for darkness. It was only natural that she would be drawn to him, despite their explosive introduction. This spirited little ghost irked Hancock, yet she found herself powerless against her. After all, Perona had no physical form, being a spirit. Hancock once believed that Perona was a vengeful spirit clinging to He Chui, having died young. As their acquaintance deepened, it became less of a surprise. Perona, the madwoman, still relished using her ghostly abilities to vex others. Due to the confined space aboard the ship, the absence of powerful explosives is evident. Instead, they are equipped with low-yield negative energy bombs and passive phantoms. Hancock and her crew endure torment that drives them to the brink of insanity, with their tempers flaring and occasional brawls providing some relief. Even gluttony can be a remedy. However, when struck by a negative energy bomb, the situation becomes dire. While Hancock can turn to Haikyuu for assistance, the other crew members suffer immensely. driven madly to seek Haikyui's help, entangled in jealousy and other negative emotions, even resorting to violence against the Empress. Why should only you indulge in men? We deserve it too. Forgive me, your majesty, I was wrong. What have I just said? Oh, what is this feeling? I am so hungry. I feel like a hopeless insect. All I desire is sleep. You are all pathetic. Even Haikyui finds it hard to watch. He longs for rest and wishes to avoid being devoured by those terrifying women. He promptly dismisses Perona, the cunning little witch, restoring some semblance of peace aboard the ship. The Empress, too, collapses into Haikyui's embrace, weeping, shedding her formerly peculiar demeanor, revealing a more vulnerable side. Woe is me. What a struggle. What kind of monster is that madwoman? Hancock is nearly driven to the edge by Perona's torment. Thankfully, this ordeal can enhance mental fortitude and observation skills. Moreover, you're not the unluckiest. Some endure daily explosions. Haikyui recalls the two fools aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Of course, Perona's pranks have inadvertently fostered a closer bond among the sisters aboard, leading them to discover new territories. The Empress fears that, in the future, Amazon Lily may lack descendants. Inherently, the island must seek men for reproduction, thus cannot truly embrace a solely feminine existence. Besides engaging in dual cultivation with the Empress, Haikyui also partakes in physical combat. He possesses the skills of armed hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey, though he is not particularly proficient, hindered by his original form. The women of Amazon Lily are bred as warriors from birth, each possessing robust physiques, bold personalities, and a belief that strength equates to beauty. Mastery of hockey is ingrained from a young age, making Hancock an excellent instructor in hockey for Haikyui. Hancock is astonished that such an odd character possesses a somewhat lackluster mastery of hockey. He cannot possibly be from the East Blue. As a diligent teacher, Hancock frequently leaves Haikyui battered and bruised, a form of revenge. Without utilizing his abilities, Haikyui genuinely inherits the inadequacies of his original form. Although his darkened persona amplifies his strength tenfold, it is merely a byproduct of the fruit-s application and his ruthless nature. I'm back again. Perona bounces back like an unshakable cockroach. Seeing Haikyui, bruised and battered, she whimsically declares, I want to play too. Thus, Haikyui endures the same treatment as the two fools. Fortunately, Haikyui is not overly affected by the negative energy bombs. Though they have an impact, he is already quite negative himself. The true challenge lies with the phantom bombs, which are insidious, mercilessly punishing Haikyui, compelling him and the two fools to enhance their observation hockey for better anticipation and bolster their conqueror's hockey defenses. Haikyui's strength swiftly escalates under the tutelage of his two mentors, wielding both the carrot and the stick. Initially, Perona was of little combat value, but during this time spent with Moria and the Empress, her observation hockey awakened. After all, to strike effectively, one must anticipate the opponent's moves. Growth is reciprocal. As for armed hockey, there is no alternative but to rely on physical combat to acquire it. Perona can only grasp the concept for now and will seek Moria for further training later. Interestingly, using herself as a medium, Perona establishes a peculiar local network for hockey cultivation, allowing everyone to share insights on their training. The terrifying three-masted pirate crew and the Kuja pirates embark on the inaugural hockey learning seminar. The two factions of the Shichibukai commend each other's experiences and insights, achieving newfound understandings and progress through their friendly trials. The Kuja excel in hockey-wrapped archery, significantly benefiting Moria, who originally trained in swordsmanship. Having faced the perverse Kaido, Moria does not possess mastery over conqueror's hockey, yet he understands the sensation of being struck. For the Empress and Haikyui, who wield conqueror's hockey, Moria's insights hold great value. The Empress never anticipated that Haikyui would also manage to subdue another Shichibukai, further solidifying her confidence in avenging the celestial dragons. Approaching the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle, the Straw Hat Pirates arrive earlier than anticipated, having bypassed the events of the Enies Lobby arc naturally. Their bounties are relatively low. The Alabasta incident, coupled with the involvement of the Adventure Guild, has rendered them more akin to an adventure group, attracting less scrutiny. Presently, The Navy and the world government focus primarily on the Adventure Guild and monetary gain, as the reforms within the guild hold substantial ramifications. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and the rest of the crew engage in training for the Six Styles and Haki, based on notes that Haikyuu had previously provided to Nami and the others. Nevertheless, the Straw Hats predominantly learn through practical combat, resulting in a slower pace of progress. Currently, only Robin, the academic prodigy, has truly mastered the Six Styles. If I can't comprehend it, I might as well go fishing. Luffy rolls his eyes in frustration. As someone who has never been fond of reading, the training manuals send him into a stupor. I can't feel anything. Zoro, clutching his sword, struggles to wrap Haki around it, feeling only discomfort. Nami-chan, Robin-chan, I made these desserts. Sanji, as a chef, shows no inclination toward combat readiness. Isn't your grandfather in the Navy, Luffy? Why can't you perform the Navy's Six Styles? Nami expresses her disbelief. Since learning that Luffy's grandfather is the naval hero Garp, her worldview has shattered, questioning whether he might be a bit unhinged. It's one thing to begrudgingly join an adventure-driven pirate crew despite having a grudge against pirates. Luffy's actions seem to mock his grandfather. He never taught me. He just tossed me into the wild to fend for myself. Luffy digs at his nose. With your skills, lacking the Six Styles and Haki will make it exceedingly difficult to establish a foothold in the new world. You'll be helpless against Logia users like Smoker, Robin analyzes. If only there were a place to provide a practice arena and sparring partners. Although I can understand what is written here, executing it is another matter entirely. Usopp, the weakest member of the crew, laments. Nami and Robin, due to their enhanced physical capabilities from the Daoist Power Lottery, initially paid little attention to their strengths. However, during a later battle, when Nami's hard-earned gold was snatched away, she erupted and obliterated a bounty of over 10 million from a pirate, realizing the extent of Haikyuu's enhancement upon her. Moreover, Robin possesses the Hana no Mi. Thus, currently, Usopp ranks at the bottom in terms of combat power, with Chopper close behind, and Frankie struggles even against Nami, placing him in third last, while Nami stands fourth. The ranking of the top four is quite ambiguous. Although Luffy appears to be the captain, he may not necessarily surpass Zoro, who wields a sword. Without Haki, a direct comparison is challenging, as Luffy is countered by the swordsman. Sanji cannot defeat Luffy, but he can still hold his own against Zoro using his iron shoes. When Robin employs her Hana no Mi, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all find themselves kneeling in surrender. Resistance is futile. Robin enjoys using her powers to poke eyes, choke throats, and crush eggs. After one encounter, the three dare not engage her in combat without Haki. In the original narrative, Robin was akin to a mini-boss, having decimated an entire crew upon first encountering the Straw Hats, although she was deliberately weakened in the storyline. The Hana no Mi presents an almost insurmountable challenge for those who lack Haki. Furthermore, Robin's combat prowess has surged, bolstered by Haikyuu's enhancements. During the initial melee confrontation with Sueka, Robin, at his behest, utilized the Hana no Mi to replicate numerous organs, thereby experiencing an exhilarating multiplicity of combat pleasure. Her physical stamina and proficiency in battle techniques surged remarkably. Consequently, Robin devised a training regimen tailored to her unique capabilities. By generating a multitude of limbs, each engaged in intensive strength and skill exercises concurrently, she mirrored the Shadow Clone training scene in Naruto, resulting in a training speed exponentially greater than that of others. With the enhanced physical attributes granted by the Dolu capsule, her endurance became extraordinary, rendering her nearly impervious to fatigue. Thus, Robin's prowess escalated at a geometric rate. The 6 powers of the Navy require no elaboration, with hundreds of arms and legs practicing techniques like shave, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger pistol simultaneously. The efficiency was astonishing. The creation of paper drawings and iron blocks posed no challenge, as the Hana no Mi inherently possesses acute sensory capabilities, enabling Robin to directly develop the skill of paper drawing substitutes. This technique, akin to Stussy's paper drawing phantoms, utilizes the ability of paper drawing to create afterimages that evade attacks. Robin employed the Hana no Mi to create substitutes that could interchange positions, rendering them more authentic than mere afterimages and allowing for brief manipulation. However, the drawback remained that they could not dissolve instantly, with any damage affecting the original. In combat, Robin can now deploy substitutes to absorb strikes, swiftly separating her true self to launch surprise attacks on her targets, even allowing for exchanges between the substitute and her original form, thus granting her a transient duplication ability. She mastered both Iron Block and Life Return simultaneously, aided by Tsueka's notes and the fruit's capacity to replicate and control organs. With additional practice, Iron Block became second nature. An unexpected delight was Life Return, a skill Tsueka himself was unable to master. Life Return grants the ability to freely manipulate one's body, hair, and internal organs, as long as consciousness is channeled into them. Training with the Hanhana no Mi is exceedingly straightforward, as it can replicate any organ externally in hundreds of instances without pressure. Robin can even consume and digest food with hundreds of mouths and stomachs, representing an absurdly enhanced version of Life Return. Upon witnessing Robin's terrifying eating capabilities, Luffy was left in awe. Were it not for the limited food storage on the ship, Robin could have incited famine aboard. In terms of haki training, bolstered by the benefits of the Hanhana no Mi, her observation haki has reached a level of awareness, occasionally allowing her to perceive her surroundings without opening her eyes, simply by projecting her consciousness. Under the characteristics of training with multiple organs, she could also sense her surroundings with armament haki, albeit with difficulty in solidifying it. Had Robin not previously engaged so infrequently in battle, she would have become proficient long ago. Therefore, even without resorting to underhanded tactics, Robin's combat strength is formidable, particularly as the Hanhana no Mi enables her to instantly appear on an opponent's person, immobilizing their movements. Unless the adversary possesses haki and strength significantly surpassing hers, they stand little chance. For the other crew members, battling Robin lacks excitement. If she employs the Hanhana no Mi, she can effortlessly control them, locking them at various pressure points in their joints, requiring several times their strength to escape. In a standard confrontation without the Hanhana no Mi, Robin can still outmaneuver Luffy and Zoro using the six powers. Nami frequently seeks Robin's guidance, though at times, Robin's tentacle-like antics leave Nami blushing. Given Nami's striking resemblance to Tsueka, Robin often delights in teasing her, sometimes mistaking Nami for Tsueka in her sleepy haze. Fortunately, as Robin is a female and lacks weapons, Nami's modesty remains intact. Nami also confirmed the relationship between Robin and her elder brother. Previously a mere suspicion, it has now solidified. After all, Nami often finds herself snuggling with Robin at night, sleepily calling out Tsueka's name, and recalling Robin's lewd remarks leave her certain that this sister-in-law is indeed not innocent. Yet, one must admit, being in Robin's embrace offers a profound sense of security, for she is now the pinnacle of combat prowess aboard the ship. Nami shook her head, casting aside unhealthy thoughts, only to notice a wooden barrel floating in the distance. Subsequently, she retrieved the barrel, igniting a signal flare to alert the three madmen aboard the terrifying three-masted ship that prey was near. Fatefully, they encountered Brooke, who promised to assist in retrieving the shadow, unaware of a nightmare awaiting them ahead. "You're saying the Straw Hat Kid is coming? I should be cautious?" Moria lamented sarcastically. They obliterated Crocodile, and the 7 warlords fell so quickly. Finding a replacement will be troublesome. Kuma remarked. "Isn't it typical for that sand user to lose?" Moria retorted. "Why are the 7 warlords filled with such incompetence?" Unbeknownst to Moria, he had once been viewed as one of those incompetents. "If necessary, I will step in to assist you with the Straw Hat Kid," Kuma replied, seemingly exasperated. "He's playing with sand, and you're toying with dolls? This is a command from the world government. After all, a summons is forthcoming." "What? I need assistance? Are you insulting me?" Moria bellowed, shattering a distant boulder with a furious punch. Observing the muscular Moria, with his imposing physique, Kuma swallowed hard, questioning whether his intelligence was flawed. He had no idea how Moria smashed that boulder from afar, as his fist had never made contact with it. Isn't this guy a pear-shaped, lazy individual? He was selected as a warlord merely to fill the ranks, yet now he exudes such a formidable presence. Has he been reforged? Solving it is no issue for you. But you must arrive at Mary Geos promptly, Kuma instructed, as Ace had already been captured, making this mission primarily about gathering Moria. Moria was incensed. His shadow had been stolen by the Supreme, or Black Sueka, making it difficult for him to leave the Devil's Triangle. He was eager to participate in the summons, not out of fear of the world government, but because the grueling training in this phase had significantly enhanced his capabilities, allowing him to challenge the four emperors. Moreover, Kaido was likely to engage, and Moria sought to eliminate him, avenging himself while usurping his position among the four emperors. Moria pondered how to reclaim his shadow from Black Sueka, dismissing Kuma. Perceiving Moria's silence as contemplation, Kuma prepared to depart, intending to linger discreetly for a while, ensuring neither Moria nor the Straw Hat Kid would fall. Just as he turned, Moria called out, "Wait." Kuma thought to himself that Moria had reached a conclusion, but was met with a powerful punch instead. Kuma's feet dug into the ground, leaving a trail. "What do you intend to do?" Kuma felt discomfort throughout his body. The earlier blow had been peculiar, as the fist had not connected with him, only a shadow causing an impact that hindered his movements. "Train with me. Let's see if this Seven Warlord is merely a pretender," Moria mocked, realizing that this individual indeed possessed strength, having been caught in his shadow bind technique, which merely slowed him down. Since losing his shadow to Black Sueka, Moria had frantically developed skills that did not require his own shadow. The recent shadow bind technique involved inserting other shadows into Kuma's, affecting his physical control. Currently, Moria had absorbed thousands of shadows. These shadows not only enhanced his abilities, but also served as offensive tools, allowing him to develop numerous skills. Is this guy becoming arrogant? Kuma thought, determined to teach Moria a lesson. Moments later, he coughed. Moria has been hiding his capabilities well. He truly is someone who survived under Kaido. Xiong coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Surely, he had attained the strength of a quasi-emperor level. Initially, Moria had not drawn his sword, finding it difficult to contend with the situation. However, once the opponent unsheathed his blade, he was almost overwhelmed. Had it not been for the swift escape granted by the Nikyu no Mi ability, he felt he might have perished here. Moria had not lost his position as a warlord of the sea, yet he felt he might have met his end first. At present, he was more concerned about Luffy, the son of Dragon, recognizing that Moria was not even in the same league as the current Luffy. It seemed necessary for him to ensure Luffy and his companion's safe departure at the right moment. He could not allow them to fall here. "Look, that's the terrifying three-masted ship. It's enormous," Usopp exclaimed, the first to notice. "It feels eerie. Hiss, there's a chill on my neck." Nami trembled in fear. Upon turning, she discovered it was Robin's long, slender fingers blowing air on her back. "Robin, you've become mischievous," Nami quipped, recalling how polite Robin had been when they first met. Since certain events had transpired, Robin had taken to teasing her. Ha ha ha. Robin regarded Nami as a mere plaything, recalling a night when she had half-awake ambushed Nami. She was aware of it now, but she found it amusing, especially considering her Hana no Mi abilities, leaving Nami speechless. Just as she laughed, Robin sensed something lurking and, being the strongest in kin Bunchika Haki on the ship, she was acutely aware. "Everyone be cautious. We have likely been discovered," Robin warned solemnly, fully aware of the strength of the warlords of the sea. Although Crocodile had been defeated, it was largely due to a group assault. I didn't expect to be discovered. These fellows the Supreme mentioned are truly amusing. Perona giggled as she perched atop the mast. "Wow, a lovely beauty." Sanji's eyes lit up. "When did she get up there? I didn't notice at all." Zoro appeared grave, increasingly feeling his own inadequacies. "Are you a warlord of the sea?" "I am Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King. I will defeat you and reclaim Brook's shadow." Luffy shouted. "Fool! How could a warlord be this little girl?" Nami thumped Luffy on the head. "A warlord, you say? I could take you to find Moria, but you must play with me first." Perona revealed a devious smile. "Quick dodge." Robin, with her acute perception, swiftly switched places using her substitute technique. The others were not so fortunate, oblivious to what Robin meant by dodging. One by one, negative specters emerged from beneath the deck. causing everyone except Robin to kneel. I am a pest. I do not deserve to live in this world. I only wish to be a sea cucumber. Could you be the captain of this ship? Perona was surprised that Robin managed to evade, thinking the strongest must surely be the captain. And one of them was unaffected? Perona noticed Usopp standing as if nothing had happened. This guy's also skilled. To withstand my negative specters, he is the second one. The first being the supreme. What is happening? Why is everyone so negative? We're all doomed, no? I don't want to die. Someone save me. Usopp panicked, wailing. Perona and Robin fell silent. Perona swiftly unleashed a ghost bomb, knocking Usopp unconscious, and managed to hit Robin a few times. However, Robin quickly moved using her substitute technique, evading the ghost bombs with her keen perception, slipping away smoothly. This is a bit tricky, but I like it. Perona began hurling negative bombs. Robin, wishing to avoid affecting others and the Sunny, utilized Jeppo to ascend into the air, moving towards the terrifying three-masted ship. The others, meanwhile, were repeatedly pierced by the negative specters, left in a state of despair. The negative bombs were far more insidious than the ghost bombs. Even without direct hits, the shockwaves could disrupt one's mental state. Moreover, for Perona, throwing these bombs incurred little energy expenditure. So, despite Robin's ample stamina, the accumulation of negative energy began to take its toll. What is going on? I clearly dodged. Why am I starting to have these dark thoughts? Robin sometimes wore a grim expression, her thoughts turning murderous towards the celestial dragons and marines. At other times, she felt jealousy over Crocodile's flirtations. Sometimes, her cheeks flushed as she murmured to herself. Other moments, she felt ravenous. This is wrong. Very wrong. Utilizing her Hana no Mi, Robin split her consciousness into several heads to distribute her various emotions, allowing her main mind to regain some clarity. Is this a soul attack? The aftermath also affects people? Robin quickly increased the distance she dodged, grateful for the powerful splitting ability of her Hana no Mi, which allowed her to evade the crisis. How amusing. Moria and the others can't dodge like this. Perona was delighted, treating it like a new toy. Meanwhile, the Sunny had already been taken over by Absalom and his zombies, pulling the ship back towards the three-masted vessel. Is this the Straw Hat Pirates who defeated Crocodile? Pathetic. Although Perona's abilities were indeed difficult to counter, they shouldn't be that easily subdued, Moria remarked while cutting shadows. As the shadows were severed, one by one, they fell into a deep slumber. Absalom gazed longingly at the stunning Nami for a moment before sighing. Women only slow my pace. Ever since being severed by Black Crocodile, he had focused on training, his strength soaring, yet he no longer felt motivated by women. To my lost youth. Tears streamed down Absalom's face as sand blew into his eyes. Stop being sentimental. At worst, let Hogback stitch you up a zombie, Moria retorted. Is it the same? Absalom considered having Hogback do just that. However, he felt conflicted as his heart resisted, and he realized that after his severing, his enthusiasm had waned. Even with such a beauty as Nami before him, he had no desire to act. Moria now intended to transfer the shadows of the Straw Hat crew to zombies, using them as sparring partners. Despite the crew being swiftly subdued by Perona, their foundational combat strength was far superior to the miscellaneous pirates he had gathered. Perona was akin to a cheat. After all, it was impossible to locate her true body, and no matter how strong Moria grew, he would eventually be exhausted by Perona. Robin, after intensively using the 6 powers and Hana no Mi abilities, was severely fatigued, coupled with the mental strain from the negative bombs. She felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. This is the most elusive opponent I've faced. It nearly drained all her stamina to win. Perona remarked with admiration. Moria looked at the unconscious Robin. Nico Robin? Isn't she one of Crocodile's subordinates? Truly a nemesis for the boss. Just as he was about to sever Robin's shadow, the unconscious Robin transformed into petals and vanished. Interesting. Moria was astonished that she could escape. When did this happen? Right. She has the ability to split. She must have seized the chance to flee. Perona was infuriated, realizing she had been outsmarted. As long as she is on this ship, she cannot escape. Moria released his shadow army to begin searching. discovering that this method of using captured shadows was more versatile than embedding them into zombies, allowing them to pass through walls and hide within other shadows. Of course, embedding them into zombies had its advantages, raising their combat power slightly, and allowing for multiple shadows to enhance strength to some extent. Perona also released her ghosts to search everywhere. At that moment, Robin was hiding atop the castle, catching her breath. The so-called darkness beneath the light provided the best vantage point, allowing her to monitor the movements of the entire ship. Certainly, with the powers of the Hua fruit, she can keenly observe the entire ship's situation from any location. She skillfully releases several clones to create distractions, causing the shadows and phantoms to wander aimlessly. As the intellectual cornerstone of the ship, she is acutely aware of her limitations. Seizing the opportunity, she conjures clones to withdraw from the battlefield, planning to devise a solution later. However, her current state is far from optimal, as a tumult of negative emotions intertwines within her. Although she attempts to alleviate these feelings through her clones, some emotions prove to be inescapable. With her complexion flushed, she ultimately succumbs to the urge to manifest a clone to assist in mitigating her turmoil. She finds it perplexing how such a vile ability exists. Surely, this gothic loli is a pervert. Given Robin's extraordinary reconnaissance skills and her ability to substitute with clones, she becomes an elusive figure, leaving Moria and Perona unable to capture her. How infuriating! It is exceedingly difficult to capture her. How did Crocodile lose to such a troublesome subordinate? This Nico Robin could effortlessly overpower the entire Straw Hat crew. After an unsuccessful search with his shadow army, Moria realizes he has been outwitted and grows weary of the pursuit. My interest is only piqued further. The game of hide and seek has officially begun. Perona is eager to engage, having never encountered a foe like this before, and she herself must conceal her true form. Robin's formidable scouting prowess poses a significant threat to her, though Robin remains unaware of the nature of her fruit's abilities. Meanwhile, Nami, Usopp, and others awaken, while Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the sleep-deprived trio, remain unconscious, proving impossible to rouse. The beautiful swordswoman approaches with meat in hand. Upon hearing a spell, the trio finally stirs. The Straw Hat crew is baffled, unsure of what transpired, why they remain unharmed while others have vanished. They vaguely recall feeling despondent before a muscular man arrived, leading them to faint. Luffy, what happened to your shadows? I have lost mine too. Nami screams. With Brook's previous experience in mind, the crew quickly realizes their shadows are gone. They had boasted about reclaiming Brook's shadow, only to find themselves at the mercy of their circumstances. Where's Robin? Sanji is the first to notice her absence. I'm right here. A face suddenly appears above the ship's railing. Robin, why is it just your face? Nami questions, bewildered. I've escaped. They cannot catch me. This is the only way I can communicate with you, as they are constantly patrolling nearby. If I make my presence known, I will be captured. Hee, you truly are skilled at evading. Perona's ghostly figure materializes on the ship. Oh no, I've been discovered. Usopp exclaims in panic. Regardless, they cannot apprehend her. I simply came to inform you that if you wish to reclaim your shadows, you must grow stronger and defeat us. The open ground near the castle awaits your arrival. Then, she drifts closer to Nami, murmuring, is this the woman the Supreme desires? Why does she seem so familiar? There's a sense of warmth. The pale-skinned male with dark hair and eyes desires this woman. Hence, Perona does not connect the dots regarding the twin siblings and remains oblivious for the time being. Nami shivers in horror, realizing she has caught the attention of a lecherous old man, and thinks, brother, hurry and save me. Unfortunately, the ship's communication snail has been confiscated, and her brother rarely carries one. Usopp, you cursed crow's mouth, you said you wanted a sparring partner, and now we are merely the sparring partners. Nami laments, on the verge of tears, thinking that she might end up as a plaything. I was wrong. I don't need a sparring partner. I refuse to stay in this eerie place. Usopp panics. Damn it, I haven't even drawn my sword this time. It feels awful. Zoro, feeling disgraced as a swordsman for not drawing his blade, reflects on the humiliation of being downed by several women. Ever since he was defeated by Mihawk, He vowed never to lose again, yet here he is, bowing down. As it happens, I cannot master hockey. Training here wouldn't be bad. I am destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy declares with determination. After satisfying their hunger, the group sets forth toward the castle, encountering numerous peculiar zombies along the way. Yet they seem too exhausted to engage. As they draw closer to the castle, a cacophony of booming sounds echoes in the distance. Is there an explosion occurring? Frankie wonders. Intrigued, it sounds more like cannons firing. Usopp speculates. Suddenly, the ground ahead erupts in a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settles, giant Nami gasps, witnessing an oddly proportioned, muscular man clumsily rise from the ground. Through the layers of mist, a colossal figure looms before him. So enormous, they all exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, the giant before them is Oars. Unlike in the original tale, Moria had injected not only Luffy's shadow, but many others before placing it inside. Typically, a zombie can only harbor one shadow, lest it becomes disjointed, yet Moria's experiments revealed that as long as one maintains a dominant persona, others can serve as auxiliaries, allowing a single zombie to possess multiple shadows. However, creating such multi-shadowed zombies is no simple task, as each shadow collective must first harmonize within Moria's own body. This process is excruciatingly painful for him, yet it serves as a form of training, enhancing his mental fortitude. Moria has developed a certain resistance to Perona's negative energy bombs. Oars, having recently joined Moria's shadow army, possesses Luffy's shadow, resulting in a slight lack of harmony, but his power has surged dramatically. Has the shadow of the Straw Hat Brat increased so significantly? It seems I must resort to using my sword. Moria draws the massive sword from his back and charges into battle. To balance the power dynamics, Moria sometimes reduces the number of shadows he possesses or refrains from using them altogether, despite his mental strength enabling him to control a gathering of 1,000 shadows. He has chosen to battle Oars without absorbing additional shadows, resulting in a rather brutal confrontation. Even Luffy is somewhat taken aback by the scale of the battle, as this level of conflict exceeds his current capabilities, yet does not diminish his competitive spirit. A swordsman? Zoro's attention is drawn to Moria, eager to engage yet another swordsman in combat. The crew watches in stunned silence as the fight unfolds, with Nami, Chopper, and others keeping their distance to avoid being caught in the fray, ultimately concluding with Moria being pummeled into the ground. That will suffice for today. I shall meet these small fry now. Moria emerges from the giant pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. To battle such a creature? Is the gap between the warlords so vast? Usopp scoffs. Although he had a tough time with Crocodile, it did not carry the same sense of oppression. You lack the qualifications to fight me at present. First, defeat those zombies and demonstrate your strength. Moria retorts dismissively. How infuriating. Zoro seethes, feeling powerless. I will defeat you and reclaim our shadows. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy continues to boast. This is splendid. Just ordinary zombies. Nami breathes a sigh of relief, reassured that if they are merely ordinary zombies, it is manageable. After all, in comparison to Oars, those zombies appear exceedingly mundane. Indeed, Uzup Gongurs. Are there no beautiful zombie maidens? What a pity. Sanji laments. Ordinary? They certainly seem quite ordinary. Moria tilts his head in confirmation. Then the cries ring out. Help! These are just ordinary zombies. Nami wept, tears streaming down her face as she sprinted ahead, pursued by several bizarre creatures. Chopper, Usopp, and Brook were in a state of chaos. It was not that they lacked the will to fight. Rather, the brutality and terror of the situation mirrored a real-life version of a horror film. Luffy, Sanji, and Frankie were swiftly overwhelmed by a few muscular foes, unable to stand under the relentless assault. Though death was not imminent, the barrage of attacks was unceasing, leaving no opportunity to retaliate. Zoro found himself unable to defend against a three-headed, six-armed swordsman zombie, whose six-sword style was fast and relentless, akin to a meat grinder, impossible to block. Bloodied and battered, Zoro was fortunate that the zombie refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as Moria still required them for practice. These zombies, while formidable, derived their strength temporarily from the shadows. They lacked true growth potential. Moreover, as Luffy and his companions grew stronger, so too would their shadows. The zombies possessed a clear weakness. They were fearful of sea stone and seawater, making them unsuitable as trump cards, though they were more than adequate for practice. Thus, the first day passed with some relief, as the zombies did not relentlessly pursue them, granting the Straw Hat crew a brief respite. It was truly tragic. Chopper, tears in his eyes, bandaged Luffy and Zoro. "We're going to die. We're going to die. Thank goodness I ran fast." Usopp gasped in panic. "Brother, I miss you so much." Nami cried out in anguish. What a disaster. One of the trio of oddities, Dr. Hogback, lamented as he appeared before them. He had witnessed the terrifying transformation of the former and current three-masted ships. Aside from himself, everyone else had undergone a dramatic change. Everything had shifted since that man's arrival, leading Moria and the others to engage in frenzied training and brutal battles against zombies. Shocked, Chopper could hardly believe his eyes, especially as Moria and Absalom often sought him out for treatment while severely injured, with those bizarre zombies being his creations. "Who are you?" Chopper inquired. "Hogback. I'm a doctor." "You are that genius surgeon," Chopper exclaimed, astonished at his presence. Despite their anxieties, the group ultimately sought treatment and rest with Hogback. Robin's clones appeared at an opportune moment. She had observed the events of the day and even engaged a few foes herself. Fortunately, she managed to hold her ground, as her fruit abilities were quite formidable, unless faced with a master of Haki or a user of unique fruit powers. However, these zombies were exceptions. They possessed immense strength and were impervious to eye-gouging or throat-locking maneuvers. They could only be held at bay, but if Robin were aware that seawater could counter them, defeating them would be a trivial matter. Thus, the Straw Hat crew began their grueling training aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Occasionally, when Chopper was gravely injured, Hogback would serve as a makeshift doctor. Ironically, what left Luffy and Zoro feeling despondent was that Nami, in tears, was the first to cultivate the rare dual Haki. Robin had been enchanted by the power of a Doton egg, but given her age and the subsequent enhancement from the Hana Hana no Mi, it was not surprising that she had achieved Haki first. Nami, initially part of the timid trio, had discovered her extraordinary power, yet she remained cautious and averse to violence, typically refraining from reckless endangerment. However, the brutality of their situation was overwhelming. These zombies showed no mercy. Nami had truly been beaten, her face bruised and swollen, resembling Luffy's infamous pig head. Especially detestable were the zombies that tore at her clothing. Those garments were quite expensive. Nami's heart ached at the thought. Luffy and the others wished to save her, but felt utterly powerless. After several nightmares, Nami finally snapped, and in a desperate bid to protect her precious clothes, she instinctively executed the 6 powers techniques, Soru, Jeppo, and Shave, her observation Haki awakening just in time to evade all attacks. While crying, she wielded her weather staff, infused with armament Haki, to smash several zombies into oblivion, scattering the Shadow crew. Luffy and the others, still taking blows, were left in astonishment. Is Nami truly that powerful? Usopp wondered, tears streaming down his face, questioning if he was still part of the once-weak trio. "I told you Nami is impressive. Her hits really hurt," Luffy affirmed, recalling how Nami's initial punches barely tickled him, but now they could leave him resembling a pig's head, especially when he spent her money. The strongest on the ship turned out to be 2 women. Zoro was astonished. It was one thing for Robin to be enhanced by her fruit, but Nami was a mere human without such powers. If Kunal were alive, he would emphasize that female swordsmen, due to physical limitations, could never become the strongest in the world. Nonsensical drivel. "Nami-chan looks so cute swinging that stick," Sanji remarked, even as he endured blows. "Am I really this strong?" Nami pondered, gazing at the disfigured zombies, gradually finding her composure. Nami struggled, but still could not summon the armament Haki. What was she doing? Was she constipated? Moria, having recaptured the fleeing Shadow crew, approached to assess the situation, only to find Nami squatting with her stick, making odd sounds. Upon hearing this, Nami almost choked, overwhelmed by an impulse to smash Moria and in an instant, her weather staff was enveloped in armament hockey. You learned to use armament hockey so quickly. Moria was equally astonished. Aside from the training on Amazon Lily, few could learn armament hockey so swiftly without a teacher. In truth, Nami had diligently studied the training manual, and as a navigator, her intelligence was quite high. Coupled with the Doton Eggs enhancement, she was merely missing practical experience. This ruthless assault had awakened her ferocity. Luffy and his crew, lacking the ability to master techniques through manuals, could only learn from combat. Nami realized that when she was consumed by rage, she could effortlessly wield armament hockey. How can I make myself angry? She mused, recalling her treasures being stolen, and in an instant, her fury skyrocketed, allowing her to access armament hockey at will. Good progress. To reward you, let's increase the intensity. Moria summoned several stronger zombies, each infused with 20 shadows. Help! I don't want a reward. This is too much. Nami continued her frantic flight. Damn it! Zoro felt he couldn't fall behind and pressed on in battle. He could now barely endure the opponent's strikes, yet could not summon hockey. I want to be the Pirate King, Luffy shouted, still being overwhelmed. What do we do? What do we do? There's nowhere to run. Usopp trembled, surrounded by strange creatures. Flesh! Flesh! What flesh? I'll turn you into minced meat. Several grotesque zombies surrounded Sanji, who, unable to tolerate their hideous forms, had no choice but to flee. Robin, save me. Nami suddenly spotted Robin not far ahead, like seeing a family member, and she wept as she desperately called for help. 16 Petal Bloom. Robin extended arms from the ground to restrain the zombies. Robin, I'm so glad to see you. Nami cried, throwing herself into Robin's embrace. Cough, cough, cough. I can't hold this for long. You actually have the strength to defeat these zombies, Robin said. I'm scared. Those earlier punches nearly killed me, and these are even stronger. Nami lamented. If you cover yourself in armament hockey, you can withstand their attacks, and you can dodge them. Can't you? Robin observed Nami, who was a mess of tears and snot against her chest, and felt exasperated, thinking about how inconvenient it was to do laundry at the moment. Covering myself in armament hockey? That seems possible. Nami attempted, and indeed succeeded, regaining her confidence as she charged towards the zombies. She did not forget to remind Robin to assist in restraining them, thus giving rise to the invincible Nami. In reality, this method was somewhat taxing in actual combat, yet it served as an excellent training technique to enhance her hockey during this period of rigorous training. True to form, Nami swiftly shattered several zombies. In fact, with her speed, those zombies could hardly lay a finger on her. Subsequently, Nami engaged in conversation with Robin about their recent harrowing experiences, lamenting how these zombies had torn several of her garments. Although Robin had been quietly attentive, she could not help but feel the urge to intervene. However, considering the more formidable foes they were destined to face, she restrained herself. Robin also sought out zombies for combat, occasionally seeking out Perona. She had already surmised Perona's fruit abilities and the existence of her true form. It was inevitable that Perona would need to revert to her original body to address physiological issues. Thus, Robin, who could surveil, located Perona's true form. While Perona's combat prowess was not particularly high, she managed to hold her ground with her fruit abilities, using her negative ghost to prevent Robin from planting her arms on her. Yet, she still required sleep, rest, and sustenance, which made things rather uncomfortable, necessitating the constant presence of ghosts patrolling for surveillance. Perona also sent her ghosts to create trouble for Robin. Although Perona was quite a handful, she still made time to cause mischief at the hands of Brook, hence could not remain with her true form at all times. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement regarding their battle and truce times. Regardless of who might triumph, there were always others to contend with. Today, as tribulation had been barely navigated, as Nami nestled into Robin's embrace, drifting off to sleep, having found these days exceedingly difficult. Brother, Nami murmured in Robin's arms. Where had that rascal Brook disappeared to? He used to appear nearby, just in time. Upon hearing Nami mention Brook, Robin felt a pang of nostalgia. To be honest, Robin suspected that the mastermind behind all this chaos was Brook. Otherwise, why would the normally merciful Shichibukai show such leniency and even offer treatment to everyone. It was only when she witnessed Nami being pummeled to a pulp that Robin dismissed this hypothesis. Brook, the devoted brother, would never allow Nami to suffer such a fate. Indeed, where had Brook gone? According to the timeline, he should have already arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Yet there was no sign of Brook there, and if he had indeed reached that place, he would surely be taken aback. Unfortunately, the opportunity had slipped away, as Brook had vanished in the Devil's Triangle. What had transpired? This must be traced back to shortly after Brook had departed the terrifying three-masted ship. On that day, Brook left the ship with a glum expression, spotting a seagull passing by and intercepting it to purchase a newspaper. Although the guild had newspapers, they could not compete with the established powers for the time being. Just as he was about to read, he noticed a train racing across the sea. The sea train of Water City? But there are no tracks? It didn't seem to pass through here. Brook was puzzled. Narrowing his eyes, he realized this was the train that had burst forth from his vicinity last time. He wondered what kind of item this Gasapon train was. Curious to investigate, he stowed away his small boat and boarded the train. The speed was remarkable, but fortunately, Brook had some strength and was able to leap aboard. The train was deserted, yet the interior was quite pleasant. He had not ridden the sea train before, and this time felt rather enjoyable. After exploring and finding nothing amiss, he chose a seat by the window, retrieved his utensils from his spatial pocket, brewed a cup of coffee, and indulged in a few pieces of cake. This journey was rather delightful, far more comfortable than his small boat. He casually pulled out the freshly purchased newspaper and began to read intently. The headline blared, "Shock. The Fifth Emperor takes over Fishman Island, leading the fishmen to rise." Brook was truly astounded by the photos that the so-called journalist had risked his life to capture on Fishman Island. The Fifth Emperor, Sea God Bones, seemed eerily familiar. Although the individual wore a skeletal mask, it reminded him of the earlier instance when he had sent Kaya to search for the shield fruit. Based on his familiarity with Kaya, Brook deduced that Bones must indeed be Kaya. However, he was utterly astonished by Kaya's ability to withstand Kaido. Previously, when the reports had emerged, the photos were too distant to be clear, leading Brook to believe it was Stussy with blonde hair. Now, with a clear picture, there was no way he could fail to recognize her. Kaya, who usually appeared with gray and white hair and a punk style in the guild, had transformed back to her original pure appearance as the Fifth Emperor, making it difficult for both the guild and the Navy to connect the two. Especially considering Kaya's power surge, it was inconceivable. Who would have thought that a frail girl, not long ago, would gain the strength to contend with the strongest creature, Kaido? In less than a year? Had it not been for Brook's close encounters with Kaya, he would never have believed that the Fifth Emperor was she. Witnessing Kaya's shock was one aspect. The other was the presence of a figure beside her wearing a demon mask. Aside from the beast pirates of Onigashima, few knew who this masked individual was. Yet, as a time traveler, Brook recognized it to be Yamato. But why was Yamato beside Kaya? Wasn't he that fellow's idol Odin? Had this tomboy, who considered herself a man, fallen for Kaya? Yet, Brook felt no sense of danger. Yamato was unarmed. Additionally, the enormous figure nearby seemed to be Kaido's subordinate, Black Maria. Kaya certainly knew how to undermine the competition. How delightful. As for the drought disaster, Jack, and the modified dragon, Brook overlooked them entirely as they had zero presence. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Brook realized he was nearing Sabaody Archipelago, just in time to inspect Fishman Island and reassure the new staff. There was also Princess Shirahoshi to consider. For Brook, size was not an issue. His disguised fruit could transform him into a less imposing giant, albeit with a bit of stamina required. Brook's reputation as a treasure boy was partly due to his ability to modify the state of his bodily organs with the disguised fruit. While he was lost in thought, Brook failed to notice the rapidly changing weather on the sea, mistakenly believing it was merely clear skies after leaving the Devil's Triangle. Right? The train's direction is indeed towards Sabaody Archipelago. Brook had acquired a permanent pointer to Sabaody from the guild, so he was aware of the route. However, upon taking out the permanent pointer, he noticed it had deviated, prompting him to leap off the train quickly. The train was quite comfortable, but it was a pity that it was uncontrollable. Brook lamented. He summoned his Millennium Dragon from the Pokeball to continue his journey. The Millennium Dragon circled around, seemingly perplexed. Brooke, unaware of why the Millennium Dragon was spinning in place, assumed it was confused from being in the pokeball, and said, "What is wrong? I'll guide you." The Millennium Dragon then proceeded in accordance with Brooke's directions. Soon, they spotted the gigantic Yarkaman Red tree from a distance. It was truly magnificent. The fusion of bubbles and giant trees was quite magical. Brooke intended to see if any other supernovas had arrived, hoping to recruit them into the guild. Others did not matter much, but Jewelry Bonnie was a primary target. The age fruit was an extraordinarily powerful fruit. Besides controlling her outward appearance, it could also age objects, especially distorting the future, leading to the emergence of the Bonnie version of the Sun God. Bonnie was poised to become the new leading lady and perhaps the future Pirate King. What on earth is happening? On the western part of the island, Tsueka inquired about the news of these supernovas, only to discover that no one had ever heard of them. The discussions revolved around obscure pirates, making him feel utterly disconnected from the current era. In a moment of disbelief, Tsueka purchased a newspaper, only to be astonished by the date. It was the year 1502. Had he indeed traveled back 18 years? Was it possible that the train had transported him to the past? Tsueka speculated. His conjecture was not unfounded. The last capsule he exchanged had turned out to be an uncontrollable time-traveling train. Note, the time-traveling train, Haishang Liaoche, automatically detaches after being drawn, appearing and disappearing at will, and cannot be controlled. Riding it sends one to a random point in time. Thus, Tsueka had fortuitously embarked on a journey through time. Unfortunately, the train's erratic nature rendered him unable to return to the future. What should he do? He was on the verge of losing all those beloved wives in the future. Even if he managed to survive until then, he doubted he could endure for so long. Suddenly, Tsueka recalled the concept of the Renneman, but upon trying it, he found it to be ineffective. The Renneman could not traverse time, and without marked nodes, it was impossible to pass through. Tsueka felt a headache coming on. Time, oh time, how could he return? Wait, wasn't Peach Boy also someone from the past who had traveled to the future? Tsueka accessed his mental catalog of the main characters from One Piece, analyzing and calculating, and realized that he was precisely at the temporal juncture when Kazuki Momonosuke was sent to the future. He could leverage Kazuki Momonosuke's time fruit ability to return. Of course, Tsueka could also disguise himself as Kazuki Momonosuke, who possessed the power of the time fruit. However, he would need to be within her active area and at a point in time where she existed. This method had its drawbacks, as the effects of a disguised fruit ability might not perfectly replicate those of the original user, potentially leading to errors in his time travel. Thus, Tsueka hoped for Kazuki Momonosuke to assist him in crossing back, but first he needed to locate her. This required venturing into the new world, which posed certain dangers. Although Tsueka's combat capabilities were relatively adequate at the moment. Nevertheless, before proceeding, he remembered his regrets regarding Maki Nua and decided to return to Fengsha Village first. After all, with the Qian Yin Long, the distance to Fengsha Village was not far. Riding the Qian Yin Long swiftly through the calm belt, he soon arrived at the East Sea. Fengsha Village was not far from the Sabati archipelago, which conveniently allowed Garp to visit his grandson. 18 years prior, Fengsha Village was still not very prosperous, as the Great Pirate Era had only recently begun and there were not many people venturing out to sea. Maki Nua should be around 13 years old now. Had she not yet arrived in Fengsha Village? Tsueka could not find the party bar or Maki Nua in Fengsha Village. He recalled that she had mentioned her early days at the Uncertain Object Terminal, a location resembling a massive junkyard. Considering that Maki Nua was still living in dire circumstances, Tsueka felt a sense of urgency. After all, in such an era, it was exceedingly difficult for a young girl to survive on her own. Thus, Tsueka hurried to the Uncertain Object Terminal while contemplating whether his encounter with Maki Nua might alter the future. Although Tsueka fundamentally wished to make slight changes, he feared the potential butterfly effect could lead to significant historical deviations, rendering his return to the future a wholly altered reality. Alternatively, he pondered whether he might merely be changing the timeline of a parallel universe, leaving his original timeline unchanged. The more he considered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. In the interest of caution, Tsue could decided to disguise himself as someone else, as Maki Nuo would not recognize him in her youth. Thus, he activated his disguise, transforming into his past self, black hair, black eyes, and an appearance reminiscent of an ordinary Chinese man. It had been a while since he had seen this face, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar. Tsue mused to himself. Upon entering the uncertain object terminal, or this vast junkyard, he was met with a complex and indescribable odor. He noticed a few scattered individuals rummaging through the debris, appearing emaciated and gaunt. Some relatively stronger individuals were fighting over items. There were elderly people, children, the disabled, and those clad in rags, alongside some who appeared normal yet had shifty eyes. Numerous makeshift shelters constructed from assorted debris dotted the western area, where several vagrants lay. Despite the varied demographics, Tsue felt out of place, and some gazes directed at him were filled with intense hunger. After Tsue decisively broke the bones of a few unwise individuals, no one dared to provoke him further. He had considered using some items from his spatial pocket to provide aid, but ultimately dismissed the idea, recognizing that it would be a mere drop in the ocean, potentially inciting greater conflict and casualties. Instead, he discreetly tossed some candy and snacks to a few nearby children. Tsue searched thoroughly, but found no trace of Maki Nuo. The uncertain object terminal was vast, making such a search impractical. Moreover, he was eager to find Kazuki Momonosuke. Therefore, he stopped a ragged little boy to inquire whether he knew a girl named Maki Nuo. This child, dressed in tatters, had a dirty scarf wrapped around his greasy hair, and his face was smeared with filth. Tsue drew close, nearly retching at the foul odor. What was this odor, reminiscent of rotting fish? He almost considered asking someone else, but noticed that the nearby individuals regarded him with trepidation, especially after he had dealt ruthlessly with those who had crossed him. Only this seemingly dazed little boy with innocent wide eyes remained, not having fled. Clearing his throat, Tsue said, "Hey there, little one, here is something for you." With a flourish of his right hand, as if performing magic, he produced a small soup dumpling from his spatial pocket. The child's eyes widened in astonishment, not only at the enticing aroma of the dumpling, but also at the miraculous ability to conjure food from thin air. Was this a trick? Go ahead. It's delicious. Tsue tempted. After a moment of hesitation, the boy extended his hand to take it. He had observed Tsue discreetly tossing small amounts of food to other children. Recognizing that this formidable individual possessed both strength and intelligence, understanding that openly acquiring a substantial amount of food could lead to theft. These lessons only came to him after having been robbed several times. As he admired Tsue in his thoughts, he saw Tsue retract the dumpling. The boy was left bewildered, thinking, is this some sort of joke? Little friend, your hands are so dirty, you might get sick if you eat with them. Open your mouth. Tsue said with a look of disdain, then commanded him. The boy instinctively opened his mouth, and Tsue promptly fed him the dumpling. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, what is this? It's explosively delicious, easily the best thing he had ever tasted in his life. If this were a food-themed show, the child would undoubtedly have burst out of his clothes in delight. Seeing the boy's expression of wanting more, Tsue conjured several more dumplings to feed him. How was that? Are you full now? Tsue asked. Yes, though it was delicious, I think I should stop eating. The boy replied. Why is that? Tsue inquired, intrigued by the child's response. If you're hungry for too long, eating too much isn't good, the child explained. Remarkably, it was rare for a child to possess such wisdom and the ability to control their desires, Tsue noted inwardly. Little one, I see great potential in you. How about you become my junior? A voice proposed. Can I have something to eat? The child eagerly replied. No. Oh, the child's face fell in disappointment. I won't linger long, but I can offer you some money and teach you a few fighting techniques, ensuring your life is free from worry, the man explained. All right, big brother. From now on, I am yours. You can call me Nino, and I am at your service, the child responded, realizing this was the best option available. In truth, I am here seeking someone named Makino, a lovely girl around 10 years of age, with large eyes and dark green hair. Have you heard of her? The man asked, revealing his purpose. Makino? After all these years here, I've heard of many kids nearby, but I've never come across anyone by that name. Nino furrowed his brow in thought. Is it possible she hails from a parallel universe? Or perhaps she has yet to arrive here? The man murmured, continuing. You might know her by a nickname. Her true name could be Makino, and you simply don't recognize it. That could be the case. Let me inquire, Nino conceded, acknowledging that some children rarely spoke and were often referred to by their outward appearances. By the way, what is your name, big brother? Nino realized he had yet to learn the name of this generous stranger. You can call me Hao-Ke, the man replied, deciding to use a pseudonym for now. Hao-Ke. Very well, big brother Hao-Ke, Nino said, giving a thumbs up and a bright smile. Yet, something fell off. Hao-Ke sensed a dissonance in Nino's exuberance. You should really wash up and change your clothes. The odor is unbearable. I'm nearly retching just being near you. How could you tolerate such a stench while eating? Truly a tough one, Hao-Ke remarked, pulling out a change of clothes. With that smell, you can't even beg properly. Anyone who might want to offer you food would be driven away by your odor, he teased, recalling the professional beggars he had seen in his past life, who understood the art of appearance. I'm not a beggar. I make my living by scavenging with my own hands. This is the first time I've taken food from someone else, and I am merely seeking information about that person as my payment for services rendered. Nino rolled his eyes. Internally, he pondered, how does this big brother know so much about these intricacies? Could he have been a beggar himself? How pitiful. Perhaps I should be grateful for your consideration. Hao-Ke chuckled, unaware of Nino's thoughts. It smells so good. I can hardly resist. Nino replied dismissively. But the truth was he had observed Hao-Ke's actions and deduced he was a clever and kind-hearted individual, seemingly on a mission. He wished to seize this opportunity to alter his fate. Nino did not immediately wash or change his clothes, but merely discarded a foul-smelling salted fish from his pocket, alleviating some of the stench. You have quite the peculiar taste. Even that salted fish is beyond edible. Are you truly expecting to eat it? Hao-Ke remarked upon seeing the nearly rotten fish, finally understanding the source of Nino's odor. Nino rolled his eyes again, but offered no explanation. There was a purpose behind keeping that stinky fish. Have you always lived here? What are your parents? Hao-Ke asked, sensing a depth to Nino that belied his grim surroundings. The contrast with other children was stark. Nino seemed more astute than most. Is it really necessary to bring that up? Nino thought, grateful that Hao-Ke, though somewhat blunt, meant no harm. Nino shared a sorrowful tale. His mother was a resident of the Gaia Kingdom. After her passing, due to illness, their home was taken by creditors to cover exorbitant medical debts, leaving him to wander alone. As for his father, he had never met him, and his mother never spoke of him. Nino, wise beyond his years, understood the struggles they faced, and he never questioned her about his father. As days passed, Hao-Ke and Nino developed a strong bond. Hao-Ke not only provided him with delicious food, but also taught him some basic breathing techniques. Though he wished to train Nino, the boy was too malnourished and frail. Hao-Ke attempted to bestow some enchantments upon him, but to no avail, suspecting that the journey to the past had disrupted the system. Nino gradually lowered his guard, realizing that despite his initial enthusiasm, he needed to remain cautious in a place like this. Hao-Ke noticed this change, particularly as Nino began to radiate joy like a true child, clinging to him, even refusing to part with his tattered clothes in favor of the new garments Hao-Ke provided. Nino justified this by claiming it was easier to gather information in his current state. A clean appearance might either intimidate or attract unwanted attention. Hao-Ke pondered this, deciding not to press the matter, but he made sure to wash his hands after ruffling Nino's hair. After several fruitless days searching for Makino, Hao-Ke decided to entrust Nino with the task of continuing the search, cautioning him to inform Makino to avoid marrying pirates. Is it really necessary to say such things? Who in their right mind would marry a pirate? And what exactly is Makino to you? Nino scoffed. Marrying a pirate often leads to widowhood, so it's best for children not to pry into adult matters. Hao-Ke replied, unable to articulate his reasoning further. Understood, big brother Hao-Ke. I will certainly help you find a girl named Makino, Nino vowed with a determined pat on his chest. After bidding farewell, Hao-Ke felt a twinge of unease. He set out to eliminate the nearby marauding bandits and pirates, encountering a group led by Caladadin, who was the adoptive mother of Luffy. Hauka provided them with some treasures and instructed them to protect a woman named Makino in the future. Kaladedan was bewildered. This was the first time someone had come forward to pay for protection, and the sum was substantial enough to secure her future. Makino? Could she be the woman or sister of this child? Kaladedan mused. The era of great pirates had forced many to abandon their families in pursuit of adventure. Lamenting the state of the world, Kapu has his work cut out for him, Kaladedan sighed. Riding the ancient dragon, Hauka departed the Gaia kingdom, intending to venture into the new world to find Kogetsu Odin, hoping to enlist her assistance in returning to the future. Time was of the essence, for Hauka was uncertain when Odin's demise would occur. Meanwhile, Nino, determined to fulfill Hauka's promise, took the money given to him and opened a small tavern in the Windmill Village. Being a port settlement, it was a hub of information, and patrons were a valuable source of news. Nino made it a point to inquire with everyone he met if they knew a girl named Makino with dark green hair, roughly his age. Most patrons responded in the negative, pondering if he was searching for a lost sister, feeling a pang of sympathy. The more Nino asked, the more the name Makino became associated with him. Unbeknownst to him, he was called Nino, as Nino had not expressly mentioned his name. Thus, both guests and villagers referred to him as Nino Makinuo. Nino initially intended to correct them, but upon reflection, he thought that if the real Makinuo heard of someone sharing her name, she would undoubtedly be curious enough to come and investigate. Consequently, he acquiesced to this designation. Having cleansed himself of filth, Nino, unaccustomed to being bareheaded, retained the wandering habit of donning a headscarf. Once his grimy black hair was washed, it glimmered with a greenish hue, and his once spiky hairstyle gradually transformed into flowing locks. Nino often spent his earnings on copious amounts of food to secretly distribute among the uncertain destination-bound children, even crafting garments for them. Everyone spoke highly of him. Yet these children remained unaware that this beautiful maiden was the very same Nino, once filthy and odorous. Indeed, she was a girl, not a boy. After departing from Fengshe village, Tsueka rode upon the ancient dragon, racing towards the new world with great urgency. He was deeply anxious, for should Guanyue sure perish, he would be left to live out his days in the future. Although that time-traveling train might potentially return him, such a contraption was not only elusive but also uncertain in its ability to accurately transport him 18 years into the past. If he were to inadvertently travel back several centuries, it would spell disaster. At this juncture, Guanyue was still alive, making her Tsueka's foremost choice. Despite lacking a permanent pointer to Wano Kuni, he possessed a general sense of direction and, with the aid of the ancient dragon soaring above, his efficiency in searching far surpassed that of others. After all, while others labored to scale cliffs and waterfalls, he could simply descend from the sky, circumventing a great deal of trouble. However, Tsueka was unaware of the specific temporal coordinates. Thus he resolved to first gather intelligence on Onigashima. Utilizing his camouflage fruit abilities, he effortlessly infiltrated Kaido's ragtag crew, stealthily wandering the western region of Onigashima to collect information. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a child ahead, donned in a demon mask. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered, could this be Yamato? Suddenly, he recalled a photograph from the newspaper, suggesting that Yamato had mingled with Koya in the future. What had transpired? Wasn't she always proclaiming herself to be Odin? Had she latched on Koya simply because he could stand toe-to-toe with Kaido? Tsueka mused to himself. He recognized that Yamato was akin to a tainted sheet of white paper. Having recently witnessed Odin's gruesome demise, her mind consumed with thoughts of becoming Odin. It was likely she had yet to sever ties with Kaido, for otherwise, she would not be so freely wandering Onigashima. Fortunately, the vicinity was sparsely populated, with most of the officers absent from Onigashima. Observing this, Tsueka promptly dispelled his disguise and silently leaped behind Yamato, covering her eyes and deliberately lowering his voice to pose a question. Guess who I am? The masked visage of Yamato was suddenly enveloped in darkness, causing her to tremble in fright. No one on Onigashima would dare to joke with her. Her mind went blank, and she momentarily malfunctioned. Tsueka waited for some time, noticing that Yamato exhibited no response, and felt a tinge of confusion. Could she have fallen asleep? He decided to remove her demon mask, turning her head towards him. Yamato gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes that sparkled with a hint of foolishness, staring blankly and inquiring. "Who are you?" "I am your brother," Sueka replied, improvising. "Brother? Did Kaido find you?" Yamato glanced at Sueka's head, noting the absence of horns, and speculated. "Cough, cough, cough." Sueka choked, inwardly cursing. "You must be the one Kaido picked up." A complete picture of fatherly kindness. "I am an adventurer, named Sueka, and I have recently come to Wano Kuni for exploration," he explained. "Adventurer? What is that?" Yamato asked innocently, clearly lacking the knowledge imparted by 9 years of compulsory education, remaining blissfully ignorant of a world. Sueka faltered, internally lamenting. Kaido truly raises her in utter freedom. Which officer is responsible for her education? An adventurer is one who explores the unknown, seeks treasures, traverses the world, challenges the strong, and conquers women. Sueka fabricated an elaborate description, adding a touch of personal embellishment. "Is it the same as going to sea with Odin? Isn't that piracy?" Yamato exclaimed, suddenly animated. As a seasoned homebody, having read Odin's journal, she was filled with yearning for adventure and freedom. No, 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 I'm certainly not a pirate. The primary occupation of a pirate is thievery. Murder and plunder are their main duties, Sueka hastily denied. Huh? Yamato paused, reevaluating her understanding of pirates. Upon reflection, she realized that her own father was indeed a murderous pirate. Odin was likely just a part-time pirate samurai. How could pirates ever compare to adventurers? Adventurers explore the unknown, expanding human knowledge and territories. They seek treasures to aid impoverished commoners. They traverse the world to appreciate its beauty and uphold justice. They challenge the strong to enhance their own abilities, and they conquer women to propagate more strong individuals and save the world. Sueka earnestly expounded. "Wow, can I also become an adventurer?" Yamato, thoroughly captivated by Tsuka's fervent discourse, suddenly viewed adventuring as a prestigious vocation. "Of course, I can accept you as my companion and take you on adventures." Sueka readily agreed. "Wonderful," Yamato exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. She felt stifled in Wano Kuni and had longed to escape this place. However, not just yet. Sueka shifted his tone, dousing Yamato's enthusiasm with cold water. "You're far too weak. To become an adventurer, one must first possess formidable strength, extensive knowledge, indomitable courage, and unwavering faith." Yamato immediately wilted, her face falling in despair. "Let's make a pact." Sueka, noticing her dejection, quickly consoled her. "When you become powerful enough, a girl wearing a skull mask will arrive, riding a rainbow cloud to fetch you." He envisioned Koya as he conjured this scene. "Sueka, brother, won't you come personally? When will I be strong enough?" Yamato queried, puzzled. "I am busy adventuring, so I can only send my woman to collect you," Sueka casually deflected, while internally contemplating. What was I doing when Koya visited Onigashima? Oh right, I was creating strong individuals, saving the world. Adventure? Women? Is conquering women that important? I want to conquer women too, Yamato declared, suddenly convinced that the adventurer's most vital mission was to conquer women and propagate their lineage. Puffed. Sueka almost choked. Feeling an ominous premonition, Yamato can't possibly think this is why she identifies as male. Can she? This blame does not rest on me. It is clearly Odin and Kaido's fault. One turned her into an obsessive fan, while the other incessantly calls her son. That matter of conquering women is not suitable for you. It is best you first become strong. Sueka quickly changed the subject. By the way, I will give you a secret code so that others will recognize you as my ally. The code is, the first time was on the operating table. Sueka contemplated, believing this code to be sufficiently private, known only to him and Koya, ensuring that no third party could comprehend it. Operating table? First time? Yamato completely failed to grasp the meaning, but obediently committed it to memory. Sueka, brother, look at this. Yamato eagerly produced her treasured Odin journal, offering it to Sueka to share. Sueka gazed at the journal, his expression darkening as he internally lamented. What sane person writes a journal? Spoilers lead to swift demise. He refrained from opening the journal, instead softly stating, "That was his adventure, not mine. The unknown and the mysterious are far more alluring." Is that so? But I have already read it, and it only makes me yearn more to embark on my own adventure. Daiha felt a sense of despondency, yet she quickly rallied her spirits. For a child of her naivety and inexperience, the absence of diary entries might have stifled her yearning for freedom. Observing Daiha's innocent demeanor, Sueka realized he had no time to alter her blind admiration for Yutian. Thus, he resolved to deliver a jolt of revelation to redirect her attention. "Now, close your eyes, relax, and let down your guard." Sueka placed a hand upon Daiha's head, activating the memory projector's abilities. He conjured images of his own adventures along with clips from the original animation in her mind, intentionally accompanied by exhilarating background music. Initially, she appeared perplexed, yet she complied without hesitation. Gradually, her body began to tremble, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She clutched Sueka's hand on her head tightly. Fearful he might cease, Sueka's hand ached, and the mental editing was indeed taxing, especially as he had to excise inappropriate content. Eventually, he ceased his self-media endeavors. "Do not stop. This is incredible," Daiha implored, her eyes wide with longing. Compared to the dry prose in Yutian's diary, this auditory visual presentation was a stunning revelation. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Far more unknown adventures await you," Sueka remarked with a smile. At that moment, he noticed flames rising in the direction of Huaji City. His heart tightened. It was likely Komatsu was there, and his life was in jeopardy. "I must take my leave. We shall meet again in the future." Sueka hurriedly departed, unwilling to miss the opportunity to save Komatsu, for otherwise, all plans would be rendered futile. Daiha stood rooted in place, gazing at Sueka's retreating figure, her heart brimming with anticipation for the future. She clenched her fists, silently vowing, "I will become stronger and a true adventurer." Sueka rode the Millennium Dragon to the skies above Huaji City, only to behold Komatsu, riddled with arrows like a porcupine, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Damn it," Sueka swore under his breath, realizing he had lingered too long. "I do not possess the Moonlight Treasure Box to traverse back a few minutes." As long as his head remained unscathed, there was hope. The arrows in his body would not lead to immediate death from blood loss. Sueka thought optimistically. He activated the Cloak of Invisibility, entering a state of concealment, employing Moonwalk and Shave to swiftly approach Komatsu. Note: the Cloak of Invisibility, transparent fruit, consumes mental energy to allow temporary spatial stealth, masking form, scent, and sound. While in this state, one can see but cannot interact with or communicate with the outside world. Sueka was not afraid of Kaido and his crew. He merely could not afford to waste precious moments, for the golden hour for rescue was fleeting. The inferno had already encircled Komatsu's body, although it had not ignited him. Those nearby could not approach or see clearly. Sueka, undeterred by the flames in his invisible state, swiftly traversed the fire to reach Komatsu's body. He lifted Komatsu and opened a door of omnipresence, transporting them away from Huaji City to a nearby deserted island marked for emergency exits. "Do not die on me, my time princess." Sueka pressed against her neck, unable to feel her pulse, despairing. He could only resort to desperate measures, retrieving the Xian bean, which he had saved for emergencies. The others were cultivated on the Sky Island, but now he had no choice but to try. Note: Xian beans, 10 pieces. Sky Island, as long as one is not dead, they will instantaneously heal wounds, but will subsequently experience extreme hunger and require substantial food intake. They can only be cultivated on Sky Island. However, he needed to first remove the arrows from her body. Otherwise, the wounds would not heal. Sueka inserted the Xian bean into her mouth and swiftly extracted the arrows, horrified at the gruesome tips still stained with flesh. He then poured water into her mouth to ensure she swallowed the Xian bean. "Incredible!" Sueka exclaimed as he witnessed the visible healing of her wounds. Yet, why had she not awakened? He checked her pulse and breath, discovering she exhibited no signs of life. Could this Xian bean be a counterfeit? Sueka lamented, reflecting that while it indeed healed wounds, It made no promises regarding the restoration of heartbeat and respiration. This is akin to a living corpse. Wait, without a heartbeat or breath, she should still perish. Ah, CPR. Having relied on props for so long, he had forgotten the first aid methods from his past life. Sueka promptly initiated CPR on Komatsu, delivering forceful breaths and compressions. Despite the heavy metallic scent of blood, Komatsu was still robust, causing Sueka to feel slightly flushed. In his eagerness to save her, he had initially overlooked this. Now, he found himself breathless, yet he managed to endure for the sake of returning. Cough, cough, cough. Komatsu finally stirred, coughing several times. Sueka sighed in relief, but noted that although her heartbeat and breathing had resumed, her consciousness remained clouded. Furthermore, her complexion was pale, her skin cool and clammy, with a rapid heartbeat and labored breathing. What's going on? Either she is lifeless or hyperventilating. Sueka pondered, bewildered. I am not a doctor. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing his hands were stained with blood. Hypovolemic shock. This Xianbin must be a diluted version. It heals wounds, but does not regenerate blood. Sueka mused in frustration. His first aid kit contained rudimentary blood transfusion tools, yet no blood bags. Although the spatial pocket could store blood for a limited time, it would eventually spoil, as blood does not remain viable in an anoxic environment. Sueka recalled that in his previous era, he could have used the door of omnipresence to return to the guild's hospital for a transfusion. Hence, he had never stored any. He checked the character index of One Piece and discovered that Komatsu happened to have Type X blood. You truly are fortunate. Sueka thought Komatsu had found a benefactor in him, as he too shared Type X blood like Nami. He hastily began to transfer his blood to Komatsu, and as the fresh blood flowed through the transfusion tube into her veins, Komatsu's complexion began to regain its color. Her body ceased to shiver, and her heartbeat and breathing gradually stabilized. Only then did Sueka finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, this moment of relaxation rendered him incredibly fatigued. The cloak of invisibility consumed immense mental energy, and having just donated a significant amount of blood, he was now succumbing to fatigue after the adrenaline had worn off. Thus, he fell into a deep slumber, both of them connected by the transfusion tube. Fortunately, the safe point Sueka had established was quite concealed, nestled within a cave, with the Millennium Dragon standing guard nearby. At dawn, fragmented sunlight streamed through the crevices of the rocks into the cave. Suddenly, Komatsu awoke, her eyes glowing green as she scanned her surroundings, spotting Sueka beside her, and immediately sank her teeth into his arm. Sueka, who had been enjoying a pleasant dream of encountering the now fifth emperor, Koya, found himself jolted awake, only to see Komatsu gnawing on his arm like a zombie. Ah! Sueka exclaimed, kicking her away, staring in horror at the bite marks on his arm, gasping. It was brutally savage and would surely leave a scar. Yet Komatsu, resembling a feral beast, lunged at him once more. Sueka, gripped by fear, quickly restrained her. Is she rabid or has she contracted a zombie virus? Sueka panicked, terrified he might become infected himself, considering the beast pirates were wild beasts, and it was possible that some lowly henchman's saliva had contaminated the arrows. Upon hearing the growling of Kogetsu's stomach, Trix suddenly realized that consuming Xiando would lead to an overwhelming hunger, necessitating the intake of copious amounts of food. However, this was utterly terrifying, reminiscent of a zombie's insatiable appetite. What Trix did not know was that Kogetsu had gone an entire night without nourishment. Her body weakened from a prior state of shock, which delayed her response to her hunger. Moreover, Trix's blood had mitigated some of the energy loss. However, once her bodily functions began to recover, the hunger surged forth like a flood. The Xiando had advanced her life force, unlike the gradual onset of ordinary hunger. As a result, Kogetsu felt as if she had not eaten for over 10 days. A person in extreme hunger could consume even human flesh, making Trix appear as mere sustenance in Kogetsu's eyes. He swiftly retrieved an abundance of food from a spatial pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. Instantly, Kogetsu ceased her struggles and devoured the food ravenously, akin to a famished zombie, lacking any semblance of grace and somewhat eerie in demeanor. As she consumed the vast quantities of food, Kogetsu gradually regained her composure. Yet, her face was flushed with a complex mix of emotions, both shyness and shame. The shyness stemmed from the overwhelming intensity of Trick's CPR, which she had felt despite her hazy consciousness. She could sense her sternum nearly breaking and her lips swelling. Unfamiliar with the concept of CPR, she perceived Trick as a rough, perverse individual who had taken advantage of her vulnerable state, yet she felt unable to voice this accusation. The shame arose from her awareness of the blood transfusion between them, realizing that Trick had saved her life. However, upon awakening in a state of desperation, she had foolishly considered devouring him, a feeling completely beyond her control. Although she had initially contemplated death, wishing to succumb, she recognized that he had risked himself to save her. "Thank you for saving me. But what has happened? Wasn't I shot by an arrow?" Kogetsu questioned, particularly perplexed by the absence of any wounds despite her bloodied appearance. "Ahem. I merely administered to you a priceless, divine medicine, capable of reviving those gravely injured and on the brink of death. Additionally, I nearly drained my own blood to prevent you from perishing from blood loss," Trick replied, feigning weakness. In his desire to persuade Kogetsu to assist him in returning to the future, he unabashedly exaggerated his contribution, though it was not entirely untrue. I am truly grateful to you," Kogetsu responded, though she harbored thoughts of not wanting to live. Still, she could not dismiss her savior with disdain. "Surely, a lady as beautiful and kind-hearted as yourself understands the importance of gratitude," Trick remarked, gazing intently at Kogetsu and pausing to gather his thoughts. What did this young man intend? Was he implying something more intimate? Though he possessed a certain charm, her heart belonged solely to Yoda. Kogetsu recalled Trick's fervent CPR efforts and began to suspect his ulterior motives. The age gap between them was significant. If it came to that, perhaps she could marry Haya instead. Although Haya was still a child, she would eventually grow and be a fitting match. Unbeknownst to Trick, Kogetsu was contemplating making him her son-in-law. Before she could voice her rejection, he continued, "I wish to borrow your ability with the time fruit to return to the future." "We cannot," Kogetsu exclaimed, initially believing that Trick would make some unreasonable demand. However, upon hearing his peculiar request, she was taken aback. How could anyone travel to the past? Surely, the time fruit could not accomplish such a feat yet. His mention of returning to the future implied that he hailed from that time. "We cannot," Trick murmured in repetition of her words, then glanced at Kogetsu's mature figure and lovely visage, feeling a stir of disquiet. On one hand, he had been deprived for too long, and on the other, they had shared an intimate moment the previous day. He quickly turned away to conceal his unease and continued. "Indeed, due to unforeseen circumstances, I accidentally traveled to the present, 18 years from now. I learned through various means that you possess the ability of the time fruit, which can allow one to traverse to the future. Hence, I require your assistance. Is it truly possible for someone to travel to the past? 18 years from now. That is only 2 years away from the time of Momonosuke and the others," Kogetsu mused aloud. She recalled tales of a legendary liberator believed to emerge 20 years hence, prompting her to ask, has any notable leader appeared in 18 years? A special leader? Trick considered that Kogetsu was likely inquiring about the sun god Nika, but he doubted that could be classified as leadership. He simply when did this happen? Defeated foes without establishing a new order. In fact, Luffy seemed more reliable than Kaido, and he was uncertain whether Luffy would awaken his potential. Nika symbolized freedom and joy, with his smile bringing hope and liberation. If liberation could be achieved through a smile, then the citizens of Wano, who bore smiles, would have already been freed. True liberation necessitated struggle. Indeed, there is. A leader emerged from the East Blue, establishing an adventurers guild, transforming the East Blue into a pirate graveyard and a paradise on Earth, where nobility practiced charity and commoners lived prosperous and healthy lives. The Navy was free from corruption and collusion with pirates. Wars nearly ceased, slaves were liberated, orphans received care, and the elderly were supported. The Adventurers Guild is now expanding into the Grand Line and the other 3 seas, striving to create a paradise for the entire world. Trick unabashedly praised himself. Though the reality was not as exaggerated, It contained a kernel of truth. Wow, has the Liberator achieved such heights by 18 years? Kogetsu listened to Trick's words with a sense of longing, easily swayed by his claims. She had once nearly fallen victim to human traffickers, though ultimately she had seen through their ruse. Kogetsu immediately identified Trick's leader as the Liberator, contemplating that with such rapid progress, liberation of Wano should be feasible within 2 years. Eagerly, she pressed, "Who is that leader?" Far from the horizon, yet close at hand, Trick indicated himself, illuminated by the sunlight streaming into the cave. Kogetsu thought to herself that while she was easily deceived, this young man was simply too naive, seemingly attempting to jest with her. "Do you not believe me?" Trick, regaining his composure, turned to her with a smile. Gazing at the sunlight reflecting off his fiery orange hair, Kogetsu momentarily felt dazed, as if she were looking upon the legendary sun god. You're still just a child, are you not?" Kogetsu remarked, puzzled by Trick's youthful demeanor. Trick internally scoffed, "I'm already 18 years old and have multiple wives. The only thing missing is a child running errands. How could I be a child? Luffy became a Yonko at 19. He retorted, "I'm 18, hardly a child. And ambition knows no age." Kogetsu, now 36, was exactly a decade older than Trick. Thus, he appeared childlike to her, and she struggled to believe that he could achieve such feats. She even suspected that he was fabricating these claims to garner her attention, though she chose not to dwell on it. "Very well, but how did you arrive in the present, 18 years ago?" "I inadvertently boarded the time train, which appears and vanishes mysteriously. I cannot return," Trick explained after some contemplation, feeling no need to conceal the truth. "The time train? Is that not possible?" Kogetsu pondered the possibility of returning to the past, if she could also board it. "Do not think about it. Encountering that thing relies entirely on luck, and the time of transit cannot be controlled." Trick did not wish to elaborate further and continued, "Regardless, assisting me in returning should pose no problem, right?" "Yes, it is possible. Shall I send you back now?" Kogetsu prepared to activate her ability. "Wait," Chueika urgently called for a halt. Since they had returned to the past, it would be a wasted journey not to instigate some events, especially with the presence of this time lady. "Is there a problem?" Guan Yu Escher questioned, perplexed. "I want you to take me back for several years. There are certain matters I must attend to," Chueika replied. "I have no desire to continue time traveling. I wish to die in this era alongside Odin." Guan Yu Escher confessed after a moment of silence. "Is this how you repay your benefactor? You refuse such a trivial request. You have utterly disappointed me." Guan Yu Escher, Chueika feigned disappointment. Although he could disguise himself as Guan Yu Escher by traveling only 18 years into the past, the prospect of continued time travel would thwart his disguise since Guan Yu Escher would not exist in that timeline. "I am sorry, but Odin is already dead. I wish to accompany him in this era," Guan Yu Escher murmured softly. Chueika found the people of Wano to be utterly insane. While it was one thing for Yamato to be corrupted, Guan Yu Escher was not even born in Wano. Although her original name was Tian Yue Escher, she belonged to the Tian Yue clan of Wano. Unable to restrain himself, Chueika exclaimed, "Are you planning to send the child 20 years into the future? I cannot comprehend how the current Momonosuke, incapable of defeating Kaido, could possibly triumph over a stronger Kaido in the future." "How do you know?" Guan Yu Escher responded, astonished. Did this person have his eyes fixed on her? Seeing that Chueika remained silent, she continued, "I merely know that a liberator will appear 20 years hence to save the world. Hence, I intend to send them forward. To place your hopes on others. Do you wish to enjoy the fruits of their labor? If the liberator fails to appear or chooses not to liberate Wano, will you simply endure in silence? Kuikimokid, whether you wish to sit back and enjoy or endure in silence, both are despicably foolish. Is Wano truly such a despicable nation? Such a nation deserves to be swept into the annals of history." Guan Yu Escher found herself at a loss for words. "Nkeskiviko Krisiron. I once believed the Guan Yu clan to be sufficiently vile and foolish, yet I did not expect you, Tian Yu Escher, a person not born in Wano, to become equally despicable and foolish simply by marrying into the Guan Yu family. You may criticize me, but you shall not insult the Guan Yue family. Guan Yue sure retorted, visibly agitated at the slander against Odin's family. How could a hero, who was boiled alive for the sake of his country, be so desecrated? And how could this person know of her lineage as Tianyue? Who are you? How do you know so much? Guan Yue sure asked gravely, sensing that this individual seemed to possess all knowledge. I am Chui Ku, an adventurer from 18 years in the future, the founder of the Adventurers Guild. Is it not natural for me to know so much? I hail from the future, and I have acquired knowledge of the past and future of the Guan Yue family through the Guild's information channels. Of course, this was merely an excuse. Chui Ku had primarily read the original text and had access to illustrations for reference. The Guan Yue family has suffered tremendous losses in their efforts to protect Wano, leaving only my 2 young children. By what right do you insult them? Guan Yue sure countered. Guan Yue Shuki, the general of Wano, after escaping imprisonment, failed to unite with other daimyos to combat Kaido and Orochi. Instead, he watched as these daimyos marched to their deaths. For 18 years, he hid his identity in Kamurasaki village, crafting puppets without making any preparations for resistance or war, merely waiting for the liberator to free Wano before intending to reap the rewards. Chui Ku began to recount the glorious deeds of Odin's father, Guan Yue Shuki. Though he lacked the strength to defeat Kaido, Guan Yue sure sought to defend him, yet she faltered. The earlier explanations were one thing, but the latter about crafting puppets left her bewildered. Setting aside Guan Yue Shuki, even Odin was a calamity and a lunatic. Chui Ku continued his unfiltered critique of Guan Yue Odin. You, be silent. Guan Yue sure attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Chui Ku. Her brow furrowed as she suddenly felt the overwhelming aura of the man before her. Odin had harmed his nurse shortly after birth. At 6, he began frequenting brothels. At 8, he fought drunken gamblers. At 14, he altered river courses due to drought, causing floods. At 15, he threatened the temple's abbot and took refuge in the temple, abducting women nightly to establish a harem. He even discarded the corpse of a deceased friend as fuel for a hot pot. The funds from Shimatsuki Yasu that were meant to benefit Wano were given to Orochi. That scourge, when his father was gravely ill, he callously abandoned his father and country to embark on a pirate's journey. This was the past of Guan Yue Odin before he met you, a person of such moral depravity, and you chose to marry him? Have you lost your senses? Chui Ku taunted as he leaned closer to the slightly pale face of Guan Yue Sure. Guan Yue Sure had not heard Odin speak of such things, and she felt that Chui Ku's revelations painted a picture of a man she scarcely recognized. However, seeing Chui Ku recount these events with such familiarity dissuaded her from thinking him a liar. He had no need to fabricate stories to deceive her. Yet, Odin later sacrificed much to save Wano. Guan Yue sure still attempted to defend him. Those may be lies, but you know of the things he did afterward. Quick interjected. When Roger and Rayleigh sought to assist him in saving Wano, he rejected their help, claiming it was a mission only the Guan Yue family could fulfill. So why now does he wait for the liberators to save Wano? The suffering endured by Wano over the past decade stems from Odin's arrogance, and because of so-called hostages. Despite possessing the strength to defeat Kaido, he chose to perform a dance of nakedness for years. Did he not realize that having hostages only creates more hostages? If hostages cannot be hostages, then they are indeed the safest. Even if hostages are held in check, there were numerous opportunities to defeat Kaido, while Kaido and Moria battled. Odin was still dancing. Even aware that Orochi was deceiving him, he allowed the serpent to leave unscathed. He could have escaped with his retainers, but instead willingly walked into the fire. You should not think this was a sacrifice for Wano, whether he lived or died. The common people of Wano would not perish. They would merely be enslaved by Kaido. Foolish Odin. He was the only person in Wano capable of contending with Kaido at that time. Furthermore, the foolish citizens of Wano were inexplicably touched by such a misguided decision, continuing to endure their enslavement while waiting for a so-called savior. They are the oppressed, yet they perpetually await redemption. Why must others sacrifice themselves to save such a nation? And you, Guan Yue Sure, abandoning your young children to face death, you have found your peace. Have you considered how Guan Yue Hai and your daughter will survive? especially as she inherits your beauty. She is destined to grow into a courtesan by the time Momonosuke reaches 20. Aside from bearing the title of heir to the Guanyue family, he will be utterly useless, devoid of proper guidance, and likely influenced by Odin's legacy to become even more reckless and foolish in his decisions. Stop. Please stop. Guanyue sure cried, clutching her head in despair. Those embroiled in their struggles are often blind to the truth, while observers see clearly. Perhaps under the influence of infatuation, Guanyue had chosen to ignore many issues. Yet, Chui Ku's analysis rendered the harsh reality undeniable. All sin stemmed from Odin and her own folly. The thought of her children facing dire consequences extinguished any notions of self-sacrifice. Furthermore, Odin's character and actions had created fissures within her heart. After traversing 800 years, tirelessly searching, she had believed she had met the right person, only to feel as though it had all been a tragic farce. In that moment, Guanyue was engulfed in profound anguish and confusion, her gaze vacant. The people of Iziguo must rise up and fight for themselves to give birth to true strength. Passively waiting for the Kazuki family is foolish. This land does not solely belong to the Kazuki family, nor is it anyone else's. It is the land of all the people of Iziguo. Lacking strength, one may endure and seek assistance to grow stronger. However, mere endurance without action leads only to silent extinction, as Tsueka wisely pointed out. Upon hearing these words, Kazuki Shimo's eyes began to glimmer with hope. She thought to herself, why had she not crossed paths with this individual at the right moment? Had she met him before Odin, perhaps everything would have been different. The past cannot be changed, yet the future remains within her grasp, and at this moment, Kazuki Shimo felt a burgeoning desire to follow Tsueka. Initially skeptical of his claims about creating a paradise in the East Sea, she now held an unwavering belief in him. By following him, she would witness the birth of the liberation warrior sun god Nika and genuinely free the world, including Iziguo. Perhaps her mission was not yet complete, or perhaps he was the ultimate purpose of her journey through time, spanning over 8 centuries. I have made my decision. I shall follow you, Lord Tsueka. I, Tian Yushir, vow to serve you. Kazuki Shimo resolved to abandon her surname and reclaim her original name, signifying both a farewell to her past and a commitment to fulfilling her true mission as Tian Yushir. Are you Tian Yushir? Tsueka noted her self-identification and the determination in her gaze, realizing the former Tian Yushir had returned. He had successfully rescued a troubled soul tainted by the corruption of Iziguo. If you wish to follow, that is well, but there is no need to call me lord or become my vassal. Simply be your true self, Tsueka replied. This is my mission, and I am willing to dedicate my life to serve you, Tian Yushir asserted after a moment of silence. In truth, she held a hint of selfishness. Tsueka's ability to liberate the East Sea indicated his formidable strength, and by following him, she hoped to save her child. Having heard Tsueka mention a courtesan, she grew increasingly worried for Rihi, desiring to seek her out. As you wish, Tsueka said, acknowledging that having such a beautiful and capable vassal was not something to dismiss. Her loyalty expressed through servitude was indeed valuable. May I seek out Rihi? Tian Yushir hesitated, her concern for her child weighing heavily on her. 20 years hence, she felt no need to worry about Momonosuke. He should not be so reckless as to confront Kaido directly. However, Rihi, being only 6 years old, faced peril in the midst of war, and Tian Yushir empathized deeply with her plight. Kazuki Rihi? Tsueka recalled the characteristically twisted nature of this girl. In the original text, some had attempted to pair her with Zoro. Yet, one must not forget her bizarre behavior. She had once shared a bed with a stranger, taking pride in the notion that sleeping with a man brought her joy. Was this a remnant of her time in the brothel? Even Zoro, who was often oblivious, recognized her peculiar thought processes. Not only was she prone to self-indulgence, but she also embodied the Kazuki family's legacy of enduring silence. While Tsueka wished for Momonosuke's demise, he believed he could be salvaged before her unfortunate fate solidified. She must have been rescued by Kawamatsu, but in 7 years, she might succumb to the whims of a wandering entertainer, squandering her potential. Indeed, this child will surely go astray in Heziguo, Sueka concluded. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Tian Yushur was astounded to see a vigilant millennium dragon. Having traversed over 8 centuries, she had encountered it before, and millennium dragons were not easily tamed. They followed their own migratory paths. Observing the dragon's familiarity with Sueka bolstered her confidence in his abilities. The millennium dragon affectionately nudged Tian Yushur, as if it recognized her from many years past, questioning Sueka's intentions in this peculiar endeavor. Sueka, oblivious to the dragon's peculiar gaze, mounted its back and invited Tian Yushur to join him. The markings of Heziguo's portal should have been consumed by flames, making it inconvenient to appear in that desolate ruin. Tian Yushur gripped the katana at her waist and leapt onto the dragon's back. The millennium dragon began to playfully wobble, causing Tian Yushur to lose her balance and fall into Sueka's arms. Sueka was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he had inadvertently taught the dragon to misbehave, it didn't need to act this way every time. He had not hinted at any romantic intentions, yet the dragon seemed eager for a meal. However, as he felt her skin against his, Sueka suddenly noticed that Tian Yushur's clothing had been rendered tattered, exposing her bloodied form. He too was not in a much better state, covered in dried blood. It was high time for a change of attire. Tian Yushur noticed her own condition, but had no means to change, only managing to cover herself as best as she could. Awkwardly, she stood up, having unintentionally lunged toward Sueka's face, fearful of his misinterpretations. After all, Sueka had taken advantage of her unconsciousness before, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Sueka tossed her a kimono from his spatial pocket while turning away to change his own attire. One need not question how he possessed such garments. He had clothing for all ages and sizes, often finding it necessary, rendering him a veritable mobile wardrobe, especially for women's clothing. He had various styles prepared for his beloved. Tian Yushur was astonished by Sueka's abilities, contemplating whether this was a manifestation of the powers of the space fruit. Previously, he seemed to conjure various foods from thin air. Yet, witnessing Sueka effortlessly change his clothes turned her cheeks a shade of pink, even though he only swapped his outer garments. Was she truly to change here? Observing the deserted island around her, she deemed it permissible to shed her blood-stained clothes. She had initially wished to take a bath, but the circumstances did not permit such luxuries. Unlike Sueka, whose bloodstains were minor, she found herself utterly coated in filth. Sueka suddenly pondered whether the people of Heziguo wore undergarments. It seemed those in kimonos did not, but he decided to inquire, despite the potential awkwardness of asking a woman directly. Just as he turned to pose the question, he was met with the sight of Tian Yushur completely unclothed, prompting an immediate and uncontrollable reaction. Tian Yushur was taken aback, not expecting Sueka to turn around so suddenly. Sueka, for his part, had not anticipated that Kazuki Shimo would change clothes in broad daylight. He assumed she would return to the cave. As a man, he had no qualms about changing outside, but she, a woman, was behaving quite recklessly. Reflecting on the original text's portrayal of Heziguo, which included mixed bathing, Sueka found the situation less peculiar. He then asked, "Do you require undergarments?" Tian Yushur fell silent, about to respond when Sueka added, "Would you like to take a bath? I have fresh water on the deserted island." Sueka gazed upward, squatting on the Millennium Dragon's back, the pocket of space in his hand spraying water across the dragon's wings. Tian Yushur, sheltered beneath the dragon's wing, reveled in the convenience of this human shower, especially as Sueka provided body wash and shampoo. She was only the second person, aside from Nami, to experience such a service, and she rated it 5 stars, although Sueka felt somewhat uncomfortable. Now clad in a cherry blossom pink kimono, Tian Yushur appeared slightly shorter than intended due to her height. However, her previous outfit had been similarly short, so it mattered little. It likely facilitated movement and combat. This time, the Millennium Dragon refrained from mischief, knowing it would be of no use. Tian Yushur was powerful enough to remain secure without clinging to Sueka. Sueka felt exasperated, internally lamenting, "Am I cursed? I'm practically sitting on my tailbone." Then, riding the Millennium Dragon, he soared towards the land of Wano. It must have been Song who rescued Guan Yue Rai via waterways. Thus, as Trick reached the vicinity of the flower capital, he began to search downstream in the nearby water systems. Trick first disguised himself as a child, and then applied a similar disguise to Tianyue Shi. His ability to disguise could extend to those nearby, yet he could not replicate too many abilities. Tianyue Shi was quite astonished. What kind of power did this fellow possess that allowed him to alter another's appearance? Currently, she bore the visage of an elderly woman, akin to a grandmother accompanying her grandchild. Why must I appear so aged? Tianyue Shi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Women generally despise aging. Just moments ago, she had observed a pair of a grandparent and grandchild, and this served as inspiration, as this combination would likely not raise suspicion. Trick spread his small hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Passers-by, indeed, paid them little heed. "Grandma, carry me," Trick exclaimed, thinking, "serves you right for hiding so far away." Tianyue Shi, slightly perturbed, contemplated their current state. The gap in their apparent ages was substantial, and given their authentic forms, she felt no need to shy away. Promptly lifting Trick on her back, "Let's go. Grandma will take you to buy some candy," she declared through gritted teeth. The two hastened along the nearest river, inquiring whether anyone had seen a girl around 6 years old, akin to a grandmother searching for her lost granddaughter. After a lengthy search yielding no leads, Trick began to ponder. Song, being a fisherman, would undoubtedly swim with remarkable speed. Therefore, it was highly likely that he had already distanced himself. And Trick speculated that he would avoid populous and prosperous areas, as those would be rife with bounties. Thus, Trick resolved to head towards Julie, a relatively underdeveloped region. Upon hearing Trick's analysis, Tianyue Shi concurred. Consequently, she swiftly carried Trick towards Julie. Although she appeared as an elderly woman, Tianyue Shi moved with astounding speed, causing Trick to question his own existence as he gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery. This was a velocity achieved without utilizing the shave technique, which he deemed himself incapable of matching, unless he employed shave, which would impose a significant burden. Tianyue Shi's presence in the original narrative was notably diminished, leading one to perceive her as weak. Was this a misunderstanding? After some inquiry, Trick discovered that she employed the binding technique with ease and sought his guidance for more potent applications, though Trick currently had no knowledge of binding. He learned that her treasure blade was a Daikaido of the 21 craftsmanship, forged by the Tianyue clan itself, named Tian's Hangli. Disguised as an elderly woman, wielding such a sword seemed peculiar. Therefore, the sword now resided with Trick, as he could stow it away in his spatial pocket at any time. Trick examined the weapon, which appeared quite ordinary and bore no cursed attributes. The original narrative made no mention of it, suggesting it was likely regarded as a standard samurai sword. To wield a Daikaido of such caliber was no small feat. Was Tianyue Shi truly lacking in intellect? He speculated that she could easily vanquish the pursuers of that time. Just how deep had she been ensnared by the poison of Odin? She could not contend with Kaido, yet dispatching Kurizumi Orochi should pose no challenge. Why did it seem as though she was fleeing? "Found it!" Tianyue Shi exclaimed as she spotted a child sobbing beneath a tree, accompanied by a bewildered Song. "Who are you?" Song immediately noticed Trick and Tianyue Shi, gripping his sword tightly, prepared for combat. Although their current appearances were harmless, their sudden appearance was exceedingly unusual. Had they been ordinary individuals, Song would have detected them long before they approached. Their proximity indicated that the visitors possessed considerable strength. Song at his eye. "Lady Shi," Tianyue Shi replied, prompting Trick to drop his disguise. "Lady, it is so wonderful that you are alive," Song exclaimed, elated, unsure of how to console Rai, having not anticipated that Lady Shi still lived. "Mama, wah, is that really you, Mama?" Rai rushed into Tianyue Shi's embrace, weeping. Observing Rai's tear-streaked face, Tianyue Shi realized the cruelty of having abandoned her to face death alone, and she began to console Rai. "And you are?" Song inquired, gazing curiously at the childlike Trick. "I am the child that Lady Shi rescued," Trick replied nonchalantly, contemplating whether he should bring these two along with him into the future. feeling somewhat encumbered and concerned about triggering a butterfly effect. Reflecting on how these two had spent 20 years in the land of Wayno without causing any significant disturbances, one as a drinking companion, the other imprisoned, they seemed to be rather inconsequential characters, though taking them away was not out of the question. At that moment, a system notification rang out. Ding. Hidden area task triggered. Fulfill one wish of Guan Yue Rai. Task reward, 7 Dragon Balls. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and grant one wish. Task failure punishment. Forever retain the hairstyle of a samurai. Trick nearly jumped at the sudden emergence of the system task, having almost forgotten about it, and was taken aback by the thought of being condemned to that hairstyle, especially if Rai were to wish for something exceedingly difficult. He would truly have to bid farewell to his handsome appearance, although he might be quite popular in the land of Wayno. Trick was indeed determined to acquire the Dragon Balls, with only 2 remaining to collect. Observing the tearful Rai, he mused that this little one might be relatively easy to please. He could impose some limitations on the type of wish. System warning. Prohibited from inflating the task. Otherwise, the judgment will be deemed a failure. Are you envious of my hairstyle, Alice? Trick retorted. You have been rather downcast lately. Even the system is on the verge of crashing. Stir things up. Stir things up. Important matters must be repeated thrice. Alice abruptly appeared, tugging on Trick's ear and shouting. Trick rubbed his ear and reluctantly approached Tianyue Shi, saying, Lady Shi, please step aside. I have something to discuss with Rai. Tianyue Shi, somewhat bewildered, thought, Do you know Rai? Why do you still appear as child? Moreover, this boy's tongue is sharp. He won't cause Rai to cry. Will he? He is a kind-hearted elder brother who wishes to speak with you. Tianyue Shi reassured Rai, handing her over to Trick while emphasizing the term kind-hearted. Little one, I am the Dream Master, capable of fulfilling one small wish of yours. Trick proclaimed, adopting a mystical demeanor while accentuating the phrase small wish. Young Rai gazed curiously at this child who appeared to be of similar age. Could he possibly be a celestial being? Having just returned her long-lost mother. Now he sought to grant her a wish. Surely this was not a dream? It couldn't be a dream. Her mother felt real. With her mother present, there remained only one wish. Rai began, Really? I want a father. A father? Trick was momentarily taken aback, realizing that such a wish from a child who had just lost her parents was entirely reasonable. However, where could he possibly conjure a Guan Yue Odin? That fellow was likely reduced to mere remnants after being boiled. Could you perhaps wish for something else? Trick inquired of the system. He was met with a cold, unyielding response. Ding. Specific task confirmed. Please provide Guan Yue Rai with a father. Was I destined to retain the hairstyle of a samurai for life? Trick's mind was in turmoil. Alas, your father has already sacrificed himself for the land of Wayno, and there is nothing I can do. Tianyue Shi lamented, covering her mouth with tears. Odin was already deceased, and Rai was yearning for him. Please fulfill Guan Yue Rai's wish as soon as possible. The system retains the hairstyle for only 1 month. The system whispered ominously in Trick's ears. Is this how it is to be? Trick began to contemplate his options. Could he disguise himself as Odin? No. It would not succeed, as he was deceased. Creating a figurine of Yutian for her? The system would likely not acknowledge it. Sueka rummaged through his system tools, searching for something that might prove useful. Guan Yue Rai observed Sueka's lack of activity. Her expression tinged with disappointment. She felt perhaps her desires were too ambitious, and merely having her mother back should have sufficed. Tianyue sure understood that Sueka's desire to improve his relationship with his daughter motivated his words, and this realization softened his gaze. She pondered how well this youth matched her daughter. They were not far apart in age, and once Rai came of age, he would be in his prime. Eureka! Sueka exclaimed, suddenly struck by inspiration as he beheld the Fontian Huaji. If he recognized Rai as his daughter, he could fulfill her wish, as she had not specified that this father must be Yutian. Yes, this wish posed no issues. The 3 of them watched as Sueka snapped back from his daze and agreed. Really? Guan Yue Rai exclaimed, her surprise palpable. What? Tianyue sure found it hard to believe. Sueka's ability to save her made sense. Yet Yutian was undeniably deceased, her body in a state of decay. From now on, you may call me Dad, young Sueka said, affectionately stroking Rai's head. Guangyue Rai. Tianyue Shi. Hukong. The trio was filled with confusion. Tianyue Shi was the first to react, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Indeed, this fellow harbored ulterior motives, and it was all part of a scheme. As Guangyue Rai attempted to explain, Suika hastily covered her mouth, thinking, I don't need your explanation. Having discovered this bug, if you patch it, you will truly become Mediterranean. Henceforth, I shall be your godfather. If you encounter difficulties, seek out your godfather, a promise sealed for a century, unchanging. Suika grasped Rai's hand and promptly established their relationship. What? Guangyue Rai looked to Tianyue Shi, perplexed as to how this child had become her father. Sir Suika, please stop this jest. How can you claim to be Rai's father? Tianyue Shi said, forcing a smile, feeling as if she had boarded a pirate ship. Sir? Hukong noticed the oddity. Was this not merely a child? Why could he not be? Rai had just lost her father. Perhaps he could fill the void of paternal love she so sorely missed. If that old man, Whitebeard, could be a father to so many, why could he not? Tianyue Shi felt a headache coming on. She had once mingled with Yutian on Whitebeard's ship. Could it be that Whitebeard had set a trend, and now it was fashionable to adopt fathers? Initially, she had considered pairing him with Rai, but this little rascal seemed to have set his sights on her instead. How troublesome. Tianyue Shi had already concocted an entire narrative in her mind, convinced that Suika harbored improper thoughts about her. You are not even older than I am, Rai remarked, patting Suika's head, contrasting their ages. The younger Rai had been quite adorable. Suika felt that Wano was indeed a peculiar place, as one could become rather worldly after spending too long there. Watch as your father performs magic, Suika exclaimed as he lifted Rai, gradually shedding his disguise, his stature increasing. Rai gazed in amazement as she was raised higher. Astonished at how quickly the child had grown, she too wished to mature. I want to grow up too. Rai puffed out her cheeks, reaching to pinch Suika's face, who then embraced her, rubbing her cheek affectionately. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Hukong speculated, witnessing the child transform into a youth. Alas, Tianyue Shi sighed as she observed Suika frolicking with Rai, unable to suppress her lament. Such folly. In the ensuing days, the group of Westerners took respite in a nearby village. Suika produced an array of toys and treats to amuse Rai, coaxing her to call him Dad. Initially hesitant, Rai succumbed to Suika's offerings of snacks. At first, she dared not call him Dad in Tianyue Shi's presence, but as the latter showed no signs of anger, she gradually became accustomed to sweetly addressing Suika as Dad. Suika recognized that this little one was innately charming, likely possessing the traits of a succubus. No wonder she had resorted to singing for a living. Yet Suika was determined to steer her away from such a twisted path. Thus, he began to train her. Physical training was minimal, as he did not wish to overexert her still-developing body, yet left her utterly exhausted. The rest consisted of teaching her breathing techniques, laying the groundwork for her future mastery of hockey. Tianyue Shi and Hukong initially felt a pang of sympathy, yet they did not oppose it. After all, the progeny of the Guangyue family could not be weak. However, after observing Suika for some time, they discerned a concerning issue. His strength seemed rather ordinary. It was not that he was weak. Tianyue Shi had assumed that a liberator of the East Blue would possess strength akin to Kaido. Yet Suika appeared to wield hockey at a novice level. Hukong, upon hearing Tianyue Shi refer to Thika as Sir, assumed he belonged to a significant family, only to find that this fellow seemed incapable of defeating even himself. Sir Suika, are you suppressing your strength to teach Rai? Tianyue Shi finally ventured to ask. Suika was perplexed. Was he being underestimated? Let's have a match. Suika too wished to gauge Tianyue Shi's strength. As he watched her unsheath her formidable blade, Suika felt a twinge of apprehension. His mastery of hockey was still unrefined, and unarmed combat could lead to injury. Thus, he drew the Fontian Huaji. While its system powers were inactive, the weapon's strength rivaled that of the Supreme Blade. What manner of weapon is this? Tianyue Shi inquired, having never encountered it before. Behold a halberd. Suika responded. Though he was not adept with halberds, he believed he could manage. It was merely a matter of thrusting and sweeping, was it not? The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, Tsueka desperately thrusting, while Tianyue sure nimbly evaded, not needing to block with her sword. Finding himself unable to land a hit on Tianyue Sure, Tsueka resorted to the Navy's 6 styles, employing shave and moonwalk for mobility, paper drawing to dodge, and gale foot for attacks. Navy 6 styles? Are you affiliated with the world government? Tianyue Sure's expression grew serious as she recognized Tsueka's techniques. Though not a closely guarded secret, anyone capable of executing them with such proficiency was likely connected to CP or the Navy. The Guild and the Navy had established a collaboration. It was not surprising that he possessed knowledge of the Navy's 6 styles. Tsueka was bemused by her rapid shift in demeanor. Only moments prior, she had expressed a desire to serve him. Is that so? Tianyue Sure was half convinced. While she held no animosity toward the Navy, matters concerning the world government were sensitive. Tianyue Sure unleashed her full strength, charging at Tsueka with fervor to test his true capabilities. The outcome was that Tsueka found himself darting about, evading Tianyue Sure's expertly executed attacks. A feat made possible only by his knowledge of the 6 styles and the enhanced power conferred by his duelings. How is it that your strength is so lacking if you liberated the East Blue? Is the East Blue truly that feeble? Tianyue Sure's skepticism grew with each strike. In the New World, one could not survive without proficiently wielding haki. While mastery of haki did not guarantee strength, all strong individuals were adept at utilizing it. Tsueka was relying solely on the 6 styles, his extraordinary power, and his own efforts. Yet his haki was limited to Kinbunchaku, merely anticipating attacks. While Busashoku could not even envelop his weapon. I rely on wisdom. Tsueka protested, thinking to himself that few in the East Blue possessed haki. Wisdom? Tianyue Sure mused, confused. Was this not the same individual who had earlier urged her to resist actively, yet now appeared to be a novice? Enough. Enough. In order to triumph over Guangyue, Tsueka must utilize the abilities of the fruit to disguise himself as a formidable adversary, which requires deception and precise timing. Thus, it proves ineffective in training battles. Haven't you systematically studied haki? Tianyue asked, realizing at that moment that Tsueka was merely a youth. He had only recently begun his studies. Tsueka had acquired Kinbunchaku through the system, though he was unsure how to master it, while Busashoku was taught by Bella Betty. However, the instruction was brief, and his mastery of it was sporadic, particularly as Betty favored a Kaido style of teaching. Unlike Luffy, who grasped concepts through intuition, Tsueka leaned towards a more analytical approach, ultimately managing to use Busashoku, yet he could not utilize haki wrapping. Wano enjoyed the use of swords, whereas Kuja Island favored bows and arrows. Therefore, the application and instruction of haki wrapping would be more specialized than that of Bella Betty. I shall teach you, Tianyue exclaimed, feeling exasperated, having expected to cling to a powerful ally, only to find herself in the role of the instructor. Wonderful. You shall be my master from now on. Tsueka was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events as he sought guidance for his rudimentary haki skills. He dismissed the thought of seeking out Rayleigh, who was widely regarded as an inept teacher, and Kaido posed a risk of fatality. Master? Tsueka, you need not refer to me as such. Tianyue felt somewhat awkward with the title. Simultaneously, given Tsueka's apparent lack of skill, she felt embarrassed about having previously addressed him with such deference. At times, she even wished to abandon the honorifics, as her earlier vows of fealty had now left her feeling somewhat out of place. Respecting one's teacher is a virtue. I referred to the one who instructed me in haki as teacher, so to differentiate, I shall call you master, Tsueka explained. Then let us reserve that title for our lessons. In other instances, simply call me IU, Tianyue suggested after some contemplation. Thus began the period of Tianyue's instruction of Tsueka. While not a top-tier warrior, the gap between her and the elite warriors lay primarily in battle experience and insights. Her understanding of haki was profound, as Guangyue was one of the prominent clans, preserving complete training methodologies alongside her personal insights. Tianyue's temperament was gentle, naive, and empathetic, imbued with patience, starkly contrasting with Bella Betty's more aggressive approach. Learning from her was a pleasurable experience for Tsueka, evoking a sense of missed opportunities. From Tianyue's perspective, Sueka's learning was slow and clumsy. He often delved deeply into the mechanics of hockey rather than focusing on practical training. While others sought rapid enhancement through rigorous application, Sueka appeared to be engaged in research. Tianyue found herself perplexed by Sueka's behavior, often left pondering his inquiries. Whether Sueka had grown stronger remained uncertain. His lack of practice rendered hockey rapping elusive. Recently, Tianyue experienced a breakthrough, her strength surging, while Chaosin, who previously managed to spar with her, now succumbed swiftly. During a discussion on hockey rapping, Sueka inquired, "Can hockey rapping induce high-frequency vibrations or circulate like a chainsaw?" Tianyue responded, "That seems plausible, though it would be challenging and perhaps impractical." After conducting several secret experiments, she exclaimed, "This is indeed delightful," and developed 2 specialized hockey-infused slashes. High-frequency vibration slash. Hockey rapping causes the weapon to vibrate at high frequencies, slicing through iron with ease. When the frequency reaches its zenith, it becomes nearly silent, executing precise cuts. Even weapons enveloped in hockey rapping could be severed unless they were of the size of a large sword and not in prolonged contact. Flowing saw slash. Hockey rapping creates rapid, pulsing circulation, also cleaving through iron effortlessly, but with a greater emphasis on destructive power, resulting in louder sounds and increased energy expenditure. Sueka asked, "Do all objects possess positive and negative charges? Can hockey generate electricity through friction?" Tianyue replied, "Positive and negative charges? What are those?" Sueka then proceeded to enlighten her on the concept. Days later, Tianyue exclaimed, "Raikiri, Godspeed slash. Raikiri, hockey rapping imbues the weapon with electrical damage, enhancing its destructive capacity while also inducing paralysis and shock effects. Godspeed slash. Hockey rapping cleverly utilizes the repulsion and attraction of electric charges to accelerate the strike." Sueka's lack of proficiency rendered him unable to keep pace, leading Chaosin to become Tianyue's sparring partner. Chaosin, recently overwhelmed by Tianyue's prowess, began to question his own abilities, pondering whether Lady Shermu had been concealing her strengths all along. Sueka too found himself in doubt, wondering who was truly learning, as his disciple exhibited no progress while his master continued to grow stronger. Sueka was unaware that his basic understanding of 2 chapters in physics had enabled Tianyue to develop 2 distinct systems of techniques, which were still foundational and had the potential for further advancement. At this moment, Tianyue's emotions were complex and tinged with suspicion. While her newfound strength was a cause for celebration, she questioned whether Sueka was a top-tier expert masquerading as an underdog, subtly guiding her under the pretense of seeking knowledge. Observing Sueka's delight at her gentle encouragement, she found herself lost in contemplation. Synopsis: in the originally tumultuous world of One Piece, the arrival of an unexpected guest has begun to render it increasingly peculiar. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku remarked to Garp, "Why do you seem to be everywhere in East Blue lately? Has your vacation ended, and yet you're still here?" "In East Blue, at Windmill Village," Luffy exclaimed, "Grandpa, why are you here again?" "Oh no, please don't slap me with your slipper. In East Blue, Mihawk thought, I am pursuing a particularly oblivious pirate to East Blue, and here I am, witnessing myself on a coffin boat."